The Han Dynasty. Dawn was just breaking. Outside Weiyang Palace, armored guards lined both sides of the path. Their armor gleamed with a cold light as banners snapped and rustled in the wind. Civil and military officials stood in small clusters at the foot of the steps waiting for court to begin. The voices of dissatisfaction among the great clans toward the Empress are growing ever louder. The feudal princes who wield real power are all beginning to stir. Prince Ning has secretly raised 30,000 private soldiers. Once he marches on Chang'an, who knows whether we will be able to withstand him? Since the Empress ascended the throne, calamities have followed year after year. Now we face both internal strife and external threats. What are we to do? Outside, the Xiongnu are rising from the ashes once more. Within, the princes cast covetous eyes on the throne. Local financial clans and noble families stand like forests, their factions spread everywhere. The Empress ignores state affairs day after day. If this continues, our Han will surely fall into chaos. This time, this old minister must do his utmost to persuade Her Majesty to govern diligently and cease this reckless folly. The officials murmured in low, anxious voices. Listening to the anxious whispers of the court officials, Tang Chen, standing among the crowd, let out a yawn and curled his lips slightly in faint disdain. Bleary-eyed Tang Chen wrapped his hands into his sleeves, pulled his collar a little tighter, and lifted his sleepy gaze toward the hall, seeing no eunuch yet come out to announce the summons. Who knows what whim has seized the Empress? She hasn't held court for half a year, and today she suddenly pulls this stunt. Does she not know people get sleepy? He muttered under his breath. Whether the Han perished or not had nothing to do with Tang Chen. He only wished to get through the formalities quickly, then hurry back to his little lady and make up for the sleep he had lost. Tang Chen glanced over the civil and military officials, whose faces were knotted with worry. Is it really so hard to lie flat and enjoy an easy life? In the end, the Han belongs to the Empress. Let her toss it about however she likes, he thought. By his reckoning, it had been 3 years since he had crossed over into this world, savoring a life of leisure. Was that not the sweetest thing? This world's course differed completely from that of his original one. Notions like national identity held little importance for him. So long as he could live well, nothing else truly mattered. This Han Dynasty was not the Han that Tang Chen knew. Though certain historical nodes seemed similar, it was in truth a wholly different thing. In the Han Tang Chen remembered, there had never been an Empress. Yet in this world, the reigning sovereign was precisely a Her Majesty. Of the 7 realms under heaven, Great Han was but one. Beyond lay 6 other vast dynasties: Great Tang, Great Qin, Great Ming, Great Song, Yuanming, and Great Sui. Announcement: ministers enter the hall. A eunuch's shrill voice suddenly rang out from the top of the steps. Tang Chen quickly straightened his slightly creased robes, and following the other officials walked slowly up the stone steps toward the great hall above. The morning wind carried a trace of chill. A wave of cold swept over him. Tang Chen instinctively shrank his neck. The civil and military officials entered the main hall of Weiyang Palace one after another, and there they saw the Empress already seated high upon the throne. Just from the Empress's slightly narrowed phoenix eyes, one could tell she too did not seem quite awake. Tang Chen lifted his head and examined her a few times. In the half-year since he had last seen her, she had grown even more beautiful. Her skin seemed fairer still. Though she was hopelessly muddle-headed, that pale, lovely face of hers was enough to captivate anyone's gaze. Yet between her brows there faintly lingered a trace of sorrow. It seems the news of the princes preparing to seize power with their private armies has indeed weighed upon Her Majesty's heart. Tang Chen mused inwardly. He thought to himself that this unprecedented summons to court by the Empress was naturally for the matter of the princes mustering troops and acting on their own authority. Just yesterday, spies from the lands of Prince Ning had brought word Prince Ning was preparing to raise troops in rebellion, seeking to overturn the Empress's rule and restore the imposing grandeur of the Liu clan's men. None of them were willing to be ruled by a woman. Tang Chen, however, felt no anxiety over this. If the Han collapsed, there were still Great Tang and Great Ming for him to choose from. At worst, he would simply move elsewhere and enjoy an easy life anew. Given his abilities, changing places to live in comfort was hardly excessive. According to the spies, Prince Ning has rallied the other princes and plans to enter the capital under the banner of rescuing the sovereign. Do my beloved subjects have any way to resolve this? The Empress's icy voice rang out. She was after all a monarch, who she lacked nothing in majesty. What struck Tang Chen as different, however, was that her voice carried a hint of languid drowsiness. The hall fell into silence. No one stepped forward to be the first bird whose head would be shot. In fact, quite a few secretly hoped the Empress would be overthrown, that the men of the Liu clan would return to power. So they would no longer have to assist such a muddle-headed ruler who ignored everything. Tang Chen sighed softly and thought, this Empress's influence is far too weak. No wonder she is destined to be overthrown. The Empress's brows knit sharply. A muttered voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Presumptuous, who is it? She cried out in a low, fierce shout. She had no idea she was hearing Tang Chen's inner voice. Forgive us, Your Majesty. Startled, all the officials hastily bowed. None dared lift their heads to meet the Empress's gaze. The Empress's charming brows furrowed as her puzzled gaze swept over them. Could it be an auditory hallucination brought on by her poor sleep the previous night? Tang Chen smacked his lips lightly. He had no idea what sort of fit this woman was throwing again. Still, Tang Chen knew very well that even though the current Empress was a muddle-headed ruler who indulged in wanton behavior, the Liu clan's foundation was deep enough. At least for now, the realm's economy and military strength remained. Judging by the 3 emperors before her, the wealth they had amassed was astronomical. Even if handed to this Empress to squander for a lifetime, she might never exhaust it. The previous martial emperor in particular had annihilated the Xiongnu and led the Han Dynasty to unprecedented prosperity. 1 million soldiers under arms. A populace living in abundance. The frontiers were secure. The other 6 realms all established diplomatic ties in succession. But the good times did not last. After the martial emperor passed away, the direct line of the Liu clan suffered from woefully poor fertility. Perhaps it was the cycle of heaven that riches never endure beyond 3 generations. Through a twist of fate, the current Empress ascended the throne. Tang Chen let out a long, quiet sigh. After the Empress took the throne, the currents of the world began to shift. Had she chosen to govern with diligence, it might have been acceptable, yet she turned out to be a supreme, muddle-headed ruler, ignoring affairs, shirking court altogether. As a result, princes, noble clans, and common folk alike grew discontent. Rebellion became more and more inevitable. Just like now, Prince Ning had indeed built up his private forces and was only a step away from launching the final campaign to overthrow the Empress's rule. At this moment, after sweeping the hall with her gaze and pressing down her doubts, the Empress said coldly, "I raise you not as a herd of useless wastes. Can it be that you cannot even settle such a simple matter? Perhaps it would be better to have all your heads cut off, so you do not squander the people's grain." Her tone carried a distinct edge of murderous intent. The civil and military officials knew all too well that though the Empress was muddle-headed, she was absolutely one to do as she said. If she spoke of killing, then killing would truly follow. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on many brows. Looking at this group of ministers who talked so grandly in peacetime, yet could not even utter a word at the critical moment, Tang Chen could not help but sneer inwardly. To call them useless was hardly an exaggeration. Your Majesty, to resolve this matter is in fact not difficult. If your Majesty were to issue a self-reproach edict, the realm would be pacified, someone finally declared. Once someone opened the path, others soon followed. If your Majesty simply governs diligently and allows the people to live in prosperity, who would still rebel against you? Another said, issue a self-reproach edict. This must be done. Your Majesty, this minister believes we can negotiate with Prince Ning. So long as we promise him certain benefits, he will surely lower his banners and retreat, yet another suggested. Tang Chen shook his head and laughed coldly. There were plenty of speakers, but not one whose plan was truly usable. If a self-reproach edict were useful, if negotiations were useful, if promises of benefits were useful, then why would Prince Ning foolishly raise so many private troops? He thought. Even if Prince Ning agreed, the men under his command would never accept it. And you still dream of hosting a Hongmin banquet as if everyone were as stupid as you, happily hurrying over to offer up their heads for the chopping block. As for only now deciding to govern diligently, do you not feel it is already far too late? What a flock of idiots. You are either hastening a muddle-headed ruler's demise, or on the very road to helping her destroy herself, he concluded inwardly. Tang Chen secretly stifled a yawn, his features remaining utterly calm as he watched all of this muttering in his heart. HM. Once more the Empress felt a jolt in her chest. She actually heard that same voice again. At this moment in the audience hall, only Tang Chen was yawning. The Empress's gaze finally settled on him, yet she still did not dare be certain it was truly him. Tang Chen's heart gave a sudden jolt. Thinking his yawn had displeased the Empress, he hastily lowered his head a little. This time the Empress did not react with any ostentatious display. In a faint voice she said, "What do my beloved subjects think of cutting down the vassal lords? Cutting down the vassals." At these 2 words the faces of all the civil and military officials instantly changed. "It must not be done, Your Majesty, it must absolutely not be done." "And why not? They are nothing but rebellious traitors. Your Majesty commands a righteous army. What fear is there that they cannot be wiped out? If the vassals are cut down, it will immediately arouse the dissatisfaction and rebellion of the vassal princes. If we move against them, it will plunge the realm into chaos. Who says it cannot be done? Her Majesty speaks with reason." The officials quarreled noisily once again, trying to smooth things over, some opposing, some supporting. Some were against it, some in favor. Yet not one could offer a better reason or a real solution. The Empress's gaze suddenly fell upon Tang Chen. Her brows creased slightly. She began to doubt whether that voice earlier had truly belonged to Tang Chen. The Empress said, "How does Censor Tang view this matter? Anyone permitted to stand here held no low rank." As the imperial censor-in-chief, Tang Chen naturally possessed the right to speak. Hearing the Empress call his name, Tang Chen was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly stepped out of the ranks, and said, "Your Majesty's idea is excellent. This subject deems it entirely feasible. Your Majesty is truly unparalleled, with none like you in the past, and none to come after. Your wisdom is beyond compare." He was no fool. Moreover, with a system bound to him, Tang Chen needed only to ceaselessly flatter the Empress to receive rewards, then lie flat in comfort and enjoy a life of ease. Whether the great Han could endure for 3 more generations had nothing whatsoever to do with him. So long as he kept fawning and flattering, rewards would come without end. In these times, any post was fine, so long as it was not that of an upright official, especially when facing a muddle-headed sovereign. Tang Chen's creed was simple: lie flat, seek pleasure, eat and drink well, and be happy. If things truly became untenable, he would simply go elsewhere to continue lying flat. Tang Chen spoke with a bright smile, though his true thoughts were nothing like his words. Cutting down the vassals is marvelous, splendid in fact. Once the vassal domains are reduced, Prince Ning will likely launch a purge under the banner of clearing out those around the sovereign, forcing him into rebellion while still claiming righteousness. I must prepare in advance, find out what Prince Ning favors and cater to his tastes. My rank might even surpass what it is now. TSK, cutting down the vassals. Only a muddle-headed ruler could dream this up. Prince Ning already intends to rebel. Once the vassal domains are cut, the princes of the realm will probably all rise in revolt. With this foolish empress's abilities, the downfall of the realm is all but certain. What a pity she is a muddle-headed ruler. If she were a sagely sovereign, I might even be willing to offer some guidance. Rebellions of vassal princes have existed throughout the ages. To resolve them is no insurmountable task. One need only cause the men under their command to lose heart and turn against them. With the scant resources the Empress possesses, it is not entirely impossible for her to win. While Tang Chen's thoughts ran wild, the Empress's gaze never once left him. Him. Was it truly him? Very well, very well. So this is what you harbor in your heart toward your sovereign. The Empress was stunned, bewildered, and at the same time deeply enraged. A mere censor-in-chief dared to mock her. She was the Empress, exalted above all. Yet that man actually entertained the idea of taking her place upon the throne. He truly ought to be hacked to pieces and torn apart by chariots. Traitors like him should be dragged to the Meridian Gate and executed. The Empress narrowed her phoenix eyes, fixing Tang Chen with a frosty gaze. Yet his lips still curved in a thickly ingratiating smile as he looked up at her with an expression of utmost respect and adoration. She glanced at the others' expressions. One after another, they were still arguing among themselves, appearing as though they had not heard a single word of that earlier tirade. The Empress's willow brows knitted together. Could it be that, having slept poorly the night before, she was now suffering from hallucinations? Perhaps she had indeed misheard. An imperial censor would hardly possess such audacity to slander her. She believed she still possessed enough majesty that no minor subject would dare so brazenly ridicule the one and only Empress of the ages. Once court was dismissed, she would certainly make up for her lost sleep. Just as she suppressed her doubts and relaxed, preparing to speak again, that familiar voice suddenly rang out once more. "Muddle-headed ruler, what are you staring at? Even if you look 100 more times, I still won't offer you any advice. I just want to lie flat and enjoy a life of ease. Don't look at me like that. I'd rather choose the girls of Zhuexianglu than ever consider you. Even if you are beautiful, it is absolutely impossible, utterly impossible. I refuse to toil myself to death as your beast of burden. There is no field that is poorly plowed, only oxen that are worked to death." In the grand hall, sensing the Empress's gaze upon him, Tang Chen, though not daring to meet her eyes directly, could still feel it clearly, and muttered a few complaints in his heart. Then, bang! The Empress suddenly slapped the armrest of her seat and sprang to her feet. "Insolent traitor, how dare you!" She was furious. Inside, she was even more bewildered. These ministers were truly being fed for nothing. Someone had humiliated her, so yet each and every one of them acted as though nothing had happened. They all deserve death, she thought. A whole crowd of traitors who spend their days dreaming of my abdication. Rebels, all of them. To call her a muddle-headed ruler was one thing. Muddle-headed she might be. It was one matter if they offered her no counsel. To call her beautiful was simply stating a fact. But to compare her with the women of Zhuexianglu, what sort of outrageous insult was that? She was the Empress of the realm. Was she truly unworthy even of a minor censor-in-chief? Was she in fact beneath the courtesans of Zhuexianglu? The Empress's gaze grew icy. She wanted blood. "Please calm your anger, your Majesty. Pray calm your anger, your Majesty." The officials hastily bowed in terror. They could not comprehend what was happening. Why had the Empress suddenly become so capricious? They glanced around. No one at all appeared to be insulting her. Tang Chen, for his part, was merely flattering her as usual. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, the Empress widened her eyes. Someone had dared to humiliate her, so yet these scoundrels all pretended ignorance and did not even speak up in her defense. Truly, they all deserved death. Tang Chen, however, feigned surprise, fear, and deference as he said, "This subject only praised your Majesty a few times and has not insulted your Majesty at all." I beg your majesty to distinguish right from wrong. Your majesty is so wise and sagacious, you will surely not allow this subject to suffer a wrongful grievance. Your majesty, this subject has been wronged. Truly I have been wronged. If your majesty does not believe me, you may question the other ministers. I truly bore no intention whatsoever of insulting your majesty. The Empress was taken aback, left utterly bewildered by Tang Chen's barrage of words. She could now be certain that the voice she had heard earlier was by no means an illusion. At the same time, judging from the reactions of everyone present, she could be sure they truly had not heard those earlier remarks. Otherwise, those old pedants who loved to nag would have already leapt forth to censure Tang Chen without her needing to speak. The Empress knit her delicate brows, her forehead creasing into a knot. She could not fathom why such a thing had just occurred, and at the same time her curiosity was piqued. Why was it that she alone could hear while others could not? She once more began to doubt whether it had truly been Tang Chen speaking. No, more precisely, Tang Chen had indeed not uttered those words aloud. But then why had she heard them? What is going on? I was only flattering her as usual. Did my flattery somehow backfire? Tang Chen was growing somewhat flustered inside. Outwardly his features showed only timidity and deference. He stood with proper respect, looking for all the world like a harmless boy from the neighborhood. The Empress stared eyes wide. There it was again. He was at it again. This time all doubt was swept away. She could now be absolutely certain that the voice belonged to that scoundrel Tang Chen. Though curious, she ultimately held herself in check and drew a deep breath. The Empress gave a cold snort and flicked her sleeve. She was after all a sovereign who towered above 10,000. How could those women of Zuixiang Tower ever be compared to her? A pack of useless parasites who only eat and never work. They can't even resolve such a trifling matter. Get out. Court is dismissed. The Empress turned and walked toward the side passage. She didn't turn back. Now she was 100% certain that only she could hear that voice. Others genuinely could not hear it. Could I really be hearing such bizarre words? No, I'll summon that scoundrel Tang Chen and question him. It's the perfect chance to confirm whether I'm suffering from delusions and hallucinations. And that grace-expanding decree. The Empress narrowed her phoenix eyes and murmured to herself. Then she beckoned the eunuch at her side, spoke 2 soft sentences, and walked around the screen to leave the court assembly hall. Your officials send your majesty off. The ministers chorused and bowed once more. Tang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't shake the feeling that this fatuous ruler was not herself today. It was as if she had had an epileptic fit. But fortunately nothing serious came of it. Since the eunuch's dismissal announcement had not sounded, everyone kept their respectful bowing postures. As for Tang Chen, seeing the Empress in the court, he sighed in relief and planned to go home for some proper relaxation. But just at that moment a eunuch approached him and slowly announced, Her Majesty has decreed that the Grand Censor Tang Chen is to go to the Qilin Hall to be received. All civil and military officials' court is dismissed. The assembled ministers bent even lower. Farewell, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. What? Tang Chen looked up in astonishment. The Empress was already gone. The eunuch who had proclaimed the summons had also walked back behind the screen. Tang Chen made a bitter face. His relationship with the Empress was not actually that close. Never before had he received the treatment of a private summons. No. To be precise, since the Empress ascended the throne, no one had received such treatment. Tang Chen was the unprecedented first. Why is this fatuous ruler behaving so strangely? Tang Chen grumbled resentfully to himself. He had already planned to go back and rest, but he never expected to be held behind for extra duty. At that moment the officials filed past Tang Chen one by one. Take care, Grand Censor Tang. Her Majesty is clearly in a foul temper. Don't come back missing an arm or a leg. Huh. Grand Censor Tang is truly lucky. We old ministers are not as important as you in Her Majesty's eyes. I hope Grand Censor Tang will admonish Her Majesty diligently and spur her to govern well. Grand Censor Tang, you have tremendous face. It's a pity this old man can't afford such a face. I really can't bring myself to fawn over the Empress. As ministers we don't ask that every one of us be a dragon, but at least we must not all become sycophants like Grand Censor Tang, who only knows how to flatter. Tang Chen's face darkened. Those old fools' opinions were nothing but utter nonsense. He couldn't care less. His standing among them was neither good nor bad. Some were envious, some were admiring, and some warned him not to make mistakes. Where there are people, there is a world of rivalry. Tang Chen left the great hall, and under a young eunuch's lead walked alone toward the Qilin Hall. The look on his face was not pleasant. It wasn't that he was afraid. The real issue was that it had delayed his nap. He had no desire to be someone who accomplishes great things. He only wanted to go back and lie flat, and then fish in troubled waters. Sigh. Tang Chen lamented. The Empress couldn't actually have taken a fancy to this handsome, elegant man of his, could she? Yet if his flattery failed to please the Empress, he wouldn't get any reward. In the Qilin Hall, the Empress was reclining on a soft couch. One hand supported her head, while the other rested on her shin. What exactly does that scoundrel Tang Chen mean by grace-expanding decree? Can those few words truly settle the feudal prince's rebellion? The Empress's slender brows furrowed slightly. She had never heard the 3 words grace-expanding decree before. She was truly curious what they meant. And that voice I heard earlier, what was that? The Empress raised a hand to massage her temples. This head of mine. Why does it feel like it's no longer up to the task? How nice it is to be a benighted ruler. One doesn't have to worry about anything. Why is every single person trying to force me into being a wise ruler? A wise ruler is too exhausting. If worst comes to worst, I'll just change my thinking and be a tyrant. Let's see who dares oppose me then. She shook her head. Her head ached. Suddenly a light flashed in the Empress's eyes. Could those words earlier have come not from Tang Chen's mouth, but from his heart? Can I share thoughts with that wretch and hear what he is thinking? No, it's not mind sharing. It should simply be that I can hear. The Empress glanced at the entrance of the Qilin Hall. That Tang Chen was really slow. A moment had already passed, yet he still hadn't appeared. Daring to make me wait so long. He deserves to die. If he doesn't give me a satisfactory answer in a while, I'll strip his office away. That will stir things up and scare those stubborn old men who take pay, but don't work. She grew curious. The Empress waited anxiously. The matter of feudal princes truly troubled her. She wanted to be a pleasure-loving ruler, but she had no intention of becoming a ruler who lost her kingdom. Still less did she want to be a fool on the throne. The Empress had a mind of her own after all. After another moment or so of waiting, just as her patience was about to run out, the eunuch's proclamation sounded outside the Qilin Hall. Your Majesty, the Grand Censor Tang Chen has been brought. The Empress's impatient expression instantly turned into the coldness of one perched high above worldly matters. She raised a hand and waved languidly. The maid at her side quickly understood and announced Her Majesty summons the Grand Censor Tang Chen into the hall. Tang Chen entered immediately. The instant he stepped in, he saw the Empress reclining on the soft couch. Tang Chen hurriedly lowered his head with an expression of reverence and fear, acting as if he did not dare to look directly at the Empress. Your minister greets Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. May Your Majesty grow more beautiful every day, remain forever youthful, and enjoy boundless longevity. Tang Chen bowed. His flattery was utterly abject. Raise your head, the Empress said. Her tone was icy. She was no fool, so she naturally wouldn't ask directly about that strange voice. Your Majesty's imperial might looms like a dragon, your minister dares not. Tang Chen still kept his head lowered. Is there anything you don't dare do? Even I. The Empress suddenly paused and changed the subject. I said raise your head. She had almost blurted out the court matter. Luckily she was quick-witted enough not to let it slip. Tang Chen raised his head. He felt the Empress had been acting extremely strange, but he couldn't say what was strange. The Empress asked, what is your opinion on the feudal prince's intention to rebel which you mentioned today? She was in fact very curious how Tang Chen would answer. Even more, she was curious whether he would mention the grace-expanding decree. Tang Chen said, Your Majesty's opinion is your minister's opinion. HM. The Empress's beautiful eyes widened. Tang Chen said, Your minister has no opinion. Your Majesty foresees events like a god and is full of wisdom. What Your Majesty said today is already the finest of plans. Please forgive this dull-witted minister, but I cannot think of an opinion better than Your Majesty's. Your Majesty's policy of reducing the feudal princes is already a first-rate strategy. Your minister will forever support Your Majesty. However, although he said this aloud, Tang Chen felt quite depressed inside. So it's about this matter after all. That fatuous ruler has truly lost her head. I'm just a Grand Censor, not someone in charge of the Privy Council. Why is she asking me to devise strategies? Ugh, I'm too lazy to curse her out. Still, when it comes to pacifying the feudal lords under heaven, I may have an idea, but I simply don't feel like saying it. Tang Chen smiled fawningly, his heart full of complaints. A cold light danced in the Empress's eyes. So it was true. This wretch had not told her the truth. He was treating her, the sovereign Empress, like a complete fool. The Empress couldn't help clenching her little fist, then unclenching it. But she was not foolish enough to confront him directly. This Tang Chen must definitely be hiding a better scheme. Like the so-called grace-expanding decree, for instance. But why was he unwilling to say it? That baffled her. Tang Chen was suddenly startled by the cold gleam that flashed in the Empress's eyes. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. On careful reflection, he was certain he hadn't said anything wrong. Yet if this were any other day, the Empress would have been delighted into quivering laughter by such words. Today something was definitely off. But he still couldn't put his finger on what was strange. The Empress gave a gentle sigh. Feudal princes, a pack of rebels. Have I ever mistreated them? I don't know what method could actually solve this. Those mediocre courtiers are all formidable talkers, but when it truly matters, not one of them knows how to share my burdens. If anyone can resolve this for me, I will certainly offer a great reward. Your Majesty's word carries the weight of gold. If you say it is a handsome reward, then it must surely be a blessing beyond measure. Tang Chen spoke with envy written across his face, his tone laden with regret. Unfortunately, your subjects' abilities are limited. I cannot share Your Majesty's burdens, nor do I have the fortune to enjoy Your Majesty's bounty. However, although Tang Chen said these words aloud, his heart was furiously cursing. I'm already ranked among the 3 excellencies. Even if I'm only the most junior of them, that is still the highest station a subject can reach. If I let you reward me further, my merits would soon overshadow the throne and turn every eye in the court against me. You tempt me with rewards. Aren't you just trying to push me into a pit of fire? At this thought, Tang Chen was filled with righteous indignation. You cunning. No, you're not that smart. You stupid little wench. It won't be that easy to harm me. Stupid little wench. That didn't sound any more pleasant than cunning little wench. That's wrong. I am the emperor. How can I be called a little wench? The Empress's delicate fist clenched, her slender nails almost digging into her flesh. She wanted to fly into a rage and cow this ungrateful wretch. But seeing Tang Chen's sincere eyes and worshipful expression, she could not bring herself to utter a single scolding word. She unclenched her hand and barely managed to recompose her expression, though her face still looked a little stiff. No, she absolutely had to draw the words out of him. This fellow says he has an idea. She had to find a way to coax it out of him. With that thought, the Empress let out a long, soft sigh. How terribly unfortunate. I had thought that with Lord Tang's wisdom, you would surely devise an ingenious plan. So there actually exists something in this world that can stump Lord Tang after all. The Empress's theatrical airs left Tang Chen somewhat baffled. Is this little wench serious? And what kind of expression is that on her face? That act was way too fake. Also, if I remember correctly, ever since I entered your service, all I've done is shame. Come to think of it, have I ever actually had a moment of glory? Beats me. Tang Chen's face remained impassive as he kept his respectful bearing. Your Majesty flatters me. I am merely a mortal. I truly do not have a mind that never miscalculates. But I do think your Majesty's plan is wonderful. As long as the reduction of the vassal states succeeds, it will surely bring lasting peace and stability to our great Han. Your Majesty is sagacious. Tang Chen's eyes lit up with sincere admiration. Of course, that's only if you succeed in reducing the vassal states. Otherwise, you'll become fish on the chopping block waiting to be carved up by anyone. Speaking of which, what kind of temperament does Prince Ning actually have? I should find out in advance, or else if he turns out to be as capricious as this woman, that would be awful. The more he thought in that direction, the more respectful Tang Chen's gaze toward the Empress became. The Empress endured again and again. She had reached the limit of her endurance, but she still endured, because she could still endure. Even the Empress was surprised by her own forbearance. She hadn't expected that she still would not have lost her temper by now. This was nothing short of a miracle. The Empress twitched the corner of her mouth and forced out a perfunctory reply. Lord Tang truly is a loyal subject of mine. It seems my image in your eyes is so lofty and magnificent. My heart is greatly comforted. Nonsense. Just by looking at that reluctant expression on your face, I know every one of those words is hollow flattery. But, how strange. This fatuous ruler wasn't like this before. In the past, 2 compliments were enough to make her float in the clouds so giddy that she forgot her own name. What is happening with her today? Tang Chen felt that something was odd, but he didn't think too much about it. Whatever the Empress said, he would simply agree. With that idea, Tang Chen clasped his hands and delivered another ringing, full-bodied compliment. Your Majesty sees with absolute clarity and can discern the loyal from the treacherous. For the great Han to have a son of heaven like your Majesty is truly the greatest fortune of our dynasty. Watching Tang Chen's strenuous performance, the Empress suddenly felt mentally exhausted. Are you praising yourself, or are you praising me? How could I have been so foolish in the past as to place you among the 3 excellencies? I appointed you censor-in-chief to oversee the 100 officials and share my burdens. Not so that you could spend all day hoping someone would rebel and come put an end to me. Still, this Tang Chen did have some real skill. She would simply have to rack her brains to pry the thoughts out of him. The Empress's delicate brows drew together. After pondering for a moment, she was just about to speak. Just then Tang Chen's inner voice reached her ears once more. Has this woman taken some strange medicine today? Why does she look so worried? Could it be that she really intends to devote herself to wise governance and rule the court well? That can't be right. Well, maybe since she's so beautiful, I should cheer her up a little. Tell her how to use the Emperor's authority to spark infighting among the vassal kings. Forget it. Just forget it. Whoever ends up as Emperor has nothing to do with me anyway. All I need to do is lie low and coast along. I shouldn't stir up extra trouble. With this thought, Tang Chen's moving lips pressed tightly shut. The Empress's lips curled slightly upward. It seemed this Tang Chen did have some appreciation of beauty after all. That beautiful. Exactly how beautiful was she anyway? No wonder his tongue was so sweet. Even when he was thinking to himself, he still remembered to praise her. Well, at least you have a bit of discernment. A small pleased feeling bloomed in her heart, and then the Empress turned back to the real issue. Infighting. There was actually a way to make the vassal kings fight among themselves. The Empress licked her lips, a speculative gleam crossing her face. Lord Tang, rather than reducing the vassal states, wouldn't it be better to have them fight among themselves? As she spoke, she lifted her beautiful eyes to Tang Chen. Then she saw Tang Chen's jaw drop, his face frozen in astonishment. At the same time, a string of startled exclamations reached her ears. No way, has this woman finally seen the light? Given the Great Han's current situation, the best approach is naturally to set up a target for the vassal kings and give them a chance to earn merit, thereby weathering the crisis. The reason the vassal kings flock around Prince Ning is simply to seize an opportunity to distinguish themselves and scheme for even greater power. As for whether that opportunity comes from Prince Ning or from the imperial court, it makes no difference to them. On the contrary, if this fatuous ruler could find some way to brand Prince Ning a rebel, then all the other vassal kings would have a perfectly legitimate reason to purge the traitor and rake in merits for themselves. That is precisely what they want. The little wench only needs to give them that opportunity, and like sharks that smell blood, they will devour Prince Ning completely. But the problem is, how did this woman think of it? Could it really be just a coincidence? Tang Chen calmly erased the astonishment from his face, and chin propped on his hands sank into deep thought. As for the Empress, her heart was blooming with joy. He really does have a way. Now my empire can once again stand as solid as a mountain. Tang Chen stood stunned for a long while before snapping out of his shock. He stroked his chin, swaying his head with an air of pretentiousness. That is actually a viable plan. Though I wonder what method your Majesty intends to employ to achieve this goal. Tang Chen regarded it as a mere accident and did not take the Empress' words too seriously. This fatuous ruler has been muddle-headed for so long. How could she suddenly become clever? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. The Empress heard his inner thoughts and pressed her thin lips together without changing her expression. There's no way you could possibly guess that I can hear your thoughts. Now your secrets can't be hidden anymore. The Empress chuckled inwardly. With Tang Chen around, didn't that mean she had gained an exceptionally capable, peerless strategist? And one who would never lie at that. Wasn't that simply wonderful? At this thought, the Empress' gaze turned slightly flustered, and she cast a cautious sidelong glance at Tang Chen. No, Tang Chen absolutely must not find out that I can hear his thoughts. Don't be careless. I must hold it together. This determined whether I could continue being a laid-back Empress in the future. I absolutely can't let him see through me. Having extracted a viable plan, the Empress could finally rest easy. It was a pity she couldn't tell him this plan outright and give Tang Chen a fright. She had rather looked forward to seeing his dumbfounded expression. What a shame. The Empress picked up her teacup and took a sip without changing her expression. But then she discovered the tea in the cup had somehow already been drained dry. The Empress put down her teacup and shot Tang Chen a meaningful glance. Minister Tang, pour me more tea. You damn woman. I've put up with you for way too long, I tell you. Even though that was what he thought, Tang Chen swiftly and neatly refilled the Empress' cup, smiling ingratiatingly at her side. Your Majesty, please drink slowly. Mind the heat. Your imperial health is of utmost importance. The two contrasting voices reached the Empress' ears, each with its own peculiar charm. The Empress narrowed her phoenix eyes, lifted her teacup, and took a sip, feeling utterly delighted inside. How fragrant. Isn't it just a cup of tea? What's the big deal? You silly woman, long on hair and short on sense. Getting all delighted over a cup of tea. Actually, that little look of hers is rather cute. If only she could warm my bed. Pity she's a tigress. I'm afraid I can't handle that. Crack. Cracks appeared one after another on the teacup in the Empress' hand. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Tang Chen was startled, his eyelids twitching as he asked cautiously. A tigress is a tigress. She can even crush a teacup to pieces. Where does she get such strength? The Empress set down her teacup and lightly pressed her hand against her smooth, flawless forehead. Her brows kept twitching uncontrollably. She was about to lose her composure, so she masked it by massaging her temples. Otherwise, with Tang Chen's wit, she feared he would notice something was off. Smoothing her brow, the Empress gave Tang Chen a nonchalant smile. It's nothing. Perhaps the teacup's lifespan had simply come to an end, and it broke on its own. Tang Chen nodded, as if suddenly enlightened. As long as your Majesty is in good health, that is what matters. What the hell broke on its own? If it could crack open on its own, then I'd crack open too, right? And what the hell are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen such a handsome guy? Don't tell me you're up to no good. Are you trying to seduce me? Tang Chen wore an earnest expression, his eyes full of concern for the Empress. There was not the slightest hint of a flaw to be seen. This man is too cunning. In his heart, he was thinking something entirely different, yet not a trace of it showed on his face. When it comes to the art of acting, I have to admit I'm no match for him. The Empress looked at Tang Chen's sincere eyes and suddenly lost her composure. Oh no. The corners of her mouth began to twitch on their own. She quickly turned her head aside to hide the twitching muscles on her face. Tang Chen looked puzzled, wondering what kind of tricks this woman was up to now. Still, she was the emperor, the highest authority here. Whatever she was doing, Tang Chen had no right to interfere. You go on being your fatuous ruler. You hold the highest power, so no one can interfere with you. Alas, no one can interfere. I have the ability, I have the wit, but I simply refuse to use them. Alas, just having fun. Alas, it drives you crazy. Anyway, you can't do a thing. The Empress recomposed her expression, propped her chin on her hand, and looked at Tang Chen with a beaming smile. Humph. Don't I know what you're thinking? Whatever you're thinking, I know it all. Now that I already know what to do, what can you do? Hey, don't you want to be a great, treacherous minister? Fine. I'm going to wring every last bit of talent out of you. As she thought this, the Empress raised her chin slightly toward Tang Chen, exposing her delicate chin, as fair and smooth as mutton fat jade to the air. She was like a proud white swan, alluring, dignified, and holy. There was no way she could continue discussing the topic of the vassal prince's rebellion. If they kept on with that topic, she would likely expose herself. So, the Empress' beautiful eyes lit up as a sudden idea struck her. Minister Tang, what are your views on Great Sui Imperial Examination System? I plan to introduce the Imperial Examination System to our Great Han. What do you think, Minister Tang? What the hell is this woman up to? Tang Chen increasingly felt that the Empress was acting strangely today. Something was off everywhere. Could it be that after not seeing her for half a year, this woman's brain had deteriorated again? Though he had no idea what was going on, he still needed to answer the Empress' question promptly. Otherwise, if this woman went mad, who knew what tricks she would pull? Tang Chen lightly flicked his loose sleeve and cupped his hands in a salute toward the Empress. Your Majesty is truly wise and mighty. To think you could come up with such a brilliant idea. Your servant is prostrate with admiration, willing to give every ounce of my heart and brain for my wise lord, even unto death. What a beautiful piece of bootlicking. Tang Chen was extremely satisfied with his performance. But in his heart, he couldn't help grumbling madly. You really are a master of courting death. How dare you even propose the Imperial Examination System? Have you not seen the chaos it has stirred up within Great Sui? The Sui Emperor is either putting down rebellions or on his way to put down rebellions. Do you know why that? If I told you the Imperial Examination System deserves most of the credit, would you believe me? Don't believe it? Then by all means give it a try and see if the great noble families of the realm will let you off the hook. The feudal princes were already stirring restlessly, and now with the forced implementation of the Imperial Examination System, it seems the fate of the Great Han is about to come to an end. I had better make preparations to retreat with my hide intact. The Empress listened to Tang Chen's inner voice and arched one delicate willow leaf brow slightly. Isn't everyone praising the Imperial Examination System for its progressive merits? Why does it become a monstrous scourge when it comes to you? Is the problem really that serious? I simply don't believe it. And can't you be a little more normal and offer me some constructive suggestions? What is this mentality of yours that wishes the Great Han would collapse on the spot? The Han Empire currently employs the recommendation system for recruiting officials. Within this system, the most widely practiced method was the one known as the filial and incorrupt recommendation. As for what the filial and incorrupt recommendation specifically entailed, in simple terms, local officials would select those renowned for virtue from within their jurisdictions and recommend them to the emperor. The emperor would then test the candidate's abilities and assign official positions according to his merits. The criteria for selection were typically filial piety and benevolence and righteousness. Thus, if a family produced a son of outstanding filial devotion, the local officials would in most cases put him forward for recommendation. That was roughly the whole procedure. Originally, the practice was designed to identify able individuals for the imperial court. But as with any form of power, once officials held the authority to recommend talents, it was only natural that they would deploy it to benefit their own people. As time went by, the great aristocratic clans came to dominate the upward path of officialdom, turning it into an exclusive gateway for their sons to assume office. Becoming an official thus became a privilege monopolized by the powerful families. The advent of the imperial examination system, however, would break the monopoly of the aristocratic clans over official appointments. That immediately struck at the fundamental interests of the great families. If the imperial examination system were pushed through, it would be strange indeed if those clans did not go mad. And that was exactly why Tang Chen believed that once the Han implemented the examination system, things would only get worse. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Why must you keep testing the edge of self-destruction? Anyway, if this girl wants to court death, that's her own affair. I can't be bothered to care, nor do I want to. Tang Chen did not feel the slightest psychological pressure. Wearing a respectful expression, he looked at the Empress without revealing a trace of insolence. Tang Chen's thoughts naturally were not hidden from her. The Empress nodded subtly, her expression unchanged. So that was it. The imperial examination system actually concealed such a huge hidden danger. No wonder those deputy ministers discussed it so eagerly in private, yet were so secretive before me. It seems they knew very well that the examination system would encroach on their interests. So that was the reason. Having learned of the risks latent in the examination system, she dismissed the idea. After all, she had only asked it on a whim. Nevertheless, the Empress was stirred to fury. You officials, I spend money to support you, yet you care only about your own power and disregard the greater good. With parasites like you feeding on the Han court, it would be a wonder if nothing went wrong. No wonder so many abuses cropped up within just half a year of my neglecting state affairs. It was all your doing. If I were to govern with diligence and vigor. It occurred to her that, well, perhaps it still wouldn't have made much of a difference. The Empress was self-aware enough that the thought made her feel somewhat sheepish. She picked up her teacup using the gesture of drinking to inconspicuously observe Tang Chen's reaction. Tang Chen meanwhile seemed somewhat weary of waiting, his gaze drifting as if his mind were wandering far away. Ahem ahem. The Empress gave a light cough to remind him to mind his surroundings. She parted her lips about to speak when she heard Tang Chen's inner muttering again. This woman isn't catching a cold, is she? I'd better keep some distance or she'll infect me. That would be fatal. Tang Chen cast a glance at the Empress' exquisite, almost imperiously beautiful face, then nonchalantly took half a step back. I still want to hold my little wife and spend a lifetime in peace. I'd better not pick up some illness. If I did catch wind chill, it wouldn't be easy to cure, so I'd better not stand so close to her. The Empress' hand beneath her sleeve clenched into a fist. I was merely reminding you not to zone out. Must you react so dramatically? With your solid physique you fear a chilly breeze. Absurd. The Empress was just about to lash out with a sneer. She had grown nearly weary of Tang Chen's insolence. But at the instant she was about to speak, it suddenly occurred to her that these were only Tang Chen's private thoughts. He had not actually voiced them aloud. A breath wedged itself in her throat. She could neither swallow it down nor spit it out. Utterly exasperating. And it was precisely at that moment that the subtle voice reached her ears once more. Jokes aside, if the Han continues to use the filial and corrupt recommendation, there is truly no way to turn the tide of decline. The imperial examination system cannot be implemented. It is a violent medicine that will surely cause trouble if used. But the 9-rank system gives no such cause for concern. Although the 9-rank system still allows the aristocratic clans to hold sway over the channels of upward mobility, at least it would bring some genuinely capable individuals into officialdom. If Her Majesty can appoint the worthy and employ the able, then the political situation of the Han could indeed be changed. Though it may not go so far as to restore order and usher in a golden age, it can at least pull the Han back a little from the brink of chaos. Hearing this, the Empress saw Tang Chen cautiously stealing a glance at her. She hastily took another sip of tea, using the action to conceal the guilt she felt from having eavesdropped on his thoughts. Then Tang Chen continued his inner mockery. But with this fatuous ruler's capability, how is she supposed to tell the loyal from the treacherous? No matter how good a selection system is in her hands, it would be squandered, utterly wasted. The Empress sprayed out a mouthful of tea, choked, and coughed repeatedly while clutching her chest. Tang Chen was sprayed full in the face, flabbergasted. Damn woman, you did that on purpose, didn't you? He was revolted inside, yet did not dare show it on his face. He pretended to remain composed, and wiped his face with his sleeve. Then with a look of concern he feigned care for the Empress' health. Your Majesty, are you unwell? Perhaps your subject should take his leave. Your Majesty, please rest well so as not to catch a cold. I knew being summoned by you meant no good. Damn it. I not only had to answer a bunch of bizarre questions, but also suffer your bullying. If I'd known earlier, I would have gone home and slept with my wife. To sleep in the warm chambers of romance until the sun was high in the sky. Wouldn't that be delightful? And I wonder what's wrong with this stupid woman, and did she leave home without taking her medicine today? Tang Chen was thoroughly repulsed. Even a beautiful woman had no excuse to spray tea all over a man's face. Moreover, the Empress' behavior today was utterly bizarre. Every aspect of it reeked of strangeness. But he still could not pinpoint what exactly was amiss with her. It was inexplicable. Perhaps this is what happens when foolishness reaches a certain level, making it impossible to tell truth from falsehood. I think this woman is beyond redemption. You'd better hurry up and restrict the vassal lords and promote the imperial examination system. Just die already. The Empress clutched her chest, the apologetic expression she had prepared frozen on her face. If she hadn't known what great abilities Tang Chen possessed, she would already have wanted to drag him out and have his head chopped off. He has real talent, but refuses to use it and refuses to serve the country. And 2 out of every 3 sentences he speaks are insults directed at her. This man, honestly. The Empress didn't know what to say anymore. But on second thought, as long as she could someday extract truly useful strategies from Tang Chen's mind, the Empress swallowed her anger. Minister Tang, are you all right? I drank a little too hastily. I didn't mean it. The Empress asked with an apologetic and concerned look. You say you didn't mean it. Who would believe that? Though such were his thoughts, Tang Chen's countenance remained unreadable. He bowed with the utmost respect, hands folded. Your servant is unharmed, only somewhat disheveled, and lacking in courtesy before your Majesty. You'd better let me go right now. Stop dawdling. My body feels terrible. I have to go back and give it a thorough wash. The Empress, aware that she was in the wrong, hurriedly sent Tang Chen back to clean off the filth. Let us stop here for today. Minister Tang, go back and wash yourself properly. This time it was my fault. Has this woman changed her ways? Now she even knows to care about people. Tang Chen felt extremely strange. But his skin was sticky, truly too uncomfortable, so he made a hasty bow and left. Then your servant shall take his leave. To appear so unbecoming before your Majesty is truly rude. I thank your Majesty for your forbearance. With that, Tang Chen turned and left. As he was leaving, he could not help muttering under his breath. So that was merely my illusion after all. This woman is still the same. She has no idea what gentleness means. She thinks apologizing is enough after doing something wrong. She didn't even think to wipe my face with a handkerchief. Even going through the motions would have been something. As expected, I simply can't regard this tyrant as a woman. Whoever becomes her lover in the future will suffer 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Tang Chen shook his head, inwardly walked out of the Qilin Hall, and hurried toward the palace gates. He was genuinely afraid the Empress had caught a cold and might infect him. Medical conditions in this day and age were far too poor. Who knew whether a serious illness might simply take him away? If his little life ended like that, it would truly be a pity. The Empress watched Tang Chen's retreating back and spat "Pa" several times. "Pa, you still want me to wipe your face? You sure are dreaming big. A bit of charm, and you forget who you are spending all day thinking about sweet things." But this Tang Chen did have some ability. The ideas he conceived seemed somewhat ridiculous at first glance. Yet upon careful thought, they were all conclusions reached after deep deliberation. Set the feudal princes to fighting among themselves. That was indeed a practical solution. But branding the Prince of Ning a rebel was no easy task. The Empress propped up her chin and pondered for a long time, yet could not find a clear line of reasoning. Forget it. In a couple of days I will summon this fellow to court again. I will simply coax his strategies out of his heart. An unrivaled minister of the realm. If I were a wise ruler with grand ambitions, I would probably be ecstatic right now. But unfortunately, I am also a great tyrant. Then I am sorry. In order to remain an incompetent ruler for the rest of my life, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Thinking of those institutions that Tang Chen was muttering about in his mind, the Empress secretly rejoiced. The 9-rank Zhongjing system. The Grace Diminishing Edict. These things sounded formidable at a glance. If she could extract them all, would she still need to worry about state affairs? She had thought her kingdom was doomed, and that she would be remembered by later generations as a monarch who lost the realm. She had never expected to encounter such a stroke of luck. The Empress was acutely aware of her own limitations, knowing she was not meant to be an emperor. Otherwise, how could a man who only knew how to flatter have reached the position of one of the 3 excellencies? Tang Chen's ability to become the censor-in-chief was proof enough of her keen eye. But what did that matter? Tang Chen was so capable, and she could stimulate his abilities to full bloom. In that way, at least her empire would be preserved, and it would not prevent her from continuing to be a useless idler. Was that not perfectly delightful? The Empress was thoroughly pleased. The joy in her seductive phoenix eyes was almost overflowing. If Tang Chen could see this scene, he would probably form a new opinion of her. She was foolish, she was cruel, but she was beautiful. How could such a beautiful person have become the emperor? What a cruel joke of fate. Bracing against the cold wind, Tang Chen returned to his residence. The moment he reached the door, he began to shout loudly. Tang Lu, Tang Lu, Tang Lu, where are you? Quick, call my wife over to attend to my bath. I've had terrible luck today. Some idiot splashed me right. From within the 3-courtyard compound, a handsome youth with delicate features walked out. He looked at Tang Chen with disdain, his expression full of helplessness. Big brother, are you dreaming again? Where would you get a sister-in-law? There are only the 2 of us at home. Don't be fooled by Tang Lu's name. It was a bit feminine. Actually, he was Tang Chen's younger brother, his full-blood brother born of the same father and mother. Their given names put together were Chun Lu, which meant morning dew. His parents had told Tang Chen this when he was a child. At that time, Tang Chen had even asked that affectionate couple what they would name another child if they had one more. The consequence of asking such a question was that he received a complete childhood. There was no help for it. Tang Chen had been mischievous since he was small. If anyone else had asked, it might have been nothing. When he asked that, who could tell what he was really thinking, whether he was mocking the couple? His father also could not discern Tang Chen's true intentions and chose to resort directly to his hands. Tang Chen still remembered calling out to his mother for help then. What he got in return was a combined beating from both parents. At any rate, he gained nothing good from it. Those were memorable days, but unfortunately, the family later fell into decline, and something happened that shattered the household. Such beautiful times could never return. This was truly a tragic story. Tang Chen stood dumbfounded on the spot. After quite a while, he broke down. So I'm actually a single dog without a wife. This is truly a sorrowful tale. Reality was so bleak. Unable to accept it, Tang Chen shouted out, "Where is the wife you promised? Where have you hidden my wife?" Tang Lu pressed his hand to his forehead and raised his face toward the sky. "Oh heavens, oh earth, please let my brother finally come to his senses. Why can a person like him become an important official at court? This world is too unfair." When it came to Tang Chen, Tang Lu had a great deal to say. That tale was a long story, hard to sum up. Growing up, he had never done a single proper human thing. From climbing trees and robbing bird nests as a child, to harassing pretty girls he saw on the street in front of everyone. If the family had not suffered misfortune later and forced him to become an official, who knew what he would be like now? Yet what Tang Lu could not understand was that such a brat or rascal all his life had actually become the censor-in-chief. Heaven truly has no eyes. What are you brooding over? Come on, let's go fishing. Seeing Tang Lu standing there with a mournful chest-beating look, Tang Chen snapped at him. Coming. Tang Lu had no choice. Not daring to defy his elder brother, he hurriedly grabbed a fishing rod and a bucket, slung a large umbrella over his shoulder, and followed Tang Chen out to fish. He had no idea yet that Tang Chen becoming an imperial censor was far from the heaven's most unjust deed. Evening. Tang Chen and Tang Lu returned to the residence. After a day of fishing, Tang Chen was in high spirits and walked in front, while Tang Lu, who had spent the whole day on his feet feeling thoroughly miserable, trailed behind, muttering to himself. Brother, you fished all day without catching a single fish, but you managed to hook 2 pieces of a girl's undergarments that had been swept away by the current. Tang Lu complained. What do you know? Your big brother isn't fishing for fish, he's fishing for refinement. You're too vulgar. We're brothers after all, you ought to learn from me. Tang Chen was in a fine mood at that moment, so instead of berating Tang Lu for his complaints, he offered him a word of guidance. Whatever you say. You sat there comfortably all day, but I stood on my feet until they ached, and you call that refinement? Tang Lu muttered under his breath. Still, no matter how unpleasant it was to stand beside his elder brother all day, what had to be done still had to be done. It was now mealtime. Since Tang Chen didn't trust vegetables bought by outsiders, Tang Lu had to go to the market to buy vegetables and meat, then bring them to the kitchen and watch the cook prepare them. Helplessly, Tang Lu walked out the main gate, but after only a few steps he backed right in again. Why did you come back? Out of money. As he spoke, Tang Chen pulled a string of cash from his pocket. But Tang Lu didn't come forward to take the money. Instead, he stood frozen with shock at the side of the path, head bowed. I say. Tang Chen was about to scold him when he saw a group of fully armed guards march in through the gate, followed by a palanquin carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes being carried inside. The golden silk curtain was lifted and a slightly languid voice spoke. Minister Tang, this residence of yours is rather shabby. Hearing that voice, Tang Chen's cheerful mood plummeted straight into the abyss. That voice, that procession. Who else could it be but the Empress? Your Majesty, though I hold one of the 3 excellencies, I am upright and incorruptible, with clean sleeves and a pure heart. I have never taken a single bribe, so naturally this residence is somewhat unimpressive. Tang Chen bowed and delivered a flowery speech. It sounded splendid enough, but it was only meant for outsiders. He himself didn't believe a word of it. Nonsense. I wasn't born into a noble clan, so I never had much money to begin with. On top of that, the court ministers all avoid forming alliances with me, the imperial censor. Where would I get the funds to renovate this place? The Empress heard his true thoughts loud and clear. She narrowed her eyes and looked Tang Chen up and down. Apart from his handsome appearance, he seemed to have few other merits. He was clearly both poor and powerless. No wonder the court ministers had little to do with him. But for an emperor, such a man was precisely the best kind. Seeing the Empress remain silent, Tang Chen was a little puzzled, but he said nothing and continued grumbling inwardly. Whether my residence is nice or not is none of your damn business. You barged over here without so much as a word, and you still have the nerve to call my place shabby. As an emperor, aside from a meager salary, you never grant any rewards. And yet you have the audacity to say it out loud. What a joke. The Empress heard these 2 thoughts as well, and her delicate brows knitted together in displeasure. You're poor because you didn't know how to pick your parents. If you weren't born into a noble clan, you should count yourself lucky that I even made you an official. The Empress thought, coldly watching Tang Chen without raising the real matter. Your Majesty, I have failed to welcome you from afar. May I ask what matter your Majesty wishes to command of me? Tang Chen inquired respectfully. I do have something. You. The Empress had barely spoken half a sentence when Tang Chen's complaints drifted into her ears, making her swallow the rest of her words. What are you staring at? If you've got something to say it quickly. My stomach's empty. Who has time to stand here while you dawdle? This remark earned him a furious glare from the Empress. Listen to me properly. The moment she grew angry, all the surrounding guards fell to their knees. Tang Chen, knowing he wasn't like his brother, an official with privileges, hastily knelt down along with the rest. He secretly thought that his elder brother's luck was far too good, that the Empress herself had personally graced his home truly meant the heavens had no eyes. He just couldn't understand why the Empress had suddenly grown angry. Your Majesty, I am all ears. Tang Chen didn't kneel, but he bowed deeply, looking extremely solemn and dignified. Humph. The Empress gave a cold snort and was about to speak. But at that moment, she heard Tang Chen's inner voice. This little woman certainly has a temper. You came and said nothing and started putting on airs for me. If you weren't the Empress, I'd teach you a lesson you wouldn't forget. You. The Empress shot to her feet in fury, pointing at Tang Chen and ready to berate him. But the words reached her lips and stopped. The Empress thought to herself that this wasn't the first time Tang Chen had silently cursed her like this. At least he remained respectful on the surface. These private matters could wait. The pressing issue came first. So the Empress stepped down from her palanquin, seated herself at the stone table in the courtyard, and said gravely, Earlier today, I spoke with you about stirring conflict among the princes. As she spoke, the Empress' gaze drifted toward the guards beside them. Those guards immediately covered their ears. Tang Lu, standing nearby, also shuddered and quickly covered his ears. Seeing this, the Empress withdrew her gaze and fixed her eyes on Tang Chen again. I've thought it over. I've decided to hang the charge of rebellion on Prince Ning, thereby provoking infighting among the princes and weakening their strength. However, this matter won't be easy to carry out. I came to find you today specifically because I want you to give me a detailed strategy. Having said these two sentences, the Empress fell silent and stared quietly at Tang Chen, waiting for his answer. This matter is indeed rather difficult, Tang Chen said with a troubled look, then sank into thought. Hanging a rebellion charge on Prince Ning. That little woman's actually pretty clever. She even thought of this herself. Save me from having to suggest it. But right now there's a far more troublesome issue. She wants me to plan it for her. Prince Ning's power is formidable. This won't be easy. If we're not careful, we could fail and lose everything. And Prince Ning might come with a clear the court campaign, chopping down both this little tyrant Empress and me together. Hearing nothing but complaints and not a single useful word of strategy, the Empress frowned in irritation. Minister Tang, are you actually coming up with a plan? What are you urging? Urged by the Empress, Tang Chen, who was already vexed by his deliberations, instinctively blurted out a most irreverent phrase. But he reacted swiftly, swallowing the vulgar word before it could escape, lest the Empress fly into a rage and have his head chopped off. Though Tang Chen enjoyed entertaining irreverent thoughts about the Empress, he kept them locked within his heart. He was not foolish enough to utter them aloud, knowing full well that doing so would spell certain death. Yet even if his lips were sealed, his heart remained free to speak. What are you nagging about? You come here begging for help, and yet this is your attitude. It's a good thing I have such a mild temper. If anyone else stood in my place today, they'd have handed you a rotten scheme and sent this benighted sovereign to her grave even sooner. As before, the Empress heard every word with perfect clarity. Such disrespectful remarks made her furious, yet at the same time, they set her mind at ease. Because Tang Chen's inner voice said that someone else might offer a wicked scheme which implied that at least he himself would not resort to such means. This reassured the Empress, and she quietly waited for him to finish his thoughts. Pin the label of rebellion onto Prince Ning. That truly is no easy task. If handled well, Prince Ning would fall to infighting with the other feudal princes. But if mishandled, and the other princes came to believe the court intended to strip their fiefs, then instead of turning on one another, they would unite against the court. Isn't that precisely what cleanse the court of evil ministers means? The feudal princes would band together and raise their armies in revolt, yet to claim the moral high ground and justify their actions, they would never openly declare rebellion. Instead, they would rally under the banner of cleansing evil ministers from the emperor's side. Their implication would be treacherous ministers surround the emperor, and it is they who pushed for the reduction of fiefs. The princes rise in arms not to rebel, but to purge the court of corrupt sycophants. As these thoughts churned through his mind, Tang Chen's eyes darted shrewdly until at last he reached a conclusion. If I want to pin a crime on Prince Ning, I must ensure he loses the moral high ground. Not a single word of this reasoning escaped the Empress' ears. She savored his words, then nodded without stopping. The Empress mused that Tang Chen truly lived up to his reputation as one of the three excellencies. The imperial censor-in-chief with a mind meticulous beyond compare and an uncanny ability to foresee the currents of the times. If the court moved to strip the fiefs, the feudal princes would inevitably unite. That much was predictable. Moreover, they would wave the banner of the emperor is misled by treacherous ministers. We rise not to rebel, but to cleanse the court. The Empress found this refreshing and enlightening. She was certain that the feudal princes would indeed act in this manner. But while she could foresee these troubles, the question remained, how was she to resolve them? At this thought, the Empress turned a desperate, yearning gaze upon Tang Chen. Had there not been others present, she would have wept at his feet. She, a woman in the full bloom of youth, had been forced to inherit the throne and clean up the mess left behind by generations of former emperors who had fattened the feudal princes like prize pigs. How difficult was that? Her hope was to move Tang Chen with her plight so that he would gladly lend his aid. Alas, she hoped in vain. But now that I think of it, who the emperor is has nothing to do with me. All I want is to lie low and be a nobody of an imperial censor. If the Empress gets chopped to bits by the princes, and a new prince ascends the throne as emperor, wouldn't he still need this imperial censor services? So why should I trouble myself with this affair? These thoughts of Tang Chen reached the Empress' ears with unerring accuracy. Tang Chen, you. The Empress rose furiously, pointing at Tang Chen's nose as she thundered. If you can't come up with a solution, I'll put you to death right this moment and throw you into the fish pond to feed the carp. She was genuinely angry. She had come to Tang Chen with the best of intentions, treating a minister with humility, seeking him out herself, sitting down with him for an equal exchange, or at least a relatively equal one. Yet Tang Chen's thoughts revealed a man who wanted nothing to do with her, who planned to keep lying low and blissfully idle even after the feudal princes marched in to claim the throne. A man like that, If she didn't tear his hide off, the resentment festering in her heart would never find relief. But truly she could not kill him. Your Majesty, your humble servant, is still thinking. Please be patient. Tang Chen bowed courteously, then resumed his deliberation. Why did she suddenly fly off the handle? Here I am racking my brains for you, and you haven't a shred of patience. You want to cut down the feudal princes. Dream on. As he pondered, Tang Chen suddenly straightened his back, took off his black official hat, and placed it upon the ground. Just as the Empress was wondering what he meant to do, Tang Chen declared in a loud voice, Your Majesty, your servant has racked his brains, but can devise no solution. I feel unworthy to hold this office. Please seek counsel from someone more capable. Hearing this, the Empress was stunned. The sudden strike caught her completely off guard. She had thought Tang Chen would struggle a little longer and at least offer some sort of plan, but now it seemed that even on the matter of her life and death, he had chosen to lie flat and give up entirely. Seeing matters reach this point, Tang Lu, standing nearby, grew deeply anxious and edged a step or two toward the guard beside him. He did so to ensure that should the worst come to pass, he could snatch the guard's sword. With his martial skill, while he might not be able to slaughter these guards, he could certainly shield his elder brother and fight their way out of encirclement. Forget it, Tang Chen. Since you can think of nothing, then so be it. Just as the atmosphere grew thick with tension, the Empress did nothing to Tang Chen. She merely waved her hand and let the matter go. Yet even as she said that, the Empress could not bring herself to rise and leave, for she truly needed Tang Chen. The matter of the feudal princes could not be put off any longer. Who knew if, even as she spoke with Tang Chen, the princes were plotting behind closed doors to wring every last benefit from the court. But Tang Chen was unwilling to help. Thus the Empress found herself caught in a dilemma, at a loss for what to do. In the end, she could only sprawl over the stone table, burying her head in her arms. Your Majesty. Tang Chen opened his mouth, calling out softly. He did not intend to console her. He merely wished to remind the Empress that it was time for her to leave, as he still had not eaten his meal. When the Empress made no reply and still kept her head buried in her arms, lost in some unknown thought, Tang Chen's gaze lingered on her for a while longer. At this moment, the Empress looked even more desolate than his shabby residence. She was like a poor soul abandoned by all, with no one left to turn to. Able only to lie against the stone table, head buried in her arms, seeking a brief escape from the cruel, cold reality of the world. It was not surprising. For although the Empress was a sovereign, the son of heaven of Han, vested with authority by divine mandate, she was still a young woman after all. After gazing at her for a while, a pang of reluctance stirred in Tang Chen's heart. Maybe I should help her. She does look awfully pitiful. No, I mustn't. If I help the Empress, I'll become the target of the feudal princes and the court officials who back them. Utterly perilous. And even if I truly help her triumph in stripping the fiefs, what do I stand to gain? So I'd rather just stay lying low. There are so many poor and helpless souls in this world. One more or less hardly makes a difference, does it? Tang Chen, you are truly cold-blooded. While Tang Chen was muttering to himself, the Empress was also listening, her head still buried in her arms, uttering this remark without context. What does your Majesty mean by that? Tang Chen was startled and asked in bewilderment. Hearing this, the Empress gave no reply. He refused to help her, made sarcastic remarks, and now even feigned ignorance. How infuriating. At that thought, the Empress felt her nose sting with acidity, tears welling up in her eyes as she nearly revealed her vulnerable side. Yet she immediately recalled her father's words from the day she ascended the throne, and her resolve hardened. After a moment of deliberation, she suddenly sat up straight, her beautiful eyes locking onto Tang Chen as she said, I believe you do have a solution, but you simply refuse to help me without some benefit. Your Majesty, you overthink it. Tang Chen's first instinct was to deny it. Silence. The Empress snapped, then continued, but after considering it, I think you were right to refuse. After all, I was asking you to help me without offering anything in return, and doing so would make you enemies of many. It's only natural that you wouldn't agree. Hearing this, Tang Chen appeared utterly unfazed on the surface, but in his heart he agreed with the Empress' words. Of course, even if we are ruler and subject, expecting me to risk my life on a mere word from you is far too fanciful. Do you truly think of yourself as some heaven-ordained son of God whose word is absolute law? As he was thinking, the Empress spoke again. That being the case, I can make you a promise. If you are willing to form an alliance with me, I can bestow upon you the position of Grand Preceptor. Grand Preceptor? What does your Majesty mean by this? Tang Chen asked. He was quite baffled, for even as one of the three excellencies serving as the censor-in-chief, he had never known the court to have any such position as Grand Preceptor. The position of Grand Preceptor is one of supreme honor. I can establish it as a unique post, standing above all but one, wielding immense authority, overseeing investigations and arrests, supervising all officials, and commanding finances, provisions, and military affairs. There is nothing beyond its reach. The Empress declared in a resounding voice. Her words struck Tang Chen's ears, sending a tremor through his mighty frame. Grand Preceptor? Isn't this just a superpowered prime minister? It can oversee all officials and root out corruption above and manage the financial and military lifelines of the state below. In truth, this is almost equivalent to the emperor himself. Even a feudal prince would have to encroach on court interests and gnaw away bit by bit to stir up trouble. But if the Grand Preceptor wanted to rebel, the emperor might go to sleep with his eyes closed and wake up on the execution ground the next day. This position is of critical importance. I wonder why she trusts me so much as to promise such enormous power. As she listened to Tang Chen's true thoughts, a smile gradually spread across the emperor's face. If the Grand Preceptor position were truly established in the future, Tang Chen would indeed be able to threaten her rule. But the question was, who could be more reliable than a man whose every thought she could read? By promising Tang Chen the position of Grand Preceptor, his power would one day reach staggering heights. Yet because she knew his every thought, she could always stay one step ahead and counter any move in advance. Thus, on the surface, she was handing Tang Chen immense authority to act without restraint. In reality, she was concentrating all power into the hands of the person she trusted most. This time Tang Chen was playing at the first level, while the Empress was playing at the fifth. So what do you say? Are you willing to accept? The Empress asked. Let me think it over. Tang Chen did not rush to agree. The position of Grand Preceptor is indeed tempting, but the problem is I don't want to deal with so many affairs. I just want to lie flat and do nothing. Upon hearing this inner thought, the Empress said, I know you don't want to get entangled in so many matters, but think about it. If you become Grand Preceptor, the feudal princes will fall, the realm will be at peace, and won't you then be free to do whatever you please and lie flat to your heart's content? By then, with your status, what beauty could you not obtain? What wealth could you not command? If you enjoy fishing, you could recline on the lap of the most beautiful woman in the world and cast your line. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Otherwise, do you truly believe you can while away your life in idleness, untouched by conflict? If the brutal Prince Ning seizes power, then besides those he has planted in the court, all former ministers will be purged. At that point, you'd be lucky just to survive. With these three statements, the Empress laid out the stakes clearly, then quietly watched Tang Chen. Though he had not yet answered, she knew that he would almost certainly be won over and become her ally. Although all ministers were subjects of the emperor, just as ministers formed factions among themselves, emperors and ministers also forged alliances when needed. Joining forces to deal with officials who were outwardly united but inwardly divided was an age-old convention. The conditions your Majesty offers are indeed most tempting, Tang Chen said, genuinely stirred, though he still had one matter to ask. How does your Majesty intend to fulfill this promise to me? As the saying goes, words alone are nothing but air. You can't just flap your lips and expect me to faithfully ally with you. What if when the time comes you kill the donkey after it finishes the millwork or burn the bridge after crossing the river? Once the feudal princes are pacified, you have me executed. So an empty promise simply won't do. Or perhaps you'll grant me an empty title telling me I hold great power, but in reality no one will pay me any mind. How awkward would that be? As Tang Chen mulled over his concerns in his mind, the Empress listened quietly, knowing everything he was thinking. After some deliberation, the Empress said, I cannot appoint you Grand Preceptor at this moment, for the feudal princes and the great aristocratic clans hold too much power. If I did so, they would surely obstruct it. As she spoke, the Empress rose and walked before Tang Chen, straightening his posture, and smiled. But as I weaken the feudal princes and the powerful clans, I will gradually transfer the authority and resources I gain to you. Hearing this, Tang Chen nodded, feeling it was entirely feasible. The title of Grand Preceptor was merely a name. Having the title did not mean one truly possessed the power. Only by seizing control of the power held by the aristocratic clans and feudal princes could Tang Chen, when holding court, face the prostrations of the assembled ministers and hear them respectfully proclaim, Long live His Majesty, long live the Grand Preceptor. After thinking it over, Tang Chen waved his hand grandly and said, fine. So that I can truly lie flat and enjoy an easy life in the future, I'll join you in eliminating these destabilizing factors. Those feudal princes. Well, just crush them. Excellent. The Empress nodded in satisfaction, delighted to have finally persuaded Tang Chen. Watching from the side, Tang Lu trembled with excitement upon seeing Tang Chen and the Empress finally reach an agreement, and stammered eagerly, thighs. This, our old Tang family, is going to rise. The rise of the Tang family. This was the aspiration of a family that was neither large nor grand, a pursuit their ancestors had begun long ago. Unfortunately, none of those forebears had Tang Chen's luck. They had originally hoped, amid the shifting of power during Emperor Wu's reign, to play the opportunist and become ministers who aided the new sovereign. Yet they had not anticipated backing the wrong side. Instead, they were implicated, and a great many were executed. That was why the Tang family now had only Tang Chen and Tang Lu's branch left. Was it not simply because all the other branches had been wiped out? But come to think of it, rising to prominence is hardly an easy thing. Standing nearby, Tang Lu had been delighted for a moment upon hearing the Emperor's promise to his elder brother, but then his spirits immediately sank. He thought to himself, would he and his elder brother also choose the wrong side? and end up being wiped out. That would be simply terrifying. The Tang family had originally possessed several branches, but every one that chose the wrong side had been wiped out except these two brothers. If they chose wrong once more then. No. No. Tang Lu frightened himself into a shiver. Frowning, he resolved in his heart if his elder brother wanted to side with the Empress, so be it. He himself would merely stand on the sidelines and watch. Otherwise, if someday the Empress and his elder brother both collapsed together, the Tang family would be left without descendants. Compared with Tang Lu's dread, Tang Chen was far more relaxed. After agreeing to the Empress' terms, he immediately began thinking on her behalf. Minister Tang, since you and I are now allies, please speak out the plan in your heart. The Empress said with a smile. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Your minister certainly has a plan, but it will have to wait until later. Tang Chen answered respectfully. It was not that he did not want to speak, he simply did not know what to do yet. What? You mean you don't have a plan at all? The Empress was somewhat dazed and increasingly felt that this ally she had recruited was truly a bit unreliable. If he was going to lie flat and drift, he could at least wait until he had obtained the post of Grand Preceptor. To lie flat at this critical moment and produce no plan. What difference was there between that and lying like a corpse? With this thought, the Empress was about to say a few words to spur Tang Chen on. But then she heard the voice in Tang. I did think of something really. It's just not convenient to say it now, and I still need time to prepare. So let the Empress go back for the time being. As for this plan, I want to mull it over carefully and make it thorough lest any mishap occur and cause a great collapse. Hearing this, the Empress came to understand that Tang Chen was not without a plan. He already had a preliminary strategy that merely needed careful polishing. She thereupon heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Minister Tang, take your time thinking, do not rush. I will set off back now. With that, the guards nearby heard the sound and immediately came to the Empress. Using a piece of fine jade, one of them lifted the trailing edge of her resplendent garment, preventing her from stepping on it and falling as she rose. At that moment, it occurred to Tang Chen that he had something else to ask. Your Majesty, I have one more favor to request. What is it? The Empress turned and asked. He spoke only one word before turning to glance at Tang Lu beside him, his eyes holding a trace of oddity calculation and a hint that he was about to swindle someone. Catching that look, Tang Lu's body gave a jolt. Realizing that matters were not so simple, he shouted inwardly, my dear elder brother, don't set me up. Then Tang Chen turned back to the Empress, bowed, and said, I beg your Majesty to bestow a post upon this fool of a younger brother of mine, allowing him to enter and leave the palace and command a number of martial warriors. Hearing this, Tang Lu, who had been planning to play dead so that he would not have to follow his elder brother to the Empress' side, let out a startled cry. At that moment his heart went thump, and it felt as if a basin of icy water had been poured over his head and down to his feet, chilled clean through. Why? The Empress' elegant brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Tang Chen. She was somewhat displeased. Though Tang Chen had decided to side with her, he had yet to offer any useful plan, and now he actually dared to ask for an official position. If in the future Tang Chen gained power, wouldn't he ask for her very seat? I naturally have my reasons. Tang Chen gave a respectful reply on the surface, but in his heart, he was thinking something else entirely. Nonsense. Do you even need to ask why? I pay heed to no one in the court, and I have no clique or party. I need someone to help me. Also, Tang Lu is accomplished in martial arts. In his early years, he followed a wandering swordsman and studied both martial arts and military strategy. He never quite mastered military strategy, but his martial arts he learned quite well. Say no more, just agree to it quickly. Why must there be so many whys between a ruler and her minister? After hearing these inner thoughts, the Empress raised an eyebrow, set her gaze on Tang Lu, and felt a little puzzled. He is skilled in martial arts. I truly hadn't expected that this lazy dog of a Tang Chen who loves to lie flat would have such a formidable younger brother. But it did not matter. Since the man was useful, he could be taken into service. Since Minister Tang has spoken, I cannot refuse your request. Let your younger brother serve as ducal guard commandant. The Empress commanded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Chen bowed in respect, then looked at Tang Lu and ordered, Why are you standing in a daze? Come and bow in gratitude. Oh well, brother. Tang Lu was almost in tears now. If he had wanted to borrow his elder brother's influence to gain an official post, he would have brought it up long ago. There was no need for Tang Chen to ask the Empress on his behalf. Tang Lu's idea had been to maintain neutrality, so that if his elder brother chose the wrong side in the future, he would not be caught in the crossfire. But the course of events had turned out exactly the opposite of what he had envisioned. Yet what could he do? The Empress had already agreed. It was said that the word of the sovereign was golden, and a single statement could not be chased back even by 4 horses. How could she take it back? Thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Lu bowed and gave thanks, but his tone seemed less like he had received an honor than like the Empress had punished him. The Empress did not say much more on this trivial matter. She simply left directly. As soon as she was gone, Tang Lu rushed up to his elder brother and demanded, Brother, why did you ask the Empress to arrange a position for me? I don't want to be an official. Oh, come off it. Not wanting to be an official. Tang Chen knew his brother's thoughts well and rolled his eyes at him. I know what you're thinking. You are just afraid that I might back the wrong side and be liquidated like the old patriarch, aren't you? Don't worry. As long as you follow me faithfully, our Tang family will rise high and flourish in the future. Hearing this, Tang Lu was on the verge of tears. Brother, if you're going to be blunt, at least give me a proper post. This ducal guard commandant is just an attendant. Isn't that still working as your underling? What can I do about it? The Empress is stingy. Go tell her yourself if you have a complaint. Tang Chen sat down on the stone bench where the Empress had just been sitting and, utterly unmindful of the situation, added, Hurry up and cook some fine dishes. Your elder brother is hosting a dinner tonight. I'm not going. Tang Lu refused to go along. Seeing this, Tang Chen said nothing, merely slowly narrowed his eyes and watched his younger brother. Night. In the shabby residence of the censor-in-chief, one of the three excellencies, a table of wine and dishes had been laid out. By comparison, not quite so shabby. But the few people he had invited were rather shabby. A sturdy middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a broken sword on his back, and a scholar whose clothes were wrinkled from poverty, yet who still clutched a tattered book. You tricked me and still expect me to cook for you. Choke to death on it. Tang Lu carried a plate of sumptuous dishes toward the courtyard, muttering under his breath. But just as when he had thrown down the ladle and refused to cook, only to end up doing it anyway, he now walked up to Tang Chen, said nothing more, set the dishes on the table with a stern face, and sat down. Everyone. Seeing the dishes all served, Tang Chen swept his gaze over the people at the table. After a pause, he said, You are all the friends and kin that I, Tang Chen, have. As he said this, Tang Chen felt he was truly wretched. Being censor-in-chief had brought him no benefits. He still had to run all over the place for the court every day, and on top of that his relatives and friends could be counted on these three people. Of the two, the one carrying a sword was named Han Dynasty, a penniless wretch but hardly lacking in ability. It was he who had taught Tang Lu martial arts. The other, holding a book, was Zhang Liang. He had originally had no connection with Tang Chen. Once, when begging for food, he had come to the mansion and received a meal's kindness. Looking at these two, Tang Chen felt even more miserable. One was named Zhang Liang, and the other Han Dynasty, but they were by no means the two renowned figures of history. If the Zhang Liang and Han Dynasty who helped Liu Bang achieve his great undertaking were the originals, then these two could only be considered cosplay fanfiction creations. They bore such names for no other reason than a whimsical fancy to imitate Zhang Liang and Han Dynasty. Lord Tang jests. As the esteemed censor-in-chief, how could you have only the three of us as relatives and friends? Zhang Liang said with a smile. Nonsense. If I had anyone else to turn to, I wouldn't have called you. If I had any other acquaintances. Tang Chen said indignantly. Hearing this, Han Dynasty calmly ate his food and drank his wine, his face empty of expression. Zhang Liang, still wearing a smile, went on, Lord Tang, you have a discerning eye for talent. I am full of admiration. May I ask what you have commanded us here for today? Hearing this, Tang Chen thought to himself with flattery, this clumsy, he did not resemble the historical Zhang Liang in the least. He had no idea how the man had the nerve to rename himself Zhang Liang. Even so, Tang Chen still brought up the matter. Her Majesty came to me today and asked me to serve her. I have no faction and I ultimately need my own power base, so I plan to groom the two of you. Hearing this, Han Dynasty still had no reaction, whereas Zhang Liang smiled and said, That is hardly unexpected. The realm now has many vassal princes, and Her Majesty must have long suspected them. Since the court is mostly filled with ministers propped up by those princes, it makes perfect sense that Her Majesty would turn to you, Lord Tang. Nonsense. Even the children in the streets know what you just said. Tang Chen shot him a dissatisfied glare. That fellow was saying that the court was basically ministers supported by the vassal princes, and that Her Majesty could find Lord Tang. Wasn't that just plainly saying that Tang Chen was a salted fish so useless that even the various factions forming their own cliques did not want him? As if aware that he had phrased it badly, Zhang Liang turned to the real topic. Lord Tang, we are immensely grateful that you think so highly of us. But how do you intend to send us into the court and make us your helpmates? That hit the point squarely. Tang Chen's idea in summoning them was simply to have them enter court as officials and build up his own faction. The problem, however, was that he had only just allied himself with the Empress and did not yet have much authority. How could he possibly put two men into court posts? Well, that is something I shall have to think over carefully. Tang Chen pondered for a while, then said, It is simple. Han Dynasty will take a military post. You, Zhang Liang. I will have the Empress grant you the post of Recorder Sima. As long as you can enter the court, everything will become easy. That would be excellent. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. Han Dynasty, what do you think? Seeing that Zhang Liang had no objection, Tang Chen immediately shifted his gaze to Han Dynasty. Since arriving, Han Dynasty had not said a single word. Even when he saw his own disciple, he acted as if he had not seen him. Now it was time for him to make his stance known. Lord Tang. Han Xian called out, then rose and walked before Tang Chen head high and chest. Just as Tang Chen wondered what he was about to do, Han Xian suddenly dropped to one knee, cupped his fists, and said, "Since Lord Tang thinks so highly of Han Xian, this rotten life of mine is yours." No. If you call your life rotten, then I, who had no choice but to turn to you too, am probably. Tang Chen wiped his sweat, did not finish the sentence, and then devoted himself to the meal. The next day, Tang Chen, as usual, washed up early in the morning and prepared to attend the morning court. His younger brother Tang Lu too had spruced himself up today, ready to accompany his elder brother to the imperial palace and take up the post of commandant of the Excellencies Guard along the way. Literally speaking, the post meant guarding Tang Chen, one of the three Excellencies, and in actuality that was indeed the case. This left Tang Lu in low spirits, so he kept dragging his feet. By the time the brothers reached the imperial palace, the morning court had almost begun. Even the Empress was walking toward the hall of deliberation and ran straight into them. "Your Majesty." Recalling the previous night's events, Tang Chen immediately stepped forward to call the Empress to a halt and said, "Your subject has talents to recommend." With that, he took out a memorial recording the detailed information of Zhang Liang and Han Xian and handed it to the Empress for her perusal. After reading it, the Empress nodded and said, "It seems you are genuinely attentive to my affairs. You have already begun to gather talent for me." After a word of praise, the Empress changed her tone and added, "But the other day, I wished to institute the imperial examination system to select talent from among the common people, and you would not allow it. Why do you now recommend commoner talent? Are you not afraid of drawing the hostility of the powerful aristocratic clans? Your subject is upright in all his conduct. To serve your Majesty, I naturally ought to put life and death out of mind," Tang Chen declared with solemn righteousness. But that was not what he was thinking. "How could I not be afraid? Yesterday, in a hot-headed moment, I agreed to your terms. I have already boarded a pirate ship. What use is being afraid now? But then again, the aristocratic clans may not necessarily be hostile to me. The post of recorder Sima is merely a sinecure. Even if the ministers are unwilling to let Zhang Liang take office, it is nothing more than reluctance. The truly troublesome matter is arranging Han Xian into the military. The scions of the aristocratic clans control the armed forces. Accomplishing this will be genuinely troublesome, but it is not entirely impossible. You, the Empress, need only hold firm first." "Very well." The Empress, having heard Tang Chen's inner voice and knowing that he was confident, did not refuse. After the brief conversation, the morning court began as usual. The female emperor entered the great hall through one of the main gates, while Tang Chen made his way in through the narrow passage reserved for the ministers. Then a group of ministers, each nursing his own ulterior motives, chanted "Long live the female emperor," with stony faces and utterly unruffled composure. Even if they wished the female emperor dead in their hearts, they had to shout it all the same. "Rise, my dear ministers." The female emperor made a gesture for them to stand. "We thank your Majesty." The ministers straightened up, raised their heads, and silently watched the emperor, without saying a word, hoping to bring the morning court to a swift end. After the emperor had spoken on some relatively important matters, she brought out the memorial Tang Chen had given her. This was an odd move. According to convention, when ministers wished to recommend someone for office, the emperor had to endorse the memorial and then pass it to the Ministry of Personnel for review. The emperor's view could directly influence the outcome of the review, but at this time many ministers at court came from aristocratic clans or had been propped up by feudal princes, so whether the recommendation passed still depended on the Minister of Personnel. But today the female emperor did not endorse the memorial and hand it to the Minister of Personnel. Instead, she directly affixed her seal to it. After stamping it, the female emperor set the memorial down, smiled at Tang Chen, and said, "Minister Tang, I have read the memorial for the talents you recommended and find them all feasible, so I have approved it directly. There is no need to send it to the Ministry of Personnel." When he heard this, Tang Chen, who should have been grateful for such a great favor from the emperor, could not feel a trace of gratitude. He stood rooted to the spot, his expression growing heavier and heavier. Meanwhile, the other ministers all turned their strange gazes toward Tang Chen, in unison, their expressions hostile. Does any minister here have an objection? Seeing that Tang Chen neither thanked her nor said a word, and that his face was so grave, the female emperor also sensed that something was wrong and asked aloud. But the ministers did not answer. They merely sneered a few times and withdrew their gazes. Tang Chen too said nothing and stood there without a single word. The female emperor grew even more puzzled. She pricked up her ears, wanting to hear what Tang Chen was thinking. "Geez, you brainless female tyrant, are you stupid?" Hearing that, Tang Chen could not help but curse inwardly. The female emperor frowned slightly, but she did not get angry. She simply kept listening. "Why couldn't you have just endorsed the memorial and sent it to the Ministry of Personnel for review? What problem could there be in that? At worst, you could have added, 'I strongly feel this is feasible,' and that would have been the end of it. By approving it on the spot after a single glance, you've only given me a useless green light." But those sharp-eyed ministers now see that you trust me so deeply that anyone I recommend can enter office without even being reviewed by the ministry. And in that situation, even those who didn't want to treat me as an enemy would have no choice but to do so. After hearing all this, the female emperor was stunned, and then she was seized by guilt for having made a huge mistake. She thought to herself that she was still too young and had far too little regard for Tang Chen. Tang Chen had always been one to keep his head down, and he had agreed to help her only because keeping his head down was no longer an option. Even so, as one of the three excellencies and censor-in-chief, Tang Chen, though young, was still a shrewd one. He had a very clear grasp of all the court's hidden twists and turns. If he had needed her to directly bring Zhang Liang into office, would Tang Chen not have mentioned it in passing? The fact that he had not mentioned it proved there was no need for such an extra move. Damn. The female emperor's body trembled, and her back pressed against the dragon throne as she looked at Tang Chen with guilt. Tang Chen, however, was not entirely despairing. Pulling himself together, he bowed and said, "I thank your Majesty for your regard. I am overwhelmed by the honor." "No, it's nothing." The female emperor waved her hands again and set the memorial. Afterward, a minister stepped forward. Without bowing to the female emperor, he asked directly, "Your Majesty, may I ask what positions the censor-in-chief has recommended people for?" At this, the female emperor took a deep breath, resumed her usual dignified and imposing manner, and said coldly, "Not important positions. Merely a records officer and a military post as commandant of the valiant cavalry." She made it sound so trivial precisely to make the others think that the people Tang Chen had arranged were only filling idle posts, thereby avoiding too much hostility toward him. However, the ministers were not so easily fobbed off. "Your Majesty, the records officer is a sinecure. That position has long been vacant, so it is a good thing that the censor-in-chief has found someone to fill it." The minister who had asked the question was old and doddering. He praised the move first, then changed tack and suddenly said, "But as for this commandant of the valiant cavalry, I consider it improper." Before the female emperor could ask why, the minister went on, "No matter how low a military post is, it still commands soldiers, so it must be given to someone trustworthy. The great families all have plenty of sons. Why must your Majesty give the commandant post to an outsider?" This. The female emperor thought for a moment, but could not think of an answer, so she could only look at Tang Chen and ask, "Minister Tang, what do you think?" "I think this minister speaks sensibly. It would be better not to leave this post to an outsider. Your Majesty may simply cross out this candidate." Tang Chen replied with deference. Hearing this, the other ministers saw that Tang Chen was not insisting on an outsider serving as commandant of the valiant cavalry, and their expressions softened somewhat. The female emperor, however, felt rather crestfallen. Helplessly, she crossed out Han Xian's name on the memorial, a welter of emotions churning in her heart. "I really am useless." That was what the female emperor thought. Earlier, for no apparent reason, she had taken it upon herself to approve the memorial, drawing the minister's suspicion onto Tang Chen. That alone had already done him a great deal of harm. And now Han Xian, whom Tang Chen had wanted to place in the military, also had to be crossed off under the opposition of the other ministers. This made the female emperor feel that she was truly unworthy of being emperor. Though she sat in the highest place, she had only been holding Tang Chen back. While the female emperor was lost in such thoughts, Tang Chen, for his part, did not see any problem at all. "A trivial matter. I expected all along that these old bastards would object, so Han Xian's inability to enter the military is only natural and entirely within my expectations. But just because he cannot enter the military now does not mean he won't be able to later. I have my own way to handle this." With that thought, Tang Chen smiled smugly, stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, and wore a look of complete indifference. This made the female emperor feel a little better. The matter had been rejected by the ministers, yet Tang Chen had not given up. Instead, he had come up with another plan. He was truly dependable. At that moment, Tang Lu, clad in full armor, was standing guard outside the court hall waiting for Tang Chen to come out. Having witnessed the entire scene, Tang Lu could not help muttering inwardly, "This emperor is useless. My elder brother is still willing to help her. Maybe he's afraid that if the female emperor falls in the future, he, neutral as he is, will be swept into the disaster. Or perhaps he wants to make the Tang family rise. In any case, please don't let it be that he has been stirred by her looks, a toad longing for a bite of dragon flesh." Eventually, the morning court session drew to a close in a less than pleasant atmosphere. After the ritual salutations, Tang Chen and the assembled ministers withdrew from court and went home. Walking along the stone-paved avenue of the imperial palace, Tang Chen cast a glance at Tang Lu beside him and said coolly, "Not bad. With that armor on, you actually look like a proper person." "I think so too." "Wait, when have I ever not looked like a proper person?" Tang Lu said, a note of grievance creeping into his voice. Seeing that Tang Chen was ignoring him, Tang Lu felt even more displeased and could not help recalling his earlier anxieties and his suspicions of Tang Chen's true motives. He grew increasingly bereft of a sense of security and increasingly reluctant to follow his elder brother into this muddy mess. "Brother, it was you who made me commander of the Imperial Guard. Isn't that just to be your bodyguard? Do you think I actually wanted this post? If it comes to that, I'll simply quit. Tang Lu shouted in discontent. Hearing this, Tang Chen made no response and merely fell silent. This struck Tang Lu as bizarre, and he could not help stealing a glance at Tang Chen. In ordinary times, when he tried to hand in his resignation, his elder brother would narrow his eyes and throw him a look laced with menace. But now, uncharacteristically, he had fallen silent. A moment passed. Seemingly struck by a thought, Tang Chen spoke. I have weighed the matter carefully. Today, that mind-numbing maneuver of the Empress fully demonstrates that she is a benighted monarch. Though this is the consequence of everyone guarding against her and refusing to teach her the art of governing ministers, she must nevertheless learn it gradually. Before she has become a proper emperor, we will have to brave enormous danger. If I am killed, you will inevitably be caught up in the disaster, and the Tang bloodline will end with us. Therefore, it would be best if you return to our hometown, concealing your identity and living in obscurity. If I die in the days ahead, pretend you don't know me. If I survive, I will send for you then, so you can come to Chang'an and enjoy yourself. With these 3 sentences, Tang Chen, that less than qualified elder brother, showed a rare benevolent expression. Having heard these words, Tang Lu, who had already wanted to leave, was now even more eager to take his departure. Yet he could not voice his decision. For the two of them had grown up together from childhood, and after their parents died, they had relied on each other for their very survival. Tang Chen was fond of exploiting his younger brother Tang Lu, but never to an excessive degree. Moreover, whenever some good fortune came his way, he would always think of Tang Lu. Thus, after turning over the memories of the past, Tang Lu finally made up his mind. No, I still won't go. I'm afraid that if I leave, you'll be left to die in the wild, and not even a single soul will be there to bury you. How miserable that would be. Tang Lu finished. Very well then. You chose to remain of your own free will, so don't blame me for the consequences later. With that, Tang Chen clasped his hands behind his back and strode onward. Watching his brother's receding figure, Tang Lu gave a soft hum, suspicion stirring in his heart. Why did he feel that he had been taken in by his elder brother once again? This must be an illusion, surely. Just as Tang Lu was lost in thought, Tang Chen, who was walking in front, revealed a faint, barely perceptible smile. In terms of scheming and cunning, you are far too inexperienced compared to that benighted ruler. I knew that while you talked about backing out, you would never truly make up your mind. But it hardly matters. As your elder brother, I can't betray you. If the situation turns bad, I'll see you safe. Subsequently, the two continued on their way. Tang Chen did not realize, however, that the words he had just spoken in his heart had been distinctly overheard by the Empress, who was sitting in a sedan chair not far away. This made her understand that Tang Chen did not trust her in the least. As for cooperating with her, it was merely because, being the Grand Censor, even if he wished to lie flat and idle like a salted fish, he would not be permitted to do so once the court collapsed. After all, everyone else had aristocratic clans behind them. Only Tang Chen had not a single patron to fall back on. Alas! I truly committed an error today, placing my dear Minister Tang in an unfavorable position. The Empress released a woeful sigh. Why does your Majesty sigh so heavily? Upon hearing the Empress sigh, a beautiful serving maid inside the carriage said softly, This empire was never any concern of your Majesty's. From childhood, your Majesty was never instructed in the arts of managing officials, nor was the late Emperor there to teach the way of a ruler. So if anything has gone amiss, it is certainly not your Majesty's fault. Rather, it is that Minister Tang Chen who should show forbearance and understanding. After listening to these 2 comforting sentences, the Empress' tightly knit brow finally relaxed. She clasped the maid's hand and said with a smile, Ziwe, you have stayed by my side since we were children. Given where I stand now, it is truly wonderful to have a friend like you accompanying me. Ziwe is willing to serve your Majesty forever, Lu Ziwe said with a bow. With that, the Empress, now finally freed from her worrisome mood after Lu Ziwe's words of comfort, immediately ordered the carriage to head to Tang Chen's residence. Unlike her previous visit, however, she brought no guards at all this time. Even the coachman's seat was taken by Lu Ziwe. The mistress and servant went to Tang Chen's residence with the sole purpose of moving discreetly, drawing no attention. A little while later, a carriage slowly came to a halt outside Tang Chen's shabby residence. With Lu Ziwe's assistance, the Empress descended from the carriage and walked unhurriedly into the mansion. But while making her way toward the courtyard, the Empress stopped rather than continue and pointed toward the inner courtyard. Just as Lu Ziwe was wondering at the Empress' behavior, a burst of laughter and conversation drifted over, and she understood the Empress had not yet put aside her concerns and wished to hear what Tang Chen might say in private. Inside the courtyard, Tang Chen was seated around a stone table with the so-called Zhang Liang and Han Xian, drinking wine, eating dishes, and chatting jovially. Lord Tang, today Her Majesty approved your memorial recommending talented people in front of all the courtiers, without even consulting the Ministry of Personnel first. That is truly a perilous thing. Henceforth you will certainly fall under the scrutiny of other forces, and keeping a low profile will no longer be possible. Zhang Liang held his wine cup, speaking with a touch of concern. Although Tang Chen's being watched by other factions had little to do with him, a lowly recorder of documents, he had nevertheless received the grace of recognition from Tang Chen. Had it not been for Tang Chen, Zhang Liang would never have been able to wear this set of official robes. Naturally, he now worried about Tang Chen as well. What is done is done. What use is there in talking about it now? After all, Her Majesty has not been on the throne for over a decade and hasn't mastered the art of emperorship. It's only right that we as her ministers be tolerant and understanding, don't you think? As he said this, Tang Chen even cupped his hands and wore an expression of great reverence. Then before anyone else could interject, Tang Chen swept his gaze across those present and added, "Besides, Her Majesty is exceedingly brilliant. In time she will assuredly become a wise ruler of the era." This flattery gave Zhang Liang goosebumps. But Tang Chen was not merely spouting empty praise. He remembered that upon coming into this world, he actually possessed a system. All he had to do was flatter the Empress, and once the flattery progress bar was filled, he would be rewarded. Originally, Tang Chen had planned to lie flat and live like a salted fish. He had no wish to flatter a benighted tyrant. But at this moment, he had no choice but to put the system to use. What if after all this system turned out to be of immense use? Behind the tall walls of the estate, "Your Majesty, do you hear? Minister Tang truly bears no resentment toward you," Lu Ziyue said to the Empress. "Am I hurt? I never expected." The Empress was still pleased that Tang Chen not only held no grudge, but even praised her. Just as she was about to speak further, she overheard Tang Chen's true thoughts. Naturally gifted, this foolish Empress didn't hold court for over half a year after her coronation. How can that be called natural talent? What a joke. Place a bone on the dragon throne, and even a dog would govern more diligently and love the people more than this foolish Empress. "I will kill you." The Empress' expression changed, her teeth clenched in sudden fury, as if she wanted to flay Tang Chen alive. This humble servant misspoke. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath." Seeing the Emperor furious, Lu Ziyue hastily bowed, believing that this inexplicable anger was caused by something she herself had said wrong. "This is not your fault." As she spoke, the Empress' chest heaved violently with rage. After a considerable effort, she managed to suppress her anger and gradually grew calm. Then the two of them, mistress and maidservant, stepped out from behind the tall walls and made their way into the courtyard. Seeing them enter, the group that had been chatting and laughing merrily were instantly frozen in place. The cup of wine Zhang Liang had been raising to toast Tang Chen also stopped midair. Clearly none of them had ever imagined that the Empress would come here. "We pay our respects to your Majesty." After recovering his composure, Tang Chen immediately rose and bowed. Tang Lu, Zhang Liang, and Han Xian likewise bent their bodies, standing meekly behind Tang Chen, their faces solemn. After all, the Empress was the sovereign, a child of heaven. In the eyes of these ordinary people, an existence of supreme authority. The only one who could utterly despise her was Tang Chen, even if it was only in his heart. "We ministers had no idea your Majesty was arriving abruptly. I'll forgive us for failing to welcome you from afar." Seeing the Empress silent, Tang Chen offered a courteous pleasantry. While speaking, he felt secretly relieved. "Hell, lucky, I don't know what got into me. I just randomly used the system to throw out a flattering remark. If I had told the truth instead and the Empress overheard it, wouldn't she have skinned me alive? After all, the Empress is a tyrant. She wouldn't care whether I'm useful to her. If she wants me dead, she'll kill me without hesitation." Humph. The Empress shot Tang Chen a dissatisfied glare, let out a cold snort, and turned her gaze to the people behind him. This cold reaction struck Tang Chen as very strange. What's wrong with this tyrant? I flattered her, and yet she remained silent, and even glared at me. Hearing this, the Empress gave Tang Chen another cold, contemptuous glare, ignored him, and addressed Han Xian. "So you are the Han Xian mentioned in the memorial?" "That is this humble one," Han Xian answered, then gave a respectful cupped fist salute. But his respect was only in his posture. His face displayed no trace of reverence, and his eyes even revealed a hint of contempt. For this foolish Empress, he felt not a shred of goodwill. Han Xin's original name was Han Dynasty, the son of a farmer in the northern reaches of the great Han Dynasty. He had simply been at home tilling his fields, when because the Empress neglected court affairs and military matters, the Xiongnu raided the border and slaughtered his entire village. As for himself, because he was strong, the Xiongnu kept him like a dog in captivity, where he endured every. After escaping from the Xiongnu tribe, he changed his name to Han Xian, vowing that one day, like the founding generals, he would rise to the rank of commander, make a name for himself, and exact bitter revenge on the Xiongnu. For someone like that, it would have been strange for him to show the Empress any respect. "During today's morning court, I was unable to grant you a military post. The reason I came today is precisely to discuss this matter with Minister Tang. There is no need for you to worry," the Empress said calmly. "Thank you, your Majesty." Han Xian kept his eyes fixed on the ground ahead, his expression blank as he thanked her. After speaking, he gave a faint contemptuous smile. This made the Empress feel that his true feelings toward her were by no means respectful. and yet she could not understand why a man she had never met before would respond to her with such contempt. After puzzling over it for a while, the Empress decided that Tang Chen was still the more reliable one. Although he constantly ridiculed her in his heart, at least she could hear what he truly thought, with others who knew what they secretly said about her, the female emperor, in their hearts. With that thought, the Empress' anger dissipated. She sat down by the stone table and said to Tang Chen, "I did not come for anything else today. I simply wish to ask you, Minister Tang, how do you intend to place Han Xian into the army?" The reason she cared so deeply about this matter was that the military was of paramount importance. Until now, without one of her own people planted within its ranks, she could not rest easy. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have a way to handle this matter. There is no need to rush. Moreover, I already have a plan for pinning the label of rebellion onto Prince Ning." After finishing, Tang Chen remained standing in the same respectful posture. "Oh, you have a way for both." The Empress raised an eyebrow at Tang Chen, her eyes filled with skepticism. Her first reaction was that Tang Chen was fobbing her off. But she soon relaxed because Tang Chen's true thoughts told her that he indeed had a plan. Now, wanting to get Han Xian into the army isn't hard at all. All that's needed is a grand title to provide an excuse to force him in. How difficult can it be? You useless tyrant couldn't do anything right on your own. Just sit back and wait to see. As for Prince Ning, that matter can't be rushed, but I have a way. Prince Ning commands 30,000 elite troops. So what? If you don't push him to the brink, or unless he seizes the right opportunity, he'll never rebel. Before that, we can summon Prince Ning to court to serve as Grand General. He will certainly refuse to come, and then we can use the excuse of defying the sovereign's decree along with a few petty tricks to declare Prince Ning a rebel and order the feudal lords to gang up on him. Tang Chen ran through his entire plan in his mind, and while he privately admired his own cleverness, the Empress felt admiration as well. In her heart, she thought that finding Tang Chen and making him her ally had been a truly excellent decision. "Since you already have a plan, I will not press further. I shall simply watch how you carry it out." The Empress rose to her feet. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After a brief word of gratitude, Tang Chen remembered that to receive his reward, he still needed 45% flattery progress, so he immediately began praising her. "Your Majesty truly possesses the caliber of a sovereign. When it comes to your ministers, you neither doubt those you employ nor employ those you doubt. This allows your servant to deploy his schemes to the fullest. Though Your Majesty may have made occasional missteps at present, your servant can see that Your Majesty already bears the mark of a wise ruler, and in time you will surely accomplish a great and glorious deed." These two flattering remarks made everyone nearby break out in goosebumps. Even the Empress herself shuddered slightly, reached an arm into her sleeve to rub her own goosebumps, and said blandly, I see." And so after that brief meeting between ruler and subject, the Empress departed the mansion. The moment she left, Tang Chen immediately reverted to his usual indolent demeanor, taking his seat at the stone table and resuming his drinking. However, as one of the three excellencies and the imperial censor-in-chief, it was hardly proper for him to pour his own wine. So Tang Chen said, "Little Tongzi, fill my cup. You're the one drinking, not me. Why should I pour it for you? And little Tongzi, isn't that what you call a eunuch? If I'm a eunuch, then you're the grand eunuch." Tang Lu poured the wine for Tang Chen even as he complained in protest. Yet despite his resistance, he ultimately obeyed the command out of sheer habit. "Lord Tang, are you truly confident in securing a military post for old Han?" Zhang Liang leaned in and asked in a low voice. Though his voice was lowered, Han Xian, who stood nearby, had exceptionally keen ears. He turned his head and looked at Tang Chen with concern, eager to know whether he himself could obtain a military commission. "Don't worry, it's a trivial matter." Utterly unconcerned, Tang Chen drained his cup, set it on the table, and motioned for Tang Lu to refill it, adding, "However, I'll need your help." "What help me?" Zhang Liang raised an eyebrow and asked, puzzled. "You're well-read, aren't you?" "Right." Producing a sheet of paper and a brush from somewhere, Tang Chen placed them before Zhang Liang and issued the command. The next day, because the Empress had recently felt a sense of crisis and shedding her former indolence had been holding court continuously, Tang Chen and Tang Lu still had to attend the morning audience. As usual, they arrived at the Hall of State. The Empress appeared, the ministers hailed, "Long live the Empress," and the tedious morning court commenced. Just as the ministers were prepared to while away the session with idle chatter, as they always did, the Empress slammed her hand against the armrest of the dragon throne, her face contorted with rage. "Why is Your Majesty so enraged?" asked the elder minister, who the day before had blocked the Empress from granting Han Xian a military post. "This is a state letter that arrived in Chang'an in the small hours, sent by the Xiongnu." The Empress produced a roll of parchment and handed it to Lu Ziyue, instructing her to pass it around for all to read. After reading it, the minister's expressions turned subtle, for the letter demanded that from this year onward the Han Dynasty pay annual tribute to the Xiongnu to ensure its safety. Yet that was not the most infuriating part. "These barbarian wretches dare demand that I remove my dragon robe and journey personally to the northern deserts to marry the Xiongnu king. The Empress seethed, shouting at the top of her lungs while hammering the armrest of the dragon throne. At these words, Tang Chen's brows knitted tightly. The other ministers, however, hung their heads one by one, their thoughts unfathomable. Some even burst into laughter, exchanging jokes with those beside them. This Xiongnu king certainly knows how to pick. He chose this benighted sovereign. Haha, isn't that for the best? Send her to the Xiongnu. With her temperament, shall have those barbarians in chaos within a few years. You could call it serving the country in a roundabout way. Ha ha ha. Listening to these remarks, Tang Chen's face darkened. He could not fathom what these ministers were thinking. The Empress was the sovereign of the entire nation. For the Xiongnu to demand she go to the northern deserts to marry their king was a colossal humiliation. Yet these people could not have cared less. Pondering this, Tang Chen did not lose his temper. Instead, he calmed his mind, sensing that this was in fact a golden opportunity. Your Majesty. Tang Chen stepped forward and said to the Empress, the Xiongnu have repeatedly violated our borders, and now they send a state letter to humiliate our Han Dynasty. How can we let this pass? In this minister's view, we should issue a manifesto condemning the barbarians, rouse the entire Han Dynasty, reorganize our military forces, amass provisions and funds, and prepare to wipe away this shame and restore the glory of Emperor Wu of Han. These impassioned words stirred the air, but the ministers who heard them wore odd expressions. They were puzzled. Why would Tang Chen choose this moment to propose issuing a manifesto and rousing the whole dynasty? The people's livelihood is in ruin. Where would the money and grain come from? A sense of foreboding settled in the ministers' hearts. Minister Tang speaks well. Then you shall preside over this matter. The Empress commanded. Your will. Tang Chen bowed in acceptance, then drew a stack of papers from his sleeve and distributed them to the assembled ministers. When they took the papers and looked, they found it was a manifesto, its content detailing the Xiongnu's repeated incursions along the border. This manifesto was of exceptional quality, its wording fiery and stirring. It traced the glory of Emperor Wu's reign down to the decline of the present dynasty, all with a single central message: our army is too weak and military expansion is an urgent necessity. At the end of the manifesto were the characters Zhang Liang. Hiss. This isn't right. The elder minister, who had previously blocked Han Xin's military appointment, lifted his gaze from the manifesto and stared at Tang Chen in bewilderment. It was clear that this fellow had known nothing of the Xiongnu state letter beforehand. Yet he had written this manifesto, obviously prepared in advance. What could this mean? My fellow ministers. Just as all were mired in confusion, Tang Chen suddenly bellowed, seizing everyone's attention. Then he dragged over a wooden stump from the side of the hall, stepped onto it, and cried out. We court ministers bear great responsibilities. When Her Majesty has been so humiliated by the Xiongnu, how can we sit idly by? I am fully aware that the people across the realm are destitute. If the army is to be expanded, the funds must come from us. With these words, he turned to the Empress and declared at the top of his voice, Your Majesty, if money and grain are needed to expand the army, sweep away the Xiongnu, and avenge this humiliation, your minister is willing to contribute his entire fortune. Before the Empress could answer, Tang Chen swiveled toward the assembly and shouted, The way of heaven brings due recompense, and the great Han has a righteousness that must be upheld. When hearts turn to loyalty, no common man lacks a vengeance to exact. This vigorous cry and these impassioned phrases pushed the matter of military expansion to a point where it could no longer be avoided. Thus he secured a righteous pretext for building up the army. The ministers, however, stared at Tang Chen, dumbfounded, a single thought in every mind. We've been trapped. Tang Chen's manifesto had been prepared long ago, and the Xiongnu state letter merely played into his hands. And his proposal to expand the army. No doubt the army would be raised for the court for the Empress, and in time would inevitably fall under the control of the two of them. At a time when the vassal kings harbored their own ambitions, allowing the Empress to possess her own army was absolutely impermissible. With this in mind, the ministers moved to voice their opposition. Minister Tang, you have shown great dedication. I have decided that we must expand the army to strike the Xiongnu, the Empress declared sternly. At these words, the ministers fell silent once more. Such were the rules of the court. The ministers could withhold their loyalty from the Empress, but they had to appear loyal on the surface. Conversely, the Empress could not simply purge ministers she knew to be disloyal, for she had no legitimate justification. At this moment, Tang Chen's manifesto, the Xiongnu state letter, and the Empress decree coalesced into a rationale the ministers could not refute. For to oppose now would be defying the sovereign's command and casting aside the Empress' dignity, giving her ample reason to deal with them all. At this point, there was no way around it. The old ministers who had previously opposed Tang Chen could only tremble as they stepped forward and said to the Empress, Alas, since your Majesty has already decided, then we can only comply. With those words, it meant that not only he but all the court ministers could no longer oppose the plan, they also had to hand over money to the imperial court to expand the army. For a time, the ministers were so aggrieved they could not even shed tears. They could only pull long woebegone faces and, following the rules of the game in the court, pay up after losing the wager and agree to give money and grain to the court. This truly was a bitter loss born of a moment's negligence. All of you, my loyal advisors, have shown unwavering devotion, and now Her Majesty has devoted herself to revitalizing the realm. If we unite as one, we will surely sweep away the Xiongnu. Tang Chen saluted the assembled ministers and declared in a firm tone, "Yes, yes. Sweep away the Xiongnu, sweep away the Xiongnu. Long live the great Han. If we all pull together, the Xiongnu can certainly be dealt with." The ministers echoed Tang Chen's words, but although what they said was full of confidence, their tone and expressions were tearful and utterly devoid of fighting spirit. This made their words sound like a joke. Seeing the ministers humbled, the Empress was in a wonderful mood. She laughed and tapped the table, saying in a loud voice, "My dear Minister Tang, the army expansion will be entirely in your hands." "Understood. I will not fail your Majesty's trust. I will complete this army expansion quickly and well." Tang Chen bowed deeply and gave the Empress his solemn pledge. His words were no empty promise. According to the rules of the imperial court, even if the ministers harbored other intentions, they were bound to follow through on what they had said. These bastards, every one of them looking respectable while behaving like beasts in human clothing, were thoroughly shameless at heart. But after all, they came from aristocratic clans, and they valued face more than life itself. These ministers had been propped up by feudal princes, and in essence, it was mutual exploitation. The great clans turning with the wind like fine birds, choosing the right tree to perch on. Even if one of those princes eventually seized the realm, the ministers would not directly pledge allegiance to the new emperor. Instead, they would return home and wait for him to stage a show of honoring the worthy and inviting them back to office. After all, a good minister does not serve two masters, so appearances had to be kept up for outsiders. Such were the conventions of this era, the rules of the game. Whoever mastered them could hold those ministers in the palm of his hand. It was precisely because Tang Chen understood these rules that he could make the ministers obediently hand over money and grain in court. This matter is settled. All ministers withdraw from court. The Empress waved her hand, rose to her feet, and left everyone's sight, accompanied by Lu Ziyue. Then all the ministers bowed in unison to see her off. Tang Chen straightened up, puffed out his chest, and looked around with unshakable self-assurance. All around him, the ministers were glaring at him with venomous eyes, each one seething with displeasure. The atmosphere was as if at any moment they would pounce on Tang Chen and devour him alive. "Heh!" Tang Chen smiled derisively and returned a cold, hard look. In a low voice, he said, "Gentlemen, this army expansion is under my sole authority as imperial censor. Since you have all decided to unite and build this great undertaking, do not be stingy. Deliver your money and grain to the Ministry of Revenue at once, and I will come to collect it." The moment he finished speaking, the ministers were even more infuriated. But these men were, after all, scholars, cultured men, and not one of them raised a hand. They glared venomously at Tang Chen, yet their words remained, "Obedient Lord Censor, since we have agreed, we will naturally not go back on our word. Indeed, just wait in peace, and it will be done." The reason they did not turn hostile was that paying money to the court for the army expansion was now a foregone conclusion. Turning hostile now would serve no purpose. Nevertheless, they remembered Tang Chen's deeds, and began to pay attention to this censor, who had always been taciturn, loafing around all day, and utterly useless. "Many thanks." Tang Chen clasped his hands toward the crowd and strode out. Outside, Tang Lu, clad in armor, and with his right hand resting on the sword hilt at his waist, swept his gaze over the ill-intentioned ministers, snorted coldly, and turned to follow his elder brother's footsteps. The two Tang brothers walked along the stone slab avenue of the imperial palace, chests out and noses in the air. They really did look brazenly arrogant. Over the next few days, the ministers dutifully took money and grain from their clans and delivered them to the. As for the Ministry of Revenue, although its officials belonged to different factions, none of them wanted to make extra trouble and offend the Empress, so they stored the money and grain properly and played no petty tricks. Now, with money and grain in hand, Tang Chen could boldly recruit soldiers, purchase horses, and expand the military. The first matter was the source of soldiers. With the realm in turmoil and many people unable to fill their stomachs, countless men wanted to join the army. Tang Chen sent people out to choose famine refugees who were tall and sturdy and had no criminal record, then had them relocated near Chang'an. They were granted farmland, oxen, and grain. The purpose was to give them the means to support themselves as farmers, able to serve as soldiers in wartime until the fields in the farming season. Otherwise, although the imperial court could collect a windfall of money and grain from the aristocratic clans, it would not last. If it tried to maintain a standing professional army, it would inevitably bankrupt the treasury. Besides this garrison militia system, soldiers in wartime was not incapable of fighting. These men owned land, ate well, and wore warm clothes, so in battle they were far stronger than poor starving conscripts. Once these people arrived near Chang'an, Tang Chen had the Empress establish Weiwu Commandery so that they could live together in one place. Next came the matter of weapons and armor. There was no need to worry about that. Though the Great Han's military preparedness had grown lax in recent years, it had, after all, once known the reign of Emperor Wu. The weapons and armor left behind from that time were still more than enough. All they had to do was open the armory and issue them directly. Finally, there was the matter of who would command this. Although the aristocratic clans had each nominated their own clansmen to join the army and sought military posts, this was, after all, the imperial court's own army. Personnel arrangements were entirely at the Empress's discretion, and Tang Chen's choice was Han Xin. Inside the residence, Tang Chen looked at Han Xin, who was kneeling on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "You have no experience at all. It is out of sheer necessity that I, as imperial censor, am sending you to serve directly as a general. From now on, you must always remember that you come from common stock, and you must never associate with generals from aristocratic clans. Do you understand? Rest assured, Lord Tang. If Han Xin is made a general, I will go through fire and water for you. As for those aristocratic clan generals, not to mention merely associating with them, even if one day I must cut them down, Han Xin will not hesitate." Han Xin clasped his hands and saluted, his tone absolutely resolute. "Very well, then go and take up your post in the army." Tang Chen handed the military tally to Han Xin. The latter knelt and kowtowed, then rose and left. Watching Han Xin's receding back, Tang Chen felt only helplessness. Han Xin had not the slightest experience leading troops. Originally, he would have been made a commandant, but the new army had an opening for a general. If they did not want the aristocratic clans to seize control of the army, they had to place one of their own men there. There was no other choice but Han Xin. 1 month later, Han Xin had already served as a general in the army for a month, and this brand new force had begun its drills. During this month, Tang Chen had spared no effort recording all the infantry drill manuals, formation training methods, and other techniques he had known from his past life, sending them to the military camp for Han Xin to implement. However, the Weiwu commandery where the army was stationed was quite remote. Tang Chen had to attend morning court every day and had not visited even once, so he had no idea how the army was progressing. This situation persisted until the Empress decided to inspect the army, giving Tang Chen a chance to accompany. Outside the main gate of the Weiwu commandery camp, Tang Chen and Tang Lu arrived ahead of the Empress. At the camp entrance, guards stood at attention and patrol units moved in orderly fashion, giving a decent impression. But the actual conditions inside the camp remained unknown. "Brother, there is no need to worry. The front gate looks impressive, so the interior is likely just as good. I trust my master's abilities," Tang Lu said with a smile. "Nonsense. I am fully responsible for this army, and the Empress is coming to inspect today. Do you think I wouldn't be nervous?" Tang Chen glanced at Tang Lu, who quickly shut her mouth and said nothing more. After a short while, the main gate opened. Upon learning of Tang Chen's arrival, Han Xin immediately led the other officers out to welcome him. But unlike the disciplined guards outside and the orderly patrol units, these officers, except for Han Xin, were all drenched in sweat with their armor straps hanging loose, looking like routed soldiers who had abandoned their gear. This sight chilled Tang Chen's heart. "Welcome, Lord Tang." Han Xin stepped forward and led the remaining officers in a deep bow. "Welcome. Welcome to what exactly the way you have presented yourselves, eh?" Tang Chen pointed at the officers who looked like deserters and demanded angrily. The Empress palanquin was about to arrive, and as the highest-ranking officers, they looked utterly incompetent. How would he explain this when the inspection began? "Lord Tang, please let me explain." Seeing that Tang Chen had misunderstood, Han Xin quickly defended himself. "You said not to use people from noble families as officers, so I selected outstanding soldiers for key positions. They all own land, and it is currently planting season. They received the summons and rushed here suddenly, so they did not have time to." "Enough," Tang Chen interrupted Han Xin, giving him a cold stare and saying sternly, "Let things take their course. I will cover for you before Her Majesty, but you must remember there will never be a next time." "Understood." Hearing this, Han Xin looked wronged, but did not argue with Tang Chen. He clasped his fists and said, "This subordinate understands." Then Tang Chen stood the officers aside and waited for the Empress' arrival. Meanwhile, those officers were still fastening their armor straps, which only deepened Tang Chen's dissatisfaction. He deeply regretted his past naivety, believing that lying low and staying neutral would help him avoid the factional struggles and the conflict between the vassal kings and the court. He had never cultivated a single loyal subordinate. As a result, the only people he could rely on now were his own younger brother, who only knew martial arts but had no military command experience, and Han Xin. Oh right, and a budget version of Zhang Liang. If he had prepared earlier and built his own faction, would he really be stuck with these ragtag misfits now? Soon the Empress arrived. The magnificent imperial palanquin drawn by 6 horses slowly approached Tang Chen and the others. "This subject welcomes your Majesty." Tang Chen bowed deeply and called out. The next moment, the golden silk curtain of the palanquin was lifted and Lu Ziyue helped the Empress step down. "Lord Tang, is your Weiwu army, which you have been fully responsible for building, ready to impress this emperor?" The Empress' voice was soft yet carried an undercurrent of authority. It is ready, Tang Chen replied with a steady voice. Good. The Empress responded lightly and walked toward Tang Chen alongside Lu Ziyue, extending her right arm toward him. The meaning was clear. She wanted Tang Chen to support her arm, just as Lu Ziyue had been doing. This was a common display of imperial dignity, meant to make the emperor appear more imposing. By having Tang Chen support her, she was showing closeness and favor toward him. However, Tang Chen did not see it that way. You are not disabled, so why make me carry your arm? This censor is in a bad mood today and has no interest in dealing with anyone. So what if you were the Empress? Even if you were the Jade Emperor, I would ignore you. After muttering to himself, Tang Chen only muttered and did not dare to openly offend the Empress in front of everyone, so he extended his hand. But he had no idea that all his inner thoughts had been clearly heard by the Empress. The Empress thought to herself that she had kindly tried to give him face, letting everyone know that Tang Chen was favored by the Emperor, hoping to boost his prestige. Yet this man completely disregarded her goodwill. Humph. The Empress snorted coldly, shot Tang Chen a disdainful glance, and walked ahead. What does that mean? Tang Chen was puzzled. His hand was still raised in midair, and the Empress had already walked away. Was she playing with him? But he had no choice but to follow her into the camp. Walking through the interior of the military camp, the group observed the surroundings. The chaotic mess Tang Chen had expected never appeared. Instead, the ordinary soldiers were remarkably well-organized, marching in formation through the camp, busy with their duties. This surprised Tang Chen. Could it be that I misjudged Han Xian? Thinking this, Tang Chen glanced at Han Xian beside him. Hearing his thoughts, the Empress also looked at Han Xian, but she did not know the context or how Tang Chen. She did not care. When the group reached the raised platform at the camp training ground, Han Xian ordered the officer beside him, General Chen, assemble the soldiers. Yes. The General Chen bowed and turned to leave. Soon a large number of soldiers gathered on the training ground in neat formations, moving quickly and orderly. What an impressive army, the Empress exclaimed. She had seen armies before, but the ones she had previously observed assembled slowly and were always poorly dressed and disheveled. This was the first time she had seen such a well-disciplined force. Indeed, Tang Chen nodded in agreement. It was now clear that he had indeed misjudged Han Xian. Then, under Han Xin's command, the entire army demonstrated formation changes, chopping and thrusting movements, all executed with remarkable precision, drawing admiring murmurs from the onlookers. After reviewing the soldiers' performance, the Empress clapped her hands and praised Minister Tang. General Han, I can tell that the two of you have put your hearts into this. I am deeply gratified. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Chen and Han Xian bowed together. Seeing that the Empress had nothing more to say, Tang Chen curled his lips in a barely perceptible sneer. Since our performance was indeed good, don't just praise us. Give us some real rewards. Anyone can speak. Hearing this, the Empress looked at Tang Chen with some annoyance, but she herself felt that she ought to give a more tangible. She then said, I have decided I will bestow 50 taels of gold upon each of you. Minister Tang, I will give you an additional mansion. What? Only 50 taels of gold? What can that even do? The army's expenses are enormous. Look at you, you foolish female tyrant. The only thing you have left is folly. You have no other talent at all. Even selling offices and noble titles to save up money would be better than being so stingy when it comes to rewards. Tang Chen could not stop complaining inwardly. Minister Tang, do you think my reward is too little? The Empress asked with displeasure. Hearing this, Tang Chen shuddered, wondering in alarm how the Empress could have known that he thought it too little. Don't pretend. Your expression is all but screaming too little. Not wanting Tang Chen to know that she could hear his thoughts, the Empress hurriedly made an excuse to cover it up. So she could tell from my expression. Then it's fine. How that foolish female tyrant is quite skilled at reading people. But you certainly don't know what I'm thinking, do you? Tang Chen thought to himself, but seeing the Empress's expression grow more and more displeased, he quickly voiced his thanks. I thank your Majesty for your boundless favor. Rise. With that, the Empress gave Tang Chen a roll of her eyes. Having said her piece, the quick-witted Lu Ziyue, who was extremely adept at reading expressions and moods, noticed that Tang Chen still seemed to think the reward was too small. As the Empress's close friend, Lu Ziyue naturally would not stand by. She spoke up, Minister Tang, do you know that even these 50 taels of gold required Her Majesty to part reluctantly with her beloved jewelry and paintings and sell them for money? Is that really so? Tang Chen feigned surprise, then bowed to the Empress and proclaimed loudly, Your Majesty has reluctantly parted with your treasures to reward your servant. Such an act of profound righteousness is unprecedented. Clearly Your Majesty has become a wise and enlightened sovereign. Even Lu Ziyue burst out laughing at this flattery. The Empress, however, remained stone-faced and displeased, for she had heard Tang Chen's true thoughts. Even for a few dozen taels of gold you have to sell off your pots and pans. What's the point of being an emperor like this? 50 taels of gold can only buy the troops a meal of meat. What use is that anyway? Tang Chen, unable to contain herself any longer, the Empress shouted his name furiously. However, she said nothing more. Instead, like Tang Chen, she thought silently to herself, so you look down on me, do you? I am determined to become a wise sovereign to revive the imperial court and restore the Han Dynasty's dominion. I will make you prostrate yourself at my feet one day, kneel down, and respectfully call me, Your Imperial Majesty. With that thought, the Empress gave Tang Chen another glare and turned to leave. Seeing such a cryptic, abrupt reaction, Tang Chen was baffled, but he simply could not figure out the reason. In the end, all he could do was escort the Empress away. Watching the imperial carriage grow distant, Tang Chen revealed a contented smile. He was smiling not because of that utterly useless gold, but because his earlier flattery of the Empress had filled the system's sycophancy bar to the brim. Congratulations, host. Your flattery progress has reached full capacity. Unlocked reward: advanced armor forging technique. Reward description: advanced armor forging technique is armor crafting technology developed to its ultimate form. It achieves 20 times the output and 20 times the quality of what the current era can produce. Good heavens! Tang Chen drew in a sharp breath, astonished by the effect of this reward. 20 times the output, 20 times the quality. This meant he only needed to set up one workshop to rapidly produce a massive quantity of armor in a short time. In this era, most infantrymen wore only a thin leather jerkin, and some did not even have such basic armor. If at this moment the army under Tang Chen's command could be equipped with fine armor, with every soldier fully armored, it would mean an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. After silently calculating how to establish the workshop, Tang Chen turned his mind back to the present and looked at Han Dynasty. General Han, you did well this time. I, the Imperial Censor, am very satisfied. I'll send someone over later with the 50 taels of gold the Empress awarded me. Use them to improve the soldiers' meals. Thank you, Lord Tang. Han Dynasty bowed and replied, if I have been able to train the army to this level, my actual merit amounts to merely 1/10, while Lord Tang's accounts for 8 or 9/10. Hearing this, Tang Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, not bad, General Han. So you've learned to flatter, have you? No, not at all. Han Dynasty hastily denied it, then explained, Lord Tang, over these days you have continuously sent military treatises to the army. I studied them day and night and profited greatly. Otherwise, how could an ordinary man like me train the soldiers to such a high standard? The moment he finished, the assembled officers nodded in agreement. Exactly, Lord Tang. The military manuals you gave us are like divine texts. They even spell out clearly how to drill the soldiers and how to arrange them in formation. If not for those manuals, how could rough men like us ever have trained soldiers? Listening to these remarks, Tang Chen nodded and said calmly, then it seems I do deserve some credit after all. Afterward, he took a few more turns around the camp before leaving with Tang Lu. When they returned to their residence, Tang Chen suddenly found that his shabby home had been stripped completely bare. Only one servant remained inside waiting for them. He explained, Lord Tang, in accordance with Her Majesty's command, you may now take up residence in the mansion Her Majesty has bestowed upon you. Then what are we waiting for? Let us there, Tang Chen said. Soon the three arrived 100 meters outside the southern wall of the imperial palace. The Empress had indeed been generous. The mansion she had bestowed sat right at the foot of the imperial palace and covered a vast area with 3 gardens alone within its grounds. Good heavens, I'm already high profile enough. If I move into such a splendid mansion, now won't I become a target for everyone's arrows? Standing in the mansion, Tang Chen said with a helpless smile. Then what should we do, brother? Why don't we go back? Tang Lu asked. No. It was bestowed by the Empress after all. We can't simply refuse it, can we? Tang Chen shook his head, rejecting Tang Lu's suggestion. Still, he had considered not living in the mansion. Unfortunately, the Han Dynasty had no real estate economy. Such a massive mansion would fetch little money and no one would buy it anyway. Otherwise, Tang Chen would have sold it in a heartbeat and used the proceeds for military funds. Meanwhile, Tang Chen was not the first person to visit the mansion. Before him, there were already others who had gone there to observe the situation. Hardly had Tang Chen stepped into the mansion when in less than half an hour all the ministers had learned of it. Having been forced to swallow that bitter loss a month ago, the ministers had all grown wary of this idle censor-in-chief and no longer dared to treat him as if he were heir. Therefore, all the ministers immediately gathered to discuss matters concerning this mansion. Gentlemen, this mansion is the only thing that Emperor can offer that is truly presentable. It was originally the residence of the Emperor's elder brother, built in accordance with the highest standards of the time. But later the Emperor's elder brother died of illness, and the mansion came into the hands of the Emperor's second brother. The Emperor's second brother was also short-lived. After barely 2 years he died, and the mansion passed to the Emperor's third brother. In short, it was passed down from one owner to the next. One by one they all died until it finally landed in the Emperor's own hands. But none of that matters. What is important is that you all understand that the mansion was built to house the crown prince or other high-ranking court ministers. With those 3 sentences, Lu Qing, heir of Lu Kuei, prince of Bohai, described the present situation to everyone. If Tang Chen had been there and knew what had become of Lu Cheng, he would surely be astonished that this fellow was still alive. It was a pity this was not the Three Kingdoms period, otherwise once Lu Kuei, Prince of Bohai, had been executed and his household wiped out, Lu Cheng would have been doomed as well. The heir is right. From this alone one can see how much the emperor values that Tang Chen. Exactly. This is already an unspoken declaration, yet there are still people who deceive themselves insisting that what Tang Chen did at court a month ago was all a chance move brought on by a momentary whim. Several ministers expressed their views one after another. After their words they all turned furious gazes toward the group of ministers on the right side of the hall. Those ministers had been silent ever since they arrived at Lu Cheng's residence, and had shown no reaction whatsoever. That was not because they were unwilling to speak, or because they were mute. Rather, although nearly all court ministers had gathered at Lu Cheng's residence, not all of them were backed by the Prince of Bohai. There were also ministers supported by various vassal princes, such as Prince Ning and Prince Chu. Those ministers had only come to Lu Cheng's place for the discussion. They merely listened. They were not willing to say an extra word to help this heir of the Prince of Bohai. What is the use of saying this to them? These people are not of one mind with us, a minister said coldly. As soon as his words fell, however, someone among the ministers belonging to the other vassal princes broke his silence. Here this old man had already made out the clues long ago. Did I need these dogs under your command to waste everyone's time with their barking? A voice weathered by age rang out, and everyone turned to look at an old minister in the center of the hall. This old minister was precisely the one who had obstructed Han Xin's appointment to military office, and he was also the most vehement opponent of Tang Chen at court. His name was Wang Hu, and he was Prince Ning's man. Thus, when he called the people of the Prince of Bohai's heir dogs, no one dared to stand out and say a single word against it. Not to mention that Wang, who was a powerful minister at court, Prince Ning, was also someone not to be provoked. By now he already had 30,000 armored soldiers. If it truly came to open revolt for Prince Ning, apart from his own faction, everyone else, the imperial court and the vassal princes alike, would be swept away together. Grand Commandant Wang, that is easy for you to say. Since you knew all along, why did you not make early preparations to guard against him? Did you have to wait for Tang Chen to jump out and make trouble, seizing the chance to expand the army? After all, Lu Cheng was the heir. The Prince of Bohai and Prince Ning were not on good terms, and although Wang Hu's men dared not speak, Lu Cheng dared. At this moment, he was certainly not going to indulge Wang Hu. Moreover, he had long been holding a bellyful of resentment. Tang Chen had figured out and mastered the rules of the court game, found a reason no one could refuse, and made it impossible for the ministers to oppose the imperial court's military expansion. It was bad enough that the army was being expanded, but the money and grain had to be contributed by the vassal princes and ministers together. This made Lu Cheng feel a deep sense of humiliation. His father, the Prince of Bohai, had sent him to Chang'an, not to provide money and grain to the imperial court, but to monitor the situation in Chang'an and incidentally muddy the waters. Wang Hu had long felt that Tang Chen was not right, but he had not lifted a finger to deal with him. Now he was making sarcastic comments. Who would not be angry? Even if this Grand Commandant knew, so what? The problem is that you people did not know. Besides, Tang Chen's act was simply too convincing. We had assumed he was utterly harmless, truly no one expected. Wang Hu again brought the topic back to Tang Chen. At the mention of Tang Chen, their common enemy, everyone immediately showed a face of gritted teeth and gnashing. That fellow truly goes too far. In the past he was quite honest and docile. Our original intention was to wait until the emperor was gone, then poison Tang Chen. But looking at it now, he is the one coming out to court death. He must be severely dealt with. That man is definitely a disaster. Everyone's opinion of Tang Chen was strikingly unanimous. They all believed he ought to be dealt with. Let me speak candidly. Although we each serve different vassal princes, our goal is one and the same: to make that female emperor get out as quickly as possible. Lu Cheng announced in a loud voice. Once these words were uttered, the ministers fell silent at once. Though a trace of astonishment appeared on their faces, none of them raised any objection. To be sure, privately plotting against the emperor was an act of high treason, but it was nonetheless their unanimous. Moreover, since they were now speaking privately, there was no need to hide anything. Since they had all gathered together, they ought to treat each other frankly. The heir is right. This is precisely our goal, Wang Hu said in a deep voice, stroking his beard. Only with his endorsement did the others nod and emit a chorus of approval. But even if we must deal with Tang Chen, we cannot strike so soon. Is he not a master at playing games at court? We too should wait for a chance and make this fellow pay a heavy price, Lu Cheng said. With these words, the plan to deal with Tang Chen was settled. Yet it was not to be executed immediately. They would have to wait until an opportunity arose in the future. It might be a day or two away. It might be a week away. Or perhaps Tang Chen would never give these people an opportunity at all. With the discussion concluded, Lu Cheng was preparing to receive the ministers, meaning to bring out the concubines and dancing girls of his residence to revel with them. He did not notice that in a corner of the hall, a young maidservant responsible for serving tea and water had secretly recorded their conversation. She cast a cold glance over the ministers and left the hall. After she stepped out, she came to the garden and said to a maidservant lurking there with a broom, "I have found new developments. Take this quickly and report to Her Majesty." Hearing this, the maidservant took the record, vaulted over the courtyard wall with exceptional agility, and headed straight for the imperial palace. At the imperial palace, it was afternoon. The Empress was fishing in the imperial garden, while Lu Ziyue stood silently beside her holding a fish basket. "Ziyue, you'd think fishing looks dull, but I never imagined it could be such a leisurely and elegant pastime," the Empress said with a smile. "Since Your Majesty puts it that way, it seems that when Censor Tang went fishing back then, he wasn't just killing time, he must have genuinely been fascinated by it," Lu Ziyue replied. In the midst of their conversation, the Empress reeled in a small fish, already in her eyes a bountiful catch, and quickly tossed it into the creel. Then came several more small fish, none larger than a palm, all thrown carelessly into the fish basket. Just as the Empress was about to speak, a person stepped out from beside. Lu Ziyue bowed to the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, there is new intelligence to report." With that, the person produced a slip of paper. "You may withdraw," the Empress said. Lu Ziyue, as the chief palace steward, the highest rank among the maids, took the note and scanned it herself. Then she said, "Your Majesty, this concerns the residence of the Prince of Bohai's heir. It says that this afternoon ministers gathered at the heir's mansion discussing how to move against Censor Tang." With that, Lu Ziyue tore the note into pieces and cast them into the pond. "Oh, they want to move against Censor Tang," the Empress murmured nonchalantly, as if not surprised in the least. If the Empress was unsurprised, Lu Ziyue was certainly surprised. "Your Majesty, last time at court, Your Majesty's momentary carelessness nearly caused Censor Tang great harm. Why are you not at all taken aback today?" Lu Ziyue asked the question. For a maid, inquiring about such matters was naturally strange, but her true position was not that of a mere maid. She was someone who aided the Empress. Lu Ziyue had originally been the daughter of a civil official whose clan was exterminated. Because the Emperor's father had been friends with that official and only exterminated his entire clan under pressure from the feudal princes, he ultimately spared one person from the official's family. That person was Chun Ziyue, the official's only daughter. After entering the palace, Chun Ziyue changed her surname to Lu. The late emperor then began to cultivate her, instructing her in state affairs so that she might one day assist the Empress. Thus, whenever the Empress had matters on her mind, she would discuss them with Lu Ziyue. Even now, when it involved all the ministers, she saw no need for concealment. "In any case, this time, I was not careless, nor do I intend to harm Minister Tang. I have my own purposes." The Empress did not directly reveal what her purpose was, but instead, she gazed at the lake with a subtle smile, as if making calculations in her heart. Seeing this, Lu Ziyue asked nothing more and quietly stood aside. After the two of them, mistress and servant, had been silent for a long time, the Empress suddenly said, "The late emperor also wanted to reduce the power of the feudal princes, but he was a bit too hasty, and in the end it led to chaos." Mentioning the era of the late emperor brought deep sorrow to the Empress' eyes. Then she continued, "Ziyue, your father was a key minister who assisted the late emperor in trimming the feudatories. But in the end he made one misstep and failed. To placate the feudal prince's wrath, the late emperor was forced to slaughter your entire clan." Hearing this, Lu Ziyue clenched her jade-like hand into a fist and said through gritted teeth, "If not for those damned feudal princes, how could my Qin clan have been wiped out entirely?" Toward the feudal princes, she bore an innate hatred. "My father was also at fault in this matter," the Empress said. Suddenly saying this, the Empress set down her fishing rod, took Lu Ziyue's hand, and said softly, "But this time should be different. That Censor Tang has insight beyond ordinary men, as if he were sent by heaven specifically to reduce the power of the feudal princes for our imperial house. Does Your Majesty think so highly of him?" Lu Ziyue asked in slight astonishment. "Naturally I do." The Empress nodded, then thinking of something commanded, "Tonight you and I will pay another visit to Censor Tang's place. Bring this basket of fish along. Consider it a gift from me to him." "As you command," Lu Ziyue bowed in acknowledgement. Evening fell. Within Tang Chen's new luxurious mansion, Han Dynasty and Zhang Liang had both come over to dine together, discussing official matters while also chatting about other things. "Zhang Liang, that war proclamation you wrote last time was excellent. After I posted it, the people flocked to enlist. Truly astonishing." Tang Chen raised his cup, toasting Zhang Liang. I dare not. Lord Tang flatters me. I merely wrote a piece of useless drivel. What truly mattered was your excellent governance of the army." Zhang Liang flattered him even as he raised his cup with both hands to drink. By now Tang Chen had realized that Zhang Liang and Han Dynasty were truly exceptional talents. Though Han Dynasty was a scholar of little practical use, he had plenty of ink in his belly. Anything he wrote was unquestionably top-notch. The military regulations had also been personally drafted by Zhang Liang, and he had the ability to make them understandable even to soldiers who could not recognize a single character. As for Han Dynasty, he had taken advantage of the chaos of war to scavenge many military treatises. His theoretical foundation in military strategy was solid, his martial arts were excellent, and he learned quickly. These two were hardly useless good-for-nothings. They were truly employable talents. Thinking this, Tang Chen became even more delighted. Just as he was about to say more, a beautiful maid hurried over and said in a low voice, "My lord, the Empress has arrived." Hearing this, Tang Chen hastily rose to his feet and led the others out to greet the Empress. Unlike last time, perhaps because the Empress knew that Tang Chen had changed residences and could not keep a low profile, even if he wanted to, she made no attempt at concealment and came over openly with her entourage. As Tang Chen walked out, the Empress was just being helped down from her carriage by Lu Ziyue. "Your subject greets your Majesty." Tang Chen bowed. "Minister Tang, is the mansion I bestowed upon you comfortable to live in?" The Empress asked. "Comfortable, of course comfortable. Your Majesty's kindness to your subject leaves me overwhelmed with honor and awe. My gratitude and reverence for your Majesty flow like the mighty river." Seizing the chance to boost his flattery progress and earn system rewards, Tang Chen naturally began to lay it on thick. But although his words were sweet, that was not what he believed in his heart. "The mansion is indeed nice, but it is far too conspicuous. Last time you did not learn your lesson, and this time you have trapped me again. But it doesn't matter. This censor would love to lie low, but my strength simply won't permit it." Hearing his words, the Empress smiled. "You still want to lie low? After what you did at court, it's impossible to stay low profile." Thinking this, the Empress stepped forward, and as she walked into the mansion said, "Minister Tang, I have recently become obsessed with fishing. I specially caught some fish for you. Tonight they can serve to enrich the meal." "Thank you, your Majesty." Tang Chen took the fish basket from a guard and found the fish inside were only palm-sized. Though he was not exactly thrilled for the sake of system rewards, he still said, "Your Majesty, your fishing skills are quite impressive." Because the Empress had arrived without warning, Tang Chen had not been prepared. By the time they came together, the dishes on the stone table had already gone cold. This could only be blamed on the rather poor habit Tang Chen had developed. Ever since he had taken up the post of Grand Censor and discovered that the sovereign was a fatuous ruler, Tang Chen had chosen to take things easy, spending every day wishing only for a peaceful life. At home, he would have his meals at the stone table in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze and admiring the flowers. A thoroughly pleasant life. The downside of this habit was that once anything came up during a meal, the food would go cold. "Elder brother, I have advised you before. Next time, do not eat in the courtyard. Just eat properly indoors," Tang Lu muttered behind Tang Chen as the Empress entered the courtyard. "Blame me. Isn't it simply that your cooking is not up to scratch, so whatever you make turns cold quickly?" Tang Chen made up a far-fetched excuse, refusing to acknowledge his own problem. Fine, my fault. Tang Lu could not be bothered to argue with Tang Chen, knowing that nothing he said would ever be taken to heart. He did not even try to insist on his own view. Although the two of them had deliberately kept their voices low, the Empress in front still heard every word clearly. She smiled slightly, turned back to look at Tang Chen, and said, "The bond between you brothers is quite good. That is a rare thing. That we have a good bond is true, but why is it rare?" Tang Chen asked, puzzled. Hearing this question, the Empress said nothing. She merely gave Tang Chen a smile and turned back around. She sighed with endless emotion in her heart. As a member of the imperial clan, her uncles and older cousins had been very kind to her when she was a child, treating her well and showing great respect to her father, the Emperor. But now that her father, the Emperor, was dead, those uncles had revealed their true faces. Even Lu Cheng, the older cousin who had grown up playing with her since childhood, now wished she would suddenly drop dead. There is nothing more heartless than an imperial family. What is called kinship among those of the same blood could not even compare to Lu Ziyue. While the Empress was lost in thought, everyone else had already entered the courtyard, and she alone sat down on the stone bench. Only then did the Empress pat the stone bench beside her and say, "Minister Tang, sit down as well. Why are you standing? And all of you, take a seat too." "Thank you, your Majesty." Everyone expressed their thanks, and then sat down. Looking at the cold dishes on the table, the Empress said, "I had not eaten when I came. I would like to make do with a meal here in your Tang residence. May I?" "You may." Tang Chen nodded. However, he felt in his heart that the Empress' visit could never be as simple. He thought to himself, "She ran out of the imperial palace all the way to my place just for a meal. That is impossible. This fatuous ruler must still have some other scheme in mind. I need to be careful." The Empress caught every one of these inner thoughts without a single omission. She raised an eyebrow, thinking that Tang Chen was indeed extremely wary. She had merely come for a visit, and yet he was already on guard against her. Unexpectedly, the Empress did not bother to dwell on Tang Chen's calling her a fatuous ruler. It seemed that she had been called such so many times that she had developed a psychological immunity to it. "Elder brother, I will go cook. Since the Empress is here, we cannot let her eat leftovers," Tang Lu said, starting toward the kitchen. But Tang Lu had only gone a few steps when Tang Chen stopped him. "Never mind. Go put the fish the Empress bestowed on me into the water to keep them alive. I will prepare the meal." "You?" Tang Lu looked at his elder brother in utter disbelief. He had never imagined that Tang Chen, a man who had always been waited on by others, would actually cook with his own hands. "What about me?" "Hurry." Tang Chen handed the fish basket to Tang Lu and went to the kitchen himself. A short while later he came out again carrying something that looked like an iron rack and a few pieces of pitch-black charcoal. These actions greatly intrigued the Empress, and she observed Tang Chen's every move. "Your Majesty, today I shall prepare food in a special way for you." With that, Tang Chen went to fetch a fishing rod and sat by the pond in the courtyard to fish. In this grand residence, the pond in the courtyard was always filled with running water, and sometimes fish would come along with the current. But even if there were fish, catching them on the spot at mealtime was a bit too far-fetched. "Minister Tang, what are you doing? By the time you manage to catch a fish, it will be midnight," the Empress said. She was judging the time based on her own fishing skill. If it were she who was fishing right now, it really would be midnight, but with Tang Chen it was an exception. The Empress had just finished speaking when a few seconds later Tang Chen's fishing rod trembled. He gave a flick and landed a grass carp as long as a forearm. In no time at all he caught a second, then a third, and he did not stop until he had pulled up 5 fish. "Your Majesty, it seems our luck is good today. There is no need to wait until midnight," Tang Chen said with a smile. At the same time, seeing the Empress' astonished expression, he felt somewhat smug. "You think I am like you, able to catch only such small fish? No, what you catch are not fish at all. They are just fish fry. Learn from me. When it comes to fishing, you are still far too green." After catching these 2 thoughts, the Empress, who had originally wanted to praise Tang Chen, now had no such intent. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Tang Chen with dissatisfaction. "Minister Tang, your fishing skills are indeed impressive. It seems you have put no small amount of effort into fishing. If you had put that same drive into assisting me in ruling the state, the great Han would have flourished long ago." The Empress' words were a bit exaggerated, but the core meaning was that Tang Chen had always been slacking off and had spent most of his energy on fishing. Tang Chen was entirely unbothered by these sarcastic words. He merely smiled faintly. "That is easy for you to say. You did not even hold court before, and you still have the nerve to criticize me. Back when you did not hold court and did not put your energy into state affairs, you did not even manage to improve your fishing, did you?" Hearing these inner thoughts, the Empress let out a cold snort. She was quite displeased, but she could not refute it. Tang Chen had not said these words in front of everyone. To keep Tang Chen from learning that she could hear his inner thoughts, the Empress could not deliberately pick a quarrel. In the end, the matter could only be dropped. Afterward, Tang Chen put the fish he had caught on the iron rack, built a fire, and said to the Empress, "Your Majesty, today, let me show you my special skill." "Isn't that just grilled fish?" the Empress said contemptuously. In this era, the art of grilling food was not. It was in fact one of the more mainstream cooking methods, so the Empress did not pay much attention to it. Tang Chen laughed. "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. This is indeed grilled fish, but after I refined the technique, it has reached the ultimate pinnacle, flawless, masterful, and so divine that it astounds the heavens." "Enough, no more nonsense. Whether it is a mule or a horse, roast it up, and let us eat." The Empress cut off Tang Chen's self-praise without hesitation. "As you command." With no alternative, Tang Chen could only continue grilling. An hour later, Tang Chen's specially prepared grilled fish was nearly done. Just as it was about to come off the fire, he sprinkled a layer of fine salt over it along with some seasonings he had procured from a small kingdom in the western regions. Seasonings were not at all rare in the Great Han, for its territory butted up against the Xiongnu, and the western region's kingdoms were not far beyond its western border. Other nations such as Li Tang and Zhu Ming could only obtain seasonings by purchasing them from the Great Han. But this finely crushed salt was rare. "What is this?" The Empress lightly picked up some glistening white grains, sniffed them, then set them in her mouth and held them for a moment. Then she said in astonishment, "It's salt." "Yes, this is the fine salt your subjects specially prepared," Tang Chen said with a smile. No wonder the Empress was surprised. In this era, fine salt was still an extremely rare commodity. Perhaps a feudal lord near a lake or the sea would have a little. The fine salt he now had was made by his own hand. He had sent men to Li Tang south of Luhan to collect seawater along the coast. "How strange. This salt is neither bitter nor fishy, yet it is far better than the salt I use in the palace," the Empress said in amazement, then dipped a little more salt into her mouth. Fine salt with no strange odor and only a pure salty taste was truly 100 times better than crude salt. "Minister Tang, you really do have skill." The Empress offered a word of praise, then took another pinch. Originally, Tang Chen had been watching her with a smile. Although this female emperor of Luhan was a fatuous ruler, she was after all one who stood above 10,000 people. Seeing her so amazed, Tang Chen felt quite pleased. But when the Empress sent one pinch after another into her mouth, Tang Chen could not hold back any longer. "Your Majesty, fine salt. Fine salt is purer than crude salt. If you eat too much, something will happen." Hearing this, the Empress paused for a moment, then quickly stopped. The next second, however, she heard what Tang Chen was really thinking. "I only dip a tiny bit each time. Not as much as I eat in a whole meal. How could it be poisonous? If it were the old days, you could lick salt to your heart's content. But now I only have a little left. How can I let you eat it? Is it that you begrudge me this little bit of salt?" The Empress' face shifted from worry to displeasure, and she pursed her lips. "No way. Your Majesty's body is made of gold and jade. That you would eat this subject's salt is this subject's honor." Tang Chen said respectfully. And when he praised her as a body of gold, and jade the progress in the system in his mind toward unlocking the next reward increased a little. This secretly pleased him. A man whose words do not match his heart. The Empress rolled her eyes at Tang Chen, but she did not dip any more salt. Instead, she sat obediently and waited. Just then Tang Lu finished dressing the fish and came back. His first reaction when he saw the grilled fish was that it had to be delicious. His second reaction was to frown slightly, feeling that something was not quite that simple. Elder brother. Tang Lu crouched down and leaned over to Tang Chen. You who never lift a finger and can't tell the 5 grains apart. You actually know how to grill fish. You must have done this more than once, haven't you? Tang Chen's face stiffened. Only then did he recall that twice before he had cooked himself a little something without bringing this younger brother of his along. But Tang Lu hadn't been there then, and he hadn't intentionally tried to avoid him. To keep Tang Lu from thinking so, Tang Chen smiled. Your elder brother may not have eaten pork, but he has certainly seen a pig run. It's only grilling, how could I not know it? Is that so? Tang Lu gave Tang Chen a suspicious look, but eventually nodded with half belief, half doubt, and did not press the matter further. Once the grilled fish was ready, Tang Chen took one and offered it to the Empress. Your Majesty, please go first. The Empress accepted the grilled fish, held it to her lips with her right hand, and raised her left hand to use her sleeve to cover the sight of herself eating. Then she took a bite. As soon as the fish entered her mouth, an intense fragrance rushed straight down her throat. The oil of the roasted fish along with fine salt and the flavor of all the seasonings was enough to make one marvel. Good. The Empress nodded in satisfaction. Good then, Tang Chen said, and sat down to share the grilled fish with the others. The Empress sat on a stone stool while everyone else stood. Only Tang Chen sprawled on the ground and ate the grilled fish in large hearty bites. After a brief silence, the Empress asked as she ate, Minister Tang, I came here today because there is something I want to ask. If I want to stabilize this imperial court, what measures should be taken? The 9-rank official selection system I mentioned before to select officials anew is one measure. But it's useless for now, we can speak of it later. So rounding it off, it amounts to no measure at all. Tang Chen said casually, muttering in his heart, measures. You're not much of an emperor. It's a wonder no one has dragged you off the throne yet. If you're going to eat fish, then eat fish. Why do you insist on asking me all these pointless questions? I can't be bothered to use my brain for you. Upon hearing those 2 remarks, the Empress put down the grilled fish and frowned. Minister Tang, I feel that your ideas are like water in a wet blanket. As long as you wring it, there will always be some. Tang Chen was stunned for a moment. He had never imagined that the Empress would say something so full of wisdom. And since she had said it, he really had to think. What measures are there? For an emperor, the most important affair was always to produce an heir. That was proof that the dynasty had a successor. Once there was a child, one's hold on power became more secure. Even if one was suppressed by the ministers now, there would still be a chance to turn the tide later. After pondering it a little, Tang Chen smiled. Your Majesty, I do have an idea. It's just that I'm not sure you want to hear it. Speak, the Empress commanded. She thought to herself she had heard clearly every thought in Tang Chen's head just now, and now he was still asking her whether she wanted to hear it. Your Majesty should find a man. This man must not be from one of the great noble clans, but he must hold a high position, be wise and intelligent, and not lack courage. Given your Majesty's present situation, his character should not be too fierce. He should be gentle and easygoing. Tang Chen voiced his thoughts. This. The Empress reflected for a moment, and felt that Tang Chen's words were not without reason. But the Empress' gaze fell on Tang Chen. She narrowed her eyes and studied him, thinking a man with this kind of character and background besides Tang Chen, it seemed there was no one else. Could it be that he had designs on her? Sensing the Empress' gaze, Tang Chen froze. Remembering his own words, he screamed inwardly, not good. It's over. This. Who else could this kind of person be besides me? But I was only making an analysis. I don't want to be this degenerate female emperor's kept man. The Tang family is still waiting for me to carry it on and revive it. I can't change my surname to Lu. Having heard all of that in his heart, the Empress gave a cold snort. I knew you didn't have the nerve anyway. Your Majesty, I indeed spoke out of turn, Tang Chen said with a wry smile. This was his true feeling. Just now he had only given it a brief thought, without careful deliberation, before blurting out the suggestion that the Empress should find a man. Moreover, the standard for that man happened to align perfectly with his own qualities. This was truly a great. Although Tang Chen believed the Empress' appearance deserved at least a perfect 10, he was no fool who would lose his head at the sight of a woman and act without thought. If he were to have any entanglement with the Emperor, he would have to marry into the Lu family, something Tang Chen was unwilling to do. In light of the fact that you spoke without malicious intent, I shall let it pass. With that, the Empress cast a sidelong glance at Tang Chen and continued hiding her face behind the sleeve of her left hand while eating the grilled fish. But halfway through the meal, her stomach felt uncomfortably full. She thought to herself that she should not have eaten lunch today so that she would have room for this delicious grilled fish. Yet now she could not finish it. But no one possessed the power of foresight. Having no other choice, the Empress could only hand the half-eaten grilled fish to Tang Chen and say, "You eat it." Tang Chen was taken aback, but in the end he accepted the grilled fish, though he did not take a bite. The reason was that the moment he took the fish he caught a fragrance. Not the aroma of meat nor the scent of spices, but a peculiar strange fragrance. What the hell? How can something that passed through this tyrant's mouth still carry a fragrance? Could she have been steeping spices in her mouth? Unexpectedly, this tyrant is actually rather vain about her appearance. "What do you disdain me?" The Empress tilted up her chin and raised her head to ask. "No, how could I? The food your Majesty bestows upon me is like radiant gold. Having passed through your Majesty's lips, the fish itself seems elevated. How could I bear to gobble it down in one bite?" Tang Chen said these pleasant words to earn flattery points, but his true thoughts were entirely different. Even without that strange fragrance, Tang Chen would not be willing to eat leftovers from someone else. "You are only the emperor after all. If Tang Lu dared to hand me something she had half-eaten, I would flick her forehead. Your words do not match your heart." The Empress shot Tang Chen a glare, thinking to herself that this fellow had a silver tongue and could charm anyone with his smooth talk. Yet his words never matched his heart, and inwardly he was belittling her. However, after this period of time together, the Empress had grown accustomed to it. As long as Tang Chen's silent complaints were not too severe, she could simply ignore them. Thus she did not continue speaking. After more than 10 minutes had passed, not only Zhang Liang, Han Xian, and Tang Lu, but even Lu Ziyue had devoured the grilled fish in her hands with ravenous bites. Seeing this, the Empress stood up, intending to leave, yet she did not turn away. Instead, she suddenly crooked her finger at Tang Chen. "Your Majesty has a command." Tang Chen stepped forward in response, drawing close to the Empress. This was the first time he had been at such a close distance. He caught a fragrance from the Empress' body, much like the scent that had clung to the grilled fish after passing her lips. It was strange, yet rather pleasant to the nose. Therefore Tang Chen took a breath and felt slightly intoxicated. But in the very next moment a voice suddenly rang out that made him feel as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. "Tang Iching, after the morning court adjourned, before I went fishing, a number of ministers came to me and said that it was truly inappropriate for you, a grand censor, to hold military authority over the new army." The Empress said in a cold voice. Though she spoke as softly as a whisper, her words were heard clearly by everyone. Those who had just finished their grilled fish and were thinking of idling away a leisurely moment instantly became alert. Zhang Liang pricked up his ears to listen to the Empress' words. Han Xian meanwhile knitted his brows tightly. Tang Lu glanced at Lu Ziyue, raised an eyebrow, and gradually stepped closer to her elder brother. And Tang Chen, as the main target of the Empress' words, felt his burly frame shudder and his heart thump with alarm. "Trouble. I knew those bastards would not let this go. Even if they cannot stop me from expanding the army, they will still run to the emperor and try to undermine me. Since ancient times, imperial power has towered above all. No emperor would ever feel at ease with a powerful minister. Even a half-baked powerful minister like me who possesses only military authority is not safe. What am I to do?" After mulling it over, Tang Chen asked tentatively, "Your Majesty, are these court officials asking me to hand over military authority to them? If so, if you agree to it, then the worst I can do is hand over the military authority. But in doing so you will have proven yourself to be a fatuous ruler unworthy of my support. If that day comes, even if I cannot continue lying low, then so be it. I will simply resign from office and go into seclusion." "No. What they mean is for me to take the military authority of the new army into my own hands," the Empress answered. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the residence grew even heavier. Standing nearby, Lu Ziyue looked at the Empress with confusion, wondering why the Emperor had suddenly brought up. As the commanding general of the new army, Han Xian no longer maintained his bowed posture. Instead, he straightened his chest, raised his head, and looked directly at the Empress. Tang Chen had been his benefactor, who recognized his talent. He could not sit by and watch the new army built through Tang Chen's painstaking effort be taken away by the Emperor so easily. Absolutely not. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, the Empress spoke once more. "Tang Iching, I have not yet made a decision on this matter. What do you think should be done?" the Empress asked. Hearing this, everyone else understood that the Empress was telling Tang Chen to be sensible and voluntarily surrender the military authority. The meaning was that Tang Chen should not force the Emperor to say it outright, so as to avoid embarrassment for everyone. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Everyone could hear the heavy breathing of those around them as they waited quietly for Tang Chen's response. "Your Majesty, I believe." Tang Chen began speaking only the opening words before pausing, and then said fiercely, "I believe that the new army was trained by me and approved by your Majesty. So what if I hold its military authority? These ministers are full of nonsense, each harboring their own sinister schemes. They deserve to be executed." Hearing this answer, Zhang Liang revealed a helpless expression. As a shrewd man of letters, he knew that Tang Chen absolutely must not say at this moment that the ministers deserved execution. It was a provocation of imperial authority, and Tang Chen was not a fool, so how could he have answered in such a manner? At this moment, not only Zhang Liang, but everyone else also realized this. Lu Ziyue, standing beside the Empress, took a step toward Tang Chen and moved her slender right hand toward the back of her waist. But just when everyone felt that events were about to spiral out of control, the Empress actually laughed. Ha ha ha. While laughing, the Empress patted Tang Chen on the shoulder and said, "You think they deserve to die, and that is exactly right. So you should realize by now that you have become a target for everyone. Do not ever think about keeping a low profile or hiding your strength again. Your subject understands." Hearing the Empress's reply, Tang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So it was not that she wanted to make him hand over command of the new army. She had only meant to test his thoughts and tell him that there was no turning back now. I had thought this fatuous ruler had simply lost her wits, unable to withstand those treacherous ministers after a few words, and ready to do their bidding. Hearing the voice inside Tang Chen's head, the Empress raised an eyebrow, a hint of smugness appearing on her face. Was it only Tang Chen who could be brilliant beyond measure and rich in strategy? After all, I am the sovereign of a nation raised in the palace since childhood. How could I become a stupid, fatuous ruler who lets others do as they please? Having perceived what the other was thinking, the ruler and her subject both felt somewhat pleased with themselves and exchanged a knowing smile. "Your Majesty, it seems you are already mentally prepared and have resolved to stand against the courtiers," Tang Chen said with a smile. "Naturally. I simply will not allow these men to seize the realm and ruin the state." The Empress nodded. Having shared their thoughts, the ruler and her subject trusted each other from then on with no barrier between them. And just as the Empress had promised when she first sought out Tang Chen to serve as her aide, she would make him the Grand Preceptor, second only to one above 10,000. There was no power the Grand Preceptor could not control, military authority included. That was why the Empress never mentioned the matter of troop command again. Even though Tang Chen was then only the censor-in-chief, she considered it only natural for him to hold military power. As the saying goes, never employ a man you doubt, and never doubt a man you employ. Moreover, the Empress could read Tang Chen's innermost thoughts. To say nothing of military authority, she would trust him without reservation, even if she asked him to oversee the realm in her place. "Minister Tang, I have said what I came to say, and the fish has been eaten. I am going." With that, the Empress turned and walked out of the residence accompanied by Lu Ziyue. "Your subject respectfully sees your Majesty off." Tang Chen bowed deeply. Only after the Empress had left the residence did the group breathe a sigh of relief. Recalling what had happened moments ago, they could not help but feel a pang of fear. "Elder brother, that was dangerous just now." That woman beside the Empress moved her hand to her waist. "I suspect she was reaching for a weapon, waiting for the Empress's order to kill you." Tang Lu looked grave and spoke in a tense voice. At that time, after noticing Lu Ziyue's suspicious movement, Tang Lu had also drawn near Tang Chen, ready to support him at any moment. "I know. That woman did not seem right, but I'm not sure what she does at the Empress's side." Tang Chen frowned, rubbing his chin in thought. "No matter what, this time we escaped danger without harm," Zhang Liang said with a smile, then looked at Han Xian. "If Her Majesty had forced Lord Tang to surrender military authority, you wouldn't have obediently followed her command, would you?" "Of course not." Han Xian nodded in approval, and then said solemnly, "I, Han Xian, recognize no son of heaven, because the son of heaven could not keep my fellow villagers alive. I recognize only Lord Tang. He recommended me as a general, and that kindness is like giving me a new life." Hearing this, all the others felt that something was not quite right. Han Xian was truly bold, daring to say anything. He had even directly declared his loyalty to Tang Chen rather than to the Empress. However, on reflection, it was not entirely without reason. "It's enough that you're loyal to me, but you still have to maintain appearances," Tang Chen warned. He felt that although Han Xian was capable, his character was too straightforward, which was not ideal. But it did not matter much. If a military commander were as fond of flattery as Zhang Liang, that would not be good. With these thoughts, Tang Chen shook his head, casting the other ideas from his mind. After calculating for a moment, he said, "I plan to set up an armor workshop recently. What do you all think?" "An armor workshop?" Hearing Tang Chen's words, Zhang Liang was startled, clearly never having expected that Tang Chen would suddenly want to make armor. But he knew that Tang Chen detested people who asked too many questions, so he did not raise a single doubt. He merely said, "Lord Tang, making armor is not a simple matter. First is the selection of a site for the workshop, and then there is the question of craftsmen. The workshop is easy to arrange and craftsmen are not difficult either. In these times the realm is suffering and everything is lacking, except for capable people. If Lord Tang needs them, I can recommend a group of skilled men." Hearing this, Tang Chen smiled with satisfaction and said, "I knew it. You, Zhang Liang, are indeed a man of talent. In that case, say no more, get straight to work on the armor workshop." "Understood." Zhang Liang cupped his hands in acknowledgement. The armor workshop did not seem like a pressing matter since it could not be established so easily. But Tang Chen was extremely anxious about it. The reason was that he wanted to use the system reward that increased both the production and quality of armor. Furthermore, armor was extremely important to an army. A new recruit in armor could kill an unarmored veteran. as long as armor was produced quickly and issued to the troops. Then Tang Chen's new army, only 10,000 strong, could quickly become a powerful force not to be underestimated. Therefore, the armor workshop became a matter of top priority. As for the location, Tang Chen placed it in Weiwu Commandery, not far from the military camp of the new army. As for the craftsmen, with Zhang Liang's help, a large group of artisans was soon brought before Tang Chen, and their skills and abilities were tested. Only those whose armor was made well could enter the workshop. When all preparations were complete, Tang Chen applied the system reward to the armor workshop. Congratulations, host, for using the system reward. The armor quality and output of the armor workshop have been greatly improved. It's good that it has improved, but the actual effect still needs to be tested in person after a week. Tang Chen said. A week later, inside the armor workshop in Weiwu Commandery, the craftsmen were busy in full swing, each one forging armor with no idler among them. Moreover, the division of labor was clear. Some stitched leather, some forged iron plates, and some assembled the armor. Everything was proceeding in perfect order. Lord Tang, according to your instructions, the armor produced by the craftsmen has been improved. It is a kind of padded armor with cotton cloth wrapped on the outside and iron plates rolled inside. This armor has strong defensive power, keeps one warm, and saves materials. Zhang Liang led the way into the armor workshop, introducing it as he walked. Very good. Tang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then the two continued forward and came before the workshop's master craftsman. Lord Tang. The master craftsman bowed, then asked, you've come to inspect the armor production, haven't you? Everything is going smoothly. Somehow inside this workshop, everyone's energy and craftsmanship have improved considerably, and the success rate of forging iron plates has also risen. Hearing this, Tang Chen smiled faintly and asked, how many suits of armor can you produce each day? 100. The master craftsman answered. 100 suits of armor. That output marked the very height of the current era. In Tang Chen's knowledge, even Li Tang, now the strongest dynasty in the land, could produce only 20 suits a day at its imperial armor workshop. Moreover, those 20 were not meant for ordinary soldiers, but for officers. Armor for the rank and file was indeed produced in greater numbers, roughly 150 suits a day, yet most were crude leather pieces whose defensive power was hardly more than a joke. Tang Chen's workshop, by contrast, produced padded armor covered with iron plates. It was light, practical, and highly protective. The most important point was that this armor was meant for common soldiers. This output is not enough. I want at least 300 suits a day. Tang Chen made his demand in grand fashion, raising 3 fingers and directly asking for a daily production of 300. Hearing this, the chief craftsman's face turned green. He immediately wanted to tell Tang Chen that armorers were not gods, they needed to eat, drink, and sleep. Even without eating or drinking, they could not produce 300 in a day. Don't worry, I do not mean to force you to make 300. I mean to expand the workshop and recruit more craftsmen. Tang Chen explained, then looked at Zhang Liang and said, in this age, craftsmen are a precious treasure. Hire as many as you can find. If money is lacking, say the word, and I will borrow from Her Majesty. As you command. Zhang Liang bowed in acknowledgement. At the time, Zhang Liang was still a records officer, but Tang Chen had temporarily transferred him to the armor workshop to handle management and dispatch, which made the most of his abilities. But no matter how capable the man was, expanding the workshop still required money. That matter had to be arranged by Tang Chen as well. The next day, inside the imperial palace, on the stone-paved avenue leading to the Hall of State. I have no money. The Empress sat in her palanquin, her face stern. Outside the palanquin, Tang Chen and Tang Lu walked one after the other. Both felt helpless when they heard the Empress' words. Your Majesty, the armor produced by my workshop can arm soldiers. Even in Li Tang, currently the most powerful dynasty, no more than 3 or 4 ordinary soldiers and 10 wear armor. But what if my new army of 10,000 were fully armored? Tang Chen thought the Empress was simply reluctant to part with money, so he laid out the pros and cons, making clear that he had no intention of spending funds irresponsibly. But the Empress truly had no money. Minister Tang, it is not that I refuse to give you money, it is that I have no spare money in my own household either. The Empress pressed her hand to her forehead, saying despondently, why don't you take my gold thread garments and sell them? They might fetch a few tens of thousands of coins. Hearing this, Tang Chen waved his hands repeatedly. No need, no need. Tang Chen silently grumbled, after all, you are an emperor, yet so destitute that you speak of selling clothes. What is the point of being an emperor like this? Other emperors strain to hoard money in their private treasuries, but you are so poor you do not have a single coin. There is truly no one like you. Hearing those two silent complaints, the Empress said, with displeasure, Minister Tang, the people of the realm are living in hardship. Disaster relief has exhausted all the money, and you still come to me for funds. Shame on you. Tang Chen was at a loss for words and did not answer. Then, after considering what to do, he fell silent for a moment and said, Your Majesty, perhaps you could sell official posts. Selling offices was hardly a favorable move for the court, especially when the Empress urgently needed to purge the court and restore the integrity of governance. But the Empress did not take offense. She said if I could sell offices I would have done so long ago. The court has already been riddled like a sieve by noble families, powerful clans, and feudal lords. Whether a man is appointed to office is determined by a single word from them. If I try to sell posts, who would buy? Hearing this, Tang Chen was left utterly speechless. He sighed and said nothing. The procession continued for a while and was on the point of reaching the Hall of State. Just then the Empress suddenly said, Minister Tang, although I cannot give you money, the counties around Chang'an were spared disaster and are still peaceful with trade normal. Why not let me assign you a task by which you can earn money yourself? All right. Tang Chen nodded. Trading in this era was an occupation held in low regard, but he had no money, so he could only think of a solution in commerce. Once this was settled, the sovereign and her minister proceeded to the Hall of State for the morning audience. The morning audience was tedious. There was nothing substantive to discuss. On top of that, the ministers deliberately concealed matters and did not want the Empress to know too much, which made it all the more uneventful. Near the very end, the Empress proclaimed, My ministers, the state treasury is empty. We are in genuine difficulty. I need someone to manage trade and earn money to fill the national coffers. Does anyone among you have a person to recommend? At these words, the ministers looked at one another, each seemingly eager to avoid the issue at all costs. Who would make a nomination? The courtiers were far too proud for commerce, and since the Empress had said the money from trade would go to the state treasury, none of them wished to be entangled in the affair. This, of course, gave Tang Chen his chance. Your Majesty, I am willing to undertake this matter. Tang Chen stepped forward and bowed. Very well. Since Minister Tang is willing to share my burden, this task is yours. The Empress smiled. Thus, what had originally been settled by the sovereign and her minister was handed to Tang Chen after a flawless. The ministers had initially refused to touch matters of commerce, but now that Tang Chen had jumped out, they wanted to share again. So Wang Hu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old minister has something to report. Minister Wang, please speak. The Empress nodded. This old minister has learned lately that the Xiongnu are restive. They have been shifting troops and preparing for war. We do not know how Censor Tang's army is faring. If fighting breaks out, can it be counted on at all? Wang Hu cast a cunning glance at Tang Chen and asked with a cold smile. Tang Chen thought to himself, the Xiongnu are restive. This is somewhat troublesome, but I estimate nothing will happen in the short term. I had better focus on business for now. With that in mind, Tang Chen said, my army is naturally more than fit for battle. When the day comes, we will smash the Xiongnu and flay the Xiongnu chieftain who dares offend the heavenly might of our great Han. There will be no problem whatsoever. Very well. Since Censor Tang is confident, this Grand Commandant will wait and see in the days to come. Wang Hu said darkly. After the exchange of barbs, neither side had gained the upper hand, and so the morning audience came to an end. Once court was dismissed, Tang Chen immediately turned to commercial matters and began planning how to make money. The method was simple. Chang'an had a market for trade. Western region merchants who came along the Silk Road, Xiongnu, and even Turks from the lands facing Litang, all traded there. To get money, one only had to squeeze it out of the Xiongnu, who were soon to become enemies. After all, the Empress had handed the matter of official trade to Tang Chen, and what he did with it was his own affair, and no one else was allowed to inquire. Later that afternoon, at the Chang'an market quarter, Lord Tang, your subordinate, investigated this market quarter, and the general situation has been made clear. Beside the carriage that carried Tang Chen, Zhang Liang stood outside, holding a sheet of paper, and respectfully reported the details of the market. By now, thanks to his outstanding abilities, Zhang Liang had become like a brick in Tang Chen's hands, moved wherever he was needed. And Zhang Liang never disappointed him every time he did the job well. This task of investigating the details of the Chang'an market quarter was a case in point. Within the market quarter, the North Market is where merchants of our own dynasty do business, selling rouge tea and operating jewelry shops and wine houses. The South Market, on the other hand, is set aside for the Hu from the western regions and for merchants of other dynasties, such as Li Tang and Zhu Ming. Naturally, as you expected, there are also a great many Xiongnu. Zhang Liang reported the situation down to the smallest detail. Tang Chen listened closely and gradually gained an understanding of the market quarter in his mind. But this time Zhang Liang had not investigated the matter he cared about most. Tang Chen therefore asked, and the Xiongnu doing business in the South Market, what is their situation? Well, according to your subordinate's investigation, the Xiongnu trade in the South Market is hardly a small business. In fact, it is the largest operation among all the Hu and other dynasty merchants in the South Market. Zhang Liang reported this. The largest. Tang Chen, still in the carriage, was a little puzzled. The Xiongnu in the northern wasteland had lost places such as Zhangye and Zhechuan. Although these two places, because of the court's weakness, had been forced to reduce military preparations, they were now in some danger under the threat of the increasingly powerful Xiongnu. But as long as Zhangye and Zhechuan stood, the Xiongnu could never open a route to the western regions. And since these people had no head for business, how could they have built the largest trade operation in the South Market? Seeming to sense Tang Chen's confusion, Zhang Liang volunteered, after all, the Xiongnu are a power that borders us. They may not have many good wares, but cattle, sheep, and hides they have in great abundance. So every autumn the Xiongnu come to the market to sell cattle, sheep, horses, and hides in exchange for tea and crops. Lord Tang, your armor workshop has even used Xiongnu hides. Only after hearing these words did Tang Chen understand. The Xiongnu were not an ordinary nomadic power. Unlike the Turks that the Li Tang dynasty faced, this was a powerful nomadic people with a royal court and cities built in the northern wasteland. But limited by their geographical environment, they still lacked food and drink, so naturally, they had to use large quantities of cattle, sheep, and hides to trade for food. Good heavens! We are about to go to war with the Xiongnu, and these people are still allowed into trade. Isn't that helping the enemy? Suddenly Zhang Liang, stirred by emotion, cried out in great displeasure. That is a mistaken view. Tang Chen shook his head and said, we and the Xiongnu are each taking what we need and exchanging what we have. By trading food for cattle, sheep, horses, and hides, we can build a strong cavalry and increase our strength. Forget it. You don't need to understand these economic theories, it is enough that I understand them myself. Hearing this, Zhang Liang bowed and said, as you command. Tell Han Xin to act. They'll be there shortly. Tang Chen commanded. A dozen or so minutes later, the South Market. The Xiongnu accounted for a very large share of the commerce in the South Market. They had built a settlement of considerable size where they sold cattle, sheep, and horses. All these people were led and commanded by the merchant chief Dutta. No one knew that Dutta had another identity. He was the younger brother of Dutta, the Xiongnu king. At this moment Dutta was in his own tent calculating how much grain he had earned today and how much progress he had made in advancing the Xiongnu's preparations for war. But today he would not be so fortunate. Men, seal off this place by order of this general. No one is allowed out, understand? Han Xin rode forward shouting orders. As you command. The soldiers of Weiwu Commandery who had been brought along acknowledged the order in unison, then swiftly moved into action. Running in neat, orderly steps, they sealed the Xiongnu merchant's settlement so tightly that not even water could seep through. Then, riding his tall horse, Han Xin slowly entered the settlement, and under the astonished gaze of the Xiongnu merchants came to the front of the largest tent. At that moment, Dutta, the merchant leader, was standing in front of the tent. Greetings, General. May I ask if I have done something wrong or offended the Imperial Majesty? Dutta bowed respectfully and asked with a humble expression. He was very nervous. Because soldiers had suddenly arrived and sealed off the place, it might mean that the Han Dynasty had come to its senses and was preparing to make a move against these Xiongnu merchants. But that should not be the case, should it? In Dutta's impression, those pot-bellied Han officials could have their mouths shut with just a little gold. You ask what you've done wrong. Han Xin looked down from his horse at Dutta and said fiercely, our great Han is about to go to war with you, and you are still here delivering grain to the Xiongnu. Let's see if I don't chop you down today. With that, he drew his ring-pommel saber with a rasp and held it against Dutta's neck. General, what you are doing is not very proper. Dutta was unshaken in the face of danger, showing not the slightest panic. Instead, he said composedly, we are only a group of Xiongnu merchants unconnected to those who want to start a war. Moreover, we not only take away grain, but we have also given you war horses, cattle, sheep, and leather. These are enough to arm a powerful army. In that sense, I am still a meritorious minister of your Han Dynasty. After saying these words, Dutta forced a calm smile and looked at Han Xin. Do you think I care about all that? Without another word, Han Xin was about to strike him down. But just then a voice called out, stop. Han Xin stopped immediately, and together with the others looked toward the source of the voice. There stood Tang Chen approaching with Tang Lu and Zhang Liang. General Han, what are you doing? Drawing near, Tang Chen shot Han Xin a glare and pushed him aside. Then he took the hand of Dutta, the Xiongnu merchant leader, and said with a smile, friend from afar, are you all right? General Han may have been a bit rough, but I came here precisely to stop him. No. I'm fine. Dutta looked at Tang Chen in confusion, not quite understanding the situation. Han Xin was just as baffled. He watched Tang Chen in great bewilderment, thinking, wasn't it Tang Chen's own order for me to come and make trouble? How did it become Han Xin's fault alone now? Afterward, Tang Chen gave Han Xin a look signaling him to fall back, then led Dutta into the tent together. Everyone disperse. Seeing this, Han Xin knew that Tang Chen surely had his own plan, so he no longer stayed there to be a nuisance. He withdrew his troops and left the place. After entering the tent, Tang Chen sat down together with Dutta. My honored lord, I salute you. If it weren't for you, I might truly have been cut down by that mad general. Dutta placed a hand over his chest, bowed, and spoke, still trembling with fright. Before Han Xin, his composure had all been a pretense, but in truth he had long been scared out of his wits. Now that Tang Chen had saved his life, he was naturally overflowing with gratitude. A mere effort, hardly worth mentioning. Tang Chen smiled and waved his hand, then said, I take a positive view of trade between the Xiongnu and our dynasty. We both take what we need and exchange what we have, isn't that so? But the problem is not that simple. With the great Han and the Xiongnu at odds, merchants like you loaded with money and goods are naturally fat sheep. I'm afraid this sort of thing will continue to happen from time to time. After these words, Tang Chen knitted his brows and wore a look of concern for Data. At the same time, his gaze drifted to a golden plate in the corner of the tent, and greed crept across his face. Data knew that Tang Chen had deliberately exaggerated the danger in order to extort money from him. Just like those court officials before, nothing different at all. Thinking this, Data smiled and fished out a piece of gold, pressed it into Tang Chen's hand, and said with a smile, "My honored lord, please accept this token of my sincerity." "You are a shrewd man." Tang Chen smiled in satisfaction and put away the gold. After a brief silence, Tang Chen spoke again, "But I must warn you. I cannot always protect you merchants. I advise you to do 1 or 2 more deals, and then hurry back to Mabe." Hearing this, Data breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Set your mind at ease. Once we deliver the grain we have on hand, we'll return with a large shipment of goods, conduct one last trade, and then quit." "Good. Since you understand, I need say no more." Tang Chen nodded with a smile and added, "But as you know, that general came to take away all your wealth. This was the court's intention as well. If I don't carry away at least some things, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to report back." At these words, Data's smile froze. "What a swindle. I gave you a piece of gold, and you're still dissatisfied. You want even more goods." But there was nothing he could do. After weighing it, Data said, "I can set aside half of the money and goods I have on hand and give them to you, my lord. But I have one condition. That is, when I come again next time, I will bring even more goods. When that time comes, my lord must help me exchange all those goods for grain." This was an extremely sincere offer. If half of the money and goods in his hands were given to Tang Chen, it would be worth more than 1,000 taels of gold. And the request was merely that on the next trip all those goods be exchanged for grain. "Good. I happen to have an aide in the Ministry of Revenue who handles grain. I can work it out for you then. Only you'll have to." At that point, Tang Chen stopped and made a money-counting gesture. "Of course." Data smiled and nodded. Then he called over his deputy and gave Tang Chen the several hundred taels of gold he had on hand, along with a pile of hides and a number of war horses, all presented as a gift. In his eyes, this was nothing more than an ordinary bribe. Tang Chen needed money. The Xiongnu needed grain. To secure even more grain next time and quickly build up the Xiongnu's war chest, this gold and these goods meant nothing. After the great quantity of money and goods was loaded onto carts, Tang Chen walked out of Data's tent. The greed and the sleazy smirk on his face vanished without a trace in an instant. "Lord Tang, I was just wondering why you let the Xiongnu merchant go. It turns out you were playing a long game to catch a big fish, waiting until they come back with even more goods, then sweeping them all into a single net." After leaving the Xiongnu settlement, Zhang Liang looked at Tang Chen with a smile. "Exactly," Tang Chen replied. Tang Chen did not deny it. He explained, "Thanks to those worthless advisors of mine, who only care for money, the greed I put on display made that Xiongnu chief misjudge me. That is precisely what I can exploit. As for now, you and General Han will take away the gold and goods. Expand the armor workshop at all costs, and within a week I want the new army fully armed." With that, Tang Chen boarded his carriage and set off for the imperial palace. "Set your mind at ease, Lord Tang. With this gold and these goods, we won't even need a week." Zhang Liang bowed toward the departing carriage. An hour later, inside the imperial palace in the imperial garden, the Empress was sitting beside the pond beneath a parasol fishing. At that moment, Lu Ziyue walked up to her and whispered a few words in her ear, the gist being that Tang Chen had arrived. Hearing this, the Empress glanced at the creel full of small fish, cast her fishing rod aside, and rose to her feet. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Tang Chen approached the Empress and bowed. "Minister Tang, judging by that delighted expression, you must have secured the funds." The Empress swept a look over Tang Chen and asked, "Your Majesty, I have secured the funds," Tang Chen replied. Hearing this, the Empress's expression turned puzzled, and she asked again in surprise, "How did you get them? At the morning court, weren't you still asking me to lend you money?" "Hey, Your Majesty, don't ask any more questions. I simply got the funds." Tang Chen smiled. "The funds had been raised, though, by somewhat unsavory means. I pretended to be greedy, got Data to give me a large sum of money, and also led him to misjudge me, prompting him to plan to bring even more money and goods next time, to make one big move and accumulate enough grain for the Xiongnu to launch a war. And once he comes next time, I'll confiscate his money and goods. All is fair in war, especially when dealing with the Xiongnu." The Empress overheard every word of Tang Chen's private mutterings with perfect clarity. This was truly vicious. It chilled even the Empress, and at the same time, she felt glad she was not his foe. Otherwise, with such a scheming man, if he ever turned his calculations against her, there would be real trouble. While the Empress was thinking this, Tang Chen suddenly looked up at her, and his own mind began to scheme. The money to expand the armor workshop is now in hand, and the new army's costs have been settled. But if war is to be waged against the Xiongnu in the future, the problem of money and grain is still unresolved. The great clans bled a great deal during the last troop expansion. This time, they will probably refuse to contribute money and grain. But that hardly matters. I can still borrow money from merchants and commoners as long as this benighted female emperor steps forward and serves as my signboard. Minister Tang, with that shifty look of yours, you aren't plotting against me, are you? The Empress looked at Tang Chen with displeasure and said in a slightly annoyed tone, Your subject would not dare. Tang Chen, while gleefully congratulating himself, was suddenly jolted by the Empress' words and promptly responded with reverence, I would not dare. He was rather bewildered. This wanton Empress was never this shrewd before. How is she now, like a mind-reader, able to tell what others are thinking with a single glance? The main issue is that this wanton Empress uses her ability on me. If she used it on others, would she have fallen to such a state today? And just as before, the Empress clearly overheard every muttering in Tang Chen's heart. This time, however, the Empress discerned from Tang Chen's inner voice that he had grown suspicious of her repeated ability to see through his thoughts, so she refrained from making things difficult for him. Minister Tang, what brings you to the Imperial Garden today? Speak your mind. The Empress turned the conversation. Even without reading his mind, she knew Tang Chen must have some business to see her today. Otherwise, that fellow would never come to her doorstep uninvited. On ordinary days, he was nowhere to be seen. Well, since your Majesty has raised the matter, I will not be coy. Tang Chen's face showed a trace of embarrassment, but he still hesitated as he said, Your Majesty, I would like to ask you to meet with the citizens of Chang'an and the merchants, both great and small, together with me. What did you say? The Empress' first reaction was astonishment and fury. Her phoenix eyes widened as she glared angrily at Tang Chen. This fellow actually dared to ask her to appear before commoners and merchants. Meeting commoners was fine, but merchants were nothing but a base lot. How could her exalted body, deserving the reverence of the supreme sovereign, go to meet them? Tang Chen had long anticipated the Empress' reaction. Seeing her reluctance, he was hardly surprised and prepared to persuade her. Your Majesty, war with the Xiongnu is inevitable before long. And war requires money and provisions. When I was raising the new army, I already fleeced the court officials of a substantial amount of money and grain. Having learned their lesson, they will never fork over another coin. In the end, I came up with a solution: borrow money from merchants and commoners. But it requires your Majesty to make it. Tang Chen bowed and respectfully delivered several sentences, trying to explain the stakes and clarify the situation to the Empress. But the Empress still failed to understand. Since it was simply a matter of borrowing money from merchants and commoners, why not just do it? What difference would her presence make? As if sensing the Empress' confusion, Tang Chen said, Your Majesty, in the eyes of the common people, the court is no better than bandits right now. So under ordinary circumstances, even if you appeared, they would not lend money. That is why I conceived a plan: war bonds. Hearing these two sentences, the Empress exchanged a glance with Lu Ziyue beside her. Even in the eyes of this brilliant female official who understood both governance and state affairs, the Empress could find no trace of comprehension, only confusion. Minister Tang, what are war bonds? Lu Ziyue asked. A good question. Tang Chen smiled, and without ceremony, he sat himself down on a stone stool across from the Empress and began to explain what war bonds meant. In short, when the court has no money, it borrows from commoners and merchants. Later, when the court wins a battle, a portion of the spoils of war can be shared with them. Whoever contributes more money and grain will receive a greater share of the spoils. The Xiongnu have plenty of cattle, sheep, and horses. The commoners lack oxen for plowing. Once they learn of this, they will certainly rush to contribute. After the explanation concluded, both Lu Ziyue and the Empress were suddenly enlightened. This remarkably novel approach made the two of them feel from the bottom of their hearts that this censor-in-chief was truly exceptional. However, there was still a problem. Minister Tang, you said yourself that the court holds little prestige in the hearts of the people. Over the past 2 years, small-scale skirmishes at the border have ended in more defeats than victories. How can we make the people believe the court can win? The Empress asked. Exactly, Minister Tang. If the commoners do not believe the court can win, they naturally will not contribute money, let alone those shrewd merchants. You haven't thought this through, have you? Lu Ziyue also saw the crux of the problem, frowned slightly, and said to Tang Chen, No. Why do I want to arm the new army swiftly? It is precisely to let the commoners and merchants see this army and gain confidence in victory. Tang Chen answered with a smile. But there was still a part he did not say. This is exactly why I want that wanton Empress to come out as a mascot. No matter how worthless the wanton Empress may seem in the eyes of us court officials, in the eyes of the common people, she is still the son of heaven. As long as this female son of heaven smiles and frowns before her subjects. Best of all, if she puts on a pitiful show, the people will be moved to compassion. Then at that point, let my new army appear, let them see how mighty this army is, and in the end we shall win the support of the commoners and merchants. After listening to Tang Chen's answer and his inner thoughts, a peculiar expression appeared on the Empress' face. She knew that Tang Chen's intention was to make her serve as a mascot for a spell, enabling him to amass great wealth in a short time to prepare for the future war against the Xiongnu. Although war with the Xiongnu was imperative and an inevitable trial for the Han Empire, as an emperor, the Empress still had no desire to go before common folk and merchants just for money. It carried a flavor of begging. After a fierce inner struggle, the Empress shook her head and said, Censor Tang abandoned that idea. I will not agree. That's right. Think of another way. Aren't you supposed to be clever? Lu Ziyue chimed in. Upon hearing their refusals, Tang Chen showed no anxiety. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. Unhurriedly, he picked up the teacup that only the Empress was entitled to use, took a sip of water, closed his eyes, and fell silent for a while. This odd behavior made the Empress and Lu Ziyue exchange glances, utterly baffled. After a moment of silence, Tang Chen smiled and said, "Since your Majesty is unwilling, I will not force it. But when the Xiongnu break through our borders in the future, do not blame me for failing to defend against the enemy." "Are you threatening me?" The Empress narrowed her eyes, the whole of her radiating a dangerous aura. "I was merely speaking carelessly. There's no rush. After all, my troops still need to be equipped." Tang Chen smiled faintly, made a gesture of bowing to take his leave, turned, and walked away. Tang Chen had Zhang Liang summon every merchant from the north market of Chang'an and most of the city's residents to the drill ground in Weiwu Commandery. On the drill ground, huge square tables were arranged laden with tea and plates of fruit. As the host of this gathering, Tang Chen naturally had to be present. Also accompanying him was the Empress. Though still unwilling, after a night of reflection, she had taken the initiative to approach Tang Chen and asked to appear before the commoners and merchants. Weiwu Commandery. On the military training ground, a group of merchants and some citizens of Chang'an sat beside square tables, their voices buzzing with endless discussion. "Gentlemen, what does the court intend by summoning us today? Let us guess." "I do not know either. If we had committed offenses, the 6 of us would long have been thrown into prison. Yet if we are innocent, why bring us to this military training ground? Indeed, this is most strange." "Your Majesty approaches." While the crowd was still murmuring, a clear cry rang out across the entire ground. The restless merchants and citizens fell silent, quietly gazing at the two figures approaching. It was Tang Chen and the Empress. The legendary female emperor had never before appeared before the public, and this was the first time the crowd laid eyes upon her. "Long live your Majesty for 10,000 years. As the Empress drew near, the people snapped out of their daze and quickly knelt, crying out in homage. "Rise." The Empress spoke with authority. The gathered citizens and merchants promptly stood, bowing their bodies, daring not meet her gaze. Yet from that brief encounter they had caught sight of her countenance and found her almost divine, momentarily forgetting how foolish and incompetent this female ruler had been. "People and merchants," the Empress spoke graciously. "Today I have summoned you to inform you that our great Han will soon wage war upon the Xiongnu to punish those reckless barbarians. However, the imperial treasury is empty. I now eat but one meal a day to accumulate provisions, yet how can that possibly suffice? Therefore I wish to borrow money and grain from you, the people and merchants." Upon hearing these words, the crowd immediately grew restless, murmuring among themselves. "What? The court wants to borrow from us? This is dire. Money lent to the court is like a meat bun thrown at a dog, gone forever. But we have no choice but to comply." The crowd whispered low, yet their voices of shock and fear grew loud enough for the Empress and Tang Chen to hear clearly. "Silence, everyone." Tang Chen stepped forward, gesturing for calm, then smiled. "This is not a mere loan. I pledge to you that whoever contributes money or grain shall have their name recorded. When we defeat the Xiongnu, just as General Hui did in the reign of Emperor Wu, we shall plunder their cattle, horses, slaves, and gold. And in return you shall receive compensation proportional to your contribution." With those two sentences spoken, Tang Chen smiled and looked upon the crowd, waiting for their response. "Lord Tang, is this not investment?" a merchant called out. "Precisely, investment. This is what we call war bonds. The more you invest, the greater your return." Tang Chen replied with a smile. "Then this is wonderful. Indeed, the people lack cattle for plowing. If we can receive cattle in return, it would be most advantageous." "True enough. If we could obtain some Xiongnu slaves to help till the land, that would also be a blessing." The crowd erupted into discussion once more. Yet discordant voices arose. "Gentlemen, must you only think of the benefits? Skirmishes along the frontier with the Xiongnu have mostly ended in defeat. What if we cannot prevail against them?" "Exactly. Do not only envision the good outcomes." Hearing this, the Empress frowned and whispered to Tang Chen, "Is this your brilliant plan? I told you long ago they would not believe you, yet you brought me here to share in this disgrace. Your Majesty speaks too harshly. How could this be called disgrace?" Tang Chen smiled and shook his head while inwardly he sneered. "You call it disgrace? I went to such lengths for whom? You arrive with a sour face, and if we fail to raise funds today, at least 70% of the blame falls on you, this foolish female ruler. You." The Empress, hearing Tang Chen's inner thoughts, was deeply displeased that he would shift the blame upon her. Yet reconsidering that he was indeed acting for her sake, she said nothing further. "Everyone be quiet and listen to me." Tang Chen signaled for calm and continued, "In recent years the court's military preparations have indeed slackened, leaving our soldiers lacking in combat prowess. Even the border garrisons have become a sorry sight. However, under your Majesty's directive, I have established a new army. one that will surely crush our enemies and send them fleeing in disarray. Having spoken, Tang Chen glanced at Han Xian beside him. The latter nodded, saluted, and turned to leave. Just as the crowd wondered what move Tang Chen would play next, the sound of hooves rang out. Soon the crowd saw soldiers fully armored appearing on the other side of the training ground. These were all cavalry mounted upon war horses. Not only were the soldiers clad in armor, but their horses too were armored. The iron plates of the horse armor, uncovered with cotton, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. What is this? Full cavalry. Are these truly our own troops? The crowd murmured in astonishment. The Empress and Lu Ziyue alike stared in disbelief at this ironclad army, horse and rider alike armored. Neither had expected that within such a short time the force could be transformed into this formidable sight. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the Emperor's personal guard, the heavy cavalry known as the Forbidden Iron Cavalry, with both man and horse fully armored. Tang Chen announced loudly. Then two soldiers carried a complete set of armor and weapons before the crowd. Please observe. Tang Chen drew all eyes upon himself, approached the equipment, and picked up a saber and a short hammer. These are the weapons of the Forbidden Iron Cavalry, a horse saber and a short hammer for piercing armor. Now observe this armor. The exterior is wrapped in cotton, but the interior is iron. Tang Chen struck the padded armor repeatedly with his saber. With several sharp clack scratches appeared on the cotton surface, revealing the iron plates beneath. Such equipment. Truly astonishing. In Prince Ning's forces, only 1,000 out of 10,000 soldiers were armored. Yet here every horse and rider is clad in iron armor. One need only use common sense to gauge their combat power. The citizens and merchants expressed their amazement. Watching their reactions, Tang Chen smiled with satisfaction. These weapons and armor were all forged by craftsmen who worked day and night at the expanded armory. The quality was outstanding. In this era, such equipment was sufficient to equip an invincible army. An army like this would surely earn the trust of both the common people and the merchants. We want money and grain. It'll take some too. Lord Tang, wait for me to go home. Me too. Just as Tang Chen had anticipated, upon seeing the equipment and imposing bearing of the Imperial Guard cavalry, all the common folk and merchants alike eagerly prepared to contribute money and grain to purchase bonds. Don't rush, everyone. There's enough for all. Registration is open from now until evening, so you have time to go fetch your relatives and friends. Tang Chen called out cheerfully. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in another round of cheers. Seeing the common folk and merchants so jubilant, the Empress and Lu Ziyue were utterly baffled. If he had resorted to forceful requisition, the people would not have been pleased in the slightest. Instead, they would have gathered in resistance, even sparking a wave of uprisings. Yet through this maneuver of his, Tang Chen had taken their money and grain away, while they smiled all the while. It was truly astonishing. Tang Chen, explain yourself to me. The Empress finally could no longer suppress her curiosity and issued a low command to Tang Chen. Your Majesty, this is a scheme I devised. It's not that I'm unwilling to tell you. It's simply that even if I did, you wouldn't understand. Tang Chen said with a sly chuckle. At this moment, he was already swollen with arrogance, so much so that he didn't even take the Empress before him seriously. Tang, Imperial, Censor. The Empress furrowed her brow and enunciated his official title word by word, as if reminding him that she was still the sovereign and he was still her subject. Your Majesty, this is merely a matter of bartering, nothing remarkable about it. Tang Chen tossed out a random excuse to cover his tracks. Yet inwardly, he grew even more smug. You foolish Empress can't figure this out, can you? After your suffocating string of blunders, the realm is now in ruins, and the people around Chang'an are gradually slipping into destitution. What they need most right now are plow oxen. With oxen, they can reclaim more land and cultivate more fields. And when we strike the Xiongnu, well, seize cattle. Not just cattle, but sheep and slaves too. These spoils of war which only the court could claim before they'll get a share of. Of course they'll rush to join in. I understand now. You use profit to win the people's support, then display military might to show them the court's capability. Am I right? The Empress, having read the voice in Tang Chen's heart, murmured the question. So your Majesty already knows. Tang Chen gave a slight bow and flattered her. Your Majesty is truly brilliant, beyond measure wise, through the ages incomparably sagacious. The barrage of praise was so thick that goosebumps rose on the Empress, and she waved her hand repeatedly to make him stop. And because of this bout of flattery, Tang Chen's system progress had been filled, unlocking a draw. They were still out in the open, so there was no hurry for the moment. Afterward, Tang Chen focused his attention on collecting the money and grain and writing out the bonds. An entire afternoon slipped by. Tang Chen, Zhang Liang, and a few idle clerks summoned on short notice were all at the drill ground recording the money and grain handed over by the people and merchants. By dusk, when the last person had finished, the tallies of money and grain were finally calculated. Lord Zhang Liang stumbled hastily before Tang Chen, exclaiming in shock. This time, we've collected 30,000 dan of grain and 1,300,000 coins. That figure was a considerable sum. enough to sustain a localized campaign against the Xiongnu. But relying solely on these provisions to send the Imperial Guard cavalry on an expedition to the northern deserts to attack the Xiongnu, that would not be enough. But what would happen then was a matter for that time. Your Majesty, our achievements are extraordinary. I thank you for being willing to come out and bask in the afternoon sun with me. Tang Chen bowed to the Empress. The Empress nodded, rose to her feet, and cast her phoenix eyes toward that great pile of money, swallowing hard. Clearly she was thinking of taking a portion for herself. After all, although the Empress had now taken Tang Chen as an ally vowing to reform and strengthen the state, the fact remained that she was still a dissolute sovereign. This Empress either took nothing, or if she took, she would take no small amount. Thus Tang Chen's heart climbed into his throat. He had worn out his tongue, and the soldiers had run themselves ragged all day. The funds they had worked so hard to raise could not be allowed to be spirited away in part by the Empress. Your Majesty. Even Lu Ziyue, standing nearby, found it unbearable and stepped forward to call out to the Empress. I was just looking. The Empress made an awkward excuse, then turned to Tang Chen and said, "You must put this money and grain to good use, you hear? You can't embezzle it for yourself." "How could I? The Imperial Guard cavalry is my own army. How would I dare to steal my own soldiers' pay?" Tang Chen answered with a smile. Hearing this, the Empress said nothing in reply. Instead, she suddenly stepped away from Tang Chen, then returned to size up the money and grain once more. What's going on? This foolish Empress wasn't satisfied with one look, so she has to take a second. Is she really going to rob me of my money? You foolish Empress, if you dare rob me, I won't do your work for you anymore. They'll just let Prince Ning's army march on Chang'an and take you down. Tang Chen grumbled darkly in his heart, and what he was thinking slipped straight into the Empress' ears. At that, the Empress gave a cold snort, pointed at the money and grain, and demanded, "Tang Iching, you've gathered quite a lot of money and grain, but I have a question for you. Your Majesty, please speak." Tang Chen nodded calmly. "Good, it's only a question. That's fine, just as long as it's not about money. I want to ask you, this money and grain isn't enough for an army to fight more than a few battles against the Xiongnu. And although your Imperial Guard cavalry is formidable, you can't possibly defeat the Xiongnu in a single war, can you?" The Empress demanded with deadly seriousness. Hearing this, Tang Chen's brow twitched, and secret alarm stirred within him. How does she know this? This foolish Empress never cares about military matters. How could she possibly deduce how long this money and grain would last? You've hit the nail on the head. This indeed isn't enough for several battles, not even a single decisive showdown. Since the Empress had seen through the matter, Tang Chen stopped pretending and openly nodded in admission. Yes. Yes. The Empress strode quickly to Tang Chen, pointed at the Imperial Guard cavalry still standing solemnly at attention, and asked, "Tang Iching, all of these men are cavalry. Cavalry consume provisions in far greater quantities. When the money and grain run out, what will you do?" Hearing such accurate military insight from the Empress, Tang Chen's astonishment only deepened. When did this foolish Empress get so sharp? But since he had been seen through, Tang Chen dropped all pretense and came clean. He lifted his chin proudly and said, "What else? What are you going to provide the money and grain? Since you've asked today, you'll say it plainly. The purpose of the Imperial Guard cavalry is not to fight a decisive battle against the Xiongnu. The target of my Imperial Guard cavalry is the vassal kings who are about to rebel. Whoever dares to rise in revolt, we strike, riding straight in to carve through their defenses and confiscate their entire households." A vassal king about to rebel. Tang Chen's words left the female emperor baffled. Branding Prince Ning as a rebel was supposed to happen before the 9-rank Zhongjing system was implemented, yet going to war with the Xiongnu took priority over both matters. After all, the imperial court needed war, it needed victories to accumulate prestige. Only with prestige could it implement the 9-rank Zhongjing system, and finally put the rebel label on Prince Ning. Yet Tang Chen had actually said a vassal king about to rebel. Set aside Prince Ning's label for later, Tang Chen declared. But I can't wait until then. We must first by some means finish off a vassal king, slaughter his pig and fatten ourselves up. Tang Chen's face turned savage as he spoke with finality. Hearing this, the female emperor was stunned. Moving against a vassal king was a matter that required the emperor's final decision, yet Tang Chen had decided it on his own. Seeing this, Tang Chen said, "Your Majesty, can't you see? Even if we confiscated everything from the great families and the common people, the court still could not scrape together enough money for a full-scale war against the Xiongnu. We must strike at the vassal kings. Local fiscal power rests in the hands of the vassal kings. Only if we destroy a vassal king and fill the national treasury can we go to war." After saying this, Tang Chen quietly studied the female emperor, waiting for her response. "If you are not foolish, if you are not truly beyond hope, you will not refuse me. What are you waiting for? Agree at once." After hearing these words and Tang Chen's inner thoughts, the female emperor inhaled deeply. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke. "Minister Tang, I approve of your plan. The female emperor first voiced her approval, then shifted her tone and warned, "But I require your guarantee that whatever the plan is you will tell me. You must not conceal it from me." "Fine." Tang Chen nodded helplessly. At the same time he felt a bit puzzled. Damn it, this is strange. I simply can't understand how the female emperor learned military knowledge. She can't even make sense of court politics, so how can she calculate the amount of money and grain a war would consume based on the storehouse? Puzzled by this, Tang Chen summoned his courage and asked tentatively, "If I may ask your majesty, how exactly did you? How I suddenly became this clever, weren't you going to say?" The female emperor laughed and asked back with no intention of hiding it, "It's not that I suddenly had a flash of insight. I simply have an outside helper." "An outside helper? Who?" Tang Chen raised an eyebrow and asked in bewilderment. The female emperor smiled at him, but answered nothing. A few seconds passed. A hand wrapped in iron armor pressed down on Tang Chen's shoulder, and a woman's voice, pleasant yet full of authority, sounded behind him. "It's me." At the sound of that voice, Tang Chen's body jolted, and he turned around to look at its owner. There he saw a woman in iron armor, her tall, shapely figure entirely encased in armor. At first glance, she was like a replica of the female emperor, except that her beautiful eyes were sharper, revealing her forceful temperament. "Lu Yu." "No, that's not right." "Great General." Tang Chen named the woman's position. The very Lu Yu smiled and threw an arm around Tang Chen's shoulders. "Guess where Her Majesty went when she suddenly walked out in front of you just now?" "To find you." Tang Chen asked, suspicious, yet slightly certain. "Clever." Lu Yu smiled, then let Tang Chen go and began chatting with the female emperor. Watching this, great General Tang Chen recalled fragments of the past. The current generation of the Luhan imperial house was not blessed with many heirs. The men, whether poisoned or dead by natural causes, had in short all died off. So the women of the bloodline had to carry the burden. The female emperor who became emperor and took over both the empire and her late father's mess was one of them. The other was the female emperor's older sister Lu Yu. Raised like a boy since childhood, she eventually became a female general. Afterwards, Lu Yu was sent to garrison the frontier and did everything possible to keep the great Han Dynasty safe from foreign invasion. The internal affairs of the court could only be left for the female emperor to sustain. This woman also shared a history with Tang Chen. Back when he had just become censor-in-chief, he was burning with zeal and longing to devote himself to the country. At that time, he was plotting attacks on the Xiongnu every day, and so he befriended Lu Yu, a female general of the pro-war faction. Day after day, they discussed military tactics together on paper. While Tang Chen was lost in memory, Lu Yu finished speaking with her sister, looked at Tang Chen, and said with a smile, "I never expected that after I left you would be the one to carry the banner. Stabilizing the court, squeezing out money and grain to train a new army. You've done a pretty impressive job." Lu Yu swept her gaze over the Imperial Iron Cavalry and voiced her approval of Tang Chen's work. "A trifling matter hardly worth mentioning." Tang Chen smiled faintly and looked unconcerned. "You say that, but the only reason I'm cooperating with this foolish female emperor is that I can't just lie down and do nothing." "A trifling matter. You're truly capable." Lu Yu walked over to Tang Chen with a smile, put an arm around his shoulder again, and said in a low voice, "I heard from Her Majesty that when you were talking to the common folk and merchants just now, you called my border troops a pack of no-goods, didn't you?" At that, Tang Chen's body jolted again, and he forced a conciliatory smile. "How could that be? Our great Han border troops are the strongest army." Hearing such an insincere reply, Lu Yu did not press the matter and simply sighed. Then she spoke about the border troops' problems. "There is one thing you got right. My border troops lose more than they win at the frontier. We urgently need cavalry." As she said this, Lu Yu's expression was grave. It was the expression she wore when discussing something serious. "That's easy to arrange," Tang Chen answered. With his confidence restored, Tang Chen pointed at the Imperial Iron Cavalry and said, "This is heavy cavalry. As long as the money and grain are in place, never mind the Xiongnu. Even the Jin Yuan that Zhaosong faces to the south, I'll knock them flat." After this confident declaration, Tang Chen smiled and said, "What do you think? My proposal to Her Majesty just now about moving against a vassal king first. Do you want in?" Hearing this, Lu Yu glanced at him and answered, "Otherwise, why would I have come back?" At those words, Tang Chen knew the matter was in all likelihood settled. The two sinister forces thus reached a unanimous decision to prey on a vassal king. "Although I'm back by Her Majesty's order, I am to be at your disposal," Lu Yu said. Lu Yu suddenly said this, then bowed formally to Tang Chen. "Lord Tang, this general is at your command." No need, Tang Chen said hastily. Tang Chen quickly helped Lu Yu up, greatly pleased inside. Good heavens! The great general had returned, and by the emperor's decree, she was to be placed under his command. Who would have thought that this foolish female emperor is actually clear-headed? What is a truly capable minister of the great Han today? I am exactly one. To rescue the people from fire and water and prop up a collapsing edifice. This is precisely what that means. In Chang'an City, at the estate of the heir to the Prince of Bohai, the ministers had gathered once again, just as before in the residence of the heir Lu Cheng. Everyone had assembled in the courtyard. A table was set before each of them laden with fine wine and delicacies, while singing girls and dancers performed in the ring of tables. It was indeed a banquet with an exquisite atmosphere. Yet not one of the ministers present felt any mood to enjoy it or take part. They hung their heads dispiritedly, brows knitted as though pondering something. Splendid. Splendid dancing. The ministers were not at all pleased, but Lu Cheng, the heir to the Prince of Bohai, was not the least bit worried. He clapped his hands cheerfully and watched with a grin as the singing girls and dancers whirled and danced. Now and then when the dancers drew near, he would take the opportunity to touch them, stealing a sly feel. Seeing the heir in such high spirits, Wang Hu and the other senior ministers raised their heads, casting a dissatisfied glance at Lu Cheng, then turned their eyes to the dancers. Among them one figure kept dancing in place, surrounded by the other dancers like the moon encircled by the sun. That special dancing girl was exceedingly graceful in her movements, yet she wore an air of icy coldness that made her hard to approach. Even though Lu Cheng coveted her beauty, he had never found a chance to take liberties. Ahem, Your Highness, that should be more than enough. Wang Hu cleared his throat, and on behalf of the other ministers voiced what was in their hearts. As soon as he spoke, the other ministers also looked at Lu Cheng, waiting for him to quickly dismiss the dancers and attend to serious matters. What is the hurry, Grand Commandant Wang? Lu Cheng, however, was not the slightest bit anxious. Yet his unhurried manner was not the blind unconcern of a man unaware of his peril. It was a calm that looked like quiet confidence, as if he already had a plan in mind. This left Wang Hu puzzled. He wondered whether Lu Cheng had already come up with a way to deal with Tang Chen. But enough. All of you withdraw. Lu Cheng waved his hand, signaling all the singing girls and dancers to leave, then said to the others, the reason you have all gathered in my residence today is to discuss the recent matter involving Censor Tang and the Empress. Please speak your minds freely. The ministers bowed slightly and acknowledged, yet no one spoke first. Everyone waited for someone like the heir to the Prince of Bohai or the senior Grand Commandant Wang Hu to set things in motion. Lu Cheng and Wang Hu were such shrewd men that they naturally knew what the others were thinking. Recently, I, the Grand Commandant, have determined that Censor Tang has established an armor workshop and fully armed his troops. As he spoke, Wang Hu drew out a secret letter, handed it to an attendant, and signaled for him to pass it around to the other ministers. While the ministers read it, Wang Hu continued, My men lurked outside the drill ground for a while and saw the new army, the Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry, with both riders and horses fully armored. From officers to common soldiers down to the camp cooks, all were clad in a form of cotton armor with cloth covering the outside and iron within. The cotton cloth on the surface of that armor could resist the piercing power of arrows and weapons, and combined with the iron inside, it made a man a veritable iron figure. With those words, Wang Hu raised the vigilance in every heart to the highest pitch. And when the ministers saw the secret letter passed among them, they were even more astonished. The letter said that the Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry had 10,000 men. 10,000 men, every one of them armored, confirming what Wang Hu had said. This, you all know what it means when every man is armored and every horse is armored, don't you? Lu Cheng asked, his voice trembling slightly. In the Great Han, there was utterly no such thing as civil officials looking down on military officers. Even an old fox like Wang Hu understood military affairs and knew martial arts. Thus they understood all too well what it meant for every man and every horse to be armored. The strongest prince in the realm today, Prince Ning, had only 4 or 5 out of every 10 of his troops armored, nearly half. An army like that was already a severe headache for the other princes, let alone an Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry in which both men and horses were armored. Reality was reality. Blades could no more easily pierce armor than cut through tofu. An armored peasant could withstand several blows, and a chaos of bare fists could kill an old veteran. It was just that simple. It is no exaggeration to say every man armored, every horse armored, and the Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry clad in cotton armor. To emphasize the gravity of the matter, Wang Hu deliberately drew out the last words, invincible under heaven. Even the Xiongnu can do nothing to them. Hiss. When the ministers heard Wang Hu's words, they all drew a sharp breath, and their hearts thumped violently. An army that even the Xiongnu could not overcome meant that the imperial court now had a force strong enough to match Prince Ning, even if that force was small. Grand Commandant Wang, I find this most puzzling. How was such a fully armed army built? Does forging armor not require materials and money? A minister cut to the heart of the matter and asked loudly. Indeed, it does require money and materials. Wang Hu narrowed his eyes, stroked his whitish beard, paused, then explained, previously the Empress placed him in charge of Chang'an's wards and markets. Because we belittled that matter and did not block it, we allowed Censor Tang room to maneuver. He probably used threats, bribes, or similar means to obtain money from the Xiongnu and expand the armor workshop. But how the craftsmen in that armor workshop could produce so many suits of armor in such a short time is a mystery. With these 3 sentences he finished. Wang Hu again sank into silence. Even he himself could no longer quite make sense of the situation. No wonder. That Tang Chen seemed harmless enough before. We had thought that once the great affair was accomplished we could simply dispose of him. But now it looks as though he is our greatest obstacle. A minister said ferociously. Yes, truly unexpected. That Tang Chen has turned out to be so thorny that by comparison even the Empress is a lesser threat. We must settle him first. Another chimed in. Hearing the two of them, the ministers all nodded in succession, applauded, echoed in agreement, and voiced their approval. By now in their eyes Tang Chen's priority had become far higher than the Empress. If they were to kill the Empress, they would have to kill Tang Chen first. Lu Cheng did not deny what the ministers said, but nodded firmly. Then he said I should still go and approach that man myself, and try my best to find some way to reach a bargain with him. And if the deal cannot be reached it will not be too late to destroy him then. Hearing these words the ministers thought it over and nodded again. Exactly. Then we shall entrust this to the heir of the Prince of Bohai. Wang Hu rose, bowed slightly, and saluted Lu Cheng. Consider it done. Lu Cheng nodded, and his gaze came to rest on that dancing girl in white in the corner of the courtyard. The next day at the residence of the censor-in-chief, Brother General Han has sent word that in another 2 months it will be the autumn harvest. By then our Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry and these garrison troops will be able to claim a considerable amount of grain income on our own. In the courtyard of the residence, Zhang Liang, holding an account ledger and scribbling in it, spoke to Tang Chen. Very good. But for now do not touch that grain income. The officers and soldiers have families, at the very least we must let them fill their stomachs first. Tang Chen nodded while cracking melon seeds. Lord Tang is indeed kind and benevolent. Zhang Liang bowed in salute, then thought of something amusing, and said with a smile, Lord Tang, there is now an old sage temple in Weiwu Commandery. Every day the common people burn incense and pray, begging that you enjoy a life of wealth, honor, peace, many children, and abundant blessings. They pray for me. Tang Chen was startled, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He had no idea what great good deed he had done to make the families of the Weiwu Commandery troops burn incense and pray for him every day. Indeed, Lord Tang, when you first founded the Weiwu Commandery troops, you recruited men from among the refugees, allowing those who might otherwise have starved to enter Weiwu Commandery, obtain farmland, feed their families, and fill their stomachs. That is a kindness as vast as heaven. Zhang Liang explained. Hearing this, Tang Chen realized it was because of his earlier decision. That decision had actually benefited him a little more, but for the people who joined those troops, it was a grace that gave them a new lease on life. Putting himself in their shoes, if Tang Chen himself were too weak from hunger to move, and even his own children were about to starve to death, and someone told him, come join the army. I will give you food and drink, farmland, a plow ox, and a house. Then Tang Chen would have wept with gratitude too. This is a good thing. When the people burn incense and pray for me, and thank me, my prestige will rise, and I will be able to control the Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry even more directly. Tang Chen nodded. Hearing this, Zhang Liang naturally nodded in agreement, then remembered something and lowered his voice. Lord Tang, do you know what happened 2 days ago when General Han was giving a speech to the soldiers? How would I know? Tang Chen gave Zhang Liang a roll of his eyes. This lowered Zhang Liang before him might have been a cosplay version, but his abilities were beyond question. He simply had plenty of the failings typical of a scholar. The first was his love of keeping people in suspense. Had General Han addressed the soldiers and asked, whose rice do you eat? Lord Tang guessed what the soldiers answered. Zhang Liang asked mysteriously. If you keep being mysterious, I'll beat you. Tang Chen clenched his fist. Don, I'll tell you. Zhang Liang quickly said. Those soldiers answered, we eat Lord Tang's rice. Hearing this, Tang Chen's pupils abruptly contracted, and he warned Tel Han Exine that from now on he must instruct the soldiers never to say such a thing again. Although it was true that Tang Chen had single-handedly built up the Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry by bustling about raising money and grain and preparing equipment, even now what they ate came from the money and grain Tang Chen had procured. But the problem was that in this era soldiers were loyal to the one whose rice they ate. Even if they truly ate Tang Chen's rice, they could not say so openly because that would be a serious transgression against imperial authority. Even if the dim-witted female ruler might not be quick enough to catch on, Lu Yu had returned after all. Yes, this official will certainly warn General Han. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. Then the two stopped chatting, and Zhang Liang continued keeping the accounts. When he finished his work and rose to take his leave, Tang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally found a moment when no one was around to claim his system reward. But just then a servant from the residence hurried over. Master, the heir of the Prince of Bohai has arrived outside and requests an audience with you. The servant bowed and said, tell him to get lost. Tang Chen said casually. For some time now certain officials had been unable to gauge their own stature and wanted to find opportunities to talk with Tang Chen. But those officials could not swallow their pride, so they insisted on sending their underlings to approach Tang Chen. Tang Chen naturally would not indulge them. He generally had them kicked out. The servant doubted whether he had heard correctly, and also suspected Tang Chen had not heard clearly, so he repeated it. Is the heir of the Prince of Bohai himself in person? Should I still tell him to get lost? He came in person. Tang Chen raised an eyebrow but did not rush to receive him. The Prince of Bohai was a vassal prince stationed near the frontier, second only to the Prince of Ning in power. The Prince of Bohai's name was Lu Jian, and this heir of the Prince of Bohai was without a doubt Lu Jian's only son Lu Cheng. If he did not see him now, he would not be able to learn what this fellow had in mind, so Tang Chen nodded and said, "Tell him to roll on in." "As you command." The servant quickly withdrew. A few minutes later at the stone table in the courtyard, Tang Chen and Lu Cheng sat facing each other. Behind them stood a man holding a long sword, and Tang Lu one on each side. "Censor Tang, I have long heard of your great name. Today I finally meet you. What an honor." Lu Cheng was also a sly character. He did not raise any real business, and instead led with flattery. "Stop the nonsense. Long heard of my name. Who doesn't know that when I first entered court you were the one who kept mocking and sneering at me?" Tang Chen rolled his eyes at Lu Cheng, refused to play along, and made him lose face. By custom, court ministers ranked lower than vassal princes. A vassal prince's son was also an imperial relative, and no matter how you looked at it, he was nobler than an outsider minister like Tang Chen. Therefore speaking this way was disrespectful. "You dog of an official, mind your tongue." A guard beside Lu Cheng stepped forward, pointed at Tang Chen's nose, and cursed angrily. Seeing her own brother curse Tang, Lu drew her sword with a sharp rasp and moved directly to chop at the guard's neck. But at that moment Lu Cheng stepped between the two and defused the situation. "Your Highness, the dog you keep certainly knows how to bark. Could it be that he hasn't figured out the situation and still thinks I am the same censor-in-chief as before?" Tang Chen pointed at the sword-wielding guard and said with a face full of displeasure. Hearing this, Lu Cheng smiled appeasingly and said, "Censor Tang, this servant of mine does not understand proper etiquette. Please do not take offense." "Why should I not take offense just because you say I should not?" Tang Chen slammed the table and stood up directly, looking as if he had no intention of continuing the conversation. Seeing that he had finally managed to meet Tang Chen only for the conversation to break up before more than 2 sentences had been exchanged, Lu Cheng could not help feeling displeased with his own guard. "Chen Lu." Lu Cheng merely called his guard's name. "Your Highness." Chen Lu was unconvinced. This time Lu Cheng's tone was cold and imperious. Though Chen Lu was filled with defiance inside, he could only cast Tang Chen a cold glance, draw his sword, and cut off 2 of his own fingers. The violent pain made Chen Lu's veins bulge and his eyes grow bloodshot, yet he did not let out a single cry. The atmosphere grew eerie. It was Chen Lu who had first spoken rudely to Tang Chen, yet Tang Chen refused to let the matter go, stubbornly pressing on. But he truly had not expected that Lu Cheng's method of punishing his insolent guard would be to make him cut off one of his own fingers. Even though the guard Chen Lu had not been coerced by Lu Cheng, nor had he received a single word from his master Lu Cheng, he simply did it. This was premeditated. Tang Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Lu and his master Lu Cheng with keen interest. "Censor Tang, do you think this punishment is enough to appease your anger?" Lu Cheng glanced at Chen Lu behind him, whose veins bulged as he endured intense pain, and asked Tang Chen, "Has this quelled your anger?" "My anger is quelled, and I feel at ease," Tang Chen replied, looking at Chen Lu with contempt. Hearing such arrogant words, Chen Lu's gaze turned fierce, his eyes nearly blood red, as if he wanted to devour Tang Chen alive. Although he had chopped off his own hand, it was because of Tang Chen's relentlessness. Chen Lu, that dog of a servant, dared not blame his own master, so he could only blame Tang Chen. Humph. Sensing Chen Lu's vicious glare, Tang Lu stepped forward, his right hand tightly gripping the saber at his waist. As if sensing that Tang Lu was no ordinary man, Chen Lu slightly restrained his gaze, but committed Tang Lu's face to memory, vowing to take fierce revenge in the future. "Censor Tang, shall we continue our discussion?" Lu Cheng said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. "Go ahead." Tang Chen nodded, ready to hear what Lu Cheng had come for. However, Lu Cheng opened his mouth to speak, but for some reason, after scanning the surroundings, he closed it again. Tang Chen did not know why, but Lu Cheng knew all too well. He was suspicious by nature, and being inside Tang Chen's residence, he could not help worrying that Tang Chen had made arrangements, such as eavesdropping or recording. So the words never left his mouth. "What exactly did you come for? If you have nothing to say, then don't say it at all," Tang Chen said impatiently, then gestured to Tang Lu to see the guest out. No. Lu Cheng shook his head, repeatedly indicating that he did have matters to discuss. After all, he had only obtained the chance to speak with Tang Chen at the cost of one of Chen Lu's fingers. He could not be sent away so vaguely. But to speak in this residence he was unwilling. "Censor Tang, how about this? This prince owns a top-grade wine house in Chang'an. Why not come with me?" Lu Cheng asked tentatively. Hearing this, Tang Chen narrowed his eyes, a look of suspicion creeping onto his. It was clear that he had become the target of everyone's hostility, yet at this moment Lu Cheng, a vassal prince's son with such a sensitive status, had actually come to find him. And now he asked him to a wine house. No matter how one looked at it, it smacked of a hongmen banquet. With this in mind, Tang Chen glanced at Tang Lu beside him, wanting to see what his younger brother had in mind. At this, Tang Lu nodded and touched the ring pommel saber at his waist. His meaning was clear: he could protect Tang Chen's safety, so he could go without worry and see what this vassal prince's son was plotting. Very well, I will go with you. Tang Chen nodded and agreed. Excellent. The carriage is outside. Please censor Tang after you. Lu Cheng immediately led Tang Chen into the carriage heading south of Chang'an. South of Chang'an, the drunken immortal pavilion. A carriage slowly came to a stop. The waiters of the drunken immortal pavilion, recognizing the carriage's style, immediately rushed out with a large group of people. Welcome, Prince, the lead waiter shouted, then knelt below the carriage door. Censor Tang, please, first. Lu Cheng made a gesture of invitation so courteous that he had fulfilled the duties of a host to the fullest. Tang Chen, without standing on ceremony, went directly to the carriage door, extended his foot, and stepped onto the waiter's back, using him as a mounting stool. In fact, the waiter had knelt there precisely to let Lu Cheng use his back to alight. It was a way of displaying in this era where human life was cheap, kneeling to heaven, earth, and parents was not the only rule. Some people would kneel to anyone at all. After Tang Chen descended, Lu Cheng followed, stepping on the waiter's back with great ease and naturalness. Tang Chen could tell that this fellow had done this more than once. Moreover, judging by how many people at the drunken immortal pavilion welcomed Lu Cheng, the establishment was not only his property, he had likely planted quite a few of his own men inside. Censor Tang. As Tang Chen was pondering, Lu Cheng made a gesture of invitation, please. Then, leading personally, he brought Chen Lu and Tang Lu, who had been following alongside the carriage, into the drunken immortal pavilion together. Upon first entering the drunken immortal pavilion, one had to pass through a corridor. The corridor was nothing remarkable, just a path of pebbles flanked by screens plastered with calligraphy and paintings. You've made this quite scholarly, haven't you? Tang Chen remarked, looking at the corridor. It is only here that a hint of scholarly elegance exists. Lu Cheng replied with a smile, then declared openly, recently, with the assistance of Censor Tang, Her Majesty the Empress seems to have changed her temperament. She has ordered a thorough investigation of the places of pleasure and dissipation in Chang'an. My arrangement here is precisely to get by undetected. I see. But this corridor of yours is just a short path. When the officials conducting the inspection walk through it, won't they see what's inside? Tang Chen asked again. Hearing this, Lu Cheng smiled. That smile was the contempt of a vassal prince for the officials of Chang'an and the imperial court, as well as Lu Cheng's own disdain born of his personal power. He said calmly, rest assured, Censor Tang. The officials assigned to inspection either have no desire to finish walking this corridor, or they do not dare. Heh. Tang Chen smiled and mused to himself, finding the reasoning sound. The Prince of Bohai was second only to the Prince of Ning in power. Many court officials supported him, and numerous aristocratic families spoke on his behalf. With such influence, even if the emperor had ordered an inspection, those officials would not dare to act rashly. It would be good enough if they could simply muddle through. Even worse, some would come with the emperor's order to investigate places of pleasure, but instead indulge themselves, and then report back. The great Han is united, living a simple life, Your Majesty may rest assured. Then the group passed through the corridor and entered the interior of the drunken immortal pavilion. The moment he stepped onto the tiger skin rug at the corridor's entrance, Tang Chen felt that the interior and the outer corridor were simply two different worlds. The decor was even more resplendent than the imperial palace. There was a pool filled with wine. There were mountains of fruit piled among great quantities of ice. The term pool of wine and forest of meat could not even begin to describe this place. Is Censor Tang's first visit here? Lu Cheng asked with a smile, watching the rather awestruck look on Tang Chen's face. Tang Chen did not respond, simply lost in thought, with an astonished expression. Lu Cheng also knew that Tang Chen had been a penniless nobody in the past, and even though he now had an army, he had poured too much of his money and grain into the troops, so he remained as broke as ever. Lu Cheng was therefore certain Tang Chen had never set foot in such a place before. This was a question that needed no answer. Tang Chen just stood there pondering. A little impatient, Lu Cheng smiled and asked, what is Censor Tang pondering? I was thinking. Tang Chen dragged out the syllables, shifting his gaze to Lu Cheng, then continued. Tell me, if I seized your drunken immortal tower, how many armies would the money be enough to equip? Hearing this, Lu Cheng was stunned, but then he forced a strained smile. Censor Tang really knows how to joke. My drunken immortal tower is quite valuable, but whether it can be seized is another matter. Ha ha ha, true, but one should always try. Tang Chen replied with a smile. These words, which surprised Lu Cheng, sounded like a joke when spoken by Tang Chen. After a brief chat, the group moved on. They had barely taken a few steps before a large group of beauties surrounded them. As if by habit, these women hugged Tang Chen tightly, even though they were meeting him for the first time. Tang Lu was no exception. Tang Chen had at least seen the world, but Tang Lu had always served as his elder brother's errand boy. At such a sight, his face turned as red as an apple. Your Highness, you're here. A sweet, cloying voice called out. Following everyone's gaze, a woman dressed in red, seductively beautiful, like a legendary fox spirit, walked over gracefully. Today I've brought a very important person with me. Take good care of Censor Tang, so he won't be displeased and seize our drunken immortal tower. Lu Cheng said jokingly. On hearing this, the woman in red naturally understood that Tang Chen's status was extraordinary. She immediately crowded up to him. Tang Chen did not refuse, thoroughly enjoying the company of beauties on either side. This sort of situation was in fact closer to his ideal. If he could have lived this kind of life back then, why would he have ever followed the female emperor and stirring up trouble? It was only a pity that he had had no value to exploit at the time, and no one else had been willing to take him in. This made Tang Chen realize that feudal princes, high ministers, and noble clans were simply despicable. Treat them kindly, and they would instead refuse to treat you as a person. But if you were powerful, they would do everything they could to fawn over you. Young prince, this place of yours is indeed quite fine. I'm tempted to stay and enjoy myself for a while. If you have something to say it quickly, then I'll go and have a good time. Tang Chen urged. That statement was not his true intention. Although he liked the feeling at Drunken Immortal Tower, he knew that this place ultimately belonged to Lu Cheng. Therefore, he should not sink into indulgence. He should quickly figure out Lu Cheng's intentions and then extricate himself. Yes, of course. Lu Cheng nodded repeatedly and made a gesture of invitation like a lackey showing the way, leading Tang Chen into the largest room on the second floor. Inside the room was a pool filled with wine, and in the wine were chunks of ice and many pieces of fruit. There were even gems, luminous pearls, and other treasures. Such a luxurious wine pool, however, was not for drinking. If one truly wanted to drink, more than a dozen jars of fine liquor were piled in the corner of the room. Censor Tang, I do indeed have matters to discuss with you, but there's no rush. Let's first drink a few cups of wine and enjoy a piece of music. As he spoke, Lu Cheng cast a meaningful glance at the seductive woman beside Tang Chen. She nodded in understanding, rose, and left. When she came back and pressed herself into Tang Chen's arms, a woman in white emerged. That woman carried a pipa. Her eyes glanced lifelessly at Tang Chen and Lu Cheng, then she sat down at the front of the room and began to play. She did not speak a single word, as if she looked down on Tang Chen and Lu Cheng altogether. Who is she? Tang Chen watched her, feeling that the moment she appeared, the entire resplendent golden room seemed to dim. This woman was just like a lotus rising unsullied from the mud, forming a striking contrast with everything around her. Her name is Bai Shuero. Lu Cheng said the name with a smile, then added, this woman is highly accomplished in both music and dance. Whenever I host guests at my residence, I have her come out and dance. After speaking, Lu Cheng thought of something and said helplessly, Censor Tang, she sells her art, but not her body. Oh, sells her art, but not her body. Tang Chen looked at Bai Shuero with great interest, then glanced at Lu Cheng and said, I can see you're no righteous gentleman. With someone like this under your command, you've never had any designs on her. Don't tell me you hired people to put on an act like some tale of a respectable woman stuck in the mire. Hearing this, Lu Cheng chuckled. How could that be? Though I'm no gentleman, I am after all the sole son of the king of Bohai of the dignified Lu imperial bloodline. Such a lowly creature. As soon as these words left his mouth, Bai Shuero, who was playing the pipa, flashed a hint of barely perceptible anger in her eyes. Yet no matter how imperceptible it was, Tang Chen detected it. Then he glanced around the room, and by chance his gaze fell on Chen Lui's face. He saw Chen Lu staring at Bai Shuero with an odd expression. There was a touch of pity, a touch of covetousness. Feeling Chen Lui's gaze, Bai Shuero gave him a cold look, then lowered her head and continued playing. Interesting, Tang Chen said with a smile. Then everyone drank wine, ate food, and listened to music. Tang Chen naturally enjoyed himself, but Tang Lu was stiff and awkward, sitting in place with a red face and not saying a word. Tang Chen could not help sighing, thinking that his younger brother had far more sense of shame than his elder brother. The music ended. Bai Shuero plucked a final chord, stood up, bowed to everyone, and made to leave. Come back. The seductive woman beside Tang Chen shouted, stopping Bai Shuero. Did I say you could leave? Get back here. At these words, Bai Shuero was displeased, but she could only walk back. She simply refused to play the pipa or dance, glaring coldly at the seductive woman. It was easy to see that she was a proud and dignified woman. Forget it. Let's talk about business. Lu Cheng waved his hand, not letting Bai Shuero continue playing, and said to Tang Chen, Censor Tang, I heard that your army is equipped with a kind of armor that can keep out the cold, and is also extremely sturdy. According to the rumors, even if arrows turned you into a hedgehog, you could still keep moving, and the person inside would be completely unharmed. Is this rumor true? After saying these 3 sentences in a row, a greedy expression appeared on Lu Cheng's face. Of course, that armor is called cotton armor. Tang Chen did not deny it, then added, but be careful not to call it my army. Those are the Son of Heaven's personal troops. The Emperor's personal guards. Ha ha ha. For some reason, Lu Cheng burst out laughing, throwing his head back and clapping the desk in front of him, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. What are you laughing at? Tang Chen kept a stern expression, looking coldly at Lu Cheng, and pushed the woman who had been leaning against him to one side. Now that they were getting down to business, there was no room for indulgence. He needed to focus all his energy and prepare to deal with the heir of the Prince of Bohai. Censor Tang. Lord Tang, it's past the point of pretense, aren't you? Lu Cheng smiled at Tang Chen. He was a man who disliked beating around the bush, and now he had completely dropped the act. Censor Tang, you think I don't know, don't you? Still talking about the Emperor's personal guards? A few days ago at the training ground, your General Han asked them whose rice they ate, and your soldiers replied, "We eat Lord Tang's rice." Ha ha ha. Having said his piece, Lu Cheng burst into laughter once more. In contrast, Tang Chen's expression had darkened considerably. He never expected that the affairs of the Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry would be under the watchful eye of this young, yet it was not entirely surprising. The Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry was stationed in Wuwei Commandery, and the daily grain supplies had to be delivered by civilian porters. Planting a few people to keep an eye on things was as easy as reaching into a bag. So what if they eat my rice? You want to report this to the Emperor and have her arrest me? Tang Chen asked without so much as a flicker of emotion. Not to that extent. I know the Emperor trusts you, and even if I reported it, it would make no difference. Lu Cheng shook his head and laid out his purpose. I simply wish to purchase some armor and weapons from you, Censor Tang. You are short on funds, and I am short on military supplies. Is that not a mutually beneficial arrangement? Hearing this, Tang Chen narrowed his eyes and began to think. The Prince of Bohai was indeed wealthy, otherwise his son Lu Cheng would not have been able to build such a lavish restaurant in Chang'an. But wealthy or not, selling armor and weapons to him was absolutely out of the question. Unlike grain sold to the Xiongnu, armor and weapons could directly strengthen an army. With the regional lords on the verge of becoming enemies, Tang Chen had no intention of arming them. After some thought, Tang Chen said, I would be willing to sell, but circumstances do not permit it. The court is about to go to war with the Xiongnu, and I need more armor to equip my own troops. I have nothing extra to spare. Then let it go. Lu Cheng did not press the matter further. Instead, he shook his head and expressed Then he asked, Censor Tang, I have noticed that your new army's training methods are quite unusual, and the armor you produce is equally distinctive. You must have a talented advisor guiding you. May I ask who this person is? This was Lu Cheng's true objective. He knew that everything Tang Chen had achieved far exceeded his own capabilities, such as the army's training methods and those armor and weapons. Even the Prince of Ning with the most advanced ironworking technology could not produce cotton armor like that. Therefore someone must have been advising Tang Chen. Why do you ask? The craftsmanship for cotton armor is extremely demanding. Even if you found that person, you still wouldn't be able to produce it. Tang Chen said casually. Rather than being discouraged, Lu Cheng felt a surge of hope at these words. Tang Chen's response proved that such a person did exist, and if he did, then things would be much easier. Whether or not I can actually produce it is a matter for later. For now, I simply wish to make the acquaintance of such an outstanding individual. Could you introduce me? Lu Cheng said. Just an introduction? Tang Chen asked. He was raising this question precisely to find an excuse to divert Lu Cheng's attention. However, Lu Cheng was now so captivated that he must have been blinded by greed, only eager to press further with no thought left for caution. If that was the case, why not take this opportunity to fleece him? Of course, it's just an introduction. A brief meeting will suffice. That person is surely an important figure under your command, and I would never dream of stealing him away, Lu Cheng said with a sly grin. Just as Tang Chen was preparing to scheme against him, Lu Cheng was simultaneously scheming against Tang Chen. He was thinking that as long as Tang Chen helped him make the introduction or simply found that person, Lu Cheng would make his move immediately and kidnap that person on the spot. With that person in hand, his father could manufacture armor and equip the army, overtaking the Prince of Ning, crushing the other regional lords, and perhaps even contesting the throne. Wouldn't that be splendid? Very well. This person is named Tang Chi. We share the same name, but he is an extremely eccentric character. Let me tell you, not even as a young master would he grant you an audience, and certainly not even as the Emperor. So I suggest you abandon this idea, Tang Chen said with a deliberately stern face. Meanwhile, his hand was patting his empty pockets now and then frowning and sighing, muttering to himself, I don't have much money left. If this household runs out of funds, Tang Chi will likely set off on his travels, and at that point I won't be able to find him either. Sigh, rather troublesome. Hearing this nonsensical muttering, Lu Cheng smiled. He immediately understood that Tang Chen was making excuses to extract a favor from him. But that was fine. If he wanted favors, then give them. Was Lu Cheng afraid of that? Censor Tang need not worry. This young master has ample funds. I will provide you with 1,000 taels of gold, which will be delivered to your residence. Please do take this to heart and help me make the introduction, Lu Cheng said with a smile. Straightforward. I will speak to Tang Chi upon my return and have him meet the heir of the Prince of Bohai. Tang Chen nodded. The two men exchanged a knowing smile, raised their wine cups, simultaneously toasted each other, and drained them in one gulp. With business concluded, one had obtained the money and the other had learned of the capable mind behind Tang Chen. Both were satisfied with their respective gains and continued their revelry for some time. It was not until deep into the night that Tang Chen rose somewhat intoxicated and said to Lu Cheng, I must take my leave now, and I likely will not visit your establishment again. Why don't we exchange gifts? What do you think? What gift? Lu Cheng was taken aback. He thought that Tang Chen had already taken his 1,000 taels of gold, and was now asking for yet another gift. Truly thick-skinned. You wanted cotton armor, didn't you? I have been thinking about it, and I can sell you 1,000 sets. How do you intend to thank me? Tang Chen said, letting out a full burp. What? Lu Cheng could scarcely believe his ears. At first Tang Chen had refused to sell the armor, and he had thought the matter was dead. Yet now he was offering to sell 1,000 sets. Just what he had been hoping for. If Censor Tang is willing to sell the armor, then this young master will not only pay a premium price, but also. As he spoke these last words, Lu Cheng's gaze fell upon the ever-present Bai Shuero, and he said, I will also give you this woman. What do you say? Deal. Tang Chen agreed with a nod. This time his reason for selling the armor was not the woman, but the opportunity to fleece Lu Cheng of even more gold. As for the matter of the cotton armor, he suddenly remembered that the armor workshop had at least over 1,000 defective pieces leftovers from the manufacturing process. They were fragile and unreliable, but they looked sufficiently convincing at a glance. With a bit of repair work, selling them to Lu Cheng would not be aiding the enemy at all. It would be planting a massive landmine beneath the forces of the Prince of Bohai. After feasting to his heart's content and fleecing the young prince of a tidy sum, Tang Chen was thoroughly satisfied with the outing. Truly, he had lost nothing. Had he never met the young prince, he would never have known, but now he could see that the fellow was silly and naive. If that was so, then things could be handled with ease. It is not the abundance of villains that one fears, but the villain who has a brain. In the carriage returning to the residence, I imagine Miss Bai has spent some considerable time by the young prince's side. Bai Euro gave a cold snort. What business is it of yours? A worthless life, nothing more. Treated as a commodity to be bartered for profit, she had never been the side allowed to choose. So whether she lived or died was even less a choice she could make. There is no need for you to be so hostile toward me, Miss Bai. Your indenture contract is in my hands now. Bai Euro sat bolt upright, still refusing to acknowledge him. So what if it was an indenture contract? Did he intend to threaten her with it? How naive, born with pride in her bones. If only I could make her serve me. Tang Chen thought. How about we make a deal? The indenture contract goes to you and you. You come to me. Pervert. Seeing the contempt in Bai Euro's eyes, he understood that she had definitely misunderstood. Miss Bai, no need to look at me like a lecher. You have misunderstood. I do not want your body. I want you to serve my purposes. Once the deed is done, you may choose to take your indenture contract and leave. A flicker passed through Bai Euro's eyes. This actually seemed a little interesting. Back at the residence, Tang Chen arranged a place for her to stay and sent several maidservants to attend to her. Tang Lu watched the whole display, then thought of how this elder brother of hers used to clamor for a wife every single day. She slapped her thigh sharply. A residence acquired, a beauty acquired. Damn it, this man wasn't going to throw in the towel now, was he? The old Tang family could forget about rising to prominence. If the Empress grew angry, she might slit all their throats, and the Tang line would be completely finished. Big brother, don't forget Her Majesty now that you have a beauty. This affair isn't over, and you're already enjoying yourself. Tang Chen rolled his eyes. That silly girl. What did she take her elder brother for? Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. And another thing, stop shrieking about every little thing. Learn a little steadiness from your elder brother, understand? Tang Lu muttered, fine. You're the steady one, you're the reliable one. Then why did you bring Miss Bai home and feed her delicacies like some honored guest? I never got such treatment. I think you just want a wife. That is not your concern. I have my own plans. From now on you will show Miss Bai due respect. Do you hear me? Success or failure hinges on her. Tang Lu agreed with grudging reluctance. Fine. Have Zhang Liang come to see me tomorrow. I have important matters to discuss. The next day Tang Chen slept soundly, smacking his lips and murmuring, little lady, come let me hold you. Bang bang bang. Big brother, get up. Zhang Liang is here to see you. Not having held any soft, warm little lady in his arms, Tang Chen was in a terrible mood and flung open the door in fury. What are you doing here at this hour of the morning, disturbing a man's dreams? I almost held. At that moment Zhang Liang stood below the steps with his hands clasped in salute and asked in confusion, almost held what? Forget it, nothing. Tang Chen waved his hand and went back inside to sit at the table. If you have something to say, spit it out. Zhang Liang was baffled. Hadn't the Lord himself told Tang Lu last night to have him come here early this morning? Was it not you, my lord, who summoned me? Only then did Tang Chen remember. It did seem that there had been such an arrangement. In a while, go to the armor workshop and order the head artisan to lead his men in fixing up those 1,000-odd sets of defective cotton armor. At minimum, they must appear no different from standard cotton armor on the outside. I want them by tomorrow. Zhang Liang asked in astonishment air. My lord, I truly cannot understand. Defective goods are better tossed aside. Oh, why waste time and effort repairing them? They can be exchanged for a good sum of money, so why not do it? Though they are defective goods to us, in someone else's hands they will be treasures. Zhang Liang could not help roaring with laughter. My lord, who would ever treat defective goods as treasures? Only a fool with water in his head. You must be joking. Tang Chen's eyes glinted. Now that you mention it, there really is such a fool. He roughly recounted the deal he had struck with the heir of the Prince of Bohai at the drunken immortal pavilion yesterday, and only then did Zhang Liang catch on. Though the scheme was a little ruthless, if one did not scheme against enemies, was one supposed to wait for them to come and settle the score? He then praised my lord's talent is truly unmatched by any ordinary man. Tang Chen was bemused. Zhang Liang's skill at flattery was growing more refined by the day. Really, he learned every bad thing instead of a single good one. Still, it felt quite pleasant to hear. By the way, I want a man from your armor workshop, the head artisan. Once the defective goods have been handled, bring him to me. Once Zhang Liang had left, Tang Chen finally found a moment with no one around. He was about to check what this round system reward was. What are you doing rubbing your hands together like that, all eager for action? He turned his head and saw Lu Yu leaning against the doorframe, watching him at her leisure. Looking further behind her, sure enough, the Empress had also come, her hand set haughtily atop Lu Yu's. Come to think of it, the two sisters had completely different personalities. One was dignified and noble, deliberately grave to display the majesty of an emperor. The other was lively and boisterous like a little monkey with none of the bearing of a grand general. White peony and red rose. Exactly what those two were. Hey, is it really so hard to take a look at the system reward? How do these two women always pick the worst time? Hearing this, the Empress was taken aback. System? What system? What was he muttering about so mysteriously? Could he be hiding something good from her again? Curious as she was, she could not ask directly. Whatever, there would be another chance. I salute your Majesty and the Grand General. Tang Chen bowed and asked, may I ask what brings your Majesty here today? What is it this time? Can I just go back to bed and catch up on sleep? The Empress suddenly became interested. If he wanted her to leave, then she would do the opposite and stay. And just for fun. The Empress did not ask him to rise as she walked past him and sat down at the table. What's the matter? It looks like Censor Tang is not very welcoming. Am I not allowed to come if I have no business? Tang Chen did not stand on ceremony with her and straightened up. Your Majesty must be joking. You are welcome at any time. After all, your arrival truly makes my humble abode shine. 3 black lines appeared on Lu Yu's forehead. He called this a humble abode. Flattery was not meant to be this shameless. Even if my younger sister had not come, this place was already dazzling enough. What is that woman thinking? A dignified ruler of a dynasty coming to a subject's house at every turn. How improper. Was she afraid no one would notice that the two of them were close in private? Forget it, forget it. It wasn't her first day being a pig teammate. The Empress' mouth twitched uncontrollably. Absurd. Tang Chen had actually compared her to a pig. The infuriating thing was that he hadn't said it out loud, so she had no way to punish him. The Empress gave him a cold stare. Only after suppressing the fury in her heart did she speak lazily. I have heard that yesterday Censor Tang reached a deal with the heir of the Prince of Bohai, not only securing 1,000 taels of gold and a beauty, but also intending to sell him 1,000 sets of cotton armor and introduce him to a master. What? How does she know this so clearly? She wouldn't have planted a spy on me, would she? Tang Chen glanced at Tang Lu standing in the distance, narrowing his eyes. It could only be him. Tang Lu was staring blankly at his sword when he felt a gaze from afar. His elder brother was watching him. He immediately responded with a foolish grin. It definitely couldn't be that fool Tang Lu. Even with 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare. But yesterday he was the only one who accompanied me. Censor Tang, no need to guess. It's not your man. Oh, I have my own people around him. Tang Chen's heart skipped another beat as he looked up directly at her. Am I that obvious? This Empress cultivation is getting deeper and deeper. Her self-satisfied look fell into his eyes. Hey, a little improvement, and she's flying high. You're still too green. Speaking of informants, credit had to go to Ziyu's arrangement. At the time, the Empress felt that since she and the heir to the King of Bohai had grown up together, she trusted him deeply. But Ziyu had insisted on sending people to watch his every move. Truly a wise foresight. Lu Cheng's mansions and restaurants all had her people. So your Majesty thinks I betrayed our alliance. Since it had come to this, Tang Chen naturally understood the purpose of her visit. She felt a sense of crisis. After all, he already had the money and beauty she had promised, and lately, he had been basking in boundless glory with countless officials eager to seek his acquaintance. This heir to the King of Bohai was just a signal sent by court officials. If you are willing to abandon darkness for light and cooperate with us, we will not move against you and can even grant you glory, wealth, and honor. No, I do not think so. Just as Tang Chen was marveling at her trust in him, the Empress spoke. If you truly intended to betray me, I would naturally have my sister kill you first, lest I raise a tiger that invites disaster. I was overthinking it. That's all her brain is capable of. Lu Yu patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, she's just trying to scare you. The person I have my eye on would never be someone who is blinded by money. However, his actions yesterday had left. By the way, are you really going to sell him the cotton armor? Though the King of Bohai is inferior to Prince Ning in strength, he still commands troops numbering in the tens of thousands. If he gets the cotton armor, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I'm not stupid. Do I need you to remind me? Tang Chen played coy and didn't answer, just smiling. And that mastermind. If you're going to recommend him, let me see him first. Greedy. Having one of me is, how could one be enough? As Han Xian said about troops, the more the better. Each additional wise person assisting me adds a measure of hope for victory, and the restoration of the great Han will be within reach. No wonder he had learned the art of armor making. It turned out there was a mastermind behind him. To be honest, everyone that mastermind is yours truly. The three in the room all stared at him, and with remarkable unison said, you. Yes, it's me. What, looking down on me? Lu Yu finally came to her senses. You really have nerve making a young prince dance in the palm of your hand. Then she turned to the Empress and said earnestly, with him assisting you, I feel much more at ease. He's crafty and cunning with a simple, clean background. No greed, no corruption. He has prospects. As for those 1,000 suits of cotton armor, your Majesty and General can rest assured. They are nothing but defective goods. Though they look no different from the finished product, they are actually scrap iron with little defensive capability. And I won't honestly hand over the armor-making technique either. It's simply a trap. The question is whether hell. The three couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. Brilliant, truly brilliant. He pocketed the money and even played them for fools. So Censor Tang, which feudal prince do you intend to target? At this point she still hasn't figured it out. That child is simply not worth teaching. Sorry, I forgot. She's an unworthy ruler. Don't you even understand a routine question? Of course I know. The hand under the Empress' sleeve clenched and then relaxed. Enough. Anger is the devil. Better keep him alive, he's still useful. Lu Yu jumped in, naturally the king of Bohai. The man has already offered himself up. How can we refuse? Thank goodness she has a level-headed sister to lean on, or else this empire would sooner or later be ruined by her. The Empress gritted her teeth. In that case, Censor Tang, what is your plan? Let's hear it. It's hardly a plan, just a rough sketch. Your Majesty only needs to wait for the show. Your Majesty's precious body requires care. Please do not overwork yourself or worry too much. Your Majesty's health is the blessing of all under heaven. Is he actually concerned about me? Fine, I'll reluctantly forgive his impertinence. As it turned out, she was once again deceived by his appearance. Don't keep asking all these questions. When it's time to make use of you, I want stand on ceremony. Indeed, women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. The Empress snorted coldly. Censor Tang, don't tell me you're planning to act over my head again. I wouldn't dare. Once I have arranged a thorough plan, this humble official will naturally report to your Majesty. In that case, we shall await the good news from Censor Tang. Sister, let's go. The Empress then reconsidered. She had originally wanted to be a fatuous ruler anyway. Since someone was making arrangements for her, she could let him do as he pleased and enjoy the leisure. Wait. She had only taken a few steps when she turned back. Almost forgot the most important thing. Censor Tang, what do you plan to do with that 1,000 taels of gold? Tang Chen looked up to the heavens, speechless. Who could have imagined that a sovereign would covet her own minister's money? How impoverished was she? Rest assured, your Majesty. This money will naturally be spent on military affairs. There are bound to be several hard battles ahead, and the more funds we have the better. I've said all that. Let's see if she still has the face to ask for the money. Lu Yu tugged at her sleeve and said she hadn't expected the national treasury to be so depleted that it couldn't even cover the emperor's daily expenses. Censor Tang is right. We must make good use of this money to prepare for future battles. This humble official will obey. No sooner had the three left than Tang Chen lay back down on the bed. He still didn't forget to order Tang Lu. Unless the sky falls, don't come to me about anything else. Or else. Tang Chen narrowed his eyes. The same old recipe for threatening him, the familiar taste. Tang Lu could only say helplessly, I understand. Big brother, go to sleep. The sky is big, the earth is big, but nothing is greater than sleeping. I still want to get back into my dream and embrace that young lady. I was just that close, that tiny bit away. Unfortunately, he didn't dream at all. He slept through everything, and when he woke up he couldn't tell the hour. It was only after asking a servant that he learned it was evening. Time to get to work. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he took a look at the reward he had drawn. Congratulations, host. Your flattery progress has reached the maximum once again. New reward, unlocked firearms crafting techniques. This reward is excellent. With firearms, wouldn't my Imperial Guard cavalry become invincible? The fact that both man and horse were fully armored was already enough to strike terror into their enemies. With firearms added, they would surely be frightened out of their wits. In this era still dominated by cold weapons, mastering firearms meant holding the initiative. The Han Dynasty, as powerful as the Li Tang, had maintained internal and external peace through these very weapons, and no one dared to infringe upon it. However, because this craft had been guarded too jealously, it had already been lost. The firearms the Han currently possessed had suffered heavy losses over the wars of the past decade or so. Many lost, many broken. Added to their preciousness, the long period of disuse meant dust had accumulated and deterioration had accelerated. Not many were left. Still, with the techniques in hand, money was still insufficient. Never mind. He'll deal with it after dealing with the vassal kings. With this thought, he decided even more firmly that he would squeeze another large sum from Lu Cheng. In the courtyard, Tang Chen had just finished his meal and was reclining in a rocking chair, lazily gazing up at the stars and moon in the sky. He couldn't help but remark that although the ancient world lagged far behind the modern era, in every other aspect the air was truly excellent. A gentle breeze brushed his face. So comfortable. My lord, I have brought the person you asked for. Sit. Zhang Liang sat down without any hesitation, while the craftsman leader dared not take a seat. Old Huang, his lordship invites you to sit. Lord Tang treats ordinary folk with the greatest kindness. Very good, thank you, my lord. Tang Chen rose from his recliner and moved to sit at the stone table, feeling more authoritative this way. What is your full name? Old Huang. Little Huang's father. That sounded too much like a dog's name. This humble one is simply called Old Huang. I had no father or mother, so the name was chosen at random. Tang Chen nearly spat out his water. Someone actually had such a name. Here is the situation, Old Huang. I know you are steady and familiar with armor making you unlikely to slip up. Tomorrow I will have someone escort you to a house in the suburbs to wait. Tang Chen beckoned the two of them with a gesture, inviting them to come closer. After hearing him out, a worried expression appeared on Old Huang's face. My lord, this matter is far too serious. This humble one fears he will give himself away. Do not worry. I will be there tomorrow as well. As long as you remember what I just told you, you will not slip up. Once the plan succeeds, there will naturally be rewards for you. Old Huang watched as Tang Chen withdrew a gold ingot from his sleeve and instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. It was too dazzling. Thank you for your kindness, my lord, but I must decline this money. I am already serving you, so please keep it for the war effort. Once the conflict begins, silver will be consumed far more rapidly. Old Huang's response surprised Tang Chen. This man truly was honest and upright. He had also heard about the war bonds issued some time ago and knew that the current situation was one of severe shortage of both money and grain. All supplies for the might camp and wages for the armor workshop workers were managed and dispersed by Tang Chen, never once mistreating them or delaying their pay. His good reputation extended not only among the soldiers, but also among the craftsmen. In that case, I shall thank you on behalf of the warriors. Zhang Liang, take him to get some clothing. Not too new, not too old. Remember, it must suit the appearance of a hermit or reclusive master. Also inspect the house again to ensure nothing stands out as inconsistent with his status. Yes, this humble servant takes his leave. After they had departed, he ordered Tang Lu to deliver a visiting card to Lu Cheng's residence. All preparations were complete. The next day, Lu Cheng waited and waited in his residence, but Tang Chen still did not appear. Fearing the man might renege, he was just about to go to his house when he spotted Tang Chen's carriage arriving late. Some trivial matters detain me at home. I beg your highness forgiveness. He glanced sideways at the several carts of cotton armor being pulled behind him, his face creasing into a broad smile. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. As long as the cotton armor had arrived, then Bai Yuro also descended from the carriage. Lu Cheng could not believe it. That despicable woman was so favored by Tang Chen that she accompanied him everywhere. It seemed he had made the right decision in sending her away. Only Chen Lu, standing behind him, quietly raised his eyes and noticed her reddened once. This humble official has delivered the cotton armor to your highness as promised, only that. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Cheng turned and pointed to several crates by the entrance. Lord Tang, rest assured. Everything has been prepared. I shall have it carried to your residence shortly. Lord Tang, please come in. Would you care for some tea and a bit of chat? No need. I would have your highness accompany me now to meet that reclusive master. Now? I haven't prepared anything at all. This corrupt official has caught me completely off guard. Lu Cheng frowned and thought. Lord Tang, perhaps we should postpone it to another day. This humble one still has urgent matters to attend to today. Or Lord Tang, you may simply tell me the location of the master's residence, and I shall visit him personally at a later date. By then I will have assembled my men, and will simply seize him by force. How could Tang Chen not see through the vassal king's scheme? He sighed and said, in that case, what a pity. This master departs tomorrow to wander the world. He is only available today. If we do not visit him today, we may never have the opportunity to meet him again. Very well. Then this humble one shall set aside his trivial matters and depart at once. Chen Lu received the order and was about to command several palace guards to accompany them. Wait. You alone are sufficient to accompany your highness. No one else may join us. Lu Cheng chuckled awkwardly. This is... Lord Tang, are you afraid I might make a move? Your highness misunderstands. Lord Tang, Qian has two conditions. The first is that this humble official must accompany you. The second condition is that we must not arrive with a large entourage, or he will refuse to meet us. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth. Very well. Chen Lu, you alone shall accompany me. The four of them sat in the carriage somewhat cramped. Lu Cheng glanced at Tang Lu, who was driving the carriage, and calculated in his heart, it seems he has only brought Tang Lu, a martial artist. There is still a chance. Although he did not know Tang Lu's capabilities, he was confident that Chen Lu would not be inferior. In a fight, he might not necessarily lose. It seems this master resides in the suburbs. I wonder how Lord Tang came to know him. Tang Chen wore an enigmatic expression. Fate perhaps. Lu Cheng could tell he did not wish to speak of it. Never mind, it was not important. After approximately half an hour of bumpy travel, the group arrived before a somewhat dilapidated house. This Tang Chen is no good. Since he knew the master was someone of importance, why didn't he arrange a better residence? Tang Chen stepped forward and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Could it be that he has not arrived yet? Just as he was thinking this, a voice came from behind. Who was there? Everyone turned around and saw a man who looked like a farmer dressed in ragged clothes, carrying a bamboo basket on his back and holding a bundle of firewood in his arms. Even Tang Chen thought old Huang had overdone the shabby act, and for a moment he did not know how to introduce him. Your Highness, this is Tang Chi. Lu Cheng stepped forward a few steps, intending to shake his hand and ingratiate himself, but as soon as he drew near, he caught the smell of pig feed on the man. He suppressed the disgust between his brows and revealed a flawless smile. Brother Tang, as the saying goes, to see once is better than to hear 100 times. You really don't look like an ordinary man. And you are. Old Huang did not return the handshake, merely looking at Tang Chen. Let me introduce him. This is the Prince of Bohai I mentioned to you before. Then please condescend to enter my humble home for a cup of tea. Old Huang walked past the crowd to open the door. Lu Cheng said softly to Tang Chen, if Lord Tang had not told me that this man was Tang Chi, I truly would not have believed it. With such armor-making skill, why would he need to chop wood and feed pigs to get by? Your Highness may not know that in these turbulent times he often says he values his life and cannot stand the intrigues of the court, so he has retired here. Lu Cheng nodded knowingly. A hermit in the wild. This must be a man of noble character. Inside the house, the furnishings were extremely simple: a bed, a table, 3 small stools, a dust-covered kerosene lamp, and farm tools in the corner. That was the entirety of the furniture visible at a glance. I have no good tea to offer you, distinguished lords, and I must ask you to make do. Tang Lu considered himself someone who had endured hardship, but now he was taken aback at the sight. He realized he had been contented. Seeing that no one intended to speak, old Huang cut straight to the chase. May I ask why you two gentlemen have come to see me? I assumed Lord Tang had already tipped you off before I arrived, Brother Tang. I have come this time to request your armor-making craft, Brother Tang. Old Huang's expression turned stern. If that is the reason, then I suggest your Highness turn back. The armor-making craft is my ancestral skill. How can I casually reveal it to others? He glanced at Tang Chen and added, even Censor Tang was only told the general idea, because he once saved my life, some steps are still done by me alone. Tang Chen hastily rose and cupped his hands. I beg your forgiveness, Brother Tang, but I did reveal your existence to others. No harm done. Once this cotton armor is used in battle, you could not hide it even if you wanted to. Up to this moment, old Huang had not shown the slightest flaw. Tang Chen secretly marveled. He never expected this craftsman leader to be such a master of acting. Among those present except Tang Chen, who knew the truth, no one could tell that this man was not some hidden master. Brother Tang, living here in the countryside, you must be unaware of the great Han Dynasty's current plight. A fatuous ruler governs the realm with troubles at home and threats abroad, and the people are destitute. The Xiongnu are about to ride over the great Han. I am truly anxious. That is why I begged Lord Tang to bring me here. With this cotton armor, our great Han can surely restore the glory of the previous dynasty. Otherwise Han might. Lu Cheng even wiped his tears with his sleeve as he spoke. If not for the circumstances, Tang Chen would have applauded him and handed him an Oscar. The man's ability to lie through his teeth with a straight face was truly impressive. It seemed that for the cotton armor he had thrown all shame to the wind. Reviving the great Han Dynasty. Wasn't it his own dear father who wanted to overthrow Han? Don't be anxious, Your Highness. Old Huang feigned hesitation, weighing whether it was time to let the fish take the bait. But in Lu Cheng's eyes that meant there was still hope. As the 3 men were discussing a critical point, and Tang Lu was enjoying the spectacle, none of them noticed Bai Yuro quietly slipping away. Except for Chen Lu, whose gaze had never left her since her appearance. When Chen Lu followed her out, what he saw was a scene of beauty and tears. Bai Yuro sat alone by the stone table outside the door, wiping her eyes. Wipe your tears. Thank you. She had not expected him to actually come out. Bai Yuro looked up at him. What? If the prince can't find you, he will surely punish you. Please go back inside. She is concerned about me. Realizing this, Chen Lu felt a faint stir of joy. In all the time they had known each other, this was the first chance they had to converse, and the first time she was willing to look at him squarely. He had always harbored a special affection for her. Chen Lu had planned to wait until he had rendered great merits before asking the prince for her hand. Who would have imagined Tang Chen would suddenly appear and snatch her away? You need not worry about that. Now the prince was wholly focused on the armor-making craft. How could he have the mind to care where I go? And with Tang Chen here, he would not let me take you by force. Are you doing well with him? Had he not asked, it would have been fine. At this question her tears spilled over. How could I possibly be doing well with him? It was merely climbing out of one pit, only to fall into a tiger's den. Whenever he returns from court in displeasure, he beats and kicks me, and he often says. Says what? He said he would send me to a brothel to earn money for him. Chen Lu clenched his fists and said hatefully, he is no better than an animal making a living off a woman. Bai Yuro judged that the act had gone on long enough, so she knelt decisively on the ground and said in a low voice, only after leaving the prince did I realize that not all men in this world are as good as him. At least he agreed that I could sell my art without selling my body. You are a trusted man beside the prince. Could you plead for me and have me brought back? As long as I can return to the prince's side, I would do anything. Chen Lu grasped her wrist and helped her to her feet. In just a few days she had indeed become noticeably thinner. Rest assured I will certainly help you. Wait for me, all right. All right, I'll wait for your news. Inside the house, old Huang extended 3 fingers toward him. 300 taels. He shook his head. 3,000 taels of gold, and I will tell you all about the armor-making craft. Lu Chen was puzzled. Hadn't this man been a noble hermit? Why was he so vulgar asking for a lion's share? I am telling you this craft now in violation of my ancestors' precepts. If His Highness is unwilling to pay, then let it be. Tang Chen chose that moment to stir the pot. Don't be like that, Your Highness. If you don't want it, I'll take it. Lu Cheng hurriedly stepped between the two, grabbing the 3 fingers that were about to retract, and gritted his teeth. Deal. Money is nothing new, I have plenty. Although the amount is somewhat large, it doesn't matter. As long as I obtain the cotton armor, neither Great Han nor Li Tang will be a match for me. Then let it be money in hand and goods in hand. How about I send the money over later? No, it must be money for goods hand to hand. Tomorrow I set off wandering. Brother Tang, if I fetch the money first, would you give me the recipe? Naturally. Tang Chen winked at Tang. Lu, hurry, go back to the manor and bring 3,000 taels of gold. Brother Tang, this is unfair of you. We had already reached an agreement first. Chen Lu. At the command, he took advantage of being by the door, leapt onto the carriage, and drove off, leaving Tang Lu behind staring into the distance. Tang Lu stamped his feet in place. What are we to do? If this formula falls into the hands of the young prince, Tang Chen patted him on the back reassuringly. Forget it. We only have 10,000 soldiers, and they are already armored. It's fine to let it go. Besides, the amount is truly too large. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, he still caught the sly glint that flashed through his elder brother's eyes. After spending these days working by his side, he realized that his elder brother was exceedingly cunning. This matter surely had other intentions behind it. Standing nearby, Lu Cheng watched the dust billowing in the wake of the galloping horses, and sighed inwardly that this Tang Chen was nothing but a short-sighted man. But he had forgotten. Even if he wanted, he lacked the means. Such a huge sum was surely something Tang Chen could not produce. In less than an hour, Chen Lu returned with several chests of gold. Old Huang inspected each chest before handing a piece of paper to Lu Cheng. The method for making these cotton armor is extremely intricate. You must follow it step by step, otherwise one mistake will ruin all your previous efforts. If the Han Dynasty can one day be restored, there will surely be a share of credit due to Brother Tang. Old Huang nodded gravely. MMI await that day. Brother Tang, this is some traveling money. Consider it a small token from me, Tang. If fate allows, we shall meet again. The world is my home. Why would I need such worldly possessions? Keep it, Lord Tang. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Since you claim to have no need for worldly possessions, why did you accept 3,000 taels of gold from me, the young prince? My money didn't come from a gust of wind. Lu Cheng grumbled inwardly. 3,000 taels. Parting with it still made his heart ache. On the way back, Lu Cheng's words were laced with mockery for this so-called man of noble integrity. What do you suppose Tang Chi intends to do with the 3,000 taels of gold, young prince? What else? Wander the world in extravagance and dissipation. That silver alone would be enough to keep several generations of his family in food and clothing. Lu Cheng sneered dismissively. No. This silver is not for his own use. From what I as an official know, Tang Chi's forefathers served in the military for generations. He himself was severely wounded in battle and had no choice but to withdraw from the front lines. After that, he began to rob the rich to aid the poor. He was strong with excellent craftsmanship, and often local wealthy families came to beg for his help, enabling him to rake in a large sum from time to time. Hearing this, a cold glint appeared in Lu Cheng's eyes. Though this method had been given to him, it didn't mean Tang Chi wouldn't sell it to someone else for money in the future. Especially Tang Chen. Once he was gone, no one would be able to help him anymore. He surely also wanted this document, so the roots must be pulled out. The carriage stopped in front of Lu Cheng's residence. Thank you for today, Lord Tang. Would you do me the honor of visiting my humble home for a talk? Some other day? Very well then. Until we meet again. Lu Cheng watched the carriage drive away, and only then did his smile gradually fade. Chen Lu go to Tang Chi's home again and eliminate him. Be clean and quick. Though he didn't understand his master's intentions, he would do exactly as his master said. At once he led a squad of men back the way they came. Meanwhile Tang Chen sat in the carriage fanning himself and humming a tune thoroughly at ease. Did it succeed? It succeeded. Tang Chen's smile grew even brighter. I knew I wasn't wrong. Men truly understand men best. That day at Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he had noticed something off from a single look in Chen Lu's eyes. At Tang Chen's residence, Han Xian cupped his fists respectfully. My lord, all the silver is here. And the man. He came back safely. Tang Lu looked at the 6 neatly arranged chests in the courtyard utterly puzzled. Wait, didn't 1,000 sets of cotton armor only trade for 2 chests of gold? What were these 4 extra chests all about? He stepped forward and opened a crack to peek inside, then jumped back several meters in fright. He swallowed hard. Fight this. All of this. In his entire life, he had never seen so much money. Look at you, so pathetic. What's going on? Tang Lu felt deeply deceived. A sweet, charming voice sounded from the side. If I'm not mistaken, these other 4 chests should belong to that Tang Chi. But I suspect Tang Chi is none other than you. A look of admiration appeared on Tang Chen's face. He hadn't expected that this woman not only had beauty, but also brains. Not bad. Tang Lu, go to Tang Chi's home. If you run into Lu Cheng, don't say anything and don't engage in a fight. Just leave. Why? Do as I say and don't ask why. I understand. He'll tell you what you want to know when I come back. Young prince, when we arrived we found that the man was already gone. There was only Tang Chi's household there and no one nearby to ask. I sent men to search everywhere, but found nothing. We had just arrived when Tang Lu came right after, apparently also looking for Tang Chi. Seeing that he wasn't there, she left. Although they had not silenced anyone, Tang Chen's men also had not been found. A blessing within misfortune. Lu Cheng twirled the thumb ring on his finger, narrowing his eyes. This man is indeed vigilant. Send men to search the surrounding area these next 2 days. Perhaps he hasn't gone far. Chen Lu recalled what Bai Yuro had told him today and spoke hesitantly. Young prince, although we didn't catch that man, I have made another important discovery. Chen Lu relayed Bai Yuro's words to him, with slight alterations. The more wretched the account, the more it would show her desperation. If that's really the case, we can make good use of her. Since Tang Chen now takes her everywhere he goes, we could turn her into it. However, Tang Chen is far too cunning to be trusted lightly. Go to his residence tonight and investigate to see whether the facts are truly so. That night the moon was obscured by dark clouds, revealing only a faint crescent. It lent the moonlight an even more somber air. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night, Chen Lu climbed over the wall of Tang Chen's residence. Luckily the residence is enormous. It's unlikely Tang Chen has money to hire that many guards. But where does she live? Chen Lu followed his way through the rooms that were lit, and happened to hear the sound of a woman crying. Drawing closer, he seemed to hear the crack of a whip as well. Don't think I didn't know you slipped out today while I wasn't paying attention to frolic with that mangy servant Chen Lu. I didn't. You still dare to quibble. Tang Chen said darkly, this official has told you if you obey me obediently, I can provide you with food and clothing. If not, I'll send you to a brothel to earn me some money instead. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the whip splitting flesh, the woman's screams and pleas, and Tang Chen's roars rose and fell in succession, making Chen Lu's heart clench with agony. Wait for me, I will rescue you, Chen Lu thought, vanishing into the night. Not bad, you're acting. If you had been born in a different era, you would have a promising career as an actor. Bai Yuro furrowed her beautiful willow leaf brows. What is an actor? It's a profession. Put it this way. Working 1 year can earn more than an ordinary person earns in a lifetime. There's such a wonderful thing. What a pity. At first Bai Yuro failed to grasp why he had insisted on her playing this charade alongside him. It was only when she spotted the dark figure outside the window that understanding dawned. And well, if one were to speak of Lu Cheng having brains, he certainly had his moments of lucidity. Just wait. Chen Lu will likely come to you in the next few days. As a gift you must tell him something, and it must be something he already knows. After these days together, although Bai Yuro still often spoke with cold and caustic words, she couldn't help but feel growing admiration for him in her heart. One had to admit, this man had real capability. Most importantly, he never seemed to treat her as a lowly woman. On the contrary, he showed her considerable respect, providing fine food and drink, and even ordering servants to attend to her. Even when she had been the star courtesan of Zuatian Tower, she had never received such treatment. All along, Lu Cheng had only seen her as a plaything, a cheap, lowly commodity. Several days later, at Lu Cheng's residence. My lord, I've made contact with her. This is the note she sent. Lu Cheng opened it and glanced at it. Though what was written inside was something he already knew, it served his purpose. At least it proved that she was indeed willing to keep watch on Tang Chen for him. Tell her to keep a close watch on Tang Chen and report to me at the slightest sign of movement. Let her know that as long as she does well, wealth and freedom can both be hers. The next day in the imperial court. Long live Her Majesty, 10,000 years. The Empress' almond eyes arched slightly as she looked upon the slovenly officials below. She could not help but seethe with anger. If she were to lose her temper, it was like punching a wad of cotton. Those useless wretches would only cry, "Calm your anger, your majesty," which only fueled her fury further. She did not wish to hold court either, for whenever something came up, she could simply ask Tang Chen. Interrogating these ingrates who bit the hand that fed them was a waste of time, energy, and emotion. But formalities still had to be observed. She admitted that Tang Chen had provoked her. Since the ministers of governance would not allow her to manage affairs, she might as well attend court. It was only a short affair, and she could return to catch up on sleep afterward. "If my beloved ministers have nothing else, then we shall retire from court. Your Majesty, your humble servant, has an urgent matter to report." The Empress watched Wang, who stepped forward, and inwardly rolled her eyes with disdain. That old pest again, every day stirring up trouble like a stick in a cesspool. She had discovered that when court was held, either nothing was presented, or if something did come up, it was inevitably about Tang Chen. "What is it?" "I wish to impeach Imperial Censor Tang." The Empress grew intrigued. "Oh? For what matter?" She only wanted to watch the fun. After all, whatever Tang Chen had done, she would shield him. Hey, whose side is this fatuous Empress on? How can she look so amused? Forget it. This fatuous Empress simply cannot be relied upon. Humph, and here I was thinking I would shield you no matter what. Truly a dog bites Lu Dongbin. Your Majesty, I have heard that when General Han trains troops at Weiwu camp, he often asks the soldiers whose food they eat. What does your Majesty suppose they answer? An obnoxious habit passed down the bloodline. He still has to hold us in suspense. What? They eat Imperial Censor Tang's rice. As he said this, Wang, who cast a glance at Tang Chen. Grand Commandant Wang, those are but jests uttered during military drills. Why take them to heart? As the saying goes, a small detail reveals a larger truth. Your servant knows your Majesty trusts Imperial Censor Tang, but whether Censor Tang's intentions are pure, that we cannot know. It is well known that one must be loyal to the one who feeds him. When this army was first formed, Imperial Censor Tang collected no small amount of money from the various ministers. Logically, the ministers should share in the army's merit. So why has all of it been taken by Censor Tang alone? Moreover, military authority should belong to your Majesty. The Emperor's personal troops being wholly controlled by a mere censor is a gross breach of decorum. Here he goes again, coveting what is not his all day long. Has he no shame? Hearing this in her ear, the Empress fought to suppress the curl at the corner of her lips. Indeed, Wang, who was somewhat shameless. Imperial Censor Tang, what do you think? Since you think I am unreliable, you might as well solve this trouble yourself. Grand Commandant Wang, I wonder if you have ever heard a story. Once the great scholar Su was chatting with Foyan. The great scholar Su asked him, "When I sit in meditation, what do I look like?" Foyan said, "You look like a Buddha." "And what do I look like when I sit in meditation?" The great scholar Su replied, "I see you sitting there like a pile of dog dung." This story is simple and easy to understand. I trust Grand Commandant Wang can grasp its meaning without my explanation. Grand Commandant Wang, merely from a piece of dialogue you heard, concludes that I have rebellious intentions. Setting aside whether those words are true, judging solely from the conclusion this Grand Commandant draws from a single sentence, I may also be bold enough to infer. Does Grand Commandant Wang intend to set up his own independent faction? Wang, who was so choked that he could not speak. After a long pause, he said, "Imperial Censor Tang is indeed silver-tongued. I, this Grand Commandant, concede my inferiority. Grand Commandant Wang overpraises me. It is not that I am eloquent, it is only that reason is on my side. The Grand Commandant is right that this army indeed owes a share to the ministers. But the ministers should understand that the money you handed over is not even enough to fill a soldier's teeth. Moreover, this official is temporarily overseeing the army by order of Her Majesty. When the National Treasury could not afford the army's expenses, I went out and engaged in trade to raise funds. In terms of effort and concern, I have spared nothing." The Empress, seeing the show had nearly run its course, spoke. "Imperial Censor Tang's words are true. This army is entrusted to him by me entirely, and the war bonds were also set up by him. If we were to change commanders now, the common people would surely be full of complaints. If turmoil broke out among the citizenry, who would assume responsibility? So you've finally had enough of the show, have you? Not bad. Now you know how to use the commoners as a shield. Are you the only one allowed to scheme and strategize, while I am not permitted to make progress? Grand Commandant Wang is a seasoned minister of the court. He should not jump to conclusions at the sight of a gust. It may well be the work of some schemers sowing discord. Your Majesty, enough. We shall not discuss this again. Your Majesty, if the ministers are truly uneasy, your servant has a solution. Simply create a new military tally and split it in two. One half for your Majesty, the other half for your servant. If troops are to be mobilized, the two halves must be joined together before any order can be given. That is indeed a fine solution. Fatuous Empress, I've already helped you this far. It's time to grow a brain. What am I supposed to do? The Empress was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't the matter already been resolved? Hurry up. Take this chance to reclaim the other military powers. Grand Commandant Wang, how do you find this official's method of expressing loyalty? A chill ran down Grand Commandant Wang's spine, and he knew that things were not that simple. Yet he could only harden his scalp and say, very good. Since it is very good, should Grand Commandant Wang also express his loyalty. Otherwise, why should Her Majesty believe you? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a clear and hearty female voice rang out from the entrance of the hall. Following the sound, the Empress saw Lu Yu dressed in court attire, her long hair bound high, bearing an awe-inspiring and heroic presence. Her face was bright with spirited charm and delicate beauty, with the demeanor of a brisk autumn breeze and the grace of rippling green waters. As a woman, she exuded an aura no less commanding than any man. So handsome. A brain has finally arrived. Watch closely. Can the fatuous ruler learn something from this? The Empress looked at him with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Just you wait. I will write these words down in the ledger and settle all accounts together. May your Majesty forgive me. Your subject was delayed by official matters and has come late. No harm done. General, please rise. Lu Yu's arrival instantly increased the Empress's momentum. The courtiers all knew well that Lu Yu was the Empress's own elder sister, not to mention arriving late for court. Even if she committed murder, Her Majesty would shield her. The courtiers, seeing the sword at Lu Yu's side, lowered their heads in unison, not daring to speak. If they angered Her Majesty, they might still have a chance to survive with silver tongues, but if they angered this Chedeville, they would be completely finished. Only Wang, who sneered and turned his head away. A mere callow girl with her hair not yet grown. I am a veteran official who has served 2 emperors. What can she possibly do to me? Grand Commandant Wang is concerned that Censor Tang, holding the military power of the Weiwu camp, may harbor rebellious intentions. Now that he has also expressed his stance, what about the rest of you? Lu Yu glanced around at the courtiers, all shrinking back, without daring to breathe. Don't be like that. Why are you playing dead at the critical moment? Weren't you enjoying taking sides just before? The Grand General is joking. In the Great Han, every soldier and officer belongs to Her Majesty. There is no need for any change of allegiance. Tang Chen laughed in anger. If so, then why did you demand that I hand over my military command? Grand Commandant Wang is right. Every soldier in the Great Han belongs to Her Majesty. But the one who commands those troops may not necessarily be devoted to Her Majesty. How dare you? Is Censor Tang insinuating that I, the Grand Commandant, am plotting rebellion? Is this fatuous ruler watching the show like a fool? Officials are brawling in the court, and she does nothing to discipline them. No wonder they've climbed over her head. The Empress parted her rosy lips. How dare you? Grand Commandant Wang, you are an elder statesman of 2 reigns. Have you forgotten the decorum required at court? Grand Commandant Wang knew his recent words and actions had been improper, so he could only kneel and plead, Your Majesty, forgive me. Stupid woman, why don't you seize this chance to take control of the military power? If you have no troops, what revival can you speak of? How will you fight the Shonu? In your dreams. Even if retrieving the other half of the tally is useless, the soldiers under those commanders have already been won over, so even if you take them back, they would still be strangers. Still having it is better than not having it. But if you try to pin a charge of possible rebellion on Grand Commandant Wang, he will certainly refuse to hand. Fatuous ruler, if you say that keeping the tally in one person's hands is unsafe, imagine the disaster if it were stolen. Then he would have no reason to refuse. The Empress's eyes darted around in thought. This was indeed a good method. That aside, Tang Chen's brain was indeed quite useful. Previously, I did not pay much attention to state affairs, so I left most of the military power with Grand Commandant Wang and allotted a few armies to the noble clans. Decentralizing military power was fine, but upon reflection, it is not safe. If the tally is left in one person's hands and gets stolen, the thief could command the entire army, and the Great Han would face the danger of overthrow. So after careful consideration, tomorrow each army commander will split the tally in 2 halves to be handed to me, half kept by the commander. To deploy troops, the 2 halves must be matched together. Strange. Why does it feel like this stupid woman can hear my thoughts? Is it really pure coincidence that she came up with exactly the same plan I had in mind? How is that possible? Impossible. If she could read my mind and had heard all the insults I hurled at her earlier, how could I still be alive? Maybe she actually brought her brain along today. How rare. The Empress snorted coldly. Who says I have no brain? You're the one without a brain. Your entire family is brainless. Oh right, your whole family only has 2 people. TSK, tisk, how pitiful. No. Wait, my family also has only 2 people. Never mind. Your Majesty, this. No more discussion. That's my final decision. Amid the successive cries of Your Majesty, the Empress hastened to silence those mouths. Lu Yu drew the sword at her waist and polished it with a rag until it glistened. Although smiles lingered on her lips and brows, her tone was ice cold. When Her Majesty issues a command, it is only natural for a subject to obey. Otherwise, defying the sovereign is a capital crime. Would Your Majesty agree? Then, toying with the sword in her hand, she shifted its momentum and knocked the black gauze hat from Grand Commandant. Lu Yu stepped forward slowly to retrieve the hat. Grand Commandant Wang, please be magnanimous. I did not do it on purpose. I've only been back from the frontier for so many days, and this sword has not seen much use, so my hand itched. Although Wang, who was grinding his teeth with hatred, he could only take back the hat and force a smile. The Grand General need not worry. I will not let such a trivial matter bother me. That is best. Inside the Qilin Hall, the Empress toyed with the several military tallies in her hands, her almond-shaped eyes slightly raised. They are nothing more than a few cold stones. And now she still scoffs at these stones, not knowing how many people covet them. You are simply lucky enough to have met me, allowing you to reclaim the tallies without lifting a finger. Although you are stupid, you are truly blessed. The Empress was displeased at these words. Did I contribute nothing? If I hadn't made the final call, then do you think those shrewd people would have listened to you? You overrate yourself. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on reclaiming the military tallies. I must also thank Sister and Censor Tang for their mediation. The Empress found it strange. In the past, Tang Chen's flattery would have come immediately. Yet today, he merely said those 8 words. Actually, it was because the previous system reward had not yet been claimed, so the new flattery progress bar could not be activated. But manufacturing firearms required a great deal of money. Although he had extorted a considerable sum from that foolish young heir some time ago, that money was also needed for the army's daily expenses and future battle preparations. These funds were still not enough to produce weapons. Moreover, relying on these crooked paths would not earn him any great fortune. Thus he had to start stirring things up. If not for the sword at Sister's waist, how could they have been so efficient? Soon after court adjourned, they delivered. Little sister, although we now hold half of the tallies, these soldiers are still not directly under your command. Still, it can restrain those lawless generals. Tang Chen, have you been calculating this for a long time? Not too long. I merely used this incident as a favorable wind to fan the flames. Tang Chen fumbled in his sleeve, then presented the tally with both hands. Of formalities still had to be observed. Your Majesty, this is the tally of the Weiwu camp. The Empress glanced at the object in his hand, then raised her eyes and looked at him with interest. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome man? If you're going to accept it now. If not, forget it. Let's see if you'll take it. The Empress stepped down from the throne, approached him, took the military tally from his hand, and toyed with it for a while. Keep it, the Empress said. You do have some brains after all. I know all the little schemes in your head. We're on the same boat now, so we should trust each other. Your Majesty trusts me so much. Your humble servant will spare no effort to serve Your Majesty faithfully and not fail the mission. Keep flattering yourself. How could a foolish emperor like you know the depth of my thoughts? The Empress felt a surge of satisfaction. Didn't expect that, did you? I actually know what you don't know. She sat back on the throne, propped her chin on her hand, and said, Now then, Censor Tang, shouldn't you explain to me this matter of Tang Chi? She really couldn't figure out what he was up to. Since he had made the Prince of Bohai the chicken killed to warn the monkeys if they were allowed to make cotton armor and greatly increase their strength, they would be even harder to defeat. One thing was for certain, Tang Chen would never do anything that harmed his own interests. Therefore she was very curious. You're good for nothing, but you're second to none when it comes to getting information. The Empress had to admit the truth of that. She did not have much, but she had no shortage of informants. Actually, Tang Chi is a person I fabricated. Since the young prince kept insisting that I had a mysterious expert backing me, I simply played along. Now that war is imminent, and we're short of money, it's a good opportunity to swindle a sum out of him. That recipe is not fake either, I just tampered with the proportions of the materials. Tang Chi had reminded him before that the process of making cotton armor is complicated. Even if the original proportions were given to him, he might not have been able to make it, let alone with the wrong proportions. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Putting aside whether Lu Cheng has the brains to see through the recipe, even if he found out something was wrong, he had already reported the good news to his father. He couldn't slap his own face now, so he naturally had to force himself to go through with it. Lu Yu patted him on the shoulder and exclaimed, You're really cut out to be a merchant. Cunning enough. Don't take it wrong, Lord Tang. I'm not scolding you, I'm praising your cleverness. Tang Chen cupped his hands and expressed his thanks. Your Majesty, now that the military tally is in our hands, we should put it to good use. Oh, how do you propose to make the best use of it? Let me think about how to put this simply enough for the foolish emperor to understand. The main thing is that explaining to this stupid woman is a waste of time. Can't she just wait and see? If I weren't afraid of being accused of disrespect to the sovereign. Say it. Why are you dawdling? You don't want to explain. Then I'm even more determined to hear it. Sister, now that you're emperor, you should change that hasty temper. Tang Chen is just organizing his words. It won't hurt to wait a moment. Sister, you don't know? He always thinks I'm not doing a good job as emperor. He won't even share his plans with me. The Empress quietly patted her chest, almost saying what he thinks is all disrespectful nonsense. He often calls me stupid in his mind. My. Lu Yu tilted her head and looked at her with smiling eyes, almost visibly about to say, what he said isn't wrong. But have thought. This foolish emperor actually has such a womanly side. She can act coquettish. I never thought I'd see the day. If you acted coquettishly in front of me, maybe I would. Bothers no maybe about it. Who do you think you are? You want me to act coy for you? Dream on. Although the Weiwu camp has 10,000 elite armored soldiers, that number is far from enough. whether to contend with the Prince of Bohai or to fight the Xiongnu. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Prince of Bohai has at least 30,000 troops. Right now, we don't even have half of that. Even with the most elite armored soldiers, it would still be a war with an uncertain outcome. Moreover, that's assuming no other feudal princes form an alliance with him. Of course he won't form an alliance, Tang Chen said. The Empress sneered. What? Did the Prince of Bohai tell you in person that he wouldn't form an alliance? You're so sure. Anyone with half a brain would know he won't. If he can have the spoils all to himself, why would he split them evenly with the other feudal princes? Lu Yu snapped her fingers elegantly. Because of the cotton armor. If 30,000 troops are only a numerical advantage, then with cotton armor, it becomes a qualitative leap. The Prince of Bohai surely believes he can take the Great Han by himself. Most of the other feudal princes are fence-sitters. They lean toward whoever wins, afraid that if they pick the wrong side too early, they'll bring disaster on themselves. So what he fears now is Prince Ning playing the mantis that stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole right behind it. They came out of the same womb. Why are they so different? Could it be that the foolish emperor was so mischievous as a child that she knocked her head and got brain damage? The general is right. The most urgent task is to expand the number of troops. Only then can we raise our chances of victory from 50% to 80%. Easier said than done, Lord Tang. Where are these soldiers going to come from? We can't just conscript every commoner, strong or not. Tang Chen shifted his gaze to the military tally on the table. The Empress realized she actually understood. After reading his heart for so long, she could now comprehend his intention with a single glance. But what a pipe dream. Those were someone else's soldiers. How could they be lent to you? Your humble servant would like to hold a skills competition. Whether they are active soldiers or ordinary citizens, anyone who wants to come may participate. It will last 2 days. By relying on this skills competition, we can discover talented individuals among other armies or among the... Once they are discovered, let them take part in a Weiwu Camp Experience Week. Ideally, within that week, they will feel the difference in benefits between their current army and the Weiwu camp. Then any smart person will want to stay. However, he'll still need the foolish emperor's help. So that was it. The skills competition appears to test everyone's ability, but it's actually a way to choose the best soldiers for the Weiwu camp. Tang Chen said hesitantly. It's just that the final grand prize will have to be awarded by your Majesty in person. The grand prize is already very tempting. If it is also awarded by the foolish emperor personally, it should be even more attractive. But this stupid woman is useless at everything else. She's decent looking though. Those rough men who've been in the army for ages. Who among them wouldn't want a glimpse of Her Majesty's true face? As soon as he said that, Lu Ziyue was the first to object. Lord Tang, aside from previously asking Her Majesty to meet the common people, now you want her to meet those big rough men. Is Her Majesty's true face something they can see just because they want it? Moreover, in such a chaotic scene, how can you guarantee Her Majesty's safety? What? You are the one lacking in ability, and yet you're unwilling to sacrifice a little charm. Fine, if you want do it, then forget it. I'm not doing it either. You have to do it. The Empress slammed the table. Then well, do as you say. What else do I need to do? Your Majesty, this. Lu Yu spoke up to soothe her. Don't worry, Ziyue. With me here, she won't be in danger. Oh, so cooperative. She should have acted like this from the start. All that coy reluctance was so unbecoming. We may also need your Majesty to issue an imperial edict notifying soldiers of each army to come to the competition in batches. Good, Ziyue. Go draft the edict in a bit. Tang Chen, rest assured and go ahead. I, the general, will fully cooperate with you. Inside Tang Chen's residence, several men came in turn to report on the preparations for the competition. The notice had been sudden, and with the soldiers of the Great Han so numerous, even holding the events in batches placed great demands on the venue. Come, let's talk while we eat. Tang Lu conscientiously filled their cups with wine. Zhang Liang, how are the venue preparations going? It's prepared. It can hold over 10,000 without any problem. Lao Huang, what about the props? The props are being rushed out as well. There's certainly enough to cover the first 3 days. Ever since he had Lao Huang impersonate Tang Chi last time, Tang Chen had begun to rely on him. The man was steady and hardworking. Unlike Han Xian, who was rash and blunt, nor did he have Zhang Liang's scholarly air. For someone like that, if he wasn't going to be used, what was he kept for? Han Xian, what about you? The personnel for maintaining order and the reef. Referees. Han Xian slapped his thigh. Right, referees. They've been selected and trained, no problem. Everything is ready. The crowd tomorrow shouldn't be large. Other armies probably won't come, and at most we'll host some commoners who want to watch the excitement. If the soldiers of the Weiwu camp wish to have fun, let them have their fill tomorrow first. The three exchanged glances. Han Xian couldn't help asking, if they don't come, then how are we supposed to select anyone? Tomorrow at court we'll first have to clash with those stubborn old men. Otherwise, do you think an edict from an empress devoid of authority would have any effect? This official will have to take the lead after all. This scheme was novel, and the rewards were alluring. In the end, those soldiers answered to their own commanders. Even if they yearned to go, if their leaders forbade it, they had to swallow their desires. I'd wager those old thieves are right now huddled somewhere scheming how to stop me. As Tang Chen had predicted, a group of them had gathered at Wang Hu's residence at this very moment, deliberating how to deal with him. The assembled group sat in the main hall with solemn expressions when out of nowhere someone said, "Why hasn't the young Prince of Bohai come today?" It's not only him. Several ministers who side with the Prince of Bohai haven't come either. Wang, who sat in the seat of honor, his expression composed, focusing solely on skimming the foam off his tea. According to intelligence some days ago, he went with Tang Chen to the outskirts of the city to meet a certain person. No doubt he obtained some advantage from Tang Chen, so his absence is only natural. Tang Chen certainly knows how to win people over. Not so. From the last court affair, it was clear that the young prince had no intention of helping him. Su Qing, the minister of war, who like Wang, who had been cultivated under Prince Ning, spoke up, "A mere young prince. Let's first deliberate on how to deal with this Tang Chen. Her Majesty now trusts him deeply. I've heard that Her Majesty never took back the military tally in his hands. Besides, with all this so-called capability competition he's been setting up these days, he's relying on the backing of Her Majesty and the Grand General to do as he pleases." At the thought, Wang Hu's face instantly darkened. He gave a cold snort. "I don't know where this brat gets the confidence to believe that we would ever let our soldiers take part in this competition, just because of that piece of imperial edict." Everyone in the room knew in their hearts that no matter how powerful this empress was, she could not sway the thoughts of a single soldier. Su Qing took a small sip of the green tea before him, and a thought suddenly struck him. "I recall the announcement said that Her Majesty will also take part. If something should happen to Her Majesty during this event, that Tang Chen is wholly responsible for then." The rest went without saying. Wang, who turned the idea over in his mind for a while, then said in a low voice, "That's a feasible approach, but it will need careful planning." On the corridor leading to the political deliberation hall, Tang Chen walked up to the Empress carriage and said in a voice audible only to the two of them, "Today at court I fear I will need Your Majesty's help in needling these old ministers." "What? Wasn't the imperial edict I issued yesterday enough? Even though Your Majesty issued the edict, people still have to listen. Don't they realize how little weight you carry in their eyes? If an edict could solve everything, then you might as well come and handle it yourself. Alas, in the end it's your own fault, you benighted sovereign. If you had administered state affairs properly from the start, perhaps these ministers left over from the previous dynasty would truly have assisted you with all their hearts. If you hadn't pushed them, why would they have sided with the feudal princes? If you hadn't been so fatuous, I would originally have intended to display my talents and assist you. Though after all these twists and turns, it's still my brilliance that we must rely on." The Empress' mouth twitched, and she let out a deep breath. "How can this be blamed on me? It's clearly these old ministers whose hearts are unsteady, betraying others, and still claiming they're in the right. Besides, when asking for a favor, one should at least adopt a begging tone." "I'm done," the Empress said coldly. "Well, let's go." Only Tang Chen was left utterly dumbfounded in the wind. Hey, with my fiery temper, if she wants to ignore me, fine. If she won't take her own affairs seriously, then there's nothing I can do. Now what did I do to make this benighted sovereign angry? Isn't it just a matter of her putting in a word? After the carriage had traveled for a while, the Empress calmed down and thought, he doesn't know I can hear his inner thoughts, so he must think my sudden anger is completely unreasonable. The Empress gave another heavy sigh. Though being able to hear his inner thoughts gave her insight into him and could be relied upon, it was truly infuriating as well. Let alone I, who hold the supreme throne. Even an ordinary person upon hearing such words would be hard-pressed to keep a good mood. Although the Empress put up a hard front once she reached the court, she would still speak up for him when the time came. "Didn't you just refuse to listen and flounce off? If you're capable, keep quiet. If you won't speak, I won't bother helping either. Anyway, I lack nothing now. Hey, I'm just being willful. You don't want me to speak. They'll speak all the more." "Censor Tang, how did the competition go yesterday?" "In answer to Your Majesty, only a few commoners and soldiers from the Weiwu camp attended, none from the other armies seemed to be present." The Empress' slender brows furrowed, and she said with displeasure, "Grand Commandant Wang, my edict a few days ago clearly stated that military commanders should actively encourage their soldiers to participate. What? Has my word now ceased to have any effect? Your Majesty, your minister is wronged. The moment your edict was issued, I convened all the commanders and urged them time and again, bidding them to do all they could to encourage their soldiers to participate. Yet the result has been poor. So the former dynasty oldtimers win on thick skin, urging the soldiers to participate with all their hearts. More likely the opposite. In public, they tell them to join. Secretly, I'd wager they threaten that anyone who dares to participate will be kicked out of the army. In any era, serving in the army was an iron rice bowl. Especially in times when the common folk often lacked food and clothing. Even if there was danger of losing one's life, it still meant no worries about hunger or cold. If one could win military merits, it would bring about a meteoric rise in status. Grand Commandant Wang, with your exceptional abilities, you must have seen that this competition is not a mere contest. What do you mean by that? Keep pretending. I refuse to believe you truly haven't seen it. All you ministers know as well that the state treasury is empty and the army suffers from excessive overstaffing. With the Great Han's current wealth, it is no longer able to support such an enormous military expenditure. Therefore, this competition is not merely a contest. There are rewards, but there are also punishments. The rewards you all surely know. As for punishment, it is to strike those who lack ability from the military roles. The court cannot afford to feed so many idle mouths. At these words, not only the courtiers, but even the Empress was taken aback. He never told me about this either. Acting first and reporting later again. This Tang Chen. More and more these days, he doesn't take me seriously at all. If I hadn't used the troop reduction as a pretext to reveal the real purpose, these old coots would never have agreed. Hurry up, you dim-witted emperor. What are you standing there gaping at? What a useless teammate. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What's all this rushing? Since I'm such a useless teammate, why come asking for my help anyway? The Empress inwardly grumbled to herself. Lord Tang speaks with great sense. The state treasury is already stretched thin, and from my investigation, military expenditures account for 6/10 of the annual budget. Rather than that, why not seize this opportunity to reduce troops according to each person's capabilities, send them home, and grant them some farmland? That will lighten the treasury, and in turn relieve fiscal pressure. Finally, he's talking sense. Wang, who stepped out from the ranks of officials and declared, Your Majesty, this is absolutely inadvisable. A rash troop reduction will certainly stir widespread resentment. If the soldiers nurse resentment, it could very easily lead to unrest. The Great Han is beset by internal turmoil and external threats. It truly cannot afford any more wounds. Your Majesty, I beg you to reconsider. This old coot certainly knows how to dress up his words. Don't think I don't know. You're just trying to line your pockets. The Grand Commandant governs all military affairs. If you ask me, at least 3/10 of that 6/10 expenditure has been embezzled. Besides, this isn't a groundless troop cut. Even Confucius said take office only if you can do your part. If you cannot, then stop. If a man can't do the job, he shouldn't stay in the army. How fair is that? Moreover, with the kind of layer-by-layer exploitation you lot practice, they might very well be glad to leave. Hearing these words, the Empress flared with rage. So these corrupt officials have embezzled that much. No wonder they eat even better than I, the sovereign of an entire nation. What an outrage. Thinking of myself working so hard, yet dining on plain broth and bland food, I truly cannot hold back 2 lines of tears. What a pity there's no evidence. Otherwise I'd confiscate every last bit of their property, and then why fear an empty treasury? What is that dim-witted emperor doing? Don't tell me she's actually been persuaded. With just a few words, she should have snapped back. Instead, she's spacing out again. Can't she do her job properly? Few forget it. She can't be relied on. Grand Commandant Wang, this is where your vision is too shallow. Cutting the troops is precisely how the Great Han resolves its internal and external troubles. Huh, what bold words. I short-sighted. This Grand Commandant has eaten more salt than you have walked roads. Can Lord Tang at such a young age truly outshine these old bones in considering matters thoroughly? To Wang, who Tang Chen's words sounded like naked provocation. A wet-behind-fears brat wants to challenge me. If I give ground today, what face will I have left in this court? With that thought, Wang, whose displeasure with him grew even sharper. Grand Commandant Wang, please don't be angry. I am only addressing the matter on its merits. I have no intention of challenging you. Hey, I'm precisely trying to rile you. Now that you're riled up, I feel wonderful. The Empress seated on the high throne nearly burst out laughing. That man is rather annoyingly cheeky. Wang, whose gaze turned ruthless. He flicked his robe and said, if that is so, Lord Tang, then give me a proper explanation, otherwise. Grand Commandant Wang, you have held military and political power for many years and campaigned many times for the previous court. Some principles need no explanation from me. You already understand them. In matters of military expedition, the strategic arrangements of the command echelon, a finely drilled army, and the number of soldiers are all essential to victory. Yet determining an army's strength is never about numbers alone. If it is filled with soft soldiers and weak generals, what help can they possibly provide in war? By Censor Tang's reasoning, do you mean we should just keep the 10,000 soldiers of Weiwu camp and send every Grand Commandant? That is rather extreme. The reduction will be proportional. Besides, as I have stressed, the soldiers of Weiwu camp will also take part. If any of them are unfit, they will be cut as well, all treated with equal measure. The Empress watched the Grand Commandant argue until his face was red as fire, and her heart was thoroughly delighted. Had she not been constrained by the solemnity of the court, she would have had Ziwe bring out some pastries so she could snack while she watched. Yet she suddenly realized that Tang Chen's negotiating skill was truly remarkable. With all that circling about, he had completely made Wang Hu lose track of the original point and follow his lead instead. By now, Wang Hu had realized it himself. Censor Tang, spare me all that irrelevant talk. Just tell me how cutting the army will resolve internal turmoil and external threats. Old Coot, at least he hasn't forgotten the key point. I've teased him long enough. Now I'll make him submit with genuine. Just now Her Majesty also said that reducing the troops can ease the nation's fiscal burden. If we don't reduce them, it will instead stir domestic trouble. If the treasury is empty one day, the state may no longer be able to support these soldiers. If they are left starving in the barracks, wouldn't they be even more likely to rebel? By contrast, sending them home and granting them land and money. How can resentment come of that? The great Han soldiers far outnumber the Xiongnu, yet their quality falls far short. Therefore, we should concentrate our energy and resources on training the capable. Furthermore, this is also a way to accumulate more wealth and make thorough preparations for battle. This speech was well reasoned and well supported. Even though some ministers were still unwilling, they did not dare to speak against it. After all, even Wang, who had been rendered utterly speechless. Dim-witted Emperor, have you watched enough of the show? Make the decision now. If you delay any longer, something else will go wrong. I've talked until my mouth is parched. If anyone else comes forward to battle with me, I quit. Battle. The Empress heard this word for the first time. She pondered it for a while, but could make nothing of it, and could only assume it was some regional dialect. All right, this matter is settled. If anyone still has objections, come and tell me. I will have a good long talk with him. The Empress deliberately stressed those final words, her tone dripping with menace. Hearing this, Tang Chen felt somewhat gratified. For once she has shown some sense. She even remembers to share the burden with me. Today I shall temporarily refrain from calling her a dim-witted emperor. Lord Tang, keep a close record. Whatever camp has men who did not come or refuse to come, simply remove them from the rolls. Your Majesty, I have a presumptuous request. Lord Tang, speak your mind. Tang Chen deliberately glanced in Wang Hu's direction and said, Your Majesty, this competition has far too many participants, and I do not have enough men to handle it. Would I have the honor of inviting Grand Commandant Wang to assist me? He has always been well versed in military affairs. With his aid, matters will proceed far more smoothly. Reasonable. Then we shall trouble Grand Commandant Wang to set aside his current affairs for the next few days. Although the Grand Commandant was utterly unwilling, the Empress, without so much as asking him, had agreed on his behalf. He could only accept the decree with great reluctance. Your humble servant obeys the decree. Since there is nothing else, court is adjourned. The Empress did not know what he intended by this move. Puzzled and still annoyed at having been kept in the dark about the troop reduction, she was eager to find some fault in him. After court ended, she kept him behind. I know you are busy, but I insist on keeping you here anyway. The moment Tang Chen stepped into the inner hall, he saw the Empress half reclined upon the dragon throne. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Is there anything else you require of your humble servant? Hey, that looks quite comfortable, doesn't it? Here I am slaving away day and night over your calculations. I blame myself for boarding a pirate ship. Do you have something to say or not? If you do, say it quickly. Do you think I'm as idle as you tyrant? I have a mountain of matters still waiting to be handled. And another thing, you summon me here right after court every day? Those in the know will say we're discussing official business. Those who don't will spread all sorts of gossip behind our backs. I've built a spotless reputation over this lifetime, one built purely on ability, and now I'm splashed with filth. They're all surely saying I rose to power by riding on a woman's coattails. They, spreading rumors about you and me. I'm not blind yet. Whoever dares spread such slander, they'll cut out his tongue. The Empress cleared her throat. Ziyu took a plate of pastries from the table and set it before him. This is what His Majesty bestows upon you, my lord. Isn't this just dragon whisker pastry? Who hasn't eaten this before? How stingy. Can't she give me something practical? It's bad enough she's a tyrant. She's also a tight-fisted cheapskate. So she called me here just to eat pastries. Heavens above, spare me. I really am not that idle. Imperial Censor Tang, don't you know what's good for you? Your Majesty, why is she angry again? I didn't provoke her. Was my disdainful expression just now really that obvious? The Empress took a deep breath. Forget it. I absolutely must not let him discover I can hear his inner thoughts. But this dragon whisker pastry was specially saved for him. I couldn't bear to eat it myself. He doesn't appreciate it, and on top of that he looks down on it. Ziyu pushed the pastries a little closer. Go on, Lord Tang, take them. Don't refuse them, Lord Tang. Our Majesty saved these especially for you. She adores this pastry dearly, but knowing how you rush about and weary yourself outside, she asked you to come sit for a while and have some refreshments. You also know the situation in the palace these days, Lord Tang. We can only manage to make this pastry once in a blue moon, and even then it's a sacrifice. Ziyu, don't speak out of turn. Yes. Though Ziyu had voiced exactly what was in her heart, her tongue remained unyielding. A boiled duck stiff-beaked to the very end. It can't be that bad, can it? They've actually fallen this poor. Fine, I'll grant that this tyrant has a conscience. This humble minister thanks your Majesty for the gracious reward. To be able to serve your Majesty is a blessing I must have cultivated over several lifetimes. With such consideration for your subjects, I shall surely serve with even greater devotion. I almost made myself vomit with that. So exaggerated. Sorry, bootlicking has become a habit. Not needed right now, though. What a waste of a perfectly good piece of flattery. Imperial Censor Tang, the Grand General, has been staying at the military camp for days without returning. I wonder if she has grown used to it there. Used to it? How could she not be? She's been happier there than anyone these past few days. Wasn't she always stationed at border camps before? How could she not be accustomed? What a pointless question. You called me here simply to talk nonsense, didn't you? The Grand General has also been helping with the martial skills competition these days. Rest assured, Your Majesty the General is perfectly fine. She propped her cheek on her hand with an innocent look. Lord Tang, don't you think you owe me an explanation about disbanding troops? Although I trust you and have handed you full authority to handle the matter at the very least, I should still have the right to be informed. It's just cutting a few soldiers, isn't it? Why all the fuss? There's no harm in you learning about it now. Yes, you do have the right to be informed, but I only came up with this solution on my way to court this morning. Do I have to report every idea to you the moment it occurs to me? That's not practical either. If I were actually scheming against you, Tyrant, your anger would make sense. But I'm helping you here. So what if I acted first and reported later? If you could actually be of use, would I need to go behind your back? Tang Chen plastered a smile on his face and said with utmost earnestness, Your Majesty is right. I shall forever keep your words in mind and report promptly whenever anything arises. Are you done? I want to go back. Can you just let me go now? So Lord Tang, is there anything you still haven't reported to me? What is it? Can you speak plainly? Who exactly are you testing? Everything I am doing now, Your Majesty should already know. There is nothing left unreported. You had Wang who assist you. Aren't you afraid he might put obstacles in your way? So it's about this matter. It seems I overestimated the tyrant's intelligence. Putting aside whether he even has the ability to make trouble, I assigned him to assist me in this matter, so if something really goes wrong, he won't get away either. Keeping the most dangerous person close at hand is the safest option. She can't grasp such a simple principle. Stupid. I see. It seems I might as well just be a do-nothing emperor. After all, with him around, everything's taken care of. Perhaps. Wouldn't it be safer to keep him by my side? Tang Chen slowly raised his head, his face filled with utter disbelief. Could this tyrant's intelligence have improved a bit after spending so much time with me? Of course it has. As the saying goes, what's near vermilion turns red. If not for my influence, whose credit would it be? Your Majesty is most wise. That is precisely the point. I understand. Imperial Censor Tang, hurry back to your duties. That's all. Just this. You've wasted a full 2 hours of my time. Do you know 2 hours is enough for me to take a nap? This tyrant was absolutely sent by heaven to torment me. Yes. May Your Majesty take good care of your imperial self. Your humble minister takes his leave. The competition grounds took the Weiwu camp as their entrance, stretching outward for dozens of li. The events included archery, mounted lance, weight-bearing, and wrestling, which formed the main share of the overall score. In addition, to keep the competition from feeling too single-mindedly utilitarian, they also arranged recreational events such as polo kuju and hunting. Tang Chen stood at the entrance of the Weiwu camp, watching the endless stream of people coming and going. Han Xian spotted Tang Chen, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, Lord Tang, how is everything going? Compared with yesterday, the numbers have grown quite a bit, and many come from other armies. But as for their quality, Han Xian did not know whether he ought to say it. Up to now, those who had come were all rotten melons and split dates. Not a single one fit for use. If not for the tags on them, he really wouldn't have believed these were men from the barracks. My lord, do you think someone might be up to tricks, deliberately sending only rotten melons and split dates? Tang Chen tossed the several rosters in his hand to him. Deliberately raising his voice, he said, These are the names of all soldiers on the Great Han Register. Remember, for each one who comes, cross one off. This was said precisely to remind those armies that what the court announced was no joke. Those who did not participate would be directly erased from the rolls. Those with real ability would naturally not be willing to hang up their armor and return to the fields. They had waited so many years for a chance to go to war. Would this not make all their previous efforts come to nothing? Also Wang, who may come by in the next few days. If he does, keep a close watch on him for me. If he makes any suspicious move, report to me at once. Just as they were speaking, waves of cheers rang out from the archery stands. Looking closely, they saw the crowd had surrounded the place so tightly that not a drop of water could get through. The murmurs of the common folk also drifted into his ears. Excellent. This one is no ordinary fellow. They say he excels in every other discipline as well. Tang Chen grew intrigued. He ascended the platform and chose a spot with a perfect view, just in time to witness the man strike the bullseye with precision, and every subsequent arrow also pierced the very center of the target. Who is he? This man is Zhao Shi. He has already competed in several events and is truly accomplished in all of them. A rare talent. What a pity that he belongs to the Divine Machine Camp under Wang Hu's command. Han Zhen's expression was full of admiration as he spoke. What does it matter if he's from the Divine Machine Camp? Perhaps his heart has long wished to soar elsewhere. Han Xian scratched his head, puzzled by the talk of flying. Tang Chen was about to explain, but glanced around and gave up. Go and bring him over. Those who came today were mostly weak and feeble soldiers, surely under orders to hold back, yet this man had actually shown his true skill. If that stage could not let him display his full prowess, then switching to another was just as well. As he was lost and thought, the man was already brought before him by Han Dynasty. I pay my respects to Lord Tang. Only when the man drew close did Tang Chen take in his appearance. Tall and slender, robust in build with bronze skin and a strikingly heroic bearing. General Zhao has excellent skills indeed. Zhao Shi spoke with a trace of embarrassment. Lord Tang misunderstands. I am no general, merely an ordinary soldier. Tang Chen patted his shoulder and said with regret, then your talents are truly going to waste. Zhao Shi hesitated for a long while before speaking. Lord Tang, I heard of you months ago and wished to seek you out, but I never had the chance. I wonder if you still have room in your ranks. He did not notice that upon hearing these words Tang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, an unusual gleam flickering in his pupils. You have heard of me? I have. Now that I see you in person, I never imagined that Lord Tang would be so young, yet already possess such wisdom. Truly brilliant at a young age. You flatter me. To be honest, one of the purposes of this competition is to select outstanding talents. I have taken note of you. Compete well. Zhao Shi's face immediately lit up with joy. Yes. After this exchange, Tang Chen could not help but bask in his own reputation for quite a while. He truly had not expected his fame to have spread so far. General Han, put this man on the list. I want him. Also, if anyone displays exceptional skill in any single discipline, make a note of them as well and pay close attention. After finishing his inspection, Tang Chen planned to return and catch up on sleep, but at the entrance of the Wei Wu camp, he ran into Wang Hu and several ministers who had come along. Tang Chen's head began to ache. He had already argued with these old foxes in the court for so long, then been tormented by the Empress, and now after walking the entire circuit his legs were sore. Who would have thought he would run into this swarm of flies again? Grand Commandant Wang. Censor Tang. Wang Hu smiled without sincerity and said, it seems Censor Tang has finished his inspection. How goes the situation? Tang Chen could no longer muster a smile, and replied perfunctorily, not bad. Grand Commandant Wang, do take your time looking around. I have other official duties to attend to, so I will take my leave now. With that he leaped into his carriage and was gone in a puff of dust. Su Qing watched the receding figure and said coldly, an ungrateful wretch. Does he not know who is speaking to him? To just leave like that. Enough. Let us go see what tricks he is up to. The minor officials following behind looked around and sighed. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. This event is actually quite lively and packed with people. He simply forced people to join by threatening to strip their military status. What is so honorable about that? Wang Hu frowned and said, all of you quiet down. Your noise is giving me a headache. The group could only bow and respond yes. Tang Chen had barely stepped through the door when he shouted at the top of his lungs, Tang Lu, come out and rub my legs. Your big brother is exhausted. He collapsed onto the reclining chair and closed his eyes, waiting for his younger brother to come massage his legs. Tang Lu sneered at the demand, yet still obediently went over and began kneading his legs. While working he grumbled incessantly. I can understand it if it were the old men complaining, but you're not even 30, and every day you go on about your sore arms and legs. You really can rival those old codgers now. Tang Chen opened his handsome phoenix eyes, smiling without really smiling, and the look in them clearly said, if you dare run your mouth any more ill, sew your lips shut. Fine, I'll stop. How has Bai Yuro been lately? I haven't seen her for several days. She's doing well. When she has nothing to do, she sings and dances in the courtyard. Afraid she might get bored, I specially sent more maidservants to attend to her and keep her company. Tang Chen stared blankly at the white clouds drifting across the sky. It occurred to him that it had been a long time since he had last lain comfortably in his reclining chair at this hour. But there was no helping it. Those old foxes were too difficult to deal with. Go and summon Bai Yuro. What do you need me for? A short while later Bai Yuro arrived. Sit. Tang Chen even politely poured her a cup of tea. Long time no see. You've grown a bit plump. She was dressed in a pink robe, her hair swept up high in a neat and spirited style, and her skin gleamed pure and translucent under the sunlight. For that I have Tang Lu to thank. He is thoughtful in every way. The two of you brothers are utterly unlike each other. That was indeed true. Over the years it was Tang Lu who had managed the Tang household, and he had done a remarkably fine job of it. The reason I called you here today is that there is indeed something important. Have you been in contact with the young prince lately? Chen Lu has come looking for me a few times. But each time I told him I had found nothing particularly noteworthy, and that was enough to brush him off. As for their side, it seems they have been busy rushing to produce cotton armor, which is why Lu Cheng has rarely shown his face recently. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Lu Cheng's production of cotton armor had been extremely slow. All the skilled craftsmen had been recruited away by Tang Chen, so those remaining were hardly impressive in either craftsmanship or efficiency. Moreover, Tang Chen had relied on the system's assistance back then, which was why he had achieved such high efficiency. Can you get in touch with Chen Lu today? It is about time to make our move. This is the detailed blueprint of the competition venue. Hand this to Chen Lu and tell him that His Majesty will be present on that day. He should understand what it means. Bai Yuro took the blueprint and pondered it carefully for a moment. Lord Tang, your meaning is to lure him into. Exactly. Since there is no pretext, we must create one. The Prince of Bohai had made no move as of yet, so naturally the court had no justification to launch a punitive expedition against him. The cotton armor would still take at least a month to produce, perhaps barely enough to complete a few thousand pieces, but right now the perfect opportunity lay before them. If they could succeed in one decisive strike, dispose of the Empress, and then march into Chang'an under the banner of stabilizing the realm. As long as Lu Cheng was not a fool, he would hardly let this chance slip away. Besides that, you must extol every advantage of timing, terrain, and popular support. I will see to it that the Empress stands alone on the platform to address the crowd. That will be the finest moment. If we can thus prove that the Prince of Bohai truly harbors treacherous intentions, then raising an army to subjugate him would be entirely justified. In truth, Tang Chen's reasons for targeting the Prince of Bohai were twofold. First, that foolish young prince. Second, he had his eye on the Prince of Bohai's wealth. His fief was the most prosperous among all the feudal lords, yet his military strength was coincidentally not the strongest. If Tang Chen could reclaim that territory, then even just the tax revenue alone would likely be enough to rescue the Han Dynasty's pitifully empty national treasury. Most importantly, with money, he could forge firearms. Chen Lu crouched under the window of Bai Yuro's room. I'm going to sleep now, you may leave. Bai Yuro kept darting meaningful glances at them. Let us at least see you to bed before we leave. No need. Go and rest as well. Only then did the two make. After the room fell quiet, a knock sounded. 3 long, 2 short. Thump, thump, thump. Bai Yuro tiptoed to the window, opened it, and let him in. Chen Lu watched Bai Yuro's face grow even ruddier in the flickering candlelight, and asked suspiciously, I didn't expect those servant girls to attend to you so well. With an air of calm detachment, she poured him a cup of tea and said, It's only because Tang Chen has been busy with military affairs that I've been allowed a moment's respite. As she spoke, her eyes grew slightly red. These maids may appear to serve me, but in truth they are merely monitoring my every move. I can only stay cooped up in this room all day, never seeing the light of day. Chen Lu was a rough man by nature, spending all his days running errands for Lu Cheng. He had little opportunity to interact with women, and faced with Bai Yuro's tears, he was at a complete loss. Don't cry. In a few more days, once the cotton armor is finished, not to mention Tang Chen, even the entire Han Empire will belong to the Prince of Bohai. You just need to endure a while longer. Don't try to comfort me. The cotton armor is complicated to make. Without months of work, it can't possibly be completed. I fear that by the time it's done, I won't have the good fortune to live that long. With that, she sobbed a few more times. After a while, as if a thought had struck her, she hurriedly wiped away her tears and said, I found a good opportunity. Without waiting for the cotton armor, we can take the Han Empire at one stroke. She stood up, deliberately opened the door to look around, then shut it, and went to the table, taking out the drawings hidden in her. Please deliver this to the young prince. This is an extremely good opportunity. If we don't seize it, I may very well. You must have heard that His Majesty will personally attend the event. These are the venue map and the guard deployment map. Once the site is crowded with people coming and going, it's bound to be chaotic. If we can slip some assassins in and strike with one decisive hit. Chen Lui's eyes brightened. Miss Bai, you've performed a great service this time. He'll return and report to the young prince immediately. As she watched the window open and then close again, Bai Yuro furrowed her slender brows. If everything went as planned and succeeded in one move, she would finally be able to regain her freedom. At Lu Cheng's residence, ever since the cotton armor matter had been settled, he spent his days indulging in song and dance, wallowing in sensual pleasures. In his eyes, the overthrow of the Han Dynasty was already a sure thing. It was only a matter of time. Well danced. You the lead dancer, come here. What's your name? Young prince, there's the latest intelligence. Lu Cheng shot him a fierce, displeased glare. Can't you see I'm busy right now? Whatever it is, well, discuss it later. Young prince. He waved his sleeve impatiently. Out with it. Chen Lu leaned close to his ear, and immediately Lu Cheng's face changed drastically. All of you withdraw. We'll resume the dance tomorrow. Chen Lu, come with me to the rear hall. Lu Cheng unrolled the drawings Chen Lu had presented and pondered for a while, then commanded, I'll write a letter soon. I send someone to deliver it to my father. Young prince. Are we truly going to make a move? Even though this was indeed a splendid opportunity inside, he still harbored some doubts. With such a perfect opportunity right before us, why not seize it? In the heavily guarded imperial palace, killing her would not be easy. But in a military camp where many eyes and ears are about, that's a different story. Especially since there will be a chance when she's alone on the stage. Even with the cotton armor, the Han Empire is already a piece of fat ready to be snatched, but when that time comes, it will inevitably lead to a bloody melee, and other feudal princes may come out to stir things up. This time, however, the situation is far simpler. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Cheng's eyes. Empress, don't blame me for being too heartless. It's your own recklessness for insisting on sitting on that throne. Meanwhile, Tang Chen was gathering everyone for a drink, celebrating the success in advance. Everyone has worked hard these past days. Tomorrow is the final and most critical day. When it's over, he'll treat you all to a grand feast outside. Sir, do you think we'll really catch them? Whether we can catch them or not, just put it to the test and see. Zhang Liang took a sip of wine and shook his head with a grin. Only you, sir, would dare use His Majesty as bait. But what if Her Majesty finds out later? Won't she? Tang Chen waved his hand grandly. What could she get angry? This is for the sake of the state and the nation. There's no other way. General Han, tomorrow, everything depends on you. If you fail to protect Her Majesty, it'll hold you accountable. Also remember to capture them alive. No killing. Sir, are you certain they will come tomorrow? Tang Chen smiled confidently. He wasn't sure about others, but Lu Cheng, that blockhead, would definitely come. After all, if they had to wait until the cotton armor was completed, other mishaps would very likely occur in such a long stretch of time. Don't forget Prince Ning is also watching covetously from the sidelines. The next day, the Empress first arrived at Tang Chen's residence. Your Majesty, please follow me. This is a modified cotton armor. Wear it, Your Majesty, just in case. The Empress slightly raised her eyes to observe his expression. Why has he fallen silent? Can it be that I can no longer hear him? Why must I wear this? It's so heavy. Just wear it when told to. Why so much nonsense? If you wear it, you have a 9/8 chance of survival. If you don't, you might have only 50%. The Empress wondered inwardly. Wasn't this just an award ceremony? What danger could there be? Making a mountain out of a molehill. To ensure Your Majesty's safety, please put it on quickly. Lord Tang, it's not that I don't want to wear it, but look. Today I'm wearing clothes as thin as cicada wings. If I put on the cotton armor, it will be obvious at a glance. Not to mention that the armor is bulky and would spoil the elegance of my attire. If the soldiers saw it, they might resent it, thinking I don't trust them or that I'm too delicate to endure even this occasion without wearing armor. Aren't you just the pampered Empress? What's there to discuss? Ziyu also stepped forward and said, what you don't know, Lord Tang, is that Her Majesty's daily wardrobe is bound by strict protocol. She cannot dress arbitrarily or it would disgrace the imperial dignity, especially on an occasion with so many people. Odd attire would. So face is more important than life itself. Rarely speaking so earnestly, the Empress said, Lord Tang, the imperial dignity is indeed more important than life. How does she know what I'm thinking? I just don't understand. How does wearing cotton armor have anything to do with dignity? Lord Tang, there's no need to make such a fuss. I trust you'll take care of everything. My life is in your hands, Lord Tang. Tang Chen was at a loss for words. With so much trust from you, I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. When that foolish woman finds out, she won't be angry, right? No what? The Empress was inwardly puzzled, yet it was not convenient to press for details. Rest assured, Lord Tang, Ziyu will stay close by His Majesty's side. Should any danger arise, my life belongs to His Majesty. Fine, if you won't wear it, so be it. Then we shall follow Your Majesty's wishes. Inside the carriage. Does Your Majesty think Lord Tang seemed rather odd today? The Empress Dowager slowly nodded. If it were merely for protection, ordinary armor would have sufficed. Yet today she had deliberately brought the quilted armor with the strongest defense, as if she already knew something was going to happen. Forget it, I shouldn't let my mind wander. Didn't I go out to see the people before? This should be much the same. No sooner had the Empress Dowager stepped down from the carriage than she was startled by a sudden uproar from the arena. In truth, she loathed such occasions, loud, chaotic, and grating to the ears. The Empress Dowager followed him, glancing around as they went. Lord Tang, you've organized this event quite splendidly. The clamor in the arena drowned out his words, so Tang Chen shouted back, what? I said Lord Tang's event is quite splendid. Someone, upon hearing the royal self-reference, cried out, His Majesty is here. The arena erupted into even greater frenzy as everyone clamored to catch a glimpse of the sovereign. It really is His Majesty. Don't step on me. Let me see too. Hey, quit shoving. I grabbed this spot first. Lu Cheng, standing atop a nearby tower, watched the chaos unfold with perfect clarity. Now this is a fine opportunity. The assassins Lu Cheng had arranged in advance knew it as well, but they were blocked outside the crowd, unable to get anywhere near the Empress Dowager. From the tower, all he could see was his men desperately shoving their way and only to be shoved back out. With this many people packed together, even mastery of Qinggong was useless. Lu Cheng's face darkened. Useless trash. Don't fret, young prince. There will be another chance soon. Word of the Empress Dowager's visit had spread beforehand, so not only the soldiers, but also the common folk from nearby had come to join the excitement. The surging crowd was overwhelming and sudden. Even the Empress Dowager's personal guards were pushed aside and Han Xin could not break through the throng. Amid the chaos, a commanding female voice rang out. Out of my way, all of you. The crowd turned to see an armored general holding a sharp sword, her fierce gaze sweeping across the crowd. This general will say it once more, step aside. If you don't, I can't guarantee what this sword might do. The crowd wisely fell silent and parted, clearing a path on their own. Cool. A beauty saving the hero. Lu Yu sheathed her sword, quite irritated. I understand your excitement, but the first priority is ensuring His Majesty's safety. If you injure His Majesty in the pushing it's off with your heads, who will take responsibility for that? At the mention of execution, the crowd dropped to their knees and shouted, "Forgive us, Your Majesty." Suppressing her displeasure, the Empress Dowager forced a smile. It's fine. Rise. I am not hurt. She knew well that in the eyes of her officials and subjects, she was a tyrant. Since she could not change that image for now, she would simply play the part of a good-tempered ruler and win a little goodwill. Thank you for your boundless grace, Your Majesty. Well played. So benevolent. Naive. You think this will change what they think of you? Can you stop with all these empty gestures and actually be a good emperor for once? They'll do as I please. Mind your own business. The Empress Dowager's smile only grew brighter. Tang Chen called out, "Everyone disperse now. There are still a few hours until the competition ends. Those who wish to take part may line up again." Lu Yu rushed over and examined the Empress Dowager from head to toe. Is Your Majesty truly unharmed? Rest easy, my fine general. Nothing happened at all. This general truly didn't expect the crowd's enthusiasm to run so high. Lu Yu waved a hand in front of Tang Chen's eyes. What are you brooding about? Let's go. Oh, nothing. Let's go. The instant the crowd had surged around them, Tang Chen had been afraid. He thought Lu Cheng had arranged it all, intent on surrounding them and cutting them down. Now it was clear this was a genuine accident, and he even owed thanks to the soldiers and citizens who had surrounded them. As they walked deeper into the arena, they met Wang Hu hurrying toward them. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I have heard of what happened. This old official came too late. The Empress Dowager was inwardly speechless. What an amusing thing to say. As if you could have dispersed the crowd even if you had arrived. It's nothing. Commandant Wang, please rise. I appreciate your assistance in overseeing the arena. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager watched a few events and quickly grew weary. In her eyes they were tedious nothing but scenes of brute force. Combined with those old leeches clinging behind her, her irritation only mounted. Lord Tang, is there somewhere I can rest? I am tired. This tyrant's stamina is pretty pathetic. She's complaining after walking a few steps. So fussy. I was already sick of those flies. The moment you show up they swarm after you. Fine, they pester you, but they're annoying me too. The Empress Dowager curled her lips, thinking, I haven't even complained yet, and you're already grumbling. Very well, Lord Tang, take me to rest. She then turned to Wang Hu and the others. I entrust the arena to your care, Commandant Wang. Make sure nothing goes wrong while I'm away. Yes. Wang Hu, Old Bones and all had been hoping to rest with the Empress Dowager, never expecting she would deliberately leave him behind. Sir, I'd say those rumors about Lord Tang and the Empress are pure nonsense. She even sent us off just so they could rest alone. Wang Hu shot a glare at the men behind him. Use your heads. Watch what you say and where. If the wrong ears catch this and report you to the Empress, you'll learn all too well what it means to invite disaster through loose lips. Remember, think before you speak and act. There are still great matters awaiting us. Your lesson is well taken, sir. Tang Chen led the group into a courtyard. Lu Yu suddenly slapped him on the back. Lord Tang, when did you secretly find this place? I'm here in this arena every day, yet I never knew there was such a peaceful spot. Zhu had joined in teasing. Surely you didn't build this private little courtyard for yourself in the camp, my lord. What are you imagining? Where would I get that kind of money? The tyrant is so stingy, my monthly salary is barely enough for a decent meal. This place is rented. I already work hard enough every day. I deserve somewhere decent to enjoy myself. This is a civilian dwelling I requisitioned, and as luck would have it, it's right inside the arena. They'll have to return it once the competition is over. Your Majesty surely remembers that my residence is far from here. If I had to travel back and forth every day, I'd probably have dropped dead on the road by now. Besides, with everything so busy lately, having a place to stay here makes it much easier to handle matters on. It's not as if Han Xian and the others have ever organized a competition. If I don't keep a close eye on things, how could it possibly go right? I'm exhausted. Every day I have to watch over this, and then go to court and argue with those old relics. And every day the foolish sovereign summons me over for no reason to say a lot of meaningless things. Once this business is over, I'm going to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. To hell with the damned morning court. The Empress listened very carefully, knowing how much toil it had taken. She waved a hand magnanimously and said, then to repay the Lord Censor, I will buy this courtyard and give it to you. Well, since when did the foolish sovereign become so humane? How about exchanging it for cash instead? Every day I look at these rough men in the military camp. It's been a long time since I've seen those poor pitiable girls. Oh right. I heard that a new Chunyu Tower has opened in Chang'an, and the top courtesan there is said to be a stunning beauty. Once this matter is settled, I'll have Han Xian take me to take a look. The Empress regretted it. She was furious, and the consequences would be grave. No matter how breathtaking a beauty she might be, she was still nothing but a woman of the pleasure quarters, using seductive tricks to lure men. I would like to see just how stunning that top courtesan of Chunyu Tower really is. If she is beautiful, so be it. If not, I'll just find an excuse and shut the place down. The Empress was still lost in thought when Ziyu tugged at her sleeve, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Your Majesty, don't forget. You have no money right now. Who said I was going to buy it for him?" The Empress flicked her sleeve and walked straight into the courtyard. Had she never heard the words, "A monarch's word is law"? So the foolish sovereign really is a scoundrel. Not only does she fail to make good on her own word, she gets angry again and again. The three of them watched the Empress's back, exchanging baffled looks, unable to figure out why she had been perfectly fine just now and had suddenly taken offense. "Grand General, was your sister always this temperamental?" "She shouldn't be. My sister has always had a good temper. It was only after she came back this time that this general discovered she seems a bit different." Ziyu, having stayed at the Empress's side for so many years, was the most qualified to speak. Her Majesty cannot be called good-tempered, but she absolutely never gets angry without reason. Whether she is happy or not is written all over her face, and her moods are usually easy to guess. But this time, even she could not understand. Ziyu said with a grave look, "Could it be because your servant said Her Majesty had no money and she felt that your servant had made her lose face?" The two men rolled their eyes at her and said in unison, "It's not as if she's been broke for the first time." The Empress, aware that she had just acted a little undignified, cleared her throat. "What are you three whispering about out there? Come in and sit." "Yes." After chatting in the room for quite a while, Tang Chen judged that the time was about right. "Your Majesty, the competition is drawing to a close. Let's go outside and wrap things up." A moment ago you seemed genuinely moved by my efforts. Why are you suddenly so cold?" Truly the ancestors were right. A woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea. Tang Chen led the Empress to the front of the stage and pointed to the center position. "Your Majesty, you will stand here in a moment. After I summarize on stage, I will invite Your Majesty up to give a speech." "A speech? What kind of segment is that? Why didn't anyone tell me about this before?" Tang Chen hedged. "This is something your humble servant thought up on the spur of the moment after seeing everyone's enthusiasm today. Your Majesty need not be nervous. Just say a few pleasant words." "Nervous? Ridiculous. How could I possibly be nervous over such a small occasion? Just putting on a brave front is she. She says she isn't nervous, but look at her. So nervous she can't even speak properly. This is probably the first time the foolish sovereign has spoken before so many people. No wonder. She used to stay cooped up in the palace all day, so she probably hasn't seen such a grand occasion." Although the Empress refused to admit it, it was a lie that she was not nervous. She had once faced a group of ministers who perfunctorily humored her, but now she was directly facing the lowliest commoners and soldiers. They would not humor her or deceive her like those ministers. Every like and dislike was written openly on their faces. The Empress stood at the side of the stage watching Tang Chen speak with effortless eloquence on stage and felt a little dazed. He was so bold. Really, he was about the same age as she, and yet he could move through all manner of occasions as easily as a fish in water. "Your Majesty entrusted the entire arrangement of this event to me. To be honest, the pressure is great and the details are messy. Fortunately today, I can finally make the final close. Thank you all very much for your enthusiastic participation. Everyone must have some idea of this competition's main purpose by now. It is not merely, as rumors have it, to reduce the army according to ability. More importantly, it is to discover talent through this competition. Everyone who participated in the competition will have their results recorded one by one. In 3 days after the results are tallied, they will be made public. Those with outstanding results will receive a reward of gold. Next, I invite Your Majesty to the stage to say a few words as the conclusion of this competition." Ziyu helped the Empress onto the stage. Standing in the center, she could see every person's expression clearly. Some dazed, some contemptuous, some angry, some expectant. Actually, the Empress had barely said 2 words when the sound of swords being drawn rasped through the crowd below. Murder. It was like a signal. It both threw the crowd into panic and served as the order to act. Tang Chen watched the people spring out from all around. They were dressed in the clothes of ordinary folk and masked with black cloth. He estimated there were 60 or 70 of them. He saw the Empress standing helpless on the stage and wanted to rush up, but one masked man after another blocked his path, each move aimed at his life. He knew no martial arts. Grabbing whatever was at hand, he barely managed to fend off a few blows before he could hold out no longer. Tang Chen could not understand it. Their target should have been the Empress, so why had they sent so many men to deal with him? When he saw Han Xian leading a group of men charging toward him, he understood Lu Cheng had accurately predicted that Han Xian would not go to save the Empress in a moment of crisis, but would come to save him instead. That was why Lu Cheng had deliberately sent people to attack him. Moreover, some of the commoners seemed to have been planted there deliberately, holding back the men Han Xian had arranged amid the chaos. "Han Xian, don't mind me. Go save Her Majesty first. Her Majesty has the Grand General with her. My lord, hide behind me. Weapons have no eyes." Han Xian had thought too well. The attackers had come fully prepared. Lu Yu, for his part, was single-handedly dealing with more than a dozen burly men, and was already hard-pressed to protect himself, let alone find any chance to get to the Empress's side. "Oh!" With a piercing scream, Tang Chen's heart clenched. He had miscalculated. Or rather, it was not only the group that had been sent after Tang Chen. There were also those who wanted to seize this chance to kill the Empress. When Tang Chen broke through the encirclement and rushed over, what he saw was the Empress lying on the ground, Ziyu kneeling beside her and weeping without pause with blood nearby. He did not know whose blood it was. Was it hers? This dainty, pampered, foolish sovereign. Surely she couldn't just die like this. I always said this foolish woman let her teammates down, but this time it was I who let her down. If you die, what am I supposed to do when the new emperor can't tolerate me? Foolish woman, you can't die. What's the matter with your majesty? Tang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and even his voice was trembling. The clash of weapons, the rumbling of heavy objects, and shrill screams rose one after another. The rusty smell of blood mingled with the cold wind and lifted the hem of his robe, but he could no longer hear any of those sounds around him. If that benighted ruler truly died, who would he serve in the future? Though she was foolish and had little sense, she still occupied a high seat, and had done no great evil. She did not deserve death. Han Dynasty, fight them with all your strength. If you truly can't keep any alive, then kill them. Although Tang Chen had deployed many men because they had previously been ordered to take prisoners alive, Han Dynasty and the others were held back and could not use their full force. Han Dynasty's eyes flew open, and he shouted with all his might, kill them all. Whoever is present, anyone who slays a rebel will be richly rewarded. When the soldiers and officers who had thought it none of their business and tried to leave heard this, they immediately turned back to help fight the rebels. Lu Yu, after struggling to clear the rebels around him, rushed to the Empress's side, and together with Zhao Shi and the others formed a circle around Her Majesty to keep the rebels at bay. Zhao Shi turned his head and said hurriedly, General, Her Majesty is unharmed. She has only fainted. The arena is far too chaotic right now. Quick, escort Her Majesty back to the palace. We will handle things here. Tang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Very well, Lord Tang. Take Her Majesty with you. I will escort you back to the palace. Let's go. When night fell, the Empress slowly regained consciousness and saw only Ziyu dozing alone against the bedside. She moved slightly, and Ziyu sensed the movement and woke. Your Majesty is awake. How do you feel now? I will summon the imperial physician. The Empress felt her mouth dry and said, no need. I want some water. She carefully recalled the events before she fainted, the field of blood before her eyes, the sickening stench of blood in the air, and the rebel's sword hanging directly before her face. It hadn't even struck down before she fainted. What happened after that she did not know. She had thought she might lose her life and imagined she could reunite with her imperial father and elder brothers and escape the burdens pressing on her shoulders. That too would be a relief. But then she thought of Tang Chen and wondered what his reaction would be if she died. Relief, carefree detachment, indifference, or perhaps a sliver of sorrow. Ziwa, what is wrong with me? The imperial physician said, Your Majesty has a blood phobia. You fainted at the sight of blood, and since there was no protection you fell straight to the ground, knocked your head, and were seized with fright. That is why you stayed unconscious for so long. After resting for a while, the Empress realized this was not her own bedchamber. Where is this? This is one of Lord Tang's private residences. A private residence. He must be quite wealthy. Lord Tang said the road back to the palace was long and the carriage would be bumpy. Since Your Majesty's collapse could not be delayed, he brought us here first. What time is it now? Your Majesty, it is already 7 o'clock in the evening. Would you like something to eat? I will have the kitchens prepare it. The Empress shook her head and asked again, then what about Lord Tang and the Grand General? Were they injured? Ziyu tucked her quilt in and said soothingly, My dear Majesty, they are perfectly safe. After Lord Tang and the Grand General confirmed your safety, they went out to settle the arena matters and have not yet returned. I was really frightened. So many rebels suddenly appeared and rushed straight at Your Majesty and Lord Tang, but Ziyu propped her chin on her hand and smiled. It is a pity Your Majesty fainted and missed how stern, serious, and unsmiling Lord Tang was. He looked quite handsome. I had always thought Lord Tang was the frail, delicate scholar type with no strength in his limbs. I never expected he could scoop Your Majesty up and carry you such a long way. The Empress happened to be drinking water, and when she heard this she choked and coughed endlessly. Your Majesty, what did you say? He carried me. Yes. From the arena to the carriage at the gate, and then he carried you into the residence. The Empress's thoughts gradually drifted away with her words. Your Majesty, although the imperial physician said you are not seriously hurt, you still need to rest well. Please lie down and sleep a little longer. The next day, the first thing the Empress did when she opened her eyes was to look for Tang Chen. Ziwa, go and see whether Tang Chen is back. If he is, have him come to see me. Speak of the devil. Tang Chen happened to be at the door with a bowl of congee. No need. I am here. Your Majesty, I do not often live in this residence. To save money, I only hired a steward to take care of it, so I must ask Your Majesty to make do with some plain congee. The Empress's eyes lit up. Did you make this yourself? My younger brother Tang Lu made it. Tang Chen thought, are you joking? How could I possibly cook in person for that benighted monarch? In your dreams, he thought. This craft of mine is reserved for my future wife. These words truly stung, Rage rose in the Empress, yet when she thought about it, there was nothing wrong with them. Then convey my thanks to your younger brother on my behalf. The Empress lifted the bowl and took a few mouthfuls. It was soft melting the moment it entered her mouth, sweet without being greasy, and the congee was warm, neither too hot nor too cold, so it felt very comforting to swallow. Tang Chen thought, is it really such a big deal? It is only a bowl of plain congee. Why does she look as if she is eating a rare delicacy? Has that benighted monarch's food already fallen to such a low standard? Tang Chen saw that she was eating with great focus and had just turned to leave when she called him to a stop. Don't leave yet. I have something to ask you. He thought, can't you finish asking before you eat anymore? What a nuisance. At this pace, taking such tiny little bites, when will she ever finish? How did yesterday's situation turn out? It has been handled properly. All the rebels have met their punishment. Tang Chen thought it is a pity they all died. It seems Lu Cheng truly came prepared. After all that trouble we captured one alive, but he too killed himself, and there was nothing on him to prove his identity. How infuriating. Lu Cheng. The Empress recalled that Tang Chen had made her wear the cotton-padded armor yesterday, and a suspicion began to form. Can you find out who was behind it? Not yet, I am afraid. In yesterday's incident, I failed to protect your Majesty properly. Please punish me. Censor Tang, did you know long ago that someone would come to assassinate me? Wait, how did you know that I knew? Was it that obvious? Tang Chen neither confirmed nor denied, but asked back, why would your Majesty say that? I may indeed be benighted, but that does not mean I am stupid. Yesterday you told me to wear cotton-padded armor. At the time, I thought Censor Tang was making a fuss over nothing. Now thinking back, you must have known something would happen, and therefore deemed it necessary. There were so many assassins, and they surged forward at once. If Lord Tang had not prepared, it surely would not have ended with no harm to the common people. Also at the critical moment, several people suddenly appeared by my side to protect me. Therefore I bet Lord Tang knew about this plot. Tang Chen thought, not bad. She really has grown wiser. I did know about it. In fact, I lured them here. I thought I had made every possible preparation, but no matter how I calculated, I never expected that he would send death-sworn assassins. Once they failed, they killed themselves at once, leaving no chance to investigate their identities. Once bitten, twice shy? Just wait. Next time won't be so easy. Your Majesty guessed correctly. I am indeed aware of this matter. The Empress, gazing at him, without a trace of emotion, said in a low voice, you used me. She couldn't really be angry, could she? It was a bit underhanded, but it was all for you. Without this, how could we prove that the Prince of Bohai was plotting rebellion? Though in the end it still doesn't seem to have been proven. Tang Chen immediately knelt and admitted his fault. A man's knees are made of gold, but when it's time to kneel, you still kneel. Your Majesty, I did it to give the Prince of Bohai the chance to rebel, so that we would have a reason to strike against him. Your Majesty, do not forget the Xiongnu are growing bolder by the day. We no longer have much time to prepare funds and grain. In the past, I never explained why I set my sights on the Prince of Bohai. The Prince of Bohai's domain is rich and bountiful. This way we can obtain ample funds and grain. Moreover, it will serve as a warning to the other feudal princes, making them cautious so that they will not stir up bloody chaos within the realm while we are at war with the Xiongnu. Using you as bait was a move born of necessity. Besides, aren't you safe and sound right now? I arranged in advance for Zhao Shi to watch over you, to stay by your side the moment anything stirred. I was confident that no harm would come to the befuddled emperor, which is why I did it. Who knew you'd faint at the sight of blood? From the perspective of the greater good, she could understand. Yet as a woman it still carried a touch of melancholy. Rise, Censor Tang. Quite understanding. I understand. But I have said to you before that if you have any plans you should inform me in advance. Yet you have repeatedly disregarded that. If Censor Tang lacks this spirit of cooperation, I will have to consider whether to continue working with you. Ziwa, let us return to the palace. Yes. The Empress spoke those words in anger, of course. Though it was possible Tang Chen would never be willing to help her again, she was still determined to be willful this once. So what if he is clever? Does he really think I cannot manage without him? If worst comes to worst, I will simply abdicate the throne and retire to some secluded place, living a leisurely life. So stubborn. She is burning the bridge after crossing the river, isn't she? The pain is unbearable. All these plans I had laid out, like being stuck halfway through a shit. Ziwa lagged behind, glancing back when the Empress was not looking, and said softly, Censor Tang, His Majesty is merely in a temper. Do not take it to heart. Yet this matter was indeed too much on your part, sir. Such a major affair, and you did not inform His Majesty beforehand. Ziwa could tell that Lord Tang was a man of great talent. If they had his aid, the Empress would be like a tiger with wings. When the late emperor was alive, he had always instructed her to assist His Majesty diligently. The Empress was prone to impulsive bouts of rashness, and at times like this, she naturally had to mediate among them. Didn't I fail to inform her last time too, and she didn't get this angry? After all this work, I haven't gained a single— Tang Chen sat in the room dazed. Tang Lu saw that the Empress had been gone for quite a while, and still he had not come out. Just then Han Xian arrived on orders, bringing Zhao Shi along. Brother, what are you doing sitting here? The Empress has been gone for quite some time now. But why does it feel like Her Majesty did not look too pleased when she left? Did you upset her? Tang Chen shot him a glance. His younger brother was the best at poking at the very sore spot one wanted to avoid. Stop glaring at me. Han Xian has brought the man here, and they are waiting in the hall. Tang Chen let out a long sigh, then got up and left. How rare. Since when did he start sighing? Previously he would go on all day about wanting to be a salted fish and not care about anything, yet now he is sighing over these matters. My lord, the man has been brought. Zhao sure you rendered meritorious service in protecting the imperial carriage. I will go to His Majesty and request an official position for you. Do you have any post in mind? As long as it is not excessive, it should not be a problem. In reply, my lord, I have no post in mind. My only wish is to serve under your command. Tang Chen had not expected that this young man held such admiration for him. If he had met him earlier, he might have arranged something, but as things stood, if I continue as an official at court, that is a small matter. But as things are now, it is uncertain. Han Xian, mistakenly assuming he intended to resign from office, said with righteousness, if you, my lord, intend to resign, then I, Han Xian, would not remain as general either. What nonsense are you spouting? What does my holding office have to do with you? Stay put and behave yourself. You have shown me great kindness, given me opportunity like parents who gave me rebirth. I, Han Xian, sit in this position not to serve that befuddled emperor, but to assist you, my lord. If you were to leave, what meaning would there be in my staying? Nothing has been set in stone yet. I do not know either. We shall talk later. He still could not figure out what the Empress truly intended. If she no longer needed his help, he could hardly shamelessly cling to the court. Zhao sure, I cannot give you a definite answer just yet. Rest assured, I will make proper arrangements for you. My lord. Enough. Han Xian, have Zhang Liang finish the list of winners as soon as possible. It is to be publicly announced in 3 days. Yes. When Tang Chen returned to his mansion in Chang'an, it was already the next day. The affairs of the arena had more or less been settled. As soon as he entered the door, a servant of the household handed him a slip of paper. On the paper were 2 characters: grilled fish. Without head or tail. What is this? Who sent it? It was someone from the palace. His Majesty's maidservant Ziyue. Tang Chen understood at once. Was Ziyue trying to get him to make amends with His Majesty by offering grilled fish? Impossible. Why should I apologize? I did nothing wrong. With that, Tang Chen plopped down into the reclining chair, intending to sunbathe and get a good sleep. But after closing his eyes, all he could think about was grilled fish. He spent the whole morning fidgeting in discomfort. Tang Lu, go to the palace. Hand this note to Ziyue and invite her to come out for grilled fish. It was I who wanted to eat it, and I simply let Ziyue tag along. I never asked that befuddled emperor to come. At the palace. Ziyue glanced at the note Tang Lu had delivered, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. The Empress naturally knew it was Tang Chen who had sent Tang Lu to deliver it. To draw attention, she coughed heavily a few times. What does it say in this? Your Majesty, Lord Tang invites us to his residence to eat grilled fish. Who wants to eat his grilled fish? It is nothing special. As if I have never eaten it before. Let me have a look. The more she looked, the deeper the Empress' brows furrowed. He invited only you, but not me. Isn't summoning this servant the same as summoning your Majesty? This servant and your Majesty are one. How could I leave the palace on my own? Your Majesty, this servant is utterly craving that grilled fish. Please, your Majesty, in your kindness, come along. Censor Tang's grilled fish is truly exceptional. Crisp on the outside, tender on the inside. Just thinking about it now makes one's mouth water. Both of them were too proud and stubborn for their own good, leaving Ziyu with no choice but to sacrifice herself. Though the grilled fish really did smell tempting. You little glutton, fine, let's go. I'm only going for your sake. I know. Just as the mistress and maid reached the mansion's entrance, wave after wave of rich aroma drifted toward them. Imperial Censor Tang truly has a skilled hand. The fragrance can be smelled from a great distance. Harsh words on the lips, and yet here she is after all, he thought to himself. Your Majesty has arrived. This humble official pays his respects. The Empress gave a cold snort. It seems Imperial Censor Tang is not particularly welcoming of me. Very well, I shall return to the palace. Ziyu, you may stay and eat. Don't concern yourself with me. Whether she eats or not, I couldn't care less. Fortunately, I held a card in reserve. I deliberately invited only Ziyu, so either way, I won't lose face, he thought to himself. Ziyu felt her vision darken with exasperation and kept throwing urgent glances at Tang Chen, given already hurry. You're a grown man. What's so hard about swallowing your pride? You were the one in the wrong from the start. Fine, I'll give in, he conceded inwardly. Just this once. Since your Majesty is already here, please stay and eat before returning. Consider it this humble official making amends to your Majesty. Lord Tang jests. What crime could my lord possibly have? So sarcastic. I've already taken the initiative to apologize. Can't she at least give me some face? He grumbled inwardly. Though you are the sovereign, you are still a woman. Sometimes offering a step down will make both sides look better. What's wrong with that? The Empress thought it over, and found his words indeed quite reasonable. I am magnanimous enough not to hold yesterday's matter against you. Do you have any grilled fish ready? I am hungry. The Empress had deliberately left room in her stomach for this visit. Yes. This is the first fish I grilled specially kept for your Majesty. The Empress' expression remained perfectly calm, yet inwardly she laughed. And he says he never meant to summon me. The fish were already grilled and waiting for my arrival. He is simply too stubborn to admit it. Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. At last those two impossible ancestors had reconciled. Perhaps because of her good mood the Empress finished an entire large fish in one go. She then wanted to take another slightly smaller one, but Ziyu stopped her. Your Majesty, this grilled fish carries considerable heat. If you eat too much it may harm your health. Your Majesty must exercise moderation. Ziyu, you're spoiling the fun. It's not as if we eat grilled fish every day, an occasional extra portion shouldn't matter. But Ziyu simply would not yield. Your Majesty's precious health matters above everything else. I must hold this final line of defense. The Empress paused and felt her stomach. Indeed, she was somewhat full. Only then did she say, all right, I won't eat anymore. Being an emperor is exhausting. What to eat is controlled and how much to eat is controlled too. Forget other emperors. If this is what being a foolish ruler is like, it's utterly dull. In history books I once read that emperors had dozens of dishes at every meal and took a bite from each one. But for this foolish woman, she can't even eat well. Every day she fears someone seizing her throne, and she has to be infuriated by those old relics at court. I say this is the most miserable emperor in history, and no one should dispute it. The Empress had not thought herself miserable before, but hearing all this, she rather felt it was indeed quite miserable. Such a major incident happened at the arena yesterday. At tomorrow's morning court those people will definitely bring it up against you. What do you plan to do? Tang Chen was eating with great relish, mumbling through a mouthful of fish. What to do? They'll just play it by ear. When soldiers come we send generals, when floods rise we block them with earth. Do you think I would be afraid of them, he thought. As long as this foolish emperor doesn't fall from her throne they can do nothing to me. The Empress couldn't help but laugh. He was quite confident indeed. Your Majesty, I wish to request a man, Zhao Shi of the Divine Machinery Camp. I saw that he is exceptionally brave and rendered meritorious service in protecting your Majesty. I would like to beg a reward for him. Is he the young man who stood in front of me and shielded me? Exactly that man. The arrangement of personnel is up to you. If you wish to keep him, then keep him. I do not intervene much in these matters. After all, bringing him in would help Tang Chen, and helping Tang Chen was helping her. How is the situation? Chen Lu shook his head. Were any survivors left alive? Rest assured, young prince. It was done cleanly. Tang Chen will absolutely never discover who did it. What a pity, he merely fainted. Chen Lu recalled the scene from yesterday and asked in confusion, why do I feel as though Tang Chen knew we had arranged people and was deliberately waiting there? You are overthinking it. If he had known, he would have strictly checked identities from the very beginning, refusing to let people in casually. If he knew and still did not guard against it, what was he trying to gain? Go to the relay station now. Tell father to leave Chang'an immediately. No one must discover that he came. As for matters to come, we will scheme later. The young prince refused to believe she can sit securely on that throne. The next day at morning court, after the eunuch announced the assembly, the ministers formed two lines and filed slowly through the main gates of the jade steps into the main hall. They waited for quite some time, but Her Majesty still had not appeared. Unable to hold back, one minister asked, Eunuch, where is Her Majesty? Why is she so late to court? My lords, please wait a moment. Her Majesty will be here shortly. Immediately, unbroken murmuring spread through the main hall. Do you suppose Her Majesty is? Shut up. Mind your head. If it hadn't been for that damn tournament, Her Majesty would never have been in danger. The noble families who held some military power were especially full of complaints about the tournament, terrified that he would seize their troops, and they took every opportunity to make veiled jabs at him. Fortunately, Tang Chen had a thick skin and simply turned a deaf ear. Curse all you like. It cannot hurt me, and it will only infuriate yourselves. Her Majesty arrives. At once the ministers fell silent and hailed, Long live your Majesty, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Rise, my beloved ministers. I heard that the day before yesterday at the venue where Lord Tang held his tournament, first the crowd pressed upon your Majesty, and then assassins appeared. It was truly a harrowing day. Sure enough, just as Tang Chen had expected, it was not Wang, who his perennial opponent, who jumped out first this time, but Lu Cheng. By rights, knowing your Majesty would attend, Lord Tang, as the person in charge, should have made thorough preparations. How could he be so careless as to place your Majesty in danger? That is not so, young prince. This tournament was jointly managed by Imperial Censor Tang and myself. I am the most familiar with the inside story. To ensure your Majesty's safety, Lord Tang deployed numerous hidden defenses. It was simply that the assassins struck ferociously and were disguised as commoners, making them extremely difficult to distinguish. Yet your Majesty now sits here safe and sound. Does that not prove that Lord Tang rendered meritorious service in protecting your Majesty? Who could believe that one day Wang Hu would speak up for me? This is a never-thought-I'd-see-the-day moment. The Empress could not help but marvel. Indeed, she had lived long enough to see everything. Wang Hu did not do this because his conscience had suddenly awakened to help Tang Chen, or rather the two were now bound by shared fate like passengers in the same boat. If Tang Chen were punished for this, then, as the other person in charge, he could hardly escape either. Protecting your Majesty's safety should have been Lord Tang's duty. Now that this has happened, does it not precisely show Lord Tang's dereliction? The Empress felt a headache coming on. She slapped the armrest of her throne and said, "Enough. I have not even said anything, so what are you all arguing about?" I thank the young prince for his concern. Since I am now sitting here safe and sound, it proves that Lord Tang rendered meritorious service in protecting me. As for dereliction, it can be considered offset by his merits. Finally, a word of human speech has been spoken, Tang Chen remarked inwardly. If your Majesty favors Censor Tang so openly, how are we old ministers who toiled diligently day and night supposed to stand? Failing in one's duty and allowing an assassin to reach your Majesty is a grave offense. How can it be offset by merit? The Empress' bright eyes narrowed slightly. The prince seems rather concerned about my safety today. Not at all, I have always been deeply concerned for your Majesty's well-being. More precisely concerned about whether I'm dead or alive. But this prince is truly ruthless. They say the two grew up together, and yet now he spends every day plotting how to assassinate the monarch and seize the throne. The royal family truly cold-hearted. The Empress let out an almost inaudible sigh. In the palace, there was never affection, never pity, and never forgiveness. Only an endless hunger for power. The moment she learned that Liu Cheng had orchestrated that farce, her last hope for their childhood bond was extinguished. From the very day she ascended the throne, she had sensed the change in him, his covetous gaze upon the crown. Yet it had never crossed her mind that Liu Cheng would actually try to kill her for power. The prince makes a fair point. Such merit alone is indeed insufficient. But what if I could drive back the Xiongnu? Liu Cheng curled his lips into a mocking smirk. If Lord Tang can truly repel the Xiongnu, that would be a different matter. Still, Lord Tang speaks with quite a bold tongue. Not only has the great Han seen no warfare in several years, leaving the army untrained and the soldiers demoralized, but with the realm's economy in ruin, where exactly would the money and grain come from? That is no concern of the prince's. If I fail to deliver what I have promised today, I will gladly accept any punishment your Majesty sees fit, without a single word of complaint. Very well. I shall eagerly await Lord Tang's good news. How I doubt you'll live to see it. Come to think of it, what makes the prince so interested in the assassination that day? I heard that the Prince of Bohai happened to return to Chang'an that very day, yet never entered the city, choosing instead to stay at a post station on the outskirts. Having not seen him in so long, instead of visiting your own father, you chose to come watch the spectacle at my arena. Liu Cheng's heart pounded with unease. He knows my father came to Chang'an, and he knows I was at the arena. I was hidden in the heights. How did he find out? Could it be that he suspects me? You must be joking, Lord Tang. That day I caught a slight chill, and spent the time recuperating at my residence. How could I possibly have appeared at the arena? Lord Tang must have mistaken someone else for me. As for my father, he intended to bring tribute into the capital to meet his Majesty and visit me while he was at it. Unfortunately, the assassin struck that day, your Majesty collapsed and chaos engulfed the city, so I sent father back. He will return with the tribute at a later time. I beg your Majesty to understand. What exactly does the prince wish your Majesty to understand? I merely asked why you didn't go to see the Prince of Bohai. I meant nothing by it. See that? The tail is showing. A guilty conscience indeed. Lord Tang certainly has a silver tongue. You flatter me. As the two argued, Minister of War Su Qing suddenly stepped forward. The competition has already ended, and by all rights the soldiers should be returning to their own camps. Why is Lord Tang still holding them here? 'Tis afraid that if I take his men, he'll have nothing left to do. Tang Chen blinked his innocent wide eyes. Didn't I already send them back? It was only last night that I learned some of them never returned. Once Su Qing took the lead, the other military administrators all came forward one after another to echo his complaint. I wouldn't know anything about that. Perhaps they simply didn't want to go back. Ridiculous. After all my days of hard work picking out this talent, why would I ever send them back? Besides, your armies are riddled with corruption. Keeping them there just means letting them gather dust. Far better to let me put them to proper use. The Empress struggled to hold back her laughter. Tang Chen was rather unique. He could be shameless with such unapologetic confidence. But their not returning isn't a problem. In fact, the victors get to take part in the Vanguard Camp Experience Week. Experience Week. The assembled ministers shook their heads in exasperation, wondering what strange new scheme this was. It means staying at the Vanguard Camp and training right alongside its soldiers. But, Your Majesty, every soldier is assigned to a specific army with a fixed establishment. This would destroy the military's entire system. I beg your Majesty, no. Tang Chen looked at Su Qing with undisguised contempt, like a man staring at an antique relic. Minister Su, that is precisely the kind of antiquated thinking I'm talking about. No matter which army they belong to, they are all your Majesty's soldiers. No matter where they go, they remain your Majesty's warriors. What difference does it make? This is complete chaos. Utterly unacceptable. Minister Su does raise a valid point. This is an ancestral rule, and mixing the armies would be improper. The Empress felt troubled. Indeed, this was a rule set down by the ancestors, not something easily changed. The rule had originally been established so that each army would have its own distinct purpose, one stationed within the palace, one protecting the common folk in the streets, and another deployed for battlefield campaigns. As a result, recruitment standards differed and training focuses varied accordingly. Moreover, it served to disperse military power. That was why the rule had been passed down for so long. But over time, the armies became too fragmented and independent. Corruption and concentration of power within each force grew ever more severe, and there were even clashes between the various branches. This is too much, you foolish emperor. Sure, you may be inept, but you're still young. How can someone so young have such a stale, rigid mind? If you insist that the ancestors' laws must never be touched, then just wait for the realm to crumble. How can you build something new without first tearing down the old? Of course, if you think it's too drastic, you can always take it one step at a time. But the first thing is definitely not to send them back. Lord Tang, Her Majesty, also believes that the armies should not be mixed. So I must trouble you to send them back. No can do. The Vanguard Camp Experience Week is the final segment of this competition. Her Majesty previously approved my hosting of this entire event. If we stop now, wouldn't that be abandoning it halfway? The Experience Week also exists to give capable, promising soldiers more comprehensive and professional training so they can be ready to defeat the Xiongnu. The esteemed ministers all pointed out earlier that the Great Han is in dire straits with a wasting populace and insufficient grain. Precisely because of this, we should concentrate the finest resources on the most capable people first and use their strength to carve out a new path for the Great Han. So this is merely a loan, not a fundamental change to the ancestral laws. I've already backed down a step. This entire system is deeply unreasonable anyway. They should put all the armies together and train them as one, then deploy them wherever they're needed. What logic is it to send the strong to fight while the weak guard the palace? Palace defense is just as vital. Besides, the ones guarding the palace don't risk death on the battlefield and don't have to train half as hard, yet they draw the same pay. With that kind of deal, who in their right mind would ever volunteer to go to war? The Empress was once again thoroughly persuaded. But there was nothing she could do about it right now. Even if she issued an imperial decree to reform the system on the spot, no one would obey. Worse, it would trample on too many vested interests and provoke open revolt. Since this is all to prepare for the war against the Xiongnu, Lord Tang may proceed with confidence. Su Qing refused to concede, Your Majesty. The Empress offered a faint smile and said with a threatening undertone, could it be that Lord Su has a better strategy for defeating the Xiongnu? Your servant is dull. Minister Su, when you hold an office, you must fulfill its duties. In handling matters of national warfare, the most vital lesson is to adapt to the times and circumstances. When necessity demands it, rules may be set aside. Your servant understands. Since when did that foolish woman become capable of uttering such profound words? Has she secretly found a master to teach her how to rule as an emperor? Now that the nation is on the brink of ruin, you finally start working hard. Where were you all along? Lord Chen, don't you feel that Her Majesty seems somewhat different? I've sensed it too. She now holds court every day and has begun to concern herself with state affairs. They say Her Majesty even approves memorials now, whereas before they used to pile up and were either burnt or casually answered by her maidservants with a simple noted. Indeed, just a few days ago, I received a memorial annotated by Her Majesty. It was by no means nonsense. Tang Chen listened quietly from the side. It was only now that he learned the Empress had been reviewing memorials recently. I wonder if I'll have the fortune to wait for this pig teammate to grow up. You're the pig teammate. Although these words were nearly inaudible, the Empress, seated in her palanquin, still heard them. Inside the tents of Weiwu camp, Zhang Liang copied down the names of the top 100 and post them on. Also be sure to write in a particularly conspicuous place below the above list names the exceptional candidates who will receive monetary rewards. In addition, other outstanding performers will participate in the upcoming Weiwu Camp Experience Week. Yes, Tang Chen stared at the submitted data with a worried expression. Han Xian, are you certain that of these 100,000 men, only about 10,000 are worthy of further development? 1 in 10. That ratio is indeed rather small. I'm certain, my lord. Even among those 10,000, some are barely qualified. We only included them because there was no other choice. He sighed once more. A fatuous ruler destroys the nation. When the Great Han was at its peak, it boasted an army of 300,000 with nearly 100,000 elite soldiers. Now, however, the total army numbered only 100,000, and merely 1 in 10 could be considered elite. Since the Empress took the throne, state affairs had been neglected, disasters occurred frequently, and the people were suffering. Joining the army no longer guaranteed even the most basic food provisions. Moreover, without wars there was no opportunity to earn merit. So many soldiers simply deserted, preferring to go home and farm. Forget it, 10,000 is 10,000, better than nothing. Han Xian frowned, hesitating, as he said, Lord Tang, during the Weiwu Camp Experience Week, will these 10,000 soldiers also be quartered in Weiwu Commandery? Adding so many people at once would create enormous expenses for food and lodging. Of course. Otherwise, how would we brainwash them? Money is not your concern. Don't forget that hefty sum I swindled from Lu Cheng is still untouched. Use it for now. It will certainly last until we march against the Prince of Bohai. Once the Prince of Bohai is dealt with, why would we ever worry about money? As for lodging, there should still be some vacant quarters. Allocate those to them first. For the rest, have the Weiwu camp soldiers pair up with them one tune and take them back to their assigned rooms for a temporary stay, or they may stay in tents. In a few days I will petition Her Majesty for permission to expand Weiwu camp. Even if we're short on funds, we'll make those idle military administrators who have nothing better to do cough up some money. Han Xian divide the newly arrived 10,000 into several teams and pick a few leaders so they can be easily directed. Han Xian glanced at Zhao Shi and smiled. My Lord Deputy General, Zhao had already thought of this. I must thank you, my lord, for assigning such a capable assistant to me. Tang Chen nodded approvingly, his expression clearly saying my judgment is truly excellent. Zhao Shi, keep up the good work. This official has high hopes for you. Go bring the team leaders here while I have instructions for them. Thank you, my lord, for your appreciation. I'll go call them at once. As for the soldiers in Weiwu Camp, Han Xian, give them private instructions. Remember, our goal is to make them see how good the benefits at Weiwu Camp are and to foster in them the determination to stay. Han Xian thumped his chest and said, rest assured, my lord. The soldiers all understand. I'm confident that no matter who comes, they will all praise Weiwu Camp's excellent benefits. They have meals without going hungry, receive military pay on time, are allotted houses and land farm during the planting season, kill enemies in battle, earn extra income, and are promoted the moment they render distinguished military service. Just these few points are enough to make it appealing. A moment later, Zhao Shi brought the men into the camp. Tang Chen picked up a lustrous dark red clay teapot from a low side table, set out a few teacups, and poured tea. Today marks the first day of your Weiwu Camp Experience Week. I have called you here to say a few words. First, as for food and lodging, you needn't worry at all. General Han will arrange everything properly. All you need to do is train diligently. Although you all come from different armies, I hope everyone remembers that you are soldiers of the great Han, not a private army. Second, since you have come to Weiwu Camp, you must abide by its discipline. All training, daily life, and military regulations within this camp must not be divulged. Anyone found communicating information with outsiders will be punished according to military law. Yes. Chunyu Tower. Tang Chen invited Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and Old Huang out for a drink, and naturally brought Tang Lu along as well. Ever since the last visit to Lu Cheng's Zuaxian Tavern, where he saw how unsophisticated his younger brother was, he had resolved to take him out more often to broaden his horizons. He reserved a private booth with the best view where one could see the reigning courtesan performing on the stage. After all this bustle, although in the end they still found no evidence that Lu Cheng was the mastermind behind the scenes, overall the competition had concluded quite successfully. Come, everyone has worked hard lately. I raise a toast to you all. It is no hardship to serve you, my lord. After a few cups of wine, the atmosphere began to warm up. Is that the top courtesan of Chunyu Tower, whom General Han said would make anyone stare in awe? Zhang Liang, having a low tolerance for alcohol, was already tipsy after a few cups. Indeed it is she. General Han and I have come to see her several times already. Tang Chen teased Zhang Liang. I never expected that beneath that well-behaved nature of yours lurks a wild side. Zhang Liang, already drunk and flushed from the teasing, turned even redder, the perfect likeness of a monkey's backside. Your Excellency was right. Zhang Liang saw her once and hasn't been able to forget her since. He keeps dragging me to come along. Tang Chen studied the woman carefully. She was dressed in fiery red robes, her face hidden behind a veil, so he couldn't see her features clearly. Yet from the graceful way she danced, one could tell she was anything but plain. What's her name? Chunyu. Perhaps the owner values her, so he gave her a name matching the tavern's. As for her original name, no one knows. Hey Zhang Liang, have you seen her face? Zhang Liang lowered his head shyly. Yes, I have. How does she look? Very beautiful. Seeing that he couldn't come up with a better description, no matter how long he racked his brains, Han Xian laughed and scolded. And you call yourself a scholar? When asked to praise a woman, all you can say is beautiful. That day, seeing how much Zhang Liang liked her, I had the madam bring her over. After she finished a song, this fellow hemmed and hawed for ages without managing to say a word. Just as Chunyu was leaving, her veil accidentally slipped off, and he caught a glimpse of her face. After that, he seemed to have lost his soul. Tang Chen clapped his hands, called the madam over, and quietly said a few words to her. After a while, Chunyu came to their private room. For some reason, Chunyu wasn't wearing a veil when she entered. Tang Chen nodded slightly. She was indeed quite striking, with a face like a peach blossom, rosy lips, white teeth, and silk-soft bewitching eyes. He hadn't expected Zhang Liang to be into this type. The madam told me that whatever tunes you gentlemen wish to hear, Chun, you will sing them, and I'll make sure you're thoroughly entertained. Tang Chen secretly patted Zhang Liang's back, but Zhang Liang hastily waved his hands and refused to speak. Miss, just play something you're good at. We'll simply listen. After she sang a few songs, Tang Chen dismissed her. With a strange woman present, the brothers couldn't chat freely. Zhang Liang, if you truly like this girl, why not marry her? You're not getting any younger. It's time to settle down. Zhang Liang smiled bitterly. Your Excellency, stop teasing me. In my current state, I'm not worthy of marrying her. You shouldn't belittle yourself. Though you're only a minor official, you're still a court official. If anything, she's the one who can't measure up to you. Zhang Liang took a gulp of wine. Let's talk about it later. Your Excellency, this isn't fair. Why are you only busy arranging things for Zhang Liang and forgetting about me? Tang Lu joined in the fun. And me. Don't forget me, big brother. Scram all of you. I haven't even found anyone for myself. Old Huang was the only married one among them. He just smiled at the young people. Han Xian, suddenly intrigued, asked gossipily, Old Huang, how did you and the missus take a liking to each other? Well, her family lived next door to mine. I don't know exactly when we took a liking to each other, but in any case, we just got married. Back in our countryside, things weren't so formal. Hearing this, everyone felt there was indeed nothing special about it, so they stopped probing. When Tang Chen and Tang Lu got home, it was already late at night. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuro was waiting in the courtyard. Have you two been drinking? Tang Lu had a high alcohol tolerance and hadn't drunk much, so he was only tipsy. Tang Chen, however, was fairly drunk. Why don't I make you some hangover soup? If you throw up later, you'll feel miserable. Tang Lu waved his hand and said hastily, Miss, Bai, don't trouble yourself. It's late. Please go to sleep. Bai Yuro seemed to want to speak, but held back. She had waited so long and had finally steeled herself. Was she really going to let it pass? Tang Lu, I have something to tell you. What is it? Bai Yuro glanced at Tang Chen, who understood, and said, then why don't you talk in my room? No need. You two chat. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Tang Chen smelled gossip. There was no way he was going to sleep now. He opened the window a crack and listened for the sounds in the courtyard. Bai Yuro twisted her handkerchief nervously and spoke hesitantly, thank you for taking care of me during this time. When I couldn't go out, you feared I'd be bored and bought me little trinkets to pass the time. You assigned 4 or 5 maidservants to my small courtyard and had them keep me company and chat with me. When I was injured, you sent me medicine balm. Every time Chen Lu came to see me, you feared he would do me harm, so you quietly stood guard at the door to protect me. From time to time, you came to see what I needed. Tang Lu, I remember every single thing clearly. They all say I'm aloof, but that's not really true. It's just a way I disguise myself. To be honest, in all my years, you are the first person who has ever been this good to me. I've thought for a long time. I can't stay here forever. Should I hide these feelings, leave with my pride intact, and live with regret? Or should I speak up even if you don't like me back? Tang Lu's eyes widened as he looked at her in disbelief. Are you saying this to me? Inside, Tang Chen covered his forehead in exasperation. My silly little brother, what's wrong with you? She's practically bared her heart, and this is how you respond. You'd better stay single. Don't ruin someone else's life. You heard correctly. I believe in Lord Tang's abilities. Before long, the Prince of Bohai should be dealt with, and when that happens, I'll regain my freedom. Tang Lu opened his mouth, but in the end, no words came out. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a situation, and he didn't know how to handle it. Agreeing so rashly would be too irresponsible. Bai Yuro watched his hesitant expression and smiled freely. Tang Lu, don't put any pressure on yourself. I'm simply opening my heart to you. You may accept it or not. Tang Lu still didn't speak. I know you might worry about whether I'm a pure woman. I swear to you what Lu Cheng said that day was true. I sell my art, not my body. If you still mind, I understand. After all, I've been at the drunken immortal pavilion for so long. Miss, Bai, you misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I understand. You've had a drink. Go back and rest soon. Let's pretend today's conversation never happened. Bai Yuro walked away quickly without looking back. Tang Chen stormed out furiously. Tang Lu, are you stupid, or what? A beautiful young maiden was handed to you on a silver platter, and you actually turned her down. Tang Lu rolled his eyes. Big brother, weren't you asleep? A grown man like you eavesdropping on others. Aren't you ashamed? What's wrong with eavesdropping on my own brother? But I really didn't see it coming. Bai Yuro is actually into you. Come clean, when did you two get together? Big brother, could you watch your wording? I was just being friends. You brought her back, she helped us deal with Lu Cheng, and I figured she was alone and pitiful, so I looked after her a bit more. Tang Chen draped his arm around Tang Lu's shoulders. You little rascal, do you really have no feelings for her? I don't know either. If you don't, then say so clearly as soon as possible. Don't keep her waiting. Your big brother is going to bed now, think it over on your own. Based on his understanding of his own younger brother, there was a good chance it would work out. The candle flame flickered gently. Half light and half shadow veiled Bai Yuro's face in a haze. Looking closer, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Knock, knock, knock. It was Chen Lu. Why are you crying? Did Tang Chen bully you again? Bai Yuro instinctively wanted to shake her head in denial, but after a moment's hesitation, she nodded slightly. After I came looking for you last time, I've been busy with the tasks the young prince assigned, so I never came to see you. How have you been lately? You've lost so much weight. It's not for nothing they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. She had actually gained weight, yet Chen Lu insisted she looked thinner. Bai Yuro managed a faint smile. What else can I possibly do here? I thought that once that matter succeeded last time I could return to the young prince's side. Who could have imagined? Chen Lu grabbed her wrist and said sincerely, hold on a little longer. Trust me. The young prince said he still needs you to find a way to stay by Tang Chen's side for now. But it'll be soon. Does the young prince have another plan? Watching Chen Lu stammer for a long while she sighed heavily. I know. You still don't trust me. That's not it. I trust you. It's just, we need an opportunity. Tang Chen is now planning to attack the Xiongnu, but he's never revealed when held apart. Military intelligence is sealed off, we don't know what's happening inside. He must be worried that if he announces the departure date, the feudal princes will seize the chance to take power. That was exactly the purpose of Chen Lu's visit. Since no word from the military camp could get out, he had to have Bai Yuro probe things and keep watch on Tang Chen. The young prince guesses that he will either depart in secret or use some kind of diversion, leaving only a few soldiers in the city while making it appear that many troops remain on guard, or using some other excuse to carry out the campaign like this so-called Weiwu Camp Experience Week. After the army downsizing, the Empress following Tang Chen's advice reduced rations and provisions for other armies on the grounds of troop reduction. The Weiwu camp, however, received more rather than less, leading Lu Cheng to guess that Tang Chen was secretly hoarding grain for an expedition. As long as Tang Chen took the Weiwu camp troops away, Chang'an City would fall at the first strike. Most court officials were already the feudal prince's people. Their armies had no combat strength, and those fair-weather ministers, seeing the tide turn, would naturally make the decision that best served their own interests. Keep a close eye on Tang Chen. If there's any movement, tell me immediately. After this, can I finally go back? Of course you can. How could Chen Lu know that her go back didn't mean that at all? He was already scheming that after everything was done, while the young prince was in a good mood, he would ask to have her for himself. After this matter is settled, I'll tell the young prince that I want to marry you. I know you must have feelings for me too, but I still wanted to hear your opinion. Whether because of the candlelight or because of his words, Chen Lu's face suddenly flushed. Bai Yuro muttered vaguely, let's talk about it after it's all over. Tang Lu stood at the doorway and heard their entire conversation loud and clear. Although he desperately wanted to rush in and ask Bai Yuro if she truly wanted to marry him, he reconsidered. What kind of move would that be? He turned and left. If he couldn't understand something, he wouldn't think about it. One good sleep would make it pass. If that didn't work, 2 good sleeps would. The moment Tang Chen stepped over the threshold of Qilin Hall, an unknown object flew at him. Looking closer, it was a memorial. Whoa, a fiery temper. I haven't provoked this Empress, so why is she flying into a rage at me again? Ugh, such a hard life. The Empress coughed awkwardly twice. This was completely accidental. You could read the Empress' mind like a book. Of course she knew that even if the Empress was in the wrong, she couldn't lower her pride. She walked over, picked up the memorial, and said, Lord Tang, are you hurt? Don't misunderstand. His Majesty was angered by this memorial. Why are you being so stubborn? If you made a mistake, just apologize. Why must you get Ziyu to do it for you? That's hardly sincere. Getting this angry after reading a memorial. Truly too young to keep his heart hidden. The most important lesson for a ruler is to conceal joy and anger to keep others from guessing what's in your heart. This foolish monarch's comprehension is so poor that this lesson is definitely going to fail. Who said that? You say I can't do it. Then I'll do it to show you. Just wait. Tang Chen's face broke into a practiced, oily smile as he watched the Empress' expression. Why is your Majesty angry? You mustn't harm your precious body over trivial matters. Ziyue show censor Tang this. Tang Chen flipped through the memorial. It was a joint petition from several officials, all saying how impoverished their armies were, unable to even solve the most basic problem of food and clothing. Blah blah blah, a whole bunch of it. These old bastards, they embezzled the biggest share themselves, and now come crying to me about being poor. I scrimp and save every day while they aren't. These the fine ministers you raised yourself? After so long, their appetites have grown. If you suddenly ask them to eat less, of course they won't be happy. It's all very well for me to have no confidant of my own, but you've been on this throne for years without a single trusted ally. Otherwise I wouldn't struggle so hard at court, fighting single-handedly day after day. If we let these people keep occupying the court, every step forward will be difficult for us from now on. Does your excellency have any way to remove these people and select new ones to cultivate? Hard. Given the current situation, even if we select new ones, they'd still be from those with connections. No difference. But there is still a way. I came precisely to discuss this matter with your Majesty. In a few days, when the time is ripe, we can set out. Is it not too rash to attack the Xiongnu like this? Besides, what does that have to do with what we just discussed? Who said anything about attacking the Xiongnu? We're going to overturn the Prince of Bohai's lair. Once he's toppled, well, claim we discovered a list of officials connected with him, purge part of the court, make room, and lay groundwork for the future official selection system. If I guess right, the foolish woman must have a pile of questions to ask. Sigh. If not for the foolish monarch's panic last time, I really wouldn't want to go through all this trouble explaining. So tiring. The Empress truly didn't understand. From his tone it sounded simple, but no matter how she considered it, it was anything but simple. Not to mention that bringing down the Prince of Bohai isn't easy. Even if we take this forged list, the court officials aren't fools. They'll know very well in their hearts whether it's fake. How utterly foolish. Even if they knew it was a fake, what could they possibly do? With that list in hand, those whose names are on it cannot clear themselves no matter how many tongues they use, and those whose names are absent, but who truly have ties to the King of Bohai, will not leap forward on their own unless they have lost their minds. Besides, 80% of the ministers were cultivated by the vassal lords, and the remaining 20% are nothing but deadwood squatting over the latrine without shitting. Removing them is hardly a mistake. Your Majesty, Tang Chen had barely spoken when the Empress snatched away the conversation. I understand. The genuinely guilty do not dare to step forward, and the falsely accused cannot explain themselves. So whether the list is true or false makes no difference. They are all people to be purged anyway. Minister Tang, is that what you mean? Oh, not bad. She could actually reach this step. Why does it feel as though she had heard something, and only then understood? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Your Majesty is most wise. Your Majesty, this humble minister has a plan that can shut the ministers up completely, leaving them with no choice but to swallow their breath and choke on it. The Empress's eyes lit up. Now she could discuss them too. Oh, Minister Tang, do go on. Your Majesty need only reply in the memorials. The Imperial Treasury has no money. We can only hope that all my beloved ministers will follow Censor Tang's example and fund the army's food, clothing, and expenses themselves. If the words have already reached this point, how could they still have the face to ask again? I can handle it myself. With all their money, they certainly can too. As long as the tyrant insists there is no money, they will naturally compromise rather than let the soldiers go hungry and cause trouble. Sound reasoning. Reply in just that way. It will make them bleed a little too. The Empress was in an excellent mood at the thought of angering them in return. Rumble, rumble. She covered her stomach in embarrassment, desperately pretending the sound had not come from her. What was that sound? It couldn't be. The tyrant's stomach, could it? Ha ha ha, hold it in. Don't laugh. The Empress was mortified. It's only human nature. What is there to laugh about? Ziwa, chuckled Your Majesty, this maid will have lunch served. You have been reviewing memorials all morning. Please take a rest. She suddenly became this diligent. Reviewed memorials all morning. Could the tyrant be possessed by some? Minister Tang, you must not have eaten lunch yet either. Why not stay and dine with me? Your humble servant had better take his leave. It is hardly proper for a subject to sit at the same table as his sovereign. Not for me. I'm going home to eat meat. The Empress smiled brilliantly and cut in Minister Tang jests. Haven't we dined together at your residence before? Ziwa, add another set of chopsticks. Besides, why must you and I be so clearly separated? Of course we must. Why shouldn't we be? Stupid woman, don't look at me with such a lecherous gaze. I sell my talents, not my body. Lecherous. You call me lecherous? Huh. What filthy thoughts run through your head all day? This meal I am going to eat here no matter what. The Empress, heeding his advice, kept joy and anger from showing on her face. Even though her heart was surging like waves, her face maintained a serene, affable smile. Tang Chen stared at the dishes before him and could have wept, but no tears came. Green vegetables, more green vegetables, and a soup of greens and white tofu. The only meat dish was a hodgepodge of chicken necks and chicken feet. This is no food for people. Even pig slop is richer than this. Is it still too late to run away now? For an emperor, this is too shabby. Your Majesty eats this every day? Right. The Imperial Treasury has no money and the ministers are squandering the state, so I can only be more frugal. Even if there's no chicken, there should at least be duck or fish, right? If there really is none, catching a few fish from the river would do. If Your Majesty doesn't mind, why not come to my humble residence for a simple meal? Since you have turned over a new leaf, rewarding you with a meal is not impossible. The Empress blinked, then asked, as she was actually hiding a small secret. After the troop reductions earlier, and skimming a portion from the other armies, she had kept some supplies for herself, so her daily food and clothing were much better than before. It was deliberate, though. If she did not put on that act, she was afraid Tang Chen's sharp head would see through her. Yes. Then let's go. Why does it feel like the tyrant was waiting for me to say that? Was I tricked again? When they reached the carriage, the Empress reached her hand back toward Tang Chen's spot on the right, signaling him to help her up. She has the wrong person. Ziwa is over there. When he still did not react, the Empress turned to look at him. Since when did this become my job? Then what is Ziwa for? Tang Chen was helpless. Since the Empress was so insistent, he could only knit his brows and reluctantly hold out his hand for her to lean on. Censor Tang, come up too. Sharing one carriage is enough. We should be frugal. What sort of frugality is this? What will it save a horse? Then you might as well have all the ministers share one horse with you. Why does it feel like the tyrant is doing this on purpose? Could she be trying to get some more time alone with me? I admit I do have some good looks, but the tyrant's status is special. I really cannot afford such an honor. I don't want to be Olivian's son-in-law. It would be too humiliating. The Empress was speechless at his reasoning. Hurry up. I'm hungry. What is Censor Tang thinking about? Tang Chen had already sent a servant ahead to tell Tang Lu that the Empress was coming to dine, and to prepare well, so as soon as they stepped down from the carriage they went straight to the dining table. And Minister Tang, where are you going? He was dazed. To eat. Doesn't Minister Tang enjoy eating outside? Then have the dishes served out here. In such freezing weather, who would want to eat outside? And before long the food would be cold. Wasn't it you yourself who said you like eating outside? Fickle these men. Eating outside depends on the time. In this weather, forget it. Stop with the nonsense. This time it was the Empress who could have wept. Such a lavish meal. Was this real? It had been ages since she had eaten a table spread this rich. With tears in her eyes, the Empress said, Minister Tang, may I come here to eat every day? I don't eat much and Ziyue has a small appetite. It would only be 2 extra sets of bowls and chopsticks. Tang Chen was dumbfounded. Isn't this what they mean by lifting a rock to drop it on one's own feet? If you come every day, I'll have people prepare this for you every day. Are you trying to eat me into poverty? The Empress hastily explained it doesn't have to be this lavish every day. It's enough as long as the meat is more than just the little bits on duck necks and chicken feet. That still won't do. If you come every day, what will people think? Wouldn't it be direct confirmation that we are having an affair? No. I'd rather eat by myself. It's more comfortable and free. The Empress looked at him with pleading, tearful eyes, hoping he would agree. This was a golden opportunity to improve her meals, as she couldn't let it slip away so easily. Minister Tang. She was acting coquettish. Who couldn't do that? Tang Chen's skin crawled with goosebumps. Not every day, every other day is fine. And not every meal, just lunch is enough. The Empress blinked her large limpid eyes, looking at him with an air of innocence. All right. Tang Lu had expected him to refuse, so now she stared at him wide-eyed. You agreed readily enough, but it's me who has to work hard. Then I thank Minister Tang in advance. Your Majesty is too kind. Suddenly the Empress spotted a dish she had never seen before. She picked some up with her chopsticks and tentatively tasted it, and almost cursed it out loud. Minister Tang, this. What is this dish? It's wonderfully crispy. Fried small fish. Has your Majesty never tasted them? No way, really. A ruler of a whole nation can't have ever eaten this. How can that be? Has this foolish Empress been mistreated? Could it be this cooking method doesn't exist yet? That doesn't make sense. No, I haven't. Minister Tang, did you invent this recipe yourself? I suppose so. It's a delicacy from my hometown. It seems Minister Tang is destined to have a special bond with fish. You know how to fish, and you also know all sorts of ways to cook them. The Empress devoured the fried fish like a starving refugee who hadn't eaten for days. After she had eaten and drunk her fill, she enthusiastically invited Tang Chen to go fishing as an after-dinner activity. Minister Tang, could you teach me how to fish? Tang Chen sat on a small stool and said with great maturity, fishing, like everything else, depends on the right time, the right place, and the right people. First, you need to find a body of flowing water. The fish there will be fatter and tastier. The stagnant water in your Majesty's palace is out of the question. There are only small fry there. Wait until they grow up. Then prepare the bait. Earthworms are best. There's also a technique to how you put the bait on the hook. And when casting the bait, you have to pay attention to 4 words: light, precise, dynamic, and evasive. And this speech left the Empress confused. Forget it, Minister Tang. You fish and you'll just watch. Indeed, that's too troublesome for this foolish Empress. She should first learn how to be a competent ruler before anything. Don't speak. Just let me have a moment of peace. A moment later, the Empress saw Tang Chen lift his fishing rod upward. Hooked on the line was a plump fish, its tail thrashing as it traced an arc through the air. Minister Tang, how do you plan to bring down the king of Bohai? That needn't trouble your Majesty. The Empress gave him a fake smile, her gaze burning like a torch. This guy still hasn't learned his lesson. Sensing the Empress' gaze, Tang Chen immediately scrambled to make amends. Your Majesty, your humble servant intends to use the tactic of luring the enemy into the trap. What's your plan? Does your Majesty remember the Weiwu Camp Experience Week? That was actually just a front. I simply needed more capable people so I could assign them tasks. I only hinted at court that I was going to attack the Xiongnu, but I never said when. When the time comes, they'll travel far under the pretext of taking the troops on maneuvers. Lu Cheng will inevitably take this as a cover, thinking that I have actually marched away with the troops. That will be their best chance to capture Chang'an. Once they enter the city, you'll turn back and strike. Together with the people left inside the city, we'll catch them in a pincer attack. Meanwhile, he'll send another group straight to their lair. Perfect. But what if he doesn't attack Chang'an at that opportunity? He will. He hasn't used the cotton armor yet, so he's bound to gamble on it. He must think he's covering both bases. On one hand, he bets that I have already set out with the army, and even if I came back it would take some days, so he can fully use this time gap to take Chang'an. On the other hand, even if I rush back, he still has the cotton armor and his moles inside the city, so he certainly believes he won't necessarily lose. But no matter how carefully he calculates, he definitely won't be able to predict that the cotton armor he made has extremely poor resistance, and the troops controlled by his moles and Chanan. The usable ones have all been transferred away by me, leaving only ragtag soldiers. This time he won't get away so easily. Tang Chen had not come out empty-handed from the last assassination attempt, at least Lu Cheng now trusted by Euro even more. That was the trump card for victory. The Empress nodded in relief. Victory seemed within reach. They had caught most of the fish. Tang Chen packed up his fishing gear, and the Empress also stood up. Perhaps because she had been sitting still for too long, the moment she rose the world spun around her, and she nearly toppled into the water. With quick eyes and nimble hands, Tang Chen grabbed her hand and pulled her hard, drawing her into his arms. She froze right there. When she came to, she realized her hands were pressed against his chest. Feeling more carefully, there seemed to be chest muscles after all. She immediately stepped back, forgetting that the lake was right behind her. Tang Chen had no choice but to repeat the same motion. Stupid woman, how can she be this stupid? She knew the lake was behind her and still backed up. How has this person managed to survive safely to this day? I haven't even accused you of groping me, and yet you're the one backing away. I have every reason to suspect this foolish Empress did it on purpose. Is my embrace too warm, or did my chest muscles feel too nice? The Empress was speechless. How can there be such a narcissistic man? I am the exalted ruler of the realm. What man couldn't I have? Why would I need to grope him? Cough, cough. Ziyue watched the two of them awkwardly from the side, never feeling more superfluous in her life. Tang Chen quickly let go, muttering clumsy, falling in the same place twice. The Empress curled her lips in dissatisfaction. The facts were plain to see, so she had nothing to say. Ziyue, take this bucket of fish back and release them into the lake. When there's no meat to eat, at least we'll have fish. Yes. I'm going back now. I still haven't finished reviewing the memorials. Finally, she's leaving. The Empress changed her mind and smiled. How about I work at Minister Tang's residence today? That way if I have any questions I can ask you. What? Is she serious? Is there no limit to how much she can exploit a person? Working my tail off every day worrying about this and that, and now I have to help you review memorials too. In a while your humble servant needs to go check on the Weiwu camp. Your Majesty should return to the palace first. I see. Then I'll go with you. Aren't there still memorials to finish? Why is she sticking to me like a shadow wherever I go? Don't tell me the Empress is actually falling for me. That place is full of rough men. Your Majesty had better not go. It's fine. It's not like I've never been there. Tang Chen helplessly pressed his forehead. Is this foolish Empress crazy today? What if her going there causes another uproar? Perfect. They'll go inspect the results of Minister Tang's training. Last time the uproar happened because there were civilians around and everyone followed the crowd. This time it's different. Only the soldiers trained by Minister Tang will be there. Is this another surprise inspection? Then shouldn't we send someone to inform them? The crowding from last time won't happen. The tyrant holds no prestige in the soldiers' hearts. What I fear is that they'll find it too hot. The training ground is full of men with no scruples, and they'll simply strip to the waist and train. Besides, the tyrant is a woman after all. Oh, it's hardly appropriate. What's so special about bare-chested men? It's not as if I've never seen one. As a woman's sister stays in the military camp every day, I can do the same. The Empress snorted coldly, thinking to herself, Lord Tang, do you think there's a distinction between men and women, afraid that I might see something I shouldn't? Indeed. That makes no difference. They are all my subjects. In my eyes, they are all the same. Besides, sister is there every day too, no need for such scruples. Can you compare with the great general? Though Lu Yu is a woman, when she lets loose I doubt any man can match her. She herself has never regarded herself as a woman. Enough nonsense. Just go. Lord Tang, I've already said it's fine. Let's go. If we delay any longer it will be dark soon. Dark? It's only just after lunch. If that's the case, then let's go. I can't help feeling the tyrant has ulterior motives. It takes a full 2 hours by carriage to reach Weiwu camp, and the road is rough. Why put herself through the trouble? Wouldn't it be better to go back and have a good rest? Could the tyrant be thinking of visiting the camp to find fault with me and seize back military power? No, that can't be it. Her brain isn't that sharp, she can't wrap her head around that. Even if she really wanted to regain military power, she wouldn't have the ability. The Empress endured her anger in silence, repeating in her heart, do not show joy or anger on your face. She wanted nothing more than to make him shut up. The road was long, and she could have taken a nap, but she kept hearing his inner voice in her ears, its chatter, keeping her awake. The Empress broke into a stunningly beautiful smile, and said in a tone thick with menace, Lord Tang, there's no need to think so much. Let us both close our eyes and sleep for a while, shall we? Very well. The tyrant must have taken the wrong medicine today, no doubt. Under her gaze, Tang Chen obediently closed his eyes, but the carriage jolted too much for him to fall asleep. He silently counted to 60 in his mind, then cautiously opened his eyes, only to see that the Empress seemed to have fallen asleep. He reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. No reaction. No way she can fall asleep just like that. Is this the legendary 3-second sleep? Oh great master, I wish I had that too. I used to be able to do it, but ever since the tyrant dragged me into this work I've been so worried that I lose sleep every night. He quietly watched the Empress' sleeping face. His tightly pressed lips gradually curved into a faint upward arc, and his eyes were deep, like a clear lake one could see straight through. You know the silly woman looks quite nice when she's asleep. The carriage jolted and the Empress slept uneasily. She opened her bleary eyes and muttered, "You move closer. This wooden board is too hard. It's uncomfortable to look at." Tang Chen looked left and right, then slowly pointed a finger at himself. "Me." She frowned. "If not you, then a ghost." This Empress seems to have a serious case of waking up grumpiness. Better not to provoke her. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. Tang Chen slowly shuffled his rear end closer to the Empress. Unexpectedly, she simply leaned her head over, found a position she deemed comfortable, muttered something unintelligible, and went back to sleep. This. Mom, I'm not pure anymore. I'm no longer an untouched lad. In the future when I marry, how am I supposed to explain this to my little wife? No matter how unwilling he was, he didn't have the guts to simply move away and refuse her the support. Once his heart calmed down, he suddenly caught a faint fragrance. He sniffed and wisps of delicate scent drifted into his nose. Very light, very subtle, yet intoxicatingly sweet. Lulled by the fragrance, he fell asleep before he knew it. So when Ziwa lifted the carriage curtain, she saw the two of them asleep against each other, Tang Chen's hand lazily lying on the Empress' shoulder. For a moment she didn't know whether to wake them. If I call them, wouldn't that make me seem insensitive? After hesitating for a while, Ziwa put down the curtain and sat on the carriage edge to wait, her cheeks slightly flushed. When the Empress woke up, she felt something leaning against her head and immediately opened her eyes wide. Why is he leaning on my head? Why am I leaning on his shoulder? Thinking back carefully, it seemed that she had asked him to come over. "Hey, wake up. We're here," Tang Chen said with a nasal tone. "My hand. Is it resting on the tyrant's body? Damn it. She's not going to turn around and accuse me of molesting her, is she? This has nothing to do with me. The tyrant herself asked me to come over." The two immediately sat up straight and resumed a proper distance. "Ahem, we're here. Let's get off." "Very well." Ziwa, holding back a smile, helped the Empress get off the carriage. "Why didn't you wake us when we arrived?" she said with a pitiful face. "This servant saw that your Majesty and Lord Tang were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't dare to disturb you." Tang Chen led the two of them all the way to the training ground. Sure enough, as he had expected, the crowd merely glanced at the woman behind him, mistook her for his wife who had come to the camp for fun, and then returned to their own training. "Lord Tang, I didn't expect that even with twice the number of men you could keep them well trained and orderly. It seems you are indeed a man of many talents. Your Majesty flatters me." Oh, the tyrant's lips are smeared with honey. She's become so sweet-tongued. "If you can talk nice, talk more. Lord Tang, can this training ground really accommodate 20,000 soldiers for drill?" Tang Chen looked at the Empress as if she were an idiot. "Of course not, so I have implemented staggered training." "Staggered training? What does that mean?" "Forgive me, but I have truly never heard of this term." Seeing the Empress' blank expression, he knew she must not understand. "It's essentially staggering the groups. In the morning some go to do farm work, while others train. In the afternoon they swap." "Farm work? What farm work is there in winter?" The Empress became even more confused. "Your humble servant is currently conducting an experiment. If it succeeds, I will naturally tell your Majesty. Once it is promoted, it can increase grain yields and income. If it doesn't work, I won't make a spectacle of myself. Heavens, I'm getting more and more patient these days. Not easy. It's a pity there is no plastic film here, so I can't build a greenhouse. If there were growing grain in winter, would no longer be impossible. Increase production and income. This is great. But what is the film he mentioned? So is his so-called experiment about finding something to replace the film? It must be so. I am truly brilliant. Then I'll be waiting for Lord Tang's good news. Don't get your hopes up too high. Oh, it's still uncertain whether ITLL work." The Empress made a full circuit and observed that indeed no one was idle. Every training ground had its own batch of soldiers drilling. She must be utterly stunned, as she had certainly never seen this kind of block training before. Of course that was mainly because resources were insufficient. The ideal would have been to train everyone all at once. The Empress' eyes darted, and she put on a mature air. "Lord Tang, are you having your troops train in separate blocks?" Good heavens! How does she know about this? Could some ancient sage have already possessed such wisdom? That shouldn't be. This was my own original creation. "Oh, your Majesty knows of this method. I've heard a little about it. Then your Majesty surely knows how it operates. Could you elaborate? I'd be glad to hear if there are any differences, so I might learn from your Majesty." Now she was the one dumbfounded. He had never explained how it was designed, so how could she know? So she could only bluff. Probably each team practices one training task. As for the specifics, I don't know them either. I've merely heard of it before. Tang Chen looked at her with suspicion. "I suspect the benighted Empress is speaking nonsense, but I have no proof." "More or less, yes. I simply divide the troops into several groups according to the number of training tasks. After a period of time they rotate as a whole and continue with a different task. The training ground happens to be laid out with the central camp as the hub and different training tasks arranged around it. When it's time to switch, the soldiers rotate around the hub. The Empress marveled at him once again in her heart. She truly had made a bargain by pressing Tang Chen into service. He understood everything. If only she could keep him by her side, then she wouldn't have to worry about the stability of her realm. Right. What if he ran away? What would she do then? What would the great Han do? As the two were talking, the sound of a few soldiers whispering suddenly drifted to their ears. See that? That's the Empress. Who knew the Empress was so benighted, but she's actually quite good looking. Exactly. Look at that fair, delicate face, clearly raised in the deep palace, pampered and sheltered. Lucky for her, she was born into a noble family. Had she been born among common folk, who knows which brothel she'd have been sold to? Those reckless fools, how dare they gossip about her here? The Empress was about to flare up, but she was a step too slow. Tang Chen stepped into the squad and barked, "Is rest time meant for you to run your mouths? If you're not tired enough, run a full lap around Weiwu Commandery with weights." The men swiftly dropped to their knees and cried, "Mercy, my lord! Mercy, my lord!" Weiwu Commandery had recently been expanded, and its area had grown considerably. A full weighted lap would likely leave them completely incapacitated, so they hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Since you know perfectly well who this person beside me is, and you still dare to speak so disrespectfully of Her Majesty in public, if I let you off today, how can I ever maintain discipline in this army?" To be honest, not to mention those soldiers, even the Empress was seeing him this furious for the first time. In the eyes of these soldiers, Tang Chen had always been the epitome of approachability, but now that he was in such a rage, there was no way he would let them off easily. "It is not to me you should plead for mercy." They turned to the Empress wailing, "Mercy, Your Majesty. Mercy, Your Majesty. We won't dare do it again." The Empress had never seen such a scene before. Seeing how sincerely they begged, she could not bear to punish them, but she was no living bodhisattva. In a cold tone she said, "Lord Tang, have their distance. I heard every word they said just now. It was not only an insult to me, but also an insult to the imperial house." The Empress' eyes were filled with ruthlessness. "If Lord Tang hadn't already ordered you to run with weights, your heads might well have fallen to the ground by now." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Lord Tang." The benighted Empress surely doesn't have the guts to behead anyone outright. Or could she be trying to help me maintain my image? Or is she merely trying to build her own authority in the camp? The Empress curled her lips in displeasure. Why did his wits suddenly fail him at a time like this? "I don't need to build authority in the camp. You are the direct leader here. You need to establish authority, make yourself seem formidable, and at the same time appear measured in your rewards and punishments. Otherwise, excessive harshness might foster resentment toward your immediate commander. That would be a loss outweighing the gain. It's different for me, let them hate me if they will." Unfortunately, Tang Chen couldn't hear the Empress' inner thoughts. If he could, he would have given her high praise in his. Tang Chen turned to the squad leader and said, "Captain Chen, discipline your men. If there are any more loose-tongued soldiers like this, kick them straight out of the army. Your subordinate failed to manage his men properly. I beg Your Majesty's pardon. As long as you've learned your lesson." The Empress said softly, "This is the first time I've seen you in such a fury. May I take it, Lord Tang, that you are not speaking up because of my status, but simply as a man defending a woman?" Tang Chen was taken aback, having not noticed that himself. "Your Majesty may take it however you see fit. A benighted ruler is still a ruler. Not to mention a ruler. Even casually gossiping about and insulting an ordinary person is unacceptable. Such behavior will never be tolerated in my army. And besides, anyone would be just as angry in this situation. With the Empress right beside me, how could I have handled it otherwise? How boring. Ahem, would Your Majesty like to try this? Archery is rather entertaining." The Empress blinked her eyes. "I don't know how. Will Lord Tang be in charge of teaching me?" The benighted Empress is acting strange today, so full of dominating charm. I'm completely thrown off. "If Your Majesty wishes to learn, I can certainly teach you." Tang Chen picked out a lighter bow. "Since this is Your Majesty's first time, try a lighter bow. It doesn't require much effort." She weighed it in her hands. It was indeed quite light. But then why couldn't she draw it? Clumsy. How can she fail at everything? Drawing the bow toward the ground. What kind of move is that? Is it really that strenuous? Tang Chen watched her clumsy attempt and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He picked up a bow, placed his slender fingers on the arrow, and drew the string. The bow was drawn to a full crescent, and the arrow struck the center of the target precisely. After that display, the Empress stared at him with stars in her eyes. "Your Majesty, you shouldn't hold the bow so low. Extend your left arm straight, pull the string with your right hand. Once drawn, the string should lie just outside your face, passing right through the center of your nose as you aim at the target." He simply couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he stepped in to teach her directly. "It's not that I want to have physical contact with the benighted Empress. There's no other way to teach archery." Who told the benighted Empress not to understand plain words? The Empress felt a twinge of irritation. How could this man get cocky at the slightest encouragement? She saw his elegantly defined fingers close over her hand, then in one seamless motion, he drew the bow, aimed, and loosed the arrow. The Empress stared at the arrow lodged in the bullseye, utterly dumbfounded. When she came to her senses, she realized she was leaning against him in a very intimate posture. "My dear Minister Tang, it's time to let go." "Oh." He immediately pushed her away as if she were a scalding hot potato. The female emperor barely suppressed the urge to curse. What a hopelessly dense man. "Where's my sister? Why haven't I seen her? Her? How would I know where she's gone to mess about? Wherever there's a commotion, she'll be right in the middle of it. With all that restless energy, she hardly seems like a general. If she's not at the military camp, then she must have gone out to work the fields alongside them. No one in history deserves the title of most down-to-earth general more than she does." Chun Lu hurried back and whispered a few words into Lu Cheng's ear. They went to the military camp together. What is she going there to do? This lowly official cannot say for certain. The scouts only reported seeing the female emperor enter. What she did inside no one knows. Useless trash. Chun Lu wanted to argue, but dared not talk back. Tang Chen's counter-surveillance abilities were indeed formidable. Not a single shred of information from the camp had leaked out. Even the tall building Lu Cheng had stood on last time had been sealed off by them on one pretext or another. Now there was no way to observe what was happening inside, even from a high vantage point. Lu Cheng pulled the beauty on his left close and teased, "Come feed me a sip of wine." "How sweet. Now go dance for me again." Lu Cheng watched the lovely dancer in a daze, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth only grew broader. Guess what the female emperor went there to do? Chen Lu plucked up his courage and answered, "Perhaps she just went to take a look. This lowly official is rather dull-witted." "Idiot. Do you think the female emperor is the sort to wander around a place like that for no reason?" Chen Lu shook his head. "No, she wasn't. This prince suspects they are about to make a move. Go to buy euro more often over the next few days. Tell her to keep a close watch and report any news at once." Meanwhile, Lu Cheng's cotton armor was nearly complete. He could now outfit both men and horses in armor, just like Tang Chen's army, so at this moment, he felt quite arrogant. After that day, the female emperor took to dropping by the Tang residence to mooch meals on a regular basis. Every mealtime, she would arrive holding a memorial, and using the pretext of seeking advice, deliberately remain for dinner. "Oh my dear Minister Tang, I hadn't realized it was mealtime again. They'll just have my meal here before returning to the palace." "Your Majesty, this humble minister's household is nearly out of rice." The female emperor asked in surprise, "Isn't Minister Tang quite wealthy? How could you possibly have no rice to cook? How could that not be possible? You come here freeloading every day. Even if you don't eat much, that's still 2 extra mouths to feed. My household really has run out of rice. If your Majesty does not believe me, then come see the rice jar for yourself." A single look showed it was indeed empty, completely empty. "Money. Just buy some. Easy for you to say. If it's that easy, you give me the money. You're a broke pauper. You probably don't have a cent to your name. This tyrant must be a demon sent from heaven to torment me. Coming over every day to freeload until my whole family has been eaten into poverty. Nonsense." "What?" The female emperor thought to herself. "Oh no, I blurted out my true thoughts. Nothing. What about those chests of gold you swindled from Lu Cheng before?" The female emperor's expression clearly said, "Go on, admit you embezzled it. Since the paltry sum you allocated is useless, I still have to dig into my own pocket. The battle is about to start, and the army spends money like water. How would I have any spare cash left?" The female emperor thought about it, and had to concede the point. Wincing, she handed over the silver ingot hidden in her sleeve, as if parting with a treasure. "Go tell Tang Lu to buy some rice. No need to prepare chicken, or duck especially for me. Anything edible is fine. When the rice runs out again, just tell me. I can still afford this much rice." So the tyrant had hidden private savings all along, and she still sits here crying poverty in front of me. Hand it over. Short-term gold drained the tyrant's little treasury dry. "Your Majesty, is there more? Give us a bit more for Tang Lu to buy meat." "No meat." Tang Chen nodded with extraordinary firmness. "We must have meat. Without meat, how can it be considered a proper meal? Imperial censor Tang, the country is going through hard times. Money must be used where it matters. These unnecessary expenses should be cut. You iron rooster, you wouldn't pluck out a single feather." The female emperor went on to instruct, "Tang Lu buy meat once every 20 days, and only one portion. On ordinary days, if your brother truly craves meat, just catch him a few fish." "Understood. Understood, my foot. Are you my brother, or the tyrant's brother? Whose orders do you take? Eating meat once every 20 days. If that isn't murder, what is? Special times call for Minister Tang to bear with it." "Hiss. Last I checked, you're only a guest in my house. Since when do you give orders to my little brother? If anyone ever marries the female emperor, it must be punishment for sins accumulated over several lifetimes." The female emperor smiled most falsely. "Tang Chen, do you have any objections?" She was afraid that if she didn't interrupt him, she would soon lose all control of her primordial power. No, Whatever your majesty says goes. Are the plans ready? In a few days it will be your duel with Lu Cheng. Don't meddle in matters that aren't your concern. If I can't handle it, no one can. This time I'll wipe them all out in one net. And then, I'll finally be able to eat meat to my heart's content. It will be foolproof. Your majesty only needs to take command in Chang'an. This humble minister will arrange all the rest. Of course, if possible, your majesty could act out a little scene with them to confirm their crimes. Oh, when the time comes, your majesty only needs to. After the cook had finished preparing the meal, Tang Lu, as usual, personally delivered the food to Bai Yuro. She thanked him with cool detachment. In the future, just have a servant bring it. There's no need for you to come personally. Also take this meat back. I've heard all about it. There's no surplus grain left in the residence now. Minister Tang's money has all gone to the army. Leave this for Her Majesty and the minister. I was born with a lowly life, so it hardly matters whether I eat meat or not. Tang Lu insisted on leaving the bowl of meat and vegetables behind. He had been busy with military affairs, and in the few days he had not seen her, she had somehow grown even thinner. You don't need to concern yourself about that. My brother can't possibly be out of money. He's just putting on an act in front of the female emperor to squeeze some cash out of her. You know what he's like. He's terrified of coming out worse off. Bai Yuro seemed unwilling to get tangled up in any more words with him. She let him leave the dish behind and continued eating by herself. About what happened that day, no need to explain. Treat that matter as though it never happened. Once all of this is finished, I will leave, so there won't be any need to bother you. The cold aloofness in her voice made his heart clench. Why not just stay here? The world outside is chaotic, and it won't be easy to make a living if you go. Bai Yuro set down her chopsticks and looked seriously into his eyes as if trying to see straight through him. Tang Lu, let me teach you a lesson today. If you don't like someone, don't keep giving her hope again and again. Keep your distance, understand? It's better for everyone that way. I'm about to eat now? When I'm eating, I don't like others talking. Go to the— Tang Lu, having been rebuffed, could only slink away in chagrin. The female emperor looked up and caught sight of Tang Lu entering from outside. Where have you been? Come sit down and eat. He must have gotten shot down by some girl, wearing a face like someone owes him $250. Just eat your food. Nobody's going to mistake you for a mute if you keep quiet. Tang Lu gazed at the female emperor with tears of gratitude, almost dropping to his knees to kowtow in thanks. In all his years, she was the first person who could do what he had always longed to do. Rose Tang Chen. Why is this scene so bizarre? When did the two of them secretly become allies? As time went on, the female emperor spent more and more time with Tang Lu, and she found that the more she got to know this boy, the more endearing he became. Unlike his elder brother, who said one thing to his face and did another behind his back. He's my little brother. Why can't I have my say? Tang Chen glared hatefully at the two of them, who were devouring their meal without sparing him a single care. A few days later, the first light of dawn crept across the horizon, painting a faint pale ribbon of white in the east. It was already early winter. The trees had long shed their leaves, leaving only bare skeletal branches as waves of bitter wind howled through, making people shiver uncontrollably. Bai Yuro, a travel bundle slung over her shoulder, arrived at Tang Ru's doorstep. She hesitated for a long while, and in the end the hand raised to knock slowly fell back down. Let's part ways here. The door creaked and she whipped her head around, but it turned out the sound hadn't come from this door. Leaving just like that without saying goodbye to him. Lord Tang, why are you up so early today? Tang Chen crossed his arms and said with a smile, because I knew you were planning to leave today. Her mission was already complete, and the person she had been waiting for had still given no response. With no reason left to stay, there was nothing to do but leave quickly and preserve what little dignity she had left. Lord Tang, no matter what, I still have to thank you. I once mistakenly thought you were the beginning of another nightmare, but it turned out. Lord Tang, after today, I don't know when we'll meet again. Wherever I may go, will pray for you both. I don't ask for wealth or fame, just that you stay safe. Bai Yuro gazed at the morning glow faintly peeking over the horizon and slowly shook her head. I don't know. I was trapped for so long before. I thought I'd wander around, take in the great rivers and mountains, and broaden my horizons. No matter how beautiful the scenery, there comes a day when you'll have seen it all and grown tired of it. When that day comes, come back here. If you truly want to repay me, prayers alone won't cut it. Bai Yuro smiled faintly. All right. Tang Chen watched her receding figure and let out an enormous yawn. Bro, I sacrificed my precious beauty sleep for your happiness. You'll have to make it up to me someday. Time for a makeup nap. Head sacrificed an hour, so head need triple that to make up for it. Little did he expect that before head even slept 3 times as long, Tang Lu came barging through the door to wake him up. Brother, wake up quick. Miss Bai isn't in her room. I searched the whole estate, and she's nowhere to be found. Could the young prince's men have taken her? We have to get help and rescue her now. Tang Chen let out a long sigh, barely restraining the urge to beat his brother to a pulp. Rescue my ass. The woman walked out on her own 2 legs. Nobody kidnapped her. She left. When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Tang Chen blinked his big innocent eyes and said, Early this morning. I watched her go. Since you were still asleep, I saw her off for you. Don't bother chasing. She's been gone a long time, and you don't know where she went anyway. He then added, don't ask me. I don't know either. With no one to turn to for help, his head drooped low, and he wandered aimlessly without any direction. You little fool. When she was here, you didn't cherish her. Now what's with the melodramatic act? Serves you right. Why couldn't you just stay together properly? No, you had to chase after your wife through a blaze of regret, and put yourself through the ringer. As Tang Lu wandered, he found himself in front of the room Bai Yuro used to stay in. Everything was neat and tidy, spotless, without a single trace left behind, as if no one had ever lived there. That woman is so heartless. She left without even saying goodbye. If you'd told me, I would have begged you to stay no matter what. Tang Lu hung his head in remorse. Back then it wasn't that he didn't want to agree. He just couldn't quite read his own heart. If had agreed before he understood his feelings, wouldn't that have been stringing the girl along? Now that he finally knew his heart, she was gone. Tang Lu moped around for a few days until his brother dragged him out by force. We're about to do something big, so why are you still so down in the dumps? If you dare ruin my plans, watch your sorry hide. The training grounds. Today we're not using these little training gadgets on the field. Let's play with something big. Every squad leader, make sure to pass this on to your men. Get ready for a multi-day long-distance training exercise. We'll train while we travel. Destination, unknown. Duration, depending on circumstances. Quilted armor must be brought in case we're ambushed by troops from other regions. Also leave some people behind to continue the farm work and guard the city. Tell the ones not going this time not to be disheartened. Work hard, and we'll bring them along next time. After all, too many people on a long trip would make it hard to maneuver. Tang Chen raised his voice to emphasize, remember, this operation must not be leaked to anyone. Otherwise you'll face military discipline. Understood, sir. Go brief your men and get ready. We set out this afternoon. Lu Yu watched from the side with an inscrutable smile. When are you going to let me take some of these men of yours to the frontier? Rest assured, Grand General. When the time is right, I won't be stingy. Han Xian, you'll accompany me on this trip. Zhao Shiyu and the Grand General will remain with the army and wait for my word before making a move. Han Xian raised a thick brow, puzzled. Sir, are you truly not going to reveal a single piece of information to the soldiers? Not needed. There are too many eyes and ears in the army. The more people who know, the more likely unnecessary trouble will spring up. They only need to obey and carry out orders. Suddenly a sharp female voice rang out, His Majesty arrives. Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. Why so sudden? What is this tyrant doing here again, and making such a grand display of it? As if afraid no one would know you've come. Beloved ministers, rise. I have come today to see Lord Tang off. I wish you a safe and smooth journey. It's not that he hopes he'll be safe. He's hoping the Prince of Bohai gets dealt with smoothly. Still, it works in my favor. The more grandly the female emperor plays this up, the more Lu Cheng will believe this operation is of tremendous importance. And the more likely he'll take the bait. Though even without this, he'd still take it anyway. When dealing with someone who's not exactly stupid, but not exactly smart either, well, you have to use reverse psychology. Give him a little confidence, let him delude himself into thinking he's got everything under control. That's it. The female emperor sat down with regal poise and said, I thought that if I came in person it would show just how much importance I place on this operation, and Lu Cheng's suspicions would be greatly reduced. Since when did this tyrant grow a brain? Did she really think of that herself? Or is she just here out of sheer boredom? Your Majesty, I shall return to the palace over the coming days to personally ensure your safety. Even if they come, there is no need to fear. The Empress revealed a sweet smile. With my sister here, I feel entirely at ease. Actually, she had another purpose for coming here. The two brothers were not home today, so she could only come to the military camp to freeload a meal. A freeloader's soul. After a hearty meal, she began to entertain other little schemes. The rations in this military camp were indeed quite good, even better than at Tang Chen's home. I really shouldn't have had any expectations of that incompetent ruler. She says she's seeing you off, but in truth, she's just here to freeload a meal. Nobody's cooking at home today. Oh no, I hope that incompetent ruler isn't getting any ideas about this place again. As the ruler of a nation, if he has any sense of dignity, he should not say he came to eat here. What kind of logic is there in competing with soldiers for their rations? The Empress opened her mouth, then wisely closed it again. Never mind, it was indeed not very appropriate. Once everything was prepared, the group donned armor and weapons, ostentatiously calling it weighted training. The soldiers' small faces were etched with enormous confusion, but they dared not ask. They simply followed orders from above. The Empress escorted them all the way to the Wei Wu Commandery Pass, her parting somewhat reluctant. Lord Tang, I await your safe return in Chang'an. This humble subject will surely not disgrace the mission. It's only a few days, yet it feels like a permanent separation. Just wait, money will be mine soon enough. The Empress' brows drew tight as she gazed in the direction they had departed. Even a 10% chance of failure meant that anything was possible. What if he had miscalculated? Lu Cheng arrived at the armor workshop and saw the piles of cotton-padded armor, nodding with satisfaction. Have the number I requested been completed? Replying to the young master, they will be finished within the next 2 days. He casually picked up a piece, examining it as he spoke. How is the quality? Has it been tested? The quality should be fine. Lu Cheng gave the man a sideways glance. Should? Certainly, not should. The man spoke with forced confidence, and the moment the young master turned away, he secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The supervisor in charge of cotton armor production had grievances he could not voice. When the young master had merely handed him a set of cotton armor instructions, he had also emphasized that the craft was extremely meticulous, and even the slightest error in proportion would result in failure. He lacked the capability, yet had taken on this delicate task. Although all the proportions were correct, every trial ended in failure. He had originally intended to report the truth to the young master, but ever since hearing from Chun Lu that this formula had been obtained at great expense, he had lost his courage. No matter how he explained, the young master would inevitably blame him. Fortunately, the cotton armor appeared flawless from the surface. To protect his own head, he decided to cover his mistakes and planned to flee after completing the entire order. Chun Lu, are you certain he launched a secret expedition this afternoon? Indeed. The scouts also witnessed the Empress visiting the military camp this afternoon, and shortly afterward, they saw a column of troops setting off in grand style. This aligns perfectly with what Miss Bai described. Young master, rest assured. The scouts will follow continuously and will report back as soon as there is news. Lu Cheng stood with his hands behind his back by the window, just in time to see the last green leaf on the tree drift onto the window frame. Should one say he is too confident or too self-assured? Does he truly believe that those 20,000 troops alone can defeat the Xiongnu? To choose the depth of winter for a campaign. Clearly he is too inexperienced, having never commanded troops in battle. It will take at least 1.5 years before he can return. By then the world will have changed entirely, and no matter how capable he is, he will be powerless to restore the situation. Young master is brilliant. Chen Lu noticed his mood was quite good, and began calculating how to bring up the matter of €. Young master, this humble one has an immodest request. Speak. After the mission is accomplished, might the young master bestow €5 upon this humble one. Lu Cheng turned around and looked at him with keen interest. So you have been plotting this all along. Very well, it is, but a woman. After the mission is accomplished, you may have as many as you wish. Thank you, young master. With this promise secured, Chen Lu was thrilled and wanted to go tell €5 the good news. He knocked on the window in his usual manner, but this time no one came to open it for him. He tried pushing the door. Not locked. He had intended to give her a surprise, but upon entering he found the room completely empty. Her belongings were gone as well. He felt a premonition of trouble. He assumed Tang Chen had discovered something and had sold her off to someplace. At that moment, a maid happened to enter the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Chen Lu quietly hid behind the door, and once she had entered, pressed his blade to her neck. Make no sound, and I will not kill you. Just answer my questions. The maid nodded frantically. Where is... In her panic, she recalled what Tang Chen had instructed her to say. Hesitantly, she replied, this servant does not know. All she knows is that a few days ago Lord Tang took her away in great anger. Since then she has not returned, and the young Miss belongings were cleared away by this servant a few days prior. You do not know where she was taken. This servant truly does not know. Desperate to save her life, the maid cleverly pretended to faint and collapse to the ground. Chen Lu kicked her and spat, useless thing. Never mind. When Tang Chen returns, will I not be able to make him reveal her whereabouts? Night gradually deepened. The marching column had found an open area to set up camp. Come, let us light several bonfires and gather around for warmth. The soldiers, looking thoroughly bewildered, lit several bonfires and sat around them. Winter nights are long. How about we sing, dance, and tell stories? Otherwise there is no way to fall asleep. Tang Chen gave the order, but no one dared to move. Everyone, do not be nervous. The main purpose of this trip is to let you all get some fresh air. Staying cooped up in the camp is not conducive to improving physical fitness. Our Wei Wu camp pursues moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education. How about this? Let's start with an example. You see, long ago there was a mountain, and on that mountain there was a temple, and in that temple there was an old monk and a young monk. One day the old monk said to the young monk, "Hey, what are you saying?" You guess. Han Zin's curiosity was piqued. He loathed when people spoke in halves, and storytelling in halves was even more infuriating. Lord, what did the old monk say? Tang Chen said with great seriousness, long ago there was a mountain, and on that mountain there was a temple, and in that temple there was an old monk and a young monk. The soldiers were initially confused, and it took them a while to realize this was a looping tale. However, Han Xian had a low laughing threshold and doubled over with laughter. The other soldiers, not wanting to laugh at first, saw General Han laughing so heartily that they could only join in. Slowly they too were infected by the mood. Lord, this story is far too simple. Whether it was simple or not didn't really matter. What Tang Chen wanted was the atmosphere, and with Han Zin's laugh, Tang Chen remained silent, inwardly regretting that he had simply asked Han Xian to smile. It shouldn't have required such effort, nor should he have had to come up with such a dull story. Does anyone have a song they want to sing, a story they want to tell, or someone they'd like to hear from? Just start a stir and get them up. If someone is called upon but refuses, they'll have to accept a penalty. At once the open grounds were filled with laughter and cheerful voices. Surprisingly, Tang Chen discovered there were many hidden talents in the army. Some could sing, some could imitate ladies performing a dance, and naturally there were those who excelled at telling jokes and amusing stories. The blazing bonfire was reflected in Tang Chen's eyes. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he had laughed so freely without any burdens weighing on his heart. The scene reminded him of the military training days during his school years. When there was no training at night, the instructor would gather them together for singing contests, seeing who could shout the loudest. In this lively scene, the dejected Tang Lu stood out as strikingly out of place. Tang Chen reached out and pulled him close by the shoulder. Little brother, the girl is already gone. Even if you pine away with a broken heart, she'll never know. Listen to your big brother once this matter is settled. If you sincerely repent, he'll help you find her. Tang Lu looked at him with joyous surprise, the light in his eyes even brighter than the bonfire. Really? When has your big brother ever lied to you? Look at you. If you had known this would happen, you should have acted differently back then. I already advised you, but you wouldn't listen. If you win her back this time, and you dare drive her away again, I won't help you anymore. Tang Lu nodded vigorously. As long as he could find her again, anything was acceptable. All right. Look at you acting like a fool. Go on, go have fun. With that promise, Tang Lu immediately perked up and threw himself back into the revelry. Tang Chen quietly slipped over to Han Zin's side and whispered, "Come take a few brothers with you. We're going to catch someone." Han Xian was having a great time and was puzzled by the interruption. Catch someone? Who? No more questions. Just come along. Oh. Han Xian rose most reluctantly, gestured to a few of his brothers, and stealthily followed Tang Chen. After walking some distance, Tang Chen looked around carefully and finally spotted his target. He pointed at the back of a man's head as he stood on a tree branch and said, "See him. Go bring him to me." Han Xian had no idea why, but he still directed his brothers to sneak over and seize the man. He climbed the tree swiftly, but the man heard the noise, immediately jumped down from the branch and bolted away like the wind. To his dismay, there were blockers in front and behind him. And of course Han Xian, who dropped down from above and landed right on him. Han Xian subdued him in one move, pressing him down in an extremely awkward posture that left the man gritting his teeth in pain. Tang Chen strolled over with his hands clasped behind his back. "I wonder if your letter to Lu Cheng clearly explained what we're doing here. Why don't you let me take a look? Who are you? Why are you grabbing me? What Lu Cheng? I don't know what you're talking about." Still refusing to confess, even when caught red-handed. Tang Chen nodded. "Fine then. Now there was something fun to play with. I gave you a chance, and you wouldn't take it. Very well." Han Xian pulled his pants down. Everyone present was baffled by his order. "Pull a man's pants off in public," Tang Chen said with an utterly composed expression. "What are you all standing around for? Pull them down. Unless we make sure he'll never father children again, he probably won't talk." Oh, the man panicked at the threat of never having children. Tang Chen's tone didn't sound like a joke either, and the others genuinely began tugging at his pants. No. He'll talk. He'll tell you everything." He secretly spat in his heart, never expecting Tang Chen to be so sinister and ruthless. "I'm giving you this one last chance. Don't take me for a fool. If you don't tell the truth, this blade might just..." As he spoke, Tang Chen gestured toward the man's crotch with the knife. "Who else is with you besides yourself?" "No one. The young prince said that too many people would risk exposure, so he sent only me." Tang Chen gripped the man's chin and lifted his face, his deep eyes turning ice cold. "Is that so? My lord, please see clearly for yourself. If I've spoken even a single lie, I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit." "Fine. Then you'll stay by our side, so you can send word to the young prince whenever you like. Take him away. Killing him outright would only bring more trouble. If no message made it back, Lu Chen would know with even half a thought what had happened. He would certainly send more men, and then Tang Chen would be annoyed by having to capture spy after spy. From now on, do exactly as I say. Write it down and send it to him. If you follow my instructions, you'll not only receive a handsome reward, but he'll also let you go." A reward? If there was money involved, then things were easy to negotiate. The man calculated in his heart that he could earn double the pay this way. Quite a good deal. So he obediently followed along. Earlier, while watching from the tree, he had noticed that this place was quite lively. But only after being brought back and finding himself in the midst of it did he truly feel that this really didn't seem like an army on the march. Especially on the next day, the army's daily routine became even stranger. Tang Chen spotted a large lake up ahead and turned to say, "General Han, after walking all this way, everyone must be hungry. Today we'll do things ourselves and rely on our own hands for a full meal." What followed was the sight of the soldiers, all sitting on the ground, each holding a makeshift fishing rod, competing to catch fish. "This lake is huge. Sit farther apart from one another. How can you fish if you're sitting so close together?" Let me make this clear right now, whoever fails to catch a fish will have to sort out their own lunch. If you really can't catch any, well, the sun is bright and warm right now, and it's not cold. If you want to jump into the water and catch one with your bare hands, that's fine too. I don't care how you do it, but I want to see fish. While Tang Chen was launching these extravagant leisure activities in the army, the intelligence Lu Cheng received was that Tang Chen was marching with every second counted. Lu Cheng calculated the days, estimating that Tang Chen had probably already covered half the journey. Even if he received word and turned back, it would take several days. Growing restless, Lu Cheng could no longer sit still and wanted to act immediately. That night, he swaggered into the army's camp on the outskirts of the city. "Father, how many troops did you bring this? As you instructed, I left only 1/10 of my forces over there. I don't know the exact situation here, so I hope you won't disappoint me again this time." Lu Cheng said with absolute confidence. "Father, rest assured. This time the Emperor's throne is surely out. Leaving 1/10 of the troops in Baocheng is enough. Even if Prince Ning launches a surprise attack, we'll already have the entire Han Dynasty in our hands by then. Why should we fear a mere minor prince? And if he insists on opposing us, he should think again. We now have both men and armor, and cotton armor at that, extremely formidable in combat." The king of Bohai felt something was off, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "Go check again and see where his troops have marched. What if he turns back for a surprise attack?" "Father, rest easy. I've had men following him all along." Lu Cheng could not help sneering inwardly. For all his age, he had less nerve than I did. No wonder he could only remain a vassal king. "Cheng, be sure to remember, ambition is a good thing, but you must never grow arrogant, self-satisfied, or presumptuous, and you must never take the enemy lightly." "Father, I understand. I have already worked things out with the city guards. When the time comes, they will open the city gate and let our army straight in. At that moment, we will claim that the city defenses are empty, that Xiongnu spies have infiltrated the imperial palace, and that we have come on orders to protect the emperor. Under that pretext, we will force the palace. This battle would be victory or death." The Prince of Bohai was well aware of what was at stake, and he calculated his chances. "Father, stop hesitating. The chance is right before us. If we don't seize it, there will never be such a perfect opportunity again. Do you want to return to that little fief and go on being a vassal king, suppressed at every turn?" The Prince of Bohai fell silent, gazing up at the moon. This day indeed he had awaited for a long time. "I have already come," he said, "and I will not go back empty-handed. But Cheng, you must remember, ambition is a fine thing, but you must never be arrogant and complacent, never think too highly of yourself, and never underestimate the enemy. Whether it is a bottomless abyss or riches and glory, we won't know until we set foot on the road. Once we reach the center of power, why fear that we cannot write history with our own hands? Besides, the people's hearts are with us. How could we be called rebels and traitors?" Once the Prince of Bohai took the throne, Lu Cheng would become the crown prince of the Great Han. No matter what, this throne was ultimately his. When had he become so fixated on that seat? It had probably begun on the day the Empress took the throne, when he looked up at her high above and bowed in fealty. If it had been another imperial prince, Lu Cheng might have accepted it. But a woman making herself emperor, that he could never accept. The Great Han had never seen such a precedent. From the intelligence Zhao Shi sent over, Tang Chen learned that the Prince of Bohai's army had already encamped outside Chang'an and could enter the city to force the court at any moment. "Have you all enjoyed yourselves these past few days?" Clutching their food, the soldiers shouted. "We have." Tang Chen shifted the subject and said solemnly, "An urgent dispatch has arrived from Chang'an. The day before yesterday, the Prince of Bohai led his army to the capital with the intention of rebelling. Do you want to come back from this trip and find your homes ruined? You've played enough. Now it's time for real swords. Soldiers, eat and drink your fill. Show me your real weapons and prove your real worth. Tonight we travel overnight and smash that old bastard's lair. Then we'll join with our troops in the city and rout them completely. How about that?" His provocative words roused the soldiers' spirits, and they answered in unison, "Yes." "General Han, you go on ahead to Baocheng and probe the situation. I want to know exactly how many troops they have left in the city. Give me an approximate number." The scouting had been more startling than expected. The Prince of Bohai had actually left more than 10,000 men in the city. This defies common sense. He took 20,000 soldiers to Chang'an, so how can there still be so many? Just how big is Baocheng's population? "My lord, the Prince of Bohai has been plotting rebellion for a long time. He must have been preparing all along. And these soldiers did not necessarily all come from Baocheng. They may have been recruited from other cities or from Chang'an." Tang Chen frowned. Why would soldiers from Chang'an go over to him? "My lord, ever since the Empress came to the throne, she has neglected state affairs and let power fall into other hands. The people are full of grievances. The Chang'an troops' treatment isn't even as good as what a minor vassal king offers." It was the Empress's mess again. Tang Chen was speechless. "Never mind, it doesn't matter. Though we're a few thousand fewer than they are, we have cotton-padded armor and a trump card." Tang Chen ordered the troops to camp outside the city and wait until late at night before moving. "Han Xian, is there a way for you to scale the wall and seize the high ground?" If they did not hold the high ground, the defenders above could drop boulders or shoot arrows and slaughter them. Although he had made the troops bring cotton-padded armor, if the people in the city refused to fight them heathen and simply defended their positions, the armor would not be of much use. Just now when I was scouting inside the city, I found an entrance with lax guards that could be seized easily. Good. Take some men and attack from there, while lead the rest in a frontal assault. Remember, everyone must wear the cotton-padded armor. Finally, the time had come to test the cotton-padded armor's worth. Wait for my signal before striking. Tang Chen had never imagined that the city would be so easy to breach. In just a few moments, Han Dynasty met him at the city gate. My lord, the soldiers guarding the city are truly weak. Could we have fallen into a trap? We've been making a racket for quite a while, and still no one has come out to meet us. He was dumbfounded too. Before the cotton-padded armor had even proven its worth, there were no enemies left. Maybe because it's the dead of night, they're all still sleeping. Just as he was speechless, a deep male voice rang out, "Quick! The city gate has been breached. They're up ahead. Run faster." Tang Chen smiled faintly. So there are people after all. The two armies faced each other. The commander at their head sat on his horse, his cheeks covered in thick whiskers, his eyes wide with fury. "Who are you that you dare invade my bouching? Today, unless you ride over me, you will not take another half step forward. You may not know me, but you should recognize." Tang Chen drew a rolled imperial edict from his sleeve, and the officer immediately dismounted and knelt. "At least you are loyal enough to kneel when you see the imperial edict. It's just a pity your master won't acknowledge it." He unrolled the edict and read it with majestic force. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees the Prince of Bohai, having led troops in an attempted rebellion, has been subdued. I hereby order Censor Tang to go to his fief bouching to round up the remaining rebels. Those who surrender voluntarily may be exempted from the punishment of having their 9 clans executed. Those who refuse shall be executed on the spot." The soldiers behind the officer, hearing the edict, were seized with panic. They cast down their weapons and surrendered one after another. Only the officer still refused to give up. The prince rebelling. I don't believe it. The prince has always worked wholeheartedly in bouching, doing right by the people and treating his subordinates with kindness. His Majesty must be mistaken. Tang Chen understood in an instant why the Prince of Bohai had not brought this man to Chang'an. This man was too upright. If he had known the prince's plan, he might well have risked his life to stop it. "Oh, you refuse to believe even the emperor's personal edict. If you don't believe it, come back with me to Chang'an and find out for yourself. What do you say?" Tang Chen silently calculated that if he could make this man turn back from his wrong path and see the truth, he might win him over and use him. "I will go back to Chang'an with you, my lord. If it is so, I will accept any punishment you deem fit and hold no grudge." The man clasped his hands and said, "I only ask, my lord, that you look into this carefully. The townspeople and the soldiers behind me have no desire to rebel. Could you show mercy and spare their lives?" Of course, he had specifically requested the Empress to draft it before he came. The words on paper were one thing, but the final say always rested with him. But he must not agree too readily. "Rest assured, General, after a thorough investigation, I will issue my ruling. I will never harm the innocent, but neither will I let a single person deserving of death slip away." "Thank you, my lord." Though he had no chance to test the might of the cotton armor here, he would certainly have such an opportunity when he faced the bulk of the Prince of Bohai's army on the way back. At this moment, he could hardly wait to return to Chang'an and watch the show unfold. But before that, he intended to savor the region's prosperity. His first stop was the Prince of Bohai's mansion. "General Han, surround this place with your men. No one enters or leaves without my order." The Prince of Bohai had marched on Chang'an, leaving his family in bouching. His wives and concubines had received early word of this and were huddled together in terror, trembling as they stared at him. Anyone with even a modicum of sense understood what being caught for rebellion meant. Setting aside more distant concerns, the entire family would most certainly be wiped out. Before he came, he had heard that the Prince of Bohai had 1 wife, 2 concubines, 1 son, and 1 daughter. A family complete with both sons and daughters, seemingly quite happy. Tang Chen could not fathom how the man could lose his senses for a moment and give no thought to his family. Could power truly cloud people's eyes so completely? Although he had never dealt with the Prince of Bohai, judging from his son Lu Qing alone, it was clear that the young man was completely intoxicated by power. He racked his brains to help his old man fight for the throne, but in the end it was all for himself. Even if his father harbored no such ambitions, this fine son would inevitably stoke those desires and contend for the throne. "You?" Tang Chen started to say something to ease the tense atmosphere, but on reflection, he tucked away his faint pity. Their ultimate fate would not be changed by a few careless words spoken now. He also knew that his conduct was somewhat unethical, carrying a hint of entrapment. But the Great Han court was beset by crises on all sides. If internal troubles were not resolved, how could one speak of external threats? There was no telling if in the course of dealing with some external crisis the throne might not simply change hands. The Prince of Bohai was meant to serve as an example. Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Therefore this time it had to be done ruthlessly. "General Han, take them away for now. treat them to fine food and drink, and well deal with them when we return to Chang'an. Once the surroundings fell quiet, he began to admire the reportedly lavish mansion of the Prince of Bohai. In the four corners of the hall stood pillars of white marble. The surrounding walls were crafted entirely from white stone bricks. Golden orchids bloomed alluringly among the white stone. The tables and chairs were of the finest rosewood, exquisitely carved, and a subtle fragrance of sandalwood permeated the air. Beyond it stretched a thinly corridor winding and turning. Even at the dead of night, it remained brilliantly lit. As for the scenery at its far end, he could well guess it was extraordinarily lavish without venturing further to find out. Hills and waters stretch far across 1,000 miles, terraces and towers rise into the five-colored clouds. Han Xian was baffled as he stood nearby. "My lord, what does that mean?" "Oh, nothing. I was merely marveling at how luxurious this mansion truly is. Compared to it, my own residence seems far inferior." Han Xian agreed wholeheartedly. "I used to think your lordship's mansion was luxurious enough. I never imagined there could be one even more so. Tell me, how is it that Baoqing is so wealthy? Could it be hiding some money-making opportunities we've never known?" As a military man, he had no understanding of commerce. He scratched his head and replied, "I wouldn't know. There must be some secret to it. Go fetch the steward. Show me this vassal prince's little treasury." Tang Chen had coveted it for a long time. Donning a righteous expression, he used the pretext of confiscating and sealing all private property to pry into the Prince of Bohai's personal fortune. The warehouse was crammed with chests. He opened one at random, gold. He opened another, still gold. Staring thoughtfully at the other sealed chests, he sank into profound melancholy. So this was the joy of the wealthy. Does he mind gold? With all this wealth, he only paid so little tribute year after year. TSK. But what delighted him even more was that all this money would soon be at his disposal. This was what it meant to be instantly wealthy. "Is this the only vault your prince owns?" "To answer your lordship, this is only one of them. There are others devoted to antiques, rare treasures, paintings, and calligraphy by master artists." Tang Chen drew a sharp breath. Riches, riches. From now on, Baoqing could remit its tax revenue directly to the central government, shifting from a percentage cut to the full sum. That was no small change. The Empress had truly been poor before. Now, no matter how recklessly she spent, she could never exhaust it all. Tang Chen waved his hand grandly and declared boldly, "General Han, take the soldiers to have a good meal and replenish themselves. Rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, we must travel day and night back to Chang'an." After Tang Chen had left, the Empress found it unbearably dull. There was no one to talk to, no place to freeload meals, and no one to deal with those troublesome old relics on her behalf. But since his departure, the court had grown much quieter. In the past, the amusement of holding court was watching Tang Chen clash with different opponents. Now, she would merely sit upon the dragon throne and say, "Speak of matters if you have them, otherwise the court is dismissed." And indeed, having no matters, the court was dismissed. Heaven as her witness, it was truly not that she was unwilling to attend to state affairs. But today was somewhat different. Lu Cheng had not only appeared at court after a long absence, but was being overly active. "Your Majesty, Lord Tang has been away on campaign for quite some days. I wonder whether he has reached the border garrison and whether any word has been sent back." The Empress frowned. "Why ask me about this? Go ask him. There is no news yet. Judging by the time, he may still need a few more days to arrive." At the mention of Tang Chen, Grand Commandant Wang seemed to flip a switch. Lord Tang's campaign was indeed reckless. He dispatched troops to attack the Xiongnu without consulting the court ministers. "It seems Lord Tang does not hold us in any regard." The Empress wished she could roll her eyes right then and there. These undying old pests. She strove to steady her mind. "Oh, consult with you. Perhaps you gentlemen possess some brilliant strategy for defeating the Xiongnu. Or perhaps you wish to contribute money if you have money, and effort if you have effort." The sarcasm left them utterly speechless. Indeed, they only wanted to watch the excitement. As for money and effort, they would not even dream of it. If you have no opinions and nothing helpful to offer, then close your mouths and watch well. I assume you have no memorials to present. Court dismissed. Lu Cheng called out in an exceedingly loud and provocative voice, "Your Majesty." Even the Empress could not suppress a tremor in her heart. It seemed he was truly going to make his move. "What is it?" She saw a smile slowly bloom at the corners of his mouth. "Nothing. May your Majesty enjoy robust health and long life." The Empress rode her palanquin toward the Hall of Diligent Governance, where she handled state affairs. The days were turning colder. She pulled her court robes tightly around her, yet still shuddered from a sudden gust of icy wind. At this hour, why is the sky so overcast, as if it were dusk? It's truly freezing. Your Majesty, this servant believes it is likely to snow. Is court over? Lu Yu sat on the couch, toying with the teapot in her hands. Sister, why are you here? Ziyue said you went to the military camp early this morning. Yes, and I came back. Lord Tang sent word telling me to guard you closely these next few days. I reasoned that under everyone's watchful eyes Lu Cheng would not dare do anything, so I took advantage of the court recess and made a trip to the camp. The closer victory drew, the more dejected she became. If he does not act as Tang Chen predicted, is there Lu Yu strolled over and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Silly little sister, you spare him a bit of decency. How does he repay you? Their troops are already at the gates, just not yet inside. Are you still hoping he will give up a chance already within his grasp? The Empress lowered her eyes and step by step walked dejectedly up to the high seat, then opened a memorial as usual. It sounded rather sanctimonious. While others coveted her throne, she still thought of leaving them an escape route and finding excuses for them. Since she was a child, she had always been losing. Though she was a princess of exalted birth and possessed wealth and splendor, her mother, father, and brothers had passed away one after another, leaving only an elder sister behind. Now, even the cousin who had played with her since childhood and the uncle who had always doted on her had betrayed her and sought her death. As for you, don't think too much. Go through your memorials. I'll slip into the side chamber and catch up on some sleep. I rose too early and my mind is still hazy. MHM. Just as the Empress was reading memorials until her head spun and her hair fell into disarray, she heard screams from some distance away and her mind suddenly cleared considerably. Ziyue, go see what is happening. Be careful. She walked calmly to the dressing table and carefully smoothed the disordered stray strands of hair. Your Majesty, he. Before Ziyue could finish, Lu Cheng's arrogant voice resounded through the entire hall. Your humble subject pays respects to your Majesty. Long may your Majesty live. 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. This time he did not kneel. Instead, he stood straight and looked at her with smiling eyes. Lu Cheng, why do you not? As if he had heard some joke, Lu Cheng burst into loud laughter. You are nothing but a weak woman. Why should, no matter how this throne passes down, it should not have come to you. That is why I have never understood. Why you? Your father is dead and your elder brother is dead. By all rights, should it not pass to the late emperor's uncles? How could it have been you? What right does a mere woman have to sit in this seat? Let alone such a benighted and The Empress's eyes reddened, and she said sharply, insolent. To be honest with you, from the first day you took this seat, I have been deeply displeased. I have been looking for a chance, and now I finally have one. Do you truly want this position so badly? Yes. Power, status, and money. The pursuits of a lifetime. The Empress laughed in fury. Then what about the bond between you and me? Bond? I have never had any true bond with you. In the past you were a princess, so it was only proper to curry favor with you. So you keeping me company and uncle, was it all a lie? Lu Cheng nodded with complete frankness. At this point there was nothing left that he could not say. Have you considered what the consequences will be if you fail today? Fail? I will not fail. After preparing for so long, I naturally only act when I am certain. I, Lu Cheng, do not do things without confidence. The imperial guards in the palace have all been slaughtered by my father's troops. Tang Chen is far away on the frontier and cannot return to save you. As for the other armies in Chang'an, seeing that your cause is already lost, they will not dare to wade into this muddy water. Why do you think I am certain to win? The Empress closed her eyes in despair, struggling to calm herself, then smiled. Since this was how matters stood, she no longer needed to show this man any courtesy. Chen Lu. Hearing his master's command, Chen Lu stepped forward with a cup of poisoned wine. You have two paths. Either drink this wine, and I will let you depart with dignity, grant you a posthumous title, and give you a proper burial, or your blood will consecrate my sword. But if I am forced to expend that effort, I may have no strength left to bury you, and I can only leave your corpse out in the wilderness. Choose. Lu Cheng stroked the sword in his hand, then slowly drew it. With the blade in one hand and the scabbard in the other, he let the sword tip scrape across the floor with an eerie rasp. The Empress picked up the goblet before her, a white jade cup cold to the bone. I knew you have always been sensible. A wise person knows which way the wind blows. As long as you drink it, I can guarantee you will die without suffering. Just as her lips were about to touch the rim of the cup, azure light rippled, and sword aura filled the air. The cup in the Empress's hand was knocked to the ground by a blade. Lu Cheng, don't you forget, there is still me. Lu Cheng looked up and saw Lu Yu. It seemed she had not stayed at the military camp, nor had she gone with Tang Chen. All this time he had actually forgotten about her. His sharp eyes narrowed slowly. Since the two of them were both here, he would solve them together and never be troubled again. Lu Cheng, as long as I live, I will never allow you to harm her or to harm the great Han, unless you step over my corpse. Sister, I think you are also a rare and excellent general. Why not abandon the dark for the light and work for— Lu Yu's eyes flew wide, disbelief written all over her face. As expected, the shameless are invincible under heaven. Who gave you such confidence? Are you even worthy of my service? What a joke. Lu, you don't spurn my kindness. Fine then. This saves your little sister from being lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. You keeping her company can count as my final mercy. Lu Cheng, I warn you, do not be too arrogant. Otherwise the one crying in the end will surely be you. Lu Cheng pointed a finger at himself. Me? I am quite curious how the two of you can still struggle. Do you think that with only yourself alone you can save her, or save the great Han? Then just try. Lu Yu reached out and pressed her hand on the sword hilt. An invisible force rose abruptly from the ground like wind blades, and she swung 3 times in succession. Lu Cheng knew her martial arts were formidable, so he hastily retreated, evaded her moves, and let Chen Lu advance to engage her. After a few exchanges, Chen Lu was at a disadvantage. Lu Cheng waved his hand, and in an instant dozens of men surged in, encircling her completely. One person against dozens. No matter how formidable Lu Yu was, her strength was ultimately insufficient. Wait. Lu Cheng, order your men to withdraw and release my sister. Otherwise I would rather fight to utter ruin than let you succeed. You must also believe that I am capable of it. Everyone stand down. The great hall fell silent once more. The Empress looked out the window. The red plum blossoms were in full bloom. At some unknown moment it had begun to snow. Set off by the snow, the plum blossoms looked all the more bewitchingly beautiful. The corners of the Empress's lips lifted slightly, and she said softly, Lu Cheng, you have lost. What? In the end you have lost to Tang Chen. Lu Cheng's heart jolted, his eyes widening as he stared at the Empress. What do you mean? The Empress calmly picked up another cup of poisoned wine from the jade tray, making as if to drink, but tilted her hand and poured it all out. I said you lost. In the literal sense. When did I ever say he went to the frontier? It was merely what all of you assumed. Lu Cheng trembled slightly, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Impossible. If he didn't go to the frontier, then, with so many troops under his command, where could he possibly go? I ordered him to Baochen. The Empress said in an innocent tone. By now he should have resolved everything that needed resolving, and should be on his way back to Chang'an, don't you think? How why struggle pointlessly? The scout's report matches my predictions exactly. Did you think stalling for time would let him race back to save you? Lu Yu sheathed her sword, and looked at him, as if he were a fool. Have you ever considered that the scout who delivered your message was Tang Chen himself? At those words his pupils abruptly dilated. He could barely speak, his face pale as he stared at her. Then steadying himself he clenched his fists, his eyes cold and vicious. Even if he does come back, so what? Right now I have more troops than he does and my equipment is just as good. What makes you all think I would lose? Lu Yu shook her head. This man was beyond saving. Lu Cheng, if you admit your mistake now and lay down your weapons, I will spare your family. Lu Cheng gave a cold snort and said contemptuously, don't give me that hypocritical act here. I will not lose. Then Tang Chen's mocking voice rang out, oh, really? Then why don't you step outside and take a look? The Empress turned her gaze toward the palace gates. Tang Chen stood there in a cotton-padded armor still dusted with unmelted snowflakes, lending a chill to his entire bearing. He walked slowly toward her and said, Your Majesty, this subject came late to your rescue. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. I am unharmed. Lord Tang, please rise quickly. This tyrant emperor's got some skill managing to hold on till now. I kept worrying on the road that you'd be dead by the time I got back. Finally I get to see this guy's crestfallen face. This is going to be so much fun. Tang Chen simply stared straight at him and said with a smile, bring him up. Chenger, father, how do— The Prince of Bohai still had a dazed look in his eyes. Your mother, your sister, the whole family are all in his— Father, I'm asking you, where are the troops? Tisk, truly heartless. For all his talk he hasn't asked about his family even once. The Prince of Bohai shook his head and sighed. In the end they were no match for Lord Tang's elite soldiers. An army of 10,000. Just gone. Tang Chen corrected him, they're still here. Some have been subdued by us. They were merely following orders, and their crimes don't warrant death. If they're willing to turn back from the wrong path, why slaughter them all? Unlike someone who refuses to admit defeat, even when the outcome is already sealed. The royal family. So cold-hearted. He refused to believe it. Although Tang Chen's men were indeed elite, his own troops were just as well trained. Something must have gone wrong, but he couldn't figure out what. You fool. I've been wise all my life only to be dragged into a ditch by my own son. That cotton armor you made has no defensive capability at all. It's my fault for letting you grow into such an arrogant and conceited disposition. How is that possible? No. I had the cotton armor tested. It worked. Lu Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, riddled with red veins. Did your highness personally witness that test? No. Tang Chen shrugged. This he hadn't expected, that Lu Cheng would already be defeated at this step. He had assumed Lu Cheng would notice something off about the cotton armor after testing it, but time had run out, so he could only push through. Who could have guessed this man wouldn't even personally oversee such a crucial matter? How could you entrust such an important matter to someone else? Tang Chen watched the father and son blaming each other, then interrupted. Actually, the formula was fake. And that man, he was fake too. He raised both hands in mock innocence. Don't blame me for this. The young prince insisted on believing there was a mastermind behind me, so I simply did as he said. The Prince of Bohai trembled with rage, pointing at him. You. The prince probably doesn't know, does he? Your son has been here every day indulging in wine, women, and gambling, doing everything under the sun. How could you entrust such an important matter to him? From his investigations, the Prince of Bohai had been steady and prudent throughout his life. How could he have fathered such an arrogant and incompetent son? The Empress walked calmly before the Prince of Bohai. Uncle, you doted on me greatly since I was young. After my father passed, you treated me as your own daughter, writing letters of concern every few days. It was all just an act, wasn't it? You don't need to say it. I already know the answer in my heart. Uncle, this is the last time I will call you that. You have been disloyal and unrighteous to me, so I need not show you any more mercy. From this angle, the tyrant emperor is actually kind of pitiable. Why didn't her father teach her before he left that she shouldn't trust anyone but herself? There are plenty of people coveting her throne. Who cares whether they share her bloodline? The Empress drew a deep breath. Only when the bloody truth was laid bare before her did she begin to admit it. This prince knows you won't let us go, so. The Prince of Bohai swiftly drew a short blade from his sleeve, pressing its sharp edge against her neck. Amidst the coldness spread a faint stinging pain. Hiss! Is the tyrant emperor stupid? She knows he's a dangerous man and still gets close. Is she trying to infuriate me? Or did you ally with him, and now you're playing me? Idiot teammate. A ridiculous teammate. If you don't root out the weeds, they'll grow back. If Lu Qing really escapes today, dealing with him later will only be more troublesome. Lu Yu frowned deeply, immediately drawing her sword and stepping forward to rescue her. Don't move. Release Lu Cheng, or today we'll go down together, even if it means mutual destruction. The Prince of Bohai wanted to preserve his only bloodline, staking his very life to protect him. Sister, you absolutely cannot let Lu Qing go. If I die, this position is yours. As long as the royal family still has blood, the throne will never fall to them. Oh crap, now you want me to figure out a way to save you. Wait, let me think. Just as Tang Chen was racking his brains, an icy arrow flew past his sleeve and pierced cleanly through the Prince of Bohai. He stared in disbelief at the arrow that had pierced his body, then turned to look at the archer, his eyes filled with shock and rage. It was him, his good general. This man was none other than the general Tang Chen had brought back to Chang'an. The prince showed this general kindness, so I swore to follow you unto death. Go on ahead, prince. This general will soon follow and beg for forgiveness. Lin Yu, you. Before the Prince of Bohai could finish his words, he crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes still wide open. Lin Yu, my father showed you kindness, yet you have now killed him with your own hands. Traitor, may you die a horrible death. The prince taught me to be loyal to the sovereign and love the realm, but what you have done today, how can that be called loyalty or love for the realm? Young prince, I only made the most correct decision. As for what I owe the prince, I will repay it in the next life. The Empress listened for a long while before she finally sorted out the relationship between them. She had not expected that she was saved by a general he had cultivated. She crouched down and gently passed her right hand over the Prince of Bohai's eyes. Lu Qing, you still will not surrender. At that, Lu Yu and the others immediately closed in around him. Come along, young prince. After the farce ended, the Empress felt utterly exhausted. Suddenly she remembered what the Prince of Bohai had said about his wife and daughter. Where are the Prince of Bohai's wife and daughter? Rest assured, your majesty. They are being held securely. What do you intend to do with them? This matter should be decided by your majesty. Then Lord Tang, what do you think I should do? Tang Chen replied in a cold tone, naturally uproot them completely. Lord Tang, you are ruthless enough. You flatter me. Tang Chen shifted his gaze and caught sight of the faint blood mark on her neck. Your majesty is wounded. Zus summoned the imperial physician to take a look. The Empress reached up and lightly touched the wound on her neck. It was only a scraped patch of skin, so she said with indifference, it's just a scratch, there's no need to make such a fuss over it. The Empress had originally wanted to reward him handsomely, but now the faint spark of that intention had already been extinguished. I can't find a husband. Ridiculous. If I so much as wave my hand, I wonder how many princes and nobles would come scrambling in line to be with me. Lu Yu was displeased and insisted, although it is a minor wound, it must not be taken lightly. If it leaves a scar, that would never do. Zus summoned the imperial physician. Then he'll do as sister says. Tang Chen could hardly wait to strip off his padded armor, crawl into his warm blankets, and have a good sleep. Your Majesty, now that this matter has come to an end, allow this humble minister to return home and rest briefly before reporting to you on the situation in Baoqing. The Empress smiled amiably. Go home and rest well, Lord Tang. There are still many matters awaiting your decision. Be sure to rest well. Your servant takes his leave. Tang Chen walked over to Lin Yu, who was standing there dazed, and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Come along with me. Lin Yu, not knowing why, followed him to his residence. When they reached the gate, he stood to one side with his hands clasped in salute, unwilling to take another step forward. My lord, when I was in Baoqing, I already made a promise. If the accusations prove true, then I am one of the traitors and rebels, and I will submit to whatever punishment you deem fit. He knelt and presented his long sword with both hands, already prepared to meet death. Tang Chen likewise accepted it with both hands, drew the blade, and examined it closely. It was a thin, long sword, its cold gleam shimmering, and its edge carrying a fearsome sharpness. It is a fine sword. Keep it to kill those who deserve to die. With that, Tang Chen tossed the sword back to him. Come inside with me. That is an order. As soon as he entered the residence, he walked briskly into the main hall, where a scented brazier had already been lit. He took off his padded armor. Although it was much lighter and warmer than ordinary cold armor, it was still not as convenient as wearing regular clothes. Close the door. Lin Yu froze for 2 seconds. Believing that Tang Chen intended to dispose of him in secret, he closed the door and then knelt once more, presenting his sword. Tang Chen had taken off his padded armor. When he turned around and saw that sight again, he sighed. What are you doing now? I already told you I wouldn't kill you. Oh, sit. Tang Lu, bring the general a cup of tea. Lin Yu hesitantly sat down. My lord, what is the meaning of this? General Lin, are your wife and children still in Baoqing? They are. How would it be to bring them here together? Lin Yu misunderstood his meaning. He rose at once and said, my lord, could you spare their lives? Let me bear their punishment in their place. Even if I were torn apart by 5 horses, I would have no complaints. He immediately wore a puzzled expression. When did I say I was going to execute them? General, I think you have missed. For the Prince of Bohai to have appreciated you and promoted you step by step, you must surely have something extraordinary about you. Combined with your integrity, if I were to execute you without distinguishing right from wrong, would that not be a loss to our great Han? Lin Yu understood. Tang Chen intended to take him under his banner. I thank you for your kindness, my lord. However, I am a general under the Prince of Bohai. If the prince comes to harm and I immediately transfer to your service, I would have served 2 masters. Would that not make me a disloyal and dishonorable man, reviled by all? Tang Chen was in no hurry to answer. He simply watched the white foam on the tea in his cup. When it dispersed, he took a careful sip and savored it before speaking. That is where you are wrong. Whether it was the Prince of Bohai or me, the Master General Lin has always served is one and the same. The Empress. Now you have simply changed your immediate superior. Besides, General, are you truly willing to throw away your life for that rebel who betrayed his sovereign? If you were thinking he might blame you, I believe the Prince of Bohai is the one person with the least right to blame you. He yawned and thought to himself, I cannot go on like this. I have to settle this quickly. General Lin, I will give you time to think it over. If you agree to stay, I can bring your wife and children to Chang'an. All the rebel troops that remained and were taken back into our ranks after this rebellion can also be placed under your command for continued training. I will not promise you, General, any amount of silver or a house. I can only promise to let you use your strengths to the fullest of your ability. To a man of loyalty and integrity, wealth is nothing more than worldly possessions. What he needs is merely a stage that allows him to give full play to his abilities. For these next few days, General Lin, just stay in this residence. If there is anything you need, you can tell Tang Lu. Tang Chen dozed off for he knew not how long. Rolling over comfortably, he suddenly felt a shadow fall across. He squinted through a sliver of an eye, and when he saw the face magnified several times, he bolted upright in fright, then hurriedly snatched the quilt beside him to cover himself. Phew, at least I didn't sleep in the nude today. The tyrant Empress is such a pervert. She's got a thing for watching people sleep. How long has she been here? She didn't make a sound. I've been here for quite a while, it's just that you were sleeping too soundly. Woe, is she answering what's in my head? That's creepy. How does she know what I'm thinking? From your expression, I can roughly tell what you want to say. She may be a lousy emperor, but she's quite good at reading micro-expressions. That's only because you showed up out of nowhere and caught me off guard. Otherwise, think I'd ever let a stupid woman see into my head, eh? Your Majesty, what urgent matter brings you here? I'm hungry. Oh, then I'll have Tang Lu prepare some. She truly never misses a single meal. I've only just returned, and she's already here to freeload again. No need, he's already gone to make something. A bold idea suddenly crossed the Empress' mind. She wanted to tease him. Tang Lu is quite nice after all. Good-tempered, considerate, able to cook, doesn't nitpick, and skilled in martial arts. What if I ask you, Minister Tang, to hand him over to me? He'll spray you to death with a mouthful of salt soda. If you know he's that great, do you think he's someone a tyrant Empress like you can just get whenever she wants? Though he had already cursed the tyrant Empress out mentally, his face betrayed nothing. Your Majesty, Tang Lu. He already has someone in his heart. Even if you obtain his person, I fear you will never win his heart. This kid is having such good romantic luck lately. Did he secretly go worship Buddha behind my back? Oh, is that so? Whose daughter is she? A courtesan. Tell me, isn't that aggravating? He'd rather love a woman from a brothel than like you. Miss Bai is generous, bright, and pretty. She and my brother are a perfect match made in heaven. Although Tang Chen constantly teased him, when it came down to it, he still took his only brother's side. As for who exactly she is, I'm not sure. Your Majesty, forcing someone to stay never ends well. The Empress smoothed her sleeves, feigning disappointment. Very well. What a pity. Your Majesty, could you step out first, and allow me to dress before we speak? The Empress gave him an appraising look, sweeping from head to toe, as if she could see through the quilt to his body. Under that gaze, he involuntarily swallowed, pulling the quilt tighter around himself. Don't you know the rule? Do not look at what is improper. Entering an unmarried man's room uninvited and alone. How improper is that? If it ruins my reputation, how am I supposed to find a wife? The Empress stealthily rolled her eyes. It's not like you're some rare creature. Who wants to look at you? Then Minister Tang, get yourself ready, I'll wait outside. By the time Tang Chen had dressed and gone out, the woman had already started eating, chatting merrily with Tang Lu at the table. For some reason, Tang Lu now seemed even more irritating to him, so he ordered, Tang Lu, why are there no desserts today? Then I'll have the kitchen make another dessert. He wagged his finger, I want you to do it. Tang Lu, don't listen to him. I command you to sit down and eat. Nonsense, he's just been spoiled. Tang Chen was furious, but dared not retort. At this dining table, the Empress truly had more say than he did. After all, she was the supreme sovereign. He suppressed his frustration, and only after a long moment did he say, Your Majesty, this trip yielded much. Tomorrow we will need to have a thorough discussion on how to handle vouching. The Empress nodded absently, and he thought she was merely uninterested in the topic. So feigning an air of mystery, he said, Guess what I discovered on this trip, Your Majesty? Tang Chen seemed to have forgotten that he had once mocked Zhang Liang for the scholar's habit of loving to build suspense. What did you discover? In the King of Bohai's private treasury, there is a vast amount of gold and treasure. With that, we no longer need to worry about military expenses, and the matter of manufacturing firearms can be put on the agenda. As Tang Chen said this, his eyes still sparkled with elation. Once the firearms were crafted, the great Han would truly fear no enemy. Minister Tang, it is enough for you to decide these matters. But you must also be frugal with that gold and treasure. If you spend money like water, even a mountain of gold and silver will be drained dry. The tyrant Empress has actually started to manage the household. Unbelievable. Looks like she's been afraid of. From what I observed on this trip, Baocheng is indeed a wealthy land. Yet it's strange. How can such a small place be so rich? The Empress thought carefully, then said, According to my father, Baocheng possesses a town guarding treasure. As long as it remains there, the city will be guaranteed prosperity. What treasure? Tang Chen had just pictured the city guarding treasure as some priceless object, but then he heard the Empress utter two words that made his jaw drop. Wood. Baocheng produces abundant wood, red sandalwood in particular. What's even more remarkable is that nearly every household there carries on the craft of making furniture from wood, and the furniture they produce is both practical and exquisite. Not only the great Han. It's safe to say furniture from other nations is entirely supplied by this place. Tang Chen remembered the furniture he had seen in the King of Bohai's residence. Truly exquisite craftsmanship. He couldn't help but sigh. So that's how it is. Why on earth was the King of Bohai so thick-headed? Occupying such a blessed land, even without scrambling for power, he could have lived a life of comfort and plenty. Why force suffering upon himself? In the end, he lost his life and gained nothing. The tyrant Empress knows all this so well. After destroying the King of Bohai, she knew perfectly well who would end up with all that gold and treasure. Of course, no need for you to tell me. I know the treasury will be full from now on. Oh right, the King of Bohai. The Empress, who had been eating with too much gusto, nearly forgot the true purpose of her visit. Are his wife and daughter locked up here with you? So the tyrant Empress came for this. I knew it. Yes, what? You want to rescue them? Then in an unyielding tone the Empress said, Take me to see them. It was said that the King of Bohai had a young daughter born after the Empress succeeded to the throne, and she had never had a chance to meet this little cousin. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have not mistreated them. That is not what I meant. I merely wanted to see them. The Empress was led to a sealed courtyard, its entrance guarded. When the door opened, she saw 3 women sitting at a table weeping, one of them holding a little girl who was fast asleep. The 3 women instantly grew wary at her entrance and moved to shield the little girl. Are you all? How tragic, how innocent. They had done nothing, yet they had to bear such suffering for the sake of that man. Suffering they should never have had to endure. The princess consort glared venomously at the Empress. What are you here for? To mock us? I just wanted to see my cousin. She's grown so big, and I've never even met her. The woman clutched the girl in her arms even tighter, as if afraid the Empress might snatch her away. If you are willing, you may hand her over to me. I shall ensure her safety. The princess consort of Bohai sneered. Vicious woman. You killed the prince and my son. You shall pay with your life. She bared her sharp claws and lunged forward like a madwoman. Tang Chen, reacting swiftly, seized the Empress and pulled her behind him. What a foolish woman, who rushes headlong into danger day after day. Female sentimentality will ultimately be your undoing. Your Highness should make it clear. It was your husband who sought to seize power and usurp the throne. If he had not been consumed by ambition, if he had shown even a shred of consideration for you all, none of this would have happened. This is his own doing. The princess consort of Bohai felt as though her heart had been torn apart. He was right. Seeing the woman before him finally composed herself, he continued, The Prince of Bohai conspired to usurp the throne. You are both guilty of capital offenses. But if you are willing to hand the child over to us, she may live. From that day forth, she shall no longer carry the title of the Bohai prince's daughter. This is the only way to save her. He did not notice the complex, stunned expression flickering in the Empress' eyes behind him. The Empress had no idea how he had known of her intention to save the little girl. The girl's biological mother, the Bohai prince's concubine, felt a subtle stirring within her heart. This was indeed the only way to save the child. But how could she possibly entrust her to enemies? The Empress stepped forward and declared firmly, "I shall raise her myself. I promise she will grow up safe and sound, and when she comes of age, I shall find her a worthy match." The woman regarded her strangely and asked, "Why do you wish to help us?" "I am not helping you. I am helping this child. Though her father has erred, she has done nothing wrong. Her only mistake was being born in the wrong place." The three of them emerged from the courtyard. The Empress glanced at the sleeping girl nestled in Ziyu's arms. Beneath the moonlight, her small face was soft and pale, the corners of her lips slightly upturned, as though she were lost in a sweet dream. "Official Tang arranged for a courtyard adjacent to yours for her to stay in. Is this incompetent ruler trying to dump this child on me as well? What should I do if she wakes up crying for her parents? Children are only adorable when they're asleep. Once awake, they turn into little devils. Follow me." Ziyu gently laid the girl on the bed, a trace of unease on her face. "Your Majesty, are you truly going to raise her?" The official's words carry truth. If you do not pull weeds by the roots, the trouble will never end. When she grows older, she will inevitably learn the truth. "What then, Your Majesty?" The Empress sighed. "You make a valid point. Let me consider it. You go and prepare the carriage. We must return to the palace." After Ziyu left, the Empress asked softly, "Official Tang, how did you know the purpose of my visit?" "How should I know? It's written all over your face. You're still young and too soft-hearted to pull it off. I'm just keeping an eye on things. This little girl probably won't cause any major trouble. You're one to talk. You yourself couldn't bring yourself to be ruthless, or why would you have brought me there? And why help me negotiate with the child's mother?" The Empress thought silently to herself. Her eyes shifted and an idea formed. "Regardless of what this child was called before, from now on, she shall be named Tang Bao. Tang as in Tang Chen and Bao as in the treasure of Baoqing. As for her childhood name, let it be Little You." "Hey, what was that? How did this child end up taking my surname?" "Cunning and treacherous. You saved the child yourself. Why won't you take responsibility? Does Official Tang have any objections?" Tang Chen shook his head out of habit, then immediately nodded. "Yes. Why should the child take the Tang surname?" The Empress stated it matter-of-factly, "Because Official Tang's surname is Tang." "Then why should this child follow my surname?" "Because Official Tang rescued her. Without you, they would never have trusted her to me." "Fallacious reasoning. What does this have to do with me? They don't even know you. It was you who confidently made that promise." "Your Majesty, this matter is not open for discussion. I desire a peaceful life and have no intention of having my tranquility disturbed by a child." The Empress cleared her throat, twice determined not to leave until she persuaded him. "Official Tang, if this child returns to the palace with me, the palace is fraught with danger. Everyone is watching me with envy and suspicion. How would I explain a sudden child appearing at my side? Keeping her in the palace is simply too unsafe. But you, Official Tang, are different. You could simply claim she is a distant cousin whose parents have passed away, leaving her alone in the world, so you took her in to raise. She is merely a relative of yours, who would pay attention. Good heavens, truly good heavens. I reasonably suspect the incompetent ruler had already planned this out beforehand." The Empress continued, "Moreover, this child will require little effort on your part. All expenses shall be covered by me. She will not trouble you within your residence. There are servants to care for her, and your younger brother as well. Furthermore, if you grow bored, you may even use the child to pass the time." "Who would use a child to pass the time? Isn't it better to be alone?" "Easier said than done. What if she cries?" The entire mansion would echo with her wailing. It would be unbearable. The Empress blinked her large, pitiful eyes and pleaded, "Could Official Tang truly bear to let this child wander the world alone? Go ahead and pretend. Do you really think I'm that easily softened? If gentle tactics failed, then force it would be." The Empress shifted her tone, speaking firmly. "I command you to take in this child. If you refuse, then send her back to that courtyard." This incompetent ruler changes her tune faster than flipping a page. "I won't fall for this. If sending her back is what it takes, so be it. Who's afraid of whom?" Tang Chen pretended to pick up the girl, but the Empress quickly grabbed his wrist, preventing him from touching the child. She said, deeply pained, "As long as you agree to keep the child Official Tang name any request you wish." Tang Chen raised his eyebrow, his peach blossom eyes curving into a smile. "Any request, provided it falls within my means. This is worth considering." The Empress ground her teeth, forcing a smile. "Don't push your luck." "Very well. I shall record this request for now and make my claim when the time comes. Your Majesty must not forget." "Rest assured I shall not." Tang Chen suddenly thought of something and frowned. "Your Majesty, when the child wakes tomorrow, what shall we do if she asks about her parents?" This was indeed a problem. Though the child was only 6 years old, she was old enough to remember. They could not simply brush it off. There is no choice but to placate her with something else for now. If only there were a medicine that could erase one's memories. Of course, the Empress was merely daydreaming. No such medicine existed in this world. But Tang Chen's words sparked an idea. He remembered his system, which he had not used in a long time. Tang Chen returned to his room and studied the system for a while. He remembered there was a place in the system to apply for extra rewards. As long as he completed extra tasks, he would receive them. Oh, here it is. Complete the extra task and you may receive any reward you desire, within reason. After the system finished stating the rules, Tang Chen slapped his thigh excitedly. This is great. This is exactly the reward I want. So what's the extra task? The extra task is to have the Empress flatter you once. Tang Chen was speechless. Can't we switch to something else? There are no other options. However, you may choose not to do it. Fine, I'll do it. It's just getting her to flatter me. How hard can it be? The next day on their way to court, the ministers were discussing yesterday's rebellion, and more than a few among them felt uneasy, terrified of being implicated. When Tang Chen returned, he found Grand Commandant Wang still very eager. Regarding the rebellion of Prince Bohai, may I ask how your Majesty intends to handle it? The Empress let out a cold laugh. Naturally, execute them all, without mercy. Anyone connected to Prince Bohai's rebellion shall never be spared. Now that everything is settled, you all start being eager. When trouble struck yesterday, not a single shadow of you was seen. It took Lord Tang to save me, otherwise I might have lost my head yesterday. The ministers knelt and panicked, begging forgiveness. Forget it. It's not as if you've only been useless for a day or two. Lord Tang has rendered great merit this time. I hereby promote you to Grand Preceptor. What do you think? Confirmed. The tyrant is not just fatuous but foolish. You think settling a feudal prince is enough to make them agree to promote me to Grand Preceptor? What a pipe dream. Grand Preceptor was a position second only to the sovereign. How could Wang, who tolerates some wet-behind fears, brat jumping right above him? He immediately said, Your Majesty, please reconsider. The post of Grand Preceptor carries great weight. Lord Tang has indeed rendered great service, but he is still young and lacks seniority. If he were appointed Grand Preceptor on the strength of this alone, I fear it would not convince the public. To avoid making more enemies, Tang Chen hastily added, I thank your Majesty for the kindness, but I fear I am not equal to the post of Grand Preceptor. Grand Commandant Wang is right. I am still young, and serving in this position would hardly win general acceptance. The Empress smiled awkwardly, realizing she had been hasty. In that case, I will wait for the day when Censor Tang makes a great contribution to the Han Empire. Thank you for your Majesty's high regard. Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report. From his sleeve, he drew a memorial. This is a list of those connected to Prince Bohai's rebellion dictated by Lu Cheng. It involves many court ministers. I beg your Majesty to look into it carefully. At these words, the ministers present broke out into cold sweat. The more timid among them had already gone weak in the knees and started trembling. The Empress tilted her head, signaling Ziyu to present it. The thought of using this chance to purge disloyal ministers from the court made her heart leap with suppressed excitement. After a cursory glance, the Empress flung the memorial to the ground. How dare you? So many of you have secretly colluded with Prince Bohai. This drama is quite good. Hurry up and deal with these people, freeing up positions for new recruits. Lord Tang, I leave this matter entirely in your hands. All who secretly colluded with Prince Bohai are to be executed without mercy. Court dismissed. As Tang Chen was just exiting the main hall, a young eunuch was already waiting for him. Lord Tang, Her Majesty requests your presence. Ignoring the strange looks around him, Tang Chen followed the young eunuch with great strides toward the Qilin Hall. Having been summoned so often, he had grown accustomed to everyone's gazes. As soon as he entered, he happened to run into the Empress coming out of the hall. She had already changed into ordinary attire. Let's go, Lord Tang. With a confused look, Tang Chen asked, Go where? Where else? Your home. She said that so naturally, I thought it was her home. How come she's coming to my place again? Oh right, that Tang Bao is still there. What a lousy name. No depth whatsoever. If your Majesty wishes to visit my humble abode, you could simply go. Why summon me to the Great Hall? I couldn't very well tell you in front of all those ministers to wait for me while I change clothes, and then go home with you, could I? So you do realize you always summon me in front of the ministers. It's reasonable to suspect the tyrant is deliberately creating rumors. The Empress recalled the list of ministers colluding with Prince Bohai, half true and half false, and asked, was this list really dictated by Lu Cheng? Half of it is. He claimed that was all, but I didn't believe him. So I added some I suspected, including ones I wanted. Speaking of interrogating Lu Cheng that night still infuriates me. We coaxed him for ages, but he wouldn't talk, and even had the audacity to think he could preserve his bloodline. How naive. He actually believed he still had a chance to stage a comeback. But this was the first time I truly realized that torture actually works. No matter who, even someone who doesn't fear death, would fear a slow, agonizing end. In a couple of days, I'll see to it that he meets his end. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Just now I deliberately observed the reactions of several officials. 2 more names could be added to this list. Actually, Lord Tang didn't need to interrogate him. I already know well enough which ministers colluded with the feudal princes. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me go to all that trouble. The tyrant's intelligence network is pretty good. This reminds me, setting up an intelligence bureau would make things much more convenient in the future. Having seen the list, does your Majesty think any fish slipped through the net? No fish slipped through the net. You merely caught some extra fish that weren't yours. Tang Chen pondered for a moment and understood who the Empress meant. Is your Majesty referring to Minister of War Su Qing? He's a man of Prince Ning and one of Wang Hu's right-hand men. But it doesn't matter. This just serves as a warning to them. Tang Chen's purpose in doing this was to tell them, I know all the dirty deeds you do in secret. I don't care whom you befriend, but if you cross the line, Su Qing's fate today will be yours tomorrow. Moreover, the post of Minister of War was extremely important, and Tang Chen did not want someone from Prince Ning's faction sitting there. Your Majesty said this matter is entirely in my hands. So even if I act extremely ruthlessly, your Majesty won't interfere. If the tyrant says she will interfere, then I won't handle it. That child is my only concession. A soft-heartedness is not an option. The Empress shook her head and said, I won't interfere. Does Lord Tang not understand the meaning of entirely in your hands? Since the purpose is to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, if the killing isn't fierce enough, how can it serve as a deterrent? It will only make them bolder and more reckless. Confiscate properties where due, execute entire clans where due. Lord Tang, you must not be soft-hearted. Your Majesty, this major overhaul is an opportunity for us to pilot a new system of official selection. The Empress had just established her authority through this affair, leaving many posts vacant in the court. If the new official selection system were proposed now, with a gradual transition, even the powerful aristocratic families would have no reason to obstruct it. Your Majesty, your humble servant wishes to plead for someone. Who? Lin Yu. He thought to himself, after all this scheming, I've finally grown a bit smarter. It is indeed him. Though Lin Yu serves under the King of Bohai, he merely guarded the city of Baoqing. Moreover, he once saved your Majesty's life. Surely your Majesty has not forgotten. The Empress said in a deep voice, how could I forget my benefactor? Lord Tang, no need to plead for him. He is innocent to begin with. What is there to plead for? Then I thank your Majesty. The carriage came to a steady stop at the main gate. As soon as the three of them entered, they heard the sound of a child wailing loudly. And of course Tang Lu standing nearby, utterly at a loss. At the sight of the three, Tang Lu looked as if she had just seen her saviors, and hastily handed the child over. The Empress cast a helpless look at Ziyu. Ziyu also shook her head. Your Majesty, this servant has never taken care of a child before and has no idea how to handle it. With a glance, she signaled Tang Lu to give the child to her brother. Tang Lu promptly thrust the child into Tang Chen's arms. The plump little girl curled up in Tang Chen's arms. The moment she saw him, her crying ceased at once. It seems, Tang Bao, and you are truly fated. See, the moment you hold her, she stops crying. The Empress had no sooner said these words than Tang Bao resumed bawling. I want my daddy. I want my mommy. I don't want this strange brother and sister. Tang Chen held her in his arms, not knowing whether to coax her or put her down at his wit's end. Aya, stop crying. Even if you cry, I can't bring your father back from the dead. Oh right, I almost forgot, there's still a mission. I need to finish this mission quickly. I really can't stand a child crying nonstop. What mission? The Empress nearly blurted out. She really couldn't imagine what task could be completed to stop Tang Bao from crying. The Empress crouched down, softened her voice, and said, look what your big sister has brought for you. She took a few candies out of her sleeve, one she had specially prepared. Don't cry, Tang Bao. Your parents have gone to a place far, far away, so you may not see them for now. But if you eat the candy and stop crying, your big sister will read you the letter your mother wrote to you. How about that? The clever little girl pondered for a moment. The candies looked simply irresistible, so she took one and ate it, saying between sobs, okay. So she's a foodie. No wonder she's already so plump at such a young age. If she keeps eating, she'll swell into a ball. Who could have imagined that this fatuous monarch still bears a glimmer of maternal light? But where did she get a letter? Could it be fabricated? The Empress was displeased to hear him say Tang Bao was fat. Chubby little kids are adorable, alright. And what's wrong with turning into a ball? It's not like she's eating your rice. Tang Bao stuffed her mouth with candy before saying, pretty sister, my name isn't Tang Bao, you know. I'm Lu Zi. The Empress quickly made a shushing gesture and said softly, you mustn't tell anyone from now on that you're called Lu Zitong, or bad people will come to catch you. To protect you, your mother told me that from now on Zitong shall be called Tang Bao. She pouted and protested, this name is so ugly. The people nearby almost couldn't suppress their laughter. Ha ha ha, the official roast is the deadliest. Tang Bao, truly rustic, but rustic in a refreshingly refined way. It must have taken quite some effort for that fatuous monarch to come up with such a name. Is this child really only 6? She's rather clever and she hasn't been tainted yet. Unlike her brother, who is so annoying. Your mother gave you that name, it cannot be changed anymore. Okay then. Tang Lu, go find 2 nursemaids later who know how to look after children. They'll foot the bill. Tang Chen sat on the stone bench with a heavy sigh. Your Majesty is quite generous to the child, unlike your humble servant who has toiled all these days and gained nothing in return. Not even a word of praise. What a miser. I told you I was going to promote you, but you refused. Now you turn around and blame me for giving you nothing. Lord Tang, if you want something, just say it straight. Tang Chen blinked, a sly glint shimmering in his eyes. Your humble servant wishes for a word of praise from your Majesty. Something was fishy. That was the Empress' first reaction. She couldn't believe that a man as materialistic as Tang Chen would ask for nothing more than a compliment. Lord Tang, you want neither gold nor treasure, but only praise. How truly remarkable. Don't get sarcastic with me. Hurry up and flatter me until I'm pleased. This mission is rather nice, except it's a bit passive. I can't take the initiative. Your humble servant is waiting to hear how your Majesty will praise me. Lord Tang is indeed intelligent and elegant. After saying this, the Empress nearly gagged. Tang Chen closed his eyes, looking utterly pleased, his face plainly begging her to keep going. I finished praising you. That's it. Those 2 words. Not even enough to fill the spaces between my teeth. No, this can't be counted as flattery. The system definitely won't accept it. Can't you lay it on thicker? You should learn from me. Look how perfectly I flattered people before. Although she had no idea what a system was, her subconscious told her that as long as she flattered Tang Chen, there would be a way to resolve Tang Bao's problem. Lord Tang, you are the pillar of the nation. Without you, the future of the great Han would be bleak indeed. To have assumed the post of Grand Censor at such a young age, you are truly a paragon among men. Delightful. If I could have the Empress flatter me every day, it would be even more delightful. Mission accomplished. Done. The Empress forced a smile. Well, Lord Tang, are you satisfied? Tang Lu and Ziyu stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Watching the Empress flatter Tang Chen was simply beyond their imagination. He beamed and said, of course I'm satisfied. Tang Lu entertained Her Majesty properly. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be having lunch at the residence. The Empress eyed him warily, convinced that he was going to sneak off and feast on lavish food behind her back. I wonder what pressing matters Lord Tang has to attend to. Why don't I go along as well? Perhaps I can be of some help. If you go, that would be a disaster. The moment you arrive, everyone will start fawning over you. I intend to have a nice relaxed meal with someone. If you tag along and ruin my plans, what then? Ruin your plans. You're not planning to do something shady under the pretext of handling official business, are you? Lord Tang, I insist on going. Question of the day, is the fatuous monarch throwing another fit today? Your Majesty's status is exalted. If you are present, everyone will inevitably feel ill at ease, making it hard to discuss business. Simple. As long as you don't treat me as the Empress, no one will know. Tang Chen pondered for a moment, and a dangerous idea flashed into his mind. If your Majesty is truly set on going, you must first agree to one condition of mine. The Empress furrowed her brows slightly. Everything demanded a condition. This man never missed a chance to take advantage of her. What condition? This is truly hard for me to say. I may have to impose on your Majesty to humble yourself as a maidservant in my household and accompany me. Otherwise, how could I explain your identity to her? The Empress ground her teeth. Tang Chen, it's not that I'm eager to take advantage of you. This is the only way out. If I don't call you my maidservant, then what am I supposed to call you? Friend? Wife? Superior? None of those works either. Following him into the private room, the Empress passed silver-white curtains hanging low, shimmering pearl screens and a bamboo screen swaying in the lamplight. The atmosphere was full of quiet charm. Through the pearl curtain, however, the Empress could vaguely see a young woman seated within. She shot Tang Chen a fierce glare. Sure enough, my guess was right. The young woman quickly rose and made a formal curtsy. Lord Tang, Madam, you need not stand on ceremony. Please sit. The Empress's eyes flew wide with shock. Madam, and a married one at that. As the thought passed, Tang Chen nudged her with his elbow. Hurry up and greet her. What are you standing there gaping for? That's no way for a maid to behave. Frowning, the Empress made a very reluctant curtsy, then watched Tang Chen sit down before sitting down herself. He turned his head and gave her a meaningful look, then smiled in appeasement. Madam, please don't blame her. This girl is newly arrived at my residence and doesn't understand the rules. Just now on the way here, she also accidentally twisted her ankle, so she can't stand for long. Please be understanding, madam. Does this foolish emperor have any brains at all? Did this foolish emperor have any brains at all? She actually just sat down like that, leaving me to work hard to cover for her. The Empress smiled stiffly. She was too used to being the ruler to switch roles right away. No harm done. It only shows how kind Lord Tang is. You even care about a little maid like her. That's where you're wrong. She's no ordinary maid. Right now, she's an arrogant, brainless temporary maid. Tang Chen coughed lightly and immediately changed the subject. Madam, have you seen General Lin? The woman smiled and nodded. I have. I left the child with him. Don't worry. I said I needed to go out to buy a few things, so he didn't suspect a thing. The Empress was dumbfounded. So this was not just anyone's wife. She was General Lin's wife. This Tang Chen had absolutely no sense of propriety. He wouldn't really steal another man's wife just because he couldn't win over the husband, would he? Is the new residence to your liking, madam? Very much so. I must thank Lord Tang for making the arrangements. So it had actually come to buying her a house. The Empress huffed and glared at Tang Chen. If there is anything else missing among the furnishings, just tell me. After this bit of small talk, the woman felt it was time to get down to business, and said bluntly, "Lord Tang, like my husband, I don't care for roundabout ways. If you have something to say it plainly." Tang Chen gave a few hollow laughs. "Well, madam, you must know something about the current situation, especially the matter of Baoqing. As a subordinate of the Prince of Bohai, General Lin would in all fairness have been extremely likely to be implicated in that affair and bring mortal danger upon himself. But you also know, madam, that General Lin is a man of justice and knew nothing of the Prince of Bohai's plot to rebel. When he later returned to Chang'an with me, he saved His Majesty and rendered meritorious service. I deeply admire General Lin's character and ability, and I want to keep him here to train troops. Although I know his heart has already wavered, and he wants to accept there are some hurdles he still can't reason his way over." After laying the groundwork for so long, Tang Chen finally stated his purpose. "I have heard that General Lin and Madam are deeply devoted to each other. Surely if Madam were to persuade him, General Lin would find it easier to come around. He had spent a long time trying to win General Lin over. After staying at the general's residence for 2 days, he openly took him to the camp every day. Before long, the general simply lived at the barracks and stopped returning home. Though he was already 70% sure Lin Yu still needed a dose of reassurance, and that was his wife. That was why he had long since ordered the general's whole family brought to Chang'an with a residence already arranged. Madam Lin also knew this was the best choice for him, so why not go with the tide and do Lord Tang a favor? She smiled and said, "Set your mind at ease, Lord Tang. The fact that he stayed here this long without clamoring to go home is already his answer to you. Once I return and speak with him again, there will surely be no problem." "Then I thank you, madam." The Empress's eyes rolled shiftily. "So he really was here on business." "Fine, Lord Tang, I came out on the excuse of buying things, so I'm afraid I can't stay away for too long. I'll take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal. In that case, I'll find another time to invite General Lin and Madam to a modest dinner." "Shout how see Madam out." The Empress looked left and right before realizing he was calling her. She answered her, "Oh my God, can't this foolish emperor be any quicker on the uptake? She's been enjoying the show well enough. No need. Let her sit and rest for a while." After the woman left, the Empress remarked, "General Lin's wife really is gentle and kind. Indeed. Otherwise, confronted with a maid as clueless about manners as you, she would have been displeased on the spot." The Empress curved her lips into a flawless smile. "Lord Tang seems rather displeased with me. Who would dare be displeased with you? Who would dare be displeased with you? Unless they're tired of living or their head feels too heavy." Tang Chen smiled in a fawning way. "Not at all." The Empress didn't haggle with him and turned her gaze to the large table of dishes. "The dishes certainly look delicate, but I wonder how they taste." "They taste excellent as well. Your Majesty should try some." "Oh. It seems Lord Tang is a regular here." Looking at the building's scale and the spread on the table, one could tell this place was by no means cheap. It was surely the kind of establishment reserved for nobles and rich young lords. Ordinary households could never afford it. The Empress couldn't help feeling wistful. The ministers enjoyed themselves outside every day. The only one too poor to keep the pot boiling was the imperial palace. So it turned out the real clown had been me all along. Not often, only twice. Tang Chen gave a sly smile. "The food here is good, and the girls are even." After Lu Cheng had once treated him to Zuaxian Tower, Tang Chen later sneaked there once more on his own, this time bringing Tang Lu. Of course, he had gone to discuss business and scout the place. The Empress said coldly, "Lord Tang, since your mind is filled with thoughts of girls all day, why not let me find one for you?" "No way. I don't want a blind date. I'll find someone myself. I can't just settle for anyone. Besides, my career is on the rise right now. Once I've made something of myself, I'll find a wife and give her the best." The Empress's heart gave a sour twinge. That woman was truly fortunate. "Thank you, Your Majesty, but there's no need for Your Majesty to worry about my marriage." The Empress randomly picked up food from the table, eating without tasting it. He naturally failed to notice the shift in the Empress's mood and simply began recommending dishes. "This lamb is their house specialty. The meat is tender and it has little gamey taste. Your Majesty, try some." As he spoke, he picked up a piece and placed it in her bowl. "I bet this foolish emperor never ate anything this delicious in the palace, so I ordered it specially for her. Who would dare say I'm not a great guy? Even I'm moved by myself, and yet this foolish emperor still gives me dirty looks and throws tantrums every day. So it was ordered especially for me. Why didn't he just say so?" "Are you full, eh?" The Empress stroked her rounded belly and nodded. "I'm full. I truly want to take the cook back to the palace and have him prepare delicacies for me every day." Tang Chen rose, smoothed his sleeves, and said, "Since you're full, let's get to work." The Empress knitted her brows, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. "What else is there?" "Seal this restaurant." The Empress stopped him, saying, "I was just joking. Lord Tang, you need not seal the restaurant because of that remark. Lord Tang, we absolutely cannot abuse our high positions and power to do as we please. What is this fatuous emperor thinking? How could I possibly seal the restaurant just because of that one remark? What? Does she take me for a domineering CEO and herself for the heroine of a Mary Sue novel?" The Empress caught several new phrases in her mind and was momentarily at a loss. Domineering CEO. Mary Sue heroine. What were these things? Could they be characters from some storybook? Your Majesty, don't misunderstand. Drunken Immortal Tavern is owned by Lu Cheng. If we don't seal it, what are we waiting for? The Empress turned around awkwardly and said with feigned righteousness, let's go. However, if your Majesty likes him, the cook can be brought back to the palace later. But a cook without ingredients can hardly make anything good. If I give her the cook, won't she be clamoring for lamb every day? Then the Empress would resume her extravagant, wasteful imperial life. Lord Tang, I bestow this cook upon. If the cook is placed in his mansion, I can go over whenever I want without spending money on those expensive ingredients. I get fine food and save money. Kill two birds with one stone. Giving him to me so she can freeload every day. What a scheme. I have to applaud her. You already own all of Baoqing, yet you still pinch pennies over this paltry sum. The Empress followed him around and realized that the restaurant, though unremarkable on the outside, hid great mysteries within. What extravagance and waste. Indeed, so the restaurant must be closed. By then we'll certainly find a great deal of silver in this place. So even the great Han has to rely on Lu Cheng to grow rich. Shameful. After settling that matter, Tang Chen had another idea. One that could make money and also stop the Empress from coming to freeload even more frequently. Your Majesty, how about we change the name of this restaurant, simplify its interior, and reopen it? The cook's skill is truly good. If he is buried in the kitchen of a small household, it would be a pity. Rather let him stay here and also prepare food and drinks for the common folk. Tang Chen looked up at the restaurant's floors and said, the building is just big enough. The lower two floors can serve ordinary citizens while the upper floors can cater to those dukes and nobles. If we want to make money, we'll have to rely on those wealthy princes and aristocrats. We'll fleece them for all they're worth. Charge the common folk less and collect more from the nobles. After all, the higher the price, the more they enjoy it. The Empress thought it over. Having her own restaurant outside the palace wasn't bad at all. It could earn money, and she could also come and eat for free. Your idea is good, Lord Tang. Then this restaurant will be left in your hands from now on. So you're the hidden boss behind the scenes. I do all the hard work, and you take the profits. The Empress added, don't worry about the money, Lord Tang. You take the lion's share. Your servant obeys. From now on, Drunken Immortal Tavern will be renamed Linhua Pavilion. That sounds less vulgar. This Linhua Pavilion feels rather pretentious, even more vulgar. Forget it. The fatuous emperor wants to change it to that. Oh, what can I do? And I can't use her name, or the people would be even less willing to come. So I'll have to take the blame. Lord Tang, how is the handling of Lu Cheng and his gang going? They will be beheaded tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will make this a grand affair known throughout the city. Once the kill the chicken step is done, it's time for warn the monkey. The Empress heard this and asked doubtfully, Lord Tang, do you think killing them alone will be enough to intimidate the other feudal lords? Or do you plan to do something more? Of course, he'll add a little extra seasoning to test them. In a couple of days, he'll summon all the lords back to Chang'an under the pretext of a year-end banquet. Those who obey can have a sweet date, those who don't a slap to keep them quiet. So Tang Chen had that intention after all. The Empress feigned a thoughtful look and said, Lord Tang, what do you think of summoning them all back to Chang'an for the year-end gathering? Also let them see how the great Han court has changed, rich, powerful, and full of talent, so they dare not be insolent. So the fatuous emperor thought of this too. I must not underestimate her in the future. That aside, she is growing quite quickly. Maybe she really could become a good emperor one day. Your servant has the same intention. Using the year-end banquet as an occasion will serve as both a celebration and a warning. Tang Chen sat at the front counter checking the account books handed over by the steward and nearly dropped his double chin in shock. Steward Lu, don't tell me you've pocketed the money yourselves. How is it that the books show only this much silver? The steward replied helplessly, all the money is here. My lord must not wrong a good man. This restaurant mainly serves the sons of princes and nobles, especially the young prince. It has always spent more than it took in, so the prince often subsidized it with his own money. Lu Cheng is such a spendthrift, opening a restaurant just for his own enjoyment, completely ignoring profits or losses. He's already so rich and willful. Well, all the furnishings and items in the restaurant can sell for a good amount. When all is said and done, we still make a profit. But before selling them, these things should still serve their final purpose. By order of Her Majesty, the restaurant is to be sealed. Investigate thoroughly whether the staff have any other connections with the young prince. Afterwards, it can be renovated and reopened as appropriate. My lord, please look into this fairly. We are just folks out here trying to make a living. Even with 100 times the courage, we wouldn't dare commit rebellion. Tang Chen lifted his eyes lazily and said, rest assured. If there is any connection, I certainly won't let it go easily. If there isn't, I won't wrong an innocent person either. After the restaurant is renovated and reopened, it will be state property. I will carefully investigate each of your backgrounds and abilities. I hope that in a few days I can see you all here. After finishing the restaurant affairs, he only then realized the Empress had slipped off somewhere. Wait, have any of you seen her? The maidservant. The maidservant I brought with me. She seems to have gone along that corridor toward the inner part. Tang Chen put on a stern expression and said, "How undisciplined. When I return, I'll dismiss this maidservant." With that he strode toward the corridor. At the end he indeed found her there. But why was she lying down? Could it be? He hurried over and felt for her breath. She's still alive. Scared me half to death. Does she know her own identity? If something happened while you were out with me, wouldn't I be held responsible? After helping her up, Tang Chen noticed that her face was as red as a monkey's backside. He glanced at the cup toppled on the ground. Great. She's drunk. With that drinking capacity, and she still drinks. You've got to be kidding me. I have to carry her back. That despotic empress must have been sent by heaven to torment me. Maybe I should just leave her here. No. If she wakes up tomorrow and finds out I left her here, she'll definitely make my life miserable. Resigned to his fate, Tang Chen lifted her into his arms and boarded the carriage under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Steward Lu, quick to read the situation, stepped forward to help and offered to carry the Empress for him, but Tang Chen dodged away in a flash. When they came out of the tavern, dusk had already fallen. The setting sun stained half the sky crimson, and a slender crescent moon was beginning to show its faint silhouette. A cold wind blew past, making one involuntarily shiver. After getting her into the carriage, Tang Chen propped her against the wall and kept shaking his hands. So heavy. She eats like this every day. Now sit still and behave. When we get back, I'll have Ziyu take care of you. Do you hear me? Perhaps because she was drunk, the Empress felt hot all over. She rolled over to the carriage window and stuck her head out to enjoy the wind. Just as it seemed she was about to tumble out entirely, he reached out with a quick hand and pulled her back. I told you to sit still. Why won't you listen? The Empress narrowed one eye at him, gripped his face with both hands, and scrutinized him closely. Who are you? Where's Tang Chen? Your face is so soft and comfortable. Let me pinch it again. Tang Chen could almost hear a flock of crows flying over his head, cawing their speechlessness. Little brother, why don't you come home with your big sister? I have so much money at home. I can take care of you, and all you'd have to do is stay by my side all day. What little brother? Who's your little brother? I'm your big brother. Go on, call me big brother. The Empress, being very obedient, called him big brother. That's right, little bro. Be good and let go. Her eyes suddenly flew wide open, and she said with great sincerity, So little brother, are you willing to come home with your big sister? A handsome, refined little brother like you can't be allowed to get snatched away. Cut it out. But go home with you. The Empress seemed to grow angry. If you're unwilling, then big sister will have to use force. Wah. Before Tang Chen could finish, her lips pressed over his, silencing him. The sweet fragrance of her body drifted to his nose. It lasted only a few seconds before the Empress collapsed in his arms. Tang Chen stood rooted in place, unable to recover for a long moment. Unconsciously, he licked his lips. It was actually sweet. But who allowed you to kiss me? I'm really not clean anymore. Let me go cry for a while. No, she has to take responsibility. Just because she's drunk, she can force herself on a decent man. When that despotic Empress wakes up, she definitely won't remember anything she did. While his mind was filled with these chaotic thoughts, the carriage had already stopped at the entrance of the residence. After carrying the Empress into the courtyard, Tang Chen called out loudly, Ziyu. Coming. What happened to Her Majesty? She's drunk. Ziyu chided him. Lord Tang, why didn't you keep a closer watch? Her Majesty has never once drunk alcohol in all these years, yet this time, she drank so much. She will certainly feel awful when she wakes up tomorrow. You should ask your Empress that. She snuck off to drink while I was busy with official duties. How could I possibly keep an eye on her? Seeing how things are tonight, Her Majesty can't go back. It'll trouble Lord Tang to carry Her Majesty inside. After laying the Empress down on the bed, Ziyu finally noticed Tang Chen's complexion. It was red in an unnatural way. Lord Tang, your face is very red. It's too hot. With that, he fled in embarrassment. Too hot. What a joke. With this weather, when you need to light a stove for warmth, how could it be hot? Ziyu mused to herself, wondering if the Empress might have done something scandalous after getting drunk. At that thought, she looked at the Empress and smiled involuntarily. After returning to his room, Tang Chen took quite a while to calm down before remembering that he still had proper business to attend to. Quest complete. What reward do you wish? Is there a medicine that once taken can erase a person's past memories? Of course. There is nothing you can imagine that this system cannot do. Please wait a moment. Tang Lu was in the kitchen, overseeing the progress of dinner. Turning around, he caught sight of Tang Chen, who had appeared as silently as a ghost, and flinched. Brother, can you make a little noise? What are you feeling guilty about? Have you been up to something behind my back? Come out here. Tang Chen tossed the small medicine bottle in his hands to Tang Lu. Put this medicine in Tang Bao's meal later. Tang Lu covered his mouth in shock. Brother, you're not thinking of killing. Don't talk nonsense. Where are your thoughts? Your big brother isn't that heartless. It's just an ordinary medicine with a miraculous effect. After she takes it, she won't cry and scream for her parents anymore. There's really such a medicine. Tang Chen said impatiently. I say there is, so there is. Why are you so full of nonsense? Just do as I say. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and went back inside. The Empress was in no condition to get up for dinner, so he had Tang Lu deliver the meal straight to his room. It was still early, and he had nothing to do. The moment he stopped, his mind was filled with that image from the carriage. So, he began jogging in the courtyard. Han Xian and Zhang Liang arrived together and stood frozen when they saw Tang Chen jogging outside in such freezing weather. Did Lord Tang used to love exercise this much? No. If he can lie down, he won't sit. If he can sit, he won't stand. Isn't that his life motto? Yeah, that's what's puzzling. Tang Chen finally noticed the two standing at the entrance and said without breaking stride, "What's the matter? Is something going on?" The two were even more confused and said in unison, "Didn't you summon us, my lord?" There it was again. Although they knew Lord Tang was sharp, why was he always forgetting things? Or rather, he was always forgetting that he himself had called them over. It's nothing important. Just stay and drink a few cups with me. It's been a long time since we brothers gathered. After 3 cups of wine, Tang Chen showed no sign of intoxication. This wine is too weak. I can't feel anything. Zhang Liang swayed his head and said, "The wine does not intoxicate a man. The man intoxicates himself. Get out of here. Don't give me that pretentious poetry. Speak plainly. If something is troubling you, my lord, you can share it with us. Perhaps we can ease your worries." Tang Chen raised his hand and pointed at them. He seemed about to speak, but in the end he only took a sip of wine. Forget it. What would you know? Those 2 single dogs. They knew even less than he did. The two exchanged a knowing smile. They understood. This was an emotional issue. My lord, now that your career is thriving, you've also reached the age to settle down and start a family. Tang Chen rolled his eyes. What about your Chunyu? Come give me advice once you can look at him without blushing. My lord, as the saying goes, those caught in the game are blind while bystanders see clearly. He gulped down several big mouthfuls of wine, then began. I have a friend. His superior got drunk and kissed him once. What do you think that superior of his meant by it? Then that superior of yours. No, that superior of your friend. When she kissed him, did she know who he was? She probably did. She definitely did. Zhang Liang grinned slyly. That shows she's interested in you. It took the alcohol to bring it out. I said it wasn't me. Is that so? The two of them nodded wildly. Zhang Liang mulled it over. Tang Chen's superior was none other than the Empress. Still, Lord Tang, you'd better think twice. The Empress is not an ordinary woman. She may not be so easy to handle. Tang Chen shoved him hard aside. Get out of here. Her and me. How could that ever be? Keep spouting that nonsense, and you'll lose your head. Besides, it wasn't me. It was my friend. Why won't anyone believe me? Please forgive me, my lord. My mistake for mistaking your friend for you. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The branches had already shed every leaf and were covered with frost, while inside the room the stove fire crackled and popped, as if urging the three of them on in their drinking. When Tang Chen opened his eyes, dawn was just breaking. He cursed in despair. Damn it. I drank that much yesterday. Why on earth did I wake up this early? This is absurd. When that tyrant wakes up, will she remember what happened? If she does, won't it be awkward? But if she doesn't, I'll have taken a loss for nothing. He lay in bed, unable to fall asleep, but the Empress slept until the sun was high in the sky. She gradually came to, and once she regained her senses, her head throbbed, as if it were splitting. Ziwa, was I beaten by someone? Why does my head hurt so much? Your Majesty, you were drunk. You have never touched alcohol before, and yesterday you suddenly drank that much. The after effect is bound to be strong. Here, drink a bowl of hangover soup. The Empress stared blankly at her, recalling yesterday's events. Yesterday, I went to an extremely opulent place. There was a pool of clear water right at the center, and since I was thirsty, I scooped up some to drink. But unexpectedly, it was quite sweet, so I drank a little more. I never imagined it was wine. Truly decadent. She turned to glance at the window, which had been opened a crack, and saw a world of white outside. She hurried out of bed and opened the window. It's snowing. It snowed heavily last night. Out there, everything is already clad in silver. What time is it now? The time for the morning court has long passed. Your servant has already given the order. Since this is the first snow and the weather is freezing, there will be no morning court today. It was a rare chance to take a holiday from state affairs. The Empress had Ziyu help her into her robes and ornaments, draped a crimson felton satin cloak over her shoulders, and hurried out to enjoy the snow. Ziyu followed behind her and said, Your Majesty, take the hand warmer. Mind you don't play in the snow and freeze. Hearing the noise, Tang Chen came out from the house and saw the Empress standing in the snow. Her eyes and brows were brimming with joy, and she stretched a fair, slender hand out from her sleeve to catch snowflakes. She turned around and said to him excitedly, Lord Tang, it's snowing. How beautiful. He stared at her. In her red cloak against the snow, her skin looked all the fairer, and her smile was coquettish and bewitching. Pretty, actually, he thought. But isn't snow normal here? Why does she act as if she's never seen snow before? She doesn't seem embarrassed at all. So has she forgotten what happened yesterday? Whatever. It's better if she's forgotten, then I won't have to keep agonizing over it. That's fine. Forget it. It's better that she's forgotten. Then I won't have to agonize over it any longer. That's just fine. The Empress's gaze at the snowflakes faltered slightly. What happened yesterday? What happened? Don't tell me I got drunk yesterday and made a spectacle of myself. Wait, he saw me at my craziest. How am I supposed to act cold and imperious in front of him now? Drinking ruins everything. I'm never drinking again. Your Majesty, it is simply too cold out in the snow. Let's go inside. Just now Tang Lu came by and said he had told the kitchen to prepare the meal. It is being kept warm and will be sent over as soon as your Majesty wakes. The Empress pouted slightly. She hadn't had enough fun yet. Ziwa back in the palace with so many people watching, I had to be magnanimous and dignified. Now I am not in the palace and only Lord Tang is here. Why not let me be a little more uninhibited for a while? Anyway, Lord Tang has already seen me drunk, so what's there to fear? Right, Lord Tang? Tang Chen's body. She remembers all of it. Yes. But Ziyu is right. It's cold outside. Please go back into the house, Your Majesty, and don't risk harming your health. Even you're being so naggy. Me naggy. I'm only looking out for you and you're like the dog that bit Lu Dongbin. You can't recognize a good deed. As if you still have any dignified image in front of me. I've seen every side of you. Silly thing. The way you look when you're drunk, the way you act like a little girl, and the shameless way you mooch food and drink. Plenty of examples. Alright, inside. Lord Tang hasn't had breakfast yet, has he? Then let's eat together. No. It's fine. Tang Chen hastily refused. He didn't dare stay in the same room as the Empress right now. The Empress said in a tone that allowed no dissent come in. I still don't know what happened yesterday. Of course I have to ask clearly. I can't let you hold anything over me. Then this servant will go and have them heat up the meal and bring it over. As soon as Ziyu left, only Tang Chen and the Empress remained in the tightly shut room. Lord Tang, are you that afraid of heat? On such a cold day your forehead is streaming with sweat. It's probably because the stove is burning in the room and there is no ventilation. It's nothing. The Empress took a handkerchief from her sleeve and proffered it to him, but he dodged it. I can do it myself. She said with a laugh. I was letting you do it yourself? Did you expect me to wipe it for you? Then if you were offering me a handkerchief, why did you raise your hand so high? Are you afraid I won't get the wrong idea? What's gotten into me? Why am I getting tense? The Empress stepped a little closer and whispered, I was drunk yesterday. I didn't do anything improper, did I? She watched his eyes closely, afraid of missing the slightest expression. Do you have any idea at all what you did? It seems that Tyrant really doesn't remember. If she doesn't remember, then it's as good as nothing happened. Tang Chen sidestepped the matter. Your Majesty just kept refusing to get into the carriage and then almost tumbled out of the carriage window. Other than that, nothing much. The Empress straightened up and said a little awkwardly, I must thank you for bringing me back yesterday, Lord Tang. Your Majesty's tolerance for alcohol is poor. It would be best not to drink from now on. If you were to get drunk again, you'd grab just anyone without a second thought, pinch their face, and kiss them. I was kind enough to cover it up for you. Had it been someone else, they might have made a story out of it. That would be the least of it. The real danger is if someone took advantage of you while you were drunk and did something wicked. Then there would be real trouble. The Empress's body stiffened. Oh no. Yesterday, I hugged Tang Chen, pinched his face, and kissed him. This is too much to take in. I can't accept it. Since he happens to think I don't remember, I'll just pretend I've lost my memory. Otherwise, how awkward would that be? Help. I'm so embarrassed right now. Why hasn't Ziyu come back yet? Lord Tang is right. I won't go near alcohol ever again. The air was thick with awkwardness, but fortunately Ziyu returned at that moment, followed by a servant delivering food and an anxious Tang Lu. Elder brother, something has happened. Tang Chen glanced at her with disdain and said, when will you learn to be steady? What's the matter? Tang Baoshi. The Empress slammed the table, immediately rising to her feet, and demanded, what's wrong with Xiao Yu? Your Majesty, rest assured Xiao Yu is fine. It's just that. Today when she woke up she didn't cry or make a fuss looking for someone. Up until now she hasn't cried once. It's just too strange. During the days Tang Bao has been here, her first act upon waking every day was to cry, sobbing for her mother. To Tang Lu she was like an alarm clock, crying punctually and for a long time. The Empress sat back down speechless. Isn't it a good thing that she isn't crying? If she cries hoarse every day, what if she ruins her voice? Tang Bao not only didn't cry, she kept smiling. She laughs at whatever I say. Elder brother, is it the medicine you gave me yesterday that's working? Could it have side effects? Such an adorable child mustn't be turned into a fool. The Empress widened her eyes, looked at Tang Chen, and asked, what medicine? Could it be the one he said was obtained after completing a task? Don't make such a fuss. Can't she just have a low threshold for laughter? Besides, a child who loves to laugh. How does that make her a fool from eating medicine? The Empress hastily took a couple of bites, then pulled Tang Chen along to see Tang Bao. Indeed, several people surrounded her, yet only she was laughing, her small eyes curved into crescents, utterly adorable. Brother and sister, why are you all gathering around me? The Empress' heart melted at Tang Bao's soft, childish voice. She gently stroked her hair and said, because our Tang Bao is the most adorable and prettiest girl in the world, of course her brother and sister want to look at her more. Tang Chen grasped her shoulders, turning her to face him. Brother, your eyes are really beautiful, like glass marbles. He felt as if he had been shot through the heart. This child knows how to flirt at such a young age. Tang Bao, tell brother what's your name. Without hesitation she replied, My name is Tang Bao, and my nickname is Xiaoyu. I'm 6 years old today. Then what about your parents? My parents. They went to a place far, far away, and it will take a very, very long time for them to return. So they sent me here to my cousin. Not bad. The system is incredibly powerful, but can even do this. At that moment the system's voice drifted over faintly. You flatter me. The Empress looked at Tang Chen in shock. For the first time she felt he was not simple. It seemed as if there was an invisible hand behind him helping him. One that was omnipotent. What a bargain. The late Emperor's spirit in heaven has sent Tang Chen to help me. Tang Bao, do you like any jewelry or toys? Tell sister, and she will buy them for you. Thank you, sister. She is my cousin, or if anyone should buy things for her, it should be me. From now on I must not let her stay too long with that tyrant, or what if she gets fooled by her? You are known by the company you keep. The Empress disagreed. She insisted on taking Tang Bao back for a few days. Tang Bao, how about going to the palace with sister for a few days? It's huge there, and there are many fun things too. Really? Tang Bao widened her watery, sparkling eyes and looked at Tang Chen excitedly. This kid is so sly. Looking at me like that, I can't bear to refuse her. That tyrant can't even take care of herself. How can she take care of Tang Bao? If Tang Bao wants to go, then go. He'll pick you up later. The Empress took the delighted Tang Bao by the hand and walked away without looking back. Well, she's eaten her fill, and Tang Bao's issue is settled. Now she just turns and leaves without a backward glance. In the end, all the hard work falls on me. If I hadn't helped you complete the task, how could you have obtained the medicine? The meal was also prepared by Tang Lu with great care. What does it have to do with you? The Empress thought without any guilt. In the evening Tang Chen arrived punctually to take Tang Bao home. Lord Tang, I had the Ministry of Rites send over several invitation templates, but I can't decide. Perhaps Lord Tang would help me take a look. By custom, feudal princes should come to the capital to present tributes and pay respects at the year's end. But in recent years they often make excuses to shirk this duty, and I haven't been strict about it. Thus fewer princes come each year. I was thinking if we send them an invitation, preferably with some compelling wording, I'm not afraid they won't come. Tang Chen nodded. That's a good idea. If someone receives the invitation and still doesn't respond to your Majesty, we'll have grounds to deal with them directly. Not bad that the tyrant can think this far ahead. I hope she can keep this level of thinking and not be a useless teammate every day. The Empress secretly resolved, I only get better and better, and I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes. One day you'll stop calling me a tyrant from the bottom of your heart. Just wait. Each of these templates has its merits. Lord Tang, why don't you come over and choose one? Tang Chen took a rough look, then casually picked one up and said, this one will do. This is like a person's face. How important can it be? What's important is what's inside. If your strength is great enough and your prestige sufficient, even if you send a scrap of paper, no one would dare not to come. In the end, it's all because of the mess you made. The Empress disagreed. Lord Tang, although it's just an invitation, you can't be so casual. Many things can be revealed through details. The more powerful a nation is, the more attention it must pay to details. Fine, you're the emperor, so you're right. Your Majesty is right. In that case, let's go with this one. The dark green background with hollowed-out decorations gives it a composed and grand air. It's clearly not ordinary. The Empress clapped her hands and laughed. Lord and I have the same thought. Then it's settled. Then she quickly added, there are several memorials on the table that I don't know how to handle. Lord, please take a look at them as well. Did that tyrant deliberately bring Tang Bao into the palace just to make me come over willingly to do her work? He was just about to say that it was almost mealtime, and he needed to take Tang Bao home for dinner when the Empress had already arranged everything ahead of him. Tang Bao, brother, still needs to be busy here for a while. Why don't you eat with sister here? Tang Bao replied with a clear, cheerful voice, okay. Tang Bao, are you drawing? Come, sister will draw with you. Tang Chen watched the two playing together. The hand he had extended to stop them retracted again. Helpless, he sat down to read the memorials. After being busy for quite a while, he stood up to stretch his muscles and bones, strolled leisurely to the Emperor's side, and sneaked up from behind on the two who were whispering together. Tang Bao, what are you talking about? Can you tell, brother? Both of them were startled by the question that came softly from behind. Tang Bao quickly covered the paper with her chubby little hand, and the Empress belatedly moved to cover it too. I knew it. When the tyrant is involved, nothing good is going on. Their reactions stirred Tang Chen's intense curiosity. Be good, Tang Bao, and let your elder brother see. The Empress rose and pushed him far away. This is a secret between me and Tang Bao. As a man, how could I possibly tell you? He seized the moment when the Empress's shove carried no real force, slipped past her in a flash, and then saw the drawing on the paper. It was a truly ugly drawing, yet his name was written on it in unmistakable letters. Tang Chen asked with a smile, Tang Bao, who is this figure, who is neither man nor woman? If it is a man, he should not be wearing a bright red dance robe. If it is a woman, she should not have a beard. Tang Bao, who taught you this? Tang Bao merely smiled awkwardly and said nothing. You think I won't know who told you to do this just because you won't say? That tyrant Empress is too childish. A grown woman, yet she still pulls this kind of stunt and teaches a little kid bad things. Your Majesty, Tang Bao needs to sleep, so this humble official will take her back first. Do the rest of the work yourself. I'm going back to sleep. With that he slipped away in a flash. Tang Bao sat with him in the carriage, cautiously looking up at him. He now felt that this child was truly sharp, too sharp for her age. Could it really be a side effect of that medicine? Tang Bao pinched the corner of his sleeve. Brother, are you angry? No. Your brother is very magnanimous. I'm not angry with you. I'm not talking about me. I mean Sister Empress. I feel like you're angry with her. Tang Chen asked with great interest, what makes you say that? Just a feeling. Sister Empress said a woman's intuition is the most accurate, so I guessed you were angry with her. Since that was what she believed, he might as well let her go on believing it. So he said, that's right, I am angry. So from now on Tang Bao should go to Sister Empress's place less often. She'll teach you bad things, understand? Sister Empress wasn't deliberately saying bad things about you. She even praised you. Handsome, elegant as a jade tree in the wind, and utterly debonair. Tang Chen was amused. Do you even know what elegant as a jade tree in the wind, utterly debonair means? Of course I do. It means a person with extraordinary bearing. Impressive. With that kind of vocabulary, a smart child certainly saves trouble. Did Sister really say that? Of course. The drawing just now is mine. There's another one Sister Empress drew of you that she hid away. It's very well done. Alright, I believe you, Tang Bao. I'm not angry anymore. The moment Tang Bao left, the Empress suddenly felt that the great hall was exceedingly empty. Ziyue, if only Tang Bao could be kept in the palace properly and forever. Unfortunately, this place has too many eyes and ears. It isn't safe either. Ziyu walked over to where Tang Chen had been sitting and gathered the memorials on the table. Your Majesty, Lord Tang has already finished handling most of the memorials. If this servant didn't know Your Majesty's relationship with them, I would truly have thought you were a loving family of three. The Empress chided, don't say such nonsense. Watch your tongue. If Your Majesty likes Tang Bao, you can often bring her to the palace for a short stay. I hope she can grow up safe, and if Tang Bao were willing, the Empress could even let her take over her position one day, while she herself stepped down early and enjoyed a few carefree years. Let all those with matters present them. If not, court is dismissed. Attendant Gui Yunji stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Prince of Bohai's rebellion has come to an end, but Baoqing now has no master. Should another feudal prince be chosen to administer it temporarily? No need. Why should I? After fighting tooth and nail to win it back, would I simply hand it over again? Tomorrow I shall issue an imperial edict. From this day onward, Baoqing shall be renamed Balin Commandery, and a governor shall be appointed to administer it under the direct jurisdiction of the central government. This plan was the result of a discussion between Tang Chen and the Empress a few days earlier. Although the current situation made it impossible to abolish the prince's fiefs outright and convert them into commanderies and counties, the reclaimed territory could be tried first, and it also served as justification for enfeoffing no further princes. Ever since Su Qing, the Minister of War, had fallen into trouble, Grand Commandant Wang had been much quieter. But after hesitating for a long moment, he still stepped forward to voice a loud objection. Your Majesty, if Baoqing is changed to Balin Commandery and placed directly under the central government, I fear the feudal princes will take it as a signal that the enfeoffment system is being abolished and will revolt, causing turmoil across the realm. The people's livelihood that we have worked so hard to restore may yet be plunged into ruin again. I beg Your Majesty to think twice. I didn't say I would abolish your Prince Ning's fief, so why are you so worked up? What? Are you in a hurry for me to— Since Wang had stepped forward, Tang Chen naturally came out to rebut him. After all the adversaries he contended with, crossing words with this old relic was the only real amusement. Tang Chen declared, I think it is Grand Commandant Wang who must think twice. First, Baoqing is prosperous. If it is placed directly under the central government, its tax revenue can exactly solve the Han's most pressing need rather than passing through a feudal prince and yielding only a portion. Second, the prince's fiefs are far away, so having one of them govern Baoqing temporarily would be impractical. And if a new prince were to be enfeoffed after all these years, which prince in the Han has truly rendered such merit as to deserve the title? Third, it serves as a warning to all the princes. Should anyone grow rash and lose his head, he may lose his life, and his descendants will have no fief to inherit. From this perspective, the proposal actually benefits peace within the realm. It was Wang who, every single time, the Empress had grown tired of seeing him. She smiled on her face, but her tone was as biting as the snowy day outside. Is Grand Commandant Wang so fond of opposing me? Why must he object every time I raise a proposal? This old minister would not dare. I merely have more concerns. Oh, so Grand Commandant Wang thinks his own considerations are the most thorough. She's getting tough now. Those words are quite forceful. Not bad. When dealing with an unrepentant old relic like this, you have to take a hard line, lest he rely on his age and forget his place. The Empress felt encouraged and gained even more conviction. This old minister has no such intention. Is that because you truly don't, or because you don't dare? It was the first time the court officials had seen the Empress so relentless. In the past, she had only vented her temper at the assembly, but today she seemed to be moving toward a clear objective. The hall fell silent. Those who had been craning their necks to watch the show moments ago now quieted as one. Tang Chen looked up at her. The Empress on high wore a solemn, dignified expression. For once her true feelings were unfathomable. This matter will not be discussed further. If anyone has a more appropriate proposal, submit a memorial. Court dismissed. The officials knelt in salute, and only rose after the Empress had departed. Wang, who flung his sleeves in fury and sneered Lord Tang's methods, are certainly formidable. You have actually managed to bewitch Her Majesty into losing her wits. Now this official refuses that accusation. It was Her Majesty's own idea. I merely thought it sound, and offered a few words of explanation. Her Majesty also said that if you have a more suitable plan, you are welcome to submit a memorial. Little thing. Still trying to pin a charge on me. Tang Chen lagged behind the rest. Only after watching them vanish into the distance did he dart around a corner and head toward the Qilin Hall. Your Majesty, I have already sent messengers galloping off with the invitations. In a few days the vassal princes should begin arriving in Chang'an. Lord Tang, you shall be responsible for the food, lodging, and travel arrangements of the vassal princes. Again, it's me. Whenever some major affair arises, they come looking for me. No more. If I keep on this way, you'll certainly shave more than 10 years off my life. I have to find some trusted men of my own and let them take over. I do have plenty of military officers at my side. It's the civil officials that are the problem. After hearing his inner thoughts, the Empress asked again. There are numerous vacancies in the court now. How does Lord Tang suggest we select the talented? And the 9-grade system mentioned earlier. When would be the right time to implement it? What's the hurry? If this time we still use the old system, the ones chosen will all be from the great aristocratic clans. Then I'll have worked for nothing again. But the timing is not ripe yet. I've just transformed Baocheng into a centrally controlled commandery. If I rashly change the selection system and it touches their interests, it would be disastrous if they band together in rebellion. Let's first settle the issue of the vassal princes. Do not worry, Your Majesty. Leave the posts vacant for now. When the moment matures, it can be done. Whether the posts are filled or not, they never did much real work anyway. The only difference is having someone there to serve as a front. Tang Chen clapped his head and said, Your Majesty, why not let Zhang Liang handle this banquet? He handles things with great propriety. It's just that his humble origins have kept him from climbing up. If he does a splendid job this time, that'll be a perfect excuse to promote him. Besides, those men in the Ministry of Rights are simply too unreliable. If the banquet turns into a fiasco, it would be a great disgrace. Since Lord Tang trusts him, it shall be given to him to handle. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. The Empress watched him in silence, indicating that he should speak directly. Your humble servant wishes to make full use of the Zuatian Pavilion one last time. Then tear it down and refurbish it. A subtle gleam moved in her eyes. She understood his intent. Is Lord Tang thinking of using the Zuatian Pavilion as the residence for the vassal princes? Yes. Hell, each prince has his own mansion in Chang'an. Would anyone be willing to stay where I arrange for them? Of course it's a place for them to eat, drink, and amuse themselves. Not exactly. Eat, drink, and amuse themselves. The Empress knitted her brows. She had been precisely intending to rectify the extravagance of the great Han, and now she was supposed to encourage the vassal princes to wallow in pleasure. Are you, Tang Chen, the one who wants to have fun yourself? And with my money at that? Why should I? What do you mean by that? The Empress looked at him with a placid face, waiting to see what kind of story he would spin. Since ancient times, business has always been concluded at the banqueting table. It is the same here. If the princes enjoy themselves, setting aside getting them to reveal their true feelings after wine, the relationship alone can be drawn closer. We need not say the Zuatian Pavilion belongs to Your Majesty. We only need to say it is run by commoners. If I draw them closer to me, won't it be easier to coax out their secrets? The Zuatian Pavilion has always been losing money. We must fleece some funds from these rich gentry, otherwise they'll have made the trip in vain. Anyway, the vassal princes are tight-fisted toward the court, but their own purses are bound to be bulging. If they don't bleed a little, how can that be tolerated? The Empress narrowed her eyes. Tang Chen was as money-grubbing as ever. How has Tang Bao been lately? Why haven't you brought her to the palace? Bring her to the palace. To stay with you every day? Good heavens. A child must be shaped from an early age. If she turns dull now, she might never be corrected later. She's 6 now, not too young. I've been meaning to find an open-minded tutor to teach her characters, but I haven't found one yet. My little cousin absolutely cannot lose at the starting line. The Empress gave a direct order, send Tang Bao to the palace tomorrow. For these next days, focus solely on the vassal prince's affairs. Leave Tang Bao to me. It's settled then. You may withdraw, though I still have memorials to finish. Does she even let anyone speak? That muddle-headed monarch just fired off a stream of blather, leaving no room for a word from me. Tang Chen went home with a bellyful of unspoken words. Tang Lu. What? Tang Lu stood with her hands on her hips, as if ready for a great battle with him. You? Tang Chen made a face that promised he would teach her a lesson, but in the end, he could not come up with any actual words. Forget it. Go and call those fellows over for me. After all, it was the Empress' fault. She was forever cutting him off, leaving him utterly unable to argue. If he vented his anger at his dearest younger brother over that, it would be unjustifiable. If Tang Lu had heard the roundabout thoughts chasing through his head, she would have taken him for an impostor brother. The moment he entered, Zhang Liang teased, "My lord, why is it that tonight you're not drinking alone by the moon? My lord, how did that matter with your friend last time turn out?" Tang Chen slapped him hard, showing no mercy. "Mind your own business. What concern is it of yours how it turned out? Tend to your own affairs first." He immediately resumed his obsequious air, my side, perhaps not yet familiar with these habitual little gatherings. Tang Chen wiped the wine. Han Dynasty boomed in his rough soldier's manner. "How could I not know? It's being bandied about not just among the folk and in official circles, but even in the army camps it's a buzz." Only Lin Yu and Zhao Shi listened quietly from the side, perhaps not yet familiar with these habitual little gatherings. Tang Chen wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and said dismissively, "They're just titled princes, nothing to make a fuss over. So many vassal princes converging on Chang'an. That hasn't happened since the late emperor passed away." Zhang Liang remembered that after the empress assumed the throne, it was already considered a good year if one or two were willing to come and go through the motions. Swirling his wine glass, he said with feigned nonchalance, "Zhang Liang, I have a chance for promotion here. Do you want it? Please speak plainly, my lord. This banquet will be entirely under your charge. If you do it brilliantly, I naturally have ways to help you rise in rank." Zhang Liang hastily rose to kneel in thanks. "No need. Between you and me, there's no occasion for such rites. A banquet may sound trivial, but in fact it carries a great deal of fuss. From the smallest detail, a dish, the seating of princes and ministers, to the overall flow and the arrangement of the venue, you must deliberate carefully." Tang Chen pressed him back into his seat and said earnestly, "I wouldn't feel at ease handing this to the Ministry of Rites. But you must understand, if you have the guts to accept this, then make it a success. No matter how others obstruct, you find ways to overcome it properly. Rest assured, my lord, your subordinate will do everything in his power." Among the countless officials at court, Zhang Liang was the only one on Tang Chen's side. And of those many, however many looked askance at Tang Chen, that many might well trip Zhang Liang up. Yet not every trouble could be resolved with his help, who still Tang Chen believed in Zhang Liang's capability. Tang Chen turned again to look at Lin Yu. Having gained such a formidable general, he felt nothing but gratification. "Lin Yu, it really has been quite some days since you last came to my residence. The military camp keeps me busy. If Lord Tang has no official matter to summon me, it is not easy for me to come." Lin Yu was forthright, never beating around the bush nor afraid of offending his superior. "General Lin is indeed a forthright man. That is what I like. And are you settled and comfortably here, General? How are your wife and children lately?" Lin Yu smiled lightly and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. Everything is well, and I have grown used to it. We who practice martial arts are not ones to be fussy. Train your soldiers well. When we march against the Xiongnu at the frontier, I fear we will have to rely on your troops. With respect, my lord, you misspeak. They are soldiers of the great Han. Oh, what need is there to speak of relying? Truly upright, and quite the stickler for wording. General Lin, I intend to entrust this security task to you. Your subordinate accepts the order." He paused for a moment, then asked, "But what is security?" "Roughly speaking, it means ensuring everyone's safety. During this special period, you must intensify patrols and ensure no incident occurs so that no one can seize on it as a subject of gossip." "Yes." Han Dynasty pointed at himself and asked, "My lord, what about me? What should I do?" Tang Chen smiled without answering, then turned to Zhao Shi. "You are skilled in light body kung fu. When the time comes, take some men and keep watch over the feudal lords. If any one of them makes the slightest unusual move, report to me at once." Your subordinate accepts the order. Tang Chen looked at Han Dynasty, who was staring back with eager expectancy, and said composedly, "As for you, train your troops well in camp." Han Dynasty visibly deflated at these words. "Your task is the centerpiece of this operation. Put on a good show." Han Dynasty's eyes immediately lit up, yet he still could not figure out where this centerpiece came from. "Since they've already come all this way, we should let them see our most powerful armed forces. Just like a military parade, so grand, so pleasing to the eye. Of course, beneath the spectacle lay the true aim of displaying our military might and telling them, do not underestimate me lightly. I will give you a manual then. Train a drill formation according to the manual, and when the time comes, put on a The group drank a round of celebratory wine in advance. In these coming days, Chang'an was bound to be lively. Brothers, the road ahead is long and arduous. The next morning at dawn, Tang Chen washed up, dressed, and made his way to the armor factory. "Old Huang, what is the current stockpile of cotton armor?" "It is enough for the troops of the Weiwu battalion, and also enough for General Lin's men newly incorporated into the battalion. Apart from that, there are some 5,000 pieces." Tang Chen nodded. "Keep making cotton armor, but we don't need this many men. I intend to build a large firearms manufactory alongside the cotton armor factory. Old Huang, do you think you can manage? He lowered his voice and continued, it isn't hard to do. Just like cotton armor, I have a detailed operation manual and the raw materials. All you need is to follow it step by step. My lord, if you trust me with it, then hand it to me. Though Old Huang is not much when it comes to brain work, when it comes to tasks that rely on handwork, I can still barely pass muster. Good. If you don't have enough hands, recruit more. You can temporarily reduce cotton armor production, but it must not stop. Remember, no matter which side it is, the core technology must remain solely in your hands. Never allow it to leak out. Old Huang quickly acknowledged such basic common knowledge was something he understood. In this society, there was no such thing as sharing resources. If top-tier technology were learned by others, one would completely forfeit the initiative. Lord Tang, what are these firearms like? Old Huang usually only crafted small trinkets. He truly had never attempted such large objects. There are many kinds of firearms: fire lances, iron cannons, and fireballs. Our main production will be these 3 types. This went entirely beyond his knowledge. Old Huang said with uncertainty, Lord Tang, in all my years, I have never made such large items. If the firearms should fail because of me, have a little confidence. I believe in you. Tang Chen dared to say this because he knew the system's procedure had accounted for this point. It was absolutely a manual that even a fool could follow and finish. I will not fail your mission. Tang Chen was about to leave with his hands clasped behind his back when he remembered something he had not yet instructed. He turned back and said, when the time comes, I will bring the feudal lords here. Choose some quick-witted ones to attend at the front. The rear. Keep it locked for now. Yes. By the time Tang Chen returned to his residence, it was already noon. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Tang Lu rushing out in a fluster. Where are you going in such a hurry? Grand Commandant Wang has arrived. Tang Chen froze and asked to confirm, which Grand Commandant Wang? Is there a second Grand Commandant Wang? What is Wang Hu doing here? I won't see him. Tang Chen petulantly wanted to retreat to his room, but Tang Lu stopped him. Elder brother, since he is already here, you should go meet him. Whether I see him or not has nothing to do with you. Go on, go about your business. Tang Lu looked troubled. But I promised him you would be right back, and I had him sit there waiting for a while. Are you done? Why be polite to him? What good could he possibly bring? Just say I'm not here. With that he turned to leave. But it was already too late. Lord Tang. Tang Chen took a deep breath, turned, and put on a picture-perfect smile as he stepped forward. I had no idea the Grand Commandant would grace my humble home. My apologies for making you wait. I, on the other hand, am quite unoccupied. Unlike Lord Tang, who is a busy man. Why, no sooner have I crossed your threshold than you are on your way out again. Might I ask where Lord Tang means to go? Tang Chen said without batting an eye. Where could I go? Only the usual places. The military camp just now sent men over to summon me. Oh, did your younger brother not say Lord Tang had only just gone to the camp? And now just after returning you are leaving again. Surely you are not trying to avoid me. Tang Chen gave his foolish younger brother a meaningful glance. Ah, Grand Commandant, you jest. I did indeed just return from camp. No sooner had I stepped through the door than someone arrived calling me back. What important matter brings the Grand Commandant to my humble abode? Lord Tang is busy with official affairs, so I had better not disturb you. Tang Chen, utterly oblivious to social cues, answered very well, completely defying convention. The 2 men faced each other with awkward laughter for a moment, then the other said, if my lord can spare the time, why not go to the hall and have a talk? Tang Chen suppressed the urge to throw the man out. This old fox. I knew he would not leave so easily. Tang Lu, go and serve a cup of tea. Please, Grand Commandant Wang. Tang Chen reluctantly played along and made a gesture of invitation. After you. Grand Commandant, if you have something to say, you might as well say it directly. Tang Chen's implication was clear. Don't waste my time. The Grand Commandant, in no hurry to speak, took a small sip. This tea is quite good. Indeed it is. If Grand Commandant Wang would like some, I can also send some to the Grand Commandant's residence. Grand Commandant Wang replied without the slightest hesitation, then I must thank Lord Tang in advance. With all this business in the camp, is it because the princes are coming to Chang'an for the banquet? Tang Chen's hand around his teacup paused slightly. He set the cup down with a show of seriousness. Princes coming to Chang'an. Since when? I haven't heard so much as a breath of it. That shouldn't be. Her Majesty has kept even Lord Tang in the dark. I only learned of it myself today. It is said that a few days ago Her Majesty secretly sent men to every fief with invitations. Once they receive them, the princes will have no choice but to come. Tang Chen probed with an almost careless air. Since Her Majesty was so secretive, how did Grand Commandant Wang come to know? Don't tell me you heard it from one of the princes. Does Lord Tang suspect me of having private dealings with the princes? Tang Chen smiled brilliantly. It's not impossible. If I did have secret dealings with them, what would I stand to gain? Honestly, at my age, my health gets worse every year. Being able to hold this position is already more than enough for me. Grand Commandant Wang, don't take it to heart. I was only saying that. Wang Hu quietly glanced up at Tang Chen. I wonder if Lord Tang still remembers Su Qing, who was executed just a few days ago. Su Qing. No impression. Tang Chen lowered his head and thought for a while. Ah, now I remember. Wasn't he one of Grand Commandant Wang's people? Alas, it was my failure to read people. I actually put a villain in an important position. Fortunately, Lord Tang discovered it in time, so no great disaster was caused. Tang Chen wanted to applaud him. This shameless man. Did he have no idea in his heart whose man he really was? Who exactly is he showing his loyalty to here? But Lord Tang, can you truly not know? I hear Her Majesty has entrusted the entire banquet arrangements to the recorder Zhang Liang and did not have the Ministry of Rites take charge. So Grand Commandant Wang assumes from this that I knew about it. Though Zhang Liang was recommended by me, it was only because I valued his talent. Moreover, he couldn't possibly report everything to me, could he? It is only now listening to Grand Commandant Wang that I have learned of this. He'll go back and ask about it later. Wang, who gave a snort, and said with a note of displeasure, Her Majesty taking the initiative to invite the princes to Chang'an has never happened before. This matter is neither too big nor too small, yet Her Majesty decided it entirely on her own, without consulting us veteran ministers. Would it have been any use consulting with you? Every one of you just spouts hollow words. This is not allowed, that is not. Tang Chen likewise let a hint of displeasure show on his face. Who says otherwise? Her Majesty truly doesn't take us seriously at all. They'll go into the palace shortly and ask for an explanation. Keeping it from us is one thing, but keeping it from Lord Tang, who has always been utterly devoted to his duties, is truly inexcusable. Tang Chen now understood. So this was an old fox come to sow discord. Yes, after all, once the princes all arrive, who will have the hard work of receiving them? It will still be us. He played along with the farce for quite a while before sending the old fox away. Tang Lu, from now on, if you see him coming again, don't let him in. Otherwise you can go live on the northwest. Tang Lu watched his retreating back and muttered under his breath, he's still a court official of the same rank as you. How many lives do I have that I dare block him from coming in? Then at least give me an excuse. Easy for you to say. A few days later, the moment court ended, Tang Chen, having gotten word in advance, was already waiting outside the city gate with his men. Before long, a grand procession appeared on the horizon bearing loads of tribute, gold, silver, jewels, and all manner of rare treasures. Lin Yu used to work by the side of the Prince of Bohai. By rights you should have come into contact with the other princes. What sort of person is this Prince of Pinglan? He had indeed met the other princes, but he knew little about this Prince of Pinglan. The Prince of Pinglan's father was a renowned, great general under the previous emperor. He later died of illness, and his only son inherited the title. I'm not too sure of his character, but I've heard that despite his youth, the Prince of Pinglan is already quite shrewd with a touch of detachment from the world, and he doesn't like to have dealings with the other princes. Zhang Liang added, the strangest part is that he comes to Chang'an almost every year at this season personally bring. What's he after? In recent years the female emperor has held little authority, yet he still comes every year. This prince is certainly not a simple man. It was highly likely that he was feigning weakness to conceal his true nature, all for some purpose. While they were speaking, the Prince of Pinglan's carriage came to a smooth stop before Tang Chen and his party. A young man with a fair, somewhat pallid face stepped down from the carriage. Tang Chen looked around and found that he alone seemed to be dressed like a prince. He could not help thinking so yet. The man was dressed all in snow white. A moon-white robe with a snow-colored great cloak over it, as if he had merged completely with the snowy scene behind him. A sash of the same hue around his waist was embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns in gold silk thread. The emerald green jade pendant tied to it swayed gently with the fluttering of his robes, casting a faint luster in the sunlight. Although his frame was slender, there was still a hardness between his brows. The snow on his brows had not yet melted, which gave him an added air of coldness. Prince of Pinglan, this is our first meeting. I was sent by Her Majesty specifically to receive your highness. You must be Lord Tang the censor. I have long heard of your reputation. You flatter me, your highness. It is freezing out here, and no place to linger. Why not come with me to find somewhere? The Prince of Pinglan stopped him. There's no need to trouble yourself. I have a residence here in Chang'an, and I had someone clean it a few days ago. I can stay there directly. I wonder if Lord Tang would be interested in sitting for a while at my humble residence. Of course. Lead the way. After entering the Prince of Pinglan's residence, Tang Chen gave it a careful look. Though it was not as large as his own, its layout and decor had a distinctive charm. Everywhere spoke of wealth, yet without a hint of ostentation. Tang Chen now felt he would like to be a prince as well. Free and unfettered in his own fief, with no one to control him, needing only to present tribute a few times a year. The pay was excellent. It was practically the ideal job. I wonder whether the other princes also received Her Majesty's invitations. Her Majesty sent them to every prince. It's just that your highness arrived early, the others are probably still on the road. The Prince of Pinglan took off his great cloak, shook the snow from it, and handed it to the maidservant beside him to put away. Lord Tang, you should take off your cloak too, and let the servants dry it by the fire. Then he'll trouble you. So considerate. Tang Chen's first impression of the Prince of Pinglan was now quite good. Since the prince had heard of Tang Chen's name, he must certainly know that Tang Chen was now a favored figure at Her Majesty's side, and yet he seemed utterly unconcerned by that fact. I heard that it was thanks to Lord Tang's masterstroke of luring the enemy into the trap that the Han Dynasty's rightful rule was preserved. It was not so complicated, I merely seized a lucky opening. Prince Pinglin gave a soft, warm smile. Lord Tang, you are too modest. Pingcheng is extremely far from Chang'an. Ooh, I had not expected your highness to arrive this soon. I make a trip to Chang'an at this time every year. When Her Majesty's invitation reached me, I had already made all the preparations and was ready to set out. Tang Chen twirled the teacup lid in his fingers, wariness in his eyes. It is quite unusual that your highness comes to Chang'an every year without fail. There are only the two of us here, so there is no need for empty pleasantries. After the Empress took the throne, the various princes have increasingly paid her no heed. All save you, Prince Pinglin. There is only one explanation that fits your highness is an extremely strict adherent to propriety and law. Yes and no. I came to see the one in my heart. Tang Chen caught a whiff of gossip. May I ask which young lady is so blessed as to have won your highness's heart? Prince Pinglin lowered his head with a faint smile, saying nothing. After a moment he looked up and said, by custom upon arriving in Chang'an, I should first enter the palace to greet Her Majesty. Lord Tang, will you accompany me? You are going to the palace to pay respects and report your duties. What would I do there? Stand around like a post? We just met at morning court. A little distance preserves the beauty. I shall not go. Tang Chen made his silent complaints inwardly. I still have official duties to attend to, so I cannot accompany you. I wonder if your highness would honor me by sharing a simple meal tonight, so that I may fulfill my duties as host. Her Majesty will likely arrange a banquet in the palace today. Perhaps another time. Just as Tang Chen stepped out of Prince Pinglin's residence, heavy snow began to fall in large feathery flakes. The cloak he had only just dried was once again soaked through by the snow. Crunches of snow footprints of varying depths in the white blanket quickly covered again, leaving no trace. He smiled with deep meaning. Prince Pinglin was merely an appetizer. The truly spectacular acts were still to come. In the days that followed, the vassal kings arrived in Chang'an one after another. All except Prince Ning, who remained slow in coming. The Empress seemed somewhat worried. Lord Tang, what if Prince Ning does not come? He will come. Others might not, but he absolutely will not fail to come. If he truly does not come, so much the better. Then we can deal with him in a rightful and proper manner. Prince Ning should be a sensible man. With Prince Bohai's wretched fate as a precedent, he cannot be so foolish as to disregard what is good for him. As long as we hold the cotton armor in hand, he will not dare to act rashly. Lord Tang, peace is most important. If you are always talking of killing and bloodshed, it is the common people who end up suffering. Oh, so now she knows to feel for the people. Where was that sentiment before? If this great trouble is not dealt with, the people will suffer all the more. Fatuous sovereign, do you understand anything at all? Even though he had thoroughly rebuked her in his heart, he answered with the utmost ingratiating flattery, your humble servant was rash. Your Majesty's words are perfectly right. Sure enough, just as Tang Chen had expected, Zhao Shi, who had been sent to scout the situation, returned with a report that Prince Ning was on the road and would arrive before long. What a high and mighty air. He expects all of us to wait upon him alone. Ah well, only the weak need to display their authority in such a manner. What astonished Tang Chen even more was that although they were all in Chang'an, the vassal kings had no private contact with one another whatsoever. Even when Tang Chen took the initiative to invite them one by one, they declined, each with one excuse or another. Zhao Shi, is there a problem with your intelligence network? Could they be communicating with one another secretly? Lord Tang, absolutely impossible. I have sent many men to keep watch around the prince's residences, and there has been no suspicious contact whatsoever. Tang Chen tapped his fingers gently on the wooden table. If that was so, then there was only one possibility: they were waiting for Prince Ning, the most powerful among the vassal kings. A fence-sitter can hardly decide so soon which side to lean toward. First one must observe and wait. About 3 days later, Prince Ning arrived, belated and unhurried. He was waiting in the same spot as before, but Tang Chen's face no longer carried its playful expression. It was dark and grave. Your humble servant Tang Chen pays his respects to Prince Ning. Censor Tang, please rise. It was not Prince Ning who said this, but his personal attendant. The journey was long and the climate bitter with cold, so His Highness has caught a chill. He is not at ease stepping down from the carriage to exchange pleasantries. I beg your forgiveness. Tang Chen smiled obsequiously, his eyes narrowing into slits. These are but empty formalities, hardly important. May I ask whether Prince Ning's cold is severe? In a little while, I will send an imperial physician to the prince's residence to treat His Highness. Then I thank Lord Tang. The carriage rolled directly past Tang Chen. Only after watching them withdraw into the distance did he let the exaggerated false smile fall from his face. He gives me a show of force the moment he arrives, truly worthy of Prince Ning. No meeting, no conversation. Lin Yu said from the side. Prince Ning has always been this cold and arrogant. His falling out with Prince Bohai earlier was simply because he felt Prince Bohai reeked of a merchant's copper stench and disliked associating with him. Prince Bohai's power was not inferior either, which was how the two factions gradually took shape. Now that Prince Bohai is gone, Prince Ning has naturally become the leader in all but name. Go and find an imperial physician. Have him give a casual look and write out a prescription. After all, he is not really ill. Starting tomorrow, send a visiting card to his residence every day until he is willing to come out. As the year-end approached, Prince Ning had also arrived. Calculating that Zhang Liang should be nearly ready with the preparations, Tang Chen first entered the palace to see Tang Bao at the Empress's side, then headed for the banquet hall. The blanket is not laid straight. And this curtain, one side is higher than the other. What a sight. The lanterns are too large and block the view hanging here. Hurry and have a new batch made smaller ones. Tang Chen slipped up behind Zhang Liang and asked close to his ear, how are the preparations going? Zhang Liang gave a slight start. Turning back and seeing Tang Chen, he hurriedly bowed. Still in progress. It should not be a problem. It cannot be should. It must be absolutely no problem. You should know what I want. We must make an utmost display of our wealth, yet without falling into vulgarity. That balance is not easy to grasp. This subordinate understands. Tang Chen lightly patted his shoulder and laughed. It is a rare chance to see you in a fluster. Work hard. Usually so refined, so unhurried. But once a real matter arises, keeping that composure is not. Strains of a little tune reached his ears. Looking over, he saw people rehearsing on a stage. Tang Chen stood there watching for a while. The lead dancer's exquisite form moved in harmony with the sound of strings. Truly beautiful. He called Zhang Liang over again and asked, is this troupe from within the palace or from outside? Found outside the palace. This troupe is said to perform very well. The palace troupe puts on the same few acts every year and has staged nothing new. After weighing the options, I chose them. If they are from outside the palace, we must be especially careful about security. The people there are of mixed backgrounds, and we know little about their true identities. In a banquet venue crowded with many eyes, it is a perfect opportunity for mischief. Although assassination of this sort is cliched, one must still guard against it. Tang Chen pointed at the opening in the distance and said, set up 2 checkpoints at that entrance. One is for feudal lords and high officials who may pass directly. The other is for ordinary staff, including eunuchs, palace maids, and these dancers. This checkpoint must be strictly searched, and once entered, no one is allowed to leave. Zhang Liang frowned and asked, no one allowed to leave. Then what about when the dishes need to be served? Are you dense? Split them into 2 groups. One group outside passes the dishes to the people inside. Use something to separate the 2 areas. As for what to use, figure it out yourself, as long as it isn't too ugly or vulgar. Zhang Liang understood. This was exactly the saying, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. The point had been made, the rest was up to him. With the instructions nearly complete, Tang Chen sped off to the military camp. When the carriage came to an abrupt halt, his head accidentally knocked against the window frame. Ow. Tang Lu, what are you doing? Tang Chen rubbed his head as he got off the carriage, not forgetting to shoot him a glare. You can't do anything right. What use are you? Han Dynasty saw him and hurried over. My lord, how's the training? Have them perform the drill once. Lu Yu was originally resting and eating in the tent, but hearing the noise, he hurried out. Lord Tang, all these tricks of yours have worn us out. Tang Chen smiled ingratiatingly. Hard work, hard work. When this is all over, I'll definitely treat the soldiers to a good meal. 1 meal isn't enough. At least 3. Easy. Seeing Han Dynasty walking away to organize the troops, Lu Yu approached. It seems we haven't seen Deputy General Zhao these past few days. What did you assign him to? Tang Chen raised his left eyebrow, sensing that things were not simple. Oh, is the Grand General worried? Lu Yu laughed in disbelief. Lord Tang jests. Why would this general worry about him? I merely noticed he hasn't come to camp for days and thought he might have deserted. Is that so? Grand General, we've shared some friendship. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Tang Chen looked at her calmly and unhurriedly. She felt uneasy under his gaze and touched her nose. Don't make a big deal out of it. This is just simple concern for a subordinate, and a quite talented one at that. What a pity it would be to lose him. Rest assured, Grand General. He's doing fine. What about Tang Bao? I haven't gone back to see her for days. I wonder if she's missed this general. Mentioning that girl made him angry. She spent every day with the Empress, and she was no longer that sweet little sister with a honeyed smile. She was full of clever tricks now. She's also fine. She stays in the palace all day, having a wonderful time with Her Majesty. I didn't think my sister would be so fond of children. If I'd known, I would have urged her to have one of her own. With whom? Who would dare? Tang Chen nearly blurted out, but swallowed his words and held them back. Lord Tang, everything is ready. Please ascend the high platform. When it was over, he couldn't help but sigh. The modern military parade viewed from Tiananmen must surely be an even more spectacular sight than this. Not bad, Han Dynasty. Impressive, much neater than I imagined. But for the archery segment, we must ensure that every person in each round hits the bullseye. A little deviation is permissible, but not too much. If a man is incapable, replace him promptly. Prince Ning sat in a reclining chair, warming himself by the stove and sipping tea, wholly at ease. What did Tang Chen go to do? His close guard Gong Mo, who had been attending him all along, replied. He went to the palace, then the military camp. He has returned to his residence by now. My lord the imperial physician he sent has arrived. What should we do? What if he discovers? What is there to fear? Invite the imperial physician in. Before long an old man with graying hair and wearing a bright red official robe entered. I pay my respects to your highness. I have come at Lord Tang's command to treat your highness. May I ask your esteemed name? Your highness, my surname is Li, my given name Bowen. Physician Li, why not sit down and have a cup of tea first? Physician Li lowered his eyes and said respectfully, Your highness, it will be time enough to drink after I have taken your pulse. The prince extended his hand, raised his eyes, and fixed Li with a burning stare. Under his gaze, Physician Li wiped the fine sweat from his brow. Judging from the pulse, there was indeed nothing wrong. Only then, following Lord Tang's instructions, did he prescribe a formula to nourish qi and blood. Physician Li, is my illness serious? Physician Li, lying through his teeth, said, Rest assured, your highness. It is not serious. It is merely a cold caught from the wind and the fatigue of the journey. As long as you take the medicine on time, you will recover in no time. Physician Li, I fear your diagnosis is mistaken. I am clearly very ill. My hands and feet are weak, and I fear I can hardly walk. I should stay in bed for a few days of rest. Li Bowen was startled, then quickly caught on, and answered hurriedly, Your highness is right. Your servant's medical skill is shallow. Please forgive me. Prince Ning said nothing more, only asked him to sit down and drink 2 cups of tea. There Li felt like sitting on pins and needles, fearing that his life would be taken the next second, so he hastily excused himself, claiming urgent business at the Imperial Medical Institute, and left. My lord, will Physician Li tell him the truth? He will. I want him to tell Tang Chen. Tang Chen is a clever man, he will understand. Physician Li left the prince's mansion, heading in the direction of the palace. After the carriage traveled a stretch, it turned into an alley, and went to the Tang residence, where he recounted their conversation to Tang Chen. I see. Physician Li, you have worked hard. Tang Lu. Tang Chen tilted his head, signaling him to give the silver in his hand to the physician, then saw him out. Elder brother, does Prince Ning mean I am ill? Don't come to disturb me. Tang Chen looked at him silently for a while, then said in a low, enigmatic voice, Since when did you grow a brain? Then do we still send our calling card? Send it, why not? Even though he says that now, he will definitely come out. Hiding in a turtle shell is no solution. After that, just as he said, Tang Chen sent a calling card to the prince's mansion every day, and also one to the other feudal lords. Even Gong Mo grew a little awkward accepting them. I will pass them to his highness. Another one. Yes, every day, without fail. The same goes for the other princes. Prince Ning took it with interest, opened it, and read a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Using padded armor to lure me. Interesting. Tomorrow I'll go and see him. I shall see whether he is in league with those corrupt officials. If he is, things become easier. If not, Tang Lu flew inside to tell Tang Chen that Prince Ning had accepted the invitation. Calm down. Is something this trivial enough to get you so worked up? The next day, Tang Chen arrived at Weiwu camp with Prince Ning, and of course the other feudal princes who had followed along. I heard that your highness caught a chill a few days ago. I had intended to pay a visit, but the imperial physician said you needed quiet rest, so I refrained from disturbing you. How is your highness' recovery now? The speaker was Prince Jean. Weak in power and hardly noticeable, he could only attach himself to and curry favor with figures like Prince Ning. Thank you for your concern, Prince Jean. My health is nearly recovered. Since Lord Tang has invited me so many times, it would be inexcusable to refuse again. I thought I might take this opportunity to come out and have a look around. Tang Chen lowered his posture and cupped his hands. I must thank Prince Ning for granting me such a courtesy. Lord Tang, you flatter me. You are now a favorite at His Majesty's side. What you say goes, and you enjoy great glory. Not at all. I still rely on the support of all the princes. Without you, where would I be today? Prince Ning was too lazy to keep trading verbal pleasantries with him, so he said nothing and simply strode forward in silence. Previously, he had only heard reports from spies. Now, visiting Weiwu camp in person, he could sense how extraordinary it was. Although the training grounds were far smaller than those of powerful nations such as Li Tang, they were quite distinctive. Is it true that Weiwu Commandery is where the soldiers' families reside? Yes, your highness. This makes it convenient for soldiers to return home and visit their families. Prince Ning sneered, a true man of 7 chi stature. How could he let personal affections hamper his steps? Tang Chen had no intention of rebutting, but Prince Pinglin unexpectedly stepped forward. That is not so. Human beings possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. One cannot demand that after joining the army people completely sever love and attachment. That would defy reason. In my view, Lord Tang's approach is excellent. Even after enlisting, one is not utterly unable to care for one's family. In peacetime, they take up the hoe. In war, they take up the sword. Reaping the fruits of their own labor can serve as a powerful incentive. Prince Ning glanced askance at Prince Pinglin, wondering whether he had been bought off by Tang Chen and the Empress. He returned Prince Ning's gaze without the slightest fear. Though he had never set foot on a battlefield or commanded troops in war, he still bore the demeanor of a great general. True to the proverb, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and a mouse's son knows how to burrow. Tang Chen was hardly naive enough to think Prince Pinglin was on his side. Perhaps he simply wanted to refute Prince Ning's viewpoint. In fact, that was exactly the simple reason. It seems Prince Pinglin knows quite a lot about how Weiwu camp operates. I have only heard a little about it. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. They say 3 women make a drama, but Tang Chen now discovered that 3 men could put on just as splendid a show. Please come inside, princess. This mode of operation can only be said to have been devised according to current realities. As for whether it is reasonable, there is no verdict. Discussing this is not very interesting. Why don't we move inside and take a look? Prince Ning spoke. Lord Tang. They advanced deep into Weiwu camp, the place where soldiers usually trained. At that moment, the troops were training in neat and orderly formations, while only a few generals stood in ranks at the gate awaiting them. Your subordinate pays respects to your highness. Prince Ning's sharp eyes spotted Lin Yu, the former great general under Prince Bohai. He had once made special inquiries about Lin Yu's whereabouts, never expecting to find him here. Betraying his former master, yet thriving now. Truly ironic. General Lin, long time no see. I once asked after you, but learned nothing. So you had found a more promising post elsewhere. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson at these words. What Prince Ning mocked was the truth, and he could not refute it. Though his head was lowered, he could still feel the inscrutable looks in the eyes of those around him. Tang Chen shifted slightly, deliberately blocking in front of Lin Yu, as if by accident. Has your highness ever heard the saying, a fine bird chooses its tree, a wise minister chooses his lord? General Lin simply made the most correct choice. Could it be that one should blindly follow a wrong path, even when it is clearly wrong? What Lord Tang says does make sense. But I wonder if you, sir, have also heard once disloyal, never employed again. Tang Chen nearly rolled his eyes. Just because the man had not come to serve you, you sling mud at him. What if you cannot have him, you must destroy him? What do you think, you are some overbearing CEO? This is where your highness has misunderstood General Lin. He had nearly followed Prince Bohai in death. It was only because I lamented the loss of a talented man that I employed a small stratagem to keep him here. Though Lin Yu's expression remained calm, the words stirred a subtle shift in his feelings toward Tang Chen. Tang Chen had blackened his own image as a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims, all to give Lin Yu an excuse. Prince Ning said with insinuating sarcasm, well then. General Lin is fortunate indeed to have met a bull. Tang Chen had wanted his focus on the military camp. Somehow the conversation had jumped to Lin Yu. Your highness, why don't we move to the high platform and see how the soldiers' exercises have gone? Drill result. Wasn't it just soldiers brandishing blades and thrusting spears? What was there to see? Prince Ning had come for the cotton armor. He had no desire to watch such boring commonplace activities. Yet now he had already followed Tang Chen to the high platform. The group took their seats according to host and guest order. From the high platform the view was excellent, allowing one to take in the entire Weiwu camp at a glance. He had just taken a sip of tea when the soldiers, divided into several phalanx formations, marched past below one after another. Each formation had its own exercise, yet without exception, they marched in perfect order. Formation after formation passed by, their battle cries shaking the heavens, full of imposing momentum. The nearest was the archery formation. Row by row they stepped forward, drawing and loosing their arrows in one smooth motion. Not only that, nearly every arrow struck the bullseye. Lord Tang, you must have trained them for quite a long time for this display. In a distinctly humble, bragging tone, Tang Chen said it did take quite a long time, about 10 days or so. Normally the soldiers train in formations rotating in circles. This time I merely added a marching parade. This was the first time the feudal princes had witnessed such a demonstration. Neat, forceful, and quite impressive. Of course, being as proud and prickly as ever, Prince Ning still found fault whether they march in step is unimportant. What matters is whether they can wield real blades and hold their own on the battlefield. Otherwise, it is merely empty ornamentation that can only deceive oneself. Tang Chen was deeply contemptuous. Tisk, the look in your eyes already betrayed everything. You call this flashy nonsense? I'd like to see whether your army could even defeat this flashy nonsense. He finally understood Prince Ning simply loved to put on airs. Your highness speaks sense. Neatness doesn't matter, ability does. Then let's continue watching. The soldiers I train. I dare not claim they are skilled in every art, but at least the most essential basics. Tang Chen shot Han Xin a meaningful glance. General Han, no need to put on a show for us. Just train exactly as you normally would, and let the princes see the routine. Yes. After that the soldiers proceeded with their training in an orderly manner. Not to mention the archery they had already seen. The horse spear and wrestling drills alone were a splendid spectacle. This is the first time I've seen wrestling used as a training exercise, Prince Ning said. Tang Chen was astonished. He looked at Prince Ning with a puzzled expression. Wrestling, commonly known as grappling, had been a basic training drill in armies since ancient times. How could Prince Ning have never had his soldiers practice it? He suddenly realized that Prince Ning perhaps only had an advantage in numbers. Wrestling looks like a mere recreational game, but in fact like loaded training it builds soldiers' stamina and simulates an extreme scenario. When you've lost every weapon in your hands, what do you rely on to defeat the enemy? Only on your strength. Prince Ning raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Oh, I think our stamina won't be worse even without training this." At that Gong Mo descended from the high platform and walked to the wrestling ground. With the same arrogant pride as his master, he looked down on the crowd only to be knocked off the stage by the champion in a single round. Tang Chen raised a hand to halt it. "Let that be enough for a routine drill. No one is allowed to be hurt." Prince Ning twirled the jade thumb ring on his hand and took a sip of tea with feigned nonchalance. Lord Tang truly knows how to train soldiers. He gently blew on the foam floating on his tea and said slowly, "We've seen enough of the camp, haven't we? Shouldn't we go see something outside the camp?" The other princes also chimed in, "Lord Tang, you can't keep all good things to yourself." Tang Chen deliberately played dumb. "Good things, eh? I don't understand what your highness means." "Oh, could your highness be referring to?" "Well, that's easy. Just come with this official. The armor workshop is nearby." It was this humble official's fault for not being observant. "If I had known of your highness' interest, I would have gone directly there." Prince Ning smiled without a word. A flock of sly old foxes. They were all merely keeping up appearances. Tang Chen's little move just now appeared to be a routine inspection of the army's training results, but his real intention lay elsewhere. Prince Ning understood that Tang Chen was also waiting for him to bring up cotton armor. "Lord Tang, I hear that you invented cotton armor by yourself." "Yes, but I only put pen to paper. The actual labor was done by the craftsmen. We owe them a great deal." Prince Ning said with profound meaning, "Lord Tang's expertise is so broad that we are truly ashamed of our inadequacies. After all, this cotton armor has not yet been used in actual combat, so I cannot guarantee its defensive capability." By the time the princes arrived, Lao Huang was already waiting at the gate with several shrewd craftsmen. "Are you the person in charge here?" "Yes, your highness." "It is this humble one. Lao Huang knows this place best, so let him take your highnesses around." He had said he never thought of bringing them to the cotton armor factory, yet he had arranged for people to wait here long before. Prince Ning looked at several cotton armors hanging in a row, stepping forward to feel each one. From the outside they were nothing more than ordinary cotton robes, but when he opened them the secret inside was revealed. Cotton armor truly lives up to its reputation. If all the soldiers of Great Han could wear cotton armor, then Great Han would be invincible. I dare not say invincible, but compared to the past we would certainly have more confidence. Prince Ning looked around the room, and his sharp eyes caught sight of a tightly shut iron door. "That must be where cotton armor is made. Lao Huang, lead me over to inspect it." Lao Huang's face showed reluctance. "Your highness, that is the production area. The temperature is high and the environment is dirty and messy. I'm afraid it would be improper for your highnesses to enter." He raised his hand pointing at Tang Chen and asked, "Can your lord go in?" "Your lord is equally noble in status, yet he does not fear the poor conditions there. Why then should I be afraid? Or do you take me for one of those spoiled noble sons?" "This humble one wouldn't dare." "After you, your highness." The heavy iron door was slowly pushed open, and a wave of heat rushed out thick with the smell of rust. "Why are there only a few craftsmen here?" "Cotton armor already meets the current demand, so Lord Tang ordered us to reduce production and transferred half the craftsmen to the other side to work on making other equipment." "Other equipment?" Prince Ning keenly seized on the key point. Clearly this place was absolutely not the core crafting area. Tang Chen was sly. He would never so easily let them see something they were not meant to see. Tang Chen chose that moment to interject. "Your highnesses, it is far too hot here to stay for long. It is now time for lunch. Oh, why not come with this official to find a place to rest and have something to eat?" If he was unwilling to reveal something, he would never say it. There was no choice but to look for another opportunity. With such thoughts, Prince Ning said no more. Prince Pinglin had always valued peace and quiet. Having come out of courtesy after walking such a long tour, he no longer wanted to participate in any meaningless socializing, so he declined. "I still have other arrangements, so I won't be going with you all. Take care." "What a pity. This official will invite your highness another time." "Next time, certainly." Along the way he had been almost as quiet as a mouse. His body was there, but his soul was not, and he had little presence. Whether he went or not made no difference. Tang Chen led the group to the Zuetian Tower, intending to extract its final bit of value. After passing through the long corridor, a truly different world opened up inside. Prince, she could not help exclaiming, "It looks unremarkable from the outside, but unexpectedly there is a hidden paradise within." "Lord Tang, I suppose the Zuetian Tower is yours." "Indeed it belongs to this humble official. Please take a seat, your highness." Prince Ning's eyes lit up. Wine lakes and meat forests, so even he could not escape such worldly desires. Fine wine should be paired with beautiful women. Tang Chen clapped his hands, and at once several young women in dancing garments entered to perform. "Well danced. Dance another one." Prince Ning's gaze was not attracted to those dancing girls, but from time to time it rested on Tang Chen. The two sat close together. Taking the opportunity of a toast, Prince Ning asked in a low voice, "Lord Tang, are you making a new device recently?" "They're just some small trinkets hardly worth mentioning. Could it be your highness is also interested?" Prince Ning did not answer straightforwardly. Instead, he raised his voice and said, "Today I have seen that Lord Tang is indeed a man of talent. With you stationed here to assist His Majesty, it is truly a blessing for our great Han. How about we all drink a toast to Lord Tang?" I wouldn't dare. Amid songs and dances after 3 rounds of wine, quite a few princes were showing signs of drunkenness. Only Prince Ning looked extremely sober. Tang Chen cursed inwardly, "Damn it. How is Prince Ning such a good drinker? I can't drink him under the table. Better to run away." So he pretended to be drunk, holding his wine glass and swaying as he slurred, "Your Highness, this humble official toasts you. I feel I have met your Highness too late. If only we could have met earlier." Before he could finish, he collapsed at just the right moment. "Brother, we're home. Get out of the carriage." Tang Lu couldn't guarantee much else, but he knew his elder brother's tolerance well. This little amount was nowhere near enough to make him drunk. "Get up, stop pretending. We're right at the door." Tang Chen opened one eye and said playfully, "I'm drunk. You carry me inside." "Why? You have arms and legs. I already carried you in front of all those people just now. But there's no one here anymore. Who are you performing for?" Tang Lu crossed his arms, ready to refuse. Unless his elder brother gave a convincing reason, he absolutely would not carry him. "You little rascal, I can still handle you," Tang Chen said lazily. "Even though this is our doorstep, the prince's men are hiding in the shadows watching me. I have to be cautious everywhere." Thinking it over, there was logic to it. Tang Lu resignedly hoisted him up, muttering, "I must have owed you in a—" "How did it go?" Our men followed the carriage to the mansion gate. He did look drunk. When he got off, the young guard at his side helped him in. Prince Ning picked up the hangover soup the maid had brought and gulped it down. "You may leave. They'll have hot water prepared." "That may not be the case. This man is not simple. He's pretending to be drunk. He merely plays his part to the end." Gong Yimo was puzzled as to why Tang Chen would fake drunkenness. But recalling the words he had spoken before collapsing, it became clear. "My prince, he is showing goodwill toward you, or perhaps trying to pique your interest. I haven't figured out his motive yet. But no matter what it is, I'm determined to have the cotton armor and the object." Although he didn't know what exactly Tang Chen was developing, his intuition told him it was definitely something extraordinary. Clearly Tang Chen was an ally worth winning over. If he was willing to cooperate, so much the better. If not, Prince Ning would rather the man vanish forever than let him become the greatest obstacle in his way. "Tomorrow, deliver a visit card for me. I want to meet this Tang Chen alone." "Yes." The next day after Tang Chen woke up, Tang Lu held the card up before his eyes. "You startled me. Don't just barge into someone's room without knocking, understand? Brother Prince Ning sent a visit card early this morning." Tang Chen glanced at it, his brows lifting with glee. "How now the tables have turned. I invited you every day, but you refused. Now you want to see me. And I just won't let you." Tang Lu spread the word that I've caught a cold and can't get out of bed. Ask for leave from court for me for the next few days. He'll rest well at home. Tang Lu reached out to feel his forehead. "You don't have a fever. What nonsense are you talking? Why curse yourself? Just do what I tell you. Why so much talk? The Empress isn't here to back you up. He left me hanging for so many days. What's a few days of hanging him back? Why don't you want to experience what it's like to have people rushing to your door with visit cards every day?" Understood. His big brother was still so petty. He had to get back at others for anything to restore his inner balance. "Tang Lu, starting today, you need to prepare something, secretly train a group of shadow guards." He couldn't be sure whether Prince Ning, upon failing to achieve his goal, would fly into a rage and silence him. Therefore, he had to be prepared in advance. "Shadow guards? To protect you? That's too much. Tang Lu, do you want me to send you back home to farm? Or perhaps you don't want your little Ruru anymore?" "By Euro." Hearing that name, Tang Lu immediately nodded. "I want her. He'll start on it today. Girls, after all, were useful." Tang Chen decided to let her stay outside for a while longer before bringing her back. As Tang Chen had expected, every refusal was met with another visit card. How could Prince Ning not know what he was playing at? But for now the man held what he wanted, leaving the prince with no leverage. "My prince, you are of noble status. For you to send a visit card to an official's residence every day and still be refused, it would be humiliating if word got out. A lack of patience can ruin great plans. He is testing me. If a few visit cards are all it takes to obtain the cotton armor, I can send as many as needed." And so he holed up in his mansion for several days, refusing to see anyone, except one person he could not avoid. "Your Majesty, it has been so long. I trust your precious health as well. Why must she come disturb my peaceful life? I finally got a few days of peace. Why does the tyrant have to come?" "Thank you for your concern, sir. I heard you've been bedridden for days, and I grew worried, so I came to see you." Tang Bao jumped out from behind the Empress, ran over to him, and hugged him. "Cousin, I heard from Empress sister that you were sick. I was so worried I insisted on dragging her along to see you." Tang Lu scooped up his little cousin. "Don't worry, he's perfectly fine." "Then if cousin isn't sick, why did he lie in bed and say he was ill?" Tang Bao's small eyes were filled with great confusion. She looked at him with watery eyes. Cousin, are you lying? Empress' sister said lying is wrong. Tang Chen awkwardly touched his nose. How do I explain this? I really did set a bad example for the child. But I had a reason for faking illness, only it's too complicated to explain to a child. Be good, Tang Bao. Brother was indeed sick, but he got better today. That's why he got up and came out to bask in the sun. The Empress sniffed disdainfully. Keep pretending. Lying in front of a child. Aren't you ashamed? I see. Then you're not lying after all. Tang Chen changed the subject. Have you been having fun in the palace these past few days? Did you miss your brother? Yes. Empress' sister plays with me every day, and I did miss you, brother. So perfunctory. She's been influenced to be distant from me. Has the tyrant been bad-mouthing me in front of her every day? Come to think of it, children really grow fast. It's only been a few days, but she seems taller. Thinner. Is the tyrant so stingy that she doesn't even give her meat? Poor child. The Empress was speechless. Damn it, he could still pin that on me. How could I ever mistreat Tang Bao? She only shares your surname. By blood, she's related to me. Tang Bao, when are you planning to come back? Tang Bao pouted and said pitifully, all right then, I won't go back with Empress' sister in a little while. After all, the child was under Tang Chen's guardianship, and staying in the palace every day was indeed not quite proper. You stay home and play for a few days, and he'll come to pick you up to the palace soon, okay? Tang Bao nodded obediently. Good. Let cousin Tang Lu take you out to play. I have some matters to discuss with Empress' sister. Do you know why Tang Bao doesn't want to come back? Why else? It's because of you. It isn't that she dislikes you, nor that she is especially fond of me. A few days ago, she secretly told me that you had hired a tutor to teach her at home and would often test her on her lessons. She truly can't memorize them, just looking at them gives her a headache, so she wanted to enter the palace to get away for a while. That's because you spoiled her. At her age, she should learn to read and write and understand reason. That has nothing to do with gender. One steeped in poetry and books carries an air of elegance. A little ink in the mind truly makes all the difference. Besides, this is my family affair. Even if you are the emperor, so what? Your Majesty, be the judge. Does she not deserve to learn to read and write? Even if she stays in the palace, I will still have the tutor go there to teach her. I can understand the wish to see one's daughter, or rather one's younger sister, become a phoenix. But the child is still young, it don't push her too hard. I was just thinking that you would be the lenient one, and I the strict one. How could I indulge her the way that foolish emperor does? That would only ruin her. The Empress decided to play the sympathy card on Tang Bao's behalf, using herself as an example. I have always been grateful to the late emperor for giving me a happy childhood. Although I am not doing well now and have a mountain of worries, the happiness of that childhood has kept healing me. Fisk. That's because the late emperor never expected that you would become the emperor. Otherwise you'd see how hard. So in the end she became a fool with nothing but kindness left. Fine for other positions, but as an emperor, can kindness be eaten as a meal? But then again, Tang Bao actually told that foolish emperor all this. Have I really been pushing her too hard? It seems I still need to reflect on myself. I need to be a good guardian. What your Majesty says is reasonable. Your humble servant will give it careful thought, and let Tang Bao ease up a little. The Empress said with satisfaction, exactly. Study is study, and play is play. Play must not delay study, and study must not delay play either. Tang Bao, who had been hiding behind the rockery eavesdropping, was satisfied by this, and took Tang Lu's hand to leave. Mission accomplished, cousin. Come build a snowman with me. Let's compete to see who can make a bigger and prettier one. All right. Tang Lu thought to himself, this child is truly sly. She used the Empress' sympathy to it. After standing outside for quite a while, the Empress felt a little cold. Since Ziwa had again forgotten to bring the hand warmer, she walked back into the room. On such a cold day, without a hand warmer, talking to me out here for so long with your hands exposed. Aren't you afraid of freezing yourself, your Majesty? With that delicate body of yours, what if a little chill makes your brain even more muddled? You have no self-awareness at all. After going inside, Tang Chen added some kindling to the stove and ordered a servant to bring a hand warmer. By the way, Lord Tang, why are you feigning illness? Why, you ask? What else could it be? It's to avoid Prince Ning. He covets my cotton armor and the firearms I am developing, or rather he covets me. To answer, your Majesty, your humble servant is trying to avoid the vassal princes. How interesting. A few days ago, you were the one who took them to the military camp, showed off the cotton armor, and then brought them to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Lord Tang, you don't look like someone trying to avoid anyone. I have heard that you sent calling cards to Prince Ning's mansion for several days in a row before he was willing to come out. It seems she is very well informed. And here I thought that foolish emperor spent all day, every day, only eating and playing with Tang Bao. Don't try to guess my thoughts. Guessing is in vain. The Empress felt helpless. How could Lord Tang's misunderstanding of her run so deep? She had said before that she would be a good emperor. That was not a casual remark. I suspect you were deliberately stringing Prince Ning along, Lord Tang. He made you wait for all those days. If you didn't repay him, how could you feel at ease? There is no special purpose, just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Damn it. How does that foolish emperor know that this was my reason? Has she really gotten smarter? The Empress gave a cold snort. After listening to you for this long, how could I not know what you're like? It's useless to put on an act in front of me. How long do you plan to stay in bed, Lord Tang? Until New Year's Day? That way you'll get up just in time to meet them. The Empress considered it. Feigning illness was indeed a good idea. Then he'll feign illness too. Why, oi? Do you have to copy this too? What's the point of you pretending? Don't tell me you just want a vacation. Ever since Prince Pinglin arrived in Chang'an, he has gone to the palace every day to pay respects and discuss affairs. In short, he can always find a reason. I want to avoid Prince Pinglin. He has nothing better to do every day than come pester me. I already have a pile of memorials to deal with, and he still comes to the palace all day. As soon as he arrives, I can only put aside what I'm doing and entertain him. This hit a blind spot in Tang Chen's knowledge. Prince Pinglin truly is strange. Why does he have to come to court every day? The other vassal princes are too busy avoiding it, and skip the morning court whenever they can. Does he have some other motive? That day, after going out with the other princes, he insisted on returning to his residence, claiming he had important matters to attend to. I once asked him why he comes to Chang'an every year. He answered that the one in his heart is in Chang'an. Tang Chen turned to the Empress with wide eyes. Could it be? Your Majesty is the one in his heart. What a... Only this would explain why he must come to court every day. Now that it was mentioned, the Empress really did recall something she had ignored for many years. Prince Pinglin's late father had been a great general in life, a leading general and right-hand man under the late emperor. The late emperor held him in high regard, and so the two were betrothed when the Empress was still young. Thinking of it now, I do seem to have a marriage contract with Prince Pinglin. Tang Chen sprayed out a mouthful of soda water. What? Your Majesty and him? Betrothed? So his beloved really is your Majesty. I don't know if that's truly the case. As a child, he stayed in the palace and played with me for a few years, and we were close. But afterward, he followed his father to the fief, and we had less and less contact. No wonder he comes every year undeterred by wind or snow and seems to have no desire for power or money. In that case, it all makes sense. If the Empress were not the Empress, he really would be an ideal match. But their positions are different now. How could the two of them possibly get back together? This is bad. Now that this has been brought up, what if the Empress abandons Great Han and goes off with him directly? What would I do then? Tang Chen silently wiped the water from the table with a rag. How does your Majesty plan to handle it? Handle it. Just say it directly. If he wants to honor the marriage contract, he can, but only as my imperial consort. No. Can that foolish emperor have a little ambition? Build your career before starting a family. Don't act so foolish that Great Han gets stolen from under your nose. If you ask me, these two are not suited to each other, whether by appearance or temperament. What is this conversation even turning into? How did we get here? Tang Chen's inner no had been too decisive, and the Empress was suddenly moved to probe him. What does Lord Tang think? Should we ask his opinion? If he is willing to become the imperial consort, that would be good, especially since my harem is empty now. Your harem is empty. What are you going to keep male concubines? Are you about to start hovering on the edge of depravity? If you have an imperial consort by your side, I guarantee he will see me as an eyesore. Then what would I do? With his status above mine, wouldn't I be at his mercy? Besides, I doubt he would be willing to be your imperial consort in the first place. As the descendant of a great general, would he really be willing to marry into the imperial family? Very well, let's get this marriage contract settled. The Empress gave a fake smile. It seems Lord Tang also thinks highly of my idea. I bet he won't accept, and I also bet you won't let him marry into the family. In the king of bets, I don't lose easily. Indeed, if your Majesty had someone by your side to rely on and lend aid, that wouldn't be bad either. Good. The Empress resolved, it'll make you see that you've lost your bet. She toyed with the hand warmer in her hands, her gaze growing distant. Those words you said to Prince Ning at the banquet, regretting you had met so late. Were they an act, or were they genuine? It wasn't that she didn't trust Tang Chen, but Prince Ning was truly a thorny opponent. The Empress couldn't be certain what enticing terms he might offer, nor whether Tang Chen could withstand the temptation. If his visit to the cotton armor workshop that day and his deliberate or offhand mention of firearms manufacturing were meant to lure Prince Ning and climb aboard his ship, it was not impossible. In the Empress' view, no relationship in the world was so solid that it couldn't be destroyed, whether family, love. Your Majesty doesn't trust me. Talking of misery, who could be more miserable than me? After all my labors, my own people are the ones doubting me. I might as well just go support Prince Ning. Don't. The Empress hastily amended. I hope Lord Tang can forgive me. But the facts are plain, Prince Ning is indeed a more worthy partner than I. If you were to follow him, I would truly be left with nothing. The fatuous emperor got one thing right. If I cooperated with him, there really would be nothing left for you. But who am I, Tang Chen? Am I someone who can be easily swayed by outside temptations? Impossible. If your Majesty truly has so much idle thought to spare for this, why not join Tang Lu in selecting a few shadow guards to protect me? I'm only afraid that by then Prince Ning will fly into a rage. Light ripples rose in the Empress' eyes and the corners of her mouth slowly lifted. His unspoken meaning was unmistakable. What are you smiling at? From this, the fatuous emperor seems pretty insecure. That's fine. At least she has basic vigilance. This Prince Ning is indeed arrogant. I heard that during the meeting between the princes and the fatuous emperor a few days ago, Prince Ning went his own way with a lofty, contemptuous attitude, actually taking them to the cotton armor workshop and pretending to casually mention the equipment being made wasn't merely to attract Prince Ning's interest. There was also another purpose to display our strength. If in the end I don't cooperate with Prince Ning, then those fence-sitters still watching will know to appraise the situation. Even if they won't stand on my side, they won't casually cooperate with Prince Ning either. So that was it. Now the Empress could be completely at ease. With such a pillar of the state at her side, what was there to fear? The next time Prince Ning saw Tang Chen was on New Year's Day, when all the princes and ministers entered the palace together for the evening banquet. Lord Tang, it's been a while. I trust you have been well. How is your recovery going? There was not the slightest displeasure in Prince Ning's voice, it was quite calm. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. This humble official has recovered considerably. See, I can finally get out of bed now. Tang Chen heaved a long sigh. Your Highness has no idea. Since a few days ago, this humble official has been sick with worry, afraid the illness wouldn't heal, and I couldn't come to the banquet. It's rare for all the princes to gather. Missing such a grand banquet would be such a pity. Indeed a pity. There was no trace of laughter in Prince Ning's cold, clear eyes. Tang Chen sneered contemptuously to himself. What airs you give yourself? You don't even know your own measure. Don't worry. This kind of gathering of all the princes happens every year, and it always will. Your Highness, let us go. To enter the banquet hall, one first had to pass a checkpoint. The two walked straight in from one side, while the other side, separated by screens, had formed a long queue. Lord Tang, what is this? Oh, it is said they are conducting checks. After all, with a banquet this large, and the crowd so mixed, if an assassin were to slip in, who could bear that responsibility? Tang Chen stole a sideways glance at Prince Ning's expression. The person in charge of this banquet is quite thoughtful. He even thought of separate entrances. Prince Ning answered flatly, not bad. After walking along a small stone path, the view opened up. Another step past a screen was the banquet hall. Seeing Prince Ning, the assembled guests rose one after another to bow and exchange pleasantries, and many also greeted Tang Chen beside him. I heard Lord Tang has been unwell. How are you now? Thank you for your concern, princes. This humble official has almost recovered. Let us take our seats first. Prince Ning glanced at Prince Jean, who was obsequious to everyone, and let out a disdainful cold snicker. Seeing that the Empress still had not arrived, the ministers moved about freely and chatted everywhere. Around Prince Ning in particular, a cluster of officials had formed. Tang Chen sat in his seat, his eyes sweeping lightly around the room until they fixed on Wang Hu. He too was now simply sitting there without moving about, likely to avoid suspicion. Prince She had always been dissolute in nature, claiming to be a man of refined taste, but the drunken immortal tower a few days earlier and tonight's banquet both made him sigh in admiration. Look closely, and it became clear that this had originally been a broad open space. Because it was deep, winter screens had been placed around it with matching calligraphy and paintings pasted upon them. Overhead hung a circular wooden canopy like that of a pavilion, perfectly covering the banquet hall to keep out the snow. Large warm charcoal stoves blazed within, making the place exceedingly cozy. A few steps outward led to the railing by the lakeside. A stage had been erected on the lake, and zither music drifting across the water gave a feeling of lingering resonance, making one's heart broad and light. Magnificent, grand, and yet refined. The arrangement of tonight's banquet is truly a feast for the eyes. Who was the mastermind behind it? Zhang Liang hurried forward to bow. It was this humble official. By his official rank, protocol did not permit him to attend the banquet. But since he was the person in charge of this event, he had been waiting at the side, overseeing the arrangements. Prince, she narrowed his eyes. The man did not even have a seat, clearly just a minor official. And who might you be? This humble official is Zhang Liang, serving as Recorder Sima. As soon as he said this, silence fell around them. Recorder Sima. One could tell at once it was a low-ranking sinecure. Having such an official oversee the banquet was truly a bit absurd. Prince Ning remarked with keen interest, a mere scribe. It seems you are not from the Ministry of Rites. Why would you be tasked with arranging this banquet? Is it that there is no one capable left in this court? The blatant sarcasm was unmistakable. Tang Chen picked up the thread. Your Highness, this only shows that Great Han is rich in talent. Even a low-ranking official can rise to an important occasion. If talent is truly so abundant, why not employ the one who should be employed? Is a banquet that His Majesty specially invites the vassal kings to attend only worthy of being arranged by a minor scribe? The banquet hall was thick with tension. These words were not spoken by Prince Ning, but by Prince Jean. Prince Ning wished to cooperate with Tang Chen and naturally would not deliberately provoke him and create enmity, but Prince Jean's words were exactly what he wanted to say. Tang Chen was momentarily speechless. Was this not looking down on others? He should look at himself wagging his tail flattering others all day long. Where did he get the confidence to despise a man who earned his position through his own efforts? It was nothing more than being born noble, inheriting his princedom from his father, using his filthy money to pretend to be cultured, a man of unearned arrogance. He cursed Prince Jean soundly in his heart, then softened his tone, and said, "Not at all." Prince Jean initially praised the arrangement of this banquet. Look at the result now. One can tell how much His Majesty values this gathering. How can one deny His Majesty's sincerity because of a single person? Moreover, the Bohai Prince's affair implicated so many people. Many of your staff were dismissed as well. For a time, His Majesty could not find anyone daring enough to take charge and bear responsibility. But Secretary Zhang dared. We are not of noble birth like your highnesses. We were but commoners once. If Prince Jean looks down on Secretary Zhang, could it be that he also looks down on me? Who could refute that? The man truly had a silver tongue. Wang Hu sneered. Whether the Ministry of Rights truly had no one willing to take the task or Lord Tang insisted on arranging Secretary Zhang to do it. I believe the ministers here all know the truth well enough. Secretary Zhang was promoted by Lord Tang. This scheme is as obvious as Sima Zhao's ambition, known to every passerby. That is not so. If Secretary Zhang had no talent at all, my promoting him would indeed be suspect. But in truth, Secretary Zhang's learning is no less than any person seated here. So this can only be said to be that I, as a keen talent scout, gave him the opportunity to display his abilities. The Emperor arrives. Finally, damn it. If you hadn't come, this place might have exploded. The Empress today had an exquisite face, her makeup and hair meticulously styled. Who could look at her and not exclaim, stunning? Her grand court robes were worn with impeccable precision. The Empress' face was calm, her attire exuding the noble bearing that only women of the imperial family possessed. Her eyes were piercing, devoid of the slightest smile, and as she glanced around, she radiated the imperious spirit of a sovereign. The Empress spoke with a hint of displeasure. Today is New Year's Day. Can all my beloved ministers give me a little face, and let us spend a peaceful new year together? Your Majesty, forgive us. This banquet has indeed been well arranged. Whether it be the dishes and wine, the performances, or the security, it can all be called exceedingly thorough. Therefore, I intend to promote Secretary Zhang to the position of Chamberlain of the Lesser Treasury. If anyone believes he can arrange a banquet better than this, he may step forward to object. Otherwise, this matter is settled. Zhang Liang knelt and said, I thank your Majesty for your grace. Your Majesty is wise. The facts were right there before them. This banquet could be called the finest since the Empress ascended the throne. Prince Ning had not even said anything. Who would dare step forward to veto the Empress' decision? Though the tyrant is a bit too ostentatious, it will also make enemies for Zhang Liang. But it doesn't matter. Working with me already makes him enemies. Whatever, one or two more won't make a difference. As long as he does his duties well, it is only right and proper. Emir Zhang Liang was beneath Prince Ning's notice. What he cared about was another matter. Your Majesty, I have heard that after the affair of the Bohai Prince, many official posts in the court remain vacant. Why not have them filled in a timely manner? You tyrant, I advise you to think clearly and not go blabbing everything like an idiot. Don't you dare say anything about establishing new official posts after the new year, my lady. The Empress licked her lips with an inscrutable expression. Do you take me for a fool? There was no way she would say everything. Today is New Year's Day. Let us not discuss official matters. We have all gathered here, and it is rare to have a chance to relax. I offer a toast to all my beloved ministers. May great Han grow even stronger in the new year, and may the people live in peace and prosperity. At least you have some brains. The Empress had not directly answered Prince Ning's question, and instead deflected the conversation. He pressed his lips tightly together and merely lifted his wine cup with the others to take a drink. Her refusal to answer his question directly meant there was something suspicious within. Taking advantage of the wine prince, she spoke up. Your Majesty summoned all the vassal kings to Chang'an for New Year's this year. May I ask what your intention is? In previous years, it was acceptable whether they came or not as long as the required taxes were paid and the reports were sent back in writing. But this year they were required to come to Chang'an in person. After all, it was far more comfortable and pleasant to spend the new year in one's own fief with one's family. The palace has not been this lively in many years. Not long ago, when the new year was approaching, the affair of the Bohai Prince occurred, and I was deeply grieved. That is why I wish to take advantage of the new year to gather everyone together. We are all imperial kinsmen of Great Han. A yearly gathering is something that ought to be. In the past, when the late emperor was still alive, were you not all required to return to Chang'an at the end of every year? I was merely following the old precedent. How sad. Having them return to Chang'an at year's end was already common practice. Even if it weren't, if you ordered them back, they'd have to come back. There shouldn't be so many reasons needed. You tyrant, be more assertive. Today's outfit does have the bearing of a sovereign, but you lack the words. What? Does Prince She have any objection to my decision? I would not dare. This is not what I meant. Just as the wine was flowing freely, a maidservant hurriedly rushed in and whispered a few words into the ear of the Princess of Ning. Her countenance changed instantly. The Princess of Ning then whispered a few words into Prince Ning's ear before rising and taking her leave. Tang Chen had been keeping an eye on their movements, so he immediately became alert. Where is the Princess of Ning going? Prince Ning, the princess has left in such a hurry. Might there be some urgent matter? Hey, how did the tyrant know that I wanted to ask this question? These days she is like a tapeworm in my belly. We truly are in sync. Your Majesty, forgive me. The princess was too anxious and did not have time to report to Your Majesty before leaving the banquet. Just now the maidservant reported that Ale had gone off somewhere to play on her own and could not be found anywhere. Prince Ning's tone was quite calm, as if he was not worried at all. Who is Ale? Could she be his concubine? That shouldn't be. If she were, why would the princess be so anxious? Don't tell me she is his daughter. Why did no one ever tell me he had a daughter? The weather outside is freezing. Had better go find Ale quickly. As soon as the words fell, a sharp scream came from the crown princess. Quick, someone. My child has fallen into the water. Is there anyone? Attracted by the cries, the crowd rushed to the lakeside. The imperial guards on patrol, hearing the desperate pleas for help, leaped into the lake one after another to rescue the child. When Ale was carried ashore, he had already fainted, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Princess of Ning clutched the child and wept bitterly. The Empress Dowager hastily commanded, "Quick, summon the imperial physician." She then removed her own cloak and wrapped it around the child. Princess, it would be best to have the maids carry the child inside to warm up. The Princess of Ning, furious, turned and pointed at Tang Bao, saying, "It was this nameless wild child who caused my son to fall into the lake." With that, she raised her hand to strike. Tang Chen pulled Tang Bao aside in time, shielding her with his own back as the slap landed. Tang Bao has come out. If any of the other princes see her and recognize her, what will we do? No, I have to find a way to get her away from here right away. Princess of Ning, please calm down. If Tang Bao is truly at fault, I will punish her first thing. But perhaps we should first see to Ale, and afterwards we can determine who is to blame. Your Majesty, Tang Bao is frightened. Allow me to take her away. Take her back to her room first. Tang Bao's face was buried against Tang Chen's chest. Fortunately, when the crowd had gathered earlier, everyone was focused on Ale, so no one noticed this inconspicuous little girl. Tang Chen remained silent the entire way, but Tang Bao pouted with a near tearful expression. Brother, I was wronged. The boy slipped and fell in on his own while playing with me. It had nothing to do with me. When the Princess of Ning came over, I think she saw me grab at him, but miss. I'm sorry I caused you trouble. Tang Chen patted her little head. Were you scared just now? Tang Bao shook her head, then nodded. He let out a helpless chuckle. Do you think I don't know you? There's no way you'd do something like that. Don't worry. As long as your big brother is here, no one will hurt you. He placed her on the small bed and instructed the maids to bring hot water for her to wash up. Tang Bao, I keep you inside to protect you. If those people at the banquet today learn of your existence, they will try to harm you. Do you understand? So you must be a good girl and not go out on your own. Especially when those uncles are in the palace. They are truly wicked. She nodded obediently. In a little while, Sister Xiaohuan will stay with you, keep you company, and read you a story, alright? Your brother has to go handle some matters, otherwise your sister can't manage on her own. Tang Chen tousled her soft hair and smiled. Good girl. By the time he hurried over, the imperial physician had already finished his examination. The young lord inhaled some water, but I have already pat his back to expel it. That should not be a concern. What worries me is that the lake water was cold, and he may have caught a chill. I shall prescribe a remedy. We will see how he responds after taking it. The Princess of Ning sat beside the bed with tearful eyes, caressing her son's pale little face. I was not aware that Lord Tang already had a child. And I wasn't aware you had a son either. Judging by the name, I even thought it was a girl. Your son is lying there like that, and you still have the mind to chat with me here. You are certainly carefree. She is not my daughter. She is a distant cousin. Recently her parents passed away, leaving her alone in the world, so I took her in. The household felt lonely and dreary. Having a child around brings more joy. Oh, Lord Tang is indeed kind-hearted. The Princess of Ning rose to her feet, refusing to relent. That girl caused my son to suffer such calamity. If Lord Tang does not give me a proper explanation, I will not let this go. Princess, I am not simply protecting my little sister. I have already questioned the maids in the area. They all said the young lord slipped and fell into the lake while playing. Tang Bao also said he fell in on his own, and she was too late to catch him. How can the words of a wild child be trusted? Attacking someone's character at every turn. Can't you show some dignity befitting a princess? You snap and bite like a dog the moment you open your mouth. Making wild accusations against a child you've never even met before, screw you. The Empress Dowager could already sense the anger Tang Chen was barely restraining. Fearing he might act rashly, the Empress Dowager spoke up. Princess of Ning, setting aside the fact that this child is Lord Tang's sister, even if she were just an ordinary child, calling her a wild child over and over would hardly be appropriate. Why not wait until Ale wakes up and let him tell you himself what happened? The Prince of Ning also admonished her silence. A dignified princess must not behave like an unreasonable shrew. With no evidence at all, how can you casually slander a child? My wife was too anxious. I hope Lord Tang will forgive her. Though everyone eventually returned to the banquet hall after such an incident, no one had any lingering interest. The Empress Dowager, worried about Tang Bao, as well dismissed the gathering early. Tang Chen decided to take the opportunity to check on Tang Bao before returning home, so he walked alongside the Empress Dowager. She dismissed her attendants and strolled with Tang Chen alone along the small path. I originally thought you had only accepted Tang Bao because I compelled you, and I worried you would not treat her well. Now I see I was worrying needlessly. You found her a tutor, took a slap for her, and defended her. Anyone can see the deep affection between brother and sister. From the moment I accepted her, she has been my little sister. There was no snow tonight, and the moonlight was clear and bright. Though the stars were hidden, the sky was nowhere near as gloomy and forbidding as it had been in previous days. All around was silent, broken only by the crunch of boots on snow. Behind them stretched a trail of 2 sets of footprints walking side by side. The Empress Dowager cherished such quiet moments. It felt like a place forgotten by time, free of scheming and power struggles. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, don't you think, Lord Tang? Wait. Is she implying what I think she's implying? The Empress Dowager can't possibly know that phrase is a confession of love. No, surely she doesn't know. Forcing himself to stay calm, Tang Chen turned to glance at her. As their eyes met, the words slipped out before he could stop them. It is quite beautiful. That phrase. What? Is it a confession of love? The Empress Dowager held her breath at the thought. To hide her blushing face and racing heart, she calmly turned her head away. They had been enjoying the rare, tranquil time alone together, but halfway through a figure suddenly burst out and interrupted them. An assassin. Tang Chen instinctively stepped in front of the Empress Dowager. When he saw who it was, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Why is he here this late at night? The banquet is over. Why hasn't he gone back yet? Prince Pinglin, why are you still in the palace? Nan and I need to speak with you. The Prince of Pinglin stared hard at Tang Chen, all but demanding that he take his leave. Since the Prince and Her Majesty have matters to discuss, I shall take my leave now. Tang Chen walked along lost in thought. Who is Nan? Is she the Empress? He cleared his throat, ducked behind the rockery at the turn, and then followed the rockery back again. Nan is my childhood name. Calling me that now seems inappropriate. Prince Pinglin looked somewhat uneasy. When we were children, I always called you that. But childhood is childhood. Things are different now. Don't worry, I have tact. I know quite well what to call you in front of others. Seeing how persistent he was, the Empress didn't want to argue over such a matter. She kept waiting to hear what he had to say, but after a long while his lips opened and closed, yet he said nothing. The Empress felt the temperature around her drop even colder than before and couldn't help shrinking her neck. What does the prince wish to say to me? Why is Prince Pinglin being so long-winded? My legs have gone numb from crouching. A slight smile rose from the corner of her mouth. Tang Chen hadn't left. I wonder if you still remember the child betrothal arranged by the late emperor and my father for the two of us. The Empress rounded her eyes. Why bring this up all of a sudden? He couldn't actually be thinking of becoming my imperial consort, could he? I really hit the mark. I remember, but the situation was different then. The late emperor betrothed the princess of Great Han to you, not to me. Given my current identity, do you think this engagement can still be considered valid? Prince Pinglin stepped forward excitedly. Why not? Even if you are now the sovereign, you still have to marry. You can't stay unmarried for life because of that. Indeed, I cannot remain unmarried forever, so I will take a husband. With words like that, you can't possibly bring up this marriage again. As a noble prince, he could hardly marry into the imperial palace. Nanan, do you know why I come to Chang'an every year? I come to see you. I have sworn since childhood to marry you, and that has never changed. The Empress stroked her brow. Prince, with your current status, we are not suited. I understand your worries, but I don't mind. After we marry, I will stand behind you and support you. Since you need to marry, and you need someone to marry into the palace, why can't that person be me? Yeah. Damn. He's really willing to marry in. This is different from what I imagined. Foolish ruler, please have a bit of ambition and don't be swayed by romantic feelings. If you're going to agree, just agree, don't worry about whether I live or die. The Empress fell silent. Prince Pinglin's words were deeply affectionate, but Tang Chen's inner thoughts were so amusing that she wanted to laugh. Yet she had to suppress it with great effort, leaving her expression extremely odd. She had never experienced such a scene, nor had she ever thought about this matter. Therefore she simply pressed her lips together, organizing her words in her mind. Because of me, the strength of Great Han has declined year after year with internal troubles and external threats. Now that things have finally begun to improve, I want to stabilize the court first before considering these matters. At least you have a conscience. If you want to abandon your partner and head toward a happy life alone, I have no right to stop you. Actually, Prince Pinglin is quite a pretty boy and a well-behaved darling, but how can that type control a foolish ruler? This was a disguised rejection. You should have understood it, the Empress thought secretly. To prevent him from pressing on, she quickly found an excuse to leave. As they passed each other, Prince Pinglin grabbed her wrist. All right, I'll wait for you. Then he released her hand, and let her leave. When had it all started? Was it when his mother told him that his father had found a beautiful little bride for him, and that when he grew up he could marry her? No, it was even earlier. Perhaps it was the time he had done something wrong and was being scolded by his father when she jumped out from somewhere and saved him. Or it was the big steamed buns she quietly brought to him when his stepmother punished him by not allowing him to eat. There were too many memories, he couldn't recall them all. He only remembered that a tiny little figure tugged at his sleeve and said, "Come with me." Then in a flash she pulled his small hand and ran off. Your father is so fierce. Has he always been this fierce to you? But he has always been very gentle in front of me. That's because you're a princess. That's right. It's fine. From now on this princess will protect you. Whether it was that domineering line, "This princess will protect you," or her slightly flushed little face after running, or the gentle breeze and sunshine, everything was just right. In short, his heart had already fallen. From then on, every effort he made was to get closer to her. The Empress went straight to Tang Bao's courtyard and found her already fast asleep. She tucked the blanket in for her, then closed the door and came out. As soon as she reached the courtyard gate, she bumped into Tang Chen. She feigned surprise. "Why are you here? Didn't you leave just now?" "Ah, careless of me. I should have waited until she left before coming. No, I absolutely can't let her discover I was eavesdropping just now. That would be too creepy, and she might even call me a pervert. Oh, you know, nature calls. I just want to take care of it." The Empress nodded knowingly, then said with an incredulous look, "Does Minister Tang need that long to take care of nature's call?" "FCK, why does she care so much? Afterwards I found the weather nice, so I went for a walk before coming." "So, did you finish your talk?" Tang Chen asked with a feigned air. "What did you talk about?" "As if you didn't know." Putting on the airs of an upright gentleman. "Just some private matters. It's getting late, Minister Tang. You'd better go back now. Once the palace gates are locked you won't be able to get out." Guilty conscience afraid, he'll keep questioning. "I know perfectly well what you said. He'll go check on Tang Bao." "No need, she's already asleep." Seeing that he still lingered, she said, "If Minister Tang has nothing to do, then accompany me back to my bedchamber." Tang Chen emperors in history always selected consorts to fill the harem in order to stabilize the forces at court or to appease meritorious officials. "Do you think I should also do this?" "You are a female emperor, it's different. Since ancient times women's status has been low. Although you are now the sovereign of the nation, in the end your marriage is about taking in a husband. Not to mention that marrying in is a great disgrace to the family. Just the fact of several men serving one woman is enough to hurt a man's self-respect. How many of them would be sincere? They might only think day and night about how to seize your throne. By then it would be more than just internal and external troubles. You wouldn't even be able to deal with the thieves by your side. I advise you not to think about these matters for now. After you've resolved what needs to be resolved and built up your strength, then discuss this. Anyway, you are the emperor. No matter how old you are, there will be swarms of people lining up to throw themselves. Men will only slow down your Majesty's sword-drawing speed. It's better to be light and unburdened. Once the situation is stable and clear, then consider the matter of the imperial consort." The Empress leaned closer and asked, "So does my lord also intend to wait until the situation stabilizes before taking a wife?" "Why has this turned to me?" "Not necessarily. I'm waiting for my destined one. Of course, so that I may devote myself wholeheartedly to serving your Majesty." The Empress once again recognized Tang Chen's hypocrisy. "You always use sweet words to fob me off. Keep your word, Lord Tang. If you're merely paying lip service to deceive me, don't blame me for being merciless." Tang Chen inexplicably shuddered. "If you're forced to stay single, why drag me into this lonely croaking with you? Where's justice? And now you're threatening me. I have a rebellious streak. I don't bend to pressure. He'll go find myself a wife as soon as I get back. Every word I spoke is true, your Majesty. Rest assured, since you have yet to marry, your subject will naturally keep you company." Just as he escorted the Empress back to her chambers and passed by the pavilion, he suddenly heard a male voice. "Lord Tang, leaving the palace so late?" "Prince Pinglin, is your highness not also returning to the manor quite late?" Tang Chen found it baffling. How could anyone bear to stay in a pavilion in such freezing weather? The man stepped out from the shadows into the light, and only then did Tang Chen notice that a layer of frost had formed on Prince Pinglin's brows. "It's about to snow heavily. Best hurry on your way. Since we're heading the same way, why don't I accompany you, my lord?" He wanted to refuse, but had no excuse. Not the same route. They were both leaving the palace. It was the same road. Was there something else? He had just admitted he was leaving the palace. A strange thought flashed through Tang Chen's mind. Could he be afraid and waiting here deliberately to walk with him? Then he realized he had been wrong. Prince Pinglin had indeed been waiting here deliberately, but not out of fear. Along the long palace road the two were alone. The snow gradually intensified, and the accumulated snow on the path grew deeper. With every light step, one's foot sank in and toes went numb from the cold. "Lord Tang, I hear you have a close relationship with His Majesty. She often visits your residence and stays for an entire day." Ah, so he saw him as a romantic rival. Tang Chen chuckled lightly. Your Highness need not heed those outside rumors. Your subject and His Majesty share only a lord-subject relationship. Beyond that nothing exists, neither from me toward His Majesty nor from His Majesty toward me. It is true that His Majesty often visited my residence for a time, but only because funds were tight on her end then. When important matters needed discussion, I would simply invite her to stay for a simple meal. To preserve the Empress' dignity and conceal the fact that she was freeloading, Tang Chen phrased it tactfully. Is that really all? What I have investigated, I fear, is far more than my lord imagines. He appeared detached from the world, but it turned out his attention was spent on matters like this. Tang Chen couldn't understand it. Was the Empress' charm really that great? Worth so much scheming on his part? Your Highness need not treat your subject as an imaginary enemy merely because you cannot have her. Prince Pinglin turned to look at him, his eyes dark and unreadable. Then he smiled again. No, you are not my imaginary enemy. It matters not. Even if Nanan has you in her heart, it does not mean you will be the one to win in the end. Riches, honor, noble rank, fiefs. I can give them all up. All I want is Nanan. Oh, quite a deep obsession. Perhaps your Highness could wait a little longer until Her Majesty has the time to consider such matters of the heart. In any case, your subject is not an enemy for your Highness to contend with. He already had plenty of enemies in the court. The last thing he needed was to make more over-romantic entanglements. I know the difficulties she faces now. I will help her clear away those obstacles blocking her path. It was such an ordinary statement, yet for some reason Tang Chen's gaze flinched at the words. Pulling himself back to the present, he thought it was merely because he had been out in the snowy night too long. His appearance last night had already proven his illness was cured, so there was no avoiding him any longer. Sure enough, early in the morning Prince Ning arrived at the door with gifts in tow. Lord Tang, my wife was rash last night. I hope you won't take it to heart. Tang Chen smiled exaggeratedly. I was just childish play between the youngsters, nothing serious. How is the young lad doing now? After taking the decoction the imperial physician prescribed, he woke up this morning with no serious issues. I also questioned him closely about last night. It truly had nothing to do with your sister. He was even crying and clamoring to go find that girl. Last night Lord Tang said she was your cousin. Exactly. You may call her Tang Bao. Prince Ning had shed his usual arrogance and smiled with narrowed eyes. Although I did not get a good look at her last night, that young lady seems quite clever at first glance. Ale is fond of her too. If Tang Bao is not yet betrothed, this might well be a fine match. Tang Chen nearly choked on his tea and had to quietly soothe himself for quite a while before he could swallow it down. What an absolute joke. I am not arranging a child betrothal for Tang Bao. When she grows up she can pick her own husband. What era is this? Arranged marriages. Tang Bao has always been headstrong. If there's something she doesn't want to do, no amount of forcing will work. I'd rather wait until she's older and has her own thoughts before discussing such matters. Prince Ning gave an awkward smile. Indeed. If Tang Bao could become my daughter-in-law, I would be most— Tang Chen turned his head aside and rolled his eyes. Last night your wife was calling her a wild child with every breath. Even if you agreed, she never would. Truly, for the sake of their own interests, they'd sacrifice anything. He eyed the pile of gifts Prince Ning had brought and teased. Your Highness has come to my humble residence first thing in the morning. Surely not merely to discuss the children's marriage. If this is a betrothal gift, I would never dare accept it. Haha, I came because I have important matters to discuss with you. In recent days Lord Tang was unwell, so I did not wish to disturb you. Only today did I find the opportunity. Oh, so you finally caught your chance, did you? Your Highness, pray, speak your mind. Prince Ning took a sip of tea, moistened his throat, and said slowly, I see that you are exceptionally capable and a man of intelligence. I wish to collaborate with you. What say you, eh? He feigned ignorance. Collaboration in what regard? Whatever His Majesty has promised you I can also give you, and I can give even more. Does your Highness mean for your subject to serve you and betray His Majesty? Prince Ning let out a few hearty laughs. My lord's words are mistaken. I serve His Majesty. If you serve me, you are also serving His Majesty. What a stretch. Tang Chen pretended to ponder for a moment. May I ask how your Highness wishes me to serve? He came straight to the point. I wish to purchase a batch of cotton armor from you. In other words, I hope my lord can supply me with cotton armor on a long-term basis. The price will be set by you. Besides cotton armor, I also wish to collaborate with you on developing firearms together. He had learned of the firearms after all. Yet Tang Chen had never intended to keep them a secret. It was all the best. I can provide you with money. You too know that developing firearms requires vast sums. But look at the pitifully empty national treasury. Does Her Majesty truly have the means to bear it? Tang Chen barely suppressed a laugh. Though more money was always welcome at the moment, it was the last thing he valued. He toyed with the teacup lid, and only after a long while said, in the past the treasury indeed had little money, but has Grand Commandant Wang not reported all this to your Highness? Since the affair of Prince Bohai, the court has grown very wealthy, and the treasury is so ample that it can fully sustain the production of firearms. Do not forget, your Highness, Baocheng is a treasure land. From this year onward, It can send its taxes directly to the central government bypassing Prince Bohai. Imagine, Your Highness, how much that amounts to. The conditions you offered just now are hardly tempting. Prince Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Judging from the situation, Tang Chen had already gained a thorough understanding of which of his men were placed at court. Steadying himself, he said, "What does Lord Tang want? Name your conditions." "Conditions? Name my own. Does Your Highness mean to say that you will accept any condition?" "Of course. I fear my conditions may be ones Your Highness cannot accept." "Oh, let me hear them." When it came to external possessions such as wealth, Prince Ning was not afraid. Those were what he had in abundance. The first condition: move Your Highness' fief from the frontier to the interior. Second, agree to establish offices in the territories of all feudal princes with officials sent from the central government to oversee them. Under the statutes, feudal princes stationed at the frontier were allowed to recruit soldiers and purchase horses. This was exactly the reason Prince Ning had been able to grow so powerful. He could claim that privately training troops was meant to resist foreign invaders. If Prince Ning no longer had to guard the frontier, he would have no reason to keep a formidable military force. Otherwise, he would be violating ancestral law and could be punished directly. Prince Ning now found himself caught in an impossible dilemma. With Prince Bohai as a precedent, the court's financial and military power had surged, and with Tang Chen assisting Her Majesty once the firearms were produced, compounded by cotton armor, he would have no chance of victory at all. The other fence-sitters were keenly adept at reading the tides. By then they would hardly lend a hand. It would already be a relief if they refrained from delivering another kick. If Prince Ning can agree to these two conditions, I will offer the cotton armor to you with both hands. Beyond that, the feudal princes may also enjoy more favorable treatment. You jest, Lord Tang. Even if I agreed to the second condition, the other princes might not. Tang Chen's tone faintly rose. Is that so? That need not trouble Your Highness. If you agree, I will manage the rest myself. Prince Ning reflected for a while, then said, "How about this? Allow me to go back and think it over, then give you an answer." "Very well. No hurry." After returning to his residence, Prince Ning went straight to the study and did not come out until night had fallen. "Your Highness, Grand Commandant Wang requests an audience." Still not a sound came from inside. Wang Hu asked in a low voice, "What has happened to His Highness?" "He went to the Tang residence this morning and has been like this ever since he came back." Grand Commandant Wang stepped forward and knocked again. "Your Highness, I have important matters to discuss." Only after a long pause did Prince Ning's voice emerge from within. Enter. Prince Ning was standing at the desk where several sheets of freshly written calligraphy lay. "Your Highness, I heard that you went to the Tang residence early this morning bearing gifts. What did Tang Chen say to you?" "That man is exceedingly cunning. Your Highness must not fall into his trap." Prince Ning dropped heavily into his chair. "The reduction of feudal domains is likely unavoidable. Have you accepted, Your Highness?" "It is not a matter of whether I accept. Her Majesty's power has grown immensely. With cotton armor and firearms, we have no hope of winning." "If he accepted, what use would the cotton armor be? By law, his forces would have to be reduced, otherwise they would have every justification to order him punished, strip his fief, or, like Prince Bohai, brand him with the charge of rebellion." "What if he refused?" In truth, Tang Chen's conditions left no room for acceptance or refusal. Once the imperial edict was issued, what did it matter if he refused? He was offering the princes a semblance of dignity. Those who complied voluntarily would be favored, those who resisted would gain nothing. Wang Hu had also heard about the manufacture of firearms before, yet he could not believe Tang Chen was really capable. "Do not let him intimidate you, Your Highness. He may be proclaiming the firearm matter all over, but such a thing has never existed before. How could he possibly build it? It is nothing more than invention." Prince Ning shook his head. "No, he can do it. Do not forget, the cotton armor was his original creation. In any case, Your Highness must under no circumstances agree to his conditions. Otherwise, we will be completely reduced to passive acceptance. Can you truly be willing to be controlled by an empress for all your days? The only option now is to win Tang Chen over to our side, or make him disappear and seize the firearms and cotton armor." But because he appreciated men of talent, Prince Ning did not want it to come to the last resort of making him disappear. He had a premonition that this man knew far more than he had revealed. The one who won him might very well win the empire. Therefore, the most urgent task was to find some leverage over Tang Chen, something that would force him to abandon the Empress and come over. "Why not let me try to persuade him to our side?" Prince Ning said nothing which was tacit approval. For now, there seemed to be no other choice. Gong Mo, investigate the situation at the firearms factory. Be thorough. Meanwhile, Wang Hu left the Prince Ning residence and went straight to the Tang residence. It was late at night and he would rather not have received visitors, but unfortunately that foolish lad Tang Lu had let it slip that he was home. "The night is already deep. What brings Grand Commandant Wang to my humble abode?" Wang Hu said with a solemn expression, "Lord Tang, I will not beat around the bush with you. You should already know whose man I am." "Ah, persuader." Tang Chen let out a long sigh, silently mourning the time and the life he was Grand Commandant Wang, I have already presented my 2 conditions to Prince Ning. There is no room for negotiation. Lord Tang, there is no one else here, so I will speak plainly. Why do you serve Her Majesty? You know better than anyone that she is not a good ruler. Since she ascended the throne, she has neglected court affairs. The lives of the people have been devastated and foreign troubles have come one after another. Why would you aid a sovereign like her? This was the very question that had always plagued Wang Hu. Leaving aside how capable Tang Chen truly was, he was currently the only minister in court willing to wholeheartedly work for the Empress. What was he after by serving such a sovereign? Previously, Tang Chen was a man who had climbed by sycophancy, idle and shiftless all day long, without an ounce of proper bearing. What exactly had happened to make him cast off his former muddled ways and begin earnestly forming plans for the Empress? He was certain that some transaction unknown to outsiders must lie between them. That's a good question. Why should I assist her? Why should I go out of my way to plan everything for her? Tang Chen pondered for a long while before recalling that it was probably because the Empress had initially promised him the position of Grand Tutor, a rank second only to the sovereign, once everything was accomplished. But in truth, even without occupying that position or those empty titles, he was already wealthy and powerful. Tang Chen began to savor the feeling of commanding from within the tent, enjoying being industrious and purposeful. This was exactly the state he had originally desired. If he had been given a chance to display his talents from the start, he would not have wanted to merely while away his days. He had believed the sovereign to be a tyrant, but now that tyrant seemed to be slowly reforming. Just as well. After thinking it through, Tang Chen asked back, then why does Grand Commandant Wang choose Prince Ning? Prince Ning is a member of the royal house and capable. His ascension to the throne would be the best outcome, allowing the great Han to restore its former glory. It indeed sounded very high-sounding. Tang Chen smiled. No, I think the real reason is that you are unwilling to have your fate controlled by a woman. Or perhaps you are not satisfied with what you have already. Standing in a high position, you still want to climb even higher. But under the Empress you have no room to rise, so you have no choice but to switch to another master. His words hit exactly where it hurt for Wang Hu. Grand Commandant Wang, why lie to yourself? Although Prince Ning is an imperial relative, after all, he is merely a collateral branch. The Empress is the rightful sovereign. Even if there were no Empress, it would likely be the Grand General. No matter how the count, when it would never reach him. Grand Commandant Wang, for your own selfish desires, you have betrayed your ruler. If you simply fail to realize your mistake, so be it, but to spout such lofty nonsense while being utterly devoid of decency, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Are you not embarrassed? Exhilarating. Tang Chen almost cried out. He had precisely pinpointed Wang Hu's sore spot and lambasted him directly. Having held it in for so long, he had finally said everything. Wang Hu's face gradually turned livid. Master Tang once said, a fine bird chooses its tree, a wise minister chooses his lord. I have merely chosen the one who should be chosen. Is that so? Grand Commandant Wang must also admit that the Empress, having changed her former attitude, is now diligent in governing and loving the people. Let me ask, when the people suffered disasters year after year, unable to fill their stomachs or keep warm, what did Prince Ning do? It was the Empress who opened the granaries to relieve the people despite pressure, and it was the Empress who was reduced to chewing vegetable roots because of her poverty. Prince Ning merely hides in his fief, watching the people suffer, while he indulges in fine food and drink, obsessing over power, amassing wealth, and recruiting soldiers. Is this what Grand Commandant Wang calls choosing one's lord? Wang Hu was choked speechless, his facial muscles trembling with rage. Tang Chen, I will not bandy words with you. Prince Ning is your best choice. You had better be sensible. If you choose to go against him, your road has come to an end. Such arrogance. What Tang Chen loved most was watching others get slapped in the face. Go slowly, I won't see you out. Oh, and by the way, remember to remind Prince Ning to give this humble official a reply as soon as possible. At the firearm factory, artisans were forging firearms with intense zeal. He walked over to an unremarkable bookcase, turned a hidden mechanism, and the bookcase slid open to reveal the completed firearms arranged inside. How is the situation going? In reply, my lord, there are currently 200 muskets, 5 cannons, and 100 fireballs. The production of bullets and gunpowder has been postponed as you ordered. Tang Chen picked up 2 muskets and could confirm that the quality of these firearms was the most advanced in the world at this time. Although the Li Tang and Zhu Ming dynasties already had firearms, neither their lethality nor range could compare with Tang Chen's advanced weapons. Now the production can begin. Be careful. Although bullets and gunpowder are small in size, they are crucial factors determining range and power. Then Tang Chen made another inspection tour, showing concern for the craftsmen, asking about their meals and where their families had been settled. He moved a chair over, stood on it, and declared, if you have any needs, you can tell old Huang. I will handle them accordingly. You may not be soldiers fighting at the front, but you are their solid backing. Without you, victories would be impossible. After such a pep talk, everyone cheered loudly. Corporate culture matters. Prince Ning would never give up until he achieved his goal. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. Tang Chen feared he would resort to underhanded tactics, so he had to be perfectly prepared. Old Huang, I will send people to patrol the area. Access control must be tightened here. Absolutely no unknown persons are allowed to enter the firearm factory. Also, I will soon vacate some rooms, so the craftsmen can bring all their families to Weiwu Commandery. For their safety, they are not allowed to go out without orders. Old Huang acknowledged each instruction. The situation was growing ever more severe. The firearm factory was a savory meat that everyone was eyeing. With his hands full at the firearm factory, Old Huang could hardly manage the cotton armor factory as well. He found a long-time apprentice named Qian Xing to take charge. Tang Chen took a casual look, found the young man honest, and paid little attention. At the lunch hour, Tang Chen hurried back. Halfway home in his carriage, he met Tang Lu riding over in a rush. Eldest brother Tang Bao is missing. Tang Chen's heart jolted. What did you say? Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on her? How could she go missing just like that? Have you asked the Empress? I did. She is not there. Her Majesty has also sent people to search. Hurry, let's get back at once. On the way, Tang Lu recounted in detail how Tang Bao had gone missing. Early this morning, she had complained of being bored and cooped up in the room, and by means of both coaxing and demanding, she made Tang Lu take her out. How could Tang Lu resist her coaxing? With a softened heart, she agreed. The two went to the bustling downtown. Tang Bao insisted on buying jewelry at the Wanbao Pavilion and dragged Tang Lu inside. The place was crowded and noisy, and then she was gone. I clearly had a firm grip on her hand when we entered. Somehow when I turned around, the person holding my hand was not. After hearing this, Tang Chen solved the case. He was sure Tang Bao had set a trap for her little cousin to fall into. Tang Lu, you can't even manage to win against a little girl. Must you be so naive and sweet? Tang Lu had nothing to say. After her brother's hint, she realized she had been duped by Tang Bao. Then where did she go? What if she runs off to play and gets caught by bad people? Especially with the tension with Prince Ning, Tang Bao could very likely become a weapon in his hands. Don't worry. Think carefully about where she might go. Since she set a trap for you, she must have somewhere she absolutely must go, so she shouldn't be in any danger for now. But the difficulty is that Tang Bao probably doesn't want to be found by anyone. This news absolutely cannot leak. I'm afraid that if someone with ulterior motives learns of it and finds Tang Bao before we do, things will be disastrous. Arriving at the entrance of the mansion, the Empress was pacing back and forth. Catching sight of Tang Chen's carriage, she hastened forward. I have already ordered a thorough search of the palace, yet there is still no sign of her. She must still be outside the palace. Could it be that she was taken by Prince Ning's men? Though the likelihood was slim, the Empress remained troubled. It should not be. If Prince Ning truly did such a thing, it would mean that we have thoroughly burned our bridges, leaving no room for negotiation. Only 2 days ago, he had Wang who serve as his intermediary. How could he possibly still hope to win my support after such a move? But could it be that Prince Ning, seeing the hopelessness of his cause, simply chose to gamble everything on a single throw? Yet if that were the case, someone would surely have come long ago to deliver a message offering terms for the exchange of the hostage. No, I must go and probe the situation myself. Set your mind at ease, Your Majesty. Your servant shall go to Prince Ning's mansion to ascertain the truth. No sooner had Tang Chen announced his identity than an old steward emerged to lead him inside. After you, Lord Tang. Tang Chen tested cautiously. Could it be that your prince has been waiting for this official for quite some time? The old steward merely smiled without a word, leaving Tang Chen feeling rather unsettled. After he had taken a seat in the grand hall, it was not long before Prince Ning came forward with a smile. Lord Tang, I have been awaiting you for some time. I wonder if Lord Tang has given it some thought and decided to accept my conditions. These past days I have found myself hoping for your arrival every single day. Tang Chen sensed something amiss. The first sentence indeed sounded like a man who had kidnapped Tang Bao and awaited her rescue. Yet the second seemed merely to presume that Tang Chen had come around and intended to pledge his allegiance. The terms this official proposed a few days ago have yet to receive your highness' reply. Prince Ning's expression stiffened. I shall not accept your terms, Lord Tang. Say no more. That is of no concern, for that is not the purpose of this official's visit today. My purpose today is quite simple. Merely to invite your young master on behalf of my younger sister to spend a day out in leisure and incidentally stop by a temple to offer incense and pray for peace and safety. Perhaps the two of them are destined to be together. After a single glance that day, she has been unable to let go, clamoring every day to accompany your young master. I, as her elder brother, could hardly bear the persistent pleading, and so I have come to issue this invitation. These words left Prince Ning slightly taken aback. Though a fire of displeasure burned in his heart, these past few days his household had indeed been thrown into turmoil by less stirs. One could only wonder what enchantment had been cast upon him, for he clamored day and night to go find Tang Bao. Tang Chen carefully studied every subtle shift in his expression. Confident that Tang Bao was not in his hands, he finally put his worries to rest. Your Highness, in this official's view, the grievances and entanglements between adults should not drag children into their midst. What does your Highness think? Before Prince Ning could answer, Gong Mo came rushing in breathless. Upon seeing Tang Chen, he hesitated for a few seconds before whispering a few words into Prince Ning's ear. Prince Ning slammed the table and rose abruptly. Lord Tang, may I ask whether my son is at your residence? Tang Chen was utterly bewildered. Had he not come to this estate precisely to search for someone? How had the accusation now been turned upon him? What do you mean by that? How ironic, Lord Tang. The very moment you preach that the grievances of adults should not be visited upon children, you yourself have resorted to such a sinister scheme. A moment's thought brought Tang Chen to the answer. Tang Bao had certainly coaxed the young master into slipping off with her. Truly, that girl was formidably audacious. Your Highness, pray calm yourself. In truth, the reason I came here was to sound you out. Earlier this morning, just after I returned from outside, my younger brother told me that Tang Bao had gone missing on her own. We searched every conceivable place, yet could not find her anywhere. Though this official knows full well that your Highness is a man of integrity who would never use a child to stir trouble, even the faintest possibility compelled me to come and try. I beseech your Highness to understand the heart of a brother to his sister. Prince Ning's anger flared even higher. His own son had slipped away. It was utterly preposterous. Lu has been an obedient and sensible child since he was young. Yet lo and behold, after he met Lord Tang's younger sister, he has lost all sense of propriety. The insinuation that Tang Bao had corrupted Lu did not sit well with Tang Chen in the slightest. Your Highness, get your facts straight. Lu is a boy while my sister is a girl. In the end, it is Tang Bao who stands to lose the most. If any injury has befallen my son, I will never rest this matter. Tang Chen retorted in kind. If any injury has befallen Tang Bao, this official shall likewise never rest. Utterly disregarding their usual decorum, the two bickered heatedly over whose fault it was, leaving Gong Mo alone bewildered at the mercy of the wind. Mustering his courage, he stepped between them and shouted, "The most pressing task at hand is to find them at once. Once they are found, there will be ample time to settle the score." Whereupon the two men marched off together out of the prince's residence, still seething, to search all corners. At this moment, Tang Bao and Lu were skulking furtively around the drunken immortal pavilion. Lu hid beneath a table, still betraying a trace of fear. "Is it really all right for us to be in here?" "Relax, you scaredy cat. This is my brother's turf. We can play as much as we like." Lu's forehead was lined with exasperation. "If it's your brother's turf, then why are we skulking and crouching about in secret? Are you soft in the head? We are little kids. How on earth could we come out to play all by ourselves? If we got caught, they would surely drag us back and give us a good dressing down. This place hasn't even opened its doors to the public yet, so there are few people around. We only need to keep clear of those cleaning servants." The little boy asked, thoroughly baffled. "But even if we don't get dragged back, we'll still get an earful anyway." Tang Bao looked at him in puzzlement. "Not at all. I merely have to say that I became separated from my brother while we were out shopping, that I waited for a long time at the spot and scoured all around for him, and only returned home so late because I truly could not find him anywhere." Lu swallowed hard. He had discovered that Tang Bao was far too cunning. She would face no trouble at all, but he had slipped out of the study on his own. How could he ever produce such a flawless excuse? With all the loyalty of a sworn sister, she draped an arm across his shoulder and consoled him. "You don't need to mull it over. As long as we have our fun, the beating afterward is worth it." Lu. They knew not how much time had passed before Tang Bao cast a glance at the window and urged Lu to leave at once. If they delayed until the sky went fully dark, two children venturing out alone would be in real danger. Though they had managed to elude everyone inside the drunken immortal pavilion, no sooner did they step out than they were caught red-handed by General Han. Tang Bao grinned sheepishly. What a coincidence, General Han. How did you happen to turn up here? Coincidence indeed. We have been combing the city for you since morning. You little wretch, just wait until Lord Tang gets his hands on you. Lu slanted her a sideways glance, secretly amused. The alibi you rack your brains for is useless now. This time you're going to catch it too. I suppose this is what they mean by sharing fortune and adversity alike. Don't you smirk either. Your father has spent half the day hunting for you, and is spoiling for a fight. You two little monkeys, understanding nothing, yet dashing all over the place. What if you truly stumbled into some villain's hands? The two were carried home like trussed chicks. Tang Chen, the Empress, and Prince Ning sat in the seats of honor, smiling inscrutably as they looked upon the pair. Tang Bao shrank back. The situation now differed from what she had envisioned. "Let's go home." With those words, Prince Ning dragged Lu away. The atmospheric pressure around Tang Chen was too low at the moment, so she dared not speak. "Calm down, stay calm, can't hit a child. Why is raising a kid so exhausting? I've been searching for nearly a whole day. I was so anxious I haven't eaten a single bite from noon until now. Is this another tormented spirit sent by heaven? Why did I end up with such a... Have you eaten? Huh?" The Empress and Tang Bao spoke in unison. "Tiskim asking if you've eaten." Tang Bao rubbed her flat stomach and silently shook her head. "Tang Lu, take her down to eat her fill before we talk." Tang Chen turned his head and found the Empress smiling at him. I'm still angry. What's with the smile? Can you stop smiling? It's creepy. Even though he was furious inside, the first words out of his mouth were about whether she had eaten. The Empress realized that although he was strict with Tang Bao, he was quite doting on her. You should go eat too. I could hear your stomach growling from far away. Really? When did my stomach growl? But I am a bit hungry actually. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Have you eaten? Would you like to join us? Fine. That fine was too straightforward. I was just being polite. Why did you agree so quickly? Never mind, since you've been worrying all day, I'll treat you to a meal. I was blind. Case closed. How could I have thought Tang Chen was warm? He's just a complete straight man. Tang Bao was eating happily alone when she looked up and saw Tang Chen and the Empress approaching. Assuming they had come to settle scores with her, she shoveled a few more bites of rice and obediently put down her chopsticks. Oh great, you weren't this obedient when you ran out, but now you're behaving. The Empress chuckled helplessly and patted her head. Where's your brother? He's not here to punish you. He's here. Tang Bao, you were wrong this time. Running off without a word like that. Do you know how worried adults get? Your two older brothers searched for you all day and didn't even have time to eat. Alright, I really don't like such sentimental scenes. Let me finish my meal before I settle scores with this brat. Tang Chen frowned displeasedly and said, alright, eat first. Tang Bao quietly watched her brother's sheepish demeanor and truly realized she had done something wrong. She picked up the big chicken leg from her bowl and handed it to Tang Chen, saying timidly, Big brother, Tang Bao was wrong. They'll definitely write you a note next time. Tang Chen gripped his chopsticks tightly and exhaled heavily. Wrote a note. Oh heavens, take this brat away. Wait, there's also the tyrant emperor. Oh heavens, just take me away instead. The Empress nearly choked on her food upon hearing this, coughing uncontrollably until her face turned red. Tang Bao obediently brought a cup of water. Your Majesty, eat slowly. She hadn't choked because she was eating too fast, but because she was startled by Tang Bao's words. This child's way of thinking was truly peculiar. Tang Chen helplessly stood up and patted her back. Getting choked while eating, I'm impressed. So can these two grandmasters just behave so I can have a proper meal? After recovering, the Empress suppressed her laughter and said, Eat first. The interrogation time had arrived. Tang Chen and the Empress each pulled up a stool and sat diagonally across from her. The Empress began gently. Tang Bao, where did you and Lu go today? Did the tyrant save all his gentle words just for Tang Bao? With this educational method, his future child will surely surpass Tang Bao. Asking so gently achieves nothing. Shall dare to do it again. Might as well beat her first to leave a proper impression. The Empress didn't think her method was wrong. The child hadn't committed any unforgivable crime. A simple conversation would suffice. Resorting to violence every time would leave lasting trauma. Wouldn't it be better to listen first, then decide on an appropriate punishment to help her remember? If you ask me, your child will grow up repressed and timid. Only then will they truly shock the world with a single act. With the Empress present, Tang Bao guessed she was unlikely to be beaten, so she boldly replied, I took him to Zui Xian Tower. Zui Xian Tower. I've passed by it many times today, darn it. What were you doing there? Has the tyrant's influence already made her yearn for a decadent life at such a young age? The Empress was speechless at her thoughts and continued, What did you go there for? The place wasn't open today, and there were hardly any people. During the evening banquet, Lu and I were chatting by the lake. He told me he had never seen lotus flowers because there were none where he came from. He also said he really wanted to see them, and I felt sorry for him. Then I remembered that Big Brother's Zui Xian Tower has a place where lotus flowers are grown year-round, so I wanted to take him to see them. But he mentioned he would be leaving soon, so we agreed to go today. The Empress gave Tang Chen a meaningful glance. After all this, the blame still fell on him. Who asked him to take her to Zui Xian Tower for fun before? Then why didn't you tell your big brother? Tang Bao timidly glanced at Tang Chen. After what happened last time, Princess Ning doesn't like me much anymore. Big brother also doesn't want me interacting with Lu. If I had told him, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. Hearing Tang Bao's explanation, Tang Chen felt a lump in his throat, wanting to vent, but unable to. Fine, it's getting late. Xiaohuan, take her to wash up and sleep. Tang Chen walked to the doorway with his hands behind his back and turned back to say, From now on, if you want to go out with him, just tell me directly. Tang Bao watched his departing figure, then sneaked closer to the Empress. Your Majesty, is Big Brother still angry? Don't worry, he's not angry anymore. But you are absolutely not allowed to do this again. No matter where you go, you must tell an adult, otherwise we will worry. Understood? She nodded vigorously. I understand, I definitely will from now on. Lu wasn't as lucky as Tang Bao. Before the carriage even reached home, he had already fallen asleep, sobbing quietly with unshed tears at the corners of his eyes. Fortunately, Gong Mo was nearby, and Prince Ning had held back from being too harsh. He only declared that Lu was never allowed to see Tang Bao again. Gong Mo recalled Tang Bao's appearance, feeling something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. During that evening banquet, when he had seen Tang Bao, her face was already buried in Tang Chen's embrace. But this time he had seen very clearly. Doesn't your Highness find that child rather familiar? Still brooding over Lu's antics, Prince Ning frowned and said with slight impatience, "Which child?" "Tang Chen's maternal cousin. I feel I've seen her somewhere before. And her name Tang, Bao seems to have been changed later." At his reminder, Prince Ning also felt the child did look somewhat familiar. "Now that you mention it, she does seem familiar. A distant cousin raised in a small southern town. Logically, since they were stationed in the north, it was impossible they had ever seen this child before. If she were merely a cousin, why would they change her name? And why change her surname to Tang? Such a superfluous act can only mean something suspicious." A faint smile curled at Prince Ning's lips. He truly disdained dragging women and children into their struggle, but if that child was the only breakthrough, go thoroughly investigate that child's identity, including when she came to Tang Chen's side. "And that firearms manufactory I told you to look into. How is it going?" Gong Mo's face showed slight difficulty. Tang Chen was deliberately on guard with heavy defenses, but one could only get as far as near the entrance. "Your Highness, he has installed a row of sharp iron spikes atop the wall, and beneath the tiles is a layer of solid seamless wooden planks. Nothing can be seen from outside. When Tang Chen designed the firearms manufactory, he knew full well that the four directions would covet his weapons. To prevent them from peeping and probing, he had deliberately crafted it with meticulous care, vowing they would not catch even the slightest glimpse." Noticing Prince Ning's expression darken, Gong Mo trembled and hurriedly added, "But it wasn't entirely fruitless. I heard he has brought all the craftsmen's families to Weiwu Prefecture and does not allow them to come and go freely. How thoughtful of him. He even anticipated that I might threaten his craftsmen. Little does he know that what I want is—" Alu was sound asleep, but the jolting carriage made his head lean and bump against his father. He immediately sat up with wary alertness, staring at Prince Ning with dazed eyes. "Go back to sleep if you're sleepy." Alu instantly shut his eyes again, even though he was already thoroughly startled and couldn't sleep. Prince Ning looked at a less tear-streaked face and realized that perhaps he was the most suited person to investigate Tang Bao's identity. "Stop pretending to sleep. From now on, if you want to play with Tang Bao, just say the word and go." "Understood." Alu was visibly stunned. Just moments ago he had been told he wasn't allowed to contact Tang Bao. Why the sudden change? He hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. "Tomorrow Tang Chen plans to take you and Tang Bao out for an outing, and he'll also visit a temple to pray for blessings. He's already spoken to your father. Once you're out, mind your manners, observe proper etiquette, and don't disgrace me." "Understood." Alu was completely dumbfounded. Not only had he been permitted to go out with Tang Bao, but everything had even been arranged for him. It was all so bizarre that he felt certain something far more complicated was at play. He plucked up his courage and asked, "Father, didn't you just say I wasn't allowed to go out with Tang Bao?" Prince Ning instinctively wanted to snap at him for asking so many questions, but on second thought, he still had things to instruct. "Since you enjoy playing with Tang Bao, she must have her merits. Children playing together is no harm. Your father was angry earlier only because you snuck out without a word, making your mother worry. Your father also finds Tang Bao quite likable. She always seemed vaguely familiar. She left her hometown so young, so she must be homesick. Since you've often said you want to visit the South, chat with her, ask about her parents and siblings. That's how one shows concern for a friend." "Understand." Alu answered with uncertainty, "Yes, I understand." Walking along the official road to the morning court, Tang Chen was surrounded by court officials passing in twos and threes. Only he walked alone. Occasionally someone greeted him, but he was long accustomed to it. In his eyes, being invincible was simply this lonely. As he walked, he sensed someone drawing near and turned his head. It was Prince Ning. "Good morning, Prince Ning." "Morning." Tang Chen assumed he had merely come over for a courteous greeting, so he waited for him to walk ahead and said nothing. "The weather is quite pleasant today. By the looks of it, the sun should come out." Tang Chen eyed him suspiciously. "Talking about the weather with me. Don't mess with me. Stay away." Out of politeness, he offered a perfunctory reply. "Indeed, the weather is pleasant. Yesterday Lord Tang said that affairs between adults should not involve children. His Highness fully agrees." "Lord Tang, didn't you say you wanted to take Tang Bao and Lu out together? Why not make it today?" Tang Chen's eyes shrank slightly as he murmured. Yesterday he left in a fury with an expression that said the two children must never see each other again. Why is he suddenly possessed today? Prince Ning had heard only a long string of words without catching what was said. "What? Oh, nothing. If your Highness has no objection, this official would naturally be honored to accompany." His Highness thought that if I suppressed Alu, he would only rebel the more. Better to indulge him a little in such matters. Then perhaps yesterday's incident won't repeat itself. Tang Chen was puzzled. He hadn't expected Prince Ning to be such a kind and doting father. He didn't look the type, yet the anxious expression had shown yesterday when hearing Lu had gone missing was indeed genuine. Perhaps fathers simply didn't know how to express their love. If your Highness can think this way, nothing could be better. This official has considered the matter for some time. It was precisely for this reason that I did not oppose Tang Bao making friends. The rare harmony between them with no undercurrents at all made Tang Chen almost forget that this man intended to move against the Empress and was not on his side. In the court, Wang Hu, bearing both old grievances and new, had been exclusively focused on attacking Tang Chen ever since being rebuked by him. The various princes merely stood there stiffly, never speaking unless their own interests were at stake, like mere spectators. Imperial Censor Tang once loudly declared he would attack the Xiongnu, then used resolving the King of Bohai affair as an excuse. That matter has now been settled for some time, yet Imperial Censor Tang still hasn't made a move. It seems it was nothing more than an empty boast. He boasted before issuing war bonds, yet now he delays any expedition. If the people grow discontent and rise up, how will he handle the consequences? He really goes out of his way to make trouble for me. Every day, he only knows how to rush and nag. If you're so capable, you do it yourself. Easy for you to talk while standing around. Is Wang Hu's only job every day to come to court and disgust me? First the King of Bohai's rebellion, then the princes gathering in Chang'an. For all this you've contributed absolutely nothing. Who goes on a campaign in such freezing weather? Asking to die faster. The Empress knew Tang Chen had been busy all this time, and since there was no one in the court capable of helping him, he had to handle everything himself. In light of how you have made enemies at court time and again for my sake, I shall put in a word on your behalf. The Empress wore a solemn expression, her eyes and brows carrying the bearing of one who looked down upon the world and dominated all heroes. Her lips moved slightly as she spoke. Grand Commandant Wang, in the dead of winter, how can we march north to battle? The rear has yet to be arranged, and without support, how can the front line engage in combat? Grand Commandant Wang holds a crucial military post, yet he truly treats warfare as child's play. Could it be that if Lord Tang loses, you, Commandant, would gain some benefit? Your servant does not mean that. Your servant is only worried about the great Han Empire and wishes to march out immediately to send them fleeing in disarray. In that case, I shall give you 10,000 troops to march out at once. Can you guarantee victory, Grand Commandant Wang? Wang, who flushed red. At this moment the situation was somewhat unfavorable to him, so he softened his tone and said, Your servant cannot. I respect that you have served 3 reigns, but that does not permit you to treat me as nothing and spout nonsense in court. I fine you 2 months' salary and 1 month of confinement. Reflect thoroughly on your faults, and once you have thought it through, come before me. Your servant obeys the decree. Wow, that imposing figure just now was the tyrant. So she actually knows who she is. As a sovereign, she must be firm with her subjects and punish when punishment is due. Unlike before, when you only moved your lips. On the surface they seemed afraid, but in their hearts who was truly afraid of you? Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Today I'll temporarily stop calling you a tyrant. Your Majesty, although Grand Commandant Wang's words just now were indeed inappropriate, deducting his salary should be sufficient. Imposing confinement is probably going too far. After all, Grand Commandant Wang is a senior minister. Bringing things to such a state is truly unsightly. The one who stepped out to defend Grand Commandant Wang was not Prince Ning, but Prince Jin, a fence-sitter who had always leaned toward Prince Ning. Why do these princes other than Prince Ning all act like naive airhead sweethearts? Are they performing? Does Prince Jin think that by saying a few words on behalf of Prince Ning's men, he can gain trust and become one of his own? Little does he know that what matters is intelligence. Why with such a proper upright face must he insist on being a troublemaker? The Empress barely suppressed a laugh. When it came to shutting people down, she only admired Tang Chen. She still said coldly, It seems Prince Jin would like to serve the month of confinement in Grand Commandant Wang's place. As Grand Commandant, instead of thinking about how to hoard more grain and wealth to prepare for the campaign, he made cynical remarks in court and seized the opportunity to suppress his colleagues. Prince Jin, do you think he should not be punished? Can just anyone casually question what I say now? Prince Jin's face turned ashen. The Empress calling him just anyone was a clear attempt to make him lose face. Tang Chen lowered his head, his expression quite a spectacle. Today's tyrant. The Empress. Her combat power is simply maxed out. If anyone else comes, keep rebutting them. Don't be cowardly. I have firearms, a worst case will blow them all up. The court fell utterly silent. Even the Empress' heavy breathing in her anger could be heard clearly. Prince Ning glanced at Prince Jin with displeasure, inwardly cursing him as a troublemaker. He himself had not yet said anything, yet here this man was jumping up and down. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Grand Commandant Wang is indeed worthy of punishment. As Grand Commandant, how can he focus only on personal grudges and completely disregard the nation's greater good? He deserves to be punished. Grand Commandant Wang was Prince Ning's man, and the Empress' punishment of him was also a covert punishment of Prince Ning. If he continued to plead for leniency at this critical point, he feared it would not end with mere confinement. To avoid giving the Empress that chance, he had no choice but to accept it. Such a punishment was truly humiliating to him. But when Wang, who saw that Prince Ning offered no word in his defense, he could only grudgingly plead guilty. Your servant admits his mistake and willingly accepts the punishment. The weather is indeed fine today. Just thinking that I won't have to look at that annoying old face for a month feels wonderful. When I go back, I must celebrate. The farce ended with Wang He's confession. Tang Chen hummed a little tune as he entered Qilin Hall. The Empress had been eating pastries with crumbs still at the corner of her mouth, and no time to wipe them away when she saw Tang Chen stride in. Why did Lord Tang enter without having someone announce you? Me. Coming here. Still need an announcement? It's not as if I've never seen you eat before. Why act so coy with me now? Your servant will certainly remember next time. The Empress wiped her mouth awkwardly and asked, Is there something you need? Tang Chen's eyes were full of bafflement. I have nothing going on. You should be the one with something. Isn't it you who attends court for 1 minute, and then summons me for a 2-hour talk? I call this being considerate. No need for you to send someone to fetch me. Hurry up, say what you need to say, and be quick. I still have to take Tang Bao and the others out to play. The Empress indeed had nothing to do today, so she was also a bit stunned when he came in. She glanced down at the pastries on the plate, and signaled Ziyu to bring them to him. My lord, these are Osman Thussiger's steamed chestnut cakes fresh from the kitchen. Sweet, but not cloying. Her Majesty loves them. Since you are here, do have a taste. Your Majesty likes anything and everything as she spends all day just thinking about eating. These things sweet enough to kill, I don't see what's so good about them. Don't try to drag me into this. The Empress arched her brow slightly, and said, These cakes are not too sweet. My lord, try them. It seems we are truly well off now. Setting aside the quantity, even the appearance is much more refined. So there are several plates in front of you, even more delicate than this one. No wonder you are willing to grant me a single plate. The Empress felt displeased inside. Back when we had no money for cakes, I gave you the only plate I had. Do I seem so petty? If Lord Tang wants to eat all of these, may be granted to you. No need. This kind of thing with no shelf life that goes straight into the stomach. Being granted it is just like not being granted it. But was my gaze just now too obvious? Tyrant. No, Empress. Suddenly changing how I address her is still awkward. Forget it, I'll just keep calling her Tyrant. How did the Tyrant know I was still thinking about the plates in front of her? Thank you, Your Majesty. How is Tang Bao today? I intend to leave the palace to see her. Again, heading to my place. Anyone who didn't know better would think you are Tang Bao's mother. Are you kidding me? I'm taking them out today. If the Tyrant goes, how am I supposed to get them away? Is the Tyrant trying to avoid her work, refusing to review memorials? Your Majesty, she is eating well and has a healthy appetite. No need to worry about her. Just focus on your court affairs. The Empress understood. He did not want to bring her along. There is no end to court affairs. I also need to take some time off and rest. Don't you agree, Lord Tang? I was thinking it has been quite a while since I went out for a stroll. Why not Lord Tang accompany me and bring Tang Bao to the farther outskirts for a look? What the hell? Have our thoughts already overlapped this much? We both came up with the idea of taking Tang Bao out. Why do I get the feeling she's misunderstood something? I have to say the air here is quite fresh, but isn't this place a bit too remote? You don't understand. This place is called Wind Listening Valley. Legend says it can blow away your worries. Look how happy those two children are playing. Hearing Tang Chen's words, the Empress followed his gaze and saw Tang Bao and Lu chasing each other joyfully on the grass, their laughter bright and carefree. Unconsciously, a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Indeed, seeing them this happy makes the trip worthwhile. As long as Your Majesty is pleased, Tang Chen said with a grin. The Empress shot him a reproachful glare. Out here, just call me by my name. Very well, my dear wife, Tang Chen said with a roguish smile. The Empress blushed. Who's your wife? Don't call me that. Sooner or later you will be. I'm just practicing in advance. Tang Chen said, shameless as ever. These two children really are destined for each other. That little dog Prince Ning sent over yesterday. Tang Bao was absolutely smitten with it, so she brought it along today. Alo, what's your dog's name? Tang Bao asked, holding the puppy. I haven't named him yet. How about you give him one? Tang Bao tilted her head and thought for a long while. His fur is yellow. What about Xiao Huang? Sure, Xiao Huang it is. It even rolls off the tongue nicely. Alu said happily. Tang Chen crouched down and patted Xiao Huang's head. This really is a good dog. In the future he can guard them. The Empress walked over as well. Watching the two children play with the little dog, her smile grew ever more tender. The Empress answered perfunctorily, quite passable. Ziyu leaned close and whispered, Your Majesty, the midday meal will soon be upon us. Perhaps we should start back at once. There isn't a single inn in this desolate wilderness. Let's first see what sort of trick he's trying to pull. Tang Bao and Lu exchanged a smile, holding an entire conversation through their eyes. My brother's a bit off in the head. Please don't take it to heart. I could tell. The four stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do. Look at the mountains. The water. Or maybe the grass. Only Tang Chen was eagerly hauling things down from the carriage. What are you all standing around gawking for? Come lend a hand. Oh, right, coming. Naturally, in the end, Tang Chen was still the only one bustling about. The Empress and Ziyu could hardly fathom what he was trying to accomplish, let alone offer any help. Tang Bao plucked up her courage and asked, Brother, what are we going to do with all this food? A picnic. The two of you are bound to love it. Dragging two little kids along is nothing but dead weight. What fun can we have? All we can do is sit here quietly. A picnic isn't bad though. It's just a shame there are no plastic lunchboxes in these parts. I also brought a kite. You can take a Lu to fly it. Tang Bao's mood brightened instantly as she hopped over joyfully to fetch the kite, but before long she gave up, gazing at the two in the distance, so engrossed in their work that they paid the children no heed. She set the kite back with resignation. With only the two of them, no matter how fast they ran, the kite would never leave the ground. Forget it. Let's just go sit by the riverbank. Once my brother's finished, well, ask him to fly it for us. Lu hesitated, afraid to approach the water. The memory of last time was still vivid in his mind. Scaredy cat. Tang Bao giggled softly. Come on, take my hand. I definitely won't let you fall this time. This river is flowing and the water is far clearer than the palaces. Come see. With a mischievous air, she slipped off her shoes and socks and dipped her little feet into the water. The cold made her flinch, but she promptly put them back in anyway. Though the weather's warmed up, the water's still a bit cold. You're such a coward. Just watch me play. Stung by her taunt, Lu began to follow her example, not once noticing Tang Bao lowering her head to hide a sly smile. In my hometown, it would already be warm by this time of year. Young trees sprouting leaves, birds singing, and flowers blooming. Lu suddenly recalled his father's words and asked, "Where is your hometown?" To tell the truth, I don't remember much of it. My brother says it's in Shizha, a lovely little city in the south. You don't remember anything at all. Tang Bao's cheeks flushed crimson. Holding up the hem of her dress with one hand and clutching his hand tightly with the other, she said, "I said not much. Not none at all. And your parents? Why do you only have your brother?" "My parents. They fell ill and passed away. I was the only one left at home, so my cousin took me in." "Cousin? So you don't have any blood brothers?" "No." Lu gently drew her into an embrace and said soothingly, "It's all right. You have Lord Tang, and you have me. He'll be your friend forever. When we grow up, I can take you back to visit your hometown." "What are you two chatting about?" Tang Chen abruptly appeared. Tang Bao jumped with a start, then said helplessly, "We're discussing life and dreams. A pair of little brats like you talking about life and dreams." Tang Bao says she has very few memories of her hometown, and I'd like to take her back someday. Oh ho! Pledging themselves to each other at such a tender age. They are a well-matched pair to be sure. It's just that Prince Ning and Princess Ning are no easy opponents. If she married into that household, she'd suffer all sorts of bullying. The Empress was rendered speechless. Her little sister was still so young, yet he was already mapping out the future. "You might approve, but I, the Empress, would never agree. We're just about done packing up here. You two come over quickly." Ziyu went over and pulled the two children up, helping them into their shoes and socks, while chiding them affectionately. "Even if the weather is warming up, you can't carry on like that. The river water is still cold. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Tang Bao stuck out her tongue, and before Ziyu could finish her scolding, grabbed a less hand and ran off. What are all these plates for?" Tang Bao was dumbfounded. This was simply eating somewhere different after all. The Empress and Ziyu looked at Tang Chen with one accord. "Ask him." Actually, a picnic is just everyone seated together, eating, chatting, and playing games. Tang Chen was the first to sit down, patting the cloth laid over the grass. "Come on, everyone, take a seat. I found 2 winter wide-sleeve gowns. They're nice and soft, and won't prick your bottoms. Try them." "Why does the tyrant look so disgusted, HM? I told you this wasn't the place for you. Someone who loves cleanliness so much and is always holding up appearances, how could you ever feel at ease plopping yourself down on the grass?" "Fine, if she wants sit, then she can just stand." "Sit, then she would." The Empress lowered herself onto the cloth without ceremony. Ziyu was too late to stop her, but seeing her seated, Ziyu cautiously sat down as well. "I had the kitchen prepare all sorts of pastries and pack them in food boxes. It's just that without airtight containers, there were some things I couldn't bring along. Everyone please make do with what we have." At that, everyone fell silent and began eating the pastries. The surroundings were already quiet, and with no one speaking, only the ceaseless sound of chewing could be heard. "Don't just keep eating, everyone. Let's have a chat." With her mouth stuffed full of food, Tang Bao said indistinctly, "No talking during meals, no talking in bed. That's what my brother taught me." "All right. Why is this atmosphere so awkward?" "All right, I should have expected this. They're hard to get engaged in anything. How about a game? I've no choice but to bring out my trump card. Everyone's just about done eating. Let's play a game, truth or dare." The 4 raised their heads in perfect unison, their eyes brimming with confusion. What sort of game is that?" "Before I came, I prepared a few paper balls. One has something written on it that's different from all the others. Whoever draws that one must choose truth or dare, and the others get to set the question or the dare. Tang Bao and Lu will join in too." Though they all privately found it dull, there was truly nothing else to do. Seeing Tang Chen still brimming with enthusiasm and showing no sign of heading back, they could only play along. As luck would have it, the first to draw was the Empress. "Truth or dare?" "Truth." Tang Chen glanced at the remaining 3. Every one of them averted their eyes. Right, none of them had the nerve to ask. "You have to promise not to think of yourself as the Empress for now. This is a game." The Empress nodded impatiently. "Speak. Is there someone in your heart? someone you like, or someone you once liked will do. Cliché as the question, maybe there's nothing else to ask. Judging from the expressions on those three faces, they're all just as curious about the Empress' romantic history. There is. The Empress paused, offering nothing more. After all, he had only asked whether there was someone, not who it was. Being stingy with your words won't save you. Just wait. They'll wring the truth out of you soon enough. When it came to Tang Chen, the Empress asked him the same question, and naturally his answer was also yes. Of course there is, it's just that she doesn't fancy me. Back in school, that campus belle was gentle and beautiful, the dream girl of countless people. The Empress secretly grumbled, it's only natural she wouldn't fancy you. Unfortunately, the Empress was chosen yet again. Tang Chen raised an eyebrow, eager to keep probing. The Empress quickly said, I can't let you do all the asking, Tang Bao. You ask one. Tang Bao looked up with an innocent face. Sister Empress, do you like my brother? The Empress felt as if she had suffered internal injuries, as she nearly choked on her own blood. She regretted not letting Tang Chen ask instead. Given his status, he would never have dared to be so direct. Tang Bao certainly dares to ask, I am no match for her. But why drag me into it? That question came out of nowhere. Though, I am a little curious too. Impossible. I've always treated your brother as my sister. That's that. Really? Tang Bao winked at the What sister? Who is your sister? Good grief, she even changed my gender. Forget it. Asking this is no fun at all. Tang Chen awkwardly changed the subject. Alright, one more round, and then we're done. In the last round, Tang Bao was chosen again. Everyone thought asking the kid for truth was boring, so they made her do a dare. Ali, you haven't been picked even once. No way. I'm punishing you by making you come with me. Tang Bao was shamelessly pulling a stunt, and he agreed anyway. After they walked away, the Empress instructed Ziyue quietly follow behind them and keep an eye on them. Alright, let's get— The word sister was deliberately emphasized by him. The Empress deliberately pretended not to hear and only asked what work. How can we come out to play without having a barbecue? With that, he went to the carriage and brought down several food boxes. Opening them, he found that all of it was raw meat, some wholesome, threaded on wooden skewers with a layer of ice at the bottom. Once they bring firewood over there and start a fire, we can roast the meat. Since there's no grill, we'll have to hold it over. Why do you always have these novel ways of eating in your head? Actually, this isn't novel at all where I come from. It's just that this place is too crude. There's nothing to be had. How can I tell you that I came from the future? You wouldn't believe me anyway. Future? Then do you know the ending of— The Empress hesitated, her lips parting slightly, but she couldn't ask the question aloud. If she did, everything would be exposed. Oh. Both turned toward the direction of the sound. That's Tang Bao and Ali's voices. Let's hurry over and see what's happening. The scream was too shrill and piercing, both their hearts twisted in alarm. Ziyu! Ziyu! Tang Chen shouted loudly, but no one answered. That's strange. How could there be beasts in the forest in broad daylight? But as long as you don't go deep into the woods, nothing should happen. Could they have gone deeper? No. Stay calm. Don't overthink it. Maybe they just fell into a beast trap. There shouldn't be any danger to their lives. Only the voices of Lu and Tang Bao were heard. Where did Ziyu go? Tang Chen dashed toward the forest. The Empress couldn't keep up and had to shout, don't run so fast. He had no choice but to slow down and wait for her. This is a dense forest. Stay close to me so we don't get separated. The Empress clutched the corner of his sleeve. Tang Bao, Lu, Ziyu, where are you? Still no one answered. After walking a little farther, the Empress suddenly felt one foot step into empty air. Oh. The Empress had expected excruciating pain upon falling, but strangely there was none. She opened her eyes and saw that Tang Chen was pulling her up with one hand, exerting all his might. She could clearly see the veins bulging on the part of his arm that was exposed from the sleeve. Hold on. It's all beast traps down there. If you fall, you're done for. I'll pull you up. Though she was terrified, the Empress forced herself to say, what if I drag you down with me? Don't worry. I'm not that weak. Hold on to me. Tang Chen lay flat on the ground. With no one behind to brace him, it was hard to exert strength. Suddenly, he felt an excruciating pain in his arm, but he still held on tightly. I absolutely have to pull this tyrant up. If she gets hurt, I'll be in deep trouble. Tyrant, you owe me another one. Where on earth are the shadow guards that Tang Lu arranged? Your Majesty. Ziyu dropped the firewood she was holding and hurried over to help. Lord Tang. It was the shadow guards. 4 men in black jumped out from nowhere and gathered around to save them. Tang Chen stood up, looking at the deep pit, still feeling a lingering fear. Where did you 3 go? Are you all right? Tang Bao ran over and hugged her brother's leg. No, we just wanted to scare you and Sister Empress. We didn't expect you to come running in and almost fall into the pit. I got into trouble again. With her face covered in mud and looking quite disheveled, the Empress still came over and gently patted her head. It's okay. Sister was careless. Never be so naughty and scare us like that again. Let's go back. Tang Bao tried to take his hand, but as soon as she touched it, Tang Chen let out a pained grunt. Your hand. Don't move. My hand must be dislocated. Woo-woo. This tyrant was sent by heaven to punish me. It hurts like hell. Ziyu thought of how he had been holding the Empress all along, and guessed let's hurry back and find the imperial physician. Your hand is most likely dislocated. At Tang Chen's residence. No sound came from inside, so the Empress could only pace anxiously outside. Ziyue is a dislocation serious. At least it will take some time to recover. Just now in the carriage this servant saw Lord Tang enduring it until he was sweating profusely. Creak. Physician Zhang, how is Lord Tang? The Empress stepped forward. Your Majesty needn't worry too much. I have already put it back for him. How long will recovery take? It takes 100 days for sinews and bones to mend. During this time, he must rest well and avoid carrying heavy things. The Empress lowered her head in thought, then added, Physician Zhang, don't tell anyone that you saw me here today. Tang Chen had regained his high spirits. Hearing her words from inside, he started mocking her in his heart again. So many people are watching you. Even if Physician Zhang says nothing, others will find out as soon as they investigate. Besides, what's done is done. Knowing won't make any difference. Are you afraid of being linked with me in a rumor? Afraid your childhood sweetheart Prince Pinglin will get angry? Sister. Even at a time like this he wouldn't stay quiet. The Empress stormed in angrily, but the moment she saw Tang Chen lying on the bed, all her anger vanished. Forget it. Your Majesty, lower your voice and move a little slower. My door isn't that sturdy. Every day she acts so rough and boorish. She's not the least bit like an emperor. I just saved her and she's glaring at me like that. Heartless, truly heartless. That pit was so deep. If she had fallen in, she would have at least broken a leg or an arm. A sensible person would have gone downstairs to cook me soup in compensation. The thoughtless one is right in front of me. My apologies, Lord Tang. How about this? I'll go cook soup for you, Lord Tang, so you can properly replenish yourself. Holy hell, did I hear that right? Did that tyrant Empress just say she would make soup for me? Can she hear my inner thoughts? Otherwise, why would she be so considerate on her own? If I could get the glorious Empress herself to cook soup for me once in this life, that would be tremendous face. Though elated inside, Tang Chen still feigned refusal. Your Majesty, you mustn't. It's only right for this humble subject to save you. How could I possibly demand a reward? Moreover, I couldn't bear to put your Majesty to the trouble of cooking personally. I want chicken soup. The Empress pressed her forehead. Never in her life had she been so speechless. Ziyue, come with me and teach me how to make chicken soup. Huh? Ziyue blinked her big eyes, wondering whether she had heard correctly. The Empress had grown up in luxury and privilege. Let alone cooking, she had never even set foot in a kitchen. Yet now she was asking Ziyue to teach her to make chicken soup. Ziyue said timidly, Your Majesty, this servant doesn't know how either. The Empress licked her lips. Right, Ziyue didn't look as though she knew how either. Then she thought of someone. Tang Lu would certainly know. Steward, go and bring Tang Lu to the kitchen for me. The moment Tang Lu entered the kitchen, she was met with a scene of absolute chaos. What is this? Are we burning down the house? Your brother was injured saving me. To make it up to him and thank him, I've decided to cook chicken soup for him myself. Tang Lu struggled to process this information. Wait a moment. My brother's injured. Where? Is it serious? Has the imperial physician seen him? Where is he now? His wrist is dislocated. He's lying in bed at the moment, and the physician has already come and gone. Can you teach me to make chicken soup now? The Empress smiled. Tang Lu's worried expression immediately shifted to astonishment. Chicken soup. He actually made Your Majesty cook soup for him personally. Tisk shameless. Your Majesty, don't listen to him. Let me do it. No, I've already promised. Tell you what, stand by and teach me step by step. Seeing how insistent the Empress was, Tang Lu had no choice but to agree. Actually, chicken soup is very easy. You just do this and that, and it's done. Use the chicken you took out and brought back. It was kept on ice, so it hasn't gone bad. First, cut the chicken into small pieces. Then wash some accompaniments like mushrooms. Put the cut chicken and mushrooms together, add water, light the fire, and wait for it to cook. The Empress nodded. It sounded simple enough, but the very first step stumped her. Is this chicken still alive? If I cut it, will it jump up? Tang Lu thought it was a joke, but looking at the Empress's serious expression, well, she was not joking. Forget it, Your Majesty. This is physical work. I'll cut the chicken, wash the mushrooms, and light the fire. Your Majesty only needs to put the chicken and mushrooms in, add some water, and add salt. Seeing that the Empress was about to refuse, Tang Lu set to work herself, and added, it will still count as chicken soup made with Your Majesty's own hands. Very well, that makes sense. The Empress sat on a wooden stool watching Tang Lu bustle about, and asked without thinking, how did you learn to cook? Was it because you had to wait on your brother? Having spent enough time around them, the Empress knew that Tang Lu's place in the family was to serve her elder brother. Your Majesty, don't be fooled by my brother's laziness. He's actually a pretty good cook. When I was little, he was the one who did the cooking. Done. The Empress patted her leg, which had fallen asleep from sitting, then cautiously stepped forward and touched the chicken on the cutting board. She yanked her hand back at once. It was cold and clammy, a strange zensation on the skin. Although Ziyue did not dare move either, she had no choice but to muster her courage. Your Majesty, why not let this servant do it? No. At least this step has to be mine. Only then could she declare with a clear conscience that the soup was truly made by her own hands. The Empress quickly grabbed the chicken and dropped it into the pot. Meanwhile, Tang Chen lay in bed, bored beyond measure. and only sat up when he heard the door. The Empress entered carrying a bowl of chicken soup herself with unmistakable sincerity. He glanced at the color of the soup, smiled, and blinked. "Did your Majesty make this?" "Of course. This is my first time cooking, so you must not disappoint my good intentions, Lord Tang. This humble subject is truly blessed beyond measure to drink chicken soup made by your Majesty's own hand. Even if I died, it would be worth it, let alone for such a minor dislocated wrist." The Empress knew he was only saying empty flattery, so she let it pass. "If that's so, then Lord Tang had better drink at least 2 or 3 bowls to live up to my cooking personally. That goes without saying. Chicken soup is such a simple thing. There's no way it could taste that awful. It actually looks fairly fresh for a first-time cooking. She did quite well." The Empress blew on it, carefully lifted the soup bowl, and said, "Lord Tang's hand is injured. Why don't I feed you?" "You mustn't, your Majesty. That would take years off this humble subject's life." Tang Chen took the bowl. With his right hand wrapped in bandages and no hand free to hold a spoon, he raised the bowl to his mouth and drank directly. The first sip nearly made him spit it out, but seeing the Empress's expectant face, he forced himself to swallow despite the discomfort, and a lump of salt remained in his mouth. He felt as if he had eaten a mouthful of salt. If dried in the sun, he might just produce salt now. That one sip nearly did me in. I overestimated the tyrant Empress. Even the simplest chicken soup can be made to taste this awful. How can it be so salty? Did she dump my entire household's salt supply in? And why did no one stop her? Why did I have to be reckless enough to agree to let her cook chicken soup? I was wrong. But wouldn't it be too cruel to say outright that it tastes awful? After all, this is her first time cooking. Wait, did she deliberately add so much salt to get back at me? Just as Tang Chen's brain was racing at full speed for a solution, the Empress snatched the soup bowl from his hand and took a small sip from the spoon. Even that single small sip she spat out. It was utterly undrinkable. "Forget it. I'll have Tang Lu make you another pot. This is too salty." "Since that sip felt wrong, why did you still swallow it?" "It seems the Empress did not do it on purpose." "I'll forgive her. Oh, it's nothing. Just have Tang Lu add some water to dilute the salt, and we're done. No need to be so particular." Still, with that much salt, how much water would be needed? After adding it, the mixture might not even count as chicken soup anymore. The Empress carried the chicken soup and had just risen to pour it out when she heard a clamor outside. "Your Highness, allow this servant to announce you. By the time you finish announcing me, would you turn this prince away at the door again? This prince has urgent matters to report to Her Majesty. If you delay us, can you bear the responsibility?" That is Prince Pinglin's voice. Has he caught wind of something again? Next time I need to get more household guards. If anyone can barge in whenever they please, won't that make me look like a fool? I'm already injured and can't even get a moment of peace. It's all that benighted emperor's fault. Tang Chen threw off the blanket and made as if to get out of bed. "Your Majesty, I'll go attend to our guest." The Empress pressed him back down and tucked him under the quilt. "This is my doing, so I will settle it myself." She smoothed her sleeves and opened the door in a huff. Whatever happened to the mature, steady, and worldly wise Prince Pinglin? Why was he being so discourteous now? Suppressing her irritation, she asked in an unreadable tone. Prince Pinglin stood as if frozen, staring at her with reddened eyes. "Are you all right?" "I heard. Your Highness, you are out of line." "Go on. What do you need to report?" Prince Pinglin stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. Only when he saw that nothing seemed wrong did he relax. "I thought you had been hurt. You are a subject, and I am your sovereign. How can a subject and sovereign refer to each other as you and I? And how did Prince Pinglin know that I might be injured?" The probing look in the Empress's eyes cut him to the quick. Her words made it all too clear that she suspected him of keeping watch over her. But she could not be too harsh, because among all the feudal princes, Prince Pinglin was the only one who clearly stood with her. She could not risk driving him into Prince Ning's camp. At that thought, she softened her tone. "I know your Highness is only concerned for my safety. Thanks to Lord Tang, I am safe. Please go back for now. If this stirs up trouble, it will not be good." Tang Chen had sneaked out of bed and was standing by the doorframe, eavesdropping. Hearing how tender the Empress's tone was, he felt a bitter twinge in his heart. "I was the one who got hurt for you, but you never used such a gentle voice with me. Truly, comparisons are maddening. You leave me wounded and come here to whisper sweet nothings with someone else. All lovey-dovey and cooing. Sigh, it wasn't worth it. I should have just let her fall back then. Let her break an arm or a leg." Prince Pinglin cast a glance into the room, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Men and women should observe proper boundaries. It is hardly fitting for your Majesty to be alone with Lord Tang. If word leaks out, it will not only tarnish your Majesty's reputation, it will also lead people to whisper that Lord Tang climbed to his current position solely on your Majesty's backing. In any case, Lord Tang rendered meritorious service in saving me. By rights, he should be rewarded. Besides, when a senior court official is injured, it is only natural for the sovereign to visit him. It is growing dark. Why not allow me to escort your Majesty back to the palace?" The Empress was exasperated. Did she have to spell it out? Did he have to humiliate himself like this? No need. I will have men escort your Majesty safely back to the palace. Tang Chen stepped out from behind the doorframe. It's time for dinner. Your Highness, please go. I won't see you out. Stop dawdling. Go go. I've already made myself clear enough. If you still don't leave, that's just unreasonable. Prince Pinglin clenched his jaw in silence watching Tang Chen, one hand bandaged, without a word. After a long moment, he said, "Do not treat Her Majesty's safety as a joke. Your Majesty, this humble subject withdraws." Tang Chen walked over to the Empress and said in an ambiguous tone, "Prince Pinglin is watching you. The prince's feelings run deep indeed. Aren't you going to reject him?" The Empress shook her head. "He is a clever man. If I think you're just stringing him along. Maybe you do have feelings for him, and it's only your identity as the Empress that's holding you back. I didn't expect you to be such a heartless woman after all. But if you're going to be heartless, own up to it. You're the Emperor after all. It's not like you can't have a harem full of pretty men." The Empress turned her expression grave. "I don't love him, but he is one of the few people by my side whom I can truly trust. Someone who genuinely means me well. Haven't I been good enough to you? Why do you need so many people who are good to you? One is enough, me. If you ask me, he's scheming and deep and probably no good. A man with an obsession and a little power is the most dangerous kind. I hope he doesn't end up turning love into hate. One is enough." The Empress was caught by the phrase and could not help asking, "Why does Lord Tang treat me? To help me govern the great Han Dynasty, to restore the realm to strength, and finally, to gain power and wealth. That should be Lord Tang's goal. But what you have done seems to go beyond all that." She did not say the words aloud. "This is all a subject should do. If anything happened to your Majesty, where would this humble official's wealth and position come from? Besides, I haven't done anything much. Keeping Tang Bao was because you forced me to, and saving you today was because of your status. Of course, personally, I think being able to endure you for so long, and to serve you wholeheartedly while you are so dense, counts as treating you very well." The Empress let out a deep breath. "Fine. I was overthinking it. Go eat your dinner. I'm leaving." That tone. She seems angry again. So ungrateful. I'm hurt like this, and off she goes. Fine, let her go. I'll have peace and quiet here. Tang Chen felt inexplicably downcast. After supper he lay down in a huff. But no sooner had he lain down than Zhao Shi came asking to see him, followed immediately by Zhang Liang, who said he had important matters to report. Thinking of Prince Ning's strange behavior today, Tang Chen forced himself to get up and listen. Han Xian saw that he was wounded. "Your Highness, your hand." Tang Chen raised it slightly, indicating it was no big deal. "Tell me, what's going on with Prince Ning? I heard that Gong Mo was asking around about Tang Bao today. Could they have discovered something?" Zhang Liang also spoke up. "I came today for that very reason. While I was at work, I overheard some officials chatting and learned that Prince Ning's men had been asking them about Tang Bao. All the trusted subordinates around him knew Tang Bao's true identity." Tang Chen's brows knitted tightly. Only then did he understand why Prince Ning had so eagerly sent Alu over, and today out in the wild the two of them had even seemed to talk about Tang Bao's hometown. Perhaps that too had been at Prince Ning's instigation. Using an innocent child like that is truly shameless. "Do you know what he found out?" Zhang Liang tried to reassure him. "The court officials probably only know that Lord Tang has a distant cousin at home, and that she is also on good terms with the Empress. As for anything else, logically they shouldn't know because they haven't had much contact with you. Over the next few days it's best to keep Tang Bao from going out, especially from meeting the princes. General Lin has said that among the feudal princes only Prince Ning had a single encounter with Tang Bao years ago. Could he really have recognized Tang Bao with such sharp eyes? Children grow up fast. A few years had passed, and the child had grown, her features changing. He had assumed the Prince of Ning would never notice an unremarkable child, but unfortunately the day the two of them had slipped out must have drawn his attention. "Your Highness need not worry too much. If the Prince of Ning is still investigating, that means he has yet to find conclusive evidence." Tang Chen did not reply. He had always told Tang Bao that her hometown was in Shizha. If anyone bothered to investigate, they would only need to ask the local prefectural authorities whether during that period a married couple had died of illness, leaving behind a young girl. Then everything would become clear. He was afraid. If the truth were ever uncovered, using Tang Bao to threaten him would be the least of his worries. So many eyes were fixed on him, waiting for him to slip. If the secret were exposed, those people would never pass up such a golden opportunity. They could drag him down from power, have Tang Bao executed, and reduce the Emperor's prestige to nothing once more. 3 birds with 1 stone. "Very well, I understand. You may go. Keep watching." Tang Chen lay down fully clothed, tossing and turning for a long while, without being able to sleep, his mind in turmoil. He threw on a robe and walked to the window. The night was cool as water, and a bitter wind struck his face, making him shiver involuntarily. The gust, however, sobered him considerably. "That's right, I still have the system. Didn't it claim it could do anything?" He sat at the table and summoned the system. "Didn't you boast that there's nothing you can't do, only things I haven't thought of? Can you create a genuine identity for Tang Bao in this world?" "Yes, I can." "Then hurry up, and due to prolonged inactivity the system has crashed. Please wait." "So that's a thing now. Looks like I'll have to come by regularly and dust you off." System rebooting. Only by completing an extra task can it be granted to you as a reward. An extra task is nothing. Making the Empress shower me with praise is simple enough. Extra tasks were quite enjoyable for him. He could achieve his goal and hear the Empress flatter him at the same time. It was practically a bonus reward. Please accept the extra task, make the Empress slap you of her own accord. Furthermore, you must not reveal that it is a task. The system had grown wiser, it wouldn't let him have it that easy. I suspect you're deliberately messing with me. Wasn't the previous extra task to make her praise me? Why has it changed all of a sudden? You're overthinking it. If I wanted to mess with you, just do it directly. True enough. Hey, but that doesn't sound quite right. Task and reward must match each other. The system assigns different tasks based on your requirements. Final do it. Tang Chen had considered arranging a fabricated identity for Tang Bao by bribing officials, but anything false would leave cracks, and once exposed it would be too late to mend. The Prince of Ning flipped through the case files without lifting his head. Have you found anything? Not many court officials have dealings with Tang Chen. Most of them merely know that a cousin suddenly appeared at his residence some time ago, a young girl of 6 or 7 who is very close to the Empress. His neighbors say much the same except. The Prince of Ning set down the file, rubbing the huge jade thumb ring on his left hand with his right. Except what? Except the timing of the child's arrival is remarkably convenient. Just a few days after the Bohai Prince's hearing this essentially confirmed the suspicion in his heart. The Prince of Ning tapped the table lightly, one knock after another. After a long silence, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. If I calculate the time, the Bohai Prince's youngest daughter would be about 6 or 7 years old as well. The Empress sentenced the entire Bohai Prince household and all implicated parties to death, not one spared. Yet he swapped the child and saved the Bohai Prince's youngest daughter. If the Empress ever learned of this, his official career would be over. The Prince of Ning pondered for a long while. Are you saying the Empress often has Tang Bao brought to the palace? Yes. Ever since she arrived in Chang'an, she has spent nearly half her time in the imperial palace. In that case, the Empress may well be aware of it. Perhaps she is the mastermind behind it all. Otherwise, Tang Chen had no connection to that child whatsoever. Why would he stake his future and court trouble? If it were exposed, he could only take the blame for deceiving the sovereign. So the one who took pity on the child was likely the Empress. Though this truth left Gong Mo utterly stunned, it was the only explanation that made sense. If the situation had previously been a deadlock, Tang Bao was now the turning point for the Prince of Ning to snatch victory from defeat. At the thought, Gong Mo's voice grew brighter. Your Highness, all of this is still speculation. Where do we find evidence proving Tang Bao is the Bohai Prince's youngest daughter? Today I sent Ale to join them on an outing. Ale said Tang Bao personally told her that her hometown is in Shizha. Interestingly enough, she has only vague memories of her hometown, including her parents and siblings. A child of 6 or 7 has already begun forming lasting memories, yet she has nearly forgotten events from not long ago. Did she truly forget, or is there something she cannot say? The Prince of Ning pulled a document from his sleeve and handed it to Gong Mo, his face brimming with confident certainty. Take this to Shizha. The local officials will cooperate with you. Investigate thoroughly whether in the past half-year there truly was a couple who both died, leaving behind a young daughter. Also make a detour to Baoqing. Someone must have seen or remembered what the Bohai Prince's youngest daughter looked like. Bring that person back. Understood. Baoqing was not far from Chang'an. With swift horses and the authority to act at his discretion, it would take 3 days at most. To complete the task, Tang Chen, granted leave from court by the Empress for these few days, went to the palace early in the morning to receive a slap. The Empress was reviewing memorials in the Hall of Diligent Governance. Seeing him enter, she could not help but look surprised. Minister Tang, is something the matter? Yes. Why did you take off the bandage on your hand? Imperial physician Zhang's medical skill was superb. In fact, his hand had already regained movement the day before, right after it had been reset. After that, he was merely putting on an act. Tang Chen raised his hand. The simplest movements are fine as long as I don't exert myself. Deliberately seeking a slap seems suspicious. She's too shrewd now. She'll definitely sense something's off. But how can I make her naturally want to slap me? This task truly has me stumped. If I want her to hit me, I need to make her angry first, and not just ordinary anger. The Empress knitted her brows. What kind of task was this? What did he intend to accomplish by completing it? Since that was the case, should she help him out and just slap him? The previous time he completed a task, it resolved the matter of Tang Bao. Could there be another issue this time? Never mind. She would just go along with him. Your Majesty, is there something strange about your makeup today? Is there? What's strange about it? It just feels not as refined as usual. Oh, your humble minister understands. Your Majesty's beauty is all painted on. Dangerous words. I'll mourn for myself for a few seconds. Don't hit too hard. Since I've already said it, even though she knew Tang Chen had said that deliberately to provoke a beating, the Empress couldn't help but grow angry when she actually heard it. She could only hypnotize herself. He said it just to be hit. He said it just to be hit. She pretended to be enraged. What did you say? With that she walked down from the high seat and delivered a heavy slap across his face. Strictly speaking, for the sake of completing the task, she could have hit him lightly, but there was a private grudge mixed in as well. He felt nothing at the moment but a buzzing in his ears. The slap had been so abrupt that everyone present was shocked. When Ziyu came to her senses, she rushed over and grabbed the Empress' hand, afraid that in a fit of agitation she might slap Tang Chen again. Then she looked at Tang Chen with immense guilt. When she looked closely, that half of his face had gone red from the slap. "My lord, this servant will go find you some ice to apply." Tang Chen reached out a hand, the corners of his eyes and brows filled with irrepressible mirth. "No need." "Excellent. I never thought this task would be completed so easily." But the Empress really did hit hard. The sound was so crisp. Why was she so easy to provoke today, not even caring about her dignity? All because I said she wasn't naturally beautiful. Your humble minister is guilty. Your Majesty struck well. To keep from offending your Majesty's eyes, your humble minister will take his leave now. Then everyone watched him walk away with a light, brisk step. The Empress cleared her throat. "Ziyu, come with me to the bedchamber. The rest of you need not follow." She stood before the mirror and studied her makeup carefully. Yes, it was perfect. He had simply wanted to get hit. What he had said was definitely not the truth. Ziyu, is my makeup pretty today?" "Very pretty. Your Majesty is naturally beautiful." Then Ziyu shifted her tone. Braving the possibility that the Empress might be angry, she said, "Your Majesty, forgive this servant for being forward. Lord Tang saved you yesterday, and he has always been loyal to your Majesty, assisting with all his might. Only thus is there a chance to turn the tide now. He is a peerless pillar of the state. A person of talent should be treated with special favor, especially someone like Lord Tang. Yet today your Majesty slapped him in front of so many palace attendants. How can Lord Tang keep any face?" The Empress knew Ziyu was advising her out of kindness, so she did not scold her. She only said innocently, "It wasn't that I wanted to hit him. Lord Tang asked for it." "Huh. This matter is a little complicated and hard to explain in a word or two. You only need to know that Tang Chen absolutely won't be angry because of it. Who knows, maybe he's even happier after taking that slap. Did you see the way he skipped when he left?" Ziyu thought hard and could only think of one possibility. A double agent ploy. That is, let everyone believe the Empress and Tang Chen had fallen out, and then Tang Chen would have a chance to infiltrate Prince Ning's inner circle and obtain their action plan. At this moment Tang Chen's image in Ziyu's eyes became even more towering. For the Empress, for the great Han, sacrificing the lesser self for the greater. Truly magnanimous. In less than a day the story that the Empress had slapped Tang Chen spread throughout Chang'an. Even Wang, who hurried over to see Prince Ning. "Your Highness, you must have heard about the Empress and Tang Chen." In full view of everyone, the Empress just gave him a slap. Tang Chen has utterly lost face because of her now. How could he still be willing to continue assisting her? Perhaps this subordinate should go and have another word with him. Wang, who was of course livid with Tang Chen, but he could not disregard the firearms and padded armor in Tang Chen's hands. In the end, he still wanted to win him over. Once Prince Ning achieved his wish and they were on the same side, then he could settle the score with Tang Chen properly. Prince Ning leaned back against the chair, half-reclined, eyes closed in repose, looking leisurely and calm. I have already extended an olive branch to him. If he truly falls out with the Empress, he will come to me of his own accord. There is no need to go again and again. Anyway, in a few days he would probably be begging to come over. At the thought, Prince Ning smiled so hard that wrinkles gathered at the corners of his eyes. Wang, who did not say anything more. Seeing Prince Ning's expression, there was none of the lingering gloom from a few days ago. He must already have a plan in mind. Meanwhile, Tang Lu, having heard the news, waited early at the doorway, planning to comfort him. Yet he had not expected Tang Chen to return from being hit in such high spirits. He reached out and felt the other's forehead. "There's no fever here. Get away from me. Are you trying to curse your elder brother?" Tang Chen knocked his hand away as he spoke. "Didn't the rumors say the Empress slapped you? How can you still be smiling?" "Right. I volunteered for it. Why would I not smile?" "But," Tang Chen caught the salient point, "I've only just been slapped." "How did you know?" Tang Lu spread his hands and said with an utterly matter-of-fact expression, "Everyone in Chang'an already knows." "What's so surprising about that? What speed of spread?" "So this is what they mean by good news never leaves the house, bad news travels 1,000. Big brother, with your temperament, it's normal to make the Empress angry. You don't have to feel humiliated in front of me. He'll go prepare some ice and give you a cold compress. Your face is red." Tang Lu dashed off in a flash, leaving Tang Chen no chance to teach him a lesson. "Forget it. Face isn't important. He'll earn it back another day." He was stunned when he saw the system notification. "Mission failed. Reason because the Empress sensed it in advance. She assisted you in completing the task." Tang Chen spouted a torrent of foul language. Wait, how could she possibly have realized? "So she noticed in advance, and that was why she gave me that slap so promptly and cleanly." Tang Chen nearly passed out on the spot. With tearful eyes he shouted, "Tang Lu, my face hurts. It burns like fire. Where are you?" Not only had he suffered the slap for nothing, he had also lost face for nothing. He began to reflect, still convinced that his intentions had not been all that obvious. After a day of rest, once his face no longer stung as badly, he rallied and took the initiative to send someone to invite the Empress to the Tang residence. For those 2 days, Chang'an was rife with rumors that the Empress and Tang Chen had fallen out. Prince Pinglin therefore went to the palace once again to declare his sincere devotion to the Empress. Something along the lines of, this prince will never make you angry, and I will never leave you. Blah blah blah, a bunch of words that could numb one's ears. The Empress almost died of second-hand embarrassment. Tang Chen's invitation was just the opportunity to make it clear to everyone that she and Tang Chen were still on good terms. There was absolutely no problem, it was all just rumors. The Empress gladly accepted. On arriving at the Tang residence, she did not wait for a servant to announce her, but went straight in. She hurried to the main hall full of excitement, only to find no one there, so she immediately went on to the rear courtyard. Your Majesty, Lord Tang invited you here, so why has he not come out to welcome you? It's all right. Lord Tang and I have no need for such empty formalities. Just as the Empress was about to knock, she heard a coquettish female voice from inside, her hand hovering in midair. Tang Chen, darling, isn't it a bit inappropriate in broad daylight? Nothing inappropriate about it. The woman's coy voice came again. You say you will marry me, but how am I to believe you? You promised the Empress that you would put off starting a family and devote yourself wholeheartedly to assisting her. What does that matter? It was just talk. Even if I did marry, she cannot secure her throne without me. When the time comes, I'll simply tell her that I have met the right person and could not bear to let her go. How could she refuse? The Empress clenched her fists. Fearing she would act rashly again, Ziyu gently tugged at her sleeve and shook her head. My lord, are you serious? Why would I lie? Rest assured, in this life my heart holds only you. Hey, don't let your hands wander. You invited the Empress here. What if she arrives without a sound? It doesn't matter. Hearing the flirtatious laughter inside, the Empress could no longer restrain herself and pushed the door open. Lord Tang. Inside, the woman's fragrant shoulder was half exposed. Only at the sound of the door did she hurry to straighten her clothes, keeping her head half lowered. Yet curious about who had arrived, she kept raising her innocent fawn-like eyes to steal glances at the Empress. Tang Chen sprang to his feet, shielding the woman, and said in panic, Your Majesty, your servant did not know Your Majesty was. I entered without being announced, and interrupted your moment of pleasure, Lord Tang. I hope you will forgive me. The Empress walked around Tang Chen and stepped closer to look. The woman was quite beautiful, with a delicate nose and small lips, and her misty eyes made her look utterly endearing. Her crimson robes were like flames. The sash at her waist emphasized a slender waist that seemed small enough to cup in one hand, and her figure was full and well-proportioned. So he preferred gentle, modest girls from simple backgrounds. For some reason, the Empress suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. Then she realized that perhaps this was an elaborate setup deliberately staged for her to overhear so that she might grant them a marriage decree. Lord Tang, I never expected you to have forgotten what you said at the banquet that day. It is true. I cannot do without you. So you seized on that, deliberately called me here, and put on this performance, all to force me to sanction your marriage. Am I right? After saying this, the Empress waited to hear what he truly had in his heart, but she heard nothing at all. Tang Chen looked extraordinarily flustered. Your Majesty, I beg Your Majesty to grant my wish. The Empress gritted her teeth. Very well. May I ask which family this young lady is from? Upon hearing this, his expression immediately changed and his face reddened as he stammered, She is from the Chunyu Pavilion. The Empress was stunned by the absurd answer. Her eyes flew wide open. What? A man of your exalted position, Lord Tang, actually wants to marry a courtesan. Setting aside whether you fear disgrace, I am still ashamed. If this ever gets out, that the Grand Censor of Great Han casually took a courtesan as his wife, what face would I have left? Your subject does not mind her background. Once she is redeemed from the brothel, she will no longer be a courtesan. The Empress was so angry that she laughed. Can redemption erase the fact that she was once a courtesan? Lord Tang should be well aware that at your current height, whom you take as your wife is not entirely your own decision. You must consider the dignity of the imperial house, and indeed the dignity of all Great Han. She left no room for argument, and threw out 5 words, I absolutely do not agree. While the standoff continued, another uproar sounded from outside. Tang Lu rushed in and saw the 4 people in the room staring at one another. The atmosphere was so bizarre that he wished he could leave right then and there. But under the Empress's questioning, he could only tell the truth outside. 2 women have come. They are cursing my elder brother and calling him a heartless man, and one of them also said what? She said she is carrying my elder brother's child. The Empress could never have imagined that his private life was so chaotic. Though furious, she could only force herself to stay calm and say, let them in. No, Tang Lu, don't let them in. Your Majesty, please understand. Your subject has some family matters to deal with today. Why not come another day? I will then come to you with a birch rod on my back and apologize most humbly. The Empress did not even look at him. She simply repeated, let them in. I want to see for myself how you deal with family. Tang Lu then led the 2 women inside. Sure enough, one of them was heavily pregnant, apparently about 4 or 5 months along. Tell me truthfully what Tang Chen has done to you. I am here to seek justice on your behalf. Fearing they might be nervous, she deliberately did not reveal her identity. But the two women merely looked at Tang Chen with timid eyes and remained silent. Go on. My rank is higher than his, so I can certainly bring him to book. The pregnant woman spoke first. I have come today not only to demand justice for myself, but also for my younger sister. My younger sister met him first. Somehow he fooled her with sweet words, got her pregnant, and then broke his promise to marry her. My sister was wronged beyond endurance and later died of grief. The Empress took several deep breaths, her fists clenching even tighter until her nails drew bloody marks in her palms. Afterwards, unable to swallow my resentment, I went to demand justice. But I did not expect that he would drug me and ruin me as well. After that, the two women took turns denouncing Tang Chen. In short, how he had deceived them, promised to marry them, and so on. The Empress had moved from shock to calm. She looked at Tang Chen, then with every ounce of her strength, she dealt him a resounding slap. You despicable scum. She was not striking him now as the Empress, but as a woman capable of empathy, speaking out for those wronged women. Tang Chen took the slap and nearly burst into tears. It landed on the same cheek as the slap from the day before, and his head immediately began to buzz. The room fell silent, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene. Even those women had not expected Tang Chen to be slapped. Woo-woo. Tang Bao, look how much your big brother has sacrificed for you. You'd better become someone remarkable in the future, repay me, and take good care of me in my old age. My lord. Are you all right, my lord? What was going on? The Empress studied the expressions on their faces. Instead of the joy of vengeance, they appeared genuinely alarmed. System notification, mission successful. Tang Chen swallowed the blood in his mouth and said with a smile, fine. Since I'm hurt today, there's no point in going back and forth with you here. Let's talk another day. Rest assured, I will never be so irresponsible. At last, this slap was not wasted. Just as I thought, my immersive acting worthy of a Best Actor award was enough to fool her. It's only a pity for this handsome face of mine. It'll probably need a few days to recover. But I did take the slap, and the mission is done. The only problem is how to wrap this up. How do I explain it to that foolish sovereign? Asking online urgent. Tang Lu led the people away, and Ziyu hurried off to summon the imperial physician before anyone could even cry out in alarm. The room fell silent, leaving only the two of them. The Empress' mind was buzzing with confusion. It seemed Tang Chen had done this deliberately once again, and from his tone it sounded as though his previous attempt had failed to achieve its goal. But why did he say it was for Tang Bao's sake? Has something happened to Tang Bao? Minister Tang, don't you think you owe me a proper explanation? Tang Chen scratched his head, searching for words. Your Majesty, your humble servant hardly knows how to explain it. All I can ask is that you believe this. Everything you just heard was nothing but falsehood. Then what about the child in her belly? Rest assured they were merely actors I hired. What exactly are you playing at? What if I said I wanted that slap? Would you believe me? I'm dying here. I went through so much trouble just to keep you from realizing it was all deliberate. I even prepared something even more outrageous in case you hesitated to hit me. Thankfully you didn't disappoint. Your Majesty, you see, recently my face has been swelling and aching. I found a nearby medical clinic and the physician said I'd been poisoned by some kind of insect venom. There's a quick cure. One must be struck hard across the face. Once the blood is forced out, the poison is dispelled. Ziyu arrived with the imperial physician, while Tang Lu carried ice, and both of them stood there dumbfounded upon hearing this. So he had deliberately courted a beating last time, and it hadn't been enough. He had staged this entire spectacle just so the Empress would strike him even harder. The Empress wore a look that plainly said, do you really expect me to believe that? If your Majesty doubts me, you may summon those people back for questioning. I swear I have never committed such heinous deeds. If it was simply to neutralize a poison, why not tell me outright? Your Majesty, had I spoken plainly, you would never have been able to bring yourself to strike me. The Empress had long since realized he was merely trying to fulfill a mission, yet she still played along with his charade. Still, she wanted to make things difficult for him, but why does it have to be me? Couldn't Tang Lu have done it? Or perhaps someone from that clinic? Hey, I told you to hit me, so just hit me. Why so many questions? Could that foolish monarch be sensing something? Or does she still refuse to believe me? That shouldn't be the case. Coming up with this excuse in such a short amount of time was pretty impressive, wasn't it? Your Majesty must not forget my position. Who would dare raise a hand against a court official? And Tang Lu? Well, there's no need to even mention her. Physician Zhang, take a look at Minister Tang and see whether the poison has been expelled. Let's hope we don't trade one problem for another. It hurts like hell. Why did you only hit one side? Now the right side of my face is even worse off. There's a coppery taste of blood in my mouth, and I'm still standing here explaining myself. Good thing I didn't get a concussion, or I'd be a complete fool by now. Tang Chen clutched his face and forced a strained smile. Your Majesty, perhaps Physician Zhang should examine you first. Your hand must be quite injured as well. Feel your own hand for a moment. I'm hurting twice as much as you understand. The Empress flexed her fingers, they were still numb. With a cold expression, she gave a slight nod of her chin toward Tang Chen physician Zhang. Your Majesty, the swelling on his face should subside within a few days if he applies ice. The blood at the corner of his mouth is from where the inside of his cheek was cut during the slap. If Minister Tang speaks as little as possible and rests quietly, he should recover before long. No medicine needed. Well, if you would prefer it, that is also possible. Tang Chen quickly waved his hands. No need, no need. He'll just rest quietly. Take note, Minister Tang. Follow the physician's orders. No talking. Tang Lu, escort physician Zhang out. Ziwa, bring me paper and a brush. Earlier, Tang Chen's inner thoughts had revealed that all this was for Tang Bao's sake, and the Empress felt uneasy. She had to get to the bottom of it. I have some questions for you. Write your answers on the paper. I already told you I need to rest. Can you just let me go home and lie down already? What else is there to discuss? Haven't I explained everything? What a hassle. Tang Chen smiled and nodded obediently. Stop smiling. It's ugly. The moment he smiled, it was bound to pull at his wound. The Empress wanted to remind him to be careful, but the words came out as a jibe instead. Fine, so she thinks my smile is ugly. If you want someone with a handsome smile, go find Prince Pinglan. I quit. Let me ask you, has anything happened to Tang Bao recently? He set brush to paper and wrote, she's doing well, attending lessons in her little courtyard at the moment. Why is that foolish monarch asking? Could she have figured out that Prince Ning has started to suspect Tang Bao's identity? Then again, with spies planted everywhere, it wouldn't be hard for her to find out. But I've already handled it all. By the time you even noticed, Tang Bao would have been done for long ago. The Empress understood at once. If he said so, then there was probably nothing to worry about and no need for her to concern herself further. In that case, there's nothing more. Rest well, Minister Tang. You are excused from court for the next few days. Of course I'm excused from court. With my body covered in injuries like this, lying down is definitely the better option. They'll treat this as a New Year's vacation. Once I've recovered, he'll have a proper showdown with Prince Ning. He'll definitely settle this slap on his account. Just you wait. I, Tang Chen, always repay my grudges. Tang Chen stayed cooped up at home for 2 days, unable to speak and restricted to a bland diet. He spent his days either sleeping in his room or dozing on a recliner in the courtyard, utterly idle and carefree. The afternoon sunlight of early spring stretched long and warm. Tang Chen lay basking in the sun on an old wicker chair, the bright rays casting a golden halo around him as dreamlike as a vision. The dazzling light forced his eyes into narrow slits, almost as if he were smiling. Brother Prince Ning has arrived. He says he must see you today, and that if you refuse, you will surely regret it. Not seeing him, Tang Chen said without hesitation. Then he called Tang Lu back. Actually, never mind. Bring him to the main hall. The days have been dull anyway. Time for some entertainment. Let's see what kind of surprise he has for me. Minister Tang, I hear the Empress gave you another slap 2 days ago. That makes twice, counting the one in the Great Hall. Tang Chen made a few grunting noises. Prince Ning was baffled and turned to Tang Lu. What's this? Tang Lu stole a glance at his brother. He could clearly speak normally now, just a little slowly. So what was he pretending to be this time? Helplessly, Tang Lu had to serve as a temporary mouthpiece. You see, the physician said he needs to speak as little as possible right now, so he can't properly open his mouth to talk. I hope your highness will understand. Alas, the Empress is truly cruel and ruthless. If Minister Tang had come over to my side earlier, you would never have had to endure such physical suffering. Oh, my brother means to say that Prince Ning is absolutely right. I wonder if Minister Tang would now be willing to. He says not for the time being. No matter what, she is the sovereign and he is the subject. He has no desire to go down in history as a traitor. Prince Ning's expression turned icy in an instant, his gaze sharp with chilling menace. So Minister Tang means to say that I will go down in history as a traitor. He says that is not what he meant. His Highness may interpret it as he sees fit. Today I came to advise you in good faith, Lord Tang. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your so-called distant cousin will remain safe and sound in 2 days. Before Tang Chen could speak, Tang Lu took the lead and asked, what does Prince Ning mean? Your brother knows exactly what I mean. With witnesses and evidence from Shija and Baoqing laid out before us, how could the daughter of a traitor still live unscathed? Prince Ning swirled his teacup and said coolly, I'll give you 1 day to consider. If you've thought it through, you're welcome to visit my manor at any time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. He said, farewell, your highness. Only after watching Prince Ning truly leave did Tang Lu hastily ask, what did Prince Ning mean by that? Did he discover Tang Bao's real identity? Then what should we do with Tang Bao? Big brother, think of a way quickly. Why not pretend to surrender to him first and stabilize him? No matter what, the most important thing now is to protect Tang Bao. What's the rush? Tang Chen, seeing how calm he was, paced in anxiety. What do you mean, what's the rush? You tell me what's the rush. Tang Bao is in imminent danger, and you can still stay this calm. After living together for all these days, even a heart of iron would soften. You're already pushing 30. Learn to be steadier. Otherwise, how can I be assured to find you a wife? Besides, don't you trust your elder brother's capability? What? Pushing 30. Tang Chen tapped his head. It means approaching 30. People say that at 31 should stand firm. Can you stand firm or not? Bull, I'm only 25. If anyone's going to push 30, it's you first. Enough. I'm off to sleep. Just wait. Not to mention me myself. I won't give him even a suit of cotton armor. He's dreaming. Tang Chen walked away with his hands behind his back, head held high. The other watched his retreating figure and muttered, day in day out, all he does is sleep. He's more a pig than a pig. Prince Ning waited at his manor for a day, but waited for nothing. What came instead was news that Tang Chen had invited the female emperor to a banquet, and the two had reconciled. The evidence is complete. Tomorrow the real drama begins. Since he refuses to stand with me, then Gong Mo was quite puzzled. We have all the evidence in hand, so why is he completely unafraid? Could he be planning mutual destruction? He relies on the female emperor's protection, so of course he's unafraid. Then I'll make sure this matter crushes him beyond redemption. Mutual destruction. Even if everyone, including the female emperor, knows of my intention to revolt, they have no solid evidence, and cannot convict me of anything. So what is there to fear? That day Tang Chen deliberately arrived at court early. Everyone, having heard of his reconciliation with the female emperor, came one after another to offer their regards. Another few rounds of empty pleasantries. After sleeping for several days in a row, he had grown lazier than ever, slipping back into the days of long ago, when he would stand in court and sleep. Lord Tang, do you have something you wish to say? Tang Chen looked up and found everyone staring at him. The female emperor's knitted brows vividly revealed the anxiety in her heart. What? Your Majesty, I wasn't paying attention just now. Huh, it's starting already. I was dozing off and didn't hear. Can this foolish monarch stay composed? Anyone with eyes can tell you're the mastermind behind this. You might as well just act as if it's none of your business, and stay above it all. Lord Tang, this shows contempt for Her Majesty, and even more so for me. Tang Chen knelt in panic, and said, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. These last few days, for no apparent reason, my hearing has been poor. Intermittent tinnitus, so. This, deliberately stressed, for no apparent reason, made everyone present understand the real reason. The female emperor patiently repeated, Prince Ning accuses you of hiding a grave criminal of the court, changing her name and surname, making her your cousin Tang Bao. Huh, that's truly outrageous. Prince Ning, I know I angered you by not agreeing to your terms and doing your bidding, but you needn't fling such filthy accusations at me. Prince Bohai's youngest daughter was executed long ago. How could she possibly be my cousin? Prince Ning was anxious and shouted, Lord Tang, if you're going to lie, you should at least think it through. When did I ever threaten you? Your Majesty, you must not be blinded by this man of malicious intent. I am not speaking empty words. Witnesses and evidence are all here. What else can Lord Tang argue? With both hands, Prince Ning presented the file, and said, Lord Tang once claimed that his distant cousin came from Shizha, that since her parents died, and she had no siblings, he took pity on her, and brought her to Chang'an to raise. I sent men to Shizha, specially checking the files of the past 2 years. There is simply no record of any family where both parents died, leaving behind a 6-year-old orphan. Is that all? Tang Chen smiled, and said, Prince Ning, Tang Bao's hometown is not Shizha after all. Her hometown is Baocheng. Since you checked Shizha, of course you found nothing. The female emperor's heart gave a start. Saying this would directly expose her. She was from Baocheng, the fief under Prince Bohai's jurisdiction. Wang Hu also stepped forward to add a jab. Lord Tang has always had a silver tongue. But this is too far-fetched. Since her hometown is Baocheng, why did you claim it was Shizha? Is it because your conscience is troubling you, Lord Tang? That's not it at all. At the time, Tang Bao was so grieved that she lay in bed for days. A Taoist priest said she could only wake again if she left Baocheng. After arriving in Chang'an, she did wake up. But perhaps because the heartbreak was too deep and she didn't want to remember anymore, her memories of Baocheng were completely blurred. I feared she might recall her sorrow, so I lied to her, telling her her hometown was Shizha. Children are easy to fool. The female emperor felt relieved for the moment. Prince Ning clapped his hands, gave a thumbs up, and said, Lord Tang's explanation is really quite good. However, I also sent people to Baocheng. There is one man who is certain to know what Prince Bohai's youngest daughter looked like. A man of about 40 wearing shabby hemp clothes walked in with his head lowered. He was from a family that delivered vegetables to Prince Bohai's manor. He did it for over 10 years. You could say he watched Prince Bohai's youngest daughter grow up from birth. The female emperor's heart instantly jumped into her throat. Listening closely, she discovered Tang Chen's mind was completely silent. She was even more panicked and could only force herself to stay calm. Bring Tang Bao over and let him take a look. However, Prince Ning, can you guarantee that this man's words are absolutely true? You lift your head. If you dare to speak recklessly and commit the crime of deceiving the emperor, I hardly need to elaborate on the consequences. The man kowtowed heavily and stammered, I would not dare. After quite a while, Tang Bao was finally let in. Some of the feudal lords who had seen her before whispered among themselves, if you look closely, this child indeed bears some resemblance to Prince Bohai's youngest daughter. When did you ever see her? Around the time she was 2. Tang Bao, feeling intimidated by the probing stares directed at her, instinctively scurried over to Tang Chen's side and clung tightly to his leg. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't be afraid. With your brother here, no one dares to lay a finger on you. We stand upright, and our conscience is clear. Now take a good look. Is this child truly the youngest daughter of the Prince of Bohai? If you dare utter a single lie, your head will be forfeit. The man wiped the fine sweat from his brow, not daring to raise his head. He turned respectfully and swept his gaze over Tang Bao several times. He probably can't recognize me, right? Tang Bao already has a new identity now, but do the others still retain their memories of her former self? It's fine, stay calm. Even if they do, I still have a trump card up my sleeve. The Empress' hands clenched into fists beneath her sleeves. As if unable to see clearly, the man shuffled forward on his knees, and only after a long while said, she is not. So this function actually exists. That slap was worth every bit of it. Let's see what you have to say now. If you can't bring me down, don't blame me for striking first. Prince Ning's brows furrowed, his gaze sharpening as astonishment filled his eyes. He glared at the man and demanded, have you looked carefully? His Majesty has also said that if you dare to lie, your head is as good as gone. The man kowtowed several times in rapid succession and said urgently, Your Majesty, I would never dare to lie. I practically watched this child grow up, and she is absolutely not that girl. Prince Ning suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Speak. Have you been bought off? When you saw the portrait earlier, you were adamant that she was the youngest daughter of the Prince of Bohai. The man trembled in terror, too frightened to utter a single word. Prince Ning certainly has nerve daring to grab someone right in front of the tyrant. Tyrant, step up. He's showing you such blatant disrespect. Are you just going to let it slide? Take this chance to bleed him dry. Otherwise those 2 slaps would have been for nothing. Prince Ning, I am still here. Do not presume to act so insolently. Prince Ning hurriedly knelt and said, Your Majesty, when this man saw the portrait that day, he recognized Tang Bao as the Prince of Bohai's youngest daughter at a single glance. Someone must have threatened him to make him change his story now. Your Majesty, I am wrongly accused. May I ask, Prince Ning, has this man been residing in your mansion ever since he arrived from Baoqing? So what if he has? Everyone knows that I have been recuperating at home lately, never stepping beyond my own doors. How could I possibly have threatened anyone? It seemed the man had finally calmed himself enough to speak, and he stammered, Your Majesty, I would never deceive you. The person in the portrait that day was indeed Xiao Yao, but this child, though she bears some resemblance to the portrait, is definitely not Xiao Yao. Do you have any proof? Those who knew her well all know that Xiao Yao had a small bump by her right ear, a birthmark. But this child's right ear is completely clean. She is not Xiao Yao. Prince Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. How amusing. To think that this always composed and arrogant man could wear such an expression. Truly amusing. You never imagined this, did you? You thought you could topple me and edge closer to the throne, but it all came to nothing in the end. How dare you scheme against me? The Empress suppressed a smile, thinking how insufferably cocky she was. Tang Chen also produced a file from his sleeve and presented it with both hands, speaking with righteous fervor. Your Majesty, this contains records regarding Tang Bao's background, her date of birth, and who her parents are. Everything is written clearly. After the Empress opened it and examined it carefully, a jolt of surprise struck her heart. Could such a person actually exist? Father Tang Yan, Mother Lan Guiying. No siblings. After composing herself, the Empress tossed the file in front of Prince Ning. Prince Ning, take a good look yourself. Seeing Tang Chen's leisurely, self-satisfied expression, Prince Ning picked up the file and examined it. The records inside were exactly as Tang Chen had described. He muttered under his breath, how can this be? The Empress was equally perplexed. Tang Bao had been the youngest daughter of the Prince of Bohai. How had she suddenly acquired a brand new identity out of thin air? Never expected this, did you? The system has forged a new identity for Tang Bao. She is no longer the Xiao Yao of before. The one standing before you now is Niu Gulu Tang Bao. I thought the file was convincing enough, but the system even went ahead and altered the impression of Xiao Yao left in everyone's minds. The two have now been completely separated. From now on, there's no need to worry about this little brat's identity leaking again. Modern technology is truly something else. Impossible. This must be forged. I sent men to investigate the death records of the past 2 years, and no such couple exists. Oh, but what I investigated were household registration records. Perhaps the prefectural office was negligent and simply hadn't registered them yet. Your Majesty, I am innocent and have been slandered in this manner. I beg Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly and clear both my name and Tang Bao's. Prince Ning racked his brains, but could not figure out where things had gone wrong, so he had no choice but to set the matter aside for now. Seeing that the tide had turned irreversibly, he knelt and admitted his fault. Your Majesty must understand my good intentions. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one escape. I feared that if this child truly was the descendant of the Prince of Bohai, she might one day grow up to threaten Your Majesty's safety. That is why I pursued this matter to the very end. My loyalty is as clear as the sun and moon. What fine words. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one escape. As if you were so worried about the tyrant's safety. Beautifully said indeed. Tyrant, if you have any brain at all, don't be swayed. Go on, punish him now. Tang Chen suppressed his emotions for a moment, then raised his head with tears welling in his eyes as he looked at the Empress. Your Majesty, I fear Prince Ning is simply targeting me. After all, the day before yesterday, Prince Ning believed he had found leverage against me and came to my residence, trying to force me into colluding with him. I was unwilling to betray your Majesty. Frustrated, Prince Ning resorted to this public denunciation. If your Majesty does not believe me, you may summon my younger brother Tang Lu. At the time I was unable to speak freely, and he relayed the words on my behalf. Prince Ning let out a loud laugh. Lord Tang's younger brother would naturally side with Lord Tang. He could turn black into white. How could his testimony be trusted? I suspect this whole affair was orchestrated by Lord Tang. He deliberately led me to doubt Tang Bao's identity, then bribed this man to say the portrait matched Xiao Yao, only to turn the tables on me and strike at me. Oh, quite the imagination. He was the one who suspected Tang Bao's identity, and now he claims I made him suspicious. That's fine. I knew you'd find 100 excuses to absolve yourself of this matter, but Prince Ning, there's no need to spin baseless conspiracy theories here. If you truly believe I orchestrated everything, then produce the evidence. Can you rely on mere speculation? You needn't indulge in such conspiracy theories, Your Highness. I am willing to overlook being slandered, but there is one matter I must ask you to clarify. Tang Chen picked up the dossier from the ground, brushed off the dust, and said slowly, household registers from all prefectures have always been kept in the prefectural offices. Only prefectural officials, or those bearing your Majesty's edict, may consult them. How is it that Prince Ning suddenly obtained such authority, and not only that, was even able to have them temporarily requisitioned? The Empress was startled as well. Indeed, I forgot about that. Even if he can justify his attempt to sling mud at Tang Chen, this crime is absolutely unforgivable. Prince Ning was also taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered. This prince acted because the matter was urgent, and there was no time to report to your Majesty. Don't forget, Lord Tang. What you presented to His Majesty was also a dossier. I haven't forgotten. But I obtained the dossiers only after receiving your Majesty's edict. As he spoke, Tang Chen unfolded the prepared edict and showed it to him. Good thing I was thorough. Prince Ning too. At his age, he got so carried away by excitement that he forgot even something like that. The Empress narrowed her eyes at the edict in his hand, and only then did she understand why he had suddenly asked her for an edict bearing the imperial seal that day. Tang Chen continued, adding fuel to the fire. This official can understand that Prince Ning must have forgotten in a moment of urgency. That being the case, how exactly was Prince Ning able to inspect the registers? And how did he bring them all the way to Chang'an? I am truly curious. Could it be that there are people familiar to Prince Ning in Baoqing? In just a few days you managed to track this down. If you claim you have no people in Baoqing, I don't believe it. His hand truly moves fast. No sooner had Baoqing been made a prefecture directly under the central government than he successfully planted people inside it. Prince Ning's power is not to be underestimated. Tyrant seized this opportunity at once and purged the men he left in Baoqing. Otherwise, with those troublemakers around, how can Baoqing ever develop? The Empress received his signal, and her gaze instantly turned cold. An inviolable aura radiated from her. Prince Ning, how bold of you. Now you dare to go over my head and intervene directly in local affairs. What more do you have to say for yourself? Knowing the situation had turned dire, Prince Ning wailed, Your Majesty, your subject did this for your Majesty's safety. Though I acted without due consideration, my heart was truly loyal. Prince Ning, I have long known of your secret conscription and training of soldiers. I delayed making it known only to preserve the last shred of your dignity. Yet you have challenged my bottom line time and again. The feudal princes present were utterly stunned. This was the prelude to stripping their fiefs. Prince Pinglin also stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Prince Ning's intentions are perfectly clear. Not only did he privately conscript and train soldiers, he repeatedly threatened Lord Tang in order to obtain cotton armor and firearms. I, your subject, can testify to all of it. Prince Pinglin is truly devoted. He doesn't even fear retaliation, jumping straight out to testify. Still, we need to tread carefully. After all, he commands so many troops. If he becomes desperate and risks everything, they certainly cannot win given the difference in equipment, but our losses would also be far from small. Soon we will march against the Xiongnu. If we are badly weakened, how can we fight? If you ask me, don't strip the fiefs yet. The blow would be too great. Lock him up for a few days, move his fief right under our noses, and seize his troops. Then we will see whether he stays obedient. The Empress thought this made sense. The common people's lives had just begun to recover. If war broke out again, it would still be the common people who suffered. Moreover, if they began wasting manpower, resources, and money on Prince Ning, how could they defeat the Xiongnu? The Empress calmed herself and said, Guards, take Prince Ning away. Prince Ning shot Wang Hu a glance, signaling him not to step forward. Since the Empress had only ordered him taken away, it meant she had no intention of killing him or stripping his fief for now. After all, she still feared the troops under his command. With that thought, he did not struggle at all. Instead, his smile grew even more pleased. Walking along the palace path, Tang Chen was pondering what leverage he should use to interrogate Prince Ning when he suddenly felt someone tugging at his hand. Looking down, he immediately broke into a smile and said, "What's wrong, Tang Bao? Were those people just now suspicious of my identity and using Tang Bao to threaten you, big brother?" Tang Chen's smile froze. Had this child actually understood? They are all bad people. Tang Bao, don't listen to them. The bad people have been caught now. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. Tang Bao isn't afraid. I just worry about dragging you into trouble, big brother. He had not expected the child to be not only so mature, but also so considerate. He laughed and said, "What are you thinking? Those people dislike big brother for certain reasons, which is why they target you when you are by my side. If anything, it is big brother who has caused trouble for you. Understand, that was also why I didn't let you attend the evening banquet before. But it doesn't matter now. From now on you may attend any banquet." Tang Bao's eyes widened with delight. "Really? Then can I go see Sister Empress now?" Tang Chen looked back at the road, already half walked, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He silently retracted his earlier remark about her being considerate. "Big brother, just as you officials have rest days from court, I, a student, should have rest days from school too." Tang Chen gave a perfectly standard fake smile. "Aren't you the clever one? Ziwe, did I not command you to have him come here after court?" "I did." He said he had to take Tang Bao back to lessons. The words had barely faded when Tang Chen's voice rang out. "Your Majesty, your subject has arrived. Lord Tang, though you have rendered great service, you should still restrain that sharp edge of yours. Don't imitate the bad when you should be learning from the good." Is she snidely mocking me for imitating Prince Ning? Huh. I've done so much for you, my august liege. Even though this slap was taken for Tang Bao's sake, when it comes down to it, Tang Bao was also dumped on me by you, so this debt still has to be settled on your account. Besides, I didn't need to come to court today at all. I came on my own initiative and helped eliminate a great menace. It's already quite enough that I didn't ask for credit. Is going back for a little more sleep too much to ask? If I had come, you would surely have a mountain of questions. You wouldn't have let me go until I'd wasted an hour or two here. Better to wait until I, your lord, have slept my fill and have the energy to explain everything to you. The moment Tang Bao saw the Empress, she immediately shook off his hand and ran over. "Sister Empress, I have." She counted on her fingers before continuing, "I haven't seen you for 15 days. Tang Bao missed you so much. Sister has missed Tang Bao too. Ungrateful little thing. Once she has her tyrant, she forgets her brother. Silly girl, what she gives you is indulgence. It will end up harming you. You don't understand your big brother's heart at all. You don't understand a thing. Since you like her so much, just live in the palace and don't come back." Halfway here, Tang Bao suddenly said she wanted to come see your Majesty. Tang Bao didn't forget to twist the knife again. "It wasn't sudden. I've been wanting to see her for a long time. Since we haven't seen each other for so long, why doesn't Tang Bao stay in the palace for a few days?" "All right," Tang Bao agreed crisply. "Even though you're in the palace, you must still study your lessons every day, and your elder brother will come to check on you each day. Little rascal, I've got you figured out. You flee, I pursue. You won't escape me. Although this means I have to see the Empress twice a day, it's all for the child. After all, she is now a descendant of the Tang family, and must not take after that fatuous ruler." Tang Bao immediately deflated. "I will check her lessons. Minister Tang, with your heavy official duties, you needn't trouble yourself over such matters. I'm busy with official duties. So you're just carefree and idle then?" "No way. Do you think I'd fall for your little schemes?" The Empress quickly added, "That settles it. Minister Tang, hurry back and rest. Your face looks rather haggard, and it pains me to see it." "Hypocrite. Wait, why didn't she ask me about Tang Bao? That's not like her. She didn't ask a single thing and just let me go. Could she already know everything? Impossible. Without me explaining with that brain of hers, she definitely can't figure it out." Tang Chen tested cautiously. "Your Majesty, do you have no questions for your humble minister?" "No, none. I already know everything, so why would I ask?" But then it struck her. This didn't match her usual manner. Forget it, she supposed. She'd reluctantly play along. As for Tang Bao's matter, how did Minister Tang manage it? Could it be that you bribed the witnesses brought by Prince Ning and the people of Baoqing? The Empress' expression suddenly turned colder as she continued. Or perhaps you've planted your own people inside Baoqing as well. Is your Majesty suspicious of your minister? The Empress' expression was grave, but after a moment she curved her lips into a smile. "No, I trust you. A bribe was certainly involved, through both coercion and persuasion. They all know I'm your Majesty's favored minister, so how would they dare defy me?" "Very well, I understand. That's it. How perfunctory. She used to interrogate me until she got to the bottom of everything." The Empress felt helpless. Isn't this enough? Left with no choice, she continued her charade and asked, "And how exactly did Minister Tang employ coercion and persuasion?" "Your Majesty need only know that your minister accomplished the task, and most certainly did not resort to any improper means. As for the specifics, They are far too complicated to explain in just a few sentences. Does your Majesty have the time to listen? No need. Minister Tang may go attend to your duties. Your Majesty, I request to handle Prince Ning's trial. The Empress nearly blurted out who else would. Tang Chen's meaning was that he could neither be executed nor have his fief removed. The Empress also feared that if she punished him without restraint it might provoke him to fury, so she hurriedly asked, "Does Minister Tang have any suggestion for how I should deal with him? If I execute him outright or strip his title and reduce him to commoner, I fear he might revolt at any moment." Although the military equipment developed by Minister Tang is complete, Prince Ning commands no small number of troops. Should he truly rebel, it would inevitably throw Chang'an into turmoil, and the people would once again be plunged into misery. She's got her wits back. I was wondering why that fatuous ruler hadn't directly ordered his execution or stripped his fief. I was quite worried back then. Good thing she has a brain, or else I'd have to speak up for her in front of all these people, which would be truly awkward. Alright, the flattery progress bar hasn't moved at all. I need to hurry up and complete quests to get the plastic film. But there's no rush. Winter is almost over. I should focus on the firearms factory first. Your Majesty is wise and brilliant. That I, your humble minister, am able to serve a sovereign of such thorough consideration is the greatest fortune of 3 lifetimes. How did your Majesty ever think of this? Your minister completely failed to see it. Truly the Son of Heaven is different from us mortals. The Empress' heart remained utterly calm as she accepted his praise with composure, feeling helpless inside. You're overacting, my dear minister. So Minister Tang, how should Prince Ning be dealt with? The best course is to make him move his fief from the frontier back to the interior. Choose a small piece of land near Chang'an and grant him a title there. That way he'll have neither the excuse nor the space to keep hoarding all those troops. The problem is how to make him agree. But given his current situation, a good scare ought to make him comply. Probably. Let me think. Your Majesty, the pressing matter is to take back his military forces. Why not issue an edict granting him a new fief and keep him right under your nose? That would also demonstrate both grace and authority. Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. The other princes should then fall into line. Very well, we shall follow Minister Tang's plan. I am weary, you may withdraw. Throwing everything to me again. Final accepted. I guess I just drew such a boss. Your humble minister takes his leave. Your Majesty, please mind your dragon health, and do not overexert yourself. As he departed, he turned back to say, Tang Bao, remember what your elder brother told you. At the residence of Grand Commandant Wang, the ministers and princes who had sided with Prince Ning all gathered at Wang Hu's residence. Though Prince Ning was now imprisoned, as long as he still commanded troops, he would not so easily fall. Even a few outright fence-sitters had come, choosing to stake their fortunes on Prince Ning. After all, offering charcoal in a snowstorm leaves a deeper impression than adding flowers to brocade. Grand Commandant Wang, who knows how Prince Ning fares in there. He surely can't be used to the food and lodging. How the prince must be suffering. I've already arranged everything for him. His Highness will not be wrong. It was Wang who spoke. Prince Jean said with a show of profundity, who knows what punishment the Empress intends to mete out. I fear she won't let Prince Ning off so easily. I've already reached an understanding with His Highness. Whether the Empress orders his execution or strips his fief, we strike immediately. Though Tang Chen has cotton armor and firearms, he may not withstand our pincer attack from within and without. Some timid ministers fell silent at the mention of rebellion. Wang Hu swept his gaze across the room and said coldly, what? Afraid? If any of you lack the courage, now is your chance. You may leave. Yet in truth, if anyone truly tried to walk out, how could Wang Hu possibly let them go? What if word leaked? Then a voice suddenly called out, we dare. The others chimed in with shouts of agreement. If Prince Ning falls, do you truly believe we can extricate ourselves? The Empress will not spare us, so we have no retreat left. But what if the Empress does not do such a thing? Then what? Wang Hu glanced at the man cowering in the corner and gave a sinister smile. Well, wait and see. Best if nothing happens. If not, we can still bide our time, plan carefully, and then seize everything in one stroke. Whether the Empress gets to cling to her throne for a while longer lies entirely in her own decision. Grand Commandant Wang speaks lightly enough, but who knows how far Tang Chen's firearms have progressed. If he succeeds. Why, if he succeeds, he might not just hold off 10 with 1, but 100 with 1. At this reminder, an air of unease settled around them. No one knew how far his firearms had advanced, and every scout sent to gather intelligence came back empty-handed. Wang Hu sneered, Prince Ning has recently been making a deal with the people of Li Tang to purchase their firearms. Do you all really think the firearms made by Tang Chen can surpass those of Li Tang and Zhu Ming? This statement undoubtedly injected them with a powerful dose of confidence, since their fear of Tang Chen was precisely because of the firearms in his hands. The crowd changed color and whispered among themselves, if we can buy the firearms in Li Tang's hands, then what is exactly? But will they agree to sell to Prince Ning? Aren't they afraid of backlash? Right, they're not just trying to placate us, are they? Wang Hu slammed his teacup onto the table, deliberately making a loud noise, and said, "I, the Grand Commandant, suspect that there are spies among you people whose purpose is to sow discord and tear us apart from within. Prince Ning's abilities are obvious to all. If he couldn't do it, why would Prince Ning have told me? Between nations there are no eternal friends nor eternal enemies." He thought he had taken care of everything, yet he forgot that Tang Chen was the tiger blocking the road. "Zhang Liang, I need you to handle a matter for me." Zhang Liang cupped his hands nervously and said, "You flatter me, my lord. If there is something you need, just say the word. Prince Ning is now imprisoned in the Court of Judicial Review. I need you to go and take good care of him." As he said this, he let out a laugh that made people want to hit him. How does my lord want me to take care of him? Tang Chen thought it over. To still be enjoying meat and fish in prison is to underestimate me. Tie him up, cover his eyes, put a brazier beside him with a piece of iron heating inside, and from time to time, make some different noises. Zhang Liang blinked. "You're clever, my lord. Since we can't torture him physically, well, give him the mental one." "Enough, stop your clever tongue. Go do it. Tomorrow, I'll personally interrogate him." Zhang Liang took Tang Chen's token to the Court of Judicial Review and saw that Prince Ning was indeed lying there comfortably. "I didn't know the treatment in the court had become so good. I can smell meat and wine. It's so comfortable that even I would like to come in." The accompanying official swallowed and said awkwardly, "You are joking, my lord. I am here on Lord Tang's orders to prepare for tomorrow's trial. You don't need to follow me. You may withdraw." Since Zhang Liang held Tang Chen's insignia, they dared not say anything and had to withdraw unwillingly. "What? Is Lord Tang planning to use torture to force a confession? Aren't you afraid that once I'm out, he'll lodge an accusation against him?" Zhang Liang didn't answer, simply ordering his men to bring him to an ordinary prison cell. "Your Highness, Lord Tang is concerned about you. He's afraid your bed is too soft and bad for your waist." The attendants moved swiftly and cleanly, pressing him onto the bed, binding him and blindfolding him. "Zhang Liang, what do you think you are? How dare you bind me? I indeed am nothing, but I am only carrying out orders. I hope your Highness will forgive me." Prince Ning bellowed, "Tang Chen, you dare torture me. Once I'm out, I will not let you off." Zhang Liang said very calmly, "I will certainly relay your words, my lord. But you misunderstand. Lord Tang does not intend to torture you. It's just that in prison you were so despondent that you harmed yourself, so you had to be tied up." After being blindfolded, Prince Ning heard no other sound for a while. Then all of a sudden, crackling noises reached his ears together with the hiss of a heated iron being plunged into water. Every sound clearly audible. "I want to see His Majesty." "Your Highness, His Majesty has already gone to bed. Why not wait until tomorrow?" With sight gone, his sense of hearing became incredibly sharp, and his uneasiness swelled. The sounds went on all night. Footsteps, the clank of iron mingling in irregular succession. By the time Tang Chen appeared, Prince Ning was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. "Your Highness, did you sleep well last night? I sent someone specially to wait on you." "Tang Chen, I will remember this score." "Oh, but His Majesty has given me full authority over your case. Does your Highness still think you can get out?" Prince Ning snorted coldly. "Don't forget, Lord Tang, I still have troops in my command. If anything happens to me, they will head straight south and flatten Chang'an. You're only relying on your firearms. I have firearms too. In numbers and weapons, even if we can't decide a winner, we can certainly severely injure the great Han's vital energy." "He has firearms too." Tang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, firearms were probably purchased from Li Tang. I'm rather curious, what benefit did you give them?" "A few cities." Tang Chen did not want to argue with him about firearms. The firearms manufactured according to the system steps were more than enough to counter those in the hands of Li Tang and his followers. "What does that have to do with you?" "Your Highness, why don't we make a trade? As long as your Highness agrees to my terms, the princess and the young heir may return safely. After all these years, you have only one son. I'm afraid you may not have the energy to father another. If anything happens to the young master, would it not mean your line ends with no descendants?" Prince Ning was startled. "Lord Tang is too despicable. A few days ago, you were still putting on the airs of a gentleman and speaking grandly that conflicts between men should not drag in family members. Now you've shown your true colors. Your Highness must make this clear. You now carry the label of a rebel. If that charge is confirmed, can the princess and the young master possibly escape? I'm afraid by that time, they won't even be able to wait for your soldiers to flatten Chang'an." Tang Chen had thought this would make him relent, but after a moment, he sneered, "If the princess dies, I can remarry. If the child dies, I can have another. Does Lord Tang truly think you can threaten me with them?" Ruthless indeed. He truly hadn't expected Prince Ning to abandon his wife and child for the sake of power. He answered with equal candor, "Then let us act. Even if your troops have not yet flattened Chang'an, I will settle you first." A dragon without a head becomes utterly helpless. Prince Ning, who had hoped to stall in prison and wait for reinforcements, was visibly panicked. "You wouldn't dare?" "Why wouldn't I dare? I've always meant what I say. Let me be blunt with you. Compared to the firearms I make, Li Tang's are nothing. Does your Highness really think the valiant camp cannot win? They have undergone the most rigorous training. A 1 can stand against 10. His Majesty simply doesn't want people to suffer the horrors of war and be displaced. Also, does your Highness think Wang, who will come to rescue you? Right now he can hardly save himself. Once you're gone they will follow behind you, so at least you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. He had seized on Prince Ning's inclination to believe a warning rather than risk missing the truth and fabricated a wild tale out of nothing. Prince Ning's lips twitched slightly. Tang Chen went over, pulled off the cloth covering his eyes, and untied the ropes. Would your Highness first hear what this official has to say? At this moment your Highness has two paths to take: fight to the death, or continue to be a favored vassal prince. So long as you are willing to abandon your current fief, Her Majesty will grant you an even more prosperous domain, exempt you from taxes, and you will remain a noble prince secure enough to keep your family safe for 3 generations. Giving up the present fief meant giving up the military power in his hands. Yet as the leader among the vassal princes, Tang Chen would certainly do everything he could to make him agree. Otherwise, how could he later weaken the other princes? If everyone saw him compromised, they would no longer dare to fight the Son of Heaven. Prince Ning pondered silently for a moment, then said, I agree to your terms. However, there is one condition: I wish to obtain a death-exempting gold medal for my youngest son. Tang Chen refused firmly. No? As long as your Highness doesn't do anything foolish, a Lu will grow up safe and sound. I've already agreed to your terms. When can I leave? Now. Tang Chen stepped aside cleanly. After a pause he added, when you go out, your Highness should get some good rest first and not busy yourself too much. Thank you for your concern, Lord Tang. After leaving the Dali Temple, Tang Chen saw the sunlight break through the morning mist and shine straight upon him, warming his heart. He headed directly to the imperial palace. Just as he reached the entrance of Tang Bao's bedchamber, he heard sounds of laughter and joy from within. Is the Empress neglecting state affairs again? How can she still have time to chat and laugh here at this hour? The Empress, hearing the voice suddenly ringing in her ear, why are you standing at the door? Aren't you coming in? Tang Chen looked around and found he was the only one there. How did the fatuous monarch know it was me? I didn't make a sound. Can the fatuous monarch know me so well that she can tell it's me just by my footsteps? Tang Chen immediately recomposed his expression and said as he walked, Your Majesty has excellent ears. Tang Bao, why don't you let Sister Ziyue take you outside to play? Big brother has something to say to Empress sister. Tang Bao thought he had come to check on his lessons and wore a bitter face. Hearing this, however, he felt as if he had received a pardon and ran out, pulling Ziyue along. The Empress toyed with the handmade craft she had just finished with Tang Bao and asked casually, Speak. I have come to report back. Prince Ning has already been released by me. A frown creased her brow and she asked quickly, When did this happen? Just now. Did Prince Ning agree? Tang Chen paused to weigh his words, then said, He agreed, and yet he didn't. What do you mean agreed, yet didn't? Explain it to me, Lord Tang. He agreed verbally, but he hasn't accepted it in his heart. His agreement came too readily. I don't trust it. Knowing him as I do, how could he simply give up his military? I mean, he agreed in words, but I think he's still unconvinced. The Empress sighed heavily. I'm baffled. It was you who told me to seize this chance, have him arrested, and force him through threats and inducements to give up his current fief. Why then did you suddenly let him go so hastily? Are you playing with me? In that case, Lord Tang, why did you set him free? Why release him, you ask? Naturally, because threats and inducements didn't work, and keeping him locked up was no solution either. Who knows, in a fit of impulsiveness he might really summon all his troops. Yesterday a crowd of ministers and princes were still holding a meeting at Wang He's house. He is riding high in momentum right now. If they were to unite, then there would be complete chaos. Anyway, I had already tried threats and inducements. For the time being he can't fathom the cards in my hand and won't dare to act rashly. So I simply let him go to see what his next move is. If he truly refuses to listen to reason, then I can't be blamed for resorting to force. It's complicated, then let's not discuss it. I've already entrusted the matter of Prince Ning to you, Lord Tang. As long as the final purpose is achieved, the process doesn't matter. Should I be glad that you trust me so much, or should I cry that you trust me so much? Thank heavens you, the fatuous monarch, met me. If it had been anyone else inflamed by lust for power, he would have schemed your throne away in a minute. Just as they were speaking, a eunuch came forward to report, Your Majesty, Prince Pinglin has come to pay his respects. I've been feeling unwell lately. Tell him to go back. I hear Prince Pinglin comes to pay respects every single day. If the fatuous monarch has no interest in him, she should just make things clear directly, otherwise she'll only annoy herself and waste his time. If she does have interest in him, then pretend I said nothing. He's coming. I should probably leave. Yes, I'd better leave. Tang Chen bowed and prepared to withdraw. Your Majesty, if you say that, he'll only become even more determined to see you. You might as well simply allow him to pay his respects before leaving. Shall Zhuozi take him to the Hall of Diligent Governance to wait? When Prince Pinglin was brought up, the Empress began to get a headache. As a minister, one should share my burdens and ease my troubles. Lord Tang, what do you think would be the proper way to handle Prince Pinglin? If him too euphemistic, his stubborn head won't comprehend. If I'm too blunt, the current situation is already disorderly, and what if it becomes a wedding dress for Prince Ning? The fatuous monarch overthinks things. It can't be that serious. Could love turn into hate? Just be direct and cut off his hopes. If he sinks deeper and deeper into it, that's when it becomes truly dangerous. Those who go over to Prince Ning's side are all people without foresight. Prince Pinglin hasn't lost his mind, has he? Besides, in the Great Hall that day, he was the only one who stepped forward to give Prince Ning an extra stab. Now he has no way back. How could he cooperate with Prince Ning? Reasonable. They'll go right now to make things clear with him. With that, her figure vanished, leaving Tang Chen rooted to the spot. I hadn't even said anything. Why was it reasonable? How absurd. The Empress, in order to preserve his dignity, deliberately sent a palace maid to invite him to take a stroll with her in the imperial garden. The two walked in silence. It was Prince Pinglin who broke the silence. It's been a long time since I last came to the imperial garden. I never expected it to look like this, flamboyant and fervent, just like your Majesty. Yes, it has been a long time. Things are always different from before. Is your Majesty implying something? The Empress cast a glance at him, and softening her expression said, Prince Pinglin is as clever as ever. So, I will not beat around the bush. That is not my style. Prince Pinglin deliberately ignored her remark and changed the subject. There is a boat. The wind is gentle, and the sun is beautiful today. Why don't you and I take a trip across the lake? I'll man the oars. Since I went over there, my swimming has become far better. Unlike when I was a child and a hopeless non-swimmer, now you can trust me completely. Prince Pinglin, you have broken the rules again. Prince Pinglin's eyes darkened and a pallid smile spread across his face. Your Majesty, whether in the past or now, you have always been my closest friend, someone I can trust without reservation. I did not make myself clear last time because I assumed you were wise enough to understand. The light in his black pupils shattered as she continued, Prince Ning holds great power. I worried that my rejection might drive you toward him, but now I can no longer afford such concerns. I only hope you can wake from this beautiful dream. Prince Pinglin was no fool. How could he not understand? He simply refused to. Does your Majesty still recall the words you once spoke? In childhood, the future Empress had once said with naive frankness, if this princess never finds the one she loves, I shall marry you. The speaker had meant nothing by it, but the listener took it to heart. Prince Pinglin had treasured that promise, remembering how solemnly he had replied, very well. In the end, only he remembered. Somewhere along the way, another had taken root in her heart. What words, eh? Prince Pinglin stared into the Empress' earnest eyes, then simply said, forget it. Your Majesty, may I call you by your childhood name one last time? The Empress hesitated, then nodded. Nanan, tell me truthfully, is the man in your heart Tang Chen? The sudden question startled the Empress. As she had stepped out earlier, Tang Chen had thought of following to watch the excitement, but knowing that daylight made hiding difficult, he turned instead to fetch Tang Bao. Tang Bao. She did not turn around, lowering her head, instead silently praying, he can't see me, until an unexpected warmth fell upon both her shoulders. There was no escaping now. Big brother, are your talks finished? How much of the Analects have you memorized? Let me test you. Tang Bao's smile froze, and the air congealed for an instant. Tang Bao looked up with a wry smile. Big brother, how about this? You sit over there, and I'll stand here. You can only use your mouth, no reaching out. He glanced at the distance between them, and found it both absurd and amusing. Seeing her panic, he started with something simple. I'll say a phrase, and you repeat the latter half. When you know a thing to hold that you know it. Tang Bao's eyes lit up. Confidently and loudly she answered, when you do not know a thing to allow that you do not know it. This is knowledge. The superior man in his food does not seek to gratify his appetite. Flustered by the sudden leap in difficulty, Tang Bao stumbled. Nor in his dwelling does he seek the things simply of comfort. He is earnest in what he does and careful in his words. Tang Bao clapped her hands. Yes, that's it. Big brother is truly amazing. Tang Chen was left speechless. Once again he counseled her patiently. You couldn't recall this line last time either. Tang Bao, I know that at your age back in our world, no one would force you to memorize anything this complex. But the noble children here are absolutely insane. Just the other day, I heard Minister Zhang say his youngest son, your age, can recite anything after a single reading. Tang Bao muttered under her breath, he is him, and I am me. He's a genius, am not. Big brother knows you are not, which is exactly why you must study even harder. Diligence can compensate for a lack of talent. But of all the girls in Chang'an, I'm the only one who has to study the 4 books and 5 classics like a boy. Tang Chen stepped forward and curled his fingers as if to flick her. She shrank her shoulders, yet the expected pain never came. He crouched down and said softly, they all say a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent, but they do not realize that one who is filled with poetry and books shines from within. As for music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and needlework, if you find them interesting, go learn them. If not, then don't. But books you must read. Still, what Tang Bao said makes some sense. He turned thoughtfully. How about this? I'll ask the Empress to establish a school for girls. Then it won't just be Tang Bao who can study. Oh, every girl in Chang'an can learn as well. No one will ever call you ignorant women again. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The Empress, crossing the threshold, happened to overhear and poured cold water on the idea. What are we to send girls to school to study the admonitions for women and instructions for women? Your Majesty has returned safe and sound. The Empress said gently. Tang Bao, has your elder brother been punishing you? Your sister will see justice done for you. What harm is there in letting girls attend school to study the 4 books and 5 classics, receiving the same education as boys? It's a pity that apart from these ancient texts there is no other more advanced knowledge or theory here. It seems I will need to ponder educational reform in the future. Let girls study the 4 books and 5 classics. Those are all about the way of governance, cultivating oneself, regulating the family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world. What would they do with such learning? Not to mention that their parents would not be willing to let them out. I fear the girls themselves would not be willing either. Oh, the Empress actually understands such things. It seems she has studied them. What do you mean, what would they do with it? Just let them come out and become officials as well. If a woman can be emperor, why can't women be educated? The Empress scoffed. Don't underestimate me here. When the late emperor raised me, he had me educated in the same manner as any prince. I understand all those theories of your scholars well enough. I just have not yet figured out how to put them into practice. She said bluntly, give it up. I once tried to allow women to hold official positions at court, but no one agreed. They said a woman's final fate is to marry and become a wife, and she must not show her face in public. I could not argue them down, so I let the matter drop. When did she ever say that? Why don't I remember? Was I asleep? I never expected you actually used to have a functioning brain. My respects. But you can't exactly stand firm either. When it comes to this sort of thing with everyone opposing you, you've got no leverage. You'd never manage without me. In your minister's view, it is precisely because the stubborn old guard holds the majority at court that nothing can be implemented. The court urgently needs fresh blood. Once the matter of Prince Ning is settled, it will be just about time to prepare the selection of talented officials. At the very least, I need to choose some young people who aren't so rigid, so we have a fighting chance in arguments against those diehards. Speaking of the vacant positions at court, the Empress said wearily, Minister Tang, when will the time finally? Every day ministers submit memorials or come to plead in person, urging me to recruit worthy men without delay. Every department is understaffed. I have declined again and again, but if this goes on, the discontent at court will only grow louder. Those shameless old bastards. They've probably already pocketed bribes, so of course they want to rush their people into office. Nonsense. As if I would ever let their people in. Those vacant posts are all reserved for mine. And they say there aren't enough hands. What they really mean is that with fewer people they have more work themselves. Do not fret, your Majesty. The time is nearly upon us, and when it comes we shall have the means to build a power of our own. Tang Bao listened from the side, utterly bewildered, catching only that he intended to open a girls' school. Big brother, do I have to go to the school too? Big brother promises you will come to love school. When you are there you will have many friends. The Empress interjected, this is still not certain, Lord Tang. Do not speak too soon. This lord means what he says. What is so hard about opening a girls' school? Worst case, even at the very worst, Tang Bao would be the only student. It is only to be expected that you cannot manage it. The Empress felt a stifled breath catch in her chest. Without my decree, do you presume to act on your own? Let us see who will obey you. At Prince Ning's residence, the servants, seeing Prince Ning alight from the carriage, widened their eyes in disbelief. Only then did the steward hurry over to support him, while dispatching someone to inform the princess and the young lord. Your Highness, this servant has prayed day and night, aching for your safe return. Even as he spoke, the princess hurried out, leading the young lord by the hand to welcome him. The princess gently brushed the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said with a smile, your humble wife welcomes your Highness. Your Highness suffered in prison. Let this humble wife first attend to your bath. Fei Tsui, tell the kitchen to prepare a table of His Highness's favorite dishes today. From beginning to end, Lu uttered not a single word of greeting to his father, but simply stood there quietly watching him. Lu, it has only been 2 days, and you have already forgotten all decorum. You do not even greet your father. Lu asked in his tender childish voice, they say father is going to rebel. Is it true? Prince Ning's face changed at once. Unfilial son. Who told you such things? He raised his hand, making as if to strike. The princess quickly shielded him in her arms. Your Highness, calm your anger. This is what people outside are saying these days. Lu merely overheard it. How could he understand such things? It is all your fault for spoiling him into such unruliness. Lu apologized to your father at once. The boy was extremely stubborn and simply refused to speak. Just as they were locked in a standoff, a servant came in to announce Wang Hu's arrival, and only then did Prince Ning let him off. Go below for now. I will deal with you later. This official pays respects to your Highness. Wang Hu bowed respectfully to Prince Ning, who sat upright and solemn in the seat of honor. Your Highness has suffered, but this official has made proper arrangements. I doubt they dared to treat your Highness poorly. It turned out that he did not know about Tang Chen later sending Zhang Liang there. Prince Ning could not be bothered to bring up that night, either, so he simply related his conversation with Tang Chen in brief. Wang Hu gave a start. Your Highness agreed. Inside there was no news whatsoever. In order to get out I could only agree verbally. Prince Ning from the moment he returned until now had no need to ask. He knew the story Tang Chen had spun was a deception. The princess, the young lord, and even Wang Hu were all safe and sound. He seized on the key point, curling his lips into a subtle half-smile. Your Highness was merely placating him. He, however, was straightforward enough to believe it without a second thought. What matters most now is finding a way to see his hand, to learn whether the cards he holds are truly a winning hand or only empty talk meant to intimidate us. Your Highness, there is truly no way into the firearms factory. It seems we must devise some unconventional scheme. Gong Emo walked and glanced at Wang Hu and said nothing. He flicked his sleeve. Grand Commandant Wang is one of us. Your Highness, Prince Pinglin requests an audience. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes. What does he want? Wang Hu snorted. Your Highness, he trampled on Your Highness in public that day. Prince Pinglin cannot be trusted. Bring him in. Prince Ning switched his expression at once, and when Prince Pinglin came in he greeted him genially. Prince Pinglin is a rare guest. With an unchanging countenance, he said, I have come today to apologize to Your Highness for blurring friend and foe that day, making Your Highness suffer public embarrassment, and causing Your Highness to endure imprisonment for no reason. Nor can Your Highness be blamed. I had indeed listened to the slander of petty men at the time. It was my own mistake. Fortunately, Censor Tang is magnanimous and did not pursue the matter against me. Prince Pinglin's eyes flickered. Has Your Highness truly yielded to Tang Chen? The words were intriguing. Prince Ning feigned surprise. From the way you speak it sounds as if you bear some grievance against Lord Tang. I would like to make a deal with Your Highness. Prince Pinglin broke off and likewise cast a deep glance at Wang Hu. Prince Ning understood his meaning and turned to Gong Emo. Take Grand Commandant Wang to the side chamber for a while. I will be there shortly. Though unwilling, Wang Hu had no choice but to leave. In his heart he still could not trust Prince Pinglin. Please speak, Prince Pinglin. Your Highness must know something of me, just as I know something of Your Highness. I have no grand ambitions in this life. I only wish for a kindred heart, and to grow old together never parted. He paused, then continued, the late emperor and my father had long ago betrothed her to me. But now she has been bewitched by Tang Chen and has forgotten the vow she made. I have truly run out of options, so. It was common knowledge that Prince Pinglin was a hopeless romantic with no taste for power or wealth. If not for the fact that his father had only one son, he probably would not have wanted the vassal throne either. Lately the streets of Chang'an had been abuzz with stories about Tang Chen and the Empress. Everyone believed the two were lovers in all but name. That Prince Pinglin was furious and hated Tang Chen was only natural. Prince Ning nodded. How does Prince Pinglin propose that we cooperate? Once it is done, the woman goes to me, everything else goes to Your Highness. I can guarantee she will never return to Chang'an, and the world will have no Empress any longer. Prince Ning curled his lips in a smile. Tomorrow evening a council at my residence. Do not forget Prince Pinglin. He returned the smile. I certainly will not. As soon as he was gone, Prince Ning headed to the side chamber. Grand Commandant Wang, forgive me. Wang Hu clasped his hands in salute. It was nothing hardly worth mentioning. How did the negotiation with Prince Pinglin go? Your Highness must not trust him lightly. Naturally. But he lingers by the Empress's side all day, and what he knows may not be what we know. If he helps us, we will get twice the result with half the effort. My only fear is that he is a trap set by Tang Chen. But I have already had men keep a close watch on him. If he dares to betray me, he can forget about keeping his vassal. Wang Hu's lips curled contemptuously. Love turning to hate. How interesting. If Prince Pinglin had ever possessed the ambition to do something real, he would have carved out a name for himself long ago. Prince Ning rubbed his aching brow. He had not slept well the previous night, and no sooner had he returned home than he had to receive visitors. It truly drained his vitality. Tomorrow evening remember to summon everyone. We will talk things over properly. Yes. Wang Hu could see the exhaustion between his brows, and said Your Highness should rest well now. This official will keep an eye on matters. Overtiring yourself will do no good for your health. At that moment someone came to report to Tang Chen, informing him that the Prince of Pinglin had visited the Prince of Ning's residence. Good heavens, they've already struck up an alliance. I misjudged him. I actually took him for a clever man. Before the words had even faded, the Empress stormed in fury written across her face. Minister Tang, the course of events seems rather different from what you described. The Empress was referring to the Prince of Pinglin defecting to the Prince of Ning. Her spies had already delivered the news to her. She had delayed her rejection precisely because she feared he might resort to desperate measures. Tang Chen blinked with an innocent expression, playing dumb. Your Majesty, you stormed in with such urgency. Pray tell what has happened. I hadn't said a thing back then. You were the one who suddenly realized you found him insufferable and decided to reject him. How is this my fault? I'm utterly wronged. The Empress reflected for a moment. Indeed, he had never voiced those thoughts aloud. He had only said them in Minister Tang, have you received word? The Prince of Pinglin went to the Prince of Ning's estate and stayed for a full hour. What do you suppose they were conspiring about? Your humble minister would not presume to guess. It can hardly be anything good. Ask me. How should I know? Perhaps he simply went for a friendly visit. Though admittedly that's rather unlikely. So what if he went? Why must the tyrant make such a fuss? One more enemy or one fewer makes little difference. Aside from me, you've never had any real allies anyway. That's not true. The Empress thought stubbornly. The Prince of Pinglin had been one of her most trusted figures, second only to Ziyue, her sister, and Tang Chen. Now the man who had ranked fourth in her trust had betrayed her. Is there any way to remedy this? Perhaps I should go speak with him again. Tyrant, wake up. Once someone turns to the dark side, do they really just flip back? Our scandal has been spreading like wildfire lately. Even if you hadn't rejected him, he still would have come after me. And whose fault is that? You visit my residence every day, summon me to the Qilin Hall constantly. If I didn't know the truth, I'd believe the rumors myself. Your Majesty, I suggest we wait and see. Your Majesty, you have only your own breathtaking beauty to blame for driving the Prince of Pinglin to such infatuation. Tang Chen continued. Now your Majesty possesses both beauty and brilliance. I dare say those in Chang'an who wish to become your male consorts could form a line stretching from the southern gate to the northern gate. The Empress broke out in goosebumps. Minister Tang, that's quite enough. Your Majesty, why won't you even tolerate the truth? Every word I speak is absolutely sincere. The Empress grew playful and asked, so does Minister Tang wish to secure a spot in that line? Woe so direct. How am I supposed to answer that? Final swallow my pride this once. It's for flattery after all. Without a trace of shame he replied, naturally I do. Among the eligible men at court, is there a single one who wouldn't? Your Majesty, you underestimate your own allure. Ugh, it's all for the system reward. Bear with it, Tang Chen. You can do this. The Empress flicked her sleeves in exasperation. Minister Tang, perhaps you should focus on how to deal with the Prince of Ning. Hard to please. I compliment you, and you're still unhappy. As if I actually wanted to. He suppressed his irritation and smiled. As the saying goes, when soldiers come we block with shields, when the flood arrives we hold it back with earth. With your Majesty's wise leadership guiding the way, what does your humble minister have to fear? The flattery meter is full. Please claim your reward. Flattery is getting harder and harder. I've been at it for 3 straight days before the meter finally filled up. Goal achieved. Now hurry back to the palace, tyrant. I need my afternoon nap. How do I tactfully send the tyrant back to the palace? Seeking answers online urgent. Your humble minister will keep a close watch on the situation. Your Majesty need not worry. It's getting late. Please return to the palace and rest so you may be refreshed and energetic for reviewing memorials this afternoon. The Empress glanced at the sun, now directly overhead. Judging that she had stayed long enough, especially given the rumors swirling outside, she ordered her carriage and returned to the palace. That evening over a dozen people gathered at the Prince of Ning's residence. These past days I've been restless with anxiety. Thank heavens the prince has returned safely home. The speaker was an obscure minor official who saw no hope of promotion under Tang Chen, so he placed his bets on the Prince of Ning, hoping to distinguish himself in the chaos. As soon as he spoke, another chimed in, the prince is blessed by fortune and will surely remain safe. The Prince of Ning said solemnly, everyone here today is someone I trust. I've gathered you to pool our wisdom, to see if any of you can devise a way to make Tang Chen reveal his firearms. As the saying goes, know your enemy, and you will win every battle. But he has hidden his cards too well. We cannot tell whether his claims are truth or bluff. A heavy silence fell over the hall. Everyone bowed their heads, seemingly lost in thought. Sending spies, the conventional approach, had proven useless. The Prince of Ning noticed the Prince of Pinglin sitting in a corner silent and deliberately called on him. Does the Prince of Pinglin have any insights to offer? This man is extremely cunning. His words mix truth and falsehood, making him impossible to read. Your Highness' concern is well warranted. As things stand, our active attempts to investigate will yield nothing. The only way is to force him to reveal it to everyone on his own. The Prince of Ning brightened. Oh, it seems the Prince of Pinglin already has an idea. He replied with feigned humility. I have not yet devised a concrete plan. Only this line of thinking. The Prince of Pinglin has given us a direction. Now stop buzzing around like headless flies. Someone suddenly called out. Why not threaten him with his cousin? Isn't she precious to him? The Prince of Ning swept a cold glare at the speaker. We do not involve family. All manner of bizarre suggestions surfaced, yet not a single one was sound. At that moment the Prince of Ning deeply understood the Emperor's plight. These were indeed a bunch of useless fools. Wang, who had sat quietly ever since arriving, only now did he slowly speak. War bonds. He once issued war bonds to the common people, calling it an investment. If the war was won, they would receive a share of the spoils. The Prince of Ning gazed at him meaningfully, then smiled. Grand Commandant Wang is indeed extraordinary. Exactly. The people are the best weapon. He made them promises and collected their silver in advance. Yet still he delays and refuses to march out. The money has been out for so long without a single update. A little incitement, a few rumors spread, and they'll all go storming to his doorstep. Grand Commandant Wang actually thought of this. The latecomers all chimed in with approval. He smiled modestly. I owe much of it to the Prince of Pinglan's guidance. Not at all. I merely cast a brick to draw jade. The Prince of Ning declared. Wang Hu, I leave the specifics to you. I'm eager to see whether his firearms are truly as formidable as he claims. Within just a few days, the rumor had spread throughout the entire city of Chang'an. It started with the claim that Tang Chen was deliberately delaying the war because he knew they would surely lose and the bonds purchased by the common people would never be returned. It quickly changed to Tang Chen had embezzled all the common people's money. 3 men make a tiger, and the rumor grew more and more absurd. The Grand General brought Han Xian and Lin Yu to see Tang Chen, telling him about what had been happening in the military camp recently. Lu Yu stood with hands on hips looking at the two with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. Tang Chen, your 2 subordinates are truly loyal. So many things have happened in the camp recently, yet they concealed everything from you, fearing you would worry. They said once this phase passes and the rumors dissipate, everything will be fine. Tang Chen looked utterly bewildered. What rumor? Her eyes widened in disbelief. You really don't know? I truly don't. Recently, for some reason, everyone in Chang'an is saying you haven't sent out the troops because you can't defeat the Xiongnu and you can't repay the people's bonds. They even claim you've swallowed all the money collected from the common folk. What nonsense was this? Tang Chen shook her head firmly and continued leisurely sipping her tea. Hey, don't you have any reaction at all? What reaction should I have? As the Grand General said yourself, this is but a rumor. What can this official do? Lu Yu clenched his teeth. The rumor is growing more and more intense, already severely affecting the soldiers' daily training and life. Are you not going to do anything about it? He set the cup down heavily, tea splashing onto the table. I will manage it. Let's go. Huh. Han Xian and Lin Yu were stunned by his sudden change in attitude. Han Xian hurriedly said, the Grand General is merely anxious out of concern. My lord need not worry. With us in the camp, everything is fine. How is this fine? A crowd of commoners is blocking the entrance, chasing and shouting for their money every day. Is this fine? Tang Chen walked with hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and unruffled. This official will take you to resolve these troubles. Let's go. They rode swiftly to the military camp and indeed found a crowd of commoners blocking the entrance. Someone spotted the carriage and shouted, it's Tang Chen, that corrupt official. The crowd instantly surged forward, surrounding the carriage and shouting loudly. Insults flew in every direction, and someone even threw eggs. He abandoned his usual playful demeanor and stood on the steps used to board the carriage, speaking earnestly. If you wish to get your money back, listen to a few words from this official. Han Xian also bellowed with authority, be quiet, all of you. Anyone who deliberately disrupts order will be beheaded. The crowd finally fell silent. This official does not know where you heard these rumors. The delay in sending out the troops is not because we cannot fight, nor because we refuse to repay you. It is simply that the timing is not yet ripe. Last year there was a famine and provisions were insufficient. Do you think it would be better for this official to rush into battle and suffer a defeat, or to prepare thoroughly, win the battle, and distribute the spoils among you? The few instigators at the front shouted loudly, you talk big with an empty mouth. Why should we believe you can win? A few days ago we heard that the Xiongnu purchased a batch of firearms from elsewhere. How can we possibly defeat them? Refund our money. Tang Chen did not grow angry at this provocation. He spoke calmly. This official promises you if we win you will share in the spoils. If we lose, this official will return your money in full. How does that sound? The men continued shouting, no. Why should we trust you? If we are destined to lose, we demand our money back now. Yes. Refund the money. Tang Chen raised his hand to silence them. This official is confident we will win. The Great Han now possesses the most elite army and finest weapons and equipment in the land. Why could we not win? You talk about having the finest weapons and equipment, but those are merely tattered cotton armor. Are they more formidable than the Xiongnu's firearms? They have firearms and so do we. Moreover, this official can assure you that our firearms surpass theirs in every aspect. We can talk big too. Your so-called firearm manufacturing factory is always shrouded in secrecy. Could it be that you cannot produce firearms at all and are merely deceiving people? Tang Chen raised one elegantly arched raven-black eyebrow and smiled. If you would like to see, this official can demonstrate them for you. However, these firearms are extremely powerful and must be tested in a spacious, safe environment. Tomorrow, once this prince has arranged the venue, you are all welcome to come and observe. But please do not disturb the soldiers' daily training. After all, training their capabilities is far more important than possessing superior firearms. Those who had been inciting the crowd had achieved their purpose and fell silent. Soon after they dispersed. Very well, all resolved. The soldiers can now train in peace. Lin Yu hesitated. My lord, are we really going to display the firearms? That counts as military secrets. He replied decisively, yes, why not? If we don't show them, people will truly take us for weaklings. Besides, we have yet to test the firepower of the cannon. There is an open field in the suburbs spacious enough with no commoners living nearby. There will be no disruption. Tomorrow we will bring the cannon there. Also send word to Old Huang to prepare a cannon. After finishing matters at the camp, Tang Chen returned to his residence. As he stepped over the threshold, he was intercepted by Tang Lu. Brother, His Majesty has summoned you to the palace. What is it now this time again? Why don't you go ask on my behalf? If there's nothing important, I won't go. I'm busy. Tang Lu gave a perfunctory smile. Brother, you must be joking, right? His Majesty has summoned you to the palace. He deliberately emphasized the word summoned. All right. I still don't understand why I should be so timid in front of her. Qingchen Hall. This humble subject pays respects to your Majesty. The Empress raised her hand, gesturing for him to rise. Have the matters at the camp been resolved, eh? It just happened, and she already knows. Has she planted spies around me? It feels like she's everywhere. How terrifying. The Empress thought disdainfully, as for those affairs of yours, do I really need to send a spy to watch you every day? Not likely. This subject reports to your Majesty that the commoners have all been pacified. She set down the brush she had been using to review memorials and descended the steps, her voice soft but piercing. Rumors do not arise from nothing. Do you know who spread them? How would I know? I don't have a god's eye view. Unless you already know. This subject does not know. The Empress spoke just as candidly. This sovereign does not know either. However, it cannot be separated from those few individuals. Tang Chen took out a small slip of paper from his sleeve and unfolded it. This note was delivered to this subject this morning. This subject does not know who sent it. She took it and read the exquisite floral script. Rumors are rampant. The commoners are in an uproar. Beware of firearms. The Empress read it again, softly puzzled. He means that all these rumors and disturbances are aimed at the firearms. Yes. This person must be very familiar with Prince Ning's plans. Prince Ning. Lord Tang means the mastermind is Prince Ning. Who else could it be? You can figure that one out with your toes. He just wants to see how powerful my firearms are so he can decide whether to strike directly. Since he went to all this trouble for that, I might as well satisfy him. A sudden thought burst into the Empress' mind. Could this person be Prince Pinglin? He immediately spat. Impossible. This was clearly written by a woman. How could it be him? No matter how you yearn, there will be no answer. Give it up. He has already betrayed you. If everyone who sat on this throne were as naive as you, the nation would be destroyed in an instant. Perhaps it was some righteous-minded maidservant in his household who wanted to seize this chance to rise in status. I merely keep kindness in my heart, unlike you. The Empress thought resentfully. Lord Tang, you have been keeping the firearms under wraps all this time. Why are you now willing to let them see them? Secrecy was because nothing had taken shape yet. I was afraid they would sabotage the effort. It also added an air of mystery and kept a measure of fear in their hearts. As for this time, if I still refused to show them, Prince Ning would likely grow bold enough to rebel outright. Of course, even after seeing them, he might still rebel. But when that day comes, he cannot blame me for being ruthless. I have already warned him. If he is determined to charge into the wall rather than turn back, then even if he ends up shattered to pieces, he has no one to blame but himself. The Empress gave a light cough. Then we should go and have a look tomorrow as well. She had never seen firearms before. Ever since she heard the news of Tang Chen's demonstration, she had already resolved to be present. Why would you go? What a hassle. We will have to assign extra guards to protect you. Do not burst into tears when the time comes with that timid heart of yours. Despite the disdain in his heart, Tang Chen said aloud, for such an important occasion, your Majesty should naturally be present in person. A ceremonial first firing would be ideal. I was just thinking about how to invite you. Hypocrite, the Empress chided inwardly. We must still give Lord Tang that face. The Empress then gave a long sigh. I hope Prince Ning will turn back from his erring ways before it is too late. Fatuous ruler, you misspoke. What you should be hoping for is that Prince Ning turns back from his erring ways. The likelihood of Prince Ning turning back is truly slim. Once he has seen the power of the cannon, his next step will surely be plotting sabotage. He is not as easy to fool as Prince Bohai. If Prince Ning refuses to back down, a bloody clash is truly unavoidable. But if the troops Prince Ning has secretly amassed could fall into our hands, how could we ever fear dealing with him? Tang Chen sighed as well. It is a pity about that child Ale. Having such a father is his misfortune. It is strange indeed. How can such a father raise such a son? At the mention of Ale, the Empress only then remembered that Tang Bao had been quite upset because of him over the past. Ever since that incident at court, the moment the two of them meet, the atmosphere turns awkward. Now that you and Prince Ning are at odds, it is difficult for them to be close either, and Tang Bao was sad about it for several days. Tang Chen looked baffled. Children are children, adults are adults. There is no need to drag children into the grudges of adults. In any case, I will not stop them from seeing each other. We adults might not stop them, but would Prince Ning? He ended up in prison partly because of Tang Bao. How could Ale would not make a bad brother-in-law for me? He is quiet and refined, and he could subtly influence Tang Bao. They complement each other well. I need to think of a way to keep Ale here. Simply drive his father away. The Empress was utterly speechless. No wonder people say he is cunning. Without the ability to read his mind, who could ever have fathomed all those crooked, winding thoughts in his head? She turned to see the memorials stacked high on the table, and only then remembered that she had forgotten her true business. The Empress raised her hand, and directed, "Since Lord Tang is right here, Zue, bring that stack of memorials over. The fatuous ruler is going to drag me into manual labor again. Time to slip away." Before the Empress could give another order, he said quickly, "Your Majesty, tomorrow's venue has not been arranged yet, so your servant will take his leave and attend to it." With that, he made a bow, dusted off his backside, and walked away. Early the next morning, the area around the cannon firing ground arranged by Tang Chen was already packed with people. The commoners pressed their way to the front, afraid they might miss the spectacle. Not only that, many court officials had also come to share in the excitement. Prince Ning naturally was among them. With feigned admiration, he remarked, "Lord Tang is truly young and accomplished. In just a few dozen days you have developed cannons that other great nations would need years to produce." Tang Chen forced a smile. "Prince Ning gives me too much credit. Why is it still covered with red cloth? Lord Tang makes even this small cannon seem so mysterious." He lowered his gaze. "What right do we have to unveil that red cloth?" After a while, the Empress' carriage finally arrived, fashionably late. She lifted the curtain, and what met her eyes was the cannon at the very center, draped in a great red cloth. "Your humble servant pays homage to your Majesty. Long live the Empress. 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years." At that cry, everyone knelt and shouted in unison. "Rise." Tang Chen stepped forward. "Your Majesty, we are only waiting for you to unveil the red cloth." The Empress flicked her sleeve, walked slowly to the firearm, and pulled away the red cloth with a clean, decisive motion. Wang, who gave a light snort beside Prince Ning. "This cannon looks no more than ordinary." In appearance it was indeed much the same as those of Li Tang and Zhu Ming. Prince Ning's heart settled by half. Han Xian and Lin Yu each led a squad to maintain order, driving the onlookers back beyond the safety distance. "This is too far. We cannot even see it clearly." "Exactly. Is such a distance really necessary?" Hey, do not push me. I came at dawn to hold this spot. Stop shoving me." Tang Chen gave a nod of acknowledgement, then turned and led the Empress toward the safe zone. With a face full of confusion, she asked, "Do we really have to stand this far away? Is this not a little excessive? Besides, the cannon is aimed in the other direction. How could my cannon be the same as anyone else's? I do not know exactly how powerful it is either, but staying farther away is always safer. Everything is for the sake of safety." The instant those words fell, a thunderous boom erupted. The shell burst free of the barrel, its trajectory carving a trail of fire across the sky as it arced toward the distance in a parabola, while black smoke billowed from the muzzle. People rose onto their toes and craned their necks toward the distance, yet even from so far away they could clearly hear the heavy thud of the iron ball striking the ground. The Empress took a deep breath. The air was saturated with the acrid smell of scorching and gunpowder. Unpleasant though it was, an irrepressible joy swelled in her heart. Tang Chen deliberately said loudly to the Empress, introducing, "These are solid-shot shells. They have a long range, and though they do not explode when they fall from the sky, they still cause heavy casualties. Whoever is struck dies." Prince Ning furrowed his brows slightly, gazing silently at the direction where the cannonballs had fallen. He knew all too well that the range of this cannon surpassed that of Li Tang's and Zhu Ming's by far more than a small margin. "Are there other kinds of cannonballs?" the Empress asked, her tone brimming with delight. "There is one more, Your Majesty." After the artillery crew went through their motions, the shell shot once more into the distance. The same smell of gunpowder filled the air, yet compared to the previous thunderous sound, this one seemed far lighter. With a resounding explosion, everyone's bodies could not help but shudder. The Empress tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Lord Tang, what is the difference between this one and the previous one?" He said with complacent pride, "This one is a hollow shell commonly known as an exploding shell. Though its range cannot match the solid shot, its power is undiminished. In fact, it is even greater. I've packed the most advanced gunpowder in here. There's no way they can replicate it. Just wait and see whether Prince Ning dares to gamble. Gamble on whether Li Tang, Zhu Ming, and those other nations will continue to support him. Or perhaps they'll switch sides mid-battle and come curry favor with the tyrant. No, to be precise, curry favor with me. The firearms were made by me. What does the tyrant have to do with it?" The Empress' smile froze on her face as she fumed inwardly. "How could it have nothing to do with me? So the money all came from your own purse. I contributed my share too. If I hadn't given you human resources, financial support, material supplies, and special privileges in every aspect, you could never have built them. Not to mention anything else. Without my permission, would you have dared to build them? Could you have built them?" She cursed him from head to toe in her heart, while maintaining a dignified smile on her face. "All right, everyone has seen it. So do you have confidence now? If our entire nation works together in unity, those with money contributing money, those with strength contributing strength, those with grain contributing grain, then the Xiongnu can certainly be defeated. Today in the presence of His Majesty, I Lord Tang will make this declaration: if in the end you all lose your investments, then the wealth of the Tang Manor will be yours to take. A profound silence fell over the scene. At last the Empress slowly spoke. I too will support Lord Tang. If it truly comes to that, I will spare no expense from my personal treasury to compensate everyone. Also, I am unaware of where this rumor came from. I have personally reviewed every expenditure in the military. There is absolutely no truth to the claim that Lord Tang has embezzled funds. Ziyu whispered into the Empress' ear. Your Majesty, you were too impulsive. Your personal treasury was meant to support you in your old age. Even in the worst of times, it could still serve as a final safety net. With that reminder, the Empress realized that she had indeed acted on a surge of heat and been impulsive. She thought with a pang of heartache, can I still take it back? The tyrant is actually quite loyal, even pledging her private purse. Wait, private purse? When did she ever have a private purse? She used to complain to me every day about being broke and not having money, so she was putting on an act all along. And what's this? She personally reviewed every military expense. She actually really did look at the account books. The tyrant doesn't trust me. The Empress was speechless. Is this even a matter of trust or not? Military spending flows like water. If I didn't keep an eye on where it went, those numbers alone would be enough to send me to my grave on the spot. It's clearly you who doesn't trust me. Besides, it's true that I had no money before, and it's true that I have money now. That's precisely because I suffered through poverty that I learned to save. The common folk had never seen anything like this. Even in the most glorious era of the Great Han, the armory had never contained firearms. These were things only great powers could produce. How could they dare to even dream of such things? With the promises from Tang Chen and the Empress, those who had been stirred up to cause trouble quietly shut their mouths. Prince Ning's heart gradually sank to rock bottom, yet he still hardened his tone and said, weren't there also muskets and firebombs supposed to be on display? Why has Lord Tang only demonstrated this one item? Well, you want to hit rock bottom completely. Do you think he'll show you just because you ask? What a pipe dream. Consider yourself lucky to even have cannons to admire. Chill. Prince, after all this is a military secret. Enough is enough. Don't take things too far. Prince Ning caught the hidden implication in those words and silently clenched his fists. Taking advantage of the dispersing crowd and the chaotic scene, he quietly slipped near Prince Ning's side. Your Highness, do not forget what you promised this official in prison. His Majesty wishes to give you a chance. If you willingly yield before the imperial decree is issued, you may still preserve a fine reputation as a loyal official and devoted subject. He gnashed his teeth and said, very well. His Majesty and this official will be waiting for your Highness' decision. With that, he cast a glance at Wang, who standing not far away. Wang, who softly cursed under his breath, you dog of a servant. Prince Ning's murderous aura surged all around him, cursing Wang, who was in effect a roundabout curse against him. He too naturally sensed Prince Ning's fury. Hey, I'm not afraid. Hold power in my hand, and I hold the world. No, that's not quite right either. After all, the tyrant is still my top boss. Watching Prince Ning get angry is way too satisfying. I feel like I can eat several extra bowls of rice today. The Empress covered her mouth and laughed. In her exceptionally fine mood, she took the initiative to invite him. Lord Tang has rendered great merit. How about I make an exception today and treat you to a lavish meal? The iron rooster actually plucked its own feather. Then I'd better shear this tyrant's wool thoroughly. The Empress pressed her forehead. Good grief, in one moment, I've turned into two different animals. His eyes flickered. Anywhere I like. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes. How about we go to Linhua Pavilion? Ever since I adopted your idea of recommending dishes by section, business has flourished. Since I rarely leave the palace, I might as well go take a look. Oh, that place is so dull. Linhua Pavilion is your Majesty's own establishment. You can go there whenever you like. Why not take this chance to sample other restaurants' cuisine? Perhaps it might even inspire some new ideas for Linhua Pavilion. The Empress gave a cold laugh. Lord Tang must have eaten there so often that he no longer appreciates it. Your Majesty speaks too harshly. I only go occasionally to see how things are. This is your shop, so it counts as my shop too. So why shouldn't I be allowed to eat there? I'm just checking whether there's anything about Linhua Pavilion that can be improved. In the end, she relented. Then let Lord Tang decide where we shall go. A sly smile glimmered in Tang Chen's eyes. It was not until they were seated that the Empress finally understood what that expression of his had meant. Han Xi and Lin Yu and the others sat restlessly in their chairs. What? Got hemorrhoids on your rear ends? Stop fidgeting, all of you. Sit properly. Zhao Shi wore an expression as if he were about to cry. How could this lowly general be worthy of dining at the same table as His Majesty? Lu Yu, seeing Zhao Shi's nervous demeanor, could not stop laughing. All right, sit up properly. Even when dining with this general in the military camp, you were never so coy. Though the Empress was forcing a smile right now, she naturally had to play the part of an understanding woman in front of so many people. General Zhao, it's all right. You don't have to treat me as your Majesty here. Zhao Shi wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, yes, your Majesty. Tang Chen raised his head sharply and stared at him. Fool. If you reveal her identity, what if some dangerous person nearby tries to assassinate her? The reason for his nervousness was none other than the occasion itself. In any normal setting he might have been able to stay calm, but now they were in a place not unlike Spring Jade Tower, Spring Snow Tower, only slightly more refined than that. Han Dynasty had long harbored resentment toward the Empress, believing that she was merely privileged by birth. Thus after the initial bows he had never been particularly restrained. Zhang Liang, Lord Tang went out of his way to bring you here to see Chuanxue. Why not have her come over? It's been a long time. Take a good look. The Empress asked in puzzlement. Chuanxue. Who is that? Lu Yu grabbed a handful of peanuts and tossed them into her mouth before saying, she's Zhang Liang's sweetheart. She used to be the top courtesan at Spring Rain Tower, going by the name Chunyu. When Spring Snow Tower rose to prominence and business took off, she was poached and renamed Chuanxue. The Empress swallowed the words of betrothal she had been about to utter. After all, Zhang Liang was now a sixth-rank official, marrying a woman who had spent her days in the pleasure quarters. How improper would that be? How did the general come to know of this? His voice gradually faded. Lu Yu said matter-of-factly, how could I not know? What secrets can there be among us? Zhang Liang's face flushed so deeply that it seemed about to drip blood. Her Majesty is right here. Don't be so shameless. I said not to call her Majesty. Call her Miss. Right, Your Majesty. Everyone, you're the one who should stop calling her that. Miss wouldn't get angry over such a trifle, would she? The Empress produced a standard fake smile. Of course not. She had gone from initial anger to shock, then to calm. What else could the Empress do? She was the one who had agreed to go anywhere from the start. Everyone do as you please today. It's my treat. Lu Yu patted her shoulder and laughed. I've been waiting for you to say that, dear sister. The Empress stole a glance at her. Sister, you don't come to places like this with them every day to fool around, do you? She touched her nose and said reluctantly, of course not. Why would I come to a place like this? Maybe once or twice at most. That's good. After a few cups of wine, Han Dynasty was completely loosened up and asked Lord Tang about that matter you mentioned the other day. Your friend. What happened in the end? He answered flippantly, what happened? Nothing. I made it all up. Lu Yu and the Empress smelled gossip and leaned forward together, faces full of curiosity. What happened? He patted the peanut shells from his hands and was about to speak when Tang Chen deliberately brought a cup of wine to his lips to silence him. You'd better watch your tongue. Disaster comes from careless talk, understand. Since Lu Yu had caught wind of it, how could she simply give up? She urged the Empress along and said, don't worry, Her Majesty is right here. He wouldn't dare do anything to you. Speak freely. Lu Yu stood up and deliberately blocked Tang Chen. Hurry up and say it. They'll hold him back. It was just a while ago. He said his friend's superior got drunk and kissed him. At least that was what he claimed. He said it was his friend's affair. The Empress tilted her head, thinking, why does this story sound so familiar? Suddenly her eyes flew open. It was about her. Han Dynasty added, it's actually his own story. A friend, my foot. If it were truly a friend's matter, why would Lord Tang be so upset that he drank alone and asked us what his friend's superior meant? Puffed. Lu Yu laughed and patted his shoulder. But as she laughed, she slowly stopped smiling. His superior. A female superior at that. Who else could it be but the Empress? The others suddenly realized it too and stared at the Empress in astonishment. You little brat. How dare you molest my sister? I won't let you off. The Empress swallowed hard, forcing calm. Don't look at me. It wasn't me. How could it be me? I've never touched alcohol. Tang Chen downed several cups of wine in a row. This course of events was something he had never imagined. He had originally thought that with more people the meal would be more lavish and more expensive. Did he truly not do anything improper to you? Of course not. He's out every day sowing wild oats. Who knows which girl it was? She's lying through her teeth. She clearly drank that time, and even took my first kiss. Now she denies it. What a grievance. So much time has passed that I'd almost forgotten. Surely this won't prompt the Empress to remember too. How embarrassing. So awkward that my toes could curl and dig out a Disney castle. Hey wait, who's the one sowing wild oats all day? I'm still a pure young man. She just spouts lies without batting an eye. Lu Yu wore a strange expression. But, could it be that the person you kissed was a man? It was getting more and more outrageous. Tang Chen hastily explained, it really wasn't me. It was a friend of mine. I drank with him that day only because I saw he was upset and I could relate. Don't overthink it. Fine. Lu Yu was about to sit back down, but immediately turned her head. Really not. Really not. Heaven help me. I didn't lie on purpose. I did it only to save my life. You'll forgive me, right? This meal has been so unpleasant it forced me to remember that awful affair again. Old Huang said with great worldly insight. In my view, Lord Tang must have someone in his heart now. Lu Yu again smelled gossip. So do you know who it is? That you'd have to ask Lord Tang. Who? Name them, and Her Majesty can grant you a marriage. Who? Can't we talk about something else? I've already sworn an oath, establish a career first, then start a family. Besides, Her Majesty hasn't shown such a thought. As her subject, how could I dare to think of it before her? Zhang Liang and the others said solemnly, "You are right, my lord. We too should wait until you are married before we take wives." This time it was Lin Ye's turn to be embarrassed. He had started a family long ago. Our circumstances are different. Don't follow my example. If you can marry, then marry. Understand? I'm still waiting to drink at your wedding feasts. Since I can't have my own, can't I at least have yours? At Lu Ye's words, the Empress had felt her heart tighten, but Tang Chen's words instantly put her at ease. Strange. Very strange, but she couldn't understand why. Having learned from last time, the Empress had sworn off alcohol, afraid that if she got drunk, she would lose control and say nonsense. Sister, since you're also here today, why not share half a cup of wine? The Empress gave a dignified smile. No, you two go ahead. They'll just watch. Lu Yu coughed awkwardly. If we drink while you sit there with nothing to do. That seems a bit not quite right. The next morning when the Empress opened her eyes, she was lying in the same bed she had woken up in after last time's hangover. Ziyuet, your Majesty is awake. Drink this bowl of hangover soup. The familiar ritual repeated. Even the bowl holding the hangover soup was identical. She stiffly took it and took a small sip. Ziyue, where is this? The Tang Mansion, your Majesty. You were drunk again yesterday, and Lord Tang brought you back. And the Grand General? Was the Grand General there too? Then he may have returned to the military camp. Yesterday, I only saw Lord Tang. The Empress thought back carefully. It seemed Lu Yu had urged her to drink, and in the end, unable to refuse, she drank a mouthful. That wine was even sweeter than the wine at Zuatian Pavilion and had barely any taste of alcohol. Thinking it was weak, she drank several more mouthfuls. Who could have expected her to collapse drunk on the spot? After she had washed up and changed, Tang Chen entered with a tray. Your Majesty, there is only some plain congee and a few side dishes. Please have something to tide you over. Was I drunk yesterday? What does your Majesty think? She turned to Ziyue and said, go to the kitchen and tell them to make some light snacks. She really does not stand on ceremony. I am the host, and she is the guest, yet she goes over my head to give orders. You're the tyrant, so you're always right. She did not truly want snacks this early in the morning, she simply wanted to send Ziyue away. Did I say anything I shouldn't have, or do anything I shouldn't have done yesterday? Do you have no idea in your heart? Of course you do. As soon as you get drunk you throw a fit. Good thing I pulled you back in time. You really should kneel and thank me. Of course the main thing was that I was afraid you'd spout nonsense. Tang Chen kept his eyes lowered and said with a straight face, no, you didn't say anything. If what I just said were true, may I be struck by lightning. Anyway, you rambled on and on in the carriage. I couldn't understand a word, so it was as good as saying nothing. At worst, the driver would just think you were a crazy drunk woman. Only then did the Empress feel relieved. As long as she had not embarrassed herself in front of too many people, she could set her worries aside. She sat at the table and took a few sips of congee, then said, what General Han said last night. Was that about that time with me? Lord Tang, you know very well that I lied. I did drink. Tang Chen's eyes widened. The moment the words came out, even she was stunned. Her mouth was completely out of control. She already knew from Tang Chen's inner thoughts what she had done in that drunken episode, but she had kept pretending not to remember. Damn, that direct. Did she remember? Oh no. It's awkward squared, so awkward. No, wait. If the tyrant is asking like this, it means she isn't certain, which means she hasn't remembered. A few excuses should be enough to get me through. Tang Chen went through a mental struggle before speaking slowly. Your Majesty misunderstands. That day your Majesty only said some drunken nonsense and refused to get into the carriage. Nothing more. Han Xin and the others love to gossip and watch a scene unfold. Your Majesty need not pay them any heed. Besides, that person is indeed a close friend of mine. A close friend? Could it really be, as they said, man with man? Apart from me, what other woman currently holds an official position? Your Majesty misunderstands. My friend is a woman. The Empress blinked. According to them, you said it was your friend's superior. If she has no official position, how could she have a superior? Tyrant, can you please use your brain where it's needed? Why did you suddenly make that connection? Good grief, so I'm not going to dodge this today. Do you really want me to say it was you? Why not just give each other a way out? The tyrant is forcing me to use my ultimate move. Your Majesty is brilliant to spot the loophole so easily. I am truly full of admiration. Actually, what they said was not wrong. It is indeed man with man. It's just that he always asked me to help him keep it secret. Unfortunately, I was drunk that day, and in a moment of confusion, let it slip. The Empress nearly dropped her jaw. To cover up the past, he would really spin any lie. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. These are enlightened times. Everyone has the right to love freely regardless of gender. Don't you agree? The Empress lowered her head and continued drinking congee, looking somewhat disappointed. I understand. Lord Tang, go attend to your duties. They'll return to the palace to handle affairs after I finish eating. Huh. Shouldn't she be happy hearing this outcome? Why does Her Majesty look so disappointed? No way. Don't tell me she was the one who deliberately took advantage of me that day. It's tough being me. One lie has to be covered up by countless more. Just as Tang Chen stepped out of the courtyard, he ran into Ziyue returning with snacks. She asked in a whisper, Lord Tang, did you and your Majesty quarrel? Why is your expression so strange? No, go on in. Her Majesty must be tired of waiting. Just as they passed each other, she called him back. Oh, Lord Tang, please keep an eye on Her Majesty from now on. She can't hold her liquor. She gets drunk with one drink and ends up with a headache all day. Very well, I understand. Go on. Ever since returning from inspecting the cannons yesterday, Prince Ning had been restless and had not slept a wink all night. Wang, who was sitting in the guest seat studying Prince Ning's haggard face, and asked puzzled, "Is your Highness worried about Tang Chen's cannons?" "How could I not worry? You saw them too, Lord Wang. His cannons are indeed tremendously powerful. Since he took in Prince Bohai's troops, we no longer have our original advantage in numbers. Moreover, if Li Tang and Zhu Ming learn of the new cannons, they will defect the moment battle lines are drawn." Wang, who fell silent for a moment. The Weiwu camp has grown greatly in numbers, but in the end it still cannot compare with ours. Though Her Majesty split the military tally in half, don't forget, the soldiers under us don't look at the tally, they look only at the man. As for the firearms factory, it's not without a way to counter it. Prince Ning raised his eyes. What way? The lamps were dim, the night was still, and all things on earth had fallen into slumber when a violent pounding at the door shattered the quiet of the night. The night watchman had been dozing there, but the banging at the door jolted him awake. He hurried to open it, asking, "Who is it?" Tang Lu's room was close to the main gate, so she too had been startled awake at once. She threw on clothes and got up. What happened? The servant only said half a sentence before he hurried off. Brother, stop sleeping. Tang Lu knocked on his door for a long while, without any response, then forced the door open. The latch he had set snapped with a crack and fell to the floor. As soon as he entered, he saw Tang Chen sleeping soundly in bed. Even all that ruckus hadn't woken him. Was he a pig in his past life? How can anyone sleep that deeply? He dashed forward and shook him wildly. Brother, get up. Something's happened. What could possibly happen in the middle of the night? At this hour, don't call me even if the sky falls. Something happened at the firearms factory and the cotton armor factory. Tang Chen sprang up like a fish leaping, grabbed the coat hanging by the bed, and asked what happened. It's huge. Fire. Fire broke out. Both factories caught fire. Tang Chen froze for a moment, then calmly took off the coat he had just put on and lay back down under the quilt. Brother, there's a fire. How can you still sleep? What if the firearms and cotton armor burn up? He calmly closed his eyes, then after a moment abruptly opened them again. Tang Lu thought he had finally understood what he was saying. Instead, he merely murmured, "Did the fire start from the inside or from the outside?" Tang Lu was exasperated. Does that even matter? Hurry up and bring the messenger over for questioning. Seeing that Tang Lu wasn't moving, he had no choice but to throw off the quilt and get up himself. Brother, don't be impatient. Put on your coat before going to the factory. The soldier who had come to report was standing in the main hall. I pay my respects to Lord Tang. Rise and answer. I ask you, did the fire start from outside or from inside? The man was baffled by the abrupt question. I didn't notice. The fire was too fierce. Everyone was outside fighting it and couldn't get close. But there were plenty of flammable materials piled outside, so it probably started from outside. Fine. You may go back. Tell General Han and the others that I will go tomorrow. Though the young soldier was puzzled, he still answered, yes, my lord. Tang Lu stood rooted to the spot, lowered the hand that held the coat, and fumed. If you won't go, I will. What will you? Don't worry. Neither the cotton armor nor the firearms will be harmed. Brother, you may be able to sleep, but I can't. I'm going to fight the fire. With that, he carelessly tossed the coat onto a chair and vanished in a flash. Such a hothead. No one will miss you, and what good can you do by going? The next day, he indeed slept until the sun was high in the sky before leisurely heading to Weiwu Commandery. He didn't go straight to the firearms factory, but went to the military camp first. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw Tang Lu lying there, face covered in soot, catching up on sleep. Han Xian and the others had also stayed up nearly the whole night fighting the fire, and then gotten up early the next morning to drill the troops. You've all worked hard. Once things settle down, I'll treat you all to another hearty meal. There is nothing a meal cannot solve. If there is, then 2 meals. Tang Chen offered his regards to each of them before taking the seat of honor. What are the losses? Han Xian reported. Old Huang is conducting the inventory. I've already sent someone to bring him here. Hearing the noise of their conversation, Tang Lu still deliberately refused to open his eyes. He was nursing his anger. In no more than the time for a cup of tea, Old Huang was brought in. This humble one is guilty. Please punish me, my lord. Both factories are under my supervision. No matter what happened, it was my failure to manage. No matter how my lord punishes me, I will bear no grievance. Tang Chen set down his teacup and said nothing. Everyone held their breath, waiting for him to pronounce the punishment before pleading for Old Huang. Tang Lu could no longer stay lying down. Brother, although Old Huang is in charge of these 2 factories, yesterday's fire had nothing to do with him. Besides, he wasn't even the one on duty at that time. Only you can play the merciful bodhisattva. Tang Lu felt a lump of anger stuck in his throat and could only sit back down in frustration. After a long while, Tang Chen finally spoke. How is the investigation going? What about the cotton armor and firearms? My lord, this is the strange part. Burned in such a huge fire, the firearms and cotton armor were completely unharmed. Only the defective cotton armor left outside the cotton armor factory was burned up. Tang Lu sprang up from his chair. What? With a fire this big, how could they be completely unharmed? That night, he had witnessed what it meant for flames to pierce the sky. Despite so many people fighting the fire, they hadn't managed to put it out until the latter half of the night. Just as I expected. Old Huang, get up. Someone deliberately tried to cause destruction. No matter how careful you were, you couldn't have prevented it. I won't punish you, but you must think hard about whether anyone seemed off. Old Huang frowned. My lord means there is a traitor among us. Exactly. Someone must have coordinated with Prince Ning's people. Otherwise, how could both factories catch fire at the same time? There's a considerable distance between them, and there were also flammable materials placed outside. Tang Chen tapped the armrest of his chair. Old Huang holds the key to the firearms factory. That person couldn't get it. He could only obtain the key to the cotton armor factory. Old Huang, do you remember that some time ago I told you to move all the cotton armor into a single storehouse? I handed you that key with my own hands and told you never to pass it to anyone else. I trusted only you. I remember. So that's why the cotton armor in that storehouse remained unscathed. But the inside was clearly burning too. With such high temperatures, how did that storehouse not catch fire? Tang Chen smiled, his eyes curving. This is a kind of wall. It's fireproof, waterproof, earthquake-proof, and heat-resistant. Excellent quality. The others listened, utterly dumbfounded. Though they had no idea how such a wall was made, it sounded tremendously impressive. My lord, I am in awe. Old Huang's eyes darkened, and he sighed. If that's the case, then it can only be him. Qianxing. Yes. He is my good-for-nothing apprentice. I had hoped he would work hard and have a steadier livelihood. Who could have imagined he would stir up such trouble for me? General Han, go and bring him in. Good thing this traitor has no brains and can't do anything great. If he had truly destroyed my firearms and cotton armor, I would have bashed that doghead of his in. After speaking, he glanced at the somewhat dejected Old Huang. Old Huang, I am ridding your household of a traitor for you. Do you have any objection? Old Huang said in a resolute voice, no. Those who commit wrongs ought to be punished. Don't feel sorry for him. A beast like that never considered you before acting. He never thought about what you would have to endure if you were exposed. All those years of being master and apprentice were wasted on treating him so well. When Qianxing was hauled in by General Han's men, he kept shouting that he was innocent. When he reached Tang Chen, he smiled fawningly. Lord Tang, I don't know what important matter you summoned me for. You only needed to say the word, and I would have come over on my own. No need to mobilize so many men like this. Tang Chen let out a cold laugh. If we let you come on your own, you'd have a chance to run, wouldn't you? You'd better confess everything while I'm still in a good mood. Then I might spare your life. He still played dumb, pretending not to understand. What is your excellency saying? Your humble servant truly does not follow. I already gave you a chance. Since you refused to take it, don't blame me for being discourteous. Old Huang turned around and dealt him a slap across the face. You ungrateful beast. I took you in as an apprentice out of pity, but you still have the same money-grubbing nature. Master, why did you hit me? Your excellency, this is the bundle I seized when I went to arrest him. Han Xian dumped everything in the bundle onto the ground. Oh, you're quite loaded, aren't you? Listen to that pleasant jingling. And you? Why didn't you ask Prince Ning for even more? At least then I could have treated the officers and soldiers who toiled all night to a decent meal. Tang Chen had no interest in letting the charade continue, so he said outright, stop playing innocent here. Someone already saw you taking Prince Ning's money. What's the matter? So hard up for cash lately. Greedy, insatiable cur. The wages I gave you were not low either. Qianxing nervously swallowed. He could hardly have known that Tang Chen would discover him before he even had time to make his getaway. You thought you could slip away and live it up once this was over. Keep dreaming. You made my brothers work through the night. This debt must be repaid. His tone turned cold. The best way to deal with someone like you is not to let you die quickly. General Han, take him away. Put him through all the tortures. Let him savor every one of them. Qianxing was so terrified that cold sweat poured down his face, so he finally relented. Lord Tang, everyone says you are a living bodhisattva. Lord Tang, I was wrong. I was wrong. Now you know you were wrong. Too late. Take him away. Watching all of this, Tang Lu was already dumbfounded by the endless twists and turns. He muttered under his breath, so you weren't anxious at all yesterday, because you had already prepared for this. Why didn't you tell me earlier and stop me? Could anyone stop a stubborn ox like you? Better to let you experience it yourself. Anyway, it was just a fire to put out. Nothing too serious would happen. Tang Chen then took Old Huang on an inspection of the two factories, instructed him to make proper arrangements for the aftermath, and only left after everything had settled. After returning, he went straight to report the matter to the Empress. Your Majesty, please summon Prince Ning to the palace. The Empress did not answer. She only asked hurriedly, I heard the firearms factory and the cotton armor factory caught fire last night. What is the situation? Your Majesty, the firearms and cotton armor are all safe and sound with no damage. Fortunately, I had the foresight to think they might try to sabotage us, though I truly didn't expect them to resort to that trick. Actually, these walls were not originally built to guard against them. They were just for peace of mind. Who could have imagined that they would happen to stop exactly this? Luck is such a miraculous thing, no one who sees it can help but call it impressive. The Empress was relieved, then recalled what he had just said. Why does your Majesty need to summon Prince Ning to the palace? Because some matters must be made clear in your Majesty's presence. Why are there so many questions? If I tell you to summon him, then summon him. If the tiger does not bare its fangs, people mistake it for a sick cat. Do they think I'm easy to push around? As the saying goes, if others do not provoke me, I do not provoke them. If they provoke me, I yield 3 inches of ground. If they provoke me again, I return a needle. If they still provoke me, I cut the weeds and dig up the roots. I have already yielded again and again. It is about time. They felt satisfied. After hearing his words, the Empress already had a suspicion. It was most likely Prince Ning's doing. She slammed the table and said angrily, summon Prince Ning to the palace, at once. When Prince Ning entered, he was wearing a radiant smile. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. The Empress said without a trace of emotion, Prince Ning, Lord Tang has accused you before me of intentionally harming the realm for your own private gain and attempting to burn down the firearms factory and the cotton armor factory. Your Majesty, your servant is wrongfully accused. I know that Lord Tang is still in a temper over this matter, but he cannot bite wildly. Lord Tang says I deliberately sent men to burn down the 2 factories. What evidence does he have? How could Prince Ning be so shameless? His face is thicker than the city walls. He would stop at nothing to achieve Qian Shing. He was the one who helped Prince Ning's men set the fire, and he has already confessed. Prince Ning immediately knelt down and cried that he was wronged. Your Majesty knows that Qian Shing worked under Lord Tang. It is highly possible that Lord Tang, having taken a dislike to me, deliberately set up this scheme, using intimidation, bribery, and torture to force a confession. Intimidation. Bribery. Isn't that exactly what Prince Ning has been doing? But to your disappointment, Prince Ning, the firearms and cotton armor are perfectly intact. After hearing these words, his eyes flew wide with a sharp glare. I heard the fire was blazing yesterday, yet you still managed to keep them undamaged. Lord Tang is truly impressive. Tang Chen replied with an even calm smile. Now that it is only you, me, and Her Majesty here, Prince Ning no longer needs to hide what he truly is. If your Highness honors the promise from last time, I can let this incident go. But if Prince Ning remains stubborn and refuses to see reason, then don't blame me for being blunt. If you go in this time, it won't be so easy to come out. Lord Tang, you certainly boast loudly. Everything requires evidence. So where is your evidence? Without evidence, how can you convict me? I truly sneered. Did he honestly think that Qian Shing was my only? If he really were my only piece of evidence, would I dare to come so boldly before the tyrant? Well, yes, I actually. The Empress also said, since Lord Tang has evidence, bring it out. Then Prince Ning will have nothing more to say. He produced a stack of silver notes from his sleeve and explained this stack was found in Qian Shing's bundle. He was about to flee with the money. Your Majesty, although all banknotes currently used in the Great Han look alike, on closer inspection, the notes printed by each fief have slight differences. They carry a little local flavor. These notes can be identified at a glance as coming from Prince Ning's fief. Prince Ning might say money circulates, and it's sheer coincidence, but a stack of brand new notes can hardly be a coincidence. Before Prince Ning could speak, he continued, Your Highness, this is your last chance. If you do not take it, Her Majesty will no longer care about saving face for you. With your current crimes, even if you are not executed, you can still spend several years behind bars. Now completely cornered by the evidence, Prince Ning could only grind his teeth and say, Lord Tang, I will certainly do what I have promised. Oh, is that so? Then Her Majesty will await His Highness's voluntary announcement at tomorrow's morning court. I'll choose to trust you one last time, if only for Ali's sake. Mainly, I don't want him to lose his father at such a tender age. He is such a sensible little child. I'm just afraid that if the tyrant softens her heart, I'll have to take in another little cousin. After Prince Ning withdrew, the Empress asked, Minister Tang, will Prince Ning willingly give up his military power? Your Majesty just heard him. Tomorrow is the final deadline. If he refuses, Your Majesty may have to take strong measures. However, I am rather curious how Minister Tang managed to protect those firearms and padded armor. This. How am I supposed to explain? In short, it was those walls that held back the fire. I paid for them with those slaps on the face. I've had it so hard. Tang Chen chose his words carefully. It was merely some folk trick to make the walls fire-resistant. The Empress nodded thoughtfully. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. Tang Bao has stayed in the palace for quite some days now. I would like to take her back home. She wanted to ask her to stay a few more days, but was gently stopped by Ziyu. Your Majesty, to outsiders, Tang Bao is after all Minister Tang's cousin. It would not be proper for her to remain in the palace and stay by Your Majesty's side for long. Rumors might spread outside. The Empress pouted. Then Minister Tang may take Tang Bao back. She should be playing in her own courtyard at this hour. Tell her that I will come see her whenever I miss her. With that, she closed her eyes and massaged her temples, her brows slightly furrowed. Your Majesty, let me accompany you to rest for a while. These memorials can wait until later. No need. Go prepare a bowl of refreshing tonic for me. Tang Chen clearly overheard this exchange. The tyrant actually works this diligently every day. I can hardly believe it. I knew she had changed, but I never expected such a big change. This is what they mean by living long enough to see everything. Recently, I was so busy that I barely glanced at the memorials and simply tossed them to the tyrant. So she actually read all of them. Your Majesty, you should take good care of your dragon body. If a memorial is about trivial matters, just endorse it with 2 or 3 characters. The Empress replied coldly, I understand. ZUSC Minister Tang out. Cold woman. I've already helped you remove the great threat of Prince Ning. Being a wise ruler is exhausting, isn't it? Take those top students. You think they're diligent. Actually, they just know how to slack off efficiently, which is what you call high efficiency. Of course, they are indeed more diligent than average people. As a leader, if you can't lead a team, you can only work yourself to death. Being personally involved in everything. That's not leadership at all. As he went out, Tang Chen added, Your Majesty seems rather weary. Ziyu sighed deeply. Minister Tang, you wouldn't know? Unless something urgent requires leaving the palace, Your Majesty stays shut inside the Hall of Diligent Governance all day. Besides reviewing memorials, whenever she summons officials on important matters, they all pass the buck to one another. Your Majesty fumes with rage, yet they always manage to find high-sounding reasons so no serious crime can be pinned on them. Now that the Empress, who had never bothered with governance before, suddenly started taking charge and auditing accounts, how could they not be nervous? Naturally, they covered for one another, trying to fob her off. In the court, there were still no officials groomed by Tang Chen, nor anyone loyal to the Empress. So getting anything done would only become twice as difficult. Tang Chen raised his head, squinting at the drifting clouds. Despite the direct spring sunlight, it did not feel as pleasant and warm as one might imagine. He walked down the steps with his hands behind his back, saying, Missy, you would tell Her Majesty this for me. The road ahead is long. Since she has chosen this path, she should not look back. Early the next morning, Tang Lu had just brought in a basin of water to help him wash up when she saw he was already gone. The blanket was crumpled in the middle of the bed. The pillow lay askew. The military book on the desk was still open at page 3, and there was even a large drool stain and some pastry crumbs on it. He gets up early for once, and he can't even be bothered to tidy his own room. Zhang Liang got promoted, but he never thinks of giving his own brother a hand. I can only trail behind you every day as a nameless guard captain. Tang Lu kept grumbling while tidying up. By this time, Tang Chen had already arrived at the palace gate. He stepped down from the carriage. There was an increasing flow of people on the palace road. He stood there for a while until he finally spotted the familiar figure he was waiting for. Tang Chen walked over with familiarity. Prince Ning, good morning. How did you sleep last night? Seeing the dark circles under Prince Ning's eyes, it was obvious he had not slept well. Tang Chen said this deliberately, just to provoke him. Thanks to you, I slept very well, Prince Ning said with a deadpan expression. Prince, today you have a choice. Either you step forward voluntarily, or this official presents the evidence directly. Then your wife and children will suffer, and the whole world will condemn you. It all hangs on a single thought of yours. Deliberately damaging firearms and padded armor with malicious intent. Even if the Empress did not punish him, he would thoroughly lose the people's support. His actions completely disregarded their interests. Prince Ning looked listless, only staring straight ahead. Her Majesty arrives. The Empress deliberately played the fool. Minister Tang, have you fully investigated the fires at the firearm workshop and the padded armor workshop a few days ago? Although no great loss was caused if someone deliberately sabotaged them because they don't want the great Han to prosper, they absolutely cannot be forgiven. Your Majesty, everything has been thoroughly investigated. He turned his head to glance at Prince Ning. Allow Prince Ning to present the findings. A brief silence fell over the court. Prince Ning seemed completely unrelated to the fire. Among those present, only Wang who knew the inside story. It had been his scheme after all, so his heart skipped a beat. Your Majesty, the fire was caused by Qian Xing's negligence in management. Prince Ning and I went to the scene and made a careful investigation, finding no trace of deliberate human action. The weather is dry and things are combustible, so an accidental fire is only natural. The Empress frowned. Merely accidental. Then why was the fire so fierce? Your Majesty, I can testify that it was indeed not arson. Probably because the wind was strong that night, and it was discovered late. So, if Prince Ning still doesn't speak up, I'll overturn these words in a moment. He's not going to talk, is he? Then why did I bother explaining for him? While he was thinking, Prince Ning's voice came. Your Majesty, I request to return the military power in my hands to Your Majesty. The ministers burst into an uproar, and the feudal princes stared with wide eyes. In their hearts they all howled. Just a few days ago, he was saying he would rebel, and now suddenly he hands over his military power. We backed the wrong side. The Empress remained calm on the surface, but inside, she was wild with joy. She forced a composed tone. Oh, why does Prince Ning suddenly make such a decision? Why, you ask? There's no why to it. Take the win while it's here. Just give him a word of praise and accept it. Stop making a show. If you play around too much and it slips away, I won't take the blame. Prince Ning declared with righteous fervor. The Xiongnu have repeatedly raided our borders, robbing the people of their peace. Now that Lord Tang has forged firearms and cotton armor, if I could offer my troops to the court, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Not even the Xiongnu, let alone the Li Tang or Zhu Ming, would dare to look down upon the Han Empire. He really knows how to spin a tale. When it's all said and done, he still has to present himself as a great man. Come on, dull Empress, hurry it up. I don't want to see that face any longer. Grant him a new fief right away, and let me get off work. The Empress smiled. Prince Ning is indeed no ordinary man. He has set an example for the other feudal lords. The other princes shrank their necks, terrified that the Empress might notice them, content to get by day after day. Very well. Since Prince Ning has offered his sincerity to the Han Empire, it is only right that I respond. Now that Prince Ning has handed his troops to the court, he naturally no longer needs to guard the frontier. How about we relocate his fief to Pengqing near Chang'an? Pengqing is a fertile place as well. This should not be too unkind to your highness. Your servant obeys the edict. The entire court was stunned. Prince Ning had now become in the truest sense a prince with rank, but no real power. Only Tang Chen shouted, "Your Majesty is wise and brilliant." This means Prince Ning has not been shortchanged. I need to seize the moment, while they're all still lost and shocked, to bring up the reform of the official system. Strike while the iron is hot. I want to go home and sleep. By the way, Pengqing isn't far from here, so wouldn't it be easier for Tang Bao and a Lu to meet? The Empress thought, oh right, there's also a Lu. For the sake of Tang Bao's future happiness, why not think of a way to keep a Lu in Chang'an? One more thing. From now on, the selection of officials shall adopt the 9-rank system, and the recommendation system shall be abolished. After taking office, every official shall undergo an assessment every 6 months. Those who fail will be demoted or dismissed. The court erupted in a clamor. The matter of Prince Ning might only have drawn sighs, but this touched upon their... Let me guess. They're definitely going to say, Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot do this. Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot do this. The Empress could only show respect, even the tone matched. But then again, what else could this bunch of good-for-nothings say? They just kept repeating the same old lines each time. Your Majesty, with war imminent, rashly changing official posts will hardly help stabilize the hearts of the courtiers. The Empress waved her hand impatiently. I am not asking for your opinion, I am informing you. Wang, who remained relatively calm, standing quietly in his place. Oh, that old fellow Wang who didn't kick up a fuss. Strange things happen all the time, but these days there are more than usual. Could it be that he's been disheartened by the Prince Ning affair? The Empress herself then asked, Grand Commandant Wang, what is your view? May I ask Your Majesty what the 9-rank system is? That question completely silenced her. Although Tang Chen had explained it to her before, she still didn't understand how exactly it would be implemented. Look at that dull Empress face. She clearly has no idea. Embarrassed, isn't she? That's what you get for butting in with that question. Wang, who probably thinks the Empress doesn't know what the 9-rank system is, and she's just echoing my words, so he deliberately asked. I explained so much to that dull Empress back then, but can't she remember even one sentence? She could have just casually repeated a few things ID said. Simple: appoint 1 official as a rectifier in each district, then rank officials into 9 grades based on family, standing, morality, and ability, and fill posts according to their rank. The Empress repeated his explanation with slight changes. I am entrusting this matter entirely to Censor Tang. Court dismissed. She knew these old ministers would never agree, and if they kept discussing it, there would be no end. The assessment that dull Empress just mentioned. I never heard her bring it up before. What assessment? How's it done? Ugh, I thought I could just go home and lie down, but now I have to go see the Empress again. They throw all the work at me. Even if I could clone myself, I couldn't handle it. Tang Chen went straight to the Hall of Diligent Governance. Your subject salutes Your Majesty. The Empress had just heard of his arrival, and had originally planned to return to her chambers to change before going to the Hall of Diligent Governance. Instead, she went straight there and waited for him. What's the matter? Is there anything else, Lord Tang? Your Majesty, you never mentioned this assessment system to me. The Empress said, slightly smug. The idea was thought up by me and Ziyu together. It is meant to complement the new official selection system, and it also gives us a chance to weed out those stubborn old ministers. The saying, 3 cobblers outwheat zhuge liang. This is a living example of it. Look at that smug look. It's not like you came up with it alone. Besides, there are precedents for assessment systems. It's not that hard to think of. The smile on the Empress' face vanished instantly. Regardless, I had a hand in this too. If it was so easy to think of, why didn't you think of it before? Sour grapes, as the saying goes. He chuckled obsequiously. Your Majesty is wise. Your servant never once thought of that. So how exactly will the assessment be carried out? Let's see whether you've actually thought it through, or can only talk about the surface. The Empress replied calmly. The assessment consists of 3 components: performance on official duties, evaluation by one's immediate superior, and public opinion. in terms of weighting public opinion, is the primary criterion. If an official makes an important contribution to the Han Empire during those 6 months, he can be exempted from that year's assessment. The 3 excellencies shall be graded by me personally. Tang Chen nodded. It did sound quite good. At least it would put pressure on the court ministers. Your Majesty, perhaps we should assign this task to Zhang Liang. She immediately vetoed it. No, this is different from organizing a banquet. Lord Zhang is indeed meticulous, but for such an important matter I'd rather entrust it to Lord Tang. If you need help you may seek his cooperation. One more thing. I was cursing inside. What again? After the spring hunt the feudal lords will depart for their fiefs. Lord Tang, please make proper arrangements. So it's me again. No way. I've got to pass this to Zhang Liang. Well, at least they're finally leaving. But I remember that dull Empress never attends the spring hunt. She always escapes with all kinds of excuses. Why does she suddenly think of it this year? Does she even know how to draw a bow? Tang Chen almost forced a smile. Your Majesty, your servant accepts the order. Is there anything else? Oh no. Lord Tang, you may withdraw. I need to get busy. Tang Chen, determined not to die from overwork, began to implement the 9-rank system with great urgency, hoping to quickly select a group of people he favored to assist him. Elder brother Lord Zhang requests an audience. Elder brother Minister Li requests an audience. In these days the threshold of the Tang residence was practically worn down by endless visitors. Aristocratic families and powerful clans kept coming to bribe him. After all, the title of rectifier was quite alluring. If one could secure that position, they could not only control whose names were put forward, but also collect enough money to enjoy a life of extravagance. But how could Tang Chen possibly hand over such a coveted prize to them? So his answer was often not in. I'm going to sleep. Tell them I'm not home. If he couldn't dodge them sometimes, he could only reluctantly engage in some perfunctory pleasantries. Naturally the money would still be collected, but whether the matter would actually be handled, that he could not guarantee. A righteous mediator must be a person of upright character and high moral standing chosen collectively by the local common folk. Tang Chen was often run off his feet, yet he still found a measure of joy in it all. One day on the occasion of the spring hunt, Zhang Liang rode beside him and reported, Lord Tang, everything is prepared. The hunting grounds have been sealed off, so no common folk will wander in. What about security? This is a dense forest. If someone wished to commit treachery, it would be a perfect opportunity. Prince Ning, you might as well just read out my ID. Security has already been thoroughly inspected. General Han and General Lin are also accompanying us, keeping constant watch over the surroundings. The various feudal princes rode together, and the Prince of Shi sighed. Who could have imagined that the great Han would truly change so completely? With Tang Chen assisting His Majesty the Emperor, has also become an entirely different person. Who would have thought? In the past the Empress was utterly incompetent. Now they say she reviews memorials in the diligent government hall until late every night. The Prince of Pinglin, riding at the far edge, remained silent, as always, merely frowning into the distance, as if lost in thought. Some of the princes fond of stirring up trouble teased him. Prince of Pinglin, aren't you betrothed to the Empress? Why haven't you married into the imperial family yet? As soon as they finished speaking, the whole group burst into raucous laughter. The Empress overheard every word of the clamor clearly, yet the Prince of Pinglin stayed just as taciturn as ever. Even when others mocked him, he remained utterly unmoved, as if he were merely an outsider. Those words from the princes just now were bound to be carried straight to His Majesty's ears. Better to keep your mouth shut and focus on the road. We'll be lucky if we reach the hunting grounds before half the day is gone. One of the older princes said in displeasure, he's nothing but a mere stripling. What right does he have to act so arrogantly? He's really like a child, constantly fussing. Can't he just ride in peace? Pissing me off, and I might just wipe every last one of you out. Discussing a tyrant behind his back so openly, as if afraid no one will hear. They clearly think their heads are way too heavy. After traveling for roughly 4 hours, they finally reach the campsite. Scatter around as you please. I will generously reward whoever brings back the most game. What generous reward? It's just money. I don't want it anyway. Can I just sleep in the tent? I've been seriously sleep-deprived lately. My brain feels like it slowed down. With that thought, Tang Chen let out a giant yawn. The Empress graciously invited, Lord Tang, come along. I shall go with you. Oh, give it up. You don't even know how to ride a horse. How could you hunt? You tyrant, can't you just spare me? I'm begging you. I really have no interest in those little critters. Killing living things is too cruel. Amitba, Your Majesty, perhaps we should rest in the tent. When the princes and ministers return, we can see how they're hunting. The Empress narrowed her eyes at him. What's the matter? You can't handle it. What do you mean can't handle it? A man can never say can't. Are you actually looking down on me? Don't forget, tyrant. I can hit a perfect 10-ring shot any time. Your humble servant can indeed. Then the Empress led over a horse and mounted it with swift, graceful ease. There was something dashing and heroic about her. With her hair tied high and a set of sharp practical attire, she looked nothing like a frail woman. Keep up, Lord Tang. Tang Chen had no choice but to mount his horse and follow after. Didn't expect the tyrant could actually ride. I definitely didn't see that coming. If she runs that fast and can't stop in time, don't blame me. I'm not saving her. Tang Chen spurred his horse onward to ride abreast with her. Above the roaring wind, the Empress called out, "Lord Tang, did you think I didn't know how to ride?" That thought did cross my mind. Actually, I've always loved excitement. In the past, whenever I had free time, I would ride wild with my elder brothers on the outskirts of the capital. What a delight it was. Tang Chen's sharp eyes caught sight of a fired fox ahead. Excited, he said, "Your Majesty, there's a fox. Allow me to take it and craft a fox fur cloak for you. It will be wonderfully warm." He drew out a massive curved bow, nocked an arrow, and drew the string in one seamless motion. A sharp arrow flew from the bow, its pitch-black, gleaming shaft cutting a straight streak of light as it sped toward the fire fox, striking its front leg squarely. "Hit it." The Empress dismounted and picked up the fire fox. "Lord Tang, why not take it back and raise it instead? I don't lack cloaks." Tang Chen was speechless, already able to foresee what was coming next. She wants to take everything she sees home and raise it. I'm done here. Next will she spot a rabbit and say, "Oh, how cute." Don't kill it. Take it back to the palace to raise it. I might as well just let the tyrant take every piece of hunted game home and raise it all. It is your Majesty's prey. Your Majesty may handle it however you wish. Holding the fire fox, the Empress had completely lost any thought of hunting. She gave it a simple bandage, then rode deeper into the forest for a stretch. Seeing no game there, she called for the return to camp. But that suited Tang Chen just fine. He too wanted to go back and laze around. Only upon returning to the tent did he notice that the Prince of Pinglin had not gone hunting at all. "Your Majesty has returned." The Empress gave an awkward cough and said flatly, "This fire fox is beautiful. Lord Tang shot it, didn't he? Why is the atmosphere here so weird? Should I just leave?" "Have a seat, Lord Tang." The distant shouts and the nearby sounds of patrolling only made the silence inside the tent even more oppressive. Tang Chen sat there unable to find ease while the Empress acted as if nothing was wrong, idly stroking the fire fox. To break the awkward stillness, Tang Chen spoke up. "Prince of Pinglin, when do you plan to set off back?" "Tomorrow." "So soon? Won't your Highness stay here a few more days?" How? Awkward. I just killed the conversation cold. Facing someone like the Prince of Pinglin, even the most socially fearless charmer would fail. The man could freeze you to death. Just as he was thinking of a new topic, the clash of weapons rang out from outside. "Assassin!" The Prince of Pinglin rose to his feet in instant alertness. Though he had been standing some distance from the Empress, the shift in his position placed him almost exactly in front of her, shielding her. "Your Highness, guard Her Majesty here. He'll go outside to assess the situation." The Empress' grip on the fire fox tightened slightly. These assassins were very likely coming for her, or for the ostentatious Tang Chen. "Prince of Pinglin, you don't need to guard me here. Go out and assist Lord Tang." He replied coolly. "He has General Lin to protect him. Your Majesty need not worry. The most important thing right now is your Majesty's safety." Before the words had even faded, several masked men burst in with blades drawn. The clash of weapons rang out from outside. At that moment, the feudal lords and ministers were hunting several kilometers away, leaving only Tang Chen with a handful of soldiers guarding the camp to mount a defense. Prince Pinglin carried only a short blade. Two masked men charged at him at once. He knocked one to the ground, but the man seized the chance to slash his arm. After being wounded, he gradually lost the upper hand. Taking advantage of the opening, another man thrust his sword straight at the Empress. Just as the blade was mere inches from her, he grasped it firmly, refusing to let it advance any further. The Empress watched the blood fall drop by drop, so close that it seemed to drip straight into her heart. Everything before her eyes was red. His expression did not change in the slightest, still that same aloofness, as if he felt no pain. Prince Pinglin raised his other hand and clamped it around the man's throat. The man's face gradually flushed crimson. He was strangled to death with bare hands. The Empress' eyes flew wide open. She had never seen Prince Pinglin in such a ruthless state. Fortunately, the soldiers on patrol heard the noise and hurried back in time. In a moment, the masked men outside were almost entirely wiped out. Tang Chen heard the sounds within the tent and dashed inside immediately. Two corpses lay on the ground along with a pool of blood. With a closer look, Prince Pinglin's right hand was still dripping blood. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Quick, summon the imperial physician. The prince's hand is wounded. Hurry." Only then did the Empress set down the fire fox in her arms and step forward to gently cradle his wrist. Seeing the wound, the Empress' voice trembled slightly. "Why did you block it with your hand just now?" Prince Pinglin lowered his head to look at his hand. Two deep red gashes. His mind was still in a daze. During the fight he had felt nothing, but now waves of excruciating pain came surging from his hand. "I merely thought of not letting them harm your Majesty." Prince Pinglin saw a barely discernible trace of guilt and heartache in the always proud Empress' eyes, and he suddenly felt that the wound he had taken for her was well worth it. Tang Chen hesitated whether to speak. but finally said the imperial physicians who came with us were all injured by the masked men, so they may not be able to dress the prince's wound. Why not let this official apply a simple bandage first, and we will set out immediately to return to the palace to summon a physician. But the wound is so deep, can Lord Tang handle it? Don't keep agonizing over it. If you delay any longer he might bleed to death. I'm not exactly a professional, but come on. Bandaging is just about stopping the blood for now. Foolish Empress, just because he saved you once you're already ready to give him your whole heart. Her eyes haven't left him at all. Back then I saved you and dislocated my shoulder, yet you never got this worried. Different injuries, but still an injury, wasn't it? The Empress had no energy left to heed Tang Chen's ulterior thoughts. She simply stared blankly at his hand. In the end, she could only say helplessly, then I must trouble Lord Tang to bandage the prince. Tang Chen prepared the gauze and cleaned the wound for him. Tisk, so this is what they call a bloody mess. How hard must he have grabbed that blade? He really went all out. No wonder the woman is moved. If it were me I'd be moved too. Doesn't he feel pain? He's drenched in cold sweat, and still won't utter a word. He might grind his own teeth to pieces later. What's he trying to prove? Wait, didn't he side with Prince Ning? Could it be that he sees Prince Ning's position isn't looking good, and is using this chance to show his loyalty to the foolish Empress? Probably. He's cunning and treacherous. Tang Chen, thinking this, pressed harder with his hands. Hiss, forgive me. This official's hands are clumsy. The Empress watched from the side with knitted brows, all bandaged. Then Prince Pinglin will come back with me. Lord Tang, I leave this place to you. Be sure to find out exactly who these people are. Her tone turned several degrees colder. Fine. Leave all the mess to me then. You just run off with the handsome man. The foolish Empress might as well offer herself to him in marriage. How else could she repay his life-saving grace? Take him in. Just looking at it is getting on my nerves. The feudal lords and ministers, having returned early from a bountiful hunt, saw the camp left in utter shambles. Prince Ning entered the tent and saw Tang Chen sitting alone in a daze. He asked in bewilderment, Lord Tang, what happened here? A band of riders suddenly charged out of nowhere, and that's what happened. He swept his gaze around, but did not see the Empress. The bloodstain on the ground gleamed eerily bright, and a hope suddenly rose in his heart. In a falsely concerned tone, he asked, how is Her Majesty? Her Majesty is safe, but Prince Pinglin was injured. Tang Chen shook his head and lamented, thank heavens for Prince Pinglin. Otherwise Her Majesty would have been in grave danger this time. Your Highness cannot imagine it. The wound on Prince Pinglin's hand, TSK, was a mass of mangled flesh. These words stabbed into his heart like knives. In other words, if not for Prince Pinglin, the Empress would have already lost her life, and he would be but one step away from the throne. Where is Her Majesty now? The imperial physicians who came with us were all wounded, so Her Majesty took Prince Pinglin back first. Tang Chen carefully observed the expression on his face, wondering, inwardly judging from his reaction, those men were probably not sent by him. But if not Prince Ning, then who else would be so eager? He continued to probe. When Her Majesty left, she instructed me to thoroughly investigate these masked men. But all of them are dead and there was nothing distinctive on them. I truly have no leads. Oh, that mysterious. The only odd thing is that they all bore a strange totem on their shoulders. Tang Chen walked out of the tent, crouched beside one of the masked men's corpses, pulled aside his garments, and pointed, Your Highness, take a look. Have you ever seen this totem pattern? Prince Ning studied it closely for a long while, but could make nothing of it. He merely shook his head. From the look of it, they were engaged in an organized, premeditated operation. The reward the Empress had initially promised was because of this sudden incident never brought up again, and everyone could only return dejectedly. Tang Chen arranged everything properly, and did not return to his residence until nightfall. He stretched, performed a set of radio calisthenics, and only then felt his bones and sinews loosen up. A scout came to report Prince Ning's side is quiet. Everything is normal. He waved his hand to dismiss him, but on second thought called out, wait. How is Prince Pinglin over there? Has Her Majesty returned safely to the palace? According to the imperial physician, Prince Pinglin is in a serious condition. His right hand will never be able to hold a blade again. Tang Chen clicked his tongue in sympathy. It seems Her Majesty is still at the prince's residence and has not yet returned to the palace. Tang Chen stopped dead in his tracks and asked, startled, what? At this hour, why has the Empress not returned to the palace? He fumed inwardly, a man and a woman alone in a room. If word of this gets out tomorrow, how dreadful would that be? No, I must go see what's happening. He turned and strode off, ignoring Tang Lu's desperate shouts from behind. He rushed me to prepare food the moment he returned, and now that it's ready, he just leaves. Really? If it weren't for marrying a wife, who would bother flattering you? Sigh, it's been so long with no word. I wonder how Shiroro is. Has she eaten her fill? Has she kept warm? As Tang Chen burst in, the Empress was feeding him dinner. Fine, I've caught you red-handed. Back when I dislocated my hand, you never thought to stay and take care of me. You just made some soup and ran off thinking the debt was settled. How meticulous you are now. You even bring the food right to his lips. What, does he not have a maidservant? feeding so close that you're almost embracing. The Empress, seeing Tang Chen appear out of nowhere and hearing his inner thoughts, found it strange. You told me to accept him. Shouldn't this result be exactly what you wanted? We are forming a bond. Minister Tang, why are you here? I heard the prince's injuries were severe, and since your majesty has yet to return to the palace, I thought I'd come and see. Why am I here? Do you have no idea at all? A woman staying in a man's house in the dead of night. When I stayed the night in your residence before, why didn't you call that improper? The Empress' face now showed a hint of irritation. Oh, is that so? What does my return timing have to do with Minister Tang? The prince was gravely wounded for my sake. It is only natural that I stay to look after him. So that's what looking after means. What does he not have hands? Must you feed him? Even if feeding were needed, why would it fall to you? What are the maidservants kept for then? Prince Pinglin read his thoughts and explained, besides my right palm, my left arm also suffered some minor injuries, so it's inconvenient. Minister Tang is right. Troubling your majesty to feed me is indeed against propriety. It can't be helped. You have always been frugal and fond of quiet, and there are no maidservants in your residence. Ziyue has also gone to decoct your medicine. The Empress glanced at Tang Chen. How about you feed him then? Fine, I'll do it. Tang Chen took the bowl. He had meant to shove the food into his mouth roughly, but remembering that this man was the Empress' lifesaver and that she was watching, he obediently blew on the food. The Empress sat to one side watching these two men in close contact. The more she looked, the stranger it felt. She rose and wandered around the room. The room style was elegant and plain, but it did not look at all like a noble's residence. Only the corner with the desk seemed worth some money. The Empress asked sincerely, "Are you short of money, Prince? Perhaps I can reduce the taxes your fief is required to pay each year." Ha, this tyrant is indeed generous. Does he look like a man short of money? He simply doesn't like to show it. Did you actually think he had none? I think the tyrant truly isn't short, but you're not the one lacking. I am, and so is the army. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. The imperial court has many pressing financial needs. I am but a minor vassal prince. There is no need for me to keep so much money. The Empress moved to the desk drawn by the delicate regular script calligraphy on it. She picked up the paper and studied it for a while, feeling she had seen this handwriting somewhere before. Suddenly understanding dawned. She carried the paper over and asked, "Prince, it was you who sent the letter to Minister Tang that day, wasn't it? You believed Prince Ning was a major threat to me, so you wanted to infiltrate my side and provide intelligence using the excuse of love turning to hate." Tang Chen quickly finished feeding him the contents of the bowl, then took the paper. Damn, I was also thinking this clearly looked like a woman's handwriting. Prince Pinglin truly went to enormous lengths for the tyrant. Who would have imagined such elegant calligraphy came from Prince Pinglin's hand? Judging by this, he must have deliberately practiced copying it. Well, if I were her, I'd be moved too. Tang Chen said sourly. The prince is indeed devoted to you. Minister Tang, if you don't mind, could you go to the kitchen and see whether the medicine is ready? Ziyue has been gone a long time. Fine, I understand. In the extra one here. He wants me out of the way. I'm leaving. Sai, I really am tactless coming to disturb your enjoyment at a time like this. Tang Chen patted his backside and left, even considerately closing the door behind him. He deliberately took heavy steps, then tiptoed back, crouched by the door, and eavesdropped. Your Majesty, after a few more days of rest I shall return. I had actually planned to leave tomorrow. Everything was packed, but I never expected this to happen. The Empress looked straight at him, and after a long pause said, "Thank you." Prince Pinglin smiled. Your Majesty should understand why I didn't want you to know about this. But today's accident revealed the letter as well. It was my lack of caution. Then why not stay? Shameless. Very well, though I hate to admit it, Prince Pinglin has won. The Empress was taken aback. He was eavesdropping again. It was your guilt toward me that made you just decide this, wasn't it? So are you willing to become my wife? No more listening, no more. Why am I here looking for trouble? Let him marry whoever he likes. What's it to me? After all, my task is to assist the ruler. Yes, exactly. The Empress smiled serenely and raised her eyes. Do you want to hear the truth? Though the truth is cruel, I'll say it directly. You are right, it is because of guilt. Apart from that, I have no other feelings. Your hands can no longer hold a sword. No matter what, I must take responsibility for you. Even if you cling to me for the rest of your life, that is all it can ever be. Though he always claimed not to care for martial arts or fighting, he was after all from a military family and still possessed some martial foundation. Now that he could never lift a sword again, what indescribable agony that must be. Prince Pinglin smiled knowingly. Your Majesty is still so direct, leaving people no way out. I do have special feelings for you, but they are absolutely not romantic. Actually, I have always wanted to thank you. For those years when everyone treated me with disdain, you still insisted on coming to see me, this lonely woman, every year. Your Majesty need not feel guilt nor feel you owe me anything. It was my own choice. Moreover, your Majesty knows I never liked martial arts. Now it is just as well. I finally have a proper excuse. I believe my late father, if he knows in the afterlife, would support my decision. He looked at the Empress with a meaningful gaze. Your Majesty need not think I am very poor. To be honest, among feudal princes, how many could truly be poor? Still, I am ashamed to receive a salary for nothing and to be supported by the people without any merit or service. General Lin's achievements are enough to bless future generations. You need not feel unworthy. Those who should be ashamed are the ones who, while being fed by the people, refuse to strive and think only of plunging the people into misery. I can let you return to your fief, but there is one condition: you must wait until this hand of yours is at least 90% healed and can hold things. Otherwise, there are few careful people in your household, and I am afraid you will not be properly looked after. Tomorrow I will send a few maidservants to wait on you. The Empress tucked the quilt around him and muttered, Tang Chen has been gone for so long. Why has he still not returned? Ziyue too. I wonder if your medicine has finished brewing. She listened carefully, but did not hear Tang Chen's thoughts, so she knew that after saying those words, he had truly walked far away. Although the conversation between the two gradually returned to normal, Tang Chen did not hear it. Just then Ziyue entered with the freshly prepared medicine. Where is Tang Chen? Did he not come with you? No, and I did not see him just now either. The Empress instructed, Ziyue, take good care of the prince. I want to go out for a walk. I feel rather stifled. Prince Pinglin's residence was not large. After strolling around, she saw Tang Chen. At that moment he was standing on a bridge, seemingly staring blankly at the water. I told you to go and see whether Ziyue had finished brewing the medicine. How did you come here to slack off instead? Has Prince Pinglin gone to sleep? Not yet, he is taking his medicine. No need for your Majesty to feed him. Ziyue is there. With one question and one answer they brought that dull and awkward conversation to an end. Has your Majesty heard the story of the monkeys trying to scoop up the moon? She shook her head and said, tell me. Tang Chen cleared his throat and assumed a storytelling pose. Once upon a time there was a monkey. Walking beside a lake, he saw the beautiful moon reflected in the water. He grabbed a branch and tried to scoop the moon out of the water, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch it. After struggling for a long time, he failed to get the moon and fell into the water instead. That monkey is rather pitiful, and the story is rather boring. As if he had not heard her mood-destroying words, Tang Chen continued, the moon is the moon in the sky. Even if its reflection lies in the water, how could it be easily scooped up by a mere little monkey? What is Lord Tang trying to say? I was not trying to say anything. I was merely telling a story and you had never heard, and of course it has no hidden meaning either. Only now has Prince Pinglin truly seen the clouds part and the moon shine. Your Majesty must not betray such a sincere heart. Good men are rare in this world, and those willing to risk life and death for your Majesty have nearly become extinct. The Empress rested her left hand on the railing. Oh, so Lord Tang is telling me to seize the opportunity. You can interpret it however you like. After all, he has already been so straightforward. In storybooks, a life-saving kindness is always repaid by giving oneself in return. Unfortunately, I just refused him. Lord Tang is right. Oh, I should go back and talk it over with him. Tang Chen's eyes brightened. He casually tugged at her sleeve as if by accident, then innocently let go. It is like this, your Majesty. Think about it, you have just refused him. If you go back now and retract your decision, would that not make you seem untrustworthy? Why not let the mistake stand and make it up to Prince Pinglin with something else, silver for example? This residence is indeed a bit shabby. But didn't Lord Tang say that feudal princes are never short of money? Giving silver would make it seem rather insincere. What? When did I ever personally say such a thing to her? When? Could I have blurted that out while I was thinking it? That cannot be. They have enough money, but if your Majesty personally bestows a reward, it is certainly different. However, does your Majesty truly have no interest in Prince Pinglin at all? That would be a pity. Before the Empress could answer, Ziyue had already come looking for them. Seeing the jade-like pair on the bridge, she intended to turn around and leave at once to give them more time alone. But unexpectedly the Empress called Ziyue to a halt. How did you come looking for me? Is there no one by Prince Pinglin's side now? Has he finished the medicine? To answer your Majesty, the medicine has been finished. The prince told me to inform your Majesty that the night is already deep and that your Majesty should return to the palace early. He said not to worry about him, for there are young attendants keeping watch outside. The prince also instructed me to ask a favor of Lord Tang. Your Majesty is after all a woman, and with assassins having appeared during the day, traveling the night road is unsafe. He asks that Lord Tang personally escort your Majesty back to the palace in his stead. You needn't have said that. Even without your asking, I would still have to escort her. If anything happened, I would lose my... But thinking about it, I truly admire his state of mind. How does he manage to be so detached from the world, and yet have a completely giving personality, expecting nothing in return? In any case, he is still a respectable opponent. Fine. Now that he is on the side of this fatuous monarch, I suppose he no longer counts as an opponent. Inside the carriage. Who exactly were those assassins? Has Lord Tang found out anything? Not yet. But I found totem marks on their shoulders, so they should belong to some organization. I also sounded out Prince Ning. It seems this time it truly was not his doing, but I will still focus my investigation on him. Tang Chen took a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to the Empress. The preparations for implementing the new official selection system are complete. Tomorrow I ask your Majesty to issue an imperial edict. The content of the edict is written here. The Empress unfolded it and glanced over it. I wonder how Lord Tang managed to persuade those great aristocratic families to agree. By fooling them, of course. With family standing, morality, and ability as the 3 evaluation criteria, well, I put family standing first, but in fact it carries the least weight. That way we can reduce the phenomenon of the upper ranks have no poor families and the lower ranks have no aristocratic clans. In each locality, the local rectifiers are nominated by local commoners through anonymous voting and are then examined by the imperial court. Once suitable rectifiers are selected, the regions can continuously supply talented people to the court. Just think, now I have subordinates in the imperial court. My heart is pounding and my hands are trembling with excitement. Tang Chen said, to answer your Majesty, I have my own methods. If Lord Tang tries to conceal it, it cannot be concealed forever. Once they realize what has happened, they will eventually come to make trouble for you. I am only worried that they will not come to make trouble for me. Then I can arrest 1 or 2 of them on the charge of defying the imperial edict and see whether they still dare to act so insolently. If you ask me, these great aristocratic families have simply been spoiled into a bad habit. When you are told to change, you change. Why should anyone have to listen to their opinions? If they refuse to accept it, let the cannons do the talking. I guarantee I will make them obedient and docile. These days, whoever has firearms is the one who can throw his weight around. Despite exhaustive investigations, the origin of the assassin remained a mystery. Tang Chen had no choice but to set the matter aside and reinforce the palace guards. In his own words, as long as the Empress did not leave the palace alone, there would be no great danger. The next day, an imperial edict was posted outside the palace gates, officially proclaiming the implementation of a new system for selecting officials. Crowds of commoners gathered around the notice, buzzing with discussion. Some praised the decree, while others doubted that even the new selection system could change the current state of affairs. No matter how many reforms they make, in the end, family rank still matters. Alas, who knows when common folk like us will ever have the chance to hold office? Don't be so pessimistic. Step by step, at least this is a good beginning. In the past, the descendants of people like us had no right to be officials at all. Now even a minor post is still an official post. This Lord Tang does seem to have some real ability. Who knows, maybe this is only the calm before the storm. What good is ability? Real power remains in the hands of those aristocratic clans. What can he possibly do about that? Tang Chen had mingled among the crowd, quietly listening to their conversations. He stood there for a while, then walked away lost in thought. My lord, this is the list of Zhongjing nominees submitted by the local authorities. Please review it. He took it and skimmed through it. The document already detailed each person's background and the reasons for their selection. Zhang Liang, well done. You have worked hard these past days, but you must endure a while longer. After all, this is only the beginning, and there are many trivial matters to handle. Zhang Liang cupped his hands in salute. It is no trouble at all. If you have any instructions, my lord, please feel free to command me. He keenly noticed the subtle shift in Tang Chen's expression and asked, My lord, the new selection system has now been set on the right track, yet you still seem troubled. If you would share your concerns, perhaps this humble official could help ease your burden. Tang Chen raised his eyes to look at him. You. After hesitating for a moment, he thought that one person's wisdom might indeed be no match for 2. So, he said, the Zhongjing officials have now been selected, but all things considered, this appointment system is far from perfect. In the end, problems are bound to emerge later on. Take these feudal princes, for instance. Aren't they just a lingering problem left behind by the old enfeoffment system? They are a constant headache. Zhang Liang replied with a carefree grin. Lord Tang, that is hardly a matter for you to worry about. Strictly speaking, it is a concern for future generations. You bookish types have no vision. Though dynastic change is inevitable, we can still slow it down by human effort. Take the present Han Dynasty. If the Empress had carried on as recklessly as before, the state would have collapsed long ago. If we simply dump every problem on our descendants, and if their court happens to lack a wise man like me, wouldn't the dynasty fall within minutes? Zhang Liang savored those words, and the more he pondered them, the stranger they seemed. Wasn't this simply a roundabout way of praising himself? Then he pulled the conversation back on track. My lord, what problems do you believe the official selection system will face in the long run? Instead of answering, Tang Chen asked, what do you think? Perhaps it will be impossible to uproot the power of the aristocratic clans completely. If anything, they may only grow even stronger. Tang Chen found his words intriguing and pressed on. Oh, tell me more. When assessing a candidate, the 3 criteria are family, standing, moral character, and talent. Although family standing accounts for a smaller share of the score, the local Zhongjing officials will still weigh family background heavily in practice. They may even tailor the moral and talent scores to suit the person. Tang Chen nodded approvingly, for this was precisely what he had been worried about all along. I didn't expect there to be some real substance in that head of yours. But this is indeed the best selection system available at present. If we push too aggressively, those aristocratic clans will surely oppose it outright, and may even move to obstruct the implementation of the new system. So for now, let us proceed with this system. Once it is running smoothly, we can think of other ways to reduce the power of the Zhongjing officials. A smile curled at the corner of Tang Chen's mouth. That is exactly what I had in mind. Still, I must go to the palace to see His Majesty. At the very least, I do not wish for this first batch of appointees to be entirely composed of aristocratic clan members. He hurried to the Hall of Diligent Governance, only to find no one there. Eunuch, where is His Majesty at the moment? The eunuch replied in a low voice. In reply to my lord, His Majesty is feeling unwell today and is resting in the inner chamber. Yesterday she was still lively, as ever feeding someone medicine. How could she suddenly be laid low today? The Empress had been resting in the inner chamber. Unwell and restless, she heard the commotion outside and said softly, Ziyue, invite Lord Tang in and have him wait. Once I have dressed, I shall see him. Your Majesty, you are unwell today. Perhaps it would be better to send Lord Tang away for now. If there is anything urgent, he can handle it as he sees fit. Go on. I have been lying down for quite a while now. Ziyu reluctantly stepped out and said softly, Lord Tang, His Majesty requests that you wait a moment. She will be with you shortly. I heard His Majesty is unwell. Has the imperial physician been summoned? Ziyu let out a long sigh. Yes, he has. This is a chronic condition. Whenever the seasons change, Her Majesty is prone to catching a chill. Though she has been taking care of her health all along, it remains the same. The imperial physician has no real remedy either and can only prescribe some medicines for the cold. Judging by today's condition, it seems more severe than before. Perhaps it is because of the fright she suffered yesterday, compounded by the heavy burden of state affairs lately. At that moment, a stir could be heard from within, and the two of them entered together. Your humble servant pays respects to Your Majesty. The Empress rubbed her temples, forcing herself to stay alert. Lord Tang, do you have something urgent to report? Come to think of it, when this dissolute sovereign falls ill, she actually gains a certain delicate charm. In plain words, she finally seems more womanly. Still, why does she look so frail? Has she never heard the saying that health is the foundation of all endeavors? Spring cover, autumn chill. When the seasons turn, one must be extra careful and never chase after coolness too eagerly. In such a medically underdeveloped age, a simple illness could easily prove fatal. Your Majesty must take good care of your imperial health. The entire Han Dynasty rests entirely upon Your Majesty's shoulders. The matters I came to report are all minor affairs. I can handle them myself. Once Your Majesty recovers, I shall return to report fully. With that, he turned and issued instructions crisply. Ziyue, quickly help His Majesty back to rest. Make sure she drinks plenty of hot water and have the imperial physician remain on standby. Also, if His Majesty refuses to rest, send someone to my residence to fetch me. The Empress was both angry and amused. I know my own body well. Since when does Lord Tang get to lecture me on such matters? Unexpectedly, his tone carried not the slightest hint of jest. If Your Majesty still wishes for me to serve diligently at your side, then at the very least please heed this one advice. As the saying goes, honest words grate on the ears. Ziyue, standing to one side, drew a sharp breath. This was a naked threat. She had expected the female emperor to fly into a rage, but, Lord Tang, are you threatening me? If Your Majesty thinks so, then that is what it is. Ziyue was filled with admiration. Apart from Tang Chen, no one she imagined would dare speak to the female emperor like that. If Your Majesty refuses to follow the doctor's orders, I will have no choice but to send Tang Bao in to watch over you. She said hastily. I have caught a chill. If Tang Bao is brought in and catches it, what would we do? Rest assured, Lord Tang, I will rest properly. Ziyue nearly fell to her knees. Indeed, when it came to managing the emperor, only Lord Tang could handle her. She looked at Tang Chen with heartfelt gratitude. Your humble servant takes his leave. Ziyue, if anything happens, send someone to my residence at once. Before leaving, he stressed, keep hot water ready by Her Majesty's bedside. Have her drink a few sips from time to time, whether anything happens or not. Once she sweats a little, she will recover faster. After leaving the palace, he did not return directly home, but went to visit Wang Hu. With the resentment accumulated from their earlier conflicts, how could Wang Hu have any good temper left for him? After taking a sip of tea, Wang Hu even spat out a tea leaf and said in a hostile tone, may I ask what important matter brings Lord Tang to my humble home? I don't have much time, so I'll speak plainly. Prince Ning is on the decline. In other words, he can never make a comeback. So does Lord Wang intend to keep serving Prince Ning all the way? Instead of being angered, Wang Hu laughed. Why does Lord Tang think Prince Ning can never turn things around? Oh, does Lord Wang have a wiser opinion? Wang Hu did not answer. Do you mean that you will continue to stand firmly by Prince Ning's side? Have I understood you correctly? Faced with such an incorrigible man, Tang Chen had already decided to give up on him. Lord Wang, there are only two paths before you now. One is to support the female emperor as you supported the late emperor, and I will let bygones be bygones. The other is to spare you the crime of being a traitor by transferring you to Prince Ning's command so that you may legitimately serve him. Wang Hu sneered, I will choose neither. It seems Lord Wang has forgotten the fate of Prince Bohai and the ministers who backed him. How about I refresh your memory? Lord Wang is a man of talent. It is just that I wonder since when these talents have ceased to be used on the proper. Lord Wang, why do you think Prince Ning gave up his military power? If anything, he was being wise and prudent, knowing how to read the times. Yet the master has set the example, so why is the servant still trapped in his own obsession, unable to break free? Wang, who slammed the table and jumped to his feet. Who are you calling a servant? Whoever answers to the name. Wang, whose chest heaved violently, but one could tell at a glance that he was infuriated. I will give Lord Wang a few days to consider. If you think it through, you may come to my residence for a talk. If you cannot think it through, I will have to make a move myself. After walking a few steps, he turned back. Lord Wang, I have never quite understood why you insist on standing with the losing side, when you clearly know who will win and who will lose. What you may not realize is that Prince Ning needs someone as resourceful and experienced as you, but Her Majesty's side needs you as well. In either camp, you will have the same opportunity to rise. Tang Chen's words were just the trick of dealing a slap, and then offering a sweet date. First he scolded to his heart's content, and only then did he praise. Having said his piece, he swaggered away. Although Wang, who had done many bad deeds and had always stood with Prince Ning when it came down to it, if Tang Chen could bring such a prestigious veteran minister into his own camp, it would be a significant advantage. Tang Chen believed that personally calling on him and saying these words already showed considerable sincerity. If Wang, who continued to cling to his error, the only option was to find some fault with him and demote him. With such a prominent villain planted in that position, everything would be inconvenient. He had told Ziyu to send someone to the Tang residence anytime if anything came up, but no news arrived even as he went to bed. He firmly believed that no news was good news and slept peacefully. Unexpectedly, trouble arose at morning court. Court is dismissed. The ministers exchanged bewildered looks. They had not even seen the female emperor, so why was the court suddenly adjourned? The eunuch explained, gentlemen, please take your leave. Her Majesty is indisposed today. She has instructed that if there are any matters you may submit memorials for review. Tang Chen's heart lurched. He had a feeling that nothing good was in store. Logically speaking, in order to steady people's minds, an emperor could not casually announce illness to the outside world. She should have forced herself to appear at court. At this point, perhaps the female emperor was already at death's door. Indisposed. Could it be a grave illness? Eunuch, we are truly worried about Her Majesty. Could you not reveal a little of her condition so that we can set our minds at ease? The old eunuch was a sly fox in his own right, and naturally knew what should and should not be said. He only replied mysteriously, I am not entirely clear about the inner details either. At these words, the ministers began chattering among themselves. Although Her Majesty has started attending diligently to governance, a woman's constitution is not as strong as a man's after all. Look, just this bit of work has worn her out. Tang Chen was at a loss for words. A pack of men were talking as if it cost them nothing. Such a workload would be no easy burden for anyone regardless of gender. Attacking a person's ability on the basis of gender was hardly the act of a true man. Lord Chen, those words are incorrect. What do you mean by this bit of work? It seems you think Her Majesty's duties are very easy. Perhaps you should sit on the throne yourself and experience it for a few days. Lord Chen's expression changed at once, and he snapped, Lord Tang, those words are a grave offense. Her Majesty is unwell, and instead of showing concern, Lord Chen declares that women are inferior to men. If that is not a sign of rebellious intent, what is? Or have you forgotten that the reigning sovereign is a woman? Lord Chen was rendered speechless and could only swallow his anger through gritted teeth. Another minister then spoke up with a teasing laugh. Lord Tang has always been on close terms with Her Majesty. You must know something, right? Tang Chen had long grown used to such remarks about his relationship with the female emperor. So he answered openly without bothering to avoid suspicion, I do know a little. Her Majesty was already feeling slightly unwell the day after returning from the hunting grounds, but it is only a minor illness. Rest assured, gentlemen, Her Majesty is still well. With Tang Chen there to shield the female emperor, the other ministers were not about to invite more embarrassment. He walked out with the crowd. Then, when no one was paying attention, he quietly turned into a side path and headed straight for the female emperor's bedchamber. Just then Ziyu came out from inside. He hastily stopped her and asked, she rested all day yesterday. Has there still been no improvement? Ziyu furrowed her brow and shook her head with worry. Today Her Majesty rose to attend court, but she fainted after taking only a few steps. I took the liberty of sending someone to inform all the ministers. You did the right thing, better than collapsing on the court floor. Her Majesty just woke up and only fell asleep again. Please watch over her for a while, Lord Tang, while I go brew the medicine. Tang Chen asked in confusion. Couldn't a palace maid handle something like this? Why trouble yourself? Lord Tang, you wouldn't know. In this palace, the only one I can trust is myself. Who can guarantee that the palace maids don't harbor ill intentions toward Her Majesty? Her Majesty's meals and daily care have always been my responsibility. I dare not delegate a single thing. You are indeed loyal. Go on. Tang Chen stared at the tightly shut door, hesitated for a long while, then pushed it open and walked in. What he hadn't expected was that the Empress' bedchamber was so pink and delicate. Every ornament reflected her girlish heart. I didn't think the tyrant had this side. The contrast is too great. Usually she's so fierce. Walking further and he saw only 2 layers of gauze draped before the Empress' bed, her sleeping face faintly visible through the thin fabric. He did not probe further, but sat down at the table, even pouring himself several cups of water in slight fluster. Strange, why am I nervous? I've seen her throwing drunken tantrums. What's so taboo about seeing her lying in bed? Forget it. Look not at what is improper. How can she be sleeping so soundly? It's still early morning. She hasn't slept to death, has she? The Empress coughed lightly and said weakly, Lord Tang, you're here. I didn't attend court this morning. Did the ministers have anything to say? Rest assured, Your Majesty. Your humble servant has everything under control. They can stir up no trouble. That voice sounds as if she's suffering from a terminal illness. It shouldn't be that bad. It's just a cold. Why did she faint? Her physical condition is truly touching. Once the tyrant recovers, I must urge her to exercise. Otherwise, who will be responsible for the happiness of my latter half of life? For that tyrant I've offended everyone I should and shouldn't have. If she were to leave, wouldn't my downfall be near? I am quite reassured. After saying this, the Empress fell silent and a hush settled in the air. After what seemed like a long while, Tang Chen faintly heard the sound of her turning over in bed. Lord Tang, your servant is here. Lord Tang, don't you think this illness of mine is so severe that, as you said, I might not survive? What do you mean, as I said? When did I ever say that aloud? You're lying through your teeth. Even if I did think of a worst-case scenario, it shouldn't come to that. If such a minor illness torments you away, then. Tang Chen, in a rare, gentle tone, comforted her. Your Majesty, don't dwell on such thoughts. Just rest and recover. Keep your mood light and take your medicine. You'll be fine. Then I'll rely on your auspicious words, Lord Tang. Ahem. Tang Chen pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, how about I bring Tang Bao in? You've always felt happy when you see her, so it works out well. No need. If Lord Tang could find time to visit the palace more often to keep me company, my mood would improve. Is this a hint? Or am I overthinking? What does she mean by keep her company more? It sounds odd. Isn't Ziyu by her side? Is she that lonely? Besides, doesn't the tyrant get angry every time she sees me? Why does she suddenly want to see me? Is this what they mean? That sick women are the most vulnerable. Ziyu was carrying a bowl of medicine and tiptoed in. She whispered, Your Majesty, are you awake? It seems she hasn't been asleep at all. The Empress responded in turn. I slept all night, but still don't feel sleepy. I merely kept my eyes closed and lay for a while. Your Majesty, please drink this medicine while it's hot. Ziyu deliberately pushed the bowl in front of Tang Chen. Lord Tang, sorry for the trouble. Just now a eunuch came to the courtyard looking for me. Seems he had something urgent. Before Tang Chen could reply, she had already left. Is she implying that I should feed her myself? Ah, this is too awkward. It's not quite appropriate. Maybe I should wait for Ziyu to come back and feed her, but by then the medicine might have gone cold. Tang Chen wrestled with the decision for a while, then stepped forward, hooked up the curtains one by one, and helped the Empress into a half-reclining position. Her complexion is so frightening, pale and feeble. This illness has indeed come on fiercely. In my past, I rarely got sick more than once or twice a year, but when I did, it was always severe. The Empress tried to take the medicine bowl and drink it herself. Seeing her hands stretched out and trembling slightly, he gently pressed it back down. Your servant has been presumptuous. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Since you once made soup for me, I'll tend to you, but only this once, never again. Tang Chen quietly scooped up a spoonful of medicine, blew on it, and then brought it to the Empress' lips. He produced a handkerchief from his sleeve and pressed it into her hand. Your Majesty should still be able to lift your hand and wipe your mouth, right? As the Empress drank, her face gradually reddened. Whether from the hot medicine or from the one feeding her was unclear. For the first time, she realized that Tang Chen could be so considerate. At this moment, she felt an indescribable warmth. I'm almost done feeding her, but Ziyu still hasn't returned. Earlier I was thinking of praising her loyalty. Now I've changed my mind. Tang Chen raised a hand to touch her forehead. It was a low fever. Does your head still hurt? Are you still dizzy? The Empress nodded helplessly. It still hurts. Then continue lying down and rest. Keep the blanket over you and sweat it out. As he spoke, he tucked the blanket in more firmly, then rose and called out, Ziyu, go fetch another quilt. The Empress merely lay stiffly on the bed, letting him do as he pleased. Your Majesty, now that you've taken the medicine, lie still, sweat it out, and sleep. You'll be better tomorrow. Understand? At that moment, she felt utterly at ease. All right. Tang Chen stayed in the Empress chamber for a long time. Only after she had fallen fast asleep did he give Ziyu several instructions and then leave. Ziyu couldn't help but laugh. How is it that Lord Tang sounds more like an imperial physician than the actual physicians? After all, having lived in the modern world for so many years, he still possessed the most basic self-care knowledge for when one got sick. He had barely set foot through the door when Tang Bao rushed out. Big brother, I heard people say that Empress sister fainted and is seriously ill. Can Tang Bao go see her? Where did you hear such a rumor? Tang Bao's little face scrunched into a ball. Everyone in Chang'an is saying that Empress sister doesn't have much time left. Tang Bao, these words are all unfounded. Big brother just came back from Empress sister's place. She's perfectly fine. She merely caught a cold and needs to rest in bed. After a night's sleep, she'll be well tomorrow. Tang Bao's expression relaxed a little. Really? Big brother must not lie to me. I'm not lying. Tomorrow we'll take you to the palace to see her. The next day, as dawn was barely breaking, Tang Bao was already waiting outside his door. A rare sight indeed. No languishing in bed up so early. Tang Bao pouted and said, that's precisely because I was afraid you'd rush off to court and wouldn't wait for me, big brother. Tang Chen said sourly, I don't recall you being this anxious when something happened to me. Let's go, let's go. Tang Bao deftly steered the conversation away and promptly dragged him off. Court was again not held that day. The palace avenues were nearly empty of passing figures. Only the wind rustled the branches, making the surroundings seem even more bleak and silent. These tender sprouts really grow fast. Tang Bao looked up confused and asked what? Oh, nothing. He led Tang Bao straight to her bedchamber. No one guarded the entrance, and when they stepped inside, the Empress was nowhere to be seen. Tang Bao tugged his sleeve. Where is Empress sister? Don't be anxious. Let's search outside. After a long circuit, he finally spotted a familiar figure seated on a stone bench beside a lake. The Empress was sprawled on the stone seat in great comfort, utterly unaware of their presence. Only when Ziyu covered her mouth with a light cough to alert her did the Empress spin around, then immediately erupt into fierce coughing while clutching her chest. Her bright, slightly upturned eyes and brows drooped at once. Tang Chen stood as still as a statue while Tang Bao pounced forward. Empress sister, I heard you're ill, so I begged big brother to bring me to see you. Are you still suffering? The Empress turned her head away again, coughed a few times, then faced them, shielding her mouth with her sleeve. Empress sister is already much better, but not completely well. Sit farther away so you won't catch it from me. Half of her face was hidden behind her sleeve, leaving only a pair of sparkling fawn-like eyes visible. The rising sun had peeked over the horizon, casting light on her cheeks. Her long, fine eyelashes painted a soft shadow beneath them, fluttering like a dancing butterfly. On closer inspection, her complexion remained somewhat pale, but her spirits were undoubtedly much improved. The Empress, afraid of exposing herself, strained to listen to his inner thoughts, yet he seemed to harbor none. Lord Tang, there is no morning court today. Why have you entered the palace so early? The Empress tried her best to lower her voice and feign frailty. Your Majesty has not fully recovered. Why would you sit in this place at dawn? Spring mornings are still somewhat cold. The Empress faintly sensed that there was a suppressed anger inside his chest. She lifted her eyelids to steal a glance at him. Unable to hear his inner voice, she found it impossible to discern what he was thinking. Lord Tang is right. I am better today, but I should not have skipped the morning court. Missing court 2 days in a row and neglecting affairs of state. That was indeed improper of me. What is this tyrant saying? When did I ever say that? Indeed, a woman's mind is the most difficult to guess. Just how on earth did she win her way to that conclusion through all those twists and turns? I never expected you to attend court every day anyway. Even if you did some matters, you still wouldn't be able to manage properly. Is that what I'm concerned about? Tang Chen no longer held back his anger. With a harsh tone, he said, Ziyu, why don't you help Her Majesty up? For some reason, Ziyu felt that at this moment he exuded an imposing aura of authority that daunted others without anger. So oppressive that no one dared to speak out of turn, and all could only do exactly as he ordered. Does Your Majesty still remember the promises you made to me before? Of course I remember. Status, wealth, and women. Though I have not yet fulfilled my promise to seat you in the position of Grand Tutor, right now you hold real power without a formal title. In the future, I will certainly grant you a proper title. The Empress spoke these words with great determination, and her expression took on a measure of solemnity, very much like a heartless philanderer swearing with feigned passion that he would love someone for eternity. Since Your Majesty believes that I am an official in name only, at least I may punish a palace maid, may I not? The Empress, without thinking, answered hastily, of course you may. Throughout the Great Han, apart from me, you can punish anyone, Lord Tang. Having received her authorization, Tang Chen immediately said with a cold face, Ziyu, do you know your crime? All present were startled. Ziyu, even more flustered, knelt down in a hurry and said with a trembling voice, Lord Tang, please examine the matter clearly. This servant has always been devoted to Her Majesty with unwavering loyalty. The Empress could not figure out his intentions. Tang Bao, seated on the stone bench, was likewise caught up in the solemn atmosphere and tightened her grip on the Empress's sleeve. She had no idea what wrongdoing Ziyu had committed. She only knew that Ziyu was her second favorite beautiful sister after the Empress. You have been disloyal to Her Majesty. Huh? All three said in unison. Tang Chen was enraged as Her Majesty's personal maidservant. When Her Majesty insisted on going out in this cold weather despite her frail body, you neither stopped her nor tried to prevent her from making that mistake. That is disloyalty. No sooner had Her Majesty recovered a little than you forgot your place. No wonder she never manages to recuperate fully. Do you think you're not part of the problem? I'm deducting 3 months of your salary. Do you accept? I accept. I am guilty. The Empress now understood. This was a veiled rebuke meant for her. This was my own decision. Why drag an innocent person into it? Besides, my health is already fine. Your Majesty does not belong to yourself alone. You belong to the people of the great Han. For their sake, you should look after your own health as well. How can you not tell good intentions from bad? Are you some kind of physician? Do you know whether you are well or not? You know your own body only too well. Knowing you are prone to falling ill during the change of seasons, you still choose to sit on a cold stone bench in the early morning wind when your resistance is weakest. If you want to go see the King of Hell, say it early instead of making us worry here with you. The Empress knew he was concerned about her, but his tone still felt icy, as if caring for her were nothing more than routine. She said in a subdued voice, I understand. Leaning on the hand Ziyu offered, she turned to walk back inside and continue moping in her chamber. Wait. He took a few steps closer. Ziyu, take Tang Bao to have some breakfast. We came out in such a hurry that we didn't have time. Tang Bao with a wink and a grin signaled to Ziyu they need some private time. Let's go quickly. The sight of the adorable Tang Bao swept away the gloom left by Tang Chen's reprimand. So what if it was 3 months' salary? Ziyu didn't lack the money anyway. The Empress stood frozen, unsure of what he intended. In a moment, she felt a light cloak being draped over her shoulders. Warmth instantly enveloped her, and a gentle breeze only lifted her hair. Her fragile frame was wrapped snugly in the cloak. She tilted her head to look at him and smiled silently. So even a man as blunt and unyielding as iron could show concern for others. He was merely too clumsy of tongue. This is a cloak I grabbed casually when I left home this morning. It is neither too thick nor too thin and keeps the wind out, just right for the change of seasons. I will present it to your Majesty. The Empress clutched her fur cloak and nestled deeper into it. Though her face remained expressionless, warmth spread through her heart. I never expected Lord Tang to have such a considerate side. His earlier solemn expression shifted into a playful grin. Otherwise, how would I ever find a wife? Lord Tang once said that he would first help stabilize the realm and only marry after I have wed. I have always remembered those words. Do not forget them, my lord. Tang Chen did not respond to that. Instead, he continued chattering on. If your Majesty feels cooped up, it would be fine to go out for a stroll. But you must dress properly when you do. Ziyu is your personal maidservant and close to you, but there are matters she neither can nor dares to manage. Your Majesty must show some self-discipline. The two of them were entirely on different wavelengths. The Empress went on with her own topic. Lord Tang, do you dare play a game with me? What games? You and I are the same age. If 10 years from now you have not married, and I have not wed, why not simply spend the rest of our lives together? How about that? No way. How should I tactfully decline this game and make it clear I don't want to play? The tyrant used the wrong words, didn't she? What does she mean by, I have not wed? Who would ever marry into her family? Isn't it always the man who marries into the bride's family? The Tang family still relies on me to bring glory to our ancestors. I cannot marry into hers. Who needs you to marry into the palace? Even if you became my man, you could still keep the surname Tang and still bring glory to your ancestors. There's no conflict. The Empress only dared to rage inwardly. If she had spoken these thoughts aloud, she would have lost the dignity of the imperial house. At this moment, she desperately wished Tang Chen could hear what was in her heart. Since Tang Chen remained silent, she pressed on. Lord Tang is not all that impressive after all if he does not even dare to play such a simple game. He said in a measured tone, fine. Just as joy surged within the Empress, she heard the voice in his heart once more. Anyway, there is no way I will still be unmarried at 35, so agreeing is harmless. She was about to lose her temper when Tang Chen suddenly looked behind him. A flash of dark cyan figure darted past. What are you looking at? She followed his gaze and looked around. Nothing. I must have been mistaken. Distracted, the Empress forgot why she had been about to be angry. The two walked in silence for a stretch until they reached a waterside pavilion, and only then did she remember. Tang Chen's reaction only stoked her competitive spirit. As long as I set my mind to it, there has never been a man I could not have. As long as his heart is empty, there is still a chance. Ziyu said that yesterday you stayed by my bedside for a long time, Lord Tang, and only left after my fever broke. Do not look at me with such gratitude. It was no trouble at all. I only did it for the sake of my own happiness in the years to come. True enough. She became emperor at such a young age. In this era, most people already have several children by now, yet she still has not experienced the tenderness of a partner. But that will not do. She is too easily deceived and would be left with nothing. This world is never short of scumbags. Those words sounded as though they were describing his own ulterior motives. It was merely a small favor, your Majesty need not take it to heart. The Empress idly traced the reeds poking up through the gaps of the wooden bench. Just when Tang Chen assumed she had not heard him, she spoke. Lord Tang, why sell yourself short? In my eyes, you are not the sort of man who would casually do things that invite misunderstanding, nor the sort who would calculatedly do certain deeds for some hidden purpose. Do sit down, Lord Tang. There are only the two of us here. Why be so formal? The Empress sat against the light, her expression difficult to read. The sunlight fell directly upon her, and her hair seemed to be coated in a layer of silver radiance, making her look exactly like a bodhisattva radiating compassionate light. Perhaps because of her illness, many of her thorns had retreated, and she seemed far softer than usual. Me? Selling myself short. Where did you get that from? I only said it was no trouble at all. Hidden purpose. Certain deeds. What purpose? What deeds? I am stunned. Has the Empress fever fried her brain? What is she talking about? Oh, could it be that she thinks I stayed by her side yesterday out of those feelings? But that thought never crossed my mind yesterday. It just came naturally. Should I say it outright? If I do, will she feel humiliated? After all, everyone has moments of wishful thinking. But if her illusion is exposed, that would be a whole different matter. The Empress smiled amiably, then pulled off the fur cloak and tossed it back to him. If they kept talking, she feared she would have a heart attack on the spot. Lord Tang, if you have nothing important, do not keep hovering before my eyes. This tyrant's mood changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Is that some hereditary skill of hers? I have not said anything at all. Truly, serving a monarch is like lying beside a tiger. The Empress was about to leave when she remembered the matter he had come to discuss the day before. She consoled herself, never mind, as long as we do not talk about personal matters it should be fine. Lord Tang, was there something you wished to see me about yesterday? Ah yes. I have a proposal. When the local authorities evaluate the ranks of candidates, they must attach a reasonable explanation for the rank assigned, that is the relevant supporting documentation, especially in the category of talent. The Empress very much wanted to retort, I have already handed all of that to you. Arrange it as you see fit, and there is no need to report to me in person. Just submit a general summary in the official memorial when it is done. How about handling the talent category through the imperial examination system? Have all the scholars come to Chang'an for the examination, and let the imperial court evaluate their talent ranks. Tang Chen shook his head firmly. That will not do. Why not? Why else? Think it through carefully. I have considered this method myself, but frankly it is just the imperial examination system in disguise. Once the new official selection system matures, this method could perhaps be adopted later. But in the early stage, to stabilize those powerful aristocratic clans, it is still not appropriate. The truth is that family pedigree already accounts for only a small proportion of the total score. If we add this on top, they would never be willing. Although under the current approach the top ranks will still inevitably be dominated by the aristocratic clans, that is fine. I simply will not appoint them to important posts. Give them empty titles, but no real power. Give the genuinely weighty positions to those of humble origins who have real ability. This both wins them over to work for us and helps them in their own right. It is called mutual benefit. Tang Chen smiled and said, Your Majesty's proposal can indeed solve part of the problem of the upper ranks being monopolized by the great clans. But a portion of state power remains in their hands. Their influence is already on the decline. Wait until they have withered further, then strike them with the stick. That is the surest approach. He then continued his flattery. Your Majesty truly devoted great thought to this proposal. You radiate the bearing of a wise sovereign in every fiber of your being. Even while ill, you still labor over state affairs. You have set an exemplary standard for your ministers. The Empress' ears were practically growing calluses from his smooth talk. Even if his words sounded pleasant, what good was it when his true intentions behind her back were entirely different? Lord Tang, spare me that flattering nonsense. I know very well what I am like. You think I want to flatter you? It's the system forcing me. Sigh the system. Earlier, just a few flattering words would fill the progress bar. Now it takes several times. He put on an innocent look. Your Majesty, I am not flattering you. Every word I said is the truth. Enough. You may withdraw. After talking for a while, her spirits were clearly not as good as they had been at first. Perhaps it was because the summer days were growing longer and people tended to feel languid, or perhaps it was because of illness. Either way, she felt a weak ache in her limbs. She had thought it was because she had slept too long and that getting out for a walk would help, but the more she walked, the wearier she became. Your Majesty's spirits are still somewhat low. You must take good care to rest properly. Get some exercise and drink plenty of warm water. The Empress waved her hand impatiently. You are saying nothing but useless things. Your Majesty, you left your cloak behind. I, your subject, would like to present it to you. She turned aside and rolled her eyes. So he hadn't noticed that she had just been angry and had flung it back at him in a huff. Very well, Lord Tang may leave. On the way back with Tang Bao, she kept darting around, cheerfully bouncing to and fro right before his eyes. What happy thing did you run into? Tang Bao swiveled her big bright eyes. Nothing. It's just that I'm happy seeing Big Brother with Sister Empress. Even though you're still a little child, you must be careful with your words and not speak recklessly. She said with complete innocence, but Sister Ziwa said that if the two of you take a fancy to each other, you and sister can enter the bridal chamber and have a baby, and then he'll have younger brothers and sisters. Before he could answer, she corrected herself. No sisters, US said they'd be nephews and nieces. Tang Chen pressed his forehead in exasperation. From now on you can't stay alone with her. Look at the nonsense she's been teaching you. Have you forgotten what Big Brother said before? Whether man or woman, one should not be tangled up in love and romance. One must have lofty ambitions. She muttered, I haven't forgotten. But having lofty ambitions doesn't hinder love and romance. Can't a person have both? That left Tang Chen completely stumped. It's not that you can't have both, it's just that ordinary people find it very hard to balance the two. If you want both, I suppose it's not impossible. See, Big Brother also said it can be done. Actually, Tang Bao was asking on behalf of you and Sister Empress. That idea had already taken deep root in her mind. For the moment, Tang Chen could not change it, so he chose to avoid the question. As they passed through the bustling market, the carriage was quiet, and the voices of people discussing outside could be clearly heard. I heard the Empress is ill, and it's become very serious. Yeah, I heard that too. According to my close friend who serves in the palace, the Empress is now seriously ill. She's bedridden and unable to get up, has to lie down all day, and even eating is difficult. I heard that too. Apparently, she fainted the other day and fell straight down to the ground. It looked very serious. The imperial physicians all say she can't be saved. It really wasn't easy. We'd only just gotten her as a wise ruler for a few months when something like this suddenly happens. Tang Bao pointed and said, Big Brother, it's them who are spreading the rumors. I didn't make it up. Who exactly is spreading these rumors? Listening closely, there were not only heated arguments, but also the frantic sounds of people hurrying to flee the great Han. In the common people's eyes, the current Empress could no longer protect them. Once power fell into someone else's hands, there would never be an end to the turmoil. Without a doubt, someone must be deliberately spreading these rumors, hoping to watch the great Han fall into chaos. Big Brother, why not let Tang Bao lift the curtain and shout, everything you're saying is fake. Anyone who keeps talking nonsense will get his head chopped off. Tang Chen stopped her. No, the wise approach is to let them talk. When the time comes, the truth will come out eventually. If you spend your energy arguing with them, now they may not believe you in the end. It was the same old trick, the same old recipe, probably the same group that had once spread rumors about him. One told 10 told 100, as if they were afraid the great Han would not fall into chaos. He no longer paid special attention to it, merely thinking that once the Empress started holding court and governing, the rumors would naturally collapse on their own. So he threw himself into the work of selecting officials. Backed by the Empress' imperial decree, local officials worked more than twice as fast. A task assigned today would have reports sent back within 2 days. A new official system brought a new spirit. Although they still did not understand it well enough, they were far more motivated than before. Since Tang Chen was still weak and alone, he did not feel safe leaving any of the review to others and insisted on examining it all personally. It was late at night by now. A crescent moon and scattered stars hung glittering in the night sky, graceful, yet a little playful. In the Tang residence, one room was still burning the midnight oil. Only the sound of pages turning could be heard, with the occasional exchange of discussion. Zhang Liang rubbed his sore neck and said, Lord Tang, with so much piled up here, do the two of us really have to review all of it? And we still have to pick out those with potential. The workload really is too heavy. How about this tomorrow? I'll bring a few people from the court whom I can trust and know well. With only the two of us, this would take forever. Without raising his head, Tang Chen said, if you can find helpers, that's acceptable, but you must ensure they can evaluate fairly and objectively. After all, we are the final checkpoint. After several days of hard work, he finally found a few pearls lost in the vast ocean. He'll take these few. From the attached essays, they all have keen insights. It's only because of their family backgrounds that they can only be rated as middle grade. For this kind of person, we must help them, push their talent score as high as possible. Zhang Liang and the several helpers he brought also selected a few people with development potential according to the requirements. Tang Chen stretched and yawned. They'll leave the remaining finishing work to you. Consolidate the final lists and notices to all regions and order them to take office immediately. After several days without a good night's sleep, he decided to sleep until the world turned dark. It was not until Tang Lu couldn't help asking, is Her Majesty really all right? The rumors outside are so wild that it's really hard not to believe them. How old are you, and you still can't tell truth from falsehood? Hasn't the Empress been attending court just fine all along? After a while, it finally hit him. How many days have I been holed up at home now? Why hasn't this rumor gone away yet? Over. It's escalating worse than ever. Tang Chen gnawed at the big chicken leg with some difficulty and said nonchalantly, this chicken leg wasn't done well today. It's not tender enough. How bad is it? Tell me. Tang Lu didn't know where to begin. After gathering her thoughts, she said, it's hard to explain. You'll have to go into the streets and feel it for yourself. He was thoroughly suspicious. If it was as serious as she said, how could the fatuous Empress not have made a single move? Was she just sitting there waiting for yours truly to appear? You are hopeless at making mountains out of molehills. Let your big brother fill himself up first, and he'll take a look when I go to the palace. Only after leaving the residence did Tang Chen realize that the situation was indeed more serious than he had imagined. The streets that should have been bright with clamor and bustle were now utterly silent. The sound of horse hooves striking the ground was starkly conspicuous. Stop! As if by unspoken agreement, people clutched whatever they were carrying and hurried on their way. He caught an old man's arm and asked, "Where are you all heading? And why are there so few people on the streets?" The old man hugged the bundle in his arms, even tighter, afraid Tang Chen would snatch it away. He stared at him in fear, but said nothing. Tang Chen kept his patience and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm not a bad person." Seeing that Tang Chen's clothes weren't made of ordinary fabric, the old man figured he must be some wealthy young gentleman and would certainly be uninterested in the little he was carrying, so he relaxed a bit. "Where are you all rushing off to with your bundles? You still don't know? Run while you still can. No amount of wealth can withstand a combined attack by the great neighboring nations, and the Xiongnu are eyeing us like hungry wolves. Their iron hooves are about to smash through the border defenses. Get to one of the big countries while you still can." Tang Chen wore the expression of the old man looking at his phone on the subway. What does all this have to do with anything? We have firearms. How would they dare to start a war so casually? The old man warm-hearted as he was explained, alas, they didn't dare before. Now the Empress is gone and Lord Tang is gone too. Of course they'd seize the chance to storm right in. The old man tried to hurry away, but was firmly held back by him. "Grandpa, you can't just say half a sentence. What do you mean the Empress is gone and Lord Tang is gone? He was clearly standing right here, perfectly fine. How could it be that he was suddenly gone?" The old man looked around uneasily and sighed. It's a sad tale. The Empress used to be truly fatuous and incompetent, but after Lord Tang started assisting her, she turned over a new leaf in earnest, diligent in government and humane to the people. We ordinary folk thought would finally live well from then on. Who would have thought the Empress would suddenly have an accident and be hovering near death, and Lord Tang would fall seriously ill as well, unable even to leave the residence for court for days on end. He then went on with a grave expression, "Think about it. How can anyone not worry when things have come to this? If power over the country falls into the hands of those good-for-nothings, what good days could we possibly have left? Grandpa, don't believe those rumors. I am Lord Tang. Am I not standing here safe and sound? A few days ago, I was in the prefecture grading the examinees, which is why I asked for leave from court. No one ever said anything about a critical illness." The old man stared at him as though he were a madman and muttered, "Why am I going back and forth with a lunatic?" While walking, he kept murmuring, "I need to hurry. If I wait too long and miss the queue, I won't get out of the city. It was my own fault for meddling. I'd better not end up stuck inside." "Hey, who are you calling a madman?" Tang Chen flicked his sleeves and stormed off in a huff. Once he entered the palace, he found the Empress amusing herself with a bird, quite absorbed. She really is in a leisurely mood to be playing with a bird at a time like this. Hearing his familiar voice, the Empress said without turning around, "Lord Tang has finally deigned to leave his prison. I couldn't trust those old relics in the Ministry of Rights, and yet you relied on only 3 or 4 assistants to grade so many people. Hard work indeed. This is the first and last time. From now on, this kind of work can be handed over to my protégés. Isn't it said that the examiners of the imperial examination are honored as teacher by the students admitted that year? Then wouldn't this count as filling the world with my disciples in just one go?" Each one was reviewed at least twice with a caution comparable to the Gaokao, though not nearly as fair. The Empress' hand, which had been teasing the parrot, paused. "What's a Gaokao? It sounds impressive. All for your Majesty, all for the great Han. No hardship. But when did your Majesty take a liking to playing with birds in these few days?" At the mention of her darling pet, the Empress broke into a smile. "Isn't this parrot beautiful? Sleek and well put together with so many colorful feathers on such a tiny body. They say it's a rare breed and very hard to raise. I've named it Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, repeat after me. Lord Tang has worked hard." Sure enough, Xiao Chun recited the sentence exactly in imitation. Lord Tang has worked hard. Speech. Less. Why do I have to share a name with a bird? So my name's become a mascot, has it? Is the fatuous Empress infatuated with my name? Tang Bao and Xiao Chun together make Tang Chun. How wonderful. But after all, it's a caged canary. Pretty but useless, just like the fatuous Empress. He could only smile awkwardly. No hardship at all. Is the fatuous Empress totally unaware of the situation outside? With all this leisure to amuse a bird, what are her spies even good for? If they all run away, the fatuous Empress will truly become a figurehead empress with nothing but a name. Great powers stand like a forest, strong states battle for supremacy. At a time like this, how crucial is a large population? A larger population base means more people to join the army. Get it, eh? Why else do you think King Hui of Liang kept pressing Mencius with, "Why do my people not become more numerous? What is the reason?" The Empress was slightly dizzy from this torrent of muttering, so she asked obliquely, "Lord Tang, couldn't you have rested at your residence a few more days? Why rush back to see me? Does your Majesty perhaps not know what has recently happened in Chang'an?" The Empress glanced at Ziyu behind her, and she too shook her head. "What happened?" Some people are spreading rumors again saying your Majesty's illness is at death's door. The Empress slammed the table in fury and shouted absurd. Who would dare to start rumors about me? But I have attended morning court diligently every day. Why should such you understood, and said it must be that those 2 days when your Majesty did not attend court were exploited by someone with ulterior motives. The ministers intentionally sealed the information to keep your Majesty from knowing the situation outside the palace. Lord Tang, from your tone, is the situation outside quite severe? Tang Chen shook his head. Indeed, and it's more than that. They even think that I, your humble servant, have been done in, which is why I didn't attend court for days. Now the people are panic-stricken, and at the city gates long queues have formed, all waiting for the gates to open and get out of the city. The Empress rose abruptly to her feet. How preposterous. They've been leading me around by the nose. What do you mean waiting for the gates to open before leaving the city? You're re-asking me. I thought you might know something. You seemed so well informed before, and yet now you've suddenly shut your eyes to the world. It was quite strange, really. During the day the city gates were normally kept open for merchants to come and go. Unless an order came from above, they would not be closed without reason. Could it be? Your Majesty, why not summon the senior ministers of the court to discuss the matter? It is neither too big nor too small, but at the very least we must figure out what is really going on. Eunuch Lu, why are you not going at once? Tang Chen waited outside the hall, even going so far as to pretend he had been hurriedly summoned. As soon as Wang Hu saw him, he stepped forward amiably. Lord Tang, long time no see. It seems the evaluation matter has been settled. Grand Commandant Wang, it hasn't really been that long. I just never imagined that in mere days someone would start stirring up trouble again. Wang Hu asked in surprise, so Lord Tang knows why Her Majesty has summoned us today. I do not. I thought perhaps Grand Commandant Wang might know. I was just about to ask you. He looked up at the hazy sky. Ever since hearing Lord Tang's words that day, I have felt as if I were doused with enlightenment. But since Lord Tang is always busy with government affairs, I have not dared to disturb you at home. I wonder if Lord Tang is still willing to grant me this chance. Too late. He had no word for so long, and now that I've emerged, he suddenly wants to come over to my side. This is just like a weasel greeting a chicken for New Year. No good intentions. Eunuch Lu came out and said, "Gentlemen, please. Her Majesty is waiting inside." The Empress turned serious as she looked at the row of ministers standing below, and the Prince of Pinglin, whose arm was still wrapped in bandages. Seeing him, she frowned, then cast a dissatisfied glance at Eunuch Lu. After serving as chief of eunuchs for so many years, he actually couldn't tell who should be summoned and who should not. Why bother an injured prince to make the journey? The other feudal princes had already departed for their respective domains days ago. Only the Prince of Pinglin had been specially allowed to remain in Chang'an to recover before setting off. The sky over Chang'an is about to change, it seems, murky and gray. The great hall was so quiet that even a pin could drop. Everyone waited for the Empress to continue. Day in and day out you stand in court. You won't speak plainly, and you hide whatever shouldn't be hidden. What do you people intend? Wang Hu said in alarm, "Your Majesty, do not be angry. Rumors spread everywhere in Chang'an. Why did you conceal them from me and say nothing? You let anxiety seize the people, and the citizens flee in terror in all directions." The Minister of Rights spoke. "Your Majesty, we all believe that these rumors were merely idle words exchanged among the common people and would naturally die down in a few days. We never expected them to grow increasingly fierce. You cover it up with such high-sounding words. I never expected any of you to take responsibility. When the law can't punish the many, everyone keeps quiet. Even a benighted sovereign wouldn't punish everyone. Truly tacit understanding. Still, it's fortunate that new blood has arrived. I'll make sure to have them kick you out little by little." Thought. A fine thought indeed. And what about the city gates? Why are they closed in broad daylight, leaving only the south gate open, and that one not even freely passable? The Vice Minister of War clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, this was truly a desperate measure. When the people heard the rumors, they recklessly fled toward other states, and the townsfolk also followed suit. Had we not imposed restrictions, the people of the capital, they might well have all run away." Restrictions? You're just pushing them to flee, aren't you? By sealing the city gates, aren't you announcing to everyone that something is wrong at court? Good heavens, this Vice Minister of War is another troublemaker. At least he's a third-rank official. How can his head be so empty? Just demote him. Leave this seat to some promising newcomer. The Ministry of Rights and Ministry of War must mostly be filled with people on our side. The Empress, receiving his words, said, "Vice Minister Chen, you truly are muddle-headed. Yet you fail to see that restrictions only make the people panic and run headlong. You are forcing them to flee. Let alone the rumors. Why have you never reported this to me? It seems you genuinely do not regard me at all." Vice Minister Chen knelt on the floor, trembling in every limb. He had plainly done a good deed in the worst possible way, having intended to ingratiate himself and convert his acting post into a permanent one. How could he have known he was stepping straight on a tiger's tail? "Your Majesty, I was heedless in my deliberations, but my loyalty to your Majesty is proven by the sun and moon. I care not what your motives were. As a full third-rank official, if you lack even this common sense, how can you be equal to your post? Vice Minister Chen should go to the localities and gain some real experience for a while. Take him away. Confine him for 2 months. Once he has thought things through, he may take up office again. The ministers all breathed a sigh of relief. Vice Minister Chen's offense did not warrant an outright demotion to the provinces. They all understood that the Empress was merely seizing the chance to make an example. Since she could not punish everyone, she had to single out one. The Empress said sternly, if there is any such concealment and failure to report in the future, that person will be beheaded in public as a warning. I hope you will all take heed. All of you withdraw. Lord Tang, stay. Those who should be punished had been punished, and the whole story was now clear. A solution had to be found right away, but it had to come from Tang Chen, and none of the others could be relied upon. I'm so tired. I want to sleep. After the ministers dispersed one by one, each nursing his own secret schemes, the Prince of Pinglin still lingered in that unnoticed corner. Perhaps because he had once saved her, the Empress softened her tone. Prince of Pinglin, is there something else? Nothing, I just wanted to ask if your Majesty's health has been well lately. I am perfectly well. Since being wounded, he had spent every day shut up in his mansion, reading, writing, practicing calligraphy, growing flowers and vegetables. He had become exactly like a retired old cadre, turning a deaf ear to the outside world. Today, when he had gone out, he accidentally learned of the Empress's plight, and so he had hurried into the palace. By chance, he encountered Eunuch Lu, who was on his way to deliver the summons, and begged to join him. At that time, Eunuch Lu had been troubled. Your Highness, if Her Majesty sees you, she will certainly blame this old servant for handling matters poorly. Why not pick another day to come? Eunuch, rest assured. I will explain everything clearly to Her Majesty and won't involve you. Your Highness is too kind. There is no such thing as involving or not involving. If I could be caught up in your Highness's affairs, it would be the greatest blessing of this old servant's life. Thinking of this, he explained, it was I who insisted on coming, so I hope your Majesty will not blame Eunuch Lu. Very well, I understand. How is your hand? He glanced at his right hand, still in recovery, and smiled calmly. My left hand is already fine. As for the right, it will heal. Could we finish the official business before reminiscing? My time is very precious. To have caused a man from a martial family incapable of ever lifting his sword again, guilt is only fitting. But what has that to do with me? It is the benighted sovereign who owes him, not me. What have I done wrong to deserve watching them make goo-goo eyes at each other here? Hey, I suggest you simply take him in and be done with it. That will settle his wish. The Empress, perhaps provoked by him, blurted out, if the prince is willing, you may stay by my side forever, and I will shield you for a lifetime. That tyrant is just a heartless woman toying with people everywhere. Go on, take them all. Even if the harem is filled with male favorites, it has nothing to do with me. I might as well retire to my hometown. Working for that tyrant is bound to shorten my life by 3 to 5 years. Prince Pinglin's eyes flickered ever so slightly. The Empress' words stirred his heart. If he could exploit her guilt toward him, he might selfishly gain a little warmth from her. Your Majesty, I still have urgent matters to attend to. If you and Prince Pinglin have affairs to discuss, I shall take my leave first. At the opportune moment, Prince Pinglin said, Your Majesty, please discuss official business with Minister Tang first. I shall withdraw. Fisk, look at that gaze. It's about to stick to him. I say you don't need to guard the great Han anymore. Oh, just follow him and roam the world. I've already planned an ending for you two. After much deliberation, I find Minister Tang's words reasonable. The harem cannot remain empty forever. These days the ministers have been submitting memorials day after day, urging me to act. It's time to put this matter on the agenda. I am thinking that Prince Pinglin can be the first candidate. A few days ago he and I agreed that if after 10 years neither of us was married, we'd make do together. But now he's rushing into marriage. I knew it. She's just toying with me. His intuition told him that this time the Empress was not merely joking. He urged with conviction, Your Majesty, making Prince Pinglin the first candidate seems unreasonable both emotionally and rationally. The Empress lowered her brows, doing her utmost to hide the smile at the corners of her eyes. She leaned back against the chair in a languid pose exuding charm and teased, How so? Emotionally, Your Majesty has no romantic feelings for Prince Pinglin. Taking him into the harem is merely for political purposes. This is an injustice to the very man who saved your life. Rationally, Prince Pinglin is merely a minor feudal lord. Taking him into the harem would bring Your Majesty no practical benefit and might even invite other troubles. This, too, is unreasonable. The Empress smiled charmingly. If it is neither emotionally nor rationally fitting, then who does Minister Tang think is fitting in both regards? Tang Chen pretended to be deep in thought. After a long while he said, At the moment I have no suitable candidate. Why not keep the harem empty? It has been empty for so many years already. A few more years won't matter. From above, the familiar feminine voice did not come. He couldn't help lifting his gaze and met the Empress' eyes. Her pupils were dark like a silent sea at night, and the curve of her brows was exceptionally gentle. She said softly, Then well, follow Minister Tang's advice. Leave it empty for now. After such a long silence, I thought the tyrant was dead set on it. Day after day, she never worries about real matters, only fussing over these trivial things. Alright, we've been talking for ages. Damn it, why are we still on these romantic trifles? We were supposed to discuss countermeasures. Jerk, jerk, jerk. Xiao Chen chirped a few times in the cage, making the Empress burst into laughter. Stupid parrot. Who are you cursing? I'm the only man here. Impure and innocent, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Wait, how does he know the word jerk? That tyrant must have taught him. So who was she trying to insult? The Empress suppressed a laugh and said, Minister Tang, please don't take it to heart. Minister Tang, I understand what you meant by keeping it empty. But alas, when I grow old and my beauty fades, I might truly end up alone. And Minister Tang is not willing to be my fallback. When did I say I was unwilling? I didn't say that at the time. I agreed, didn't I? The Empress was tempted to shout in his ear to remind him back. Then your inner thought was, anyway, I'm going to marry a wife eventually. Even if I agreed by then, it wouldn't necessarily mean we'd both still be unwed. From the very beginning, he had never considered that possibility. Your Majesty, I did give you my word back then. How can you say I am unwilling to be your fallback? He shifted the subject again. Your Majesty, let's first discuss countermeasures. The situation is urgent. If the people refuse to believe in the court and all leave, Your Majesty will become a commander without troops. A faint smile lingered on the Empress' lips. She mused with keen interest. What does commander without troops mean? Minister Tang, it seems your mouth is always spitting out phrases I've never heard. If I said I made it up, would the tyrant believe me? A commander without troops means a leader who has no soldiers under him. Something like that. Tang Chen was struggling over how to explain it to her. Having heard his inner thoughts, the Empress already understood most of it, and said, I see. It is probably a saying from your hometown. Go on. Your Majesty, the selection of new officials is complete. Since yesterday, they have been able to receive their official documents and take up their posts in Chang'an or other cities. How about we go on a parade together the day after tomorrow? Sightseeing. That was the first interpretation of parade that popped into the Empress' mind. How can sightseeing solve the problem? What? I said parade, not letting you go out to play. Have you ever seen a float parade? When we show up before everyone, they'll believe that we're still doing well. The great Han is still formidable. No other nation would dare to invade rashly. In short, the more extravagant the better. We need to show that we have both money and power. It is indeed an effective method, but I do not wish to be watched like a monkey. Find another one. Tang Chen answered promptly, this is the only way. This tyrant won't accept this or that. Then she can figure it out herself. I'm not clever enough. I could only think of this one method. A float parade is not a big deal. Besides, you've never shown yourself directly to the people like this. Let them have a taste of something new. The Empress reluctantly agreed. Then we shall follow Minister Tang's arrangement. Before he could even explain, the Empress had already agreed. This came as a surprise to him. Tang Chen returned to his residence. The moment he entered, Tang Lu rushed over and pulled him, flustered, saying, someone's here. Oh, who's here? Untie your tongue before you speak. I don't know. He looks young and handsome. Which one is younger and more handsome? Him or me, eh? Tang Lu simply pulled him along, not wanting to answer such boring questions. Tang Chen hastened to the great hall, eager to see just how young and handsome this person was. Who are you? The man stood in front of the hall. He was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a long robe of figured silk edged with gold thread embroidery. The bright sapphire blue garment faintly revealed dark floral medallions. When the man turned around, Tang Chen was briefly stunned. The man perfectly embodied what was meant by a devil's figure and an angel's face. The young man stood with his hands cupped in a respectful salute. Lord Tang, he said deferentially. Tang Chen scrutinized him with an unreadable look. Though the man was tall and imposing, his face was surprisingly delicate and handsome, with eyes like bright stars, as if a head of a scholar had been grafted onto the body of a warrior. He turned and instructed, have tea served. And you are? I am Chen Zijin, come specially to visit Lord. Tang Chen's steps faltered slightly as he tried to recall where he had heard the name. After a moment, he said, surely you are not the youngest son of Chun Fan, Vice Minister of Works. Chen Zijin gave a graceful smile. It is indeed this junior. As for why Tang Chen had such a deep impression of Chen Zijin, it was probably because he combined admirable character, talent, and family background. The kind of other people's child one often heard about when young, whose family was wealthy and whose mind was equally sharp. Why have you suddenly thought to come to my mansion today? Could it be that since the results have not yet been posted, you wish to fish for information from me? You misunderstand, my lord. This junior has always admired you and wished to visit, but various circumstances kept me from finding the time. Today, happening to pass by your estate, I simply could not bear to let the chance slip away. Although he was not yet 20, he carried a warm, refined grace that seemed steeped in the ages. A genuine. However, Tang Chen found it hard to believe that this young man actually admired him and had always wanted to visit. For everyone knew his father Chen Fan stood on Wang Hu's side, and his relationship with Tang Chen had long been as irreconcilable as fire and water. Since Chen Zijin was his son, how could he take the initiative to befriend Tang Chen? So you say you came only for a simple visit. Does your father know you're here? That question struck him where it hurt. Chen Zijin's face changed almost imperceptibly as he said with embarrassment no. Tang Chen laughed. Then you had better hurry back. If your father finds out, he will certainly make things difficult for you. My lord, my father has his own position, and I have my own aspirations. I respect him, and I believe he will understand me in time. My lord, you single-handedly rescued the situation from dire peril, and this junior is filled with admiration. If I were fortunate enough to become your protege, that would be the greatest honor of 3 lifetimes. Chen Zijin said it with utter sincerity. Though his words were flattering, he struck precisely the right balance, leaving a listener genuinely pleased at heart. Tang Chen looked at him with a probing gaze. Your meaning is that you would oppose your own father for my sake? Chen Zijin, sweating, answered yes. It was not that he was lacking in conviction, it was just that being stared at so intensely made his skin crawl. He had heard of Tang Chen's feats, but he had never been in close contact with him, nor did he know what the man's temperament truly was. Moreover, the questions just now had carried a note of disbelief that was not entirely approving. To oppose one's parents as a son was a truly unfilial act. Chen Zijin could not be certain whether this conversation would greatly lower Tang Chen's opinion of him, for devotion to one's parents was also an extremely important standard of judgment. Just as he was about to offer further explanation, Tang Chen burst into loud laughter. You have backbone. At such a tender age you already know what it means not to follow the crowd, and you have your own ideas. Good. The younger generation is truly to be reckoned with. Chen Zijin was an unexpected delight to Tang Chen. In the recent evaluations he occupied a place in the highest tier, and since those in the highest tier were generally sons of aristocratic and official families, Tang Chen had not struggled over them nor expected them to take his side. He never imagined Chen Zijin would unexpectedly possess such a sense of justice. Tang Chen leisurely picked up his teacup and said with a knowing air, go home and wait properly. The results will be posted the day after tomorrow, and we'll meet again then. It's getting late, so I won't invite you to stay for lunch. Go on back now. That evening Tang Chen was in high spirits. He made a point of having the kitchen prepare a table full of dishes and invited Zhang Liang to a feast. He filled both wine cups to the brim and raised his own. Down with this cup. As for the rest of my thanks, you can figure it out yourself. I'll say no more. Everything is said without words. Then he gulped it down in one draught. Zhang Liang naturally followed suit. My lord, between you and me there is no need for thanks. But it is a pity that such a large table of dishes was prepared for only 2 to enjoy. Why did you not invite General Han and General Lin, my lord? With them present you could drink to your heart's content. Tang Chen waved his hand. I did invite them. They're both tied up with military camp matters and can't get away. Who can help it that the only idle ones are you and me? By the way, who were those 2 fellows who came with you last time to help? They are from the Ministry of Rights, though they have never been very prominent. When I first took up my post, everyone wanted to give me trouble. Only these 2 lads were quiet and down to earth. As we gradually associated more, we naturally became companions. Tang Chen nodded. A new official always tries to make his mark. Moreover, he had risen from a minor position, so it was only natural that he attracted ready envy. He even said with a touch of pride, people I Tang Chen choose are envied wherever they go. Don't take it to heart. You will soon have company. He also described Chen Zijin's visit to his residence during the day. No wonder you are in such a good mood today, my lord. It turns out you have acquired a new person, and a top-notch one at that. He deliberately joked, I only ask that you not be one who sees only the new one's smiles and never hears the old one's tears. Naturally, these youngsters still depend on all of you to guide them. See that no unclean hands get hold of them. After the meal had progressed a while, Zhang Liang said with concern, may I ask how you intend to handle the matter of the rumors? It could be taken seriously or lightly, but with this uproar and the common people fleeing one after another, we need to think of some countermeasures soon. Tang Chen said with complete confidence, naturally I have a way. I intend to take advantage of the posting of the results the day after tomorrow. I will have the Empress ride through the streets in an ornate carriage, calling it Observing the People's Condition. Once everyone sees the Empress sitting on the carriage in high spirits, and I then make an appearance, the rumors will collapse of their own accord. Moreover, the day after tomorrow brings fresh blood. It was always going to be a day worth celebrating. Zhang Liang raised his cup and toasted, my lord is wise. Suddenly Ziyu's voice came out of nowhere, Her Majesty arrives. The volume. She was afraid I wouldn't hear, and also afraid others would. I just can't figure out why that tyrant always manages to show up, right, when we're having a grand meal. Both stood up respectfully and saluted. Your humble ministers pay respects to your majesty. Rise. We do not know if your majesty has used the evening meal. If not, perhaps you would deign to dine with us. He had merely been going through the polite motions, never expecting the Empress to reply curtly, very well. Tang Lu, bring 2 extra sets of bowls and chopsticks. Ziyu is also still hungry. Tang Lu, have the dishes taken down and reheated before bringing them back. Eating in the courtyard makes the food cool quickly. Your Majesty, please forgive us. It doesn't matter. No need to reheat. We'll simply make do with what's here. The Empress walked over, naturally sat down, picked up the bowls and chopsticks from the table, and began to eat. After a few bites, she looked up and noticed she was the only one sitting. Why are you all standing? Sit down. It's not as if we've never sat together for a meal. Zhang Liang, come. No need to be so formal. Good heavens, she's making herself at home, as if this were her own residence. Could someone tell me why the tyrant always manages to arrive right at mealtime? Or did she come only for the food? That doesn't add up. Her private stash should be enough to feast on rare delicacies for a lifetime. She doesn't need my meager fare. I see. The tyrant just wanted to see me plain and simple. Upon hearing that, the Empress rolled her eyes. No one could ever match such conceit. She truly had only come for the meal. Though not for the ordinary dishes, it was chiefly the grilled fish she craved. It is not that I wish to come as you, it kept begging to eat here. Tang Chen and the others took their seats, then said, Your Majesty, these are only leftover scraps. Shall I have the kitchen prepare something else instead? The statement suited the Empress perfectly. Ziyue, picking up the cue, said, Nothing else is necessary. Just add one more dish. So the two of them came prepared, waiting for those exact words. My loss, my loss. Does my household truly have a dish they miss that much? Tang Chen declared magnanimously, If your Majesty wishes for it, any dish is within reach, even ingredients from atop high mountains or beneath the deep sea. The Empress smiled lightly. No need for lofty mountains or deep seas. The ingredient is very simple. It's right here in the lake. So it's fish she wants. At this late hour, do I have to fuss with bait and go fishing? Isn't there fish in the palace? Why travel all the way here just to eat fish? He had just boasted so grandly, so no matter how unwilling he was, he had to trot off and fish. Ziyue glanced sideways at the Empress and said with a laugh, My lord has no idea how much Her Majesty craves the fish you grill yourself. She barely managed to endure the deep winter, and now spring has kept her swamped with affairs. The moment she found a free moment, her craving returned. Of course, if I ranked second in grilling fish, no one would dare rank first. However, I don't want to grill for the tyrant. She was playing tricks on me in broad daylight. If she wants grilled fish, she can catch it herself. Tang Chen said apologetically, I was lacking in discernment, Your Majesty, to have failed to notice that you wished for grilled fish. He rose as if to throw himself into the task, but halfway out the door, he came back and sat down. Fishing is simple, Your Majesty, but bait is the problem. At this late hour, it is not easy to find any. What bait is needed? Earthworms. Ziyue, go to the kitchen and have someone bring firewood. Zhang Liang, find Tang Lu, gather the seasonings while use, and set up a fish grilling rack. After sending them all away, he made a grand invitation to the Empress. Your Majesty, why not accompany me to look for bait? If I go alone, Your Majesty will likely have to wait until dawn. The Empress' eyes went wide. Are you asking me to personally search for bait in the mud? The servants in this residence are either busy with their work or on leave. Hardly anyone remains today, so I have no choice but to do it myself. Otherwise, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Don't think you can rely on being an empress and enjoy a free lunch without lifting a finger. Every single day, I labor mentally and physically for you, and now I have to wait on you and grill fish for you. Even a nanny doesn't work this hard, not to mention she earns far more than I do. If the tyrant isn't willing to go find earthworms, then I want fish either. You can refuse, and I can find a way to The Empress breathed in deep and relented for the sake of fine food. Fine. He'll go with you. Since it's dark, he'll hold the lantern for you, making it easier to search. So she's gone one better. I asked you to catch earthworms, not to hold the lantern. Forget it. Asking the tyrant to catch earthworms is impractical. That lady probably doesn't even know what an earthworm looks like. Fine. I've fallen into the tyrant's hands. Tang Chen led the way while the Empress followed behind with the lantern, and the two entered the rear garden together. With the lantern in hand, he couldn't read the Empress' expression. He could only see in the moonlight the delicate whiteness of half her face. Tang Chen pondered briefly, thinking that if she stayed at a distance, the effect would be lost. So deliberately feigning difficulty, he said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid I can't see well. May I trouble Your Majesty to come closer? The Empress stepped forward, cautiously testing each step. Is this better? Not quite yet. I'm afraid Your Majesty will have to step onto the dirt. If Your Majesty treasures those clean shoes, staying there is acceptable, but it may take a while to find. The Empress hesitated. But since she was the one who wanted grilled fish, she had no choice but to do as he said and stand on the soil. Your Majesty, there's something on your shoe. The Empress' face scrunched up. In a panic, she flung the lantern away and blurted, Quick, get it off. Tang Chen held back a laugh, and with an air of serious effort, pinched away a clump of mud from her shoe. There. You're making an issue out of nothing. Scaring you a little isn't too much, is it? There was nothing there at all. It was only an earthworm. Why panic so badly? If I grab a few worms and hold them up in front of her later, she'll probably faint. The Empress shot him a few vicious glares and cursed inwardly. Fine, Tang Chen, you actually dared to deceive me. Once the lantern hit the ground, the flame went out, leaving everything pitch black, yet Tang Chen kept searching the ground. Without the lantern, can you see? Of course I can. The moon is bright tonight and it rained during the day, so the worms have crawled out on their own. I'd find one with every try. Telling you to come hold the lantern was an excuse from the start. Though that was what he thought, he still knitted his brows and sighed, just barely. He'll make an effort. Fortunately, the moon is bright tonight, otherwise I truly wouldn't be able to see a thing. The Empress, sensing she was no longer needed, said, "Since you don't need me to hold the lantern, I'll wait by the corridor for Lord Tang." She had just taken a step when Tang Chen called out, "Wait a moment." Her right foot had not yet landed. She lifted it slightly, and Tang Chen just barely rescued an earthworm from beneath her soul. Seeing that the moment had come, he slowly straightened up and raised the worm in his hand to the Empress' eyes. "Oh." Shocked by the wriggling little creature that appeared without warning, the Empress lurched backward. "Hey, careful." He caught her and saved her from making a fool of herself, but at once Tang Chen felt something was off. "Are you all right, Your Majesty? Are you all right, Lord Tang? I thought I just heard a strange noise. What do you think? Perhaps you should eat a little less. All I did was catch you, and my back went out. It's over. My old waist. This affects my future happiness. I've sacrificed too much for the tyrant and borne too much." Once she stood upright, the Empress said with exasperation, "You can hardly blame me for that. It is Lord Tang who is acting like an overgrown child. I haven't even taken you to task for deliberately trying to scare me." Tang Chen raised the earthworm in his left hand, extended his right hand, and signaled with his eyes, "Come on, help your benefactor." "What are you waiting for?" Just then Tang Lu, having heard the commotion, came over to ask, "Your Majesty, are you all right? I thought I just heard a woman scream." The Empress coughed lightly, feigning indifference. "I'm fine." Lord Tang, however, is not. "Come over and help your elder brother. He's thrown out his back." Tang Lu let out a snicker upon hearing this. "How could you throw out your back just from looking for bait?" His face turned purple with rage, yet he dared not speak loudly. He could only grumble, "Stop the nonsense and get over here, or I can't guarantee you'll see the sun tomorrow." Coming, Master Tang." Seeing him like that, the Empress' anger mostly dissipated. Perhaps this was what they meant by "every bully meets their match." With his back injured, Tang Chen could hardly move. He could only stand or sit to the side, instructing Zhang Liang on how to fish. "Do it like this, then that. Get it? Hurry up, His Majesty will soon be hungry." He practically gritted his teeth on those last few words. "Zhang Liang, don't feel pressured. With such a master teaching you, it's only natural if you can't catch anything. Well, just wait a little longer. Look at this. All because you insisted on eating fish. The day's happiness has been ruined by that tyrant. And you still have the nerve to imply something about me. What's wrong with my teaching? Let me tell you, plenty of people admire me." The Empress tilted her head and said with a displeased tone, "It seems Lord Tang is quite dissatisfied with me. Although you threw out your back because you were looking for bait. In other words, you threw it out because I wanted to eat fish. But it was you who insisted I help, and it was you who insisted on holding up the earthworm for me to see." She paused, then concluded, "In the end, it's all your own fault, Lord Tang." "Peach, what do you mean it's my fault?" Fine, the tyrant's words aren't entirely wrong. Who knew I'd suddenly have a fit of childishness? Out of everyone to scare, I had to scare the tyrant. My bad. So this is what it feels like to go for wool and come back shorn. I can't refute it. As they were talking, Zhang Liang had already pulled up several big fish in a row, causing Ziyu to exclaim from the side, "Lord Zhang, is this your first time fishing?" "Yes, my first time. I didn't expect fishing to be easier than I imagined." Ziyu shook her head repeatedly. "I suppose this is what they call talent. I really didn't say anything. He just caught them on his own. And they're all so plump. What's with that look from the tyrant? So what if he can fish? Compared to my speed, it's nothing much." Tang Chen said sourly, "It's just because few people have fished here for a long time due to the season. The fish have been growing fat in the water for so long, plenty and plump. How could they not be easy to catch?" The Empress nodded approvingly. "It seems you do have a real talent for fishing, Zhang Liang. If your Majesty has need in the future, your humble servant can fish for you at any time." The group moved to a new spot with a huge bucket of fish. The fire was burning fiercely. Tang Lu laid out all the tools and seasonings with great flair and began roasting the fish. Watching his skillful movements, Ziyu was stunned and marveled. "Tang Lu, I didn't expect you to know how to—" "Of course. My elder brother and I grew up by the water. It's only natural that I know how to roast fish. Though it may not be as delicious as my brother's." Tang Chen said scornfully. "And you have the nerve to say you grew up by the water, yet you can't even roast a fish properly." Tang Lu opened his mouth as if to retort, but swallowed his words. He quietly roasted the fish, controlling the heat, and seizing the right moment to achieve a crispy golden outside and tender inside. The few of them sat around the fire in a daze, inhaling the aroma, their thoughts drifting far away. "Lord Tang, you still haven't told me when you'll arrange the carriage parade through the streets." "We need to arrange it as soon as possible. The sooner the better, to get the current situation under control. Your Majesty, your minister plans to have you appear the day after tomorrow after the exam results are posted. However, we can announce it in advance over these 2 days to reassure the people. This afternoon, I have already instructed the Ministry of Rights to handle it." The Empress looked up. "Oh, Lord Tang has started trusting the Ministry of Rights. If Tang Chen hadn't mentioned it today, she would have completely forgotten about the Ministry of Rights. Whether it was the banquet or the implementation of new official posts, they had almost no involvement. How could that be? Who in the Ministry of Rights can be trusted? If I trusted them, I wouldn't have taken on the raiding task. I mainly think that such a small matter should be within their capabilities. If they can't even handle this, then it's the perfect excuse to fire them all. It's done, Your Majesty. The first one is for you. She merely gave it a gentle sniff and found the roasted fish irresistibly fragrant. She couldn't wait to take a bite, but Tang Chen stopped her with his hand. It's just been grilled. Blow on it before eating, or you'll burn yourself. Ziwa, hold it for a while. Eating it right off the fire will cause internal heat. The Empress watched the fish that was within her reach fly away, and could only sigh silently in her heart. There weren't so many rules when I ate before. Is Tang Chen deliberately trying to keep me from eating? Although this tastes better the hotter it is, eating something too hot is bad for your health. Ziwa, remember that in the future. Yes. I never expected Lord Tang to become more cautious than the imperial physician. Isn't it all for the tyrant's health? With such a weak constitution, it's never wrong to be extra careful. Besides, roasted fish isn't some rare treasure. If you want to eat, just eat. Why the rush? Ziyu kept holding it up until Tang Chen gave the word. The Empress took a big bite. The temperature was just right. The outside was golden and crispy from the oil, while the inside was tender white, smooth and so soft that it melted in her mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips. It seems the cooking skills of the Tang family are truly excellent. Ziyu also nodded. Tang Lu, don't listen to Lord Tang. Your fish is delicious too. Is Tang Bao asleep? Why not bring her over to have some? Tang Lu was just about to get up and call Tang Bao when his elder brother stopped him. At this hour, Xiao Huan and the others must have already put her to bed. Don't disturb her, as she'll get too excited to sleep again. Besides, a child's digestion isn't as strong as an adult's. Don't let her eat such greasy food at night. Ziyu smiled. Lord Tang is truly thoughtful and meticulous. Your Majesty too. Stop after finishing the one in your hand, or your stomach will feel uncomfortable later. Ziyu stole a glance at the two, finding the atmosphere somehow intimate. It seemed that ever since the Empress' illness, Tang Chen had begun to pay extremely close attention to her diet and daily routine. The Empress focused on eating and paid little attention to his words. Only after finishing did she belatedly say, I know my own body. Lord Tang, you'd better worry about your back. He'll send an imperial physician to examine you tomorrow morning. Until you recover, you need not attend the morning court. On both sides of the main street, crowds thronged, making it look as if the usual bustle had returned. People craned their necks, stood on tiptoe, and gazed toward the far end of the long avenue. A middle-aged man muttered in puzzlement. Wasn't the Empress said to be critically ill? Could it be that those rumors are false? Another man chimed in, exactly. With such vitality, she even came out in person to congratulate these newly promoted juniors. It can't all be rumors, can it? Who told you about it anyway? Spreading such things recklessly could get your head chopped off. And you talk about others spreading rumors. Why don't you admit that you heard it from the vegetable vendor while buying groceries, then went around telling everyone, making it more outlandish as it went? Enough of that. The Empress' carriage is coming. The Empress wore resplendent ceremonial robes, her cloud-like attire adorned with a shawl of rosy gauze. A wax plum blossom ornament graced her forehead. Her countenance was exquisite and translucent, with delicate brows and clear eyes and lips like vermilion rouge. Her hair was swept high into a bun adorned with golden hairpins, jade rings, and phoenix pendants. The dazzling gleam of pearls was impossible to look away from. Within her breathtaking beauty lay a sharp, imposing aura that pressed toward all who beheld her. The carriage was enclosed by beaded curtains on all sides. Only when the curtains swayed could one faintly glimpse her visage, appearing and disappearing like a veiled illusion. Tang Chen rode his horse beside the carriage. With a high-bridged nose and deep-set features, he remained stern and unsmiling, exuding an air of cold severity. He wore a plain dark green long robe, quite austere. Only the ornaments at his waist hinted at his extraordinary status. Don't be so stiff, you unworthy sovereign. Lift the curtain a little now and then. Better yet, give a smile without showing your teeth. You'd better not wave your hand. That's quite frightening. A smile would show you're approachable, and also let these people see for themselves whether you truly look at death's door. But just a brief glimpse or two is enough. Letting too many people remember your face won't do. You must maintain an air of mystery. The Empress wanted to follow his advice and lift the curtain to smile, but she feared he might suspect her. So she asked softly, Minister Tang, is there any gesture I should make? Your Majesty, just lift the curtain and look from time to time. Throughout the journey, every time the Empress parted the curtain, she found the reactions of the crowd were identical, first puzzlement, then shock, then joy. I thought these commoners would be dismissive. I never expected the unworthy sovereign's prestige to rise so much. All thanks to me. Think about before. If you had dared to come out like this, people would consider it a mercy not to throw rotten eggs, and after this display those who left should come back too. Just look. On the Central Plains today, is there any kingdom more promising than the great Han? His horse galloped swiftly in the spring breeze. Tang Chen occasionally caught words of praise from the people by the roadside. Some said he was gifted, some said they wanted to bear his children. He was thoroughly pleased with himself. As they were about to reach their destination, an elderly couple suddenly dashed out through a gap, while the soldiers were holding back the crowd, wailing, "Your Majesty, we have been wronged. Your Majesty, be careful." Tang Chen reacted swiftly, extending an arm to shield the Empress. Nearby, Lin Yu, who was safeguarding the Empress with his men, drew his sword nimbly and pointed it at the elderly couple. Seeing the sword tip mere inches away, the old couple fell to their knees in terror. "Your Majesty, spare our lives. We had no intention of disturbing your procession. We are utterly desperate and could only resort to this." Censor Tang. The Empress gave him an unreadable look. A single glance was enough for him to understand. "General Lin, put down your sword first." The Empress parted her scarlet lips slightly and softened her voice, asking, "Why do you say you are at the end of your rope?" "Your Majesty, I have a son and a daughter. Though we lived humbly, our family was harmonious and happy. Last winter my younger son married a wife. Less than a month after the wedding, a man took a fancy to my daughter-in-law while she was selling vegetables by the street. He seized her right there in public. My son went to reason with him, but then..." He choked with sobs and continued, "He was beaten to death before my eyes. The man also ruined our business and snatched my young daughter away. I don't know where she was taken or whether she is alive or dead. We reported it to the authorities, but they ignored us. I truly had no other recourse." The Empress demanded angrily, "Who is so audacious? How dare he throw his weight around right beneath the imperial throne? If you ask me, it must be those profligate scions in Chang'an City. Only they would do such a thing. The poor old couple have suffered so much. At their brittle age, they still had to run around in person to seek justice for their son and daughter-in-law. Ziyue, help them up before we continue." The old woman wiped away tears and sobbed. "We asked for nothing else nor any compensation. We only hope that our daughter-in-law and our daughter can be found. Censor Tang, investigate this thoroughly. Whoever is so audacious, punish them according to the law, no matter who they are." Then she turned to order, "Ziyue, take them below and have someone take good care of them. Rest assured, good elders, Censor Tang will give you justice. Putting me on a pedestal like that is a hidden form of pressure. Still, I'm quite curious to know which beast could stoop to such beastly deeds. Anyway, I now have people under me who can be dispatched. I'll leave this matter to them and take the chance to assess these newcomers' abilities. Your humble servant obeys the decree. I will surely let the two elders see justice done." With the incident settled, the procession continued. The crowd lining the roads cheered, and some even knelt and shouted, "Long live your Majesty! 10,000 years, 10,000 years!" Along the 10-li-long street, such cries rose one after another. The Empress, who had been suppressing her emotions all along, could not hold back her tears. For the first time, she felt the sensation of being revered by 10,000 people. Not because of her status, but from the depths of their hearts. This one move sent her approval rating soaring. Quite a bargain for the unworthy sovereign. See how wise my decision was. Today's procession, as long as there's no assassination attempt, does nothing but good. It displays imperial authority while also showcasing compassion. After the procession ended, when they reached a secluded spot, the Empress finally spoke. "Minister Tang, I suspect cases of miscarried justice like this are not few. It is time to inject fresh blood into the court of judicial review. Power is all in the hands of those prominent clans. How can they truly think for the common people? They only scheme for their own interests day in and day out. Your Majesty, I was just thinking the same. We might take this opportunity to dig out all such cases for review. Only by thoroughly investigating miscarried justice can we avoid breaking the people's hearts." The Empress remarked in a low, pensive voice, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it." Oh, quite the intellectual. She knows that saying. She must have been studying in private. This reminds me, maybe I should find a teacher for the Empress. Preferably someone who can teach her the arts of controlling ministers and the way of a ruler. Only by learning more can she keep her throne firmly for long. That was easier said than done, for at the moment, he truly had no suitable candidates. In theory, he ought to seek out elders of vast experience and profound learning, yet among the current court officials who would genuinely devote themselves to teaching. Even if such a person existed, they would be stubborn traditionalists, easily led astray. With such thoughts, he could only set the matter aside once more. After everything had been properly arranged, Tang Chen hurried off to the Ministry of Personnel. Today was the day results were announced, and also the day when those rated as upper grade in the village character assessments, that is the so-called second to third rank, were to report to the ministry to receive their official positions. There were only a little over a dozen people, yet standing in that small hall of the Ministry of Personnel, they somehow gave him the illusion of a vast crowd. Tang Chen cleared his throat and said, "All of you have been meticulously selected by me. You are the upper grade. The 9-rank system elevates the worthy and capable. Though a distinguished family background may grant a slight advantage in rank when it comes to daily governance, I hope you can truly rely on your own intelligence and ability. Show me what you are really made of. Everyone bowed in salute. He turned his head to the Vice Minister of Personnel and said, Vice Minister Li, regarding their position assignments, His Majesty has entrusted me with full authority. This paper clearly states each person's position. His Majesty has already reviewed it yesterday. You need only assign them one by one. Vice Minister Li could only take it respectfully and reply yes. However, every one of you is only temporarily acting in your position. Only after passing the 2-month probation period can you be confirmed in the post. Those in the hall exchanged bewildered glances. The term probation period was something none of them had ever heard before. My lord, what is a probation period? If one fails to pass the probation period, what becomes of their family? Tang Chen smiled. He was fully exploiting the wisdom of later generations to improve the institutions of his predecessors. As I said earlier, during the probation period, you are merely managing your posts temporarily. If you pass, you'll be confirmed in the position. If you fail, he drew out his tone, then said, then you'll be promptly demoted. As for whether you can return to this rank again, that will depend on your own abilities. The atmosphere in the hall immediately turned heavy. Concluding the brief meeting, Tang Chen paid no heed to their grim expressions and said with a smile, tonight, I shall host a banquet at my residence to entertain you all. I hope you will do me the honor. Consider it a commencement feast. He flicked his sleeves and strode away toward the Qilin Hall. Your Majesty, this is the appointment roster. Please. The Empress flipped through it. The first person on the registry had been granted a court rank of the 3rd grade subordinate grade. She found it uninteresting and only asked, have you arranged for anyone to investigate those 2 elderly people from this afternoon? Your Majesty, your humble servant came precisely for this matter. How about entrusting it to Qin Zijin? The Empress's hand, which had been teasing little Qin, paused. She raised her eyes, recalling the familiar-sounding name, and asked, isn't he that young man who took the initiative to visit you and professed his admiration? Isn't he the youngest son of Vice Minister Chun of the Ministry of Works? How is it, Lord Tang? You don't mind that he's the son of your sworn enemy? This foolish emperor has a good memory, but I always remember people who sincerely praise me. I simply don't understand how father and son can differ so vastly. One has no brains, the other has plenty. Vice Minister Chen constantly follows Wang Hu and opposes me. If he found out that his son admires me and works under me, he'd be furious to death. Perfect. That's exactly the effect I want. It is indeed this man. I saw that he carried himself with extraordinary bearing, spoke gracefully and appropriately, and possessed both virtue and talent. That is why I wished to cultivate him further, so he would not be led astray into the wrong path by his father. The Empress snorted dismissively. There was also the most important reason he had not spoken aloud. Having finally encountered someone who admired him, he naturally wanted to win him over. The Empress put down the birdseed in her hand and returned to her seat. Lord Tang, I have never heard of a probation period. What is a probation period? Why is this foolish emperor asking too? The probation period is simply a probation period. Judging by the literal meaning, it's quite easy to understand. They are upper grade with very high starting points in officialdom, but they are also young. So don't they need time to adapt? Besides, the probation period is a revealing mirror to see if any rotten apples have snuck into the upper ranks. The probation period is a test of whether they are truly fit for their current posts. The Empress did not ask further. She spoke earnestly, Lord Tang, although they were all recruited by you, I must still trouble you to win them over and cultivate good relations with them. Do not casually offend people any longer. What? Now, even this foolish emperor thinks she needs to remind me. Among these people, I won't say all, but at least 70% are reasonable and sensible. If they insist on spinelessly following that crowd, then of course I'll nip it in the cradle. Your humble servant will bear your Majesty's teachings firmly in mind. Tang Chen stole a glance. The Empress had now shed her magnificent robes for plain attire, washed away all her elaborate makeup, and removed every hairpin and ornament, her hair hanging down lazily, as if the figure who had just sat so splendidly on the carriage were not her at all. He was briefly distracted, and when he snapped back to himself, he found the Empress staring straight at him. He gave a start and said, Your Majesty, I am hosting a banquet this evening at my residence to entertain the newcomers. Would your Majesty be willing to honor us with your presence? Huh, what was I just thinking? Why did I suddenly ask the foolish emperor if she wants to come? If she goes, all the fun will be completely ruined. With just me around, those little brats are already bound to be ill at ease. Add the foolish emperor on top of that. It would be like sitting on needles with thorns in one's back. Actually, I just thought I should report it. If someone ever memorializes against me, accusing me of forming a partisan clique, at least I'll have a defense to counter them. The Empress tactfully declined. Why would I attend your gathering? It would only give them more worry. Lord Tang, go ahead and act freely. No need to be concerned. We are simply forming our clique in broad daylight. Those words startled Tang Chen. This foolish emperor actually said it right here in the main hall without regard for circumstances or occasion. What if there are spies? No, even if there are, what am I afraid of? It really is an open, blatant clique, exactly as the foolish emperor said. This banquet at the Tang residence was ostensibly a celebration, but in secret, it was also a statement of allegiance. Those willing to come had essentially already made clear in their own minds which side they stood on. To his relief, most of them showed up. Only one or two made excuses not to come. He deliberately set up 2 round tables in the courtyard to make it seem like just an ordinary casual meal. Determined to let them lower their guard, Tang Chen went to great lengths arranging both music and dance. Tang Chen darted back and forth between the 2 tables, completely lacking the aloof arrogance of a senior. Tang Lu, pouring wine at the side, watched in astonishment, thinking her brother must have some sort of social butterfly syndrome. He leaned in and whispered, "Big brother, you are a censor-in-chief, at least act with some dignity." Blushing from drink, he protested, "Everyone is here to have fun. What is the point of being so stiff?" He then looked at the crowd with a smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. As if something had dawned on him, he glanced sideways at Tang Lu. "Are you saying I am old? I am only 25, the perfect age." Someone chimed in, "Lord Tang must be the youngest censor-in-chief in history. How envious we are. Who knows when we will ever be as accomplished as Lord Tang." Holding his wine cup, he joked, "Do your jobs well, and you are always welcome to come and compete for my position. We would not dare. Let me remind you all, serving the sovereign is like lying beside a tiger. You start at high positions, so countless people will be watching you. Take one false step, and there may be no way back." As soon as he said this, the entire banquet grew tense. Even the sound of singing and dancing seemed to pause, as if it never reached their ears at all. Forget it. Life is short. Seize the moment. In an instant, the previous liveliness returned. When the wine had loosened them up, true colors inevitably came out. Still, there were 2 people utterly out of place in this boisterous scene. One was Chen Zijin. As on the day Tang Chen first met him, he remained gentle, refined, and scholarly, with a faint smile. Perhaps his face flushed easily with drink. Though he had not drunk much, his cheeks were bright red. Everyone around him was rowdy, yet he alone sat upright, as if a camera behind him was always capturing his every move, forcing him to mind every word and gesture. The other was said to be called Sun Xing, a native of Jiangnan. Jiangnan was a land of plenty, yet no trace of plenty could be seen on him. He wore a hemp shirt faded from many washings, clean and meticulously neat. But among a crowd of silk-clad young masters, he still appeared rather conspicuous. It was not that no one came from the provinces, nor that no one had been a farmer for 3 generations. Yet all who came to the banquet did everything they could to look respectable. Even if they did not appear enormously rich, at least they would not let people think them poor and shabby. But this man made no effort to hide his poverty-stricken air, craning his neck as conspicuously as a crane standing among chickens. The arrangements this time had mostly paired people 2 by 2 in the same places. He deliberately paired one young master raised in comfort with access to the best educational resources with someone who was often born in the countryside or came from a less wealthy, ordinary family. If they got along, the 2 could support each other. If they did not, he had certainly worried that someone might be blinded by wealth and rank. But if anyone truly lost control, it would be good to find out early. What Tang Chen wanted to cultivate was a core of trusted officials. They had to be people of both talent and virtue, ideally like Zhang Liang, capable of everything and steady. When the gathering broke up, he had specially prepared a slip of paper for everyone and instructed, "Just read it for yourself. Do not exchange notes. They are merely a few intimate words meant for your own eyes." Those drunk leaned on one another and left. Chen Zijin claimed he needed to use the latrine and lingered in the mansion a little longer. When he came back out, everyone had gone, leaving only Tang Chen, who seemed not yet satisfied, sitting there drinking. "Your subordinate will keep you company for a few more cups, my lord." Tang Chen picked up a few slices of meat with his chopsticks, put them in his mouth, and chewed slowly for a while, before saying, "Speak then. What is it?" "I want to sleep." With a bewildered expression, he still could not help asking, "My lord, how did you know your subordinate had something to ask? All night, the phrase hesitating to speak has been written on your face. It would be hard to pretend not to see." He rose and cupped his hands in salute. "Thank you, my lord, for teaching your subordinate another lesson." This time it was Tang Chen who was bewildered. "What lesson did I teach you? Was Lord Tang not trying to tell me that a person should not easily reveal his emotions?" Put that way, it was not unreasonable. Tang Chen smiled. "If that is how you choose to understand it, that works too." "Indeed, well said. Do not let others easily read information from your face. That is a matter for later. Tell me first what you need. But I declare in advance, today you may ask only one question." As he said this, he yawned twice in a row, stretched, and tears were pressed to the corners of his eyes. He weighed his words and said, "My lord, in assigning your subordinate to the Dali Temple, did you intend for me to make a thorough investigation of the daytime incident?" "Yes." "All right, I am going to rest. You should go back soon as well." He opened his mouth, then replied respectfully, "Yes." When Tang Chen had walked far away, he took out the slip of paper and stared blankly at the 4 nonsensical words on it. "Watch your back." Who was he supposed to watch out for behind him? Why did he need to watch his back? He had only just entered officialdom. When Chen Zijin returned to his residence, he saw the main hall ablaze with lamplight. Vice Minister Chun sat squarely in the seat of honor staring at him with a frown as if trying to bore a hole through him. Father, so you remember to come home. Open your eyes and see what time it is. Who permitted you to attend the banquet? I warned you 1,000 times not to get too close to Tang Chen, but you insisted on disobeying. Chun Zijin suddenly dropped to his knees and said, Father, your son is unfilial. Vice Minister Chun had agreed to let him take the examinations, hoping that after his son entered officialdom, he would assist both him and Wang, and help nurture their younger generation. How could he have imagined that his son's elbow would bend outward and he would go directly to Tang Chen? Now at Wang He's side, he could neither stay nor leave. Because of his youngest son, he was caught in a dilemma. Where was the principle that father and son should become enemies over political differences? This was why he was determined to pull Chun Zijin back. Wretch! Whether by seniority or ability, how can Tang Chen compare with Lord Wang? Chun Zijin said nothing, simply letting his father vent for a while. Speak. Have you gone mute? Father, I have not chosen Lord Tang. I have chosen the female emperor. I have chosen the realm and its people. Vice Minister Chen slammed his palm on the desk and looked down at him coldly. The moment Chun Zijin met his icy gaze, he lowered his head again. Muddle-headed fool. What nonsense is this? Do you think Lord Wang is not working for the country? It is because you are still young and cannot see many people and matters clearly. The Lord Wang of today is not the Lord Wang of before. He lowered his voice and said, it is true that Lord Wang once harbored disloyal intentions. But times are different now. What he did before was also for the country, for the common people. Now that the female emperor has abandoned her old fatuous and incompetent ways and governs diligently with love for the people, Lord Wang naturally is willing to assist her wholeheartedly. At bottom, it was because Prince Ning had fallen from power that he had opportunistically switched allegiance to the female emperor's side, feigning unwavering loyalty. Seeing that Chun Zijin remained silent, he continued, look at Tang Chen. Regardless of what the female emperor was like, he serves her all the same. What is his true intention? He simply wants to become the sole figure beside the female emperor to secure wealth and status. Inwardly, he sneered, if a sovereign rules improperly, one should be at his side, offering counsel and remonstrance. Yet these men with grand rhetoric clamored to remove the inept female emperor in the name of the realm. But when the common people suffered, what had they ever done? Chun Zijin knew his father had become obsessed. Out of filial piety, he ceased to argue, merely listening in silence, submitting to reprimands and even blows. Then Minister Chun said fiercely, if you insist on being obstinate, then go ahead. Your father will never support you in the court. Whatever consequences come, you bear them yourself. Do not say you are Chun Wen's son. Your son understands. Minister Chen, even more enraged, raised his hand to strike his face. Madam Chun, who had been peeking from outside the hall, rushed in to stop him. How can you be such a heartless father? She continued, you resort to beatings and curses. Your son has just entered the court and has yet to establish himself. How can you not support him? If he has done something wrong, guide him carefully. Why must you strike at the slightest provocation? It's your indulgence that made him so stubborn. With that, he flicked his sleeves and stormed off. Madam Chun embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. Zijin, stop butting heads with your father. Go soften him and admit your mistake. What grudge can truly last overnight between father and son? He gently patted her back and consoled, mother, it's getting late. Please go rest. Let me escort you back. Everything gradually fell into place. The newcomers busied themselves in orderly fashion, each area watched closely by Tang Chen's appointed overseers who reported daily. These reports serving as the basis for determining whether they would pass their probationary period. One day, while investigating his cases, Chun Zijin found himself at Tang Chen's residence once again. Hearing the report, Tang Chen paused his hand as he taught Tang Bao calligraphy. What is he doing here? Receive him well, I'll be there shortly. Tang Bao blinked and smiled. Brother, go ahead quickly. Don't keep him waiting. Tang Chen forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Let him wait patiently. There's no rush. Eldest brother will stay until you finish practicing your pages before he goes. She pouted and continued, writing, head lowered. What exactly is the stroke order for this character? I've taught you for days. How can you still not know? It seems I've been too lenient with you. Perhaps only a schoolmaster with a ferule will make you learn obediently. The girls' school is already being prepared. In a few days you'll be able to attend. Don't rush. All the tutors he had hired had been driven away by her temper, so Tang Chen had to teach her himself. At the mention of school, Tang Bao's mouth drooped. She knew she was being threatened again. Tang Li, you stay here and supervise. She must finish practicing all these sheets of paper before she can go out and play. If you dare to shield her again, just wait and see how I deal with you. Tang Bao sat obediently writing for a while, then looked at Tang Lu with tearful eyes. Second brother, I made plans with A Lu. The time is almost here. I can't break my promise. Oh, you poor little thing. He ruffled Tang Bao's soft hair. Tang Bao's eyes brightened, thinking she had won, so she put down her brush and darted toward the door like the wind. To her surprise, the back of her neck was caught. Hey, where do you think you're going? Sit back down and write obediently. Tang Bao instantly deflated. No chance. Tang Chen walked over with his hands clasped behind his back and said, Vice Minister Chen, what brings you to the Tang residence today? Chen Zijin cupped his hands and salute Lord Tang. Please don't tease me, Lord Tang. Your subordinate has some doubts and has come to seek your guidance. Let's hear it. Your subordinate has ascertained that the one who beat the two elderly people's son to death is Zhu Xiao, son of the Minister of Justice. According to investigation, he often seizes young women by force on the streets. The case that the old couple experienced is neither the first nor the last in Chang'an City. Tang Chen snapped open his fan and, changing the subject, said, Summer has arrived. The weather grows hotter by the day. Any slight movement leaves one drenched in sweat. And these cicadas, their noise is so irritating. Based on your investigation, how many cases in total? At least 10. There may also be scattered victims who didn't dare or were unwilling to speak out. He fanned himself gently and smiled. Do you think Zhu Xiao did all this by himself? Your subordinate wouldn't presume to assert, but perhaps other signs of noble families are involved. While you dare dig deeper, dig a little further, and the rotten roots may surface. If you are afraid, stop here, and I will not pursue it further. The roots beneath the earth were entangled and twisted, matted and interlocked. To uproot them entirely would inevitably implicate countless others. By then neither he nor his family would necessarily be able to stay clear of trouble. Although he urgently needed someone to help him suppress those great aristocratic families, making them taste hardship and sheath their ambition. Tang Chen was already prepared to close the case. After all, to have investigated this far, Zhu Xiao could already be arrested. In other words, the old couple's case could be concluded. Unexpectedly, Chen Zijin raised his head and looked at him with resolute eyes. My lord, your subordinate wishes to continue the investigation to sort out all these roots buried beneath the ground. But this is only your subordinate's wishful thinking. I am genuinely troubled. Should I continue digging deeper? Tang Chen remained silent, tilting his head against the chair back, and asked in return, do you want to continue the investigation? Yes. Aren't you afraid of bringing trouble upon yourself? By then the rift between you and your father may deepen. Chen Zijin shook his head in silence, and went on. Sun Xing also supports continuing the investigation. You're different. He has nothing to lose, but you carry far too much on your shoulders. There's no need to hold yourself to a standard. Strictly speaking, you outrank him. He listens to you. My lord, do not worry about your subordinate. If a blind man is in danger and his guide does not support him, or when he totters and is not steadied, then of what use is that guide? Since I hold this position, it is my duty to uncover the truth, bring the wicked to justice, and ensure the people live in peace. Tang Chen boomed. Excellent. Ambitious. Go ahead with your investigation. Once I have reported to His Majesty, I will grant you discretionary authority to act as you see fit. But since you're going to investigate, make sure you get to the bottom of it. Not a single one may slip through. When cutting weeds, you must pull up the roots lest they grow anew when spring breeze blows. Yes. Tang Chen thought of something, snapped his fingers, and said right before that, don't act rashly. Don't alert the enemy. Otherwise, with their methods, they may well cover the sky with one hand. Additionally, if there is any new development in this case, you must report to me first before taking action. After entering the palace, Tang Chen went to the Hall of Diligent Governance, but no one was there. He then went to her bedchamber only to find it empty as well. It was not until he stopped a servant and asked that he learned where the Empress had gone. In the Imperial Garden, the Empress was flying a kite with a lu. She had evidently worked at it for quite a while before finally getting it airborne, for a fine sheen of sweat had gathered on her forehead. Her hand was raised high, her sleeve slipping down to reveal a slender arm, as fair as white jade, seemingly aglow under the warm sunlight. Tang Chen cleared his throat a couple of times to pull his thoughts back. What a disaster, another child is about to be led astray. I am truly curious how the tyrant managed to persuade Prince Ning to leave a lu behind. How could he rest easy in trusting his only son to the Empress? Was he not afraid that she would use the child as leverage to coerce him? His heart was remarkably broad. Even with military power stripped away, one could not simply become so detached from all desires overnight. The Empress glanced toward the direction where Tang Chen stood, handed the kite string to Ziyue, and crouched down to say, "I'll let Sister Ziyu play with you for now. Her Majesty the Empress still has matters to discuss with Grand Secretary Tang." He walked over to a pavilion on the side and sat down with the Empress following close behind. As soon as he was seated, he began nagging like an old mother. "Your Majesty, although it is now early summer and the weather is hot, you must not be too fond of the cold. It is precisely at such times that one falls ill most easily." The Empress' forehead was lined with dark veins of exasperation as she glared at him with wide eyes. "Is Grand Secretary Tang cursing me? That is a dog-biting Lu Dongbin failing to recognize a kind heart. I am clearly only worried about you. Your own constitution is frail enough, and you still do not know how to take care of yourself. Your Majesty, your servant, is only thinking of your Majesty's well-being." A classic line from the old mother. The Empress forced a smile. "I know. Thank you for your concern, Grand Secretary Tang. Your Majesty, why not send a Lu to the academy?" The implication was, why are you still the one keeping him at the palace and playing with him all day long? Tang Bao has not gone to the academy yet. He refuses to go at all, insisting that he will only attend once the girls' academy is ready so that he and Tang Bao can go to school together. The two of them have already made that pact, but A Lo is very obedient. Every day, he finishes the assignments the tutor gives him on his own initiative. To reward him, I brought him out to play for a while. After all, Tang Bao is imprisoned at home by you and cannot come out. Otherwise, it would not be necessary for him to accompany the boy in person. Comparing one person to another is truly infuriating. When does Tang Bao ever study half as obediently as him? If he did what I need to expend so much effort. Raising a child truly costs money, energy, and time. The Empress, looking at A Lu playing in the distance, unconsciously revealed a smile radiant with maternal. Your Majesty, I am truly curious. How exactly did your Majesty persuade Prince Ning back then? Hearing this, the Empress replied without the slightest hesitation, the throne. Oh, huh, what did you say? She patted her chest and scolded. Can Grand Secretary Tang be a little more composed? Stop startling people with that sudden outburst. Is your Majesty saying the throne? Has the tyrant been drinking too much? We just dealt with Prince Ning, so why would she hand the throne to his son on a silver platter? The tyrant is truly magnanimous. No, more accurately, she is simply thoughtless. If she had said this from the start, why would we have gone through all that trouble against Prince Ning? She could have told him from the beginning, I will pass the throne to your son later. Then none of this would have happened at all. Yet the Empress did not rush to refute his inner thoughts. She said sincerely, does Grand Secretary Tang not think A Lu is a very suitable candidate? Otherwise, could it be given to Tang Bao? He actually considered it seriously before answering. No, Tang Bao has a temperament somewhat like mine. She cannot sit still. Besides, she has not the slightest enthusiasm for studying. Tang Chen clenched his fists in frustration, silently weeping inside. This is the closest our old Tang family has ever come to rising to greatness. Tang Bao, why can't you win some honor for me? If only you had the slightest bit of talent, I could fight for it on your behalf. A Lu does indeed look like emperor material, steady, composed, and fond of learning. But why not give birth to an heir of her own to inherit the throne? Your Majesty is still young. Why not consider bearing a child to inherit the throne? The Empress cast him a sidelong glance. I am 25 this year. Even if I spend a few more years, there is no guarantee I will find a suitable husband. And even if I did by then, would I still be capable of bearing children? She does have a point. Around here, by 25 people already have a house full of children. If she waits any longer, she would become an elderly prima gravida, and that would be too dangerous. Still, there would be regrets, I suppose. The tyrant does seem quite fond of children. Tang Chen teased, if your Majesty were to find someone now, it would not be too late. Find whom? You. Apart from you, I do not trust anyone else. The Empress said it bluntly, without a flicker of embarrassment or a single racing heartbeat. Tang Chen felt his own heart skip another beat, cursing inwardly. How can the tyrant say such things with such composure? It sounds as if the one getting married is not her at all, but some detached outsider. Trust is trust, and love is love. How can the two be lumped together? Your servant is merely your Majesty's subject, so your Majesty trusts him. Why can they not be lumped together? Between two people is not trust the most important thing. Trust is the foundation. If even the most basic trust is lacking, how could two people ever come together? Wait. Let me sort this out. It feels like the tyrant can hear what I am thinking. Can she read minds? Her logic is that I am the only person she trusts, so she has to choose me. So should I say yes, or should I say no? I have gotten used to cursing the tyrant every day. Professionally speaking, we are indeed partners who can trust each other. In private life, we can probably be considered friends. But taking it a step further, I truly dare not imagine it. The Empress took the fan from his hand and gently fanned herself for quite a while before launching the next offensive. I can give Grand Secretary Tang some time to consider. Tang Chen's head was buzzing, having completely forgotten why he had entered the palace in the first place. Oh heavens, is this a confession? Being confessed to by an emperor is something you could brag about for a lifetime. Let me take a look. The tyrant really is quite handsome. Strange. How is it that today she looks adorable no matter how I look at her? I must be running a fever, completely delirious. How could her fierce, scowling self ever be adorable? Let me think this over carefully. Take your time to think it over, Grand Secretary Tang. After all, this is a lifelong matter and should not be rushed. Tang Chen snapped back to reality and realized that the conversation he had just had with the Empress was as if their genders had been swapped. He was the one who had turned into a bashful maiden, overwhelmed by 1,000 tangled thoughts when the subject came up. Your Majesty said only days ago that Prince Pinglin was the first in the line of succession. Why has it suddenly become your servant today? Tang Chen braced himself for a perfunctory reply, yet after hearing it, he felt his heart had been struck a violent blow. Prince Pinglin is a relative on the maternal side while you are direct kin. Tang Chen felt his mind go blank. Why would she say something like that? Wait, that does not sound right. When did I become her direct kin? The Empress looked at his dazed expression and could not help but laugh. What is the matter? Is Grand Secretary Tang unwilling? No, He swallowed the words that were about to spill out. The Empress' gaze softened. Since that is the case, I will take it as your consent. She just said you've always been my first choice. Right? I couldn't have misheard that, could I? And she also said that back then she was only trying to provoke me. Wow, this is... Before Tang Chen could recover from what had just been said, she had already changed the subject. By the way, you came to see me for something else, didn't you? From now on you may address me directly as you in private. No need to be so formal. Tell me what is the matter. Tang Chen licked his dry lips, and once his brain resumed functioning he said, Your Majesty, your humble servant has come today to request. She interrupted him. Did you forget what I just said, Oh, I came to ask you for discretionary authority. Chun Zijin came to see me. He has already identified the true culprits who murdered the two elders' son and daughter-in-law. Those arrests, what do you not dare to make them? He leaned in closer and said in a voice meant only for the two of them, he also discovered that things like this have happened more than once recently. So you intend to investigate all the forces behind them. They were standing so close that when the Empress Dowager lifted her head slightly, she knocked against his forehead. Tang Chen awkwardly stepped back. Yes. But if you mean to uproot them all in one sweeping move, I fear it will stir up considerable turmoil. Your Majesty, rest assured we know what we're doing. Just like those feudal princes, sometimes you have to show them something real to scare them straight. Tomorrow I will issue an imperial decree and have everyone cooperate with this investigation. Tang Chen said mysteriously, No, this must be done in secret. Too many people knowing would not bode well for the investigation. If they are on their guard, it will only make things harder. Fine. Tomorrow I'll take a token and give it to him. The Empress naturally picked up a tangerine from the fruit tray, tossed it to him, then spread her manicured fingers indicating that he should peel it for her. We haven't even confirmed our relationship, and she's already ordering me around. I only peel tangerines for my future wife. The Empress took a segment, was puckered by the sourness, and shoved the rest back into his hand. Great. I now have a new identity. Trash can. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you the Emperor of Zhu Ming sent a diplomatic letter, which arrived only yesterday. The gist of it is a desire to maintain friendly relations with Great Han, and they have dispatched an envoy to pay their respects. Tang Chen's face twitched. Pay respects. They never came to pay respects before. Now that they had grown prosperous, they all came flocking back. You'll still have to receive them. No matter what, a guest is a guest. The cotton armor factory and the firearm factory must both be heavily guarded. They cannot be allowed anywhere near them. Don't worry. I've thought this through more thoroughly than you have. The Empress' expression turned strange. She had told him not to be too polite, and now he was being not polite at all. Afraid she might get angry, he went on the offensive first. Her Majesty is magnanimous, renowned for her breadth of mind and her respect for the worthy. Surely she would never quibble with her humble servant. The Empress was silent for a long moment before she said through gritted teeth, Of course not. Go and make your preparations. In 2 or 3 days the envoys will arrive in Chang'an. Finally, as he turned to leave, she added to his back, What I said earlier. Think it over carefully. Don't forget. Tang Chen tripped over a pebble on the ground, only barely managing to steady himself. It's only early summer, so why is the sun so vicious? It's unbearably hot. After returning, he sat in a daze, idly waving his fan, his gaze lost somewhere in the distance. Tang Lu waved a hand in front of his face several times, but met with no reaction. Brother, what are you thinking about? You've been sitting here in a daze ever since you got back. It's been a whole hour. Are you feeling unwell? As he spoke, he reached out to feel Tang Chen's forehead. Shoo, why are you putting your hands all over me? Hurry up and prepare dinner. I'm hungry. Propping his chin on his hand, he ignored the dismissal and continued his analysis. Your face is ruddy and your ears are bright red. Confess honestly, which girl's place did you just come back from? Thump. It was the sound of the fan falling to the ground. Get the hell out of here. Tang Lu feigned shock. Wow, you can even add words in front of get out now. It sounds so much cuter. Brother, when are you going to take me to meet my sister-in-law? Tang Chen had had enough. He stood up and kicked him square in the backside. Scram. Ouch, that hurts. You're flustered. So everything I made up just now must be true. Nice. You made Euro and me run around, and now it's my turn to mess with you. You brat, I was only helping you. You really can't tell good from bad. Tang Lu also grew rare. Easy for you to say. Then why don't you go and bring her back? What's the hurry? 2 years is hardly enough time to travel and see the sights. He drawled, and then said maliciously, though there is one possibility. If she happened to meet some dashing young man on the road, she might just run off with him. A handsome man and a beautiful woman roaming the Jianghu together. How carefree would that be? What do you want to eat? Tang Lu changed the subject in time to make him shut up. A bit of everything. Chicken, duck, fish, meat. Oh, fine. Potatoes, cucumber, carrots, and radishes, right. He'll go tell the kitchen. Before the words even faded, he had vanished without a trace. After he left, Tang Chen continued fanning himself in a daze. Who knows how long passed before his tangled thoughts were pulled back by a sudden shout. Tang Chen, Lu Yu stormed into the back courtyard in a fury, kicking open the left wing, then went to the other side and kicked open the right wing, but found no one. Tang Chen, where are you? He Who is this ungrateful wretch who dares to anger the Grand General? I've just come to inform you that in 2 days I'm returning to the frontier. Keep a good eye on my sister. She turned and made to leave at once. But Tang Chen, knowing no better, asked, there's no fighting at the frontier right now, the Xiongnu won't dare come raiding for a while, and Vice General Yang is holding the fort. What do you need to go there for? Besides, what about Zhao Shi if you leave? At the mention of his name, Lu Yu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping 3 feet high. What about him? He can do whatever he wants. What's it got to do with me? Don't mention him in front of me. I may not go to the barracks often, but with Han Xian being such a gossip, I've heard quite a bit about your affairs from him. He paused, then said with a wink, how about this tomorrow? I'll go beg Her Majesty to bestow a marriage on the two of you. That way, no matter where you go, you'll have an excuse to take him along. Lu Yu smiled and slowly drew her sword. It seems Lord Tang doesn't understand human speech. All right. I won't mention him, I won't. Not knowing exactly what had happened between the two, he could only try to placate her for now. In 2 days the envoys from Zhu Ming will arrive. Don't you want to stay and back up your sister? You're the only one who can carry a blade into the imperial presence and protect her personally. She asked with undisguised disgust, what business do they have sending people over? Could they be thinking of an alliance? Fine then. I suppose I can force myself to stay a few more days. On a lazy afternoon, Tang Chen was half reclining on a lounger in the courtyard. After sitting for too long, he felt hot all over and had just moved the chair under the eaves, intending to continue loafing, when Zhao Shi came running over in a hurry before his backside even touched the seat. My lord, the envoy sent by Zhu Ming is almost here. No more than half an hour away. Tang Chen paused, then sat back down without hesitation and said languidly, still half an hour? That long? Then I'll lie down a little longer. But no rush. It takes but a moment to reach the city gate from here. You and the Grand General go on ahead with the men. They'll be there shortly. Yes, my lord. He had only walked a few steps when he turned back and said, my lord, the Grand General is unwilling to go with me. Perhaps you could send General Lin in my stead. He cracked one eye open slightly. General Lin is busy with military affairs. He has no time. Then, General Han. Hiss, looking for a beating. General Han is also unavailable. I don't want to meddle in the matter between you and the Grand General. This is official business. What, grown too bold to follow my orders, making excuses left and right? Zhao Shi hurriedly replied, they'll go at once. Tang Chen timed it perfectly, arriving at the city gate just a moment before they appeared on the horizon. Lord Tang, you certainly know how to time things. Grand General, that's where you don't understand. And what they call a clever man, who would be foolish enough to wait out here in the open. Lu Yu slowly turned her head and shot him a piercing glare. So he had deliberately delayed his arrival, leaving them standing there waiting all that time. Zhu Ming certainly puts on airs. The message said they'd arrive today, but not whether morning or afternoon. Clearly they mean to make us wait all day. Lu Yu nodded toward Zhao Shi's direction. Well, lucky for us you had your errand boy go scout for information. Grand General, personal grudges shouldn't be dragged into official affairs. Deputy General Zhao is after all a deputy general under my command. Calling him an errand boy outright is hardly proper. Lu Yu curled her lips and said with a dim look, oh, Deputy General Zhao, my apologies. The Grand General is too kind. Tang Chen studied her for a moment, then said with mischief, the Grand General in plain clothes truly has a unique charm. Lu Yu, from now on you should wear civilian attire permanently. Put on armor only for battle. Why wear that heavy stuff on ordinary days? Deputy General Zhao, don't you think so? Zhao Shi froze, then murmured, indeed. In truth, from the moment he arrived, he had been stealing glances at Lu Yu. Dressed in a powder blue skirt, sitting on her saddle, her robes stirred by the breeze, and her sleeves fluttering, the warm sunlight fell upon her delicate face, fair skin tinged with soft pink, while her steadfast eyes gazed into the distance. He could not help secretly thinking that if only she would smile at this moment, it would surely be the most breathtaking sight in all the world. Lu Yu wore armor all year round, and had only changed into court attire this time under the Empress' forceful insistence. She drew her sword lightly, its gleaming blade glinting faintly, and said in a cold tone, Tang Chen, if you dare utter one more word, believe me, I'll settle matters with you right now. Wisely he shut his mouth. All right, I won't say another word. Why is Zhu Ming's carriage train so long? How much are they hauling with them? Could they be plotting to bribe the officials of Great Han? We'll find out soon enough. But those few carriages likely hold more than meets the eye. The carriage train slowly drew up before them and came to a stop. A man stepped out of one of the carriages, around 40 years of age, with hair already half gray. Though a smile lingered on his face, it carried not the slightest warmth. Catching sight of the woman in court attire at the front, he clasped his hands and said with a smile, you must be His Majesty. I hadn't known His Majesty had a fondness for swordplay. Tang Chen also dismounted, meeting his gaze, and said, Minister Su, you misunderstand. This is the Grand General of our court. After learning that Zhu Ming had sent an envoy to Great Han, he had dispatched men to investigate this messenger. His surname was Su, given name Mu, style name Wuing. He was a fourth-rank official at court, but with a glib tongue and considerable diplomatic skill, which was why the Emperor of Zhu Ming had sent him as envoy. Oh, His Majesty did not come to receive us. Lu Ye's fiery temper was about to explode on the spot. Fortunately, Zhao Shi, quick of eye and hand, gently pressed her sword down, signaling that she must not act rashly. His Majesty is slightly unwell, and the sun is at its height, so it is inconvenient for him to come out and receive you. I myself will personally escort you to meet His Majesty. Sumu maintained his unchanging smile. And you are Tang Chen. Hearing this name, his face instantly lit up with joy. So you are the renowned censor Tang. The very same. This way, Minister Su. I have specially arranged a residence for you to stay in. Lu Yu and Zhao Shi and the others followed behind. She lowered her voice and fumed. Why did you stop me? What a pompous ass of an official. He actually expects His Majesty to come out and greet him in person. What a fantasy. He should look at himself and see if he's even worthy. You must not act rashly. If you stir up some disaster, it won't be a small matter between you and him. It'll be a matter between two nations. If peace can be maintained, then don't plunge the common people into war. Lu Yu sneered. Don't lecture me with your grand principles. I know it better in my heart than you do. And also, who told you to touch me? He coughed dryly twice and quietly soothed her. All right, stop being angry. It was actually just a misunderstanding. That betrothal was arranged by my parents when I was a child. They were afraid I'd never find a wife. Who would have thought I'd be so lucky as to meet you? Yesterday, I rushed back overnight and explained everything to them and had the engagement called off. So rest assured now, all right. No need. Go ahead and marry her. Once Zhu Ming's envoy leaves, he'll return to the frontier. That's fine. Wherever you go, I'll go too. Anyway, I'm fated to be yours for the rest of my life. Who wants to be together with you? Giddy up. With that, Lu Yu spurred her horse and galloped off, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward. Tang Chen led the group to the residence prepared for them and showed them around to familiarize them with the place. But just halfway through the tour, an attendant at Minister Su's side muttered, "This house is a bit too small. I didn't expect the Great Han court to be so stingy. How dare you? Who do you think you are speaking so recklessly? Guards, take him away and give him 40 strokes of the rod." Sumu bellowed in fury, then turned to apologize to Tang Chen. If Minister Su is not quite satisfied with this residence, we could go look at other mansions. It's just that I only had this one cleaned, the others haven't been tidied yet. But it's no great matter. A quick sweep and you'll be able to stay tonight. Unexpectedly, Sumu remained quite genial. No need to trouble yourself, Lord Tang. This place is excellent. Tang Chen didn't stand on ceremony either, since he couldn't be bothered to order anyone to clean another place. Any residence would do. Very well, then this it is. If Minister Su wishes to add anything, simply tell the steward. Since we have already arrived and the goods are set down, Minister Su, please accompany me to see His Majesty. Minister Tang, we have traveled a long way. Why not let me rest for a while, and then I will go with you to the palace to pay respects. Tang Chen was all smiles on the surface, but inside, he was cursing. In the short stretch of road, he had already lost any good impression of Zhu Ming's envoy. Now it was clear their intentions were far from friendly. They were putting on an imposing show of power from the very start. Envoys were always expected to go and pay respects to the sovereign immediately. But Sumu of all people wanted to rest and be at ease before doing so. Tang Chen could only clench his teeth and say, very well. In 2 hours this official will come for you. Tang Chen hurried out. Tang Lu followed behind and muttered quietly, the Zhu Ming envoys are truly shameless, treating us with such contempt. He was not bothered. He just laughed and said, don't worry. They will pull down their haughty faces soon enough. After all, they came not just to exchange greetings. They are after our cotton armor and firearms. Having heard so many rumors, they had to come and see for themselves whether they were true. Tang Lu said indignantly, if they need something from us, why do they have to act so high and mighty? Just because they have some money. We of the Great Han are not poor either. Precisely because they need something from us, they want to give us a show of authority. No matter what they ask for, they still have to maintain the dignity of a great power. If they lose even that bit of their lofty air, word would get around, and they'd have no face left. Tang Lu exclaimed in surprise, elder brother, when did you become so magnanimous? How comforting to know. Your horizons have finally broadened. Tang Chen threw him a sidelong glance and frowned. What? Are you saying my horizons weren't broad before? No, that's not what I mean. You misunderstood. Your horizons have always been extremely broad. He said that against his conscience. Besides, do you think this is over? Dream on. Just wait. Go to the palace and deliver a message. Tell the Empress not to wait. Tell her to go ahead with whatever she needs to do. Tang Lu thought to himself, I overthought it. I knew it. He's always been the type to pay back in kind. Drive her to the Tang residence. The carriage had barely moved a few paces when Tang Lu lifted the curtain and said, forget it. Let's go straight to the palace. No need to send a message. I'll go tell her myself. Oh what? Weren't you supposed to wait for Minister Su and go to the palace together? Forget waiting. By the way, you get off here. In 2 hours come back here and tell them the Empress had something urgent come up and summon me to the palace so they should go in on their own. Tang Chen felt at his waist, took out the palace token, handed it to him, then beckoned him closer. What's all the The carriage rushed away, leaving Tang Lu standing alone in the wind, dumbfounded. After a moment, he furiously shouted, the Tang residence is so far away. Am I really supposed to walk all the way back? Tang Chen sat in the carriage feigning sleep, a brilliant grin on his face. But when he remembered that he was now heading to the palace to see the Empress, his smile abruptly disappeared. Oh no, what if she asks me for an answer about that matter? I haven't even figured it out yet. If I tell her I need a few more days to consider, will she think I'm being wishy-washy? But I can't just agree to it either. This is a lifelong matter. It only happens once in a lifetime. With 1,000 tangled thoughts churning in his heart, he arrived at the entrance of the Qilin Hall. Should I just walk in or have the eunuch announce me? Perhaps I should have him announce me so she can be prepared. Just as he was thinking this, Ziyu appeared at the entrance of the hall. Minister Tang, Her Majesty asked you to enter. Huh? How does she know I'm here? Could it be my footsteps were too loud? No, they weren't. But the eunuch is standing right there, and I haven't had time to ask him to announce me. Minister, what are you thinking about, Minister Tang? Please hurry inside. Seeing that she was about to leave after speaking, Tang Chen grabbed her and asked, aren't you coming in too? Oh, Her Majesty instructed me to handle some errands. I'll be back soon. Minister Tang, please go in. Then go quickly and come back soon in case Her Majesty needs you. Tang Chen hesitated at the door for a while, then put on an air of calm and walked into the great hall. Your subject pays respects to Your Majesty. Everyone leave us. The Empress did not tell him to rise immediately. Instead, she first ordered the maids standing around to withdraw. Rise. Xiaochen, what has been going on with you recently? It's only been 2 days since I last fed you with my own hands, and already you're avoiding me. The moment court ended, you vanished. Tang Chen thought, was that an indirect scolding? Why would I avoid you? There's nothing to avoid. I just had urgent business to handle. Should I play dumb? After all, she's talking to the bird right now. Why haven't the envoys from Zhuming arrived yet? Didn't they say they would be here by now? The Empress did not raise what happened last time, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Minister Su said that they had traveled a long way and wanted to rest before coming. What an arrogant display. Your Majesty, don't worry. I already have a plan. She stared straight at him, a look that made his heart feel numb. Your Majesty, did you forget something again? Fine, I'll say it again. Don't be anxious. I already have a plan. What plan? Tang Chen blinked and gave a sly smile. Just wait and see. He thought to himself, do they really take us for pushovers? Don't they understand the saying, after 3 days apart a man must be seen with new eyes? Even if the Empress is a woman, and even if the Great Han is temporarily a weak country, they still cannot treat the Empress and the Great Han with such disdain. Otherwise, what did I make all those firearms for? If you wouldn't come when treated kindly, you should simply walk here on your own. The Empress asked Tang Chen to sit at the lower seat, then carried the plate of pastries from the head table over to him, sitting down beside him. Even though there are no outsiders here now, if someone barges in and sees me sitting on equal footing with you, it would not look. The Empress answered quickly, don't worry. No one will come in unless I summon them. Tang Chen thought, what does she mean by that? Did she deliberately send Ziyu away as well? Only a small table separated them. She pushed the plate of pastries a bit closer to him. They're freshly baked and quite delicious. Try one. Tang Chen made a show of declining, but unable to refuse, he finally picked one up. His fingers happened to touch the Empress's, and the cool touch of her fingertips made him pull his hand back at once. I'm not some flood dragon or fierce tiger. There's no need for you to avoid me like this, nor to pull away the instant we accidentally touch. The Empress's earlier cheerfulness had vanished, and her eyes dimmed. He turned his head to catch a glimpse of the Empress's profile, secretly marveling at her long fluttering eyelashes and her small round nose. She was utterly adorable. He wanted to explain that he was not disdainful of her, but after thinking it over he still could not find the right words to phrase it, so he simply remained silent. The two sat in quiet stillness, neither speaking a word. The Empress tilted her head back with a soft sigh. Don't you have urgent matters to attend to? Perhaps you should leave first. When the envoys arrive, I can handle them on my own. You really think so? He has eaten more salt than you have walked paths. If you cannot even outwit me, how could you possibly outwit him? Sumu is no pushover either, and in the end it is I who must stay here and keep things in check. I have no intention of leaving the palace. I will simply wait here with you. No, wait is not the precise word. Let us go about our own business, and we will deal with them once they arrive. In that case, I will take a stroll outside. It is too stifling in here. Would you care to join me? Or you may stay seated here if you prefer. Tang Chen forced himself to swallow the cloying dessert before saying, then let us go together. Judging by your expression, the pastry has become so hard to swallow in your mouth. In the future, if you do not wish to eat something, you can say so directly. There is no need to bottle up your complaints and grumble inwardly. I am not forcing you to eat it. Let us go. I just retracted my hand a little. Besides, that was merely an instinctive reaction. Although I call you a tyrant every day, you are still the sovereign of the realm. Would I dare touch you carelessly, even if it was only by accident? For such an utterly trivial matter, he suddenly flew into a rage as if doused in gunpowder. My life is so hard. This pastry is too sweet, sickeningly sweet. I recall that when you gave me pastries before, I never made such a face. It is not my fault, though I can only blame today's offering for being too awful. Who made it? Fire them. Do you not need to review memorials? I have finished reviewing them all. I have no idea what has been happening lately, but the memorials presented to me keep growing fewer. As the Empress walked, she realized something was amiss. Wait a moment, Tang Chen. The memorials should have to pass through your hands first. Confess honestly, have you tampered with them? Whatever you want me to see, you present to me, and whatever you do not want me to see, you simply destroy outright. A faint trace of bewilderment flickered in Tang Chen's dark eyes as he gazed at her silently. 1,000 words surged within him, yet all dissolved into speechless, choked silence. Forget it, it is nothing. If you wish to keep secrets, then keep them. I do not mind. After all, the court's affairs, great or small, are all controlled by you now. I am merely an emperor in name. Hold on. You must not say such things carelessly. If you feel that I hold too much power, I can simply give. The Empress looked at him seriously, her eyes brimming with amusement. I am only teasing you. As I said, if I cannot trust you, then whom can I trust? I cannot help but curse again. You are like a dog that bites LV Dong, being unable to recognize a kind heart. It was you who told me that you refuse to sleep until you have finished reviewing every memorial, every day, sometimes staying up well past midnight. How was I supposed to know you would be so rigid? The only option was for me to take care of the unimportant ones first. I was merely reducing your workload. You have grown so thin. If you fall ill later, you will surely blame me. To avoid being dragged into that mess, I had no choice but to take precautions in advance. Even if you truly wanted to seize power, I would not mind. You are indeed more capable than I am. Do you not know that in the age of Yao and Shun, the throne was passed by abdication to the virtuous and the talented? Tang Chen remarked in astonishment. Have you been taking supplementary lessons in private lately? You seem to know quite. As I told you, ever since my elder brothers passed away, the late emperor raised me as his heir to the throne. I have been well versed in the classics since childhood, only that I never. The Empress narrowed her eyes, straining to confirm the figures approaching in the distance. Take a good look for me. The man and woman over there are General Lu Yu and Zhao Shi, are they not? Indeed they are. Oh ho, she has realized that her own cabbage has been nuzzled by a pig. Zhao Shi Sharpie noticed the Empress approaching and stopped his horseplay with Lu Yu. He cast a meaningful glance and said respectfully, "This humble general pays his respects to your Majesty." Why would the Grand General and Deputy General Zhao be here? To answer, your Majesty, Lord Tang ordered that the palace patrol be reinforced while the Zhuming envoys are present. The Grand General and I came together to arrange the specific details. Throughout it all, Lu Yu behaved completely composed. The Empress concealed the flicker in her eyes, her tone light, and said with a barely perceptible frown, "Grand General, come with me. I have something I wish to ask you." The Empress said bluntly, "Absolutely not." From the scene of their horseplay just now, the Empress could already guess the gist of it. Without exaggeration, ever since ascending the throne, the Empress had been continually scouting the sons of noble families in Chang'an on behalf of her sister. In her heart, only the finest man in all the world could be worthy of her sister. Why? He is merely a deputy general. Moreover, he was once a common soldier under Wang Hu, and his family background is ordinary. If you marry him, you will have to endure hardship. Lu Yu smiled helplessly and placed her hand on her sister's shoulder. Little sister, what era is this now? Such things do not matter. What matters is who he is as a person. Besides, even if he has no money, I have money, and that is enough. I am the elder sister. Do not act like an old mother at such a young age, worrying about this and that. If you refuse to accept me and Zhao Shi, then I will refuse to accept you and Tang Chen. Lu Yu turned her head and cast a glance at Tang Chen in the distance. That man is reliable as a brother, but as a life partner, who can say? Me and Tang Chen. Do not jest. There is not even the first stroke of the character 8 yet. Why is Lu Yu looking at me? Could they be discussing my affairs? That should not be the case. Shouldn't her focus be on Lu Yu and Zhao Shi? It must be my imagination. Lu Yu was probably looking at Zhao Shi. Yes, that is it. That is also quite close. Do not use the excuse that Tang Chen is richer than Zhao Shi to fob me off. His current status was all given by you. With that logic, is he not just a kept man living off a woman? The Empress frowned. You know very well that his current standing was not given by me. He earned it himself. All right. It was only a joke, and you have become anxious. In any case, let us not interfere with each other. You are stubborn, and so am I. Since we are both the type to never change once we have made up our minds, there is no point in trying to persuade us. Before leaving, the Empress said softly, "You may be a general, but do not forget that you are still a woman. When the time calls for restraint, you should still show some restraint." Let me rephrase that, and send it back to you. You may be the lofty Empress, but when the time does not call for restraint, do not be foolishly restrained. Zhao Shi kicked at a pebble on the ground and asked in puzzlement, "What secret words were your Majesty and the general discussing for so long? What do you think?" Naturally, it was about the marriage prospects of you and the Grand General. Once you pass the Empress test, the two of you will finally be close to attaining the proper outcome. Even as a man, he could not help blushing. "Lord Tang, please do not tease this humble general. I am still only a minor deputy general. I want to fight for a brighter future for her first." Tang Chen said with righteous camaraderie, "That is simple enough. When the time comes to fight the Xiongnu, just kill a few more enemies, and you will be promoted. With your skills, as long as you seize the opportunity, it will be no problem at all." "I hope so. Lord Tang, you too. Those you should hold on to, you still need to hold on to them." Zhao Shi's words were truly thought-provoking. He asked in confusion, "Me? Seize an opportunity? With whom?" "With you and the Empress. Who else could it be?" "Yeah. My lord, the protagonist in that story you told is none other than you and the Empress. We all know it deep down." No matter how they tried to deny it, everyone in that group understood the truth clearly. Tang Chen widened his eyes and threatened, "If I hear any more of this rumor, it'll make things very difficult for you." "I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me, my lord." Meanwhile, Su Mu's carriage was stopped at the palace gate. Without a token, the guards refused to let him pass no matter. Su Mu's attendant Yushi drew his sword and warned, "Do you know who this is? How dare you block our way? Even if you were the Emperor of Heaven, without a token you will not set foot through this gate." "Yushi, put away your sword," drawing a blade at every turn. "What kind of conduct is that?" Su Mu kept a smile on his face. "We are envoys from Zhuming. Lord Tang was summoned by His Majesty and instructed us to enter the palace on our own. He did not mention needing a token." The captain of the guards softened his tone and said, "Even if you are envoys from Zhuming without a token, we cannot let you in. This is the rule. Please understand, my lord. If we let you through today, we will not live to see tomorrow's sun." His subordinates were all seething with rage, but Su Mu remained smiling. "Very well, since the rules cannot be broken, we shall return for now." Just as the carriage turned around, Tang Lu came galloping up in haste. His expression changed as he knelt on one knee. "Lord Su." He lifted the carriage curtain, still wearing a composed smile. "You are Lord Tang's younger brother." "That's right, it is I," he said apologetically. "Lord Su, before my elder brother entered the palace, he instructed me to deliver this token to you. I was caught up in household affairs, and in a daze actually forgot the token. I rushed over at once. I hope I have not caused any delay." Su Mu signaled the men beside him to stay calm. "Yushi, accept it quickly. Thank you for your trouble, young Master Tang. I was just worrying about not being able to enter the palace gate. Your arrival is most timely. You flatter me, my lord. Since you have the token now, please enter the palace quickly. His Majesty must surely be waiting by now." Yushi cupped his fists and urged, "My lord, why not return for now? There is no need to go see that so-called Empress and invite nothing but frustration." Su Mu's eyes darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Do not be willful. This concerns the diplomatic relations between our two nations. Do not forget why we came here. I promised your elder brother that I would bring you along. You had better restrain that temper of yours, or else you will remain in the residence and not come out again." Though Yushi felt unconvinced inside, the mention of his elder brother forced him to hold back. "Yes, sir." The captain of the guard watched Su Mu return midway and said helplessly, "Lord Su, without." Yushi raised the token in his hand, cutting him off. Yet the captain still wore a troubled expression and showed no sign of letting them through. "What now? Just now you said a token was needed. Now the token is right here before you. It's like this. You may enter, but this cannot." The captain pointed at the horse beside him. "Don't push your luck. First you demand a token, now you refuse to let our horses in. I see you're simply determined to keep the envoys of Zhuming out of the palace." Being burdened with such a heavy accusation for no reason, the captain naturally refused to accept it. "Please see clearly, my lord. We are all acting according to the rules. As I said, if we let your horses in today, we will not live to see tomorrow's sun." Months ago, His Majesty issued a decree that all officials must be transported by the palace's exclusive carriages when attending court. This is for the safety of the officials and also for the safety of the palace. He was highly skilled at reading people and flattered, "Zhuming is a great nation. Surely the envoys sent by the court of Zhuming are magnanimous people and will not make things difficult for us underlings merely carrying out our duties. Besides, it is not that we refuse to let you in, only that we cannot let these horses in." The implication was that they could enter, but they would have to walk. How could Yushi endure such humiliation? He suddenly drew his sword and pressed it against the captain's neck. Just as the captain's head was about to be lost, Su Mu bellowed in fury and put a stop to the farce. "I understand. You have your difficulties. In that case, we shall dismount and walk. There is no need to ruin the relations between our two nations over such a trivial matter." Su Mu led his attendants along the seemingly endless palace path. In the early summer evening, a gentle breeze occasionally swept by, yet it could not dispel the heat rising in waves from the ground. "I never expected Tang Chen to have such tricks. Offend him by an inch, and he repays you tenfold." The cold-faced man who had been walking silently behind finally spoke. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. How amusing. Yushi nudged his shoulder with a sly grin and laughed. We're about to meet the legendary Empress. Nervous. Excited. Scram. He brushed off his shoulder expressionlessly. TSK. We've traveled this whole road together, and you've never once given me a kind look. I wonder why His Majesty thinks so highly of you. Su Mu's tone turned icy as he stopped and turned around to warn. Yushi, once we meet the Empress without my permission, do not utter a single word. Uncle. Don't call me uncle. They watched the dusk slowly swallow the sunset glow on the horizon, yet not a single soul appeared on the palace path. They had no choice but to keep walking forward. Yushi muttered, I heard the Han Dynasty was poor, but this palace is quite grand. Compared to ours, it's not far behind. After all, this is the royal palace, and the Han Dynasty was once glorious. Do not underestimate it. His Majesty underestimated her, and that is precisely what gave them the breathing room to create firearms. After walking a bit further, they heard the sound of hooves gradually growing clearer in the distance. Tang Chen hurriedly descended from his carriage and said, I waited in the palace with His Majesty, but when you did not arrive, I sent someone to inquire and learned that your carriage had been stopped at the gate. This was truly a lapse in our hospitality. Please forgive me, my lord. Before they could respond, he continued, His Majesty urgently summoned me to the palace, but you insisted on resting at the residence first. I had no choice but to go on ahead. I suppose it was a lapse in my judgment as well. In every word, Tang Chen was blaming them. If only they had not insisted on resting first, none of this would have a trivial matter. Do not take it to heart, Lord Tang. Fortunately, you came to find us, otherwise I might have walked until dark and still not arrived in time. Then please follow me. In the carriage, Tang Chen smiled, brilliantly chattering on even though they barely responded. Having avenged his grievance and vented his frustration, he naturally felt extremely pleased. He escorted them all the way into the main hall where a feast had long been laid out and the court senior officials were already seated in their places. This is the envoy sent by Zhuming, Lord Su Mu. The hall once again buzzed with exchanged pleasantries. Lord Su, I have long admired your reputation. Wang Hu also stepped forward from his seat, beaming, as he said, Lord Su. And this is the Grand Commandant of our great Han Dynasty, Lord Wang Hu. Grand Commandant Wang, I have long admired your reputation. For some reason, Tang Chen felt that Wang Hu seemed quite familiar with this Lord Su, as if they had crossed paths before, or perhaps even knew each other. Although Su Mu feigned ignorance and casually asked his name, the fleeting emotion that flashed through his eyes was still precisely caught by Tang Chen. After they had exchanged all the formalities, the seat of honor remained empty, and the Empress was nowhere to be seen. Su Mu stepped forward and asked, May I ask where Her Majesty is at the moment? I beg your lordship's pardon. After all, when meeting an envoy from Zhuming, one cannot be careless in dress and appearance. Women, after all, always take a bit longer. Su Mu gave an awkward smile. Lord Tang speaks the truth. Though that was what he said, a full quarter of an hour had already passed since his arrival, and still the Empress had not appeared, somewhat irritating him inwardly. In his eyes, the Empress was merely a beautiful figurehead. His true target was Tang Chen. Thus he raised his wine cup and said, Lord Tang, I offer this cup to you. Although I am far away in Zhuming, I have still heard some tales about Lord Tang. Their cups lightly clinked, and Tang Chen drained his in one gulp before saying, Oh, I was unaware that I possess any such tales. Naturally you do. For instance, you single-handedly created cotton armor, and not long after you once again crafted immensely powerful firearms. These are nothing but exaggerated rumors, my lord. Do listen if you wish, but by no means take them to heart. Su Mu smiled with a hint of mirth at the corners of his eyes. Why not take them seriously? As I see it, most of these rumors are likely true. I hear that some days ago Lord Tang demonstrated cannons on the outskirts, and the common folk have described the display as nothing short of miraculous. You flatter me. It was not my achievement alone. With Her Majesty's full support and the collective wisdom of many only then could the cotton armor and firearms be created. Su Mu was about to respond when the eunuch in charge of announcements suddenly cried out, Her Majesty arrives. The assembled crowd thundered, Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty! The envoys of the Zhuming court, however, merely performed a salute with their hands, their lips refraining from. Su Mu looked up slightly to appraise the Empress. She wore a dark red long robe that was both alluring and imposing. Her fiery red lips set off her snow-white skin. Her ink-black hair was swept up high, the hairpins swaying gently with each step, while two pearl earrings by her ears shone as clear and bright as the moon. Yushi, standing behind him, was even more stunned, completely forgetting to withdraw her rude gaze. How could she dress up so extravagantly in just such a short while? Although she is indeed rather beautiful and imposing and brings great honor to the great Han. The Empress wore a faint smile and looked properly towards Su Mu, her voice cool and clear. So you are the envoy sent by Zhuming. Su Mu pays homage to your Majesty. Rise, Lord Su. I hear that due to Lord Tang's improper arrangements you were wearied by a long walk. Please do forgive us. Such a trifling matter your majesty need not take it to heart. The Empress naturally did not take it to heart, it was only empty courtesy. As for Tang Chen's veiled retaliation, she was exceedingly pleased. In the grand hall music and dance flourished as courtiers toasted one another with hidden motives. Fortunately the hall was crowded and noisy and the Empress need not say much more. She merely sat quietly enjoying the performance, occasionally sampling some small dishes. With Tang Chen handling the envoys from Zhuming, she had little cause for concern. After another round of drinking, Su Mu saw that the atmosphere had warmed and said, "Your Majesty, our Emperor has heard that your Majesty's harem has remained empty since your ascension. He has specially selected several handsome men to present to your Majesty." What? Did I hear that right? Handsome men. So they have such a move. I had thought that since the ruler was a woman no one would come presenting beauties. Of all the calculations I never expected them to send handsome men. I've always heard that Zhuming has liberal customs. Not only brothels, but also pleasure houses that keep handsome men. They wouldn't have picked these men from such places, would they? The Empress was speechless. She had never harbored any intention of keeping male concubines. An empty harem meant fewer troubles for her. She was already exhausted dealing with state affairs all day, so how could she have time to bother with the squabbles of a crowded harem? The courtiers exchanged glances. They had often urged the Empress to fill the harem, but she had never taken their advice. Now unexpectedly the envoy of Zhuming had gotten to it first. However, it was not hard to guess that the Emperor of Zhuming was by no means so simple-minded as to merely gift her handsome men. Before the Empress could speak, Su Mu had already waved for the men to come forward. As expected, almost all of them wore brightly colored clothes in red and green. Their giggles behind covered mouths, and their figures were exactly like those of women. The Empress swallowed hard and helplessly touched her forehead. She truly could not appreciate such effeminately beautiful men. Yet after a cursory glance, one white-robed man stood out with an aura entirely at odds with the rest. His silky black hair was tied behind his head, setting off a face as fair as jade. When the Empress met his gaze, she felt his eyes cold and piercing, sharp as a blade. With his hands at his sides, merely standing there, an awe-inspiring presence emanated endlessly from the depths of that white-robed man. Does look rather good, full of masculine vigor. As for those garishly dressed ones beside him, what are they? A bunch of riffraff. What is wrong with the sovereign's gaze? Staring straight at him like that. Even if he is handsome, there is no need for such behavior. How embarrassing. Can she get a hold of herself? He is from Zhuming. Who knows what intentions he harbors in his heart? That man's extraordinary bearing is as if deliberately designed to capture the sovereign's attention. Reject them as firmly as you did those old fogies in the court. Do not under any circumstances keep a ticking time bomb by your side. The Empress was indeed somewhat intrigued by the white-robed man. He exuded a cold, sharp temperament, not befitting an ordinary person, yet he willingly offered himself as her male companion. If not for ulterior motives, then why? Even so, she still declined. Lord Su, I thank you for your goodwill. However, I have no intention of filling the harem at present. The court's foundation is still unstable. How could I indulge in pleasure first? If the late emperor knew from the underworld, he would reproach me. Su Mu smiled. He was determined to place these men by her side. Your Majesty, you exaggerate the matter. Do you not see that the two can be accomplished together? Filling the harem will not hinder your Majesty from handling state affairs. This is a gesture of goodwill from our ruler. If your Majesty does not accept, then how am I to explain upon my return? By invoking the Emperor of Zhuming, he pressed her to accept. To refuse would be equivalent to having no intention of fostering friendly relations with Zhuming. The Empress cast a helpless look at Tang Chen. It's not that I don't want to refuse. What if he won't agree? At this critical moment, I still have to step in myself. Tang Chen raised his voice and said, Minister Su, since our two nations are on good terms, why must we rely on these handsome men? Besides, our emperor does not favor them, nor does she need to fill the harem. Handsome men was indeed a burning phrase to say, except for the one in white, who among them deserved to be called that. If I have to say it, I'd feel ashamed for them. We are not a weak nation. We conduct equal diplomacy. If we say we don't need it, then we don't need it. Su Mu had not expected him to be so unyielding, so he stepped back and said, if that's the case, your Majesty may keep them by your side to attend to you. They need not occupy any harem slots. The Empress forced a faint smile, not knowing how to reply, and merely looked at Tang Chen again. At that moment, 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Can't he understand human speech? If I said no, then no. Sima Zhao's intent is obvious to all who would trust people sent by you. Just as Tang Chen was about to decline, once more Wang, who cut in, your Majesty, your ministers have repeatedly advised you to expand the harem without success. As your Majesty grows older, it is time to consider heirs. The timing of the Zhuming envoy's gift of handsome men is perfect. Your Majesty, please accept them quickly, otherwise wouldn't it be an insult to the Emperor of Zhuming? Tang Chen raised one long dark eyebrow, a trace of mockery in his expression. Grand Commandant Wang, I can no longer tell whose side you are on. Lord Tang, you had better not delay important matters for personal desires. Why turn against Zhu Ming over a few men and throw the people into the flames of war? Lord Tang must still distinguish the primary from the secondary. Wang, who was insinuating that Tang Chen's refusal was due to his illicit affair with the Empress. Enough. Never mind the occasion. Here you are quarreling and bickering again. What a disgrace. Minister Su, I accept them. As soon as she finished speaking, the handsome men swarmed toward the Empress. Well, so she accepted them. Did this one and ruler intend to accept them all along? These men are far too eager. The instant the words left her mouth, they swarmed forward. Could they be intending to get handsy? Better move out of the way just in case they are concealing weapons. If so, your life is lost. Before they could approach her, a sword blocked them outside the Empress's safe distance. Lu Yu sneered. Minister Su, is this how Zhu Ming has trained its people? They are utterly devoid of manners. Her Majesty had not summoned them, yet they came up on their own. How eager! Do not misunderstand, Great General. Since Her Majesty has accepted them from this moment on, they belong to Her Majesty. In life as Her Majesty's people, in death as Her Majesty's spirits. That is why they took the initiative to serve Her Majesty. Lu Yu refused to heed such words and shouted sternly, Eunuch Lu, take them all away and teach them the etiquette of the Great Han. If they have not learned it well, they are not to serve Her Majesty anymore. Su Mu merely smiled. The Great General puts on quite an air of authority. I almost cannot tell who is the true master here. The Empress was completely unaffected. My sister and I share a deep bond. What is mine is my sister's. My sister and I looked quite alike when we were young, and to be honest, Minister Su, our dispositions are similar as well. Since you are new here, it is only natural that you cannot tell us apart. After sitting for so long, she was growing weary. The music and singing swirling through the hall only gave her a headache. Minister Su, I am somewhat fatigued. Let Lord Tang and the other ministers keep you company. Tang Chen hurriedly said, Your Majesty has not been feeling well lately. Please rest early and take care of Your Majesty's imperial health. With the ministers here, there is no need to worry. I never expected Your Majesty to hold Lord Tang in such high regard. In comparison, the other officials seem almost non-existent. Those with true ability naturally deserve respect. I see clearly how capable each of these court officials is. As long as one has talent, I will not treat any of. Moreover, every minister at court is a loyal subject doing real deeds for the Great Han. Without their combined efforts, how could the Great Han have reached where it is today? Though these words went against her heart, they warmed the ministers' hearts, which had turned cold. No matter how much she might despise them in private, she still had to preserve everyone's dignity in front of outsiders. Double kill. Su Mu is intentionally stirring up trouble. Every sentence is sowing discord. Is this their new diplomatic strategy? As long as they stay another day, I will be uneasy for another day. Still, I need to find a way to send them back. After a few more rounds of polite drinking, the ministers finally left for home. Tang Chen stayed behind alone to settle the remaining matters, then headed toward the Qilin Hall. The palace was brightly lit, and faint sounds of laughter and cheer drifted out. The Empress had not yet gone to sleep. Tang Chen quickened his steps. As expected, he saw those men dressed in flamboyant colors sitting in the hall chatting with the Empress as if they were enjoying one another's company. While I am fighting for you at the front, you are back here amusing yourself with other men. There is no justice in this world. Good heavens. Can this one and ruler be so thoughtless? Anyone can come and chat with her like that. Is she not afraid they might worm secrets out of her conversation? Your Majesty, your humble servant has settled everything properly and has come to report to you. She casually gestured to the seat beside her. Sit. The gaudily dressed men gathered around the Empress, staring at Tang Chen with probing eyes, as if trying to find something remarkable on his face. Lord Tang, you needn't stand on ceremony. Just address them by the color of their clothes. They are entertainers trained among the folk handpicked from thousands to come here. They can play music, sing, and dance a little. Would you care to enjoy a few acts? No need. I don't want to scorch my eyes or invite nightmares. And I can see it now, you're quite the social butterfly. Oh, in just a moment you're already this chummy with them. You may believe they are merely entertainers, but I don't. Little Blue then spoke directly. My lord, are you worried that we might do something harmful to Her Majesty? That worry is unnecessary. Little Purple also chimed in. Right, we truly are just entertainers. The eunuchs just thoroughly searched us. There are no hidden blades, let alone poison. Please rest assured, my lord. Indeed. Candid and straightforward. The Empress could tell that Tang Chen was ill at ease in their presence, so she instructed, it is late. You may all retire to rest now. Even though Eunuch Lu has inspected them, Your Majesty should still be wary. Do not let them serve you closely. Who knows what wicked intentions they may be hiding. Ziyu also replied, my lord, rest assured. With this servant here, they won't be allowed to meddle in Her Majesty's meals or daily life. Then Tang Chen suddenly recalled that the man in white had not been among those present just now.